Others awaken to swords and staffs. Yet my bonded artifact is just a crappy phone. With nothing but a virtual girlfriend game inside? Treated as trash by everyone. Even my childhood sweetheart turned against me. Until I spent $6. The princess from another world unexpectedly offered to teach me her secret techniques. She burned a sword manual, and I instantly grasped the invincible sword intent. With a single move on the arena, I annihilated the genius from the school team, leaving the entire audience stunned. But behind this god-defying power, my virtual girlfriend's world seems fraught with peril. Her perilous struggle for the throne is about to become the next challenge I must face. Chapter 1, starting with a slap to the green tea, literally. The next Elite Challenge match will feature Zhao Meng from the school team against Su Jingyang from Class 6, Grade 12. Both sides, please prepare and gather at the arena in half an hour. The impassioned announcement echoed throughout the entire Warrior Preparatory Academy. Inside the training room, Su Jingyang looked at the unfamiliar surroundings, a sharp pain throbbing in his head. A flood of memories not his own surged in like a tidal wave. Before he could make sense of the situation, the door was forcefully slammed open, and a voice filled with disdain from the doorway interrupted his thoughts. Do you even know what you're doing? Withdraw from the competition now. Don't go making a fool of yourself. Su Jingyang rubbed his throbbing head and looked up to see a young woman standing at the door, dressed in white training attire. The young girl's face was lovely, but at this moment it was full of disdain and contempt, looking down at him with a superior gaze. You are. The moment he saw her, Su Jingyang automatically recalled memories of her, Li Baixue, the girl next door from the original host's memories, someone he had grown up with since childhood. However, this Li Baixue was nothing like the kind and gentle neighbor girl one would imagine. She often sneered and mocked the protagonist in daily life, constantly undermining their self-confidence. They often used the pretext of concern to manipulate him with psychological tactics, PUA, making him run various errands. Su Jingyang felt a surge of disgust and asked coldly, "What are you here for?" You're asking what you already know. Have you even looked at your own strength? Zhao Meng is the core member of the school team, and he's awakened twin spirit artifacts, a wine gourd and a sword. He's destined to become a wine sword immortal. What can a useless loser like you compare with him? Just forfeit already and stop wasting everyone's time. Li Baixue crossed her arms, speaking with an arrogant expression on her face. Yet, this elite challenge held immense significance, as it would determine future resource allocations. The winner will not only receive a substantial cash prize but also have the opportunity to join the Academy's elite training program. It's obvious that Li Baixue is helping the other party clear obstacles under the guise of showing concern. If it were the original person, they might have already compromised. But Su Jingyang detests this kind of manipulative woman the most. You won't let me fight, but I insist on fighting. While Su Jingyang was still pondering, Li Baixue had already crouched beside a chair, writing something. A closer look revealed it was a voluntary withdrawal form. And Li Baixue was about to sign her name directly at the signature line. Damn you! Su Jingyang didn't hesitate in the slightest, swiftly swinging out a slap. Slap! After the shocking sound, Li Baixue's head was knocked sideways, her hair flying up in disarray under the sudden force, mingled with astonishment. Her fair cheek rapidly swelled with a visibly clear palm print. Who do you think you are? Who gave you the right to decide for me? Did I say I was giving up? Immediately afterward, Su Jingyang tore that voluntary withdrawal form into shreds. The scraps of paper flew straight onto Li Baixue's face. Snapping out of her shock, Li Baixue bit her lower lip as her eyes slowly turned red. She let out a hysterical scream. How dare you hit me? Just wait. After saying this, she fled like a stray dog kicked on the roadside, terrified that others might see her in such a wretched state. After driving away Li Baixue, she finally got a brief moment of peace, but then a tearing pain shot through her head again. This time, Su Jingyang completely inherited the original owner's memories. Instantly, he understood his current predicament. This was a parallel world named Blue Star. A world where everyone awakens to spiritual artifacts and martial prowess reigns supreme. Yet Su Jingyang's spiritual artifact turned out to be a smartphone. Pulling out the utterly ordinary phone from his pocket, he voiced his doubt. This is my artifact? Can this thing even fight? After tinkering with it for a while, Su Jingyang realized this phone truly had hidden depths. It was exceptional. Because the phone only had a game called Digital Girlfriend, and not even the most basic features like SMS, a browser, or a camera. Could this transform directly like Silly Girl and help me in battle? Unfortunately, it doesn't seem to be the case. Su Jingyang polished his phone until it gleamed, yet there wasn't the slightest change in the reflection. He tried using telepathy to operate the phone as well, but it still didn't work. Su Jingyang had no choice but to open this Soul app to examine it. The screen went black, then a prompt popped up. Please choose your virtual girlfriend. The scene before his eyes was far more exquisitely detailed than Su Jingyang had imagined. I thought the art style would be shoddy, but the characters in the game are shockingly lifelike. The various characters each have distinct styles, along with completely different backgrounds. For example, this selected one, Stellar Federation female officer, Alicia. Age, 25, height, 175 measurements, 92, 63, 93. In the model, she wears a sharply tailored military uniform, standing tall and straight, her short golden hair neat and tidy, with deep, captivating sapphire blue eyes. Beneath her high and straight nose bridge lies a pair of beautifully curved lips. She exudes an aura of efficiency and dominance, her figure's curves accentuated beneath the uniform. Hot is hot, but too hot is not good either. Su Jingyang is now a martial artist, and the last thing he wants is to leak his young energy. When this app starts loading, there's not even the vendor's name displayed, who knows if it's actually legit software or not. The character selection screen is so meticulously designed, I'm just worried the content might be too hardcore, getting too immersed wouldn't be good. Continue browsing, and you'll find mysterious elf girls from alien planets, even beast girls and mecha girls. Finally, Su Jingyang's gaze settled on a girl with classical elegance. Princess of Xia Kingdom, Yi Qingwan. Age, 19 height, 165 centimeters measurements, 885888. She is the realistic version of the chibi-style girl featured on the app icon. Her raven black hair cascades down, with a few silken strands gracefully framing her cheeks like an elegant painting. Her fair complexion was tinged with a faint blush, making her appear even more delicately charming. She wore a splendid brocade gown with exquisite golden embroidery on the hem, draped lightly with a sheer gauzy outer garment that fluttered gently in the breeze. Around her waist was fastened a silk sash adorned with gemstones, from which hung a small jade pendant marking her noble status. If it could be used as a game icon, then it must be very useful. I choose her. Su Jingyang didn't hesitate. Confirm selecting Yi Qingwan as your virtual girlfriend? Warning, once selected, changes cannot be made. If your virtual girlfriend meets with misfortune, she cannot be revived and will disappear forever. Cutting it off so abruptly? Seems like they're trying to create a sense of urgency to make players spend money to save the character. Su Jingyang, though aware this might just be the game's tactic, still clicked the confirm button. The scene then abruptly shifted. Inside an ancient temple shrouded in curling incense smoke, Yi Qingwan, dressed in that magnificent brocade gown, stepped gracefully into the main hall. Her figure was graceful, with golden thread patterns shimmering in the faint light, and the sheer gauze draped over her added an ethereal aura. Approaching a statue, Yi Qingwan slowly knelt down, her posture upright, with her hands clasped together. Su Jingyang squinted for a closer look and was so startled he nearly dropped his phone. Because the deity the other person was worshipping turned out to be himself. Su Jingyang hurriedly covered the camera, *******. Small workshops really go all out with their materials. Did you even ask for my permission before using this? Returning to the phone screen. Yi Qingwan's fair face wore a solemn and reverent expression, her slightly lowered eyes revealing a hint of longing. A few strands of hair hanging by her cheeks swayed faintly with her movements. The silk sash adorned with gemstones at the waist shimmered under the candlelight, while the small jade pendants between the ribbons swayed gently. She slightly closed her eyes and murmured softly. At the same time, a strikingly realistic sound suddenly came from the phone in her palm. The voice was gentle yet carried a hint of firmness, as if someone was sincerely confiding right before her. Oh God, your devout follower Yi Qingwan offers her sincere prayer today. My brothers indulge in pleasure all day, neglecting state affairs, and father is growing increasingly senile. The Xia kingdom is already teetering under their rule, not to mention the chaos caused by that witch-like sister of mine. Though I am but a woman, my heart bears the ambition to govern and bring stability to the nation. I wish to contend for the throne, to restore the Xia kingdom to prosperity. She paused slightly, her brows furrowing with worry in her tone. But history has never seen a female emperor. If I take this step, I will undoubtedly face endless condemnation, and the path ahead is fraught with formidable obstacles. I don't know how to decide. I sincerely beg you to guide me. With these words, Yi Qingwan closed her eyes tightly, as if truly awaiting a response. The visuals and sound were so exquisitely lifelike that Su Jingyang couldn't help but feel somewhat immersed. At that moment, a prompt popped up. Ding! For your first recharge of 6 yuan, receive a mini speaker *1 to respond to your virtual girlfriend. Chapter 2 Descending as a Deity. Ha, damn, not even pretending anymore, straight up asking for it. Su Jingyang was so angry he nearly threw his phone on the spot. But then it occurred to him, after all, this was his own artifact spirit. Now with the competition looming, he must find the true way to use the phone, otherwise he will surely lose. During the few minutes he hesitated, Yi Qingwan slowly opened her eyes, let out a long sigh, and smiled self-deprecatingly. Alas, our great Xia kingdom truly has no gods. Just as she stood up to leave, a voice suddenly rang out. This voice was unlike ordinary speech, it appeared directly inside her mind, striking straight to the soul. Don't give up, fight for the throne, you can do it. Yi Qingwan was suddenly stunned, her eyes filled with shock as she looked around, but saw no one. Who's there? Show yourself. After a brief moment of daze, she suddenly turned back, seeming to understand something. Then, her gaze gradually hardened with determination. In that case, I won't retreat anymore. She murmured softly. Immediately after, Yi Qingwan turned around, relit 3 sticks of incense, replaced the offerings with fresh ones, and approached the statue once more. Kneeling on both knees, she respectfully kowtowed 3 times with audible knocks. Not bad. Su Jingyang had just made his first purchase of 6 yuan and used the small megaphone for broadcasting. Watching the little character on his phone bow respectfully toward him, Su Jingyang grinned foolishly. It actually has voice interaction. This game is way too realistic. Who knew being a god could feel so amazing? But it's a bit pricey. 6 yuan for one interaction, and you can't say more than 20 words at a time. Whether or not to strive for the throne was something Su Jingyang certainly did not know. But he understood clearly that for the game's plot to progress normally, he must choose the more radical option. Just as Yi Qingwan finished her final bow, a strange phenomenon occurred. Several fruits appeared out of thin air. Su Jingyang looked down at his arms, his face filled with astonishment. What's going on here? However, being a transmigrator, his mental resilience was exceptionally strong. Quickly recovering from the shock, he found an important connection from the scene on the phone. These fruits look exactly like the offerings on the altar. As he spoke, Su Jingyang picked up an apple and took a puzzled bite out of it. The juice burst open in his mouth instantly, with a sweet taste that directly refreshed his heart and mind. Utterly marvelous. A heavenly delight. Is this really just a game? I knew this phone and the game weren't ordinary. After all, I'm a transmigrator, how could it possibly disappoint me? Finally, it became clear that the game not only allows real interaction but also lets the other party send items to you. After all, the other party is the princess of a nation. Surely, the hidden scripture pavilion must contain numerous precious martial arts techniques and treasures. In today's high-level martial arts world, few classical texts have survived, and most of them are incomplete remnants. Just as Su Jingyang was jumping for joy, the announcement echoed from the ceiling once again. Contestants Zhao Meng and Su Jingyang, please hurry to the competition area. Damn it, there's no time left. I'll get some peerless martial arts manual next time. For now, I'll just grab any random technique to make do. Su Jingyang wanted to buy one more little loudspeaker. But of course, there's no such good deal as claiming the first purchase gift pack every day. Opening the in-game store, he was completely stunned. A small trumpet costs me 1600? You could have just robbed me outright, but instead you gave me a tiny trumpet. Thanks a bunch. Though it pained him, Su Jingyang had no choice at this moment. After all, this is his weapon spirit, boosting his strength still depends on it. 1600, charge. You've successfully purchased a loudspeaker *1. Su Jingyang cleared his throat first, trying to make his voice sound deep. I have no need for these fruits, replace them with cultivation techniques immediately. Kneeling on the prayer mat, Yi Qingwan was shocked once again. She never expected the deity to reach out proactively, let alone for help. The urgency in the deity's voice was palpable, making Yi Qingwan's heart race uncontrollably. Frantic, she swept away the offerings on the table and replaced them with a sword manual she carried with her. However, Su Jingyang's side showed no reaction at all. At this moment, the broadcast announcement sounded once more. Contestant Su Jingyang, please come to the stage immediately. If you fail to appear within 10 minutes, it will be considered a voluntary forfeit. Su Jingyang felt unbearably hot all over, like an ant on a hot pan. Why is this again? Fortunately, in the heat of the moment, he immediately realized the problem. According to the traditional way of offering tributes to deities, since kneeling and prostration isn't an option, then burning it is. What? After hearing Su Jingyang's repeated instruction, Yi Qingwan couldn't help but widen her eyes in shock. Burn the cultivation manual? Although she held the noble bloodline of a princess, her status was extremely low. Being treated like a palace made by uncles and fathers was a common occurrence. This time, she had also come out carrying her father's order to deliver this cultivation technique to her younger sister's residence. Coincidentally passing by the temple while feeling troubled, she decided to enter and seek divine guidance. Although she received a response, the deity's request was just too bizarre. If he truly is a god, why would he need me to offer worldly cultivation techniques as tribute? Besides, I've always been an atheist. How is it that the first time I prayed to a god, I actually got a response? Wouldn't all those devout worshippers who pray daily for blessings look like fools then? What if someone is secretly playing tricks on me, using some Yuri technique to project voices into my mind, just to see me make a fool of myself? Although this cultivation manual isn't considered a rare treasure, and I could make up an excuse about accidentally losing it, that green tea sister definitely wouldn't let me off easily. Already lacking father's favor, if such an outrageous mistake were to occur, I'm afraid I would completely lose His Majesty the King's trust. Thinking of this, Yi Qingwan bit her lower lip in hesitation. Just then, the voice sounded in her mind again. Do not doubt, I am the new deity. You are my only believer. Whether you believe or not is entirely up to you. That's right, Su Jingyang used the tiny megaphone again, and this time, he used 2 in a row. It wasn't because he was generous, but because the tiny megaphone was just terrible. It could only transmit 20 characters at a time. Even though his wallet was empty, his credit was good, so he could still take out a loan. The top right corner of the game interface displays the emotional state of the virtual girlfriend, currently showing suspicion. So Su Jingyang had to speak again to reinforce her trust. He pondered what the mindset of a real deity would be. It would undoubtedly be profound and inscrutable, so he adjusted his attitude, deliberately expressing indifference and leaving the choice to her. And Yi Qingwan indeed fell for this trick entirely. She took a deep breath, stood still with closed eyes for several minutes, and ultimately tossed the cultivation manual into the furnace. At the same time, Su Jingyang felt as if electric currents were darting across his body, and intense pain struck him. He gritted his teeth and persevered. Before long, a surge of warmth flowed from his dantian, quickly spreading throughout his entire body. Muscles tensed and relaxed, bones creaked, and in his mind abruptly appeared a tiny figure wielding a sword. When he opened his eyes, his vision became sharp and clear. A gentle breeze brushed past, and he could keenly capture every whiff of air, as if reborn, transformed from within. Su Jingyang glanced inward at his strengthened muscles and bones, unable to suppress a smile. Yet when his gaze swept to his dantian and he spotted a golden glowing longsword, joy was instantly replaced by astonishment. Wait, this is Sword Intent. Chapter 3, Replacing the Team Spot. On the field, the presiding teacher glanced at his watch and sighed heavily. Time ticked away, yet Su Jingyang remained nowhere to be seen. The audience had long since grown impatient, murmuring among themselves and voicing loud complaints. What's wrong with this guy? Is he even going to compete or not? If he doesn't show up soon, just cancel it. This is a waste of everyone's time. He must be scared. Voices of discontent rose in waves. Li Baishua, seated in the audience, wore a smug smile as she absent-mindedly touched her bruised cheek. What a phony. At the end of the day, he's just a little sycophant who can only obey orders. The host on stage sighed, glancing at his watch with a look of helplessness. Just as he slowly raised the microphone, preparing to announce Su Jingyang's disqualification, a sudden commotion erupted at the entrance to the competition hall. Su Jingyang strode in with hurried yet steady, powerful steps. His appearance instantly drew everyone's attention. Zhao Meng, already standing on the stage, made a sly, sarcastic face. Oh, you finally showed up. I thought you'd scared yourself silly and gone back to change your pants. His words drew roars of laughter from the audience below. But Su Jingyang paid no attention, leaping directly into the arena. Hurry up. I'm in a hurry. I've got things to do later. He was genuinely in a hurry. First, he couldn't wait to test his new ability. Second, he was eager to get back and continue playing that virtual girlfriend game. Hearing this, Zhao Meng felt a surge of inexplicable anger welling up inside him. Though not a mainstay on the school team, he was still one of the elite few selected from thousands of students. Moreover, he had awakened an extremely rare dual element spirit, earning him the school's high hopes. He might not exactly walk all over the school, but even the teachers had to give him some respect. Both sides present, the match begins. The moment the words left the referee's mouth, Zhao Meng launched his attack first. His long sword flashed with a cold gleam as it darted toward Su Jingyang like a venomous snake striking from its lair. The blade cut through the air with a sharp whistling sound, as if it could tear the atmosphere apart. Su Jingyang remained unflustered, his form flickering like a ghostly apparition as he effortlessly evaded the fierce strike. A gasp erupted from the spectators. Someone shouted, that blade carries an aura of power. Has Zhao Meng already broken through to beyond the 6th level of the first stage? Another voice chimed in, TSK. What's the point of fighting then? He's a dual spirit cultivator. With that wine and sword working together, who could possibly withstand it? Zhao Meng watched the commotion unfold, a sneer curling his lips. Not bad, managing to dodge the first round, but a waste of space is still a waste of space. He then drew a flask from his waist and downed a large gulp of fiery liquor. Instantly, Zhao Meng's aura surged, and the glow on his sword intensified. With a thunderous shout, he unleashed a foundational sword technique. Swords danced in a blinding flurry, enveloping Su Jingyang in a storm of steel. Below the stage, Li Baishua folded her arms, a smug smile playing at the corners of her mouth. She thought to herself, I warned you, but you wouldn't listen. Now watch yourself make a fool of yourself. Yet Su Jingyang showed no fear in his eyes. A faint, confident smile touched his lips. Slowly, he extended his right hand, palm facing upward, as an intangible sword intent radiated from his body. This sword intent felt almost tangible, causing the surrounding air to tremble. Die! Unaware of the danger, Zhao Meng roared and swung his sword with all his might. At that very moment, Su Jingyang's eyes snapped open. A cold gleam flashed within them as he roared. Instantly, a colossal force radiated outward from him, unleashing a swarm of golden swords that shot forth in unison. Zhao Meng felt an invisible pressure bearing down on him, his sword frozen in place, unable to move an inch. His eyes widened in terror as he struggled to break free, only to find himself trapped as if in quicksand, utterly immobilized. The spectators stood frozen in place, their mouths agape in shock. Li Baishua's smile froze instantly, her eyes filled with utter disbelief. Su Jingyang strode toward Zhao Meng, raised his hand, and with a light flick, a surge of sword intent instantly sent Zhao Meng flying backward. Zhao Meng crashed heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with terror. He then lost consciousness completely. The moment the battle ended, the entire audience below the stage rose to their feet. Eyes wide, mouths gaping wide enough to fit an egg, their faces etched with shock and disbelief. Even the judges on the high platform were left speechless. Having believed Zhao Meng was a sure winner, they now exchanged incredulous glances. One teacher swallowed hard, murmuring, was that just now, sword intent? How could that be? How long has his artifact spirit awakened? Even grandmasters above the 5th rank might not master it. How could a mere student comprehend it? Even the principal, who remained unflappable even if a mountain collapsed before him, now stared wide-eyed. His brows furrowed deeply into a character, and the astonishment flickering in his eyes lingered long after the moment passed. Li Baixue stood frozen below the stage, her face turning as white as paper in an instant. Her face then flushed crimson, shifting between pale and crimson in rapid succession. Impossible. How could this be? She forced herself to remain composed, shouting angrily, cheating. I'm reporting Su Jingyang for cheating. He must have used some trick. Otherwise, how could someone as weak as him suddenly become so strong? Yet no one paid attention to her outburst. The teachers present weren't pushovers. They verified everyone's identity before the competition began. Who would risk having their national exam cancelled over a mere school competition? It could only mean their school had finally produced a true genius, a once-in-a-century prodigy. Referee, shouldn't you announce the results? Only when Su Jingyang spoke up did the crowd snap out of their shock. Challenger Su Jingyang wins. After collecting his reward, Su Jingyang departed with effortless grace. Meanwhile, the entire faculty including the principal was in an uproar. They even postponed the remaining matches to hold an emergency meeting. Principal Lin, this Su Jingyang is truly a rare talent. The homeroom teacher of Class 3 adjusted his glasses, his voice brimming with unrestrained delight as he addressed the principal. A flash of admiration crossed Principal Lin's eyes as he nodded in agreement. Indeed. How long has it been since this cohort's spirit essence awakened? Yet he's already mastered what most martial artists spend their entire lives pursuing. His talent is truly extraordinary. To comprehend the essence of swordsmanship at his age, his insight is truly astonishing. Principal Lin's words brimmed with praise. Xiao Chen. He then turned to a young female teacher behind him, her face equally astonished, and asked casually. This is one of your outstanding students from Class 7. I see he fully qualifies for the school team. Why haven't I seen you recommend him? At these words, fine beads of sweat instantly formed on the forehead of Class 7 homeroom teacher Chen Yao. Principal, during the last martial realm test, Su Jingyang was only at the 2nd level of the 1st stage. Moreover, the only artifact spirit he awakened was a mobile phone. I truly didn't expect him to comprehend sword intent. She hurriedly explained. Principal Lin of the Martial Arts Preparatory Academy was famously known for valuing talent above all else. He once got into a huge argument with other teachers in the office over a student who was being bullied, making it known to everyone. He was truly a figure to be both respected and feared. Truthfully, Chen Yao held a certain admiration for Su Jingyang. Orphaned at a young age, he lived alone and trained diligently. Aside from his reserved nature and average aptitude, there was little to fault. Heaven knows, Chen Yao never imagined that the once unremarkable Su Jingyang harbored such hidden strength. It was all too unbelievable. Principal Lin gave Chen Yao a meaningful look. Is that so? I'll look into it. Principal Lin. A teacher looked at him and tentatively suggested, since Su Jingyang defeated Zhao Meng, why not give him Zhao Meng's spot as a reserve on the school team? The South China Regional College Tournament is just a month away. The more outstanding students we have competing, the better our academy's performance will be. Hearing this, Principal Lin turned to the homeroom teacher of Class 3. The homeroom teacher of Class 3 immediately nodded. I have no objection. Zhao Meng was a student in his class. Seeing his approval, the other teachers nodded in agreement one after another. Principal Lin smiled and said, then it's settled. Xiao Chun, remember to help him apply for the school team later. Got it. Chen Yao quickly agreed. But Principal Lin, with the South China Regional Tournament just a month away, bringing Su Jingyang onto the team now. Chen Yao's expression turned concerned. Won't that cause resentment among the other team members? If the team members were dissatisfied with the school's last-minute substitution, they might inevitably ostracize Su Jingyang in the future, affecting his cultivation mindset. This was precisely Chen Yao's concern. Let him learn to adapt, it's part of his training, Principal Lin replied with a smile. Most importantly, in the world of martial arts, survival of the fittest is the rule. We can't let talent go to waste. Chen Yao fell silent for a moment before finally conceding the point. Alright, I'll handle it immediately. Chapter 4, I'll make you stand. Meanwhile, Su Jingyang remained unaware of the school administration's shift in attitude toward him. After collecting his award, he left the school immediately and hailed a taxi home. Back home, Su Jingyang eagerly unlocked his phone, looking every bit the internet-addicted teenager. The reward amounted to a hefty 20,000 yuan, enough not only to settle the rent he owed his landlord but also to live comfortably for a while. But he figured it wouldn't last long after all, the game was ridiculously pay to win. He was even considering taking on some part-time work after school, otherwise it truly wouldn't be enough to fund his gaming. The moment he opened the game, his phone screen suddenly dimmed. A lavish yet oppressive courtyard appeared on the screen. Yi Qingwan, clad in a thin, plain robe with disheveled hair, knelt on the cold stone floor. Surrounding her were servants with cold, indifferent expressions. Oomph! You wicked daughter! I commanded you to deliver the cultivation technique, yet you dared to burn it. What was your intent? Did you deliberately seek to humiliate me? A commanding and furious voice boomed from the main hall. Su Jingyang swiped the screen a few times, shifting the view to a man clad in yellow robes and crowned with a ceremonial headdress. His eyes blazed with fury as he slammed his fist on the table, causing the teacups to rattle. Yi Qingwan bit her lower lip, her eyes holding a hint of numbness, as if she had long grown accustomed to this. At that moment, a young woman slowly stepped forward from the crowd. Su Jingyang instinctively tapped the screen, revealing her identity information. Princess of Xia Kingdom, Yi Xiaoro. Half-sister to Yi Qingwan. Known for feigning illness and playing the victim, exploiting her White Lotus persona to win favor from her father and other princes. She wore a pale pink silk gown, its hem embroidered with delicate crabapple blossoms that swayed gently in the breeze. Her jet-black, lustrous hair fell smoothly down her back, with a few playful strands framing her fair cheeks, accentuating her delicate beauty. Her almond-shaped eyes, usually large and watery, were now filled with worry and concern. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could occasionally glimpse a flicker of cunning and calculation deep within her eyes. Yi Xiaoro glided gracefully forward and curtsied before him. Father, please don't blame sister. She must have her reasons for acting this way. Besides, that cultivation manual isn't some rare treasure, there are plenty more in the scripture hall. She then approached Yi Qingwan with a concerned expression and whispered softly, Sister, just admit you were wrong. Don't make father angry anymore. Yet the fleeting glint of smug satisfaction in her eyes did not escape Yi Qingwan's notice. Stop your hypocritical act. Yi Qingwan hissed through gritted teeth. Yi Xiaoro knelt down with a thud, her eyes instantly reddening as if she'd been wronged. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have wanted that cultivation technique. If I hadn't, sister wouldn't have been punished. As she spoke, she began slapping her own face. But the force was barely enough to swat a mosquito, merely the wide sleeves brushing against her cheeks. It was less a slap and more like fanning herself. Yet this display only fueled Yi Zhang's fury further. He hurriedly helped Yi Xiaoro up and comforted her. Roar, you're just too kind. This is fundamentally an attitude issue. Your sister shows you no respect whatsoever and doesn't deserve your consideration. Then, Yi Zhang glared furiously at Yi Qingwan and snapped, You ungrateful creature. How dare you treat such a wonderful sister this way? Do you even deserve her? Consumed by fury, Yi Zhang's words grew increasingly heated until he raised his hand to slap Yi Qingwan. Hundreds of servants in the courtyard, constrained by their lowly status, dared not intercede. Worse still, several imperial princes stood by indifferently, even wearing expressions of amusement as if watching a spectacle. Just as Yi Zhang's hand was about to strike Yi Qingwan's cheek, a dramatic turn occurred. His foot slipped on something beneath him, sending him sliding backward. His body lunged forward uncontrollably. His arms flailed wildly in the air as he desperately tried to regain his balance, but it was all in vain. With a startled cry, Yi Zhang crashed heavily to the ground, landing in utter disarray. The once cold courtyard erupted in an instant. Servants stared wide-eyed, their faces frozen in disbelief, mouths agape yet daring not to utter a sound. Several princes were also stunned speechless by this sudden turn of events. The amused expressions on their faces froze instantly, replaced by shock and awkwardness. Yi Xiaoro's face drained of color. She stood frozen in place, staring at her disheveled father, momentarily at a loss. After a long moment, she finally remembered to step forward to help him up. Yi Qingwan, too, was startled by the scene. Having closed her eyes tightly in preparation for the pain, she slowly opened them, a flicker of surprise crossing her gaze. Then, the corners of her mouth lifted slightly, revealing an almost imperceptible smile. Yi Zhang scrambled to his feet, covered in dust and dirt, his hair disheveled, the crown hanging crookedly on his head. Surveying the crowd's varied expressions, his face flushed alternately crimson and ashen with fury and humiliation. As the ruler of a nation, he had lost all dignity in front of his subjects. Yet now, he could only feign composure, shooting Yi Qingwan a vicious glare as if blaming her for his wretched predicament. You will remain kneeling before me today. Do not rise without my permission. He then hurriedly departed with his entourage. Su Jingyang watched the scene unfold, feeling utterly vindicated. Sweet. Yi Zhang's inexplicable loss of balance and fall were entirely Su Jingyang's doing. Just then, a pop-up appeared on his screen, avoid your girlfriend getting beaten opportunity option. Only 1 yuan. Compared to the hefty sum he'd spent earlier, this 1 yuan was a mere drop in the bucket. He paid without hesitation. By now, Su Jingyang had fully embraced this digital girlfriend, empathizing deeply with her. After the group departed, the courtyard felt even more desolate. Yi Qingwan remained kneeling the entire time. Su Jingyang felt he should do something more. Suddenly, that familiar divine voice thundered within Yi Qingwan's mind, Your father forced you to kneel in the name of discipline, but I command you to rise. Yi Qingwan's body jerked violently as a powerful resonance surged within her. Listen. You possess the power to control your own destiny. And I am here to empower you. Do not let yourself be bound by the will of others. Rise. Su Jingyang relayed the message through the little megaphone once more, his tone firm and unquestioning. Yi Qingwan bit her lower lip, her heart churning with complex emotions. She thought of her years of endurance and perseverance, of her father's prejudice, of Yi Xiurou's hypocrisy. Yi Qingwan drew a deep breath, gathering her strength. Her knees trembled slightly as she braced herself with both hands on the ground, slowly pushing herself upright. The moment her spine straightened, she felt as if she had broken free from invisible shackles. An unprecedented surge of courage and strength welled up within her. Outside the screen, Su Jingyang watched his virtual girlfriend rise slowly, an immense wave of pride surging within him. It felt as though the brave defiance against patriarchal constraints was happening to him personally, an empathy he deeply understood. Yi Qingwan quickly closed her eyes and asked earnestly, "Divine Being, it was you who protected me just now, wasn't it?" Su Jingyang was deeply flattered by the title Divine Being. He had so much more he wanted to say to the entity, but his wallet wouldn't allow it. It was completely empty. Fortunately, the price of the little horn had finally stabilized at 3,200. Otherwise, if it kept doubling, he wouldn't be able to afford it even if he sold himself. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, Yi Qingwan received no reply. Yet her gratitude remained undiminished. She now firmly believed in the existence of deities. After all, this was a deity, someone who could inspire her and even handle such minor matters. Yi Qingwan was already profoundly grateful and dared not harbor any further expectations. Yi Qingwan's affection for you +1. Current affection level, 80. A mysterious surprise awaits when affection reaches 100. Is affection the only thing that can be displayed? If it could show reverence levels, it would likely be even higher. Sure enough, the first thing Yi Qingwan thought of was to worship the deity with utmost devotion. She entered the palace's scripture repository and, leveraging her unique status, took away a large number of martial arts manuals, all to burn for Su Jingyang. Watching her bold actions, Su Jingyang felt a chill run down his spine. Having just been reprimanded, she proceeded to set the palace ablaze, filling it with thick, acrid smoke. Wasn't this a bit too brazen? The power of faith was truly terrifying. Though his heart raced, Su Jingyang still opened the newly unlocked warehouse option in the system to investigate. Upon entering, it was divided into Warehouse 1 and Warehouse 2. Warehouse 1 contained a vast collection of cultivation manuals and secret techniques. Clearly, this was his own storage space. As for Warehouse 2, that must belong to Yi Qingwan. Could he somehow send supplies to her as well? He didn't know how to do it yet, but that was fine. Time would tell, and he could figure it out gradually. Su Jingyang began inspecting the supplies in his own warehouse. The cultivation techniques sacrificed had all undergone some degree of alteration, categorized into the real-world grading system. Not a single one was below B rank. The highest even reached SSS rank. Yet the sovereign sword intent Su Jingyang had initially obtained was merely S rank. The good news was a warehouse full of SSS grade martial arts techniques. The bad news was they now had cultivation level restrictions and had become consumables. Take today's battle, for instance. The power of the sovereign sword intent has already completely dissipated within him. But there's another piece of good news: martial arts techniques can be directly converted into cultivation base. This means he could use some low-level, useless martial arts techniques to rapidly elevate his martial realm. Chapter 5, Skip years of detours and break through to Tier 2 directly. Confirm conversion of all 15 B-grade martial arts manuals and 7 A-grade martial arts manuals into cultivation energy? Confirm. As most of the martial arts in his inventory vanished, a colossal and unfamiliar force surged through Su Jingyang's body. He felt an intense heat throughout his body, every inch of muscle rejoicing. A crackling sound emanated from deep within his bones, as if they were being reforged. His senses sharpened to unprecedented levels. The slightest breeze carried a dusty scent he could discern with crystal clarity. The breathing and heartbeats of those around him sounded as loud as temple bells in his ears. Has my martial realm truly advanced? Though he already knew the answer, Su Jingyang couldn't wait to rush toward the testing hall. Standing before the test dummy, he drew a deep breath, his chest expanding dramatically before abruptly contracting. A surge of energy coalesced in his fist. Ha! His right fist, accompanied by a whistling wind, slammed into the dummy with thunderous force. The punch was so fast it was nearly impossible to track with the naked eye. Where the fist passed, the air hissed with a sharp crackling sound. With a thunderous crash, the test dummy, originally secured by an iron frame, flew backward several meters and slammed heavily into the wall. Fine cracks appeared across the wall. Su Jingyang stood firmly rooted to the spot, his robes fluttering in the wind, the residual force in his fist still causing it to tremble slightly. The display screen on the dummy's face began flashing rapidly. From first tier, first level, to first tier, fourth level, and finally first tier, peak level each flashed by in an instant. Finally, the screen flashed brightly, revealing the prominent words, second tier. Second tier. It must be noted that even in the national exam 3 months hence, most candidates would struggle to reach peak stage 1, let alone break through to stage 2. Reaching tier 2 wasn't impossible, but achieving it so rapidly within such a short time frame was a feat only a handful of generations-old families with profound foundations could accomplish. Of course, there was another method, a shortcut as well. Like Su Jingyang, who was cheating. While others' artifact spirits merely assist in battle, mine is practically a stat-modifying cheat code. What's even more terrifying is that Stage 2 isn't the end, it's just the beginning. Fortunately, it was class time, and no other students were present in the hall. Otherwise, witnessing this scene could easily shatter one's moral compass. Su Jingyang still respected the class and didn't skip entirely. After testing his abilities, he returned to the classroom to attend class. By then, half the class period had already passed. Report. Sigh. How many times have I told you not to? The teacher, who had been lecturing with great enthusiasm, snapped the chalk in his hand after being interrupted, ready to unleash a minor tirade. But upon turning to see the youth at the doorway, the irritation vanished instantly, replaced by something that could only be described as flattery. Su, you're finally here. Why standing at the door? It's windy today, don't catch a chill. Come on in and take a seat. Don't be shy, pick any seat you like. According to memory, this person was notorious for his fiery temper and loathed any interruptions during lectures. Yet here he was, sneaking back after skipping half the class, only to interrupt the lesson. A slightly more sensitive teacher might interpret this as a provocation. It was, after all, somewhat disrespectful to the teacher. Yet the other person didn't seem angry at all, in fact, they appeared quite pleased. If you hadn't noticed, the expression on his face was flattered? Su Jingyang was taken aback, but his desk mate's celebration quickly provided the answer. Congrats on making the school team, Yang. We've been deskmates for so long, could you look out for me more from now on? His desk mate beamed with flattery. Only then did Su Jingyang realize he had replaced Zhao Meng as a member of the school team. It all made sense now. Joining the academy's elite team meant you were truly among the strongest, the absolute pinnacle of combat power among students, and enjoyed the top-tier resources. Of course, even the ceiling had its tiers, the above-ground ceiling and the underground ceiling. Zhao Meng belonged to the latter category. Still, he surpassed most of his peers. In this high martial arts world where the strong prey on the weak, strength meant everything. Academy team members enjoy certain privileges, such as only attending classes they prefer. If they dislike them all, they could skip them entirely. Especially theoretical lectures like this one, they were practically mandatory skips for team members. So Su Jingyang's apparent act of skipping half his classes to provoke the teacher was actually quite the opposite. He was giving the teacher ample face. After class, the instructor even stepped down from the podium to ask Su Jingyang how well he thought the lecture went. Having dozed through half the class, Su Jingyang was flattered and responded with feigned seriousness, "It was quite good, heh. But if you could refine the granularity a bit more and bridge the gap between P0 and P1, it would be even better." To his surprise, the teacher actually pulled out a notebook and took careful notes. One dared to speak, the other dared to listen. University Health Center. The air was thick with the scent of disinfectant as medical staff and whitecoats bustled to and fro. Inside a hospital room. In a dimly lit room, Zhao Meng, knocked unconscious yesterday by Su Jingyang, now sat propped up in bed, his face as pale as paper. His eyes brimmed with frustration and anxiety as he stared at Li Baixue sitting on the chair beside the bed. His voice carried urgency and disbelief. "You mean that Su Jingyang took my spot on the school team?" Li Baixue paused her apple peeling, letting out a deep sigh. "Yes. The principal announced it personally in his speech this morning. The whole school knows." Zhao Meng clenched his jaw, his facial muscles twitching slightly with rage and frustration. He ground out the words through clenched teeth. "Damn it. Yesterday, I was careless and didn't dodge. Otherwise, I refuse to accept this." Li Baixue gently placed the peeled apple into Zhao Meng's hand, a meaningful smile playing at the corners of her mouth. "Have a bite of apple first. Calm down." Zhao Meng had no appetite for apples and pushed it away. But when he saw the strange smile on Li Baixue's face, he perked up instantly. "You mean, you have a way to help me get even?" Li Baixue flicked her fingers. Zhao Meng, seeing this, immediately rushed over like an eager puppy. "Don't forget the South China Regional League is just a month away. Replacing team members at this critical juncture will surely stir discontent among many players." Zhao Meng froze at first, then took a deep breath. His eyes suddenly flashed with realization as he exclaimed excitedly, "Oh. So you mean, using someone else's knife?" Li Baixue nodded with satisfaction, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in her eyes. "Exactly. We don't have to lift a finger ourselves. All we need to do is stir things up a bit, fan the flames, and someone will inevitably lose their temper and go looking for trouble." Zhao Meng licked his dry lips and pressed, "Then who do you think is suitable? We can't have someone too weak. That kid's got some real skills. We need someone who can hold their own against him, at least a full-fledged team member level, to show him what's what." Li Baixue's eyes flashed with calculation as she spoke with certainty. "Don't worry, I've already got the perfect candidate in mind. I guarantee it'll be foolproof. He won't have a chance to turn the tables." Chapter 6, Rumor Mongering. That afternoon, Su Jingyang coincidentally ran into Li Baixue. Li Baixue crossed her arms, chin slightly raised, her voice dripping with arrogance. "Well, in a school this big, we just happened to bump into each other? Could it be that someone here has been carefully staking me out?" Su Jingyang glanced up at the sign on the wall reading men's restroom. He said nothing, only chuckling to himself. Who was stalking whom? He wouldn't say. Seeing this, Li Baixue immediately lost her composure and roared, just because you got lucky and made the school team, you think you're all that now? Look at how full of yourself you've become. Don't you remember how pathetic you used to be? Su Jingyang's eyes showed no hint of emotional fluctuation, instead radiating a certain calmness. The other seemed deliberately trying to provoke him, highly unusual. Though he couldn't immediately grasp the reason, Su Jingyang grew wary. He gave a faint smile and spoke slowly, Li Baixue, you've gone to all this trouble to corner me here and spew these sour remarks. It's because I replaced Zhao Meng, isn't it? You're feeling resentful, so you came here to vent your frustration? What a petty mindset, just like your narrow-mindedness. To her surprise, Su Jingyang wasn't provoked at all. He turned the tables on her. Li Baixue caught the hidden meaning in his words. She glanced down, her face flushing a deep crimson. But she forced herself to stay calm, continuing her provocation, short my ass. I'm just wearing something a little loose today. Stop talking tough. So what if you made the school team? In front of real powerhouses, you're nothing but a clown. Su Jingyang remained composed, slightly parting his index finger and thumb. I may not be strong, but being stronger than your man is enough. Li Baixue bit her lower lip, her anger raging inside, yet she couldn't find words to counter him. She shot Su Jingyang a furious glare before turning and storming off, her high heels clacking urgently and angrily against the pavement. Back at her place, Li Baixue seethed with resentment, her anger only intensifying the more she thought about it. She resolved to go all out, using technology to mimic Su Jingyang's voice and generate a message brimming with malice. Then, adopting a pitifully disguised expression with slightly reddened eyes, Li Baixue made her way to the school team's dedicated training room. Passing through the common area, she reached the end, where a private, custom-designed training room stood. Opening the door, a piercing chill swept over her. Inside, a woman clad in form-fitting athletic gear stood poised with a spear in hand. Her movements were agile and powerful, the spear whistling through the air with each fluid swing. The spearhead glinted coldly, each strike carrying immense force. Her gaze was focused and sharp, fixed intently on the virtual target before her, as if it were her enemy. Beads of sweat rolled down her cheeks and fell to the floor, yet her movements remained utterly unaffected, only adding to her heroic and spirited charm. Li Baixue stood at the doorway, momentarily stunned. A flicker of envy stirred within her, but she quickly concealed it. Clearing her throat, she timidly called out, Captain Lang. Hearing the voice, Lang Linglin paused, holstered her gun, and turned. Her gaze fell on Li Baixue, a hint of confusion flickering in her eyes. This is the school team's training room. Non-team members are strictly forbidden from entering. What brings you here? Li Baixue's eyes reddened, tears welling up. She took a few steps forward, her voice breaking as she said, Captain Lang, I know. But I had no other choice. I had to come find you. You know that new recruit, Su Jingyang? He's gone too far. Li Baixue began spreading unfounded rumors without restraint, portraying herself as an innocent victim. You say he flaunted his position as Zhao Meng's replacement on the school team, deliberately blocking your path to show off, even going so far as to verbally humiliate our team? That seems unlikely. As the team captain, though initially provoked, he quickly regained his composure and made a sound judgment. Seeing her words failed to convince him, Li Baixue pulled out her trump card, the fabricated recording. Pressing play, the heavily edited recording blared, the school team is full of useless trash, especially that Lang Linglin. How dare a mere woman be captain? Who knows what dirty tricks she pulled? As the vile words poured out, Lang Linglin's previously composed expression darkened instantly, her eyes flashing with disbelieving fury. As the respected captain of the school team, she had never faced such blatant disrespect. He actually said that? Lang Linglin's voice was as cold as ice. Li Baixue nodded hastily, her eyes sparkling with triumph, yet feigning hurt as she sniffled, absolutely true. I was so shocked I froze, but thankfully I remembered to secretly record it on my phone. Captain Lang, whether you choose to help me vent my anger is irrelevant. But we absolutely cannot allow such a despicable person to remain on the team. Lang Linglin clenched her fists so tightly her knuckles turned white, the fire of anger ignited within her. She stood up, her voice cold. Rest assured, I won't let this slide. Su Jingyang will pay for his words and actions. With that, she strode away. Li Baixue flashed a triumphant smile and hurried after her. Meanwhile, Zhao Meng wasn't idle either. He relentlessly uploaded the recording across various group chats and the school forum using fake accounts. Soon, the recording which falsely accused Su Jingyang of slandering the school team spread like wildfire across the entire campus. In no time, whispers and murmurs filled the campus, with voices rising and falling in heated discussion. Some students wore expressions of indignation, vehemently condemning Su Jingyang's alleged arrogance, believing it was utterly presumptuous for him to act so haughtily so soon after joining the team. Others looked puzzled, sensing something fishy about the situation. Su Jingyang was usually low-key and didn't seem like the type to make such reckless claims. Yet amid this clamor, the voices of doubt were quickly drowned out by the roar of anger. Inside the classroom, Su Jingyang, who had been sleeping with his head on his desk, was jolted awake by the surrounding commotion. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he sat up groggily. Before he could fully wake up, he overheard a classmate whisper nearby, "Did you hear? Su Jingyang actually badmouthed the school team behind their backs, especially Captain Lang. What he said was utterly disgusting." Su Jingyang snapped awake instantly, his brow furrowing tightly as a bad feeling washed over him. He turned to the student who had spoken and demanded, "What did you say? I slandered the school team? Haven't you heard the recording on the forum yet?" The classmate, legs crossed, sneered. "Su Jingyang from our class not only called the whole team useless, but specifically called Captain Lang a pretty face. He said this year's league." His smile froze instantly when he noticed the embroidered initials XJY on the sleeve of the other student's uniform. The chair legs scraped the floor with a shrill screech as he jerked backward, knocking the desk askew and sending books scattering across the floor. I heard it in the second cafeteria too." He frantically grabbed his backpack and held it in front of his chest as if the boy before him were a raging flood. "There's even a recording in the pin post now. Everyone's saying it." Su Jingyang immediately pulled out his phone and opened the school forum. What met his eyes were countless posts accusing him, with that edited recording pinned prominently at the top. His face darkened, a flash of anger crossing his eyes as he realized he'd been set up. Just then, the classroom door burst open. Lang Linglin entered, radiating an icy chill, followed by Li Baixue, who wore a smug expression. Lang Linglin's gaze pierced Su Jingyang like a knife as she coldly declared, "Su Jingyang, come with me. We need to settle this today." Chapter 7, Spirit Resonance. S-Rank Martial Art Frost Crystal Prison. "You're Lang Linglin?" Staring at the stirring young woman before him, Su Jingyang sensed the murderous intent even in her tone, yet he followed her out. A crowd of curious onlookers followed closely behind. Yet a single glance from Lang Linglin was enough to dispel their curiosity. One by one, they looked around nervously, pretending to be busy. Some were even so frightened their legs went weak. Once they reached an open space, the murderous intent in Lang Linglin's eyes intensified, and her tone grew even more unapologetic. "You should know why I'm here to see you, right?" Su Jingyang met her gaze without flinching. "I know. But I'm innocent. Those are all rumors." Lang Linglin snorted coldly, her eyes flashing with disdain. "Rumors? Oomph. You're a man, after all. You spoke with such arrogance, yet when word reached me and I came looking for you, you couldn't even admit it?" Su Jingyang couldn't help but laugh at this, his chuckle tinged with sarcasm. "Captain Lang, could it be that you're the one lacking a brain? You believe everything others say, letting them use you as a pawn without even realizing it?" Lang Linglin's eyes widened in disbelief. "What did you say?" Su Jingyang casually scratched his ear and repeated, "I said you have no brain. You should get yourself checked at the hospital sometime. Your hearing seems pretty messed up too." Ugh. The last shred of reason in Lang Linglin's mind was swept away by rage. The Lang family, the most powerful clan in Lingyuan City. She was their only daughter, holding a status equal to that of the eldest son. From childhood onward, everyone treated her with utmost respect. The elders of the family cherished her like a precious jewel. They feared spoiling her if they held her too tightly, feared melting her if they cherished her too deeply. Even her school teachers had to give her a certain amount of leeway. But Su Jingyang, a classmate he'd only met a few times, actually had the nerve to call him brainless. And he was even a member of her team. This was nothing short of insubordination. If word got out about this, what would become of her authority as squad leader? If everyone acted like him, wouldn't she become a laughingstock? The more Lang Linglin thought about it, the angrier she grew. Her hands clenched unconsciously, and her voice rose several notches. "Whether I've wronged you is another matter, but as an ordinary team member, you dare speak so insolently to the captain? I'm settling this score with you right now." She rose to her feet, her aura rippling slightly as the oppressive presence of a second-tier martial artist washed over them. "Today, I'll teach you a lesson in how to speak properly." Su Jingyang rose as well, his aura surging in response. Golden eyes flashed with combat intent. "Suits me just fine. I'm eager to see just how capable the so-called top female fighter of the school team really is." Their auras collided violently, instantly charging the air with tension. Lang Linglin struck first. Her form flickered like a whirlwind as she charged toward Su Jingyang, her right fist carrying a fierce wind as it aimed straight for his face. Su Jingyang, also a second-tier practitioner, remained unruffled. He sidestepped effortlessly, dodging the punch with ease. "What?" I held nothing back, and he dodged it so effortlessly. Before Lang Linglin could dwell on her surprise, Su Jingyang lightly tapped the ground beneath his feet. Like a ghostly apparition, he circled behind her and unleashed a sweeping roundhouse kick. Lang Linglin snapped back to her senses, spinning to raise her arm in defense. A dull thud echoed as their forces collided. Lang Linglin was sent flying dozens of meters, finally coming to a halt only after crashing into and snapping the large locust tree behind her. A gruesome, jagged trench gouged into the earth, mud mixed with fragments of blue bricks churning like waves. Lang Linglin was secretly startled. She hadn't expected Su Jingyang's strength to be so formidable, completely exceeding her expectations. No wonder he defeated Zhao Meng so effortlessly. "Looks like he's got some real skill after all. But unfortunately, you can't beat me." Lang Linglien's delicate brows furrowed tightly, icy coldness surging in her beautiful eyes. She dared not show the slightest complacency. She swiftly retreated dozens of paces, her movements fluid and rapid. Her hand shot back like lightning, grasping the green staff she always carried. Then, her jade-like wrist trembled lightly. The once quiet staff roared to life like a beast awakened, humming with energy. The staff, which had been only calf-length, visibly extended section by section at a rapid pace. In the blink of an eye, it towered far above her slender frame. At its tip, a sudden flash of cold light erupted as a sharp spike burst forth from the staff's head, like a blade piercing through soil. Within mere seconds, the green staff had transformed into a dazzlingly sharp spear, its shaft radiating a bone-chilling cold. Judging by the resonant aura it emitted, this must be her weapon spirit. Lang Linglin closed her eyes and began to chant incantations. Suddenly, she thrust the spear forcefully into the ground. Instantly, a magical array covered in snowflake crystals formed beneath her feet. In an instant, the temperature plummeted, and a thick layer of frost rapidly spread across the ground. Su Jingyang felt a bone-chilling cold wash over him, slowing his movements. Lifting his head, Lang Linglin stood before him, a smug curve lifting the corners of her mouth. "You're the first to experience my frost crystal prison. This is a resonance technique fused with an S-rank martial skill. Consider yourself honored." Resonance techniques refer to martial artists pairing martial arts with spirit artifacts. They complement each other, achieving a synergistic effect where the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. Resonance levels are categorized as beginner, minor achievement, mastery, peak, and perfection. The higher the resonance level, the greater the power unleashed by the technique. Li Baishua, watching from the sidelines, stared in astonishment, unable to contain her awe. Wealthy background, exceptional talent, learning an S-rank martial skill was impressive enough. But now he's mastered a resonance technique too. And judging by the rising aura, you've at least reached the minor achievement stage. Are you even human? She swallowed hard, trembling as she pulled out her makeup case. While touching up her makeup, she began to console herself. What good is being so strong? In the end, you'll still have to find a man to marry. After years of tending to husband and children, all that martial training spent half a lifetime mastering goes unused. Slowly, it all withers away, utterly wasted effort. A woman should act like a woman. Though Li Baishue despised Su Jingyang, jealousy distorted her perception. The next moment, she actually set down her makeup case and began cheering for Su Jingyang. Go for it. Bring out every ounce of strength you used to defeat Zhao Meng. In a way, both Su Jingyang and Lang Linglin were the people Li Baishue despised most. She secretly wished they'd fight each other to a standstill, crippling one another if possible. Su Jingyang, locked in battle, felt the full force of the frost crystal prison technique. His blood seemed to freeze solid, his limbs numb with cold, every bone trembling uncontrollably. It truly felt like being trapped in a frost crystal hell, as if his body would shatter apart at any moment. Yet Su Jingyang showed not a shred of fear. In this extreme predicament, he calmly pulled his phone from his pocket and rapidly tapped the screen. Cold Linglin witnessed this scene, and the rage in her heart shot up even higher. In her eyes, Su Jingyang fiddling with his phone at this critical moment of life and death struggle was nothing short of profound contempt toward her. Her eyes blazed with offended fury, her aura growing increasingly savage. Her spear jerked violently, its tip flashing coldly as it lunged toward Su Jingyang without hesitation. This strike channeled every ounce of her fury, its speed and force multiplied several times over. Without exaggeration, she was going for the kill. Just as the spear was about to pierce Su Jingyang, a flash of light erupted from the phone screen, accompanied by a crisp notification sound: warehouse martial skill extraction successful. In that instant, a new, powerful spiritual energy surged around Su Jingyang, completely different from his previous frozen state. He roared, his voice shaking the surrounding frost loose in a shower of shards. A torrent of scorching air erupted from his body, instantly melting the ice wherever it touched and dispelling much of the biting cold. Witnessing this, Lang Lingling's pupils, mid-flight in the air, instantly contracted into tiny dots. Shocked, she blurted out, "Scarlet Sky Incineration? Chapter 8, You're a girl? Being a won't help you. Scarlet Sky Incineration." This was no stranger to Lang Linglin, who had devoured countless books since childhood. It was also an S-grade martial technique, and even rarer than hers, a true treasure. The other party had no distinguished family background and had been virtually unknown at school before a true outsider. A terrifying suspicion instantly formed in Lang Linglin's mind. Could it be that Su Jingyang had been deliberately concealing his strength all along? But she quickly regained her composure. She thought to herself, even if the martial arts are both S-rank, without the resonance bonus from a spirit artifact, what good is it? In that brief moment of distraction, a vast sea of flames erupted behind Su Jingyang, surging toward Lang Linglin like raging waves. Flames danced wildly, like agile crimson serpents, leaving trails of distorted light in the air. The intense heat warped the surrounding space. Bathed in the fiery glow, Lang Linglin's fair face instantly turned deathly pale. Facing this overwhelming sea of flames, she clenched her teeth, her spiritual energy surging within her. Her spear whirled rapidly, tracing arc after arc of icy blue light before her. These arcs intertwined, forming a net of ice that attempted to block the waves of fire. The collision between the flames and the ice net erupted in a deafening roar. Heat and cold intertwined and clashed, creating a chaotic zone in midair where the situation was impossible to discern with the naked eye. As the smoke gradually dispersed, the ice net appeared damaged in multiple places, yet it had ultimately managed to withstand the onslaught. Seeing this, Su Jingyang's eyes flashed with surprise, but he quickly regained his composure. She truly lived up to her reputation as the school team's ace. Her strength was undeniable. Having poured every ounce of strength into that strike, Long Linglin panted slightly, inwardly acknowledging Su Jingyang's prowess. She instinctively believed this was her opponent's strongest move, a flicker of certainty passing through her eyes. She believed her overall strength still surpassed Su Jingyang's. With her wealth of combat experience, she was certain she could win this battle by wearing him down. Yet before her thoughts could fully form, Su Jingyang's aura abruptly shifted. A more colossal, scorching spiritual energy surged forth from his body. His hands swiftly formed seals as he chanted incantations. Instantly, countless flaming spears materialized from thin air, hovering behind him. Each spear radiated a bone-chilling aura. Lang Linglin's pupils contracted sharply. Her face twisted in disbelief as she gasped, "This is Inferno Prison Dragon Flame Break. Another S-rank martial skill of the fire attribute. Using 2 S-rank martial arts techniques consecutively? How was that possible?" For a hereditary clan as vast as the Long family, providing Lang Linglin with a single suitable S-rank martial skill already represented an exhaustion of resources. She recalled Su Jingyang using sword intent when he defeated Zhao Meng on the arena. To unleash sword intent, one must either achieve the realm of sword spirit unity with their weapon spirit or employ an S-rank martial technique. For students like them, who had only recently awakened their weapon spirits, the latter was clearly the preferred method. That's the 3 Gates S-class martial skill. At this thought, Long Linglin felt a bit lost, even finding herself somewhat agreeing with that fabricated recording. By comparison, she truly had no right to be the school team captain. And in the high martial arts world, strength reigns supreme. The strong should ruthlessly humiliate the weak. Electronic Girlfriend not only provided a warehouse full of S-rank martial arts techniques, but also boasted an even more game-breaking feature. All extracted martial arts techniques reach the Transcendence Realm level, capable of instant activation. As the sky filled with flying muskets, Long Linglin knew this assault was far beyond her ability to easily withstand. Terror and resentment tangled in her eyes, but there was no time for further thought, only to fight with every ounce of strength left. Her hands gripped the spear tightly. Its tip flickered with icy blue light as chaotic energies surged wildly around her, desperately attempting to erect a defensive barrier with her last ounce of strength. The flaming spears roared down like a torrential storm, colliding violently with the icy blue defensive glow. The deafening roar echoed ceaselessly, the blinding light piercing the eyes. Under the immense impact, Long Linglin's defense gradually crumbled, the icy blue light growing ever fainter. Finally, with a thunderous crash, her defenses collapsed entirely. She flew backward like a crashing heavily to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Her prized spear, too, was knocked from her grasp by the immense force. It traced an arc through the air before clattering to the ground nearby. Li Baixue, watching from the sidelines, couldn't hide the glint of schadenfreude in her eyes. Well played. Just because you're the school team captain, you think you can strut around all day. Lang Linglin, the once proud star of the school team, lay sprawled on the ground. A profound despair surged within her, a feeling she had never known before. She slowly closed her eyes, awaiting the unknown outcome. Yet the excruciating pain she anticipated never came. As the fiery haze gradually dissipated, Long Linglin slowly opened her eyes. Before her stood Su Jingyang's calm, composed face. Collapsed on the ground, she looked up in bewilderment, surveying the devastated surroundings. Only then did she realize most of the attacks had been deliberately deflected by him. Su Jingyang approached, his gaze steady and tone calm. "Captain Lang, I truly was the victim of rumors. I never wanted to fight you either. Do you still think I'm being unreasonable?" Only then did Long Linglin snap out of her daze, turning to look at Li Baixue. Li Baixue had sensed something was off the moment she saw Su Jingyang deliberately miss his final strike. She was about to slip away quietly. But the intense stares from both of them made her feel like a bug had stung her back. Instantly, cold sweat broke out on her spine. She stiffly turned her head, forcing a strained smile. "Ha! Do you believe me when I say I was deceived too?" Long Linglin fixed Li Baixue with a piercing stare, her eyes blazing with fury. She wrenched herself free from Su Jingyang's support, ignoring her injuries as she strode toward Li Baixue, with each step carrying an air of resolute determination. "Deceived?" Long Linglin's voice was bone-chillingly cold. "Li Baixue, do you take me for a child? From that recording at the start to everything happening now, you still dare to make excuses?" Li Baixue's face drained of color, her legs trembling slightly. She tried to retreat but found her body unresponsive. Her eyes darted frantically around the room, searching for an escape, but her legs felt as if they were filled with lead, unable to lift. Lang Linglin and Su Jingyang moved forward in perfect unison, flanking her from both sides. When Li Baixue's gaze met Su Jingyang's utterly expressionless face, fear instantly washed over her like a tidal wave. Though his expression betrayed no emotion, she couldn't help but panic, her legs trembling slightly beyond her control. Her voice cracked with tears as she stammered, I'm a girl. Su Jingyang's eyes held not a shred of pity, being a girl won't save you. The words barely left his lips before his arm shot out like lightning. Chapter 9, Punishment. Smack. The crisp sound of the slap echoed loudly in the silent space. The blow was perfectly measured, stunning without causing lasting harm. Li Baixue staggered backward from the blow, her feet giving way as she stumbled straight toward Long Linglin. She awkwardly regained her balance, only to lift her head and meet Long Linglin's icy, frost-like gaze. Long Linglin's gaze seemed to pierce through her soul, sending a chill through Li Baixue's heart. Li Baixue instinctively clutched her stinging cheek, her voice trembling with pleading. He already hit me. Can you please not hit me? Yet Lang Linglin showed no hesitation. Her arm shot up swiftly, delivering another vicious slap. The force of this blow matched Su Jingyang's strike in intensity. Li Baixue spun like a whip top, her body whirling uncontrollably as her hair flew wildly, leaving her looking utterly disheveled. In the corner of the clearing, a cluster of shadows stirred within the grass. It was Zhao Meng. After spreading the rumor, he had rushed over with glee, expecting to witness a thrilling showdown between Su Jingyang and Lang Linglin. In his mind, he had imagined countless times the scene of Su Jingyang being thoroughly beaten by Long Linglin. He even hoped to take advantage of the chaos to kick Su Jingyang one more time, to vent his pent-up resentment. But as Zhao Meng crouched low, creeping closer, the smile froze on his face. His eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before him. Instead of fighting each other as he'd hoped, Su Jingyang and Lang Linglin had both turned their attention toward Li Baixue. What the hell is going on? A wave of intense unease washed over Zhao Meng as a terrifying thought flashed through his mind. Could the plan have been exposed? His palms instantly broke out in a cold sweat. Watching Li Baixue spin like a top, sent flying by one slap after another from the two, Zhao Meng was torn. On one hand, he feared being implicated. On the other, abandoning his girlfriend felt disloyal. But fear ultimately prevailed. Gritting his teeth, he silently repeated to himself, Xiaoxue, I'm sorry. If I get caught, we're both finished. I just got out of the hospital. I don't want to go back to lying on a stretcher. Don't worry, when you're hospitalized, I'll take good care of you. Zhao Meng cast one last glance at Li Baixue, still struggling desperately. A flicker of guilt crossed his eyes before he turned decisively and took off running. In moments, he vanished without a trace, leaving Li Baixue alone to face the fury of Su Jingyang and Lang Linglin. That day, two strangers who had never crossed paths before found themselves locked in a fierce, instinctive fight. Only when the sun set did they both stop fighting and return to their respective homes. As both were prominent figures on campus, news of Su Jingyang and Lang Linglin fighting spread like wildfire throughout the school. It even reached the ears of the school administration. The school administration took this matter extremely seriously. The Martial Arts Academy did not prohibit student duels, but they must be conducted as sparring sessions under the supervision of a teacher. Their private brawl constituted a severe violation of school regulations, causing an extremely detrimental impact. But when Principal Lin learned that Su Jingyang had nearly fought Lang Linglin to a standstill, he was overjoyed rather than angry. He leapt up from his chair in delight, nearly dancing on the tea table. Another prodigy. Two prodigies at once. Heaven has not forsaken me. What a splendid fight. Had I missed this, where would I have gone to weep? The South China tournament? Locked in. The National Martial Arts exam? Also locked in. The most unfortunate victim in this entire affair was Li Baixue. She ended up hospitalized, lying in a hospital bed with a head swollen like a pig's snout, tear stains streaking her face. But Li Baixue knew this was her golden opportunity to twist the truth and play the innocent victim once more. So, she began wailing to the school about her tragic ordeal of being unjustly bullied by Su Jingyang and Lang Linglin, demanding severe punishment for both. Her feigned helplessness and vulnerability would likely have stirred righteous indignation in anyone unaware of the truth, prompting them to rally to her defense. When Lang Linglin learned the school intended to reprimand them, she stepped forward without hesitation, taking full responsibility upon herself. She explained to the school leadership that it was her own impulsive decision, based on trusting Li Baixue's rumors, that led her to initiate the attack against Su Jingyang, that Su Jingyang himself was not involved. Linglin understood that Su Jingyang lacked a prominent family background. If the matter were pursued, his punishment would undoubtedly be severe. As the daughter of the influential Ling family, whose status in Linhai City was paramount, the school would likely show leniency toward her out of deference to the family, making the punishment merely a formality. Upon learning of Lang Linglin's actions, Su Jingyang's heart stirred with mixed emotions. Though he resented her earlier indiscriminate accusations, he couldn't deny that her sense of responsibility now surprised him. Su Jingyang chose not to intervene, accepting the situation with composure. He understood clearly that the conflict had been initiated by Lang Linglin, and he had merely responded defensively. Besides, he was never one to indulge in saintly compassion. In this harsh reality, differences in background and status could lead to starkly contrasting outcomes. If he insisted on arguing over right and wrong, his status as an ordinary student would likely land him in serious trouble with the school. The atmosphere in the school conference room was heavy. The school administrators stared sternly at Lang Linglin. Principal Lin cleared his throat a few times, offering a token rebuke for her provocative behavior. Lang Linglin kept her head bowed, silently enduring it all without offering much defense for herself. Su Jingyang stood by, his expression outwardly calm. Linglin Lang, as captain of the school team, you should be setting an example and upholding campus order. Yet you led the fight. What kind of example is that? Principal Lin's voice echoed through the conference room. Lang Linglin lifted her head slightly, a flicker of stubbornness in her eyes. I accept whatever punishment the school deems fit. Li Baixue, her body wrapped in bandages, sat in the corner of the conference room. Watching Lang Linglin endure the harsh reprimand, a barely perceptible smirk crossed her lips. She muttered under her breath, "Humph, you. Serves you right. Let's see how arrogant you can be now." Li Baixue grew increasingly satisfied with her words, her voice rising unconsciously. She always acted like she owned the place, relying on being the Cold family's heiress. So what if her family has a little stinking money and some power? Now she's being scolded by the principal like a dog. Serves her right. Her schadenfreude-filled expression made her seem like the victor in this farce. Lang Linglin, who had been bowing her head during the scolding, heard the arrogant shouts and whipped her head around. Her gaze shot at Li Baixue like an icy blade. Li Baixue trembled at the glare, her smile instantly freezing. She ducked her head in terror, trying to hide herself. Su Jingyang found the scene amusing and teased, "Li Baixue, those bandages are wrapped pretty tight. Are you plotting how to spread more rumors and keep playing the victim?" Li Baixue's heart skipped a beat. Her eyes darted nervously as she stammered, You're talking nonsense. How could I spread rumors?" Principal Lin and the other administrators exchanged glances upon hearing Su Jingyang's words. Lang Linglin was one of the school's most exceptional talents. They had never truly intended to put her in a difficult position. Now, they seized Su Jingyang's words as an opportunity to steer the conversation toward the rumor-mongering incident. Li Baixue, don't rush to deny it just yet. Principal Lin's expression turned stern as his gaze fixed on Li Baixue. This matter seems more complicated than it appears. We need to investigate thoroughly. Regarding your rumor that Su Jingyang slandered the school team, you'd better tell us the truth. Li Baixue's face instantly drained of color, fine beads of sweat forming on her forehead. She knew her lies were about to be exposed, and regret flooded her heart. She opened her mouth to defend herself, but found her throat felt blocked, unable to utter a single word. Under the intense stares of everyone present, Li Baixue finally broke down. Weeping, she confessed everything about framing Su Jingyang. Principal Lin's face darkened to a terrifying shade of grim. He slammed his fist on the table. This is utterly unacceptable. As a student of the Martial Arts Academy, not only did you violate school rules and regulations, but you also spread malicious rumors and sabotaged relationships between classmates. Such behavior cannot be tolerated. After deliberation, the school reached its final disciplinary decision. Li Baixue maliciously spread rumors, demonstrating egregious misconduct that severely violates school regulations. She is hereby expelled from the Martial Arts Academy. Although Lang Linglin engaged in fighting on campus, she did so after believing the rumors in an attempt to protect the school team's reputation. She should be dealt with appropriately and given a demerit and detention. Su Jingyang acted defensively in this incident and bears no fault. He will receive only a verbal warning. Upon hearing her expulsion, Li Baixue slumped in her chair, eyes vacant as tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Chapter 10, Electronic Girlfriend Exiled to the Frontier, Facing Adversity. After leaving the conference room, Su Jingyang and Lang Linglin walked side by side along the campus path, both silent. After a long pause, Su Jingyang broke the silence, attempting to engage her. "Sigh, it's such an injustice. I never thought you'd still be confined." Lang Linglin shook her head expressionlessly. "It's fine. I need to train in seclusion for a while anyway, preparing for the South China League. Always thinking about getting stronger? Humph, interesting." Su Jingyang paused slightly, then continued searching for topics to chat about. But her responses were extremely brief, either or just a nod. Seeing that she seemed uninterested in chatting, Su Jingyang gave up. As they reached the school gate, Su Jingyang waved goodbye. "See you after you finish your detention." Lang Linglin remained expressionless. "See you." But once Su Jingyang had walked far away, Lang Linglin seemed like a different person. She stared intently at his retreating figure, her cheeks flushing instantly. Her mind was filled with the vivid image of Su Jingyang defeating her. He had radiated blazing spiritual energy, a sea of flames surging wildly behind him like a war god descended to earth, towering over her. Then he extended his hand toward her, his gaze carrying a unique charm, dominant yet gentle. "Damn it, why do I feel this urge to knock him down and grind him into the ground?" Lang Linglin bit her lower lip, trying to steady herself. Yet every time she recalled that scene, her heartbeat accelerated uncontrollably, and her face flushed crimson again and again. Just then, the butler's car pulled up slowly and stopped before her. The butler stepped out and, noticing Lang Linglin's flushed face, couldn't help but ask with concern, "Miss, are you feeling unwell?" Lang Linglin snapped back to reality, as if someone had exposed her deepest secret. A flicker of panic crossed her eyes. She quickly composed herself, reverting to her usual cool demeanor. Shaking her head expressionlessly, she replied in a flat tone, "Nothing. Probably just the sun." She even managed to turn the tables. "Uncle Chen, please come pick me up earlier next time. Don't make me wait out in the sun so long." With that, she strode toward the car, pulled open the door, and climbed inside. The butler in the driver's seat gazed at the darkening sky, feeling utterly speechless and helpless. Okay. When Su Jingyang got home and opened the game, he felt like the sky had fallen. He stared blankly at his phone. The screen no longer displayed the opulent palace scenes of before. Instead, a sea of yellow sand swirled endlessly, with howling winds whipping up dust that obscured the sky. As far as the eye could see, the vast desert stretched out, barren and desolate, clearly the scene of a frontier battlefield. A dense throng of people surged forward. Soldiers clad in heavy armor wielded sharp blades, their battle cries and the clang of steel mingling into a deafening roar. Corpses lay scattered haphazardly across the ground, their blood long since dried. Covered by yellow sand, only patches of dark, dried blood remained, emitting a nauseating, bloody stench. This scene utterly terrified Su Jingyang. "Damn it! How long has it been since I last opened the game, and my virtual girlfriend has already died?" His voice trembled involuntarily as his hands frantically swiped across the screen, his eyes nearly glued to the display, desperate not to miss a single detail. Finally, amidst the chaotic battlefield, Su Jingyang spotted that familiar figure. But now she was fully armored, clad in heavy black iron plate that accentuated her slender frame, making her appear tall and agile. Her hair was pulled back into a sleek, high ponytail. Seeing this, Su Jingyang urgently transmitted his voice through the little horn. "What's going on? How did you end up here?" Hearing that familiar voice in her mind, Yi Qingwan's heart leapt with joy. The tension that had gripped her nerves instantly eased a little. She recounted everything in detail. "Divine Lord, I've been exiled to fight on the frontier." Watching Yi Qingwan's silly grin on the screen, Su Jingyang felt both exasperated and amused. He couldn't help but ask, "Isn't that a bad thing? Why are you happy?" Yi Qingwan nodded awkwardly, a faint blush spreading across her cheeks. "It is quite dangerous here, but what makes me happy is hearing your voice." Just then, a soldier rushed over, his expression frantic, cutting off their conversation abruptly. "General Yi, the enemy has attacked again. The southern gate has been breached." At the news, Yi Qingwan shed her earlier innocent demeanor, her expression instantly turning grave. "Divine Lord, I'll report the recent developments to you later." Without hesitation, she turned and barked orders to the soldiers behind her, "Leave troops to guard the east and north gates. The rest of you, follow me. We're retaking the west gate." She charged ahead, her long sword flashing coldly as it sliced through the air. Upon reaching their destination, they found the western gate indeed overrun by enemy forces. On the battlefield, battle cries and agonized screams mingled together. Chaos reigned as blood stained the ground red, severed limbs littered the earth, and enemy forces poured in like a relentless tide, the situation growing perilously dire. Watching this harrowing scene through the electronic screen, Su Jingyang couldn't help but freeze. But Yi Qingwan charged forward without hesitation, leading the assault. She plunged directly into the enemy's dense ranks, weaving through them left and right. To Su Jingyang's surprise, Yi Qingwan's combat skills were exceptional. She weaved through the chaos like a flower among thorns, untouched by a single leaf, successfully breaking through the enemy formation. Before long, her heavy black iron armor was drenched in blood, not a single drop of her own. Witnessing this, the once faltering troops' morale soared. Even the wounded soldiers picked up their weapons and charged once more. A veteran who had guarded the frontier for years was moved to tears, exclaiming, "To have such a lord is the honor of our great Xia. Our great Xia finally has a worthy successor." Yet the enemy forces pressed on, relentlessly overwhelming in numbers and ferocity, gradually pushing the defenders back. Yi Qingwan's armor bore several new gashes, her eyes growing hazy with exhaustion. Yet she paused only briefly to catch her breath. After replacing her sword, its blade now chipped and dulled from battle, she charged back to the front lines. At that moment, an enemy commander emerged slowly from the rear ranks. Mounted on a towering warhorse and clad in golden armor, he wore an arrogant grin, his eyes brimming with contempt. Gazing at Yi Qingwan, covered in blood and fighting fiercely, he sneered loudly, "Are all you Xiamen cowards? You actually let a delicate little woman defend the city. War is such drudgery. You'd be better off surrendering meekly, crawling into this old man's tent to warm his bed, bearing him a few brats, and I might even spare your life." Before he could finish, Yi Qingwan abruptly reined in her horse and swung around, her hand swiftly reaching behind her to draw a bow and knock an arrow. The bowstring hummed like a dragon's roar. "Ah!" The enemy commander staggered backward, clutching his shattered right eye socket, his agonized scream piercing the air. Amber-colored eyeballs mixed with brain matter oozed through his fingers. "Kill her! Flay that alive for me!" Chapter 11, This is the final battle. We have no retreat. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the earth trembled like thunder. The ordinary troops parted to make way, revealing a horde of black fortresses emerging from their ranks. The enemy soldiers wore heavy black armor, their men and horses encased in thick plating that revealed only pairs of fierce eyes. Sharp barbs were embedded in the armor. Hooves clad in iron plates thudded with each step. Iron floating pagodas? Su Jingyang couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock. Flanking the heavy fortresses, light cavalry darted nimbly through the ranks. Their speed was blinding, their scimitars whipping through the air with fierce momentum. Wherever they passed, allied soldiers fell like dominoes, mirroring the tactics of the mercenary cavalry. The 500 iron floating pagoda heavy cavalry emerged from the dust. The hook side spearmen in the front rank suddenly hurled out black iron chain nets. In the sunlight, the barbed hooks gleamed with a sinister blue clearly poisoned. "Protect the general!" The captain of the guard roared, shoving Yi Qingwan aside, only to be torn to shreds by the iron net. The surrounding soldiers, witnessing this, were instantly overcome with terror. Monsters, monsters! A foul stench assaulted her senses. Yi Qingwan caught the putrid reek of rotting corpses on the chain net, a murderous trap soaked in corpse oil. The captain's bodily fluids splattered onto her face. Staring at the unseen heavy cavalry attire, Yi Qingwan froze in terror, muttering with dread, "Can our swords and spears even scratch these monsters?" Seizing the moment, an enemy warrior swung his heavy axe, striking fiercely toward Yi Qingwan. Unable to dodge in time, Yi Qingwan was struck squarely on the shoulder by the blow, sending her stumbling and crashing to the ground. Her black iron armor shattered like an eggshell. Seeing this, the fierce warrior's face twisted into a savage grimace as he raised his axe once more, preparing to deliver the fatal blow. The blade was mere inches from Yi Qingwan's head. Su Jingyang was sweating profusely with panic, waving his phone and screaming in frustration, "Damn it! I need to top up my account. Why the hell isn't the pop-up appearing?" The pay-to-win pop-up never appeared, but luckily Yi Qingwan reacted in time. She rolled away, narrowly dodging the fatal blow. She lay panting, covered in mud, having narrowly escaped danger. The other soldiers fared no better, constantly battered by the iron floating fortress's cavalry charges. Their armor seemed as indestructible as golden light blades bent from striking it, leaving not a single scratch. Of the original 10,000 defenders, only a mere 100 remained. Most bore wounds, their combat effectiveness nearly depleted. Both their physical and mental strength had reached their limits, teetering on the brink of collapse. Seeing this, the enemy's one-eyed commander, unrepentant, reappeared to shout taunts, attempting to shake the morale of the defenders. But Yi Qingwan gave him no chance. She drew her bow and released an arrow. The arrow flew with blinding speed, leaving no time for reaction. The piercing whistle of the arrow split the air like tearing silk. This time, Yi Qingwan did not miss. The one-eyed commander's savage grin froze on his face. The arrow pierced his forehead, exploding into a bowl-sized hole in his skull. Only then did the wineskin he held fall from his grasp, spilling murky liquor mixed with brain matter across the scorched earth. The general is a divine archer. The one-armed bugler pounded his chestplate with his stump, his hoarse voice echoing. The nearly broken defenders erupted in a howl of joy. A limping veteran, seizing the enemy's momentary stupor, thrust a tattered military banner into the eye socket of a fallen foe. The enemy's morale, however, deflated like a punctured balloon, plummeting instantly. Soldiers stared at each other, their eyes filled with terror and panic. Their advance became chaotic and disorderly, mistakes piling up one after another. Yi Qingwan watched this scene unfold, a faint yet gratified smile touching her lips. She murmured softly, "We can still fight." Yet the enemy forces did not collapse completely. At that moment, a burly deputy commander swiftly stepped forward. Wielding a scimitar, he mounted a tall steed and bellowed, "Soldiers, do not panic. Though our commander is dead, I remain. Whoever kills that filthy woman will receive a generous reward. Whoever captures her alive won't just get a reward, they'll be the first to enjoy the charms of this Xia woman. Everyone else can line up afterward." At these words, the enemy soldiers' previously low morale miraculously surged again. Their eyes flashed with greed and lust as they roared and charged once more toward Yi Qingwan's unit. The iron floating pagodas let out beast-like howls as they organized another wave of assault. Watching this unfold on his screen, Su Jingyang nearly smashed his phone in rage. "Damn it! The garrison forces numbered less than 100. Yi Qingwan's voice was hoarse beyond recognition as she managed to deliver a final rallying cry. "This is the decisive battle. Behind us stand the people of Great Xia, we have no retreat. Light the oil, burn the granaries. Win or lose, we won't let them get away with this." But when she turned, she saw the fire crossbowman pinned down by 3 enemy soldiers in a pile of corpses, the fire starter extinguished in a pool of blood. Yi Qingwan gazed at the enemy soldiers surging forward like a tidal wave. With a bitter smile, she tremblingly raised her broken sword and aimed it at her own throat. She never imagined her first battle would be a fight to the death. Yet compared to the treacherous intrigues within the palace walls, she preferred to die a warrior's death on the battlefield. Yi Qingwan suddenly lost her fear of death, her eyes reborn with a radiant glow. "You bastards! Even in death, I will never let your filthy hands defile me." Just as the blade was about to slice through her throat, thunder roared across the sky. The shock made Yi Qingwan's hand tremble, and the broken blade plunged into the blood-soaked mud. She looked up to see the clear sky split by purple lightning, with golden serpents seemingly dancing wildly within the clouds. The relentless flashes of lightning outshone even the sun. This extraordinary spectacle instantly captured everyone's attention. Even the combatants locked in battle paused their struggle, lifting their heads to stare skyward, their faces frozen in shock and bewilderment. Before anyone could react, a blinding bolt of lightning, like a sword plunging from the heavens, struck the deputy commander with pinpoint accuracy. A piercing scream echoed as the lieutenant was consumed by the lightning, not even granted the chance to struggle. Typically, a lightning strike would char the body black, yet not even a corpse remained. Only a trace of ash lingered where he stood, swiftly scattered by the slightest breeze until it vanished without a trace. Clearly, this was no ordinary lightning strike. While the crowd was still reeling from the shock, a second and third bolt of lightning followed swiftly, striking directly at the densely packed enemy ranks. Wherever the lightning struck, enemy soldiers collapsed in waves, their agonized screams echoing in succession. The enemy forces were thrown into complete panic, scattering in all directions as their once orderly formation instantly collapsed. Yi Qingwan stared blankly at the sky, suddenly understanding everything. Her emotions gradually settled. "You saved me again." The remaining soldiers froze for a moment before erupting into deafening cheers. Wielding their weapons, their bodies covered in wounds, yet hope blazed anew in their eyes. "It's divine protection. The gods are helping us." A soldier shouted excitedly. "Charge! Drive back the enemy." Chapter 12, Last-Minute Rescue. The successive deaths of two commanders, coupled with the lightning's terrifying display, threw the enemy's elite forces into complete disarray. They began scattering in all directions. On Yi Qingwan's side, though fewer than 100 men remained, each gravely wounded, this sudden turn of events ignited boundless fighting spirit within them. They roared with the desperation of those who had nothing left to lose, charging after the fleeing enemy. Yi Qingwan led the charge, her broken sword gleaming coldly in the lightning's glare. Her eyes burned with the fire of vengeance, while the blood and mud caked upon her only heightened her aura of a war god. The soldiers followed closely behind, stumbling but not retreating. The battlefield was shrouded in choking dust, the clamor of battle shaking the heavens. The once invincible iron floating tower heavy cavalry now scattered in panic, abandoning armor and weapons before this force of less than 100. Their warhorses whinnied wildly, bolting in all directions and scattering their formation into chaos. The hook-side spearmen panicked, dropping their weapons in a heap as they scrambled to flee, heads bowed. One enemy soldier was caught by Yi Qingwan. Turning in terror to meet her murderous gaze, his legs buckled and he fell to his knees. Without hesitation, Yi Qingwan thrust her sword forward, ending his life. "Kill! Spare none! Avenge our fallen brothers!" Yi Qingwan roared. "Kill!" The soldiers responded in unison, their morale soaring. Like a pack of ravenous wolves, they ruthlessly reaped the enemy's lives across the battlefield. Bathed in the sky's thunderous light, they resembled the very incarnation of death. To flee more swiftly, the enemy even abandoned the ironclad armor that had shattered the Xia army's resistance. Yi Qingwan watched the retreating enemy forces and let out a long sigh of relief. A weary yet contented smile spread across her face. Meanwhile, Su Jingyang slumped in his chair, his right hand still poised over the touchscreen. "Thank goodness my fingers were fast enough. Top up, open the shop, buy items, use items all in one fluid motion." The celestial phenomenon that had just occurred was entirely his doing. In the shop, the 9 Heavens Thunder Tribulation Talisman cost $19.99 each, and Su Jingyang bought 5 at once. That was nearly half a year's worth of living expenses and he spent it all. The days ahead? No need to guess scraping by. But for this virtual girlfriend? Worth every penny. Watching the enemy's retreating figures, Yi Qingwan's tense body could no longer hold up. She slowly collapsed to the ground. Surrounding soldiers rushed to her side. "Oh no, General Yi has fainted. Where's the doctor? Quick, fetch Dr. Yang." Soon, a gray-haired Dr. Yang, carrying his medicine chest, hurried over. His expression grave, he swiftly took Yi Qingwan's pulse and carefully examined her wounds. After his examination, he exhaled a long breath of relief. The general has merely fainted from exhaustion. She is unharmed and will recover with rest. Relieved, the men watched as Yi Qingwan was carefully carried back to the camp. As she drifted in and out of consciousness, Yi Qingwan suddenly felt a feather-light touch brush her nose. She frowned and turned her head, only for the ticklish sensation to chase after her to her earlobe. A faint electric shock then shot through the soles of her feet, causing her to curl her toes in surprise. But this movement tugged at the arrow wound in her shoulder, making her gasp sharply in pain. Ugh! Her eyes snapped open. The flickering candlelight within the tent revealed an empty space, yet the lingering warmth of that sensation remained. "Hey, you're awake!" Su Jingyang immediately stopped tapping the screen. Who would have thought this game could actually have physical interaction? Yi Qingwan instantly recognized who it was. "Divine being, it's you, isn't it?" Though there was no immediate response, Yi Qingwan was utterly certain, "Even if you don't say it, I know it's you." She struggled to sit up in bed, murmuring happily to herself, "You're so kind." Every time I'm in trouble, you appear just in time. Hearing these flattering words, Su Jingyang felt a surge of satisfaction. After spending half his previous life toiling like a beast of burden, he never imagined that after reincarnating and crossing over, he could not only defy fate in reality but also receive flattery in the game. Su Jingyang noticed that while Yi Qingwan wasn't in immediate mortal danger, her body bore numerous battle wounds, large and small. Just as he was about to open the marketplace to purchase recovery items with practiced ease, a premium pop-up appeared. Limited time offer, for just 168, use a true chi healing opportunity to personally heal Yi Qingwan. Extremely powerful effect. Wait, personally? Su Jingyang narrowed his eyes, sensing something was off. Does personally mean exactly what I think it means? With a hint of doubt, Su Jingyang used his last meal money to top up his account. Ah, the divine being will personally perform the healing for me? Yi Qingwan froze, her face flushing instantly. The young girl hurriedly waved her hands. Qingwan is of lowly status, how could she possibly deserve such honor from the divine being? I can handle this myself. 4 dialogue options popped up. Get it over with quickly, my time is precious. You insolent girl, dare to defy my will? Do you wish to die? Oomph. Don't be ungrateful. This is your blessing. Top up 64,888 to purchase a megaphone for 30 minutes of free dialogue. Su Jingyang. Forget 64,888, he couldn't even scrape together 64 yuan right now. After pondering, Su Jingyang selected the first option, at least it seemed somewhat normal. After selecting the dialogue, Su Jingyang remained silent, but Yi Qingwan seemed to hear his voice. Surprise flashed in her eyes before she shyly lowered her head. Clutching her hem as if scolded, she murmured softly, yes, but Qingwan is covered in dust and bloodstains. Might the Divine Lord permit Qingwan to bathe first before receiving treatment? Is that acceptable? The fierce battle on the battlefield had left Yi Qingwan covered in mud and dried bloodstains. She felt too embarrassed to let the divine being perform the healing ritual on her in this state. She pricked up her ears, waiting for the deity's reply. No need for bathing. I adore this earthly aura, huh? Very well. Go then. I shall wait for you. Enough chatter. Strip now. Top up 64,888 to purchase the megaphone feature for 30 minutes of free conversation. Su Jingyang decisively ruled out options 1 and 4. He hesitated between options 2 and 3. If he chose option 3, would Yi Qingwan really take off her clothes? If he chose option 2, Yi Qingwan would definitely go take a shower. Would he even get to see anything? The game clearly states it's for ages 18 and up. Could there really be hidden perks? But was Su Jingyang that kind of person? Besides, Yi Qingwan is a girl, she should be clean and fresh anyway. It's definitely not that he wants to peek. Option 2. On screen, Yi Qingwan flushed and nodded, whispering, then Qingwan will go now. Entering the bathing chamber, she stared at her dust-covered reflection in the bronze mirror. Just as she was about to undress, Yi Qingwan's fingers suddenly froze on her chest, and the blush on her face instantly spread to her ears. She looked every bit the demure young wife, a stark contrast to the heroic female general who had just charged across the battlefield. She bit her red lips slightly, thinking to herself, the Divine Lord is all-powerful. He has saved me from danger many times before. Surely, every move I make is within his sight. Which means, if I bathe here, he will surely see me. No, that can't be. He's a god. Yi Qingwan shook her head vigorously, even feeling a pang of shame at her own impure thoughts. As a mere mortal woman, she was no different from livestock before a deity who had transcended humanity, nothing more than a pile of flesh. This realization instantly dispelled most of her lingering shame and hesitation. Clothing slipped away piece by piece, revealing a body of exquisite curves. Chapter 13, Bathing and Healing. At the same time, Su Jingyang stared at his phone, his eyes slightly bloodshot with tension. His finger hovered over the bathroom icon, hesitating. He had tested it before. Switching scenes was effortless. All it took was a single tap. Su Jingyang, don't do something that makes people look down on you. But it's just a game. It's only human nature. Su Jingyang, don't lose your sense of proportion. I'm just watching. What's the big deal? I'm just worried she might have an accident in the bathhouse. What if she slips? What if an assassin sneaks in? A thought flashed through his mind, and his finger hovered over the bathhouse. Affinity nodded 100%, unable to peek. Su Jingyang exhaled in relief, but immediately felt a pang of disappointment. So it means he could see, but his affinity wasn't high enough? Who cares? Yi Qingwan finished bathing. Already? Don't girls usually take forever to shower? Su Jingyang focused his attention on the bathroom door. The door opened a crack, releasing a wisp of steamy mist. Then it swung wide, revealing Yi Qingwan emerging with her shoulders bare, wrapped in a pristine white towel. Su Jingyang's gaze was instantly drawn to her jade-like calves, then drifted upward. He could even see droplets rolling down her skin. This level of detail is incredible. Su Jingyang couldn't praise the lifelike scene enough. Yi Qingwan knelt on the bed, her back turned to the camera. The perfect curve of her back momentarily left him dazed. Divine. Divine Lord, Qingwan is ready. In Yi Qingwan's heart, the divine being was both majestic and benevolent, so though she felt a touch of embarrassment, it wasn't particularly heavy. Not knowing how Su Jingyang intended to treat her injury, Yi Qingwan resolved to simply untie her bathrobe. As the robe slid down her slender waistline, covering her legs and hips before revealing her entire back, her ears still burned bright red. Su Jingyang stared at Yi Qingwan's back, his entire body going slightly numb. The game's camera angle had zoomed in on her back, clearly displaying the area from the nape of her neck down to her hips. He could even make out the faintly visible veins beneath her delicate skin. This is what they used to test cadres? Though he muttered this, Su Jingyang couldn't deny that the lines of this back were truly beautiful. Before his doubts lingered for more than a few seconds, a golden acupoint map appeared on Yi Qingwan's back. Please tap the acupoints as indicated to begin channeling energy for healing. Oh, so this is the hands-on method. Neither disappointed nor undiscouraged, Su Jingyang reached out and pressed his fingers onto the points. Mum. A faint, muffled groan echoed from the game. Su Jingyang, abstinence, cut it out. As the energy entered her body, Yi Qingwan felt a wave of aching fullness surge through her injured areas. She kept letting out suppressed groans as beads of sweat as big as soybeans rolled down her cheeks and neck, while tiny droplets also seeped from her skin surface. Su Jingyang could clearly see the bruised purple marks on Yi Qingwan's back gradually fading as the healing progress bar slowly advanced, while the torn wounds began to mend. This scene is too vivid. To divert attention, Yi Qingwan voluntarily spoke of her reasons for coming to the frontier. Not only had she disobeyed orders by refusing to kneel for an entire day, but she had also gone to the scripture hall to burn books. To Yi Zhang, this was a blatant display of contempt for paternal authority and royal power. Compounded by Yi Xiaoro's constant incitement at her side, Yi Zhang resolved to send Yi Qingwan to the battlefield. It was Yi Qingwan who had requested to be stationed at the most perilous frontier outpost. As the healing process reached its halfway point, the long-awaited notification finally appeared. Yi Qingwan, bruising on back dissipated. Yi Qingwan, external wounds healed. Internal injuries repairing. Continue channeling energy to heal. Su Jingyang switched to 2 new acupoints as instructed. The moment he touched her, Yi Qingwan let out an ah. Ugh, it must hurt like hell. He thought to himself. At that moment, Yi Qingwan's skin began to flush red from the healing energy's impact. She clenched her teeth, stifling any sound, and endured the deep, aching sensation radiating from within her body. But what was she actually feeling? She only felt the warmth of the 2 large hands on her back, and it seemed as though the injured organs within her body were truly being repaired. The aching and throbbing felt like countless tiny needles pricking her skin, a sensation both itchy and numbing. Yi Qingwan bit her lip, afraid any sound might offend the divine. To distract herself, she glanced at the bronze mirror hanging above the bed. From this angle, she could see a small portion of her back. She had hoped to catch a glimpse of the divine being's form, but there was nothing. She could only feel 2 broad, warm palms on her back, exerting a gentle, soothing pressure. Not seeing the deity's form left Yi Qingwan feeling a little disappointed. Yi Qingwan, internal injuries fully healed. The healing progress bar reached its limit, and Yi Qingwan's skin returned to normal. From Su Jingyang's perspective, however, Yi Qingwan's complexion had visibly improved. Her skin, once bruised and discolored, now glowed with a healthy radiance. Thank you, divine being, for healing me. I feel much better now. Yi Qingwan murmured her thanks, her hands clutching the bath towel at her sides with a touch of awkwardness. Su Jingyang could see the blush spreading from her ears down to the nape of her neck. May I ask the divine being a question? Yi Qingwan's voice trembled slightly, as if she had mustered all her courage to speak. Yes. No. Guess. Top up 64,888 to purchase the megaphone feature for 30 minutes of free conversation. This time, Su Jingyang chose option 1 without hesitation. Receiving his consent, Yi Qingwan's heart swelled with delight, and her tone grew noticeably lighter. Honorable deity has been most helpful to Qingwan. Might I inquire about your name? Of course, if you prefer not to share, I shall not press. Please enter your name. After playing for so long, this is where you finally get to create a name? Does one not even deserve a name without spending money? Su Jingyang didn't dwell on it, however, and simply typed in Su Jingyang. Yi Qingwan froze slightly upon seeing those 3 characters. She had been filled with anticipation, expecting a title brimming with authority and mystery, something like True Lord so-and-so or King such-and-such. Yet the name before her eyes was so ordinary, indistinguishable from the mundane names of commoners she encountered daily. After a moment of surprise, a peculiar gleam flashed in her eyes. Ripples of emotion spread through her heart, and her mind began to wander uncontrollably. Could it be a mortal who cultivated into a deity? The thought took root the moment it surfaced. The more she pondered it, the more plausible it seemed. After all, though the divine being possessed powers that reached heaven and earth, they often showed her tender care. Their words carried a touch of earthly warmth, unlike the lofty, otherworldly deities of legend. Moreover, on the day she first heard the voice in the temple, the deity had mentioned being a new god. A faint blush spread across Yi Qingwan's cheeks, and her heartbeat quickened slightly. If the divine being truly ascended from mortal cultivation, did that mean the distance between herself and the divine wasn't as unbridgeable as she'd imagined? She bit her lower lip lightly, her eyes brimming with longing and anticipation. Just as Yi Qingwan was about to press further for information about Su Jingyang, a soldier's report suddenly echoed from outside the tent. Report! Reinforcements have arrived. General Feng requests an audience. Chapter 14, The Minister's Dominance. Very well, let him enter. Yi Qingwan sighed, setting aside her curiosity for the moment. She replied earnestly, Your name, Lord, is etched in my heart. Your protection of the people of Great Xia will be reported to the court in full detail upon my return. Restore your divine stature, so that the millions of subjects of Great Xia may kneel in worship. Hearing this, Su Jingyang nearly fainted from sheer exhilaration. Compared to his previous reign of dominance in the game, this feeling of millions genuinely revering him from the heart was far more exhilarating. He had now grasped the game's mechanics. If a pop-up appeared, buy directly, if not, visit the mall. However, this mall differed from traditional game stores. There were no fixed items, instead, it relied on daily random refreshes. In a word, pay to win. In this game, there's nothing money can't fix. If it can't be solved, then you just haven't spent enough. General Feng strode into the tent and saw Yi Qingwan seated safely, fully dressed. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. But he quickly bowed his head, kneeling on one knee as he declared, This subordinate comes to beg forgiveness. The intelligence was flawed. We failed to recognize the enemy's main force was approaching, plunging the general into grave peril. This subordinate deserves death 1,000 times over. Yi Qingwan's face betrayed no emotion. She knew full well whether the intelligence was flawed and whether the reinforcements truly intended to aid. This was the first line of defense against foreign invaders. For 10 years, it had been impregnable. Yet, in her very first battle here, the city nearly fell. Behind the scenes, Yi Xiaoro was most likely pulling the strings. Besides her biological father, the emperor, Yi Xiaoro had taken on several godfathers, all princes from princely mansions. Under the current system of Great Xia, power was decentralized, with the central government primarily handling court affairs. The princely mansions controlled over 80% of the military power. It was clear they deliberately falsified intelligence reports and feigned delayed reinforcements, aiming to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. This would kill him, seize the credit for defending the frontier, and finally ensure his name was forever disgraced. Yet they never imagined he would survive this desperate predicament. Yi Qingwan took a deep breath, her heart seething with anger. But after being betrayed by her own teammate, she had matured, becoming more composed and steady, keeping her emotions hidden. It's fine. Just get into position. The enemy will attack again. I need your command authority. But we are troops under the prince's command. According to the laws of Great Xia, we must each fulfill our duties. I'm afraid I cannot. General Feng looked troubled, attempting to explain. Without a word, Yi Qingwan flung the captured trophy, a northern D-curved blade, forcefully onto the floor before him. The blade plunged into the earth, standing precisely before General Feng with a loud clang. Nothing is impossible. This is the battlefield. There can only be one general. And only one voice commands. General Feng's face alternated between pale and crimson, his defiance burning within. Neither would yield, and the tension between them instantly became palpable. Finally, General Feng could no longer contain his ambition. His face twisted with ferocity as he gritted his teeth and declared, Very well. If you wish to seize command, then let us settle this in combat. Should you prevail, I shall submit without question. Yi Qingwan hesitated. Although Su Jingyang had healed her wounds, and her physical injuries had largely recovered. But after enduring the relentless chaos of large-scale combat, her spirit remained profoundly exhausted. She longed only to collapse into sleep. Moreover, her opponent was no unknown figure, but one of the renowned generals of the Great Xia Kingdom, Feng Yong. Not only did he possess far greater combat experience than her, but his strength was also superior. At that moment, an event window popped up on Su Jingyang's phone. Duel invitation. Accept. Decline. After glancing at the daily shop, Su Jingyang's lips curved into a smile as he clicked accept without hesitation. Battle. Hearing that reassuring voice in her mind, Yi Qingwan no longer hesitated and chose to accept the challenge. She took a deep breath, stepped forward, and met Feng Yong's gaze with unwavering composure. Her voice was steady yet unwaveringly resolute. General Feng, since we're competing, let's give it our all. Feng Yong sneered with contempt, convinced she was not only a wet behind the ears brat but also merely a woman. He was a veteran of countless battles, convinced he'd faced more life and death situations than she'd eaten grains of salt, having repeatedly repelled the main forces of the northern D tribes. A faint, insincere smile played on his lips as a flash of contempt flickered in his eyes. From General Ye's tone, it seems she's quite confident. Feng Yong shifted slightly to the side, gesturing with a drawn-out please. In that case, General Yi shall determine the terms of this contest. I, Feng Yong, have fought countless battles and never shied away from any challenge. General Yi, speak freely. Whatever the contest, I shall see it through to the end. His tone seemed courteous, yet it was laced with an air of condescending arrogance. Just as Yi Qingwan pondered the contest, Su Jingyun's voice echoed in her mind, choose archery. Let's see whose prey falls farther. Yi Qingwan's heart leapt with delight. Archery was her greatest strength, and with Su Jingyun's guidance, her confidence soared. Without hesitation, she declared, General Feng, then let us compete in archery. We shall see whose prey falls farthest. Feng Yang's expression of disdain deepened at her words. He tugged at the corner of his mouth, letting out a meaningful chuckle. General Yi, take my word for it, when it comes to hunting game, I'm quite the expert. Back in the day, when I competed in the Imperial Hunting Tournament, I outshone all comers and took first place. The Emperor even bestowed upon me the title of the world's greatest marksman. Why not switch events? At least that would add some suspense to this contest. Otherwise, losing so badly won't reflect well on your reputation. Yi Qingwan remained unmoved, her tone unwavering. General Feng, no need for further words. What I've chosen, I will not change. Seeing this, Feng Yang's lips curled into a cold smile as he nodded. Very well. Since General Yi insists, I shall oblige. The two moved to an open grassy area outside the training grounds, where soldiers and other commanders quickly gathered around. Upon hearing it was a hunting contest, the crowd shook their heads in disbelief, murmuring among themselves. What a predicament! General Feng's archery is legendary. Our general insists on choosing archery, it's like walking into a trap. Yes, our general is too young. If he loses, how will he ever establish himself in the army? The voices of Yi Qingwan's troops were filled with anxiety and helplessness, on the verge of tears. Meanwhile, Feng Yang's men wore smug expressions, loudly boasting, just wait and see. Our General Feng is a master archer. The outcome of this contest is already decided. Your general is overestimating his abilities. Now we'll have quite the show to watch. They laughed wildly as they spoke, their voices dripping with scorn and contempt. Don't get too cocky. Our general might have real skills. It's not over yet, who knows who'll win? Not decided? Dream on. With your general's puny frame, how could he possibly match our General Feng? As the two sides argued, their voices grew louder and their tones more heated. Back and forth they went, neither side willing to back down. Eventually, they erupted into a full-blown argument, the scene descending into chaos as shouts and curses flew back and forth. Feng Yang surveyed the noisy crowd, feeling smug inside. He scanned the crowd. Some defended Yi Qingwan, others doubted her, but no one dared call his archery skills subpar. This was the power of true skill. In this military camp, who didn't fear his skills? Quiet down, all of you. Just as the situation threatened to spiral out of control, Yi Qingwan stepped forward. She had donned her battle armor, standing tall and radiating an overwhelming aura of power. This aura instantly silenced the entire crowd. Everyone was struck dumb by her imposing presence, the clamor abruptly ceasing as complete stillness descended. Feng Yang was taken aback, his heart jolting in surprise. Wasn't this the domineering presence of a prime minister? Only someone who had long occupied a high position, wielded great power, and possessed immense authority could command such an aura. But he quickly concealed his astonishment, reassuring himself that it was merely a daughter resembling her father. He must have been seeing things. A mere woman, where could she possibly get the authority of a prime minister? Chapter 15, Shooting Competition? My Barrett's Dimensional Strike. Feng Yang walked toward the center of the field, a self-satisfied smirk playing on his lips, under the watchful eyes of the crowd. He took the treasured bow handed to him by his guard. A gentle breeze rustled his robes. Just then, a piercing cry of a wild goose split the sky. A large goose flapped its powerful wings, soaring toward the horizon. Feng Yang's gaze was instantly drawn to it. Without hesitation, he raised his hand, drew an arrow from his quiver, and nocked it. Taking a deep breath, he drew the bowstring taut as a perfect full moon. The arrowhead gleamed coldly, aimed directly at the wild goose. Whoosh! The arrow left the bowstring with a sharp whistle, like a black bolt of lightning, vanishing from sight in an instant. The entire field fell silent. Everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed on the vanishing arrow's trajectory. Moments later, a piercing cry of a goose echoed from the distance. Looking in the direction of the sound, they saw the goose plummet toward the ground like a kite whose string had snapped. Quickly retrieve the game. Feng Yang's deputy commander barked the order. A soldier immediately spurred his horse into a gallop, racing toward the direction of the falling bird. After a long while, the soldier finally returned, clutching the dead goose in his arms, his face filled with shock and awe. He rushed to Feng Yang, knelt on one knee, and announced loudly, "Report! That goose was a full 250 meters away from us." The entire field erupted in thunderous cheers and applause. The general is mighty. That shot was nothing short of divine. That's a 250-meter distance. Has anyone ever done that before? Forget the past, even thousands of years from now, no one could hit a target that far with a weapon. Feng Yang's lips curved into a faint, satisfied smile. He gently lowered his bow and arrow, feigning modesty as he said, "Just a stroke of luck." "You're all too kind." Yet the unmistakable pride in his eyes betrayed his inner arrogance. Over on Yi Qingwan's side, the soldiers hung their heads in dismay, their morale sinking to rock bottom. What are we going to do? General Feng's shot was too incredible. How could our general possibly match that? Yeah, looks like we're in for a crushing defeat this time. Worry etched itself onto the soldiers' faces. Even Yi Qingwan, watching the soldiers carry back the goose, felt a twinge of unease. Her grip on the bow tightened slightly, and beads of sweat formed on her palms. Yet off-screen, Su Jingyang remained utterly unfazed. He even leisurely brewed himself a pot of tea. But when he clicked purchase to send this crucial boost, a prompt popped up: insufficient balance. Please recharge before proceeding. Put. Tea sprayed straight out of his mouth. Only then did Su Jingyang recall that his account was completely drained. He hadn't even enough money for meals after spending everything to treat Yi Qingwan's injuries and purchase various items. He had only considered whether the mall had suitable items, forgetting that his wallet was already empty. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. I have no money, but someone else does, and to them, this amount might not even count as money. That someone, of course, was the heiress of the Lang family, Lang Linglin. After teaming up to deal with Li Baishue last time, they had exchanged contact information. But he and Lang Linglin weren't exactly close. Would asking her for money so soon after meeting make her look down on him? General Yi, it's your turn. Please. Suddenly, the game sound from his phone snapped him back to reality. Su Jingyang slapped himself hard across the face. Damn it, what time is it now? Still worrying about saving face. Gritting his teeth and steeled with resolve, he dialed Lang Linglin's number. At that moment, Lang Linglin, who was in the midst of intensive training, was startled awake by the ringing. She slowly opened her eyes, her brows slightly furrowed, clearly displeased by the sudden interruption. But when she saw Su Jingyan's name flash on the screen, her frown instantly smoothed out. Before Lang Linglin could speak, Su Jingyan's urgent, slightly breathless voice came through the receiver. Can you do me a small favor? A favor? Could it be? Oh, how direct. The memory of him looking down on her last time flashed through her mind, instantly coloring her cheeks. She bit her lower lip, her voice softening involuntarily. If it's you, I suppose I could consider it. Great. Su Jingyan completely missed the hidden meaning in Lang Linglin's words. His mind was solely focused on helping Yi Qingwan win the competition. He quickly got to the point, almost blurting out, then please lend me 100,000. Ha? You came to borrow money? The shy, hopeful expression on Lang Linglin's face froze instantly. Yeah, what else? Su Jingyang remained completely oblivious to the stark shift in Lang Linglin's mood. A brief silence fell on the other end of the line. Fine. Send me your account number and I'll transfer it right away. Lang Linglin sighed softly before finally agreeing. Really? Thank you so much. Don't worry, I'll pay you back as soon as I have the money. After hanging up, Su Jingyang promptly received a transfer notification. Without a moment's hesitation, he opened the game store and purchased the Barrett M98. Yes, the most iconic model. Su Jingyang hurriedly used the in-game chat to tell Yi Qingwan, Your Highness has prepared a powerful weapon for you. It's in your inventory, go get it now. Hearing the command, Yi Qingwan felt a surge of delight. The tension that had gripped her nerves from the upcoming match eased slightly. She turned impatiently and ran toward the camp tent with light steps. Her mind raced with speculation, wondering what kind of marvelous weapon the divine being had prepared for her. The moment she entered the tent, Yi Qingwan saw a uniquely shaped weapon resting quietly on the storage device. It was the Barrett Su Jingyang had bought for her, its magazine fully loaded with 10 rounds. Her eyes widened instantly, filled with curiosity and astonishment. She cautiously reached out, gently touching this unfamiliar object. What material is this? It seems harder than our armor. She murmured to herself as she picked up the Barrett's barrel and swung it around excitedly. This should be pretty good for close combat, but can it really shoot arrows? Su Jingyang hurriedly shouted to stop her. Don't mess with it. I'll show you how. Su Jingyang then briefly instructed her on the correct posture through simple written explanations. He introduced the Barrett's functions and the concept of bullets, giving her a basic understanding. He also instructed her to claim it as her own invention if anyone asked. Yi Qingwan lay prone on the ground, listening intently as she adjusted her movements. Just then, Feng Yang's voice drifted in from outside the tent, tinged with mockery. Has General Yi still not found her bow? Why not just use mine? Yi Qingwan took a deep breath, hoisted the Barrett rifle onto her shoulder, and strode out of the tent. Chapter 16, Taking Down 30,000 Troops. What is this? Never seen such a strange thing before. A giant iron hammer? What an odd shape. The crowd erupted into a buzz of whispers, each face etched with confusion and astonishment. Feng Yang's eyes widened in bewilderment. Unable to resist, he reached out and touched the Barrett. So this is what General Yi was preparing all this time? This thing is so rigid, with no flexibility whatsoever. It doesn't even have a trigger. How can it fire? Yi Qingwan's face remained cold, her tone firm. Why don't we find out? A dismissive sneer curled Feng Yang's lips as he gestured invitingly. Go ahead, please. He seemed eager to witness Yi Qingwan's humiliation. Yi Qingwan took a deep breath. Following Su Jingyang's instructions, she lay steady behind the Barrett, her eyes naturally settling on the scope as her breathing steadied. Using it for the first time, she wasn't confident she could succeed on her first try. But faith filled her heart. The thought that this was a divine artifact bestowed by the gods recharged her with strength. Feng Yong sneered. What a second-rate aiming stance. Where did you pick up these half-baked skills? Yi Qingwan scanned the target carefully through the scope. A gentle breeze swept by, momentarily stilling the scene. Suddenly, a wild goose soared from a distant mountain ravine, its form agile as it flapped its powerful wings. Through the scope, the prey seemed magnified, close enough to touch. Yi Qingwan could even make out the intricate patterns on the goose's feathers. Without hesitation, she pulled the trigger decisively. The immense recoil jolted her body, nearly dislocating her shoulder, yet a faint smile curved her lips. She already knew the outcome. Boom! The deafening roar and blinding flash of the Barrett rifle shattered the silence, sending the surrounding crowd reeling backward in terror. Feng Yong shuddered violently, nearly losing his footing. He stood frozen for a moment before snapping back to reality. Rubbing his nose, he asked with confusion, "That's it?" Yi Qingwan nodded, her response concise and decisive. Feng Yong let out a dismissive snort, and the surrounding crowd erupted into laughter. Yi Qingwan's soldiers hung their heads in shame, having not even glimpsed their prey in flight, let alone managed to hit it. Feng Yong smugly ordered his men to pack away their bows. Clearing his throat, he was about to announce his new command over the military forces. General Yi, you have such a sense of humor. So, from now on. Yi Qingwan, however, smiled faintly and replied calmly, not so fast. I haven't retrieved my prey yet. She then turned to Deputy Officer Wei and ordered, Deputy Officer Wei, mount your horse immediately and ride southeast without stopping. You may need to traverse the entire forest. I apologize for the trouble. Without a moment's hesitation, Wei straightened his back and responded loudly, yes. He swung himself onto his horse and galloped away. The others were instantly dumbfounded, exchanging bewildered glances, unsure what Yi Qingwan was up to. Feng Yong's face twisted into a sneer. He dismissed it as a delaying tactic and sneered, fine. We'll just wait and see the outcome. If you're not satisfied, we can keep competing until General Yi approves. Yi Qingwan ignored the provocation, calmly walking to a nearby seat. She sat down, picked up a teacup, gently blew away the steam, and began sipping her tea leisurely. Over 10 minutes passed, yet Deputy Officer Wei still hadn't returned. The crowd grew restless, murmuring and whispering among themselves. Feng Yong, unable to contain himself, began urging impatiently, why isn't he back yet? Did he get lost? Yi Qingwan remained unhurried and composed. No need to rush. The game I shot fell far away. Let's wait a little longer. Feng Yong sneered disdainfully, his face brimming with impatience. Fortunately, Su Jingyang could skip such waiting scenes entirely, otherwise, he'd have lost his mind waiting. Another half-hour passed before the sound of galloping hooves echoed from the distance. Everyone turned to look and saw Deputy Officer Wei returning in high spirits, clutching a large goose in his arms. He leapt from his horse and shouted excitedly, I got it. I really got it. From over a mile away. Everyone was stunned. Feng Yong snatched the goose and began inspecting it. This can't be some trick you set up to fool us. His eyes widened with fury as he examined the goose, pointing an accusing finger at Wei, the adjutant. You're the one who plays these tricks. You went out alone, shot some random game, and deliberately brought it back claiming it was General Yi's kill. He then turned to Yi Qingwan, his face brimming with reproach. General Yi, this is utterly unbecoming of a general. Feng Yong's face flushed crimson, veins bulging on his forehead, while Yi Qingwan remained utterly composed. She spoke slowly and deliberately, then perhaps General Feng would care to examine the goose's wound? Inspect the wound? Feng Yong hesitated slightly but complied. He leaned close to the goose's wound and examined it carefully. There was no arrow lodged there. He was about to say that Deputy Officer Wei had pulled out the arrow, but instantly realized something was terribly wrong. This wound bore no resemblance to a typical arrow wound. The entire injury was a mangled mess of flesh and blood, more like a gaping hole blasted open. The surrounding feathers were singed, giving off a faint, acrid smell. No one had ever seen such a horrific wound before. Everyone was stunned by the gruesome sight, sucking in a sharp breath. Feng Yong's brow furrowed deeply, his face etched with confusion, while the others fell into deep thought. Amid the silence, Yi Qingwan calmly ejected the Barrett magazine, retrieved a bullet, and extracted the fragment lodged within the goose. Holding it up for comparison, she made sure everyone could see clearly. Raising her voice with unwavering conviction, she declared, only my weapon could inflict such a wound. As she spoke, she gently shook the bullet in her hand. In the sunlight, the bullet glinted with a cold metallic sheen. It stung Feng Yong's eyes with a sharp sting of envy. The outcome is decided, General Yi wins. A shout erupted from somewhere, instantly igniting the crowd. Feng Yong's troops exchanged bewildered glances before joining in with a half-hearted round of applause. Seeing he had truly lost, Feng Yong still refused to accept defeat, desperate to cling to a last-ditch effort. He stepped forward, face flushed, bellowing, we agreed to an archery contest. What you used wasn't even an arrow, it doesn't count. Yi Qingwan's lips curved into a faint smile as she responded calmly, General Feng, we never specified an archery contest. This was a shooting competition to see who could kill prey from the greatest distance. We never stipulated the weapon. She paused briefly, a fleeting, almost imperceptible hint of amusement flashing in her eyes before she continued. If General Feng has a weapon he finds more suitable, perhaps we could give you another chance. After all, you are our senior. The moment these words left her lips, the surrounding soldiers began whispering and murmuring among themselves. General Yi is right. We never specified bows and arrows. Exactly. General Feng has no grounds to complain now. Is that old codger going to back out now? Shoo! Keep your voices down. He's got a nasty temper, watch out, he might take it out on you. Feng Yang's face alternated between pale and crimson. He never imagined he'd stumble over such a trivial matter. He gritted his teeth, seething with resentment. Yet in front of everyone, if he continued to make a scene, he risked losing the people's support. Besides, time would bring plenty of chances to redeem himself. After a moment's hesitation, Feng Yang took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He offered a forced smile and said, General Yi truly possesses extraordinary wisdom. I concede defeat. In that case, I shall honor our agreement. Henceforth, this military command shall be at your disposal. Though his words were compliant, a flash of resentment flickered in his eyes. With that, he presented the military token signifying his authority over the troops. Yi Qingwan accepted it as a matter of course, her lips curving into an unmistakable smile of delight. Of course. Now, the entire 30,000-strong army at the frontier was under her command. Chapter 17, Want to run a dungeon but broke? I'll just freeload. Ha! Su Jingyang watched his virtual girlfriend's gaming career soar, feeling utterly delighted as the corners of his mouth curled upward. Rising from his chair, he stretched his limbs, joints popping and cracking like firecrackers. He glanced at the time and realized it was already past 1 a.m. Whoa! How did time fly by so fast? Who stole my time? Su Jingyang muttered to himself, quickly logging off to get some rest. Now that all the troubles were resolved, he planned to log in occasionally to check on things, so he wouldn't neglect his virtual girlfriend to death. While the game was captivating, he couldn't get too hooked. His own strength also needed urgent improvement. Right now, having a warehouse full of S-rank and above martial arts techniques wasn't enough. He needed to advance his martial realm to unleash their full potential. Yi Qingwan couldn't even get a decent night's sleep, so there was no way she could burn cultivation techniques for him. To grow stronger, he'd have to rely on himself. Punching sandbags or dummies might boost martial or physical skill proficiency, but Su Jingyang looked down on such methods. He had a secret weapon. His basic attacks were his ultimate move. In his view, the best way to advance martial realms was tackling dungeons, no different from grinding monsters for levels. With that thought, Su Jingyang swiftly entered a state between meditation and sleep. In just 4 short hours, he was fully recharged, his body buzzing with energy like a battery that never runs dry. At 6 in the morning, as the sky began to lighten, Su Jingyang was already on his way to school. Though school was closed today, he had other plans for going there, all because of that dungeon business. Dungeons weren't charity events, entering them for cultivation came at a price. Still, freeloading was far more appealing than paying out of pocket. Arriving at the principal's office, Su Jingyang knocked politely. Come in. Principal Lin's slightly hoarse voice echoed from within. Principal Lin lifted his head slightly, his expression puzzled upon seeing Su Jingyang. Student, school is closed today. What brings you here? Su Jingyang didn't feel like beating around the bush. He stated directly, Principal, I'm here to ask for some resources. Resources? Principal Lin's interest was instantly piqued. In his decades as principal, Su Jingyang was the first student to ever come knocking for resources. Far from being annoyed, he was genuinely pleased. The school never lacked resources. What it lacked were students who could recognize their own shortcomings and address them promptly. He genuinely admired students like Su Jingyang, unpretentious, observant, and bold. Lin Changchuan adjusted his glasses and smiled meaningfully. I remember you, Su Jingyang, the new member of the school team. Tell me, what resources do you want? Martial arts techniques? Or special training dummies? Su Jingyang shook his head gently. Neither. I want crystals. Crystals? Aren't those common currency in the dungeons? You wouldn't be thinking of. Lin Changchuan snapped to attention, his eyes widening as he looked up at Su Jingyang. Su Jingyang nodded with a smile. That's right, Principal. I want to go train in the dungeon. Lin Changchuan's brow instantly furrowed, his face filled with concern. Jingyang, the dungeon isn't a place to mess around in. The beasts inside are savage and powerful, with attack methods and defenses beyond imagination. Training against dummies in the simulation room has safety thresholds they stop short of full force. But the beasts in the dungeon are out to kill you. You have to sign a life or death agreement before entering. Dungeons aren't games, there are no do-overs. Every move is a matter of life and death. Lin Changchuan truly couldn't bear to see Su Jingyang take such a risk. This was a rare genius. He pleaded earnestly, Jingyang, with your talent, steadily cultivating within the school will surely lead to greatness. There's no need to take this risk. Su Jingyang remained resolute, his eyes gleaming with determination. I know the dungeons are dangerous, but towering trees don't grow in greenhouses. The South China tournament is in 2 weeks, and the national martial arts exam is in 3 months. Time is tight, playing it safe is too slow. Principal, don't you want our school's reputation restored? Fortune favors the bold, you surely understand this principle. Lin Changchuan was moved by these words, inwardly marveling at the boy's courage and resolve. After a moment's silence, he reluctantly agreed, pulling open a drawer and taking out a bag of crystals. Just as Su Jingyang reached out to take it, Lin Changchuan pulled his hand back. I agree you can run dungeons, but only the easy ones. Don't push yourself. If you sense danger, come back immediately. Understand? Su Jingyang nodded frantically, like a garlic press. Principal, rest assured, I'll follow your every word. At that moment, only one thought occupied his mind, get his hands on this start-up capital first. Seeing Su Jingyang agree so readily, Lin Changchuan finally relaxed and handed over the crystals. Su Jingyang weighed the pouch in his hand, estimating it contained 50 crystals. The entry fee for a basic dungeon was only 3 crystals, and he could run it once a day. This would last him a while. But he had no intention of sticking to easy dungeons. Su Jingyang's face was plastered with a dazzling smile, his enthusiasm bordering on excessive. Seeing him standing there without leaving, grinning like a fool, Lin Changchuan felt a wave of unease wash over him. Haha, esteemed principal, I'm afraid these crystals won't quite suffice for my needs. Su Jingyang spoke half jokingly, half seriously, a mischievous gleam in his eyes. Lin Changchuan's expression darkened. A flicker of irritation crossed his usually kind face as he pointed at Su Jingyang, both exasperated and amused. You little rascal, you really are insatiable. 50 isn't enough? How many do you want? Su Jingyang waved his fingers, chuckled, and gave a thumbs-up gesture. 200? That's acceptable. Lin Changchuan was about to reach for more crystals. Su Jingyang quickly interjected, at least 2,000. 2,000? Lin Changchuan was so startled his glasses slid off his nose and landed on the table. He put his glasses back on and pondered silently. This kid might be a bit greedy, but he's got drive and ambition. Given time, he'll go places. Besides, his wife had been keeping a close eye on him lately, and she seemed to be getting suspicious. This was a perfect excuse to avoid any awkwardness. He figured Su Jingyang probably just liked the security of holding onto a big spender, and wouldn't actually spend much. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Changchuan relented. Sighing, he pulled a card from his breast pocket. There are 3,000 crystals in here, my personal savings from years of frugality. Use it sparingly. Su Jingyang took the card, his heart bursting with joy. He instantly understood that in this world, crystals functioned as currency, just like money. Ordinary crystals were worth about 2,000, while higher grade ones could fetch tens of thousands. Principal Lin had converted his entire nest egg into crystals for storage, paying a small handling fee when needed made hiding it far more convenient. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly, experience truly counts. Seeing his goal achieved, Su Jingyang nodded eagerly, his face lit with a grateful smile. Principal, rest assured, I'll use them sparingly. With that, he took off like a shot, running faster than a rabbit, terrified the principal might change his mind. Once the sheep enters the tiger's mouth, there's no way it'll ever come out. Chapter 18, I'll take your bet but raise the stakes. At the dungeon portal entrance. Countless martial artists gathered here, either forming teams or seeking powerful allies, creating a bustling scene. One spot open. Hurry up and join us for an easy dungeon run. Any high-level players heading into the hard dungeon? I specialize in support roles guaranteed to follow orders in 1T. Amidst the clamor, Su Jingyang strode forward. Dressed in a simple school uniform and carrying a long sword, he lacked the flashy gear of others. Yet an aura of confidence radiated from him, instantly drawing many eyes. A student? Ha! Why aren't you studying in school? What are you doing wandering around here? Don't you fear death? Exactly. Probably trying to piggyback on a dungeon run. Who'd want to team up with dead weight like you? Most here were professional martial artists, and they naturally looked down on students. A scruffy middle-aged man stepped directly in front of Su Jingyang, blocking his path. Hey! Kid, turn back. This place isn't for you. He even reached out, trying to snatch the crystal stones. Kid, instead of rushing in only to bolt out in less than 3 seconds and waste your crystals, why not hand them over to me? When I come out of the dungeon later, I'll share some of the loot with you. Su Jingyang lifted his head slightly, saying nothing, only glaring coldly at him. The middle-aged man instantly felt his pride wounded, his composure shattered. Hey, I'm talking to you nicely. Why are you glaring at me? You think I won't gouge your eyes out? Don't think I won't hit you just cause you're a student. I love beating up students. With that, he raised his hand, poised to strike. Just then, someone nearby reached out and stopped him, recognizing Su Jingyang. Weakling, calm down. This guy's not someone you can mess with. He's probably Su Jingyang from the Martial Arts Academy. My younger brother goes to that school. I've heard about this kid. My brother says this kid doesn't bow to anyone at school. Once, during a private fight, he even pinned the Cold family's heiress to the ground and dragged her across it. That cold family heiress got grounded by the school, but this kid got off scot-free. He still struts around campus like he owns the place. The Lien family suffered such humiliation, yet they haven't taken action. Can you imagine how powerful his connections must be? Hearing this, the middle-aged man's eyes widened in shock. His voice trembled as he stammered, "You mean the Lien family? You're not talking about the Lung family, one of the 4 great families of Lin Yuan City, are you?" The others nodded, their gazes upon him as if he were already dead. Their voices weren't loud, but nearly everyone present heard them. The once bustling scene instantly fell into a deathly silence. Meanwhile, the very person they called ruthless Su Jingyang remained expressionless, though inside he was seething. SSSSSH. Li Baixue had already withdrawn from school, hadn't she? Who the hell is spreading these rumors? Sure, he had the power to do it, but he hadn't done it yet. Su Jingyang forced a smile, reaching out to pat the other person's shoulder in consolation, wanting to explain he wasn't that terrifying. The moment their skin touched, the other person jerked back as if electrocuted. Bows and apologies followed. Kid, bro. I was wrong. I was just messing with you earlier, don't take it to heart. Consider this crystal my token of respect. No. Su Jingyang stared at the crystal stone thrust forcefully into his hand, speechless. How did he end up looking like a ruthless bandit? He was perfectly reasonable, okay. Just then, a familiar yet irritating voice chimed in from behind him. Well, if it isn't Su Jingyang. Beating up classmates on campus, robbing people off campus? What's the matter? Broke and can't afford to enter the dungeon? Su Jingyang turned to look. There stood Zhao Meng, leaning against a convertible sports car with a sinister grin on his face. Behind him followed a woman dressed in a professional office lady outfit. Judging by her appearance, she was likely a secretary. The Zhao family was considered a prominent clan in Lin Yuan City, though distinct from the 4 great families. The Zhao family was a business dynasty, and their martial arts prowess was nothing to write home about. This guy never showed up with good news. Su Jingyang had no intention of acknowledging him and turned to leave. Ignored, Zhao Meng felt his composure crack. Hey! I'm talking to you. Don't you know how to show some respect? Fuming, he hurried after them, shouting incessantly from behind. They walked for a while. Su Jingyang abruptly halted and whipped his head around. Zhao Meng couldn't stop in time and slammed straight into him. Due to the height difference, he slammed into Su Jingyang's chest. It felt like colliding with a mountain. Su Jingyang stood rooted to the spot. Zhao Meng clutched his nose and collapsed in pain. Young Master Zhao, are you alright? The secretary rushed over to help him up. Su Jingyang stared down at Zhao Meng with a cold expression. Did I give you too much leeway? I hit your girlfriend but spared you, or are you just itching for a beating? The thought of being replaced on the school team and his beloved girlfriend Li Baixue getting expelled. Zhao Meng's rage boiled over. His fists clenched involuntarily, knuckles turning white from the pressure. But he knew deep down that if they fought again, it wouldn't end with just a week in the hospital. So despite his seething rage, he forced himself to endure. Zhao Meng forced himself to rise from the ground, but ultimately dared not make another rash move. Just as he prepared to leave, he heard the crowd gasp in astonishment. What? Soloing a hard dungeon? Are you crazy? Hey, buddy, even if you've got the guts to be cocky, you can't be this reckless. One wrong move in there and you could really die. Hearing this, Zhao Meng turned back. His eyes darted around, and suddenly an idea formed. He walked back to Su Jingyang. I heard you want to solo a hard-level dungeon. Care to make a bet? Seeing the other's mischievous grin, Su Jingyang frowned slightly and shook his head. No bet. Zhao Meng was somewhat taken aback and asked in surprise, why? Su Jingyang smiled as he explained, you're full of lies. You'd even betray your own girlfriend, making her take the fall for everything. You have zero credibility. How could I possibly agree to bet with you? Realizing Su knew he'd been involved in spreading rumors earlier, Zhao Meng panicked and stammered, You're talking nonsense. Stop making things up, I'll sue you for defamation. His face flushed as he desperately defended himself, I'm the Honorable Zhao family's young master. How could I possibly resort to such underhanded tactics? Li Baixue deserves to be expelled. I haven't even settled the score with you for hitting her yet. Su Jingyang smiled without responding, turning sideways and walking away slowly. Watching Su Jingyang's retreating figure, Zhao Meng's fury and shame reached a boiling point. He knew this might be one of his few chances to get back at Su Jingyang. The memory of Su Jingyang's ruthless words made his teeth grind with rage. Gritting his teeth, he seemed to summon great resolve and shouted, Su Jingyang, you stop right there. I'll sign the bet contract. Is that good enough? This contract is absolutely valid. You have no reason to refuse now. Su Jingyang's footsteps halted. Truthfully, he was somewhat intrigued by the wager. After all, he was genuinely short on cash. If he won the bet, he might get a hefty reward. With that money, he could keep spending on the game. He could buy his virtual girlfriend better gear and prettier outfits. So he turned on his heel, raised an eyebrow, and asked, so tell me, how do you plan to wager? Let me make it clear up front, no dirty tricks. Seeing Su Jingyang's interest, Zhao Meng's heart leapt with joy. He quickly pointed toward the dungeon entrance and declared, "We'll bet on whether you can survive a solo run through the hard difficulty dungeon and complete the quest objectives. If you succeed, I, Zhao Meng, will give you wide berth from now on, publicly apologize to you, and pay you 1 million as the wager. If you fail, you'll kneel and apologize in front of the entire school, admitting you're nothing but a coward who picks on the weak and confessing that you frankly Baishue." A smug, sinister grin spread across Zhao Meng's face. The crowd erupted the moment they heard the terms of their wager. Holy crap, 1 million! That's the bounty price for a 5th-tier ferocious beast. Wow, wow, wow. That's a full decade's worth of my salary. The Zhao family's young master sure knows how to throw down. But this bet is insane. Even 4 or 5 people struggle to clear a hard mode dungeon, let alone solo it. No way. Despite the surrounding jeers, Su Jingyang remained silent with his head bowed, seemingly deep in thought. After a long moment, he slowly lifted his head. No. Hearing that single word, the crowd instantly felt like they'd been doused with cold water. Their high hopes evaporated in an instant, replaced by expressions of disappointment. See? I knew it. Soloing a hard mode dungeon is too tough. He'd never dare accept. Yeah, looks like we won't get to see the show after all. Zhao Meng pursed his lips in disappointment, his smugness growing even more pronounced. He thought to himself, Su Jingyang wasn't all that after all. He chickened out at the crucial moment. Just as he was about to mock him, Su Jingyang's lips curved into a faint, confident smile. We need more money. At least 2 million. Chapter 19, how can he be such a big dummy like Zhao Meng? What? More money? Su Jingyang's got some nerve asking for that. 2 million? That's no small sum. Zhao Meng's face flushed alternately red and white upon hearing Su Jingyang's demand. He'd expected Su Jingyang to back down from the challenge of the hard-level dungeon, but instead of retreating, the man was making outrageous demands. 2 million yuan was a substantial sum, though he could scrape it together. Zhao Meng gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, Su Jingyang must be certain I won't agree, deliberately jacking up the price to make me back down. I won't let you have your way. Fine. 2 million it is. Zhao Meng practically ground the words out between clenched teeth. But first, we draw up a formal agreement. We'll find the most authoritative notary. Whoever backs out is a coward. Su Jingyang nodded, a barely perceptible smile flickering in his eyes. No problem. We'll do it your way. Those around them grew excited at the prospect of witnessing this high-stakes wager, speculating wildly about its outcome. Some thought Su Jingyang was overreaching. Soloing a hard-mode dungeon was practically impossible. Others believed that since Su Jingyang dared to make such a bold claim, he might actually have some hidden ace up his sleeve. Soon, under everyone's witness, the dungeon administrator brought in a professional notary to draw up a legally binding contract. The document was made in triplicate, 1 copy for the notary, and 1 each for Su Jingyang and Zhao Meng. After putting away the documents, Zhao Meng seethed inwardly. Su Jingyang, just wait until you're forced to kneel and apologize in front of the entire school. Is signing a document really worth such a grimace? Did you have a stroke? A pair of calm golden eyes fixed on him. Startled by the sudden chill, Zhao Meng cleared his throat a few times, feigning aloofness, afraid the owner of those eyes would see through his thoughts. Su Jingyang turned and walked toward the dungeon entrance. Watching his retreating figure, a flash of viciousness flickered in Zhao Meng's eyes. Just seconds ago, he'd sworn he was an upright gentleman who'd never resort to underhanded tricks. The moment Su Jingyang entered the instance, he whispered to his secretary beside him, "Go. Find some people to cause trouble inside the instance. See if there's any way to trip him up in there. Under no circumstances let him complete the mission and come out." "Yes, sir." The secretary nodded and immediately pulled out his phone. Stepping through the portal, a blinding flash of light engulfed him. Opening his eyes, he found himself in a desolate canyon. Mountains stretched endlessly, yet not a blade of grass grew, not a hint of green filled the horizon. The air hung thick with mist, and even the sky was a uniform gray. Stepping into the instance for the first time, Su Jingyang couldn't help but marvel in curiosity. Is this the hard difficulty instance? Dungeon difficulty tiers were easy, normal, hard, nightmare, and hell. The difficulty of a hard level instance far surpassed that of a normal one. The beasts within were not only more powerful but also possessed a degree of intelligence and teamwork. The slightest misstep could lead to certain doom. The canyon walls on both sides were jagged and rugged, exuding a primal and dangerous aura. The ground was covered in parched, cracked earth, the fissures resembling vicious, gaping wounds. Just then, a rhythmic electronic chime exploded in Su Jingyang's mind. Ding! Main quest triggered. Mission name, Swiftwind Wolf Hunt. Objective, within half an hour, successfully eliminate 8 second-tier Swiftwind Wolves. Though this dungeon felt like an advanced VR game, death here meant real death. Therefore, it must be taken seriously. True to its reputation as a hard-mode dungeon, it started with second-tier beasts. Tier 2 Swiftwind Wolves are blazingly fast and pack a serious punch. Taking down this many within the time limit is no small feat. And this is merely the first task. To exit the dungeon, you either complete all the quests or use a safety orb, though that would forfeit all gains made inside. Su Jingyang was intently observing his surroundings. The canyon was eerily quiet, broken only by the occasional wind echoing off the sheer cliffs. Suddenly, a deep, rumbling roar echoed from the depths of the canyon, followed by rustling sounds emerging from the grass. Su Jingyang's eyes narrowed sharply. Several agile swift-winged wolves slowly emerged from all directions. Their gray fur shimmered with a cold sheen in the dim light, their eerie green eyes fixed intently on Su Jingyang as they emitted threatening growls. Gale Wolf Tier 2, Level 1. Type, Common. Skills, Bite, Charge. Every wolf before him possessed a martial realm cultivation level surpassing his own. Yet instead of panic, Su Jingyang burst into hearty laughter. Well, just like that big dummy Zhao Meng, walking right into my trap. He swiftly drew the long sword at his waist while switching his phone to the martial skill extraction interface. S-rank martial skill, Dawn-splitting void sword. In an instant, a faint golden glow surged around Su Jingyang. The sword in his hand seemed to fuse with his arm, radiating a fierce aura. This aura caused the surrounding air to tremble, instantly filling the once deadly quiet canyon with a murderous intent. The lead swift-winged wolf launched its attack first, charging toward Su Jingyang like a gray bolt of lightning. Its sharp claws whipped through the air, stirring up a fierce gust. Su Jingyang remained unflustered. He crouched slightly, thrusting his legs forward, propelling his entire body like a cannonball toward the swift-winged wolf. As they closed, his longsword thrust forward with blinding speed, too fast for the naked eye to follow. This seemingly simple strike contained immense power. A slender blade of energy shot forth from the sword's tip, slicing through the air with a hissing sound wherever it passed. The swift-winged wolf sensed the deadly threat and tried to dodge, only to find its movements suppressed by the sword energy. A piercing scream echoed as the blade energy pierced clean through the swift-winged wolf's body, leaving a gaping wound the size of a bull. The swift-winged wolf crashed heavily to the ground, twitching a few times before falling utterly still. The other swift-winged wolves witnessed this, yet failed to recognize that the youth before them was unlike others. Far from retreating, they were enraged. Coordinating their movements, they launched attacks on Su Jingyang from multiple directions. Some feigned attacks from the front to draw Su Jingyang's attention, while others launched sneak assaults from the flanks and rear. Su Jingyang's gaze remained cool as he spun swiftly, his long sword whirling in a flurry of slashes. He unleashed the advanced technique of the dawn-splitting void slash. With each swing, a shrieking blade energy erupted. These sword energies crisscrossed in the air, weaving an invisible net of blades. A swift-winged wolf attacking from the flank collided with the net, instantly torn open by the slashing sword chi. It howled in agony, writhing on the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Su Jingyang lunged forward in a single stride. Raising his long sword high, he brought it crashing down. A crescent-shaped blade of energy, carrying immense force, sliced through the swift-winged wolf, cleaving it clean in two. Killed Tier 2 Swift-Winged Wolf +1. Killed Tier 2 Swift-Winged Wolf +1. As the last Swift-Winged Wolf fell, the valley filled with the thick stench of blood. Su Jingyang slowly sheathed his sword and exhaled deeply. Swift-Winged Wolf slain 10-8. Quest 1 successfully completed. Completing Task 2. Completing the first task within 2 minutes of entering the instance shattered all previous records. Chapter 20, Why Fear When You Only Attack? Su Jingyang sheathed his longsword at his waist and stepped forward to collect the spoils. Defeating beasts in the dungeon had a chance to drop crystals and gear. 10 swift-winged wolves yielded 3 crystals and 2 pieces of gear. A pair of swift boots that boosted agility upon equipping, and a long sword with pale blue vein-like patterns covering its blade, the Azure Mist sword. That sword was actually of fine quality. Not bad at all. That drop rate was exceptionally high. Some players might not even get a single crystal after killing 10 beasts. Some unlucky souls even clear entire dungeons without dropping a single piece of loot. All about the grind. Xinglan sword fine quality. Special effect, blade weight reduced by 40%, swing speed plus 15%. An unawakened Windspeaker stone is embedded in the guard, requiring a tier 3 crystal to activate. Finally, I can replace this crude, broken sword. Su Jingyang spent all his money on in-game purchases, so he never upgraded his gear. After hacking through those foolish wolves that came right to him, the blade was already badly damaged, greatly reducing its power and slowing his monster-slaying speed. With his gear upgraded, Su Jingyang wasted no time diving into his second quest. Similar to the previous quest, it involved slaying a set number of ferocious beasts. Clearing the hard dungeon meant completing 5 tasks within the allotted time. Stone Armor Beast slain 6-5. Quest 2 successfully completed. Kill Poison Spine Porcupines 9-7. Task 3 successfully completed. In less than 10 minutes, Su Jingyang had already completed 4 tasks. Dungeon progress 80%. And each task was completed with extra kills. During this time, he also casually took down a 3rd-tier ferocious beast, the Demon Flame Lion. His luck was off the charts, and actually dropped a tier 3 crystal. He immediately used the crystal to activate the Wind Whisper Stone on the Xinglan sword. The moment it activated, a swirling vortex of light erupted from the blue crystal at the sword guard. Activation successful. Xinglan sword fine quality. Special effects, 1. Blade weight reduced by 40%, swing speed plus 15%. 2. Wind Scar leaves a 0.3-second aura trail along the blade's path, dealing secondary slashing damage. 1 strike, 2 stage damage. This is downright sneaky. Almost done clearing the game, just one last quest left. Mission 5, eliminate Flying Blade Bees 0100. Time limit, 30 minutes. True to its name as the final mission, not only are there more of them, but the difficulty has also increased significantly compared to the previous 4 missions. But it's the perfect chance to test my weapon's special effects. Su Jingyang began scouring the canyon for flying blade bees. Finally, he spotted their trail in a remote corner of the canyon. It was an extremely treacherous spot, right at the edge of a cliff. The surrounding rocks had been eroded by time into a pitted mess, their sharp edges gleaming coldly like blades beneath the gray sky. Meanwhile, not far away, 2 figures, one tall, one short, were observing Su Jingyang. Bro, this kid must be the one Zhao asked us to find. The shorter man handed his phone to the taller one beside him. The taller man glanced at the phone, compared the image, and nodded firmly. Perfect. It's like heaven sent. This place is way too remote. There's definitely no one around. Messing with him is only worth 20 grand, but killing him could net us 200 grand. Plan change, we kill him. Meanwhile, Su Jingyang, aided by his speed boots. He sprinted with all his might, dodging boulders until he reached the cliff's edge. Looking down, he saw a bottomless abyss. Gale force winds howled through the canyon, threatening to sweep everything into the endless darkness below. Hanging from a centuries-old cypress tree at the cliff's edge was a massive beehive, teeming with swarms of flying blade bees. Golden from head to tail, their wings flapped rapidly in the wind, producing a bone-chilling buzz. Blade Wasps Tier 2. Type, Elite. Skill, Sting. The flying blade wasps' tails glinted coldly, their deadly weapons. It is said they can effortlessly pierce a warrior's defenses, even the A-rank martial art golden bell shield cannot withstand them. But why should Su Jingyang fear, when he only attacks and never defends? The wind grew fiercer, whipping his clothes into a fluttering frenzy. The flying blade bees seemed to sense the uninvited intruder, and several darted toward him first. Seeing this, Su Jingyang flickered his wrist lightly. The Qinglan sword traced an arc with a speed beyond human reaction. Thanks to the sword's reduced weight, the strike was astonishingly swift, cleaving those flying blade bees clean in two. The gust of wind generated by the sword's swing swept away several more nearby flying blade bees. Enraged by the disturbance, more flying blade bees swarmed together, unleashing their sting skill. Like a volley of sharp arrows, they shot toward Su Jingyang. Su Jingyang spun, the Qinglan sword whirling rapidly in his grasp to form an impenetrable net of blades. Simultaneously, he unleashed the S-rank martial skill, Dawn-Splitting Void Slash. His attack speed nearly doubled, the sword in his hand moving so fast it left no discernible afterimage. Every attacking flying blade wasp was blocked. Killed flying blade beast 2100. Facing such overwhelming numbers of ferocious beasts moving at blinding speeds, defense alone would only leave him at a disadvantage. He had to take the offensive. The Qinglan sword's wind trace effect truly shone at this moment. Where the blade sliced through, a phantom-like aura lingered for 0.3 seconds, forming an invisible razor-sharp edge. The flying blade bees that had attempted to evade the protagonist's attack were struck by this secondary cutting damage, crashing to the ground one after another. As one flying blade bee darted in from the side at high speed, the protagonist swiftly spun around and struck. Not only did the sword cleave it clean in two, but the lingering air pressure also sliced the 2 flying blade bees behind it in half at the waist. As the battle raged on, the flying blade bees grew increasingly frenzied, launching relentless attacks from every angle. But by now, Su Jingyang's task was complete. Flying blade bees eliminated 100. Mission 5 complete. Congratulations, Challenger. You have succeeded. Please step onto the teleportation array to exit the instance immediately. A 5-star array suddenly unfolded beneath his feet. But the flying blade bees' assault was far from over. They seemed endless, pouring forth in waves. The ground was already piled high with corpses, yet more flying blade bees kept emerging from the hive, flying in to meet their doom. One must stand still within the array for 3 seconds to teleport out of the instance. But Su Jingyang now had to constantly shift his stance, swinging his sword in combat. He was speechless. Who came up with this stupid idea? Did they even consider situations like mine? As the teleportation array's countdown neared its end, Su Jingyang suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Whirlwind. Slash. With a mighty shout, he spun around and swung his sword with all his might. A whirlwind erupted around him. The flying blade bees swirling around him were tossed about wildly by the whirlwind, flapping their wings desperately yet unable to maintain balance. Seizing this fleeting opening, Su Jingyang leapt toward the cliff's edge, his speed boots blazing with intense light. He leapt with all his might, landing before the massive hive. As Su Jingyang swung his sword down, the hive plummeted straight into the abyss. The flying blade bees ignored Su Jingyang entirely, bypassing him as they rushed toward the falling hive, plunging into the abyss in pursuit. Having dealt with the final threat, Su Jingyang hurried back into the formation. Only then did the tall and short duo barely make it over. Their agility couldn't match Su Jingyang's. It took them tremendous effort to finally scramble over. Spotting Su Jingyang standing within the formation, the tall man immediately shouted, "No! We can't let him get away." He reached out, attempting to rush forward and block Su Jingyang. Surprised to find himself being followed, Su Jingyang casually asked, "Did Zhao Meng send you to disrupt my dungeon run?" The tall one sneered, lifting his chin defiantly. "That's right, young Master Zhao. What are you going to do about it?" Hearing this, the shorter man urgently tugged at the taller man's sleeve and whispered, "Brother, didn't young Master Zhao tell us to keep this secret?" The tall man finally snapped to attention, a flicker of embarrassment crossing his face. But when they turned back, the magic array beneath Su Jingyang's feet flared brilliantly, instantly teleporting him away. The two stood frozen in place, taking a moment to snap out of their daze before shifting blame onto each other. The tall one glared, pointing an accusing finger at the short one. "It's all your fault, dawdling around. Now we've failed the mission. How are we supposed to explain this to young Master Zhao?" The shorter man retorted just as fiercely, "Look who's talking. If you hadn't taken the wrong path the whole way, would we be this late?" Just as their argument reached a fever pitch, a familiar buzzing sound suddenly filled the air. The short man fell silent first, his face turning deathly pale. Pointing toward the cliff edge in terror, he stammered, "Brother, listen." The taller man sensed the disturbance too. He whipped his head around just as swarms of flying blade bees surged up from the cliff's edge. Their nests destroyed, the flying blade bees were in a state of extreme fury. Their golden bodies glinted coldly against the gray sky, their wings beating rapidly, creating a chilling gust of wind. The already narrow space was instantly filled with the swarm. Their eyes seemed to burn with rage as they fixed their gaze on the tall and short figures, viewing them as the invaders who had just destroyed their nest. The sight sent shivers down their spines. Their legs grew weak, and they could barely stand. The taller man swallowed hard, his voice trembling. We're done for. That kid didn't clear out all the monsters. Why did he just leave?" The shorter one was too terrified to speak, clinging tightly to the taller man's back as his body shook uncontrollably. Chapter 21, Permanent S-Rank Martial Arts. Outside the instance, a crowd gathered, everyone buzzing with curiosity about the situation inside. Suddenly, the teleportation gate stirred with a faint movement. The once noisy crowd instantly fell silent, everyone holding their breath and still. Zhao Meng stood at the front of the crowd. The moment he saw the portal shift, his face lit up with a smug grin. He pushed his way forward excitedly, certain that the two men he'd sent to cause trouble would emerge. Finally, they're out. Zhao Meng's face radiated a look of certainty as he shouted, "So? Which task has that kid completed now? How did you mess things up? Did you push him off the cliff? Beat him to a pulp? Or did you just finish him off?" His words dripped with arrogance and contempt, as if he already saw Su Jingyang in utter disarray under his schemes. However, as the portal's light gradually faded, a familiar figure appeared before everyone. Zhao Meng's smile froze instantly, as if frozen in time. Then, it vanished rapidly, replaced by sheer terror. Su Jingyang stepped out of the portal with steady, deliberate strides. His golden eyes were as calm as still water, fixed directly on Zhao Meng. Zhao Meng felt a chill run down his spine under that gaze, his legs trembling slightly beyond his control. "You sent men to disrupt the dungeon run, and you even tried to kill me?" Su Jingyang's voice wasn't loud, but it thundered like a bolt of lightning in Zhao Meng's ears. No, bro. I was talking about someone else. It has nothing to do with you." Zhao Meng waved his hands frantically, his speech stumbling as beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Desperate to change the subject, he fumbled a black card from his pocket and thrust it toward Su Jingyang with both hands. "Bro, here's 2 million. The bet money. See? I had it ready all along. I never meant to harm you." All traces of his earlier arrogance vanished, replaced by a groveling, begging expression. His groveling posture was practically begging on his knees. Su Jingyang's mood lifted considerably as he looked at the black card presented before him. He had known Zhao Meng would scheme behind the scenes, which was why he'd remained vigilant throughout the dungeon run. He just hadn't expected Zhao Meng's henchmen to be so useless they hadn't shown up until after he'd finished the dungeon and was about to teleport out. Su Jingyang reached out to take the black card, then abruptly raised his hand to fix his hair. But this movement made Zhao Meng mistakenly believe he was about to attack. The terrifying memory of being beaten so badly he ended up in the hospital instantly flooded his mind, and fear instinctively gripped his body. Thud! Zhao Meng reflexively closed his eyes, collapsing to his knees. His entire body shook like a sieve, and he even wet himself in terror. "Brother, please don't hit me in the face." 1 second, 2 seconds. The pain didn't come as expected. Instead, he heard waves of mocking laughter from those around him. He slowly opened his eyes, but Su Jingyang was already gone. Zhao Meng didn't care about his own disgraceful state, but Su Jingyang certainly did. He had already walked away with a flourish. The crowd laughed and whispered among themselves, their mocking stares piercing Zhao Meng like sharp blades. Zhao Meng stood rooted to the spot, his face flushed crimson. He wished the ground would swallow him whole, consumed by shame, anger, and regret. Laugh. Keep laughing. See if I don't make all of you pay dearly. His secretary hurriedly fetched a towel to cover the wet patch spreading like a waterfall down Zhao Meng's trousers. Zhao Meng scrambled to his feet, scrambled into the luxury car, and fled the scene. The crowd erupted in laughter once more. Some had already secretly recorded videos and uploaded them to social media accounts. After clearing the dungeon, Su Jingyang rushed straight home without delay. This raid not only yielded some loot but also elevated his martial realm to Tier 2, Level 2. Don't underestimate this seemingly minor advancement to Tier 2, Level 2. Even a pampered heiress like Lang Linglin, backed by a powerful family, would need weeks or even a month to achieve it. And that's not even mentioning ordinary students who could only practice against dummies. Yet he had achieved it in under half an hour, hundreds of times more efficient than others. The only drawback was the immense strain on martial arts techniques. An S-rank martial skill only lasts for 1 day. Even if he raced through dungeons non-stop, he could only clear them 4 or 5 times a day. In just a few days, his supply of S-rank martial arts would be depleted. This was simply too wasteful. Moreover, he currently couldn't use any SS-rank martial arts. Besides, he couldn't bring himself to use an SS-grade martial skill for a dungeon run. Was he really going to settle for learning a low-level martial skill? As he pondered, the game finished loading. Yi Qingwan was seen crouched intently on a high ground, her sleek Barrett sniper rifle propped beside her. Her eyes were pressed tightly against the scope, her slender fingers lightly resting on the trigger, yet she hesitated to pull it. Qingwan, what's going on? Just aiming without shooting? Practicing your eyesight? Su Jingyang looked utterly perplexed and hurriedly asked through voice chat. He was brimming with confidence now the 2 million he'd just acquired had given him a newfound swagger. With a generous wave of his hand, he'd splurged on a high-powered speaker, eager to have a proper chat with his virtual girlfriend. Hearing his voice, a flicker of delight crossed Yi Qingwan's previously serene eyes. She straightened abruptly and replied urgently, Lord Jingyang. In reply to your excellency, there are only a few of those little yellow pellets left in this divine artifact you gave me. Qingwan can't bear to waste them. Su Jingyang couldn't help but chuckle, patiently correcting her, silly. They're called bullets, not little yellow pellets. Rest assured, I'll handle the bullets. But when Su Jingyang opened the maul to bulk buy bullets, his smile instantly froze. It had been a day, and the maul's inventory had refreshed. The Barrett rifle and its ammunition were nowhere to be found. Everything had been replaced with everyday household items. How awkward. Su Jingyang explained, well, I consulted the oracle today, and it seems today isn't auspicious for bestowing another artifact upon you. We must wait for a more favorable day. Yi Qingwan's lips curved upward slightly, revealing a gentle smile as she softly replied, very well, Lord Jingyang. Then let's wait for a good day. I'm in no hurry. Just then, a badge suddenly appeared, growing larger as it flew out from the corner of the screen. You have earned the reverence of 10,000 followers in the game, gaining the title of God of 10,000 believers. You may select one previously used S-rank martial skill to become your permanent martial skill. A permanent martial skill. What a godsend. Whoa. Su Jingyang pondered for a moment, briefly comparing the S-rank martial arts he had used. Ultimately, he chose the sovereign sword intent he had first used. Not only did this technique deal massive damage, but it could be used in close combat or long-range attacks. Most importantly, it lets me show off. Powerful and stylish, why wouldn't he choose it? Isn't life all about those few defining moments? As Su Jingyang confirmed his choice, the badge burst into dazzling light, enveloping him in a blinding radiance. A surge of heat poured into his palms, coursing through his meridians and spreading throughout his body. This power fused completely with Su Jingyang's being. Now, a faint aura of sword energy swirled around him. Was this the power of a believer? Of course, this was undoubtedly thanks to Yi Qingwan promoting him. This virtual girlfriend was worth every penny. Chapter 22, Dungeon Training? Low key. I'm heading out of town. For the next few days, Su Jingyang spent his time in dungeon trials. He was either running dungeons or on his way to run dungeons. Day 1, soloing a hard dungeon. Day 2, directly tackling a hell dungeon and succeeding. From the 3rd day onward, he kept breaking records. He kept shattering solo dungeon records and pushing his martial realm to new heights. But he soon hit a wall. After reaching the 2nd tier, 9th level, no further breakthroughs followed. He was just one step away from entering the 3rd tier. He had already cleared the highest difficulty hell tier dungeon twice in a row. It was all for naught. Now, within the gloomy, shadowy confines of the hell tier instance, howling winds swept through the air, thick with the pungent stench of blood. Su Jingyang stood proudly amidst the devastation, his foot crushing the massive skull of a wolf, the head of the 3rd tier, 8th rank Swiftwind Wolf King. Though the Wolf King lay defeated, its eyes still flashed with a stubborn light. It bared its teeth, snarling as if venting its fury and defiance toward the human before it. A sneer curled the corners of Su Jingyang's mouth. He slowly raised his index finger, pointing toward the sky. In an instant, countless golden swords appeared in the once gloomy sky. They emitted dazzling light, their blades trembling slightly. With a downward flick of his finger, the golden blade shot forth like arrows released from a bowstring, hurtling toward the Swiftwind Wolf King. A series of rapid thwack, thwack, thwack sounds echoed through the air. The Swiftwind Wolf King was pierced like a honeycomb by the golden blades. Its corpse was densely studded with swords, blood splattering and blooming into eerie crimson blossoms within the gloomy dungeon. Fourth solo run through the hell dungeon and still no breakthrough? Looks like I need to switch up my training methods. Emerging from the dungeon, Su Jingyang stared thoughtfully at the advertisement for the scout camp by the roadside. Meanwhile, inside a luxurious private room at the Tianyu feast, the atmosphere was so oppressive it felt suffocating. Seated at the head of the table was the renowned leader of the Zhao clan guild, Zhao Badian. His face twisted with fury as he harshly reprimanded his son, Zhao Meng, and the trembling female secretary beside him. You good for nothing. You've ruined every ounce of respect I worked so hard to earn. Zhao Badian roared, violently flinging his phone at Zhao Meng's feet. The screen played a video capturing Zhao Meng's entire transformation at the dungeon portal entrance, from arrogant taunts to kneeling on the ground, terrified to the point of incontinence. With likes just surpassing 1 million, the view count was guaranteed to hit tens of millions. Virtually every internet user in Lin Yuan City had seen this video. Watching his own pathetic reflection in the video, Zhao Meng seethed with indignation yet felt utterly helpless. After all, the facts were undeniable, and they had been captured on camera. You've embarrassed me enough, but now you've gone and offended a genius. Do you have any idea how desperately our Zhao family needs talent? Zhao Badian continued to roar furiously, now you've offended him. Not only have we lost a chance to win him over, but what if he gets recruited by our enemies in the future? Zhao Badian grew increasingly furious, abruptly standing up and slamming both hands down on the table. Crash! A deafening crash echoed as wine glasses, bowls, chopsticks, and dishes scattered across the floor in an instant, leaving utter chaos in their wake. Expensive porcelain shattered on the floor, wine and sauce mingled and flowed everywhere, filling the private room with a pungent stench. Yet Zhao Meng's previously sullen expression suddenly brightened. No, Dad. Actually, I have my own thoughts. Seeing his son, who rarely voiced his own opinions, take a rare initiative, Zhao Badian paused, his anger gradually subsiding. What idea? Zhao Meng hurriedly explained, because this Su Jingyang is nothing to worry about. We've been classmates for years, I know exactly what he's like. He's just been having a bit of luck lately. As the saying goes, the poor excel in literature, the rich in martial arts. We still have a long road ahead in our martial training. He's just a flash in the pan. Zhao Badian stared in disbelief. That's it? Zhao Meng nodded, a hint of confidence still lingering on his face. Ha, ha, ha. Zhao Badian forced a smile, patting Zhao Meng's shoulder. Well said, son. Well said. Of course. Zhao Meng accepted the praise gladly, a look of pride spreading across his face. But the next second, the hand that had been on his shoulder suddenly swung across Zhao Meng's face. A sharp crack echoed as a vivid red handprint instantly appeared on Zhao Meng's cheek. He looked up in shock, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Of course, my ass. That's the extent of your knowledge. Zhao Baishan's eyes widened with fury once more. Do you think your old man has been coasting all these years? Luck? Do you think someone who can solo a hard-level dungeon with ease relies solely on luck? Don't you know he's already soloing hell-level dungeons lately? Soloing a hell-level dungeon? Zhao Meng froze in disbelief at the words. It was like a high school student completing a graduate-level research project before even taking the college entrance exam. You better reflect on your actions and stop embarrassing me. Zhao Meng clutched his stinging cheek, head bowed, not daring to utter another word. Zhao Badian paced back and forth in the private room with his hands behind his back. After a moment's thought, he stopped abruptly and fixed Zhao Meng with a stern gaze. While the rift between you isn't too deep yet, go apologize to Su Jingyang immediately. Do whatever it takes to earn his forgiveness. Even if it costs you something, it's only fair. Zhao Meng stared at him in utter shock, his eyes wide as saucers. Dad! You want me to grovel at his feet? I can't do that. Zhao Badian glared at him fiercely, his voice filled with disappointment. What's wrong with groveling? What's wrong with bearing humiliation? A true man knows when to bend and when to stand firm. Didn't your old man go through the same back in the day? How else did we build this empire? This was no lie. Zhao Baishan's rise to wealth began when he was young, living off a wealthy woman in her 60s. He eventually outlived her and inherited her fortune. Though Zhao Badian never mentioned this to Zhao Meng, the son had long heard the story from others. He felt nothing but contempt, yet seeing his father's imposing demeanor, he dared not speak up. Zhao Meng gritted his teeth and muttered softly, Dad, I'll go apologize. But what if he deliberately makes things difficult for me and humiliates me? Zhao Badian frowned and replied, can't you use your head? Bring a generous gift and adopt a humble attitude. Whatever demands he makes, as long as they're not unreasonable, agree to them. Even if he demands you call him Dad, it doesn't matter. You've already brought shame upon the Zhao family. This matter must be resolved properly this time. Zhao Baishan's gaze instantly turned icy cold as he fixed his eyes on Zhao Meng, speaking slowly and deliberately, I'm giving you 3 days. Within 3 days, you must repair your relationship with Su Jingyang. If you fail, starting on the 4th day, your monthly allowance will be cut to 0. You won't get a single penny from the family's resources either. From now on, the family business has nothing to do with you. You're on your own. Zhao Meng's heart clenched, his face alternating between pale and crimson. He knew his father was serious this time. He hurriedly replied, "Dad, I understand. I'll definitely go apologize properly." With that, he slunk out of the private room, his heart churning with a mix of emotions he couldn't quite name. The next day, Zhao Meng rose early and waited for Su Jingyang at the copy shop. But after a full 5 hours, by noon, there was still no sign of him. Only when someone mentioned seeing Su Jingyang leaving the city did Zhao Meng realize that Su Jingyang had already cleared the dungeon to the point of exhaustion and was off to challenge a more dangerous trial. Before, he'd have wished for the guy to die out there. But now, he carried a death sentence on his shoulders. The thought that he might fail to complete his mission in 3 days and truly lose his status as the arrogant young Master Zhao filled him with dread. A wave of dread washed over Zhao Meng, tears welling in his eyes as he muttered, "It's so dangerous outside the city. My dear father, please don't get hurt. Come back soon." Chapter 23, Entering the Contaminated Zone. Su Jingyang remained utterly unaware of this father-son duo's clownish antics. At this moment, he had arrived at the southern city gate. The towering city wall stood like an impenetrable barrier, completely separating the bustling prosperity within the city from the perils lurking outside. Geographically speaking, the southern part of Lin Yuan City was the human settlement closest to the Abyss. And the Abyss was the most perilous region in this world. True to its name, Abyss City stood on the very edge of the Abyss. The greater the danger, the greater the opportunity. Perhaps what couldn't be achieved in the dungeon could be broken through elsewhere. As Su Jingyang approached the city gate, 2 imposing guards swiftly stepped forward to block his path. The area outside the city is dangerous. You are not permitted to leave without authorization. The lead guard's tone was firm, his gaze radiating an authority that brooked no argument. Su Jingyang remained calm, pulling the Scout Corps recruitment poster from his robe. "I'm here for the mission," he stated concisely. At this, the expressions of the 2 guards instantly turned solemn and grave. "Understood," the lead guard responded loudly. "May you return safely." One guard saluted him with deep respect, while the other turned and pushed open the southern city gate with force. The moment Su Jingyang stepped outside Lin Yuan City, it felt like entering a completely different world. Vast, boundless wilderness stretched into the distance, merging with the horizon. A thin mist hung in the distance, and even the air he breathed seemed heavy with oppression. Su Jingyang followed a winding path, the towering walls of Lin Yuan City gradually shrinking behind him until they became a blurred shadow. After more than 20 minutes of trekking, he finally reached an extremely well-concealed campsite. From afar, it appeared to be nothing more than ordinary wasteland. Only upon closer approach could one discover the secret passage hidden beneath the sand. As Su Jingyang passed through the passageway, the scene suddenly opened up before him. A massive and imposing emblem came into view: the demon-suppressing army. This was a special military force meticulously assembled by Huaxia to defend against the threat of the Abyss, bearing the heavy responsibility of protecting humanity. Su Jingyang's destination, the Scout Battalion, was a vital component of the demon-sealing army. The dreaded contaminated zone lay just beyond, hermetically sealed off by the demon-suppressing army's encampment. "Halt!" 2 agile demon-slaying army guards swiftly appeared before Su Jingyang, their piercing gazes fixed on him with intense vigilance. "Present your credentials." Unlike the checks at the city gates, the internal identity verification procedures within the demon-suppressing army were far more rigorous and meticulous. First came precise facial recognition, where high-tech equipment scanned Su Jingyang's facial contours and cross-referenced them with database records. Next came voice-print verification, where Su Jingyang recited specific phrases as instructed, allowing the system to precisely analyze his vocal characteristics. Finally, an ability assessment was required. Su Jingyang, age 18, high school student. Martial Realm Tier 2, 9th layer? A guard stared at the results in his hand, his face frozen in astonishment. He exchanged a glance with his comrade, their eyes brimming with disbelief. "Young man, your strength is indeed superior to most your age, but this place isn't suitable for you. You should head home immediately." Su Jingyang smiled faintly and interrupted, "But you haven't let me demonstrate my abilities yet." The 2 guards exchanged another look, their eyes filled with resignation. "Alright, go ahead and show us what you can do." Su Jingyang drew a deep breath. A surge of energy instantly rippled around him as powerful spiritual energy gathered within his body like a surging tide. He slowly raised his right hand, palm facing upward, and uttered a low command. In an instant, a dazzling golden light erupted from his palm. Within the radiance, countless tiny golden swords flickered in and out of view. Immediately, these golden blades shot out in a fan-shaped pattern from Su Jingyang, streaking forward at incredible speed. Wherever they passed, the air seemed to be sliced by sharp blades, emitting a hissing sound, while deep, bottomless gullies were carved into the ground. The 2 demon-suppressing army guards had previously worn a hint of disdain on their faces. Yet the instant the sovereign sword intent activated, their eyes widened like copper bells. Their expressions froze, replaced by utter shock. Sword. Sword intent? That's at least an S-rank martial skill. One guard stammered, his voice thick with fear and awe. The other guard swallowed hard, his throat so dry he couldn't utter a sound. He opened his mouth but remained speechless for a long moment. Both of their martial arts techniques barely reached B rank, so they were well aware of the rarity of an S rank technique. Su Jingyang observed their stunned expressions, a faint smile of confidence curling his lips. He slowly withdrew his spiritual energy, and the golden sword vanished. Yet the powerful aura lingering in the air refused to dissipate. The two guards exchanged glances, seeing equal shock and recognition in each other's eyes. A single thought dominated their minds: the Scout Corps was desperately short-staffed right now. If they stopped this young man, they'd likely be barred from even guarding the main gate tomorrow. Both men swallowed hard. One of them stammered, I'm sorry. Please come in." With that, they quickly stepped aside, clearing a path for Su Jingyang. Su Jingyang smoothed his clothes and strode steadily into the Scout Corps. The moment he stepped into the camp, he felt a thick, grim atmosphere. Surrounding him, people were either meticulously polishing their weapons or meditating in rest. Most were professional martial artists who had entered society, along with some veterans. Though time had left its mark on their faces, their every movement retained the distinctive efficiency and authority of soldiers. As Su Jingyang carefully observed his surroundings, a gray-haired but sharp-looking veteran strode toward him. The veteran wore a crisp military uniform, the insignia on his shoulders gleaming in the sunlight. His presence drew the attention of everyone present. The crowd stood up in unison. "Hello everyone, I'm Zhang Yun, commander of the Scout Battalion." The veteran's voice was deep and resonant, carrying the steady composure of battle-hardened experience. "Welcome to the Scout Battalion. We appreciate your willingness to assist with our missions. Your mission is straightforward: purge the demonic forces from the contaminated lands. You may operate either in teams or solo. Your rewards depend on the demons you slay, including those with bounties. Take a look at the posters." Zhang Yun pointed to the posters on the wall. Su Jingyang glanced over. Scout Battalion Bounty List. Swamp Fiend Tier 3 500 Military Merit. Bloodthirsty Fiend Tier 3 450 Military Merit. Over a dozen bounties listed, Su Jingyang scanned them almost entirely. Whether he could find them all remained to be seen, but he had committed every demon's appearance to memory. "I wonder what these military merits are for." Zhang Yun overheard Su Jingyang's mutter and quickly explained, "Military merit is your reward. It includes the spoils you obtain in the polluted lands. You can take them with you or exchange them for military merit. With 1,000 military merits, you can enter the first level of our demon-suppressing army's treasure vault and choose one artifact. 2,000 military merits grants access to the second level, and so on." Zhang Yun then led the group to the supply depot. Besides standard potions, there was also a summoning talisman. Once you enter the contaminated lands, ensure your own safety above all else. If you encounter danger you cannot handle, call for help immediately. Zhang Yun emphasized as a final reminder. Once everything was prepared, Su Jingyang and the other scout team members assembled in the center of the camp. At Zhang Yun's command, they began forming teams. Su Jingyang, however, had already set off alone toward the contaminated zone, far ahead of the others. Chapter 24, Soloing a Tier 3 Swamp Fiend. The Abyss was the lair of the demonic forces. The contaminated land, as its name suggests, is territory polluted by demonic forces. The military was perpetually understaffed, with the main forces stationed around the abyss to prevent demons from flooding into the cities and wreaking havoc upon humanity. Yet some always slipped through the cracks. Thus, the Scout Corps was born. Through mission-based operations, they allow civilians to contribute their share. Compared to dungeons, these missions offer richer rewards. Yet danger escalates exponentially. Ever since Su Jingyang ventured alone into the contaminated zone, an eerie mist had enveloped the surroundings. The ground beneath his feet was thick with mud, each step accompanied by a squelching sound. A low, rumbling growl echoed from the distance, like whispers from hell, sending chills down his spine. As he walked, Su Jingyang suddenly felt a chill on his neck. The wolf-tooth necklace he wore emitted a faint, icy sensation. This epic artifact, dropped after his third run through the Hell Dungeon's Swiftwind Wolf King, possessed the ability to sense danger to a certain degree. In an instant, an overwhelming sense of peril surged through him, and Su Jingyang instinctively leapt backward. Just as he retreated, a dark shadow swooped down from above, accompanied by a foul stench. He stared in shock. It was a colossal swamp fiend. Standing over 5 meters tall, its entire body was coated in sticky, dark green slime, emitting a nauseating stench. Its eyes flickered with an eerie red glow, and its razor-sharp claws, like scythes, whipped through the air with a sharp, whistling sound. "So it's you bastard." Su Jingyang instantly recognized it as the third-tier demonic creature from the bounty list. Swamp Fiend Tier 3, Level 1. Type, High-Grade Demon Soldier. Ability, Swamp Regeneration. As long as swampy terrain exists nearby, it can rapidly draw energy from the mud to regenerate damaged body parts and restore combat capability, even after severe injury. Skills, Putrid Toxin, Earth Swamp Concealment. A thrill-tinged smile curved his lips. Perfect timing. Dispatching you will net me 500 military merit points. The swamp fiend seemed to understand Su Jingyang's provocation, roaring furiously as its claws plunged into the ground. Using the recoil force, it launched itself toward Su Jingyang like a cannonball. Su Jingyang remained unflustered. Spiritual energy surged around him as the sovereign sword intent instantly coalesced in his palm. Golden light illuminated the dim, polluted land as countless tiny golden swords swarmed around him, humming with energy. Su Jingyang swept his hand, sending the golden spears raining down upon the swamp fiend. The swamp demon swung its claws to block, producing sharp clangs. Under the relentless assault of the sovereign sword intent, the swamp fiend gradually faltered. Deep gashes opened across its body, oozing dark green slime that dripped onto the ground with a hissing, corrosive sound. Seizing the moment, Su Jingyang flashed forward, thrusting his Qinglan sword fiercely into the swamp demon's chest. The blade pierced the creature's body without resistance. A piercing scream erupted from the swamp demon as its massive form collapsed like a crumbling hill. Thick, dark green slime gushed forth, spreading across the ground as a pungent stench filled the air. Su Jingyang exhaled deeply, about to step forward to check for dropped loot, when something bizarre occurred. The pools of swamp slime on the ground began to slowly writhe and merge together. Su Jingyang's pupils contracted sharply as he stared in astonishment at the unfolding spectacle. The seemingly dead swamp demon began regenerating, growing larger and more numerous with each passing moment. Ultimately, what had been a single swamp demon became two. The reborn swamp demons seemed even more formidable. They roared toward the sky, their cries shaking the surrounding air. One of the swamp demons struck first, activating the skill Earth Swamp Concealment and vanishing from its original position in an instant. Su Jingyang's heart skipped a beat as he scanned his surroundings warily. Suddenly, the ground beneath his feet began to sink rapidly, thick swamp mud instantly engulfing his ankles. Simultaneously, the other swamp demon lunged from the side, its claws gleaming coldly as it aimed for Su Jingyang's vital points. Su Jingyang reacted swiftly, lightly pushing off with his toes. Using the recoil from the sinking ground, his body shot backward like an arrow released from a bowstring, narrowly evading the attack. He knew that against such formidable foes, he could no longer hold back. This fight had to be over quickly. So Su Jingyang pulled out his phone. Swamp Fiend? More advanced malevolent entities had evolved minds and emotions nearly indistinguishable from humans. It seemed incredulous. You underestimate me? Su Jingyang ignored it, fiddling with his phone instead. This was no different than striking a taunting pose right in the middle of a heated spar. The Swamp Fiend felt its defenses crumbling. Does being handsome give you free rein to do whatever you want? I'll burn your face to ashes. But villains always die by their own words. In the brief moment it spoke, Su Jingyang had already activated a new S-rank martial skill Spirit Flamestorm. In an instant, countless fiery tornadoes erupted from the ground around Su Jingyang, sweeping toward the two swamp fiends with an apocalyptic fury. The air temperature skyrocketed. The swamp demons let out agonized screams as their bodies were swiftly engulfed by flames under the Spirit Flamestorm's onslaught. Despite their attempts to regenerate using the regenerative properties of the swamp mud, all efforts proved futile against this devastating area of effect attack. The Spirit Flamestorm raged for a full minute. As the flames gradually dissipated, the two once ferocious swamp demons were reduced to nothing but scorched earth and the lingering stench of burnt flesh in the air. Unfortunately, the swamp demons dropped no loot, likely consumed entirely by the Spirit Flamestorm. Yet, the bottleneck that had stubbornly held him at the 9th level of the second tier suddenly showed signs of cracking. Su Jingyang's heart leapt with joy. He immediately sat cross-legged, channeling his spiritual energy to assault the barrier. With each breath, Su Jingyang's body was enveloped in a faint golden glow, his aura steadily rising within it. Suddenly, a crisp crack echoed within his body, like the snapping of shackles. His aura surged violently. Finally, he had stepped into the third stage realm. Su Jingyang slowly opened his eyes, excitement flickering within them. He could distinctly feel a qualitative leap in his strength. Especially in his breathing, wielding martial arts techniques now felt effortlessly easier. No wonder this third tier was named the Spirit Control Realm. Meanwhile, a figure in the distance witnessed the entire process. Possessing the B-rank martial skill Extreme Long Range Vision, he served as the team's primary scout and messenger. His eyes widened as he murmured in disbelief. This can't be possible? His companion, noticing him staring blankly, couldn't help but ask curiously, "What's wrong? You've been staring over there. Did you spot something?" The man swallowed hard and recounted the details. "I just saw a guy all by himself take down 2 third-tier swamp fiends. And the martial arts he used? The power was absolutely terrifying. I've never seen anything that impressive." Hearing this, the others exchanged skeptical glances. One team member scoffed, "Did you miscount? 2 third-tier swamp fiends? That's no joke. Even the 5 of us would struggle to handle them. How could anyone take them down alone?" "Exactly. Don't be ridiculous," another member chimed in. The man grew anxious. He rubbed his eyes and looked again in the direction they had been facing. All that remained was a patch of scorched earth. Su Jingyang was nowhere to be seen. Scratching his head, he began to doubt his own eyesight. Chapter 25, Demon General Class Fiend Abyssal Marsh Lord. After breaking through to the third tier, Su Jingyang felt the surging power within him, an uncontrollable excitement welling up in his heart. He decided to capitalize on the lingering power of his martial technique, Spirit Flamestorm, and showcase his prowess within this polluted land. Like lightning, he darted across the barren terrain. With the Wolf Fawn Necklace's danger-sensing ability, he quickly located the demon's trail. A pack of second-tier corpse fiends swarmed around a rotting human corpse, gnawing at its remains. Corpse fiends second tier, second rank. Type, common demon soldier. Traits, none lowly minions of the demonic realm. Skills, devour, pounce. Though merely a group of lowly minions, their sheer numbers are formidable. There are likely over a dozen of them. They possess remarkably resilient vitality, feel no pain, and relentlessly harass their opponents, utterly disgusting. Small teams usually opt a detour when encountering them. Encountering them alone is even more daunting. Even within the military, tactical avoidance is emphasized. Never engage alone if possible. But others are others, soldiers are soldiers. He was Su Jingyang. Why waste cultivation resources by sparing them? Hey! Dead flesh isn't as tasty as fresh human meat. Wanna try some? At the sound, all the corpse demons turned their heads slightly, looking somewhat dazed. Su Jingyang abruptly raised his hand, gathering spiritual energy as the spirit flamestorm erupted once more. A searing whirlwind of flames roared toward the corpse demons, instantly engulfing them. The undead demons let out wretched cries, struggling within the flames yet unable to escape this deadly assault. In mere moments, the entire horde of undead demons was annihilated. Killed corpse demon horde tier 2, military merit plus 500. Su Jingyang showed no sign of stopping, continuing to charge forward. Soon, a massive bloodthirsty fiend came into view. The creature radiated a potent stench of blood, its sharp fangs bared. Spotting Su Jingyang, it let out a menacing roar. A dismissive smile touched Su Jingyang's lips. Lightly pushing off the ground, he shot toward the bloodthirsty fiend like a black bolt of lightning. His figure darted around the creature so swiftly it was nearly impossible to track his movements. Each movement was accompanied by a flash of spiritual energy like the relentless barrage of attacks he unleashed upon the creature. Under the overwhelming might of the spirit flamestorm, the bloodthirsty fiend fought desperately but gradually found itself overwhelmed. Finally, its massive form crashed to the ground. Killed bloodthirsty fiend tier 3, military merit plus 450. Throughout the battle against these demonic creatures, Su Jingyang keenly felt the difference between them and ferocious beasts. Demonic beasts were far more formidable than ordinary beasts. Their tier classifications also differed. They were categorized as common, high grade, elite, general, sovereign, and emperor. Also known as demon soldiers, demon lieutenants, demon generals, demon marshals, demon lords, demon emperors. Some demons attack like ferocious beasts, driven purely by instinct. Others, however, are nearly indistinguishable from humans. Possessing intelligence, they know how to conceal themselves, sometimes blending into crowds where they are impossible to guard against. Su Jingyang advanced like a whirlwind, leaving no demonic presence in his wake. The entire process went remarkably smoothly, to the point where he began to doubt the efficacy of the distress talisman. With so many fiends slain, the murky fog around him seemed to dissipate considerably, greatly improving visibility. His martial realm had advanced to tier 3, level 3. His growth rate was nothing short of cheating. Just then, Su Jingyang caught the faint sound of someone calling for help nearby. He pricked up his ears and listened intently. The sound felt jarringly out of place in this desolate, polluted wasteland. Soon, he pinpointed its origin. Su Jingyang raced toward the sound like a whirlwind. Upon reaching the scene, he saw a massive swamp fiend shrouded in eerie black mist, clawing and lunging at the group. No! This didn't seem like an ordinary swamp demon. Not only was it larger in size, but the aura it emitted was far more sinister. Worse still, it was clad in armor. An armored demon? This was a first for Su Jingyang. Judging by its appearance, it must be quite powerful. His excitement began to rise. Amidst the crowd, Su Jingyang immediately spotted Captain Zhang. Blood stained his arm, clearly indicating injury, yet he still clutched his weapon tightly, stubbornly holding his ground. It turned out that after encountering the demonic creature, the group, outmatched in strength, had immediately sent out a distress signal using a rescue talisman. After Commander Zhang arrived and killed the demon, an even stronger elite demon suddenly appeared, overwhelming even him. This group was none other than the very squad that had witnessed Su Jingyang single-handedly slay the swamp fiend yet refused to believe it. Help! Someone spotted Su Jingyang and desperately called for help. Those around them joined in the cries. They were already at their last gasp. Without reinforcements arriving soon, they were truly doomed. But as Su Jingyang drew nearer and his figure became clearer, the group froze in shock before their expressions twisted into disappointment. One man, his face twisted in despair, stammered, "It's over. What good is a student? We're finished this time." Yet, a glimmer of hope flickered in the eyes of one man in the crowd, the archer who possessed the B-rank martial skill extreme long-range vision and had witnessed Su Jingyang slay the swamp demon. When Captain Zhang saw Su Jingyang, a complex expression flickered in his eyes. He shouted, "I've already called for reinforcements. Young man, you just need to hold off this demon for us. Don't try to be a hero. If you can't hold it off, get out of here immediately." Su Jingyang offered no reply, merely gazing calmly at the elite demonic creature before him. Abyssal Marsh Lord Stomach of the Rotten City. Type, Demon General Class Tier 4 Elite. Traits, Vengeful Heart upon nearing death, enters a berserk state, doubling all attributes. Skills, Rotten City Domain, Lifeless Mud Body, Toxic Mist and Miasma. The Abyssal Marsh Lord let out a low, guttural roar. It stomped its foot violently, causing the ground to instantly crack open. Vast waves of black mud surged forth like a raging tidal wave. Su Jingyang's eyes flashed with sharp focus. His toes lightly touched the ground, propelling his form upward like a black lightning bolt. He effortlessly dodged the onslaught. Immediately after, the Abyssal Marsh Lord Rotten City's stomach opened its colossal maw, vast enough to devour heaven and earth, spewing forth a thick, ink-black mist. This mist carried intense corrosive power. Wherever it passed, the air seemed to be eaten away, emitting a hissing sound, leaving behind shocking trails of corrosion on the ground. Su Jingyang remained composed. With a flick of his wrist, the Qinglan sword shot from its scabbard, its blade gleaming with a cold, eerie light. With a powerful swing, the blade sliced through the air, conjuring a fierce hurricane that roared like a dragon. It effortlessly scattered the black mist, which dissolved into wisps and vanished into thin air. My turn to strike, I suppose? Su Jingyang looked up and smiled. Chapter 26, The Commander Welcomes You. Enlist now. As the words fell, spiritual energy surged wildly around Su Jingyang, like a raging tidal wave of power. The sovereign sword intent instantly coalesced in his palm, its dazzling golden light illuminating the surrounding darkness. Countless tiny golden swords swarmed around him, humming with a buzzing resonance. With a sweeping gesture, he unleashed the golden blades like a torrential downpour toward the Abyssal Marsh Lord. However, as a fourth-tier elite demonic fiend, the Abyssal Marsh Lord proved a formidable opponent. Swinging its massive, thick arm, a pillar of steel that whistled through the air, it fiercely blocked the golden blades. Most of the golden blades were deflected the moment they touched its arm. Only a handful managed to pierce its skin, causing dark green viscous fluid to gush forth from the wounds like a spring. A flicker of surprise crossed Su Jingyang's eyes, but it vanished almost as quickly as it had appeared. After all, this was a fourth-tier elite demonic creature, the strongest foe he had encountered thus far. It was a bit tricky, but not entirely hopeless. He drew a deep breath, swiftly adjusting his state as he fused the power of the sovereign sword intent and the spirit flamestorm within his body. Merging martial arts techniques was extremely rare. It generally required fully grasping the essence of both techniques and mastering them to the highest level before it could be achieved. In an instant, Su Jingyang's body erupted in brilliant light. Golden sword intent and searing flames intertwined, forming a powerful and terrifying force. He struck again, unleashing golden blades enveloped in scorching flames. Like burning meteors, they streaked toward the Abyssal Marsh Lord. This time, the Abyssal Marsh Lord's defenses were finally breached. The flames and sword intent pierced like relentless blades, carving deep gashes across its body. Dark green slime mingled with black smoke, filling the air with a pungent, foul stench. The Lord of the Abyssal Marsh roared in fury, its black mist growing denser. Its body began to swell, its already colossal form growing even larger. Clearly, it had entered a berserk state, doubling all its attributes. Seeing this, Captain Zhang shouted, "Kid, run! It's too powerful now. Wait until its berserk state ends before trying anything." Yet, the instant his warning reached them, Su Jingyang had already charged toward the Abyssal Marsh Lord. In an instant, the spiritual energy surged wildly around him, unleashing the full power of the sovereign sword intent and the spirit flamestorm. Golden sword intent coiled like tangible blades, intertwining with searing flames to form a suffocatingly potent force. Su Jingyang swept his arm forward, unleashing this fusion of two formidable martial arts like a torrent of golden flames surging toward the Abyssal Marsh Lord. The Abyssal Marsh Lord seemed to sense the deadly threat and attempted to react, but it was already too late. The overwhelming force struck its body in an instant. The golden sword intent and searing flames raged within its flesh, threatening to tear its body apart completely. Boom! A deafening roar echoed as the colossal form of the Abyssal Marsh Lord erupted in a blinding flash of light under the force's impact. Dark green slime, black smoke, and searing flames scattered wildly, filling the entire battlefield. As the light gradually faded, the Abyssal Marsh Lord had vanished, leaving only scorched earth and a pungent stench permeating the air. Silence fell over the entire field. Eyes widened in shock as everyone stared at the scene before them. Su Jingyang brushed off the slight dirt on his sleeve and calmly explained, "Why run? I just caught him off guard." The crowd couldn't believe their eyes. This seemingly ordinary young student had instantly killed the Abyssal Marsh Lord the moment it entered its berserk state. Company Commander Zhang opened his mouth, searching for words. Right. Why didn't I think of that? Meanwhile, the archer who had witnessed Su Jingyang's kill gleamed with excitement and admiration. "I told you he was strong. Now you believe me." The crowd, still reeling from the shock of narrowly escaping death, helped each other to their feet. Just as Captain Zhang opened his mouth to praise Su Jingyang, a sudden, heavy, and rapid thudding echoed from the distance, like muffled thunder rolling across the ground. Captain Zhang's nerves, which had just relaxed, instantly tensed again. His expression hardened as he shouted, "Alert! Everyone gripped their weapons tightly, eyes fixed warily on the source of the sound, bodies taut as drawn bowstrings. Only Su Jingyang stood with his hands in his pockets, his expression serene. Such a commotion had failed to trigger a reaction from the wolf tooth necklace around his neck, proving that danger was not imminent. Soon, a group clad in black battle armor and wielding sharp blades came into view. It was reinforcements from the demon-suppressing army, led by none other than Colonel Lee. Though white-haired and bearded, he was imposing in stature, his gaze sharp as an eagle's as he scanned the battlefield. Upon realizing the formidable abyssal marsh lord had been dealt with, he paused, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Who took it down? Colonel Lee's deep, resonant voice echoed across the silent battlefield. All eyes turned to Su Jingyang. Regimental Commander Lee studied Su Jingyang's youthful face, his brow furrowing slightly as a hint of skepticism crept into his tone. This is no time for jokes. Let's get serious. At that moment, Zhang Yun, dragging his battered body, struggled to reach Captain Lee's side and whispered something into his ear. The expression on the regiment commander's face changed instantly. The doubt in his eyes gave way to shock and scrutiny. He looked at Su Jingyang again, his gaze now entirely different. Today's scouting mission is temporarily over. Fall back. After returning to the scout camp with the demon-suppressing army, Colonel Lee strode steadily ahead, glancing back to signal Su Jingyang to follow. Su Jingyang followed at a measured pace until they reached a room. A faint medicinal scent permeated the air. Company Commander Zhang, his wounds freshly bandaged, sat nearby. Colonel Lee gestured for Su Jingyang to sit down, simultaneously raising his hand to pour him a cup of tea. Company Commander Zhang immediately stood up, his face full of respect as he introduced Su Jingyang. This is the renowned commander of the Inferno Regiment of the Demon-Suppressing Army, Commander Li Yunlong. Upon hearing this, a flicker of respect crossed Su Jingyang's eyes. His voice clear and resonant, he replied, "Greetings, Colonel Lee. I've long admired your reputation." Li Yunlong observed Su Jingyang, pleased with his composed and dignified demeanor. A faint smile touched his lips. After sitting down, Li Yunlong fixed Su Jingyang with a sharp gaze and began asking basic questions, his age, why he wanted to undertake scouting missions, and so on. Su Jingyang answered calmly and truthfully, "I'm a senior in high school. I'm about to take the National Martial Arts exam. To improve my skills, I came to this polluted land to train." Senior, only senior year? Training in the polluted land? Li Yunlong, who rarely showed emotion, now wore an expression of uncontrollable astonishment. Young man, is this even human speech? It wasn't that Li Yunlong was overreacting. Su Jingyang's actions were genuinely enough to turn this world upside down. Throughout history, no high school student had ever achieved such a feat. Most crucially, the contaminated zone was an extremely dangerous place, teeming with unpredictable variables. Take that fourth-tier elite demonic creature from earlier, for instance. The camp hadn't detected it at all, yet it materialized right before their eyes. Therefore, only those desperately in need of money or with nowhere else to turn would consider joining scout missions. For those purely seeking cultivation, everyone prefers relatively safer dungeons. Li Yunlong turned to look at Zhang Yun, seeking confirmation. Zhang Yun nodded firmly. Whoa! Genius! At that moment, only these two words could describe Su Jingyang in Li Yunlong's mind. At this age, with the strength to single-handedly take down a fourth-tier elite demon, earning the Newcomer King award in the regiment would be a sure thing. Closing his mouth, a fervent look of expectation filled the regiment commander's eyes. Your name is Su Jingyang, right? From now on, I'll call you Brother Jingyang. After all, we're not that far apart in age. Faced with this sudden attempt to get close, Su Jingyang sensed something was off, something was about to happen. Sure enough, the next moment, Li Yunlong revealed his true intentions. Hey, I wonder if you'd be interested in joining the demon-suppressing army, Jingyang. Su Jingyang raised an eyebrow and quickly changed the subject. Commander, let's settle today's military merits first. He had no desire to join the army. Enlisting meant being under someone else's control, obeying orders from above. He preferred being a lone wolf free to come and go as he pleased, unbound by anyone's constraints. Li Yunlong felt a pang of reluctance, quickly grabbing Su Jingyang's arm as if afraid he'd slip away. Don't rush, Jingyang, my friend. Settling military merits takes time. Let the clerks handle it. You and I should chat a bit longer. But who would want to be hugged by a burly old man with white hair and a bushy beard, especially when his lips were slightly pursed as if he were pouting? Su Jingyang struggled to free himself and dashed outside. Alright then, I'll just step outside for some fresh air. Li Yunlong hurried after him. Hey, Jingyang, don't run off. The benefits for enlisting are great these days. You're such a talent. How about I just make you a platoon leader? Or even a company commander? Watching the esteemed regiment commander act like a puppy chasing after a high school senior, begging him to join the demon-suppressing army. Company Commander Zhang felt a pang of envy. Back in the day, it took him half a year of hard work just to pass the demon-suppressing army's entrance exam. Then it took him another 30 years to finally become commander of the scout battalion. How come others had leaders actively seeking connections, even begging them to enlist? If that student actually enlisted, it would be equivalent to 8 years of his own hard work. Is the gap between people really this huge? Chapter 27, come on, I'll take you to cut in line. At the Military Merit Settlement Office, a long line stretched as far as the eye could see. Gazing at the winding line, Su Jingyang sighed, fine, let's queue up. At least it'll be quiet. Li Yunlong, who had finally caught up, panted with a grin. Why stand in line? No decent person waits in line. Come on, I'll get you to cut in line. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Li Yunlong grabbed Su Jingyang and forcibly dragged him toward the very front of the line. If we're cutting in line, couldn't we at least do it without being so brazen? Su Jingyang felt a bit overwhelmed by the attention. The people waiting in line shot them strange looks, their eyes practically cutting Su Jingyang to pieces. Murmurs of discontent rose up. Who is this guy? Cutting in line? Doesn't he have any manners? Exactly. We've all been waiting this long, what gives him the right to just barge in? Just as the crowd's frustration was reaching a boiling point, someone suddenly recognized Li Yunlong. Wait, they exclaimed in astonishment. That white-haired old man. Could it be the legendary commander of the Inferno Regiment? Another person nodded in confirmation. That's him. Colonel Li, the one who stormed into the abyss 7 times. The crowd erupted in a roar of astonishment. Their admiration for Li Yunlong instantly overshadowed their anger at the queue jumping. But soon, voices questioning Su Jingyang's identity began to surface. What gives him the right to have Commander Li bring him here? Could he be Commander Li's illegitimate son? Maybe he's some rich kid here to pad his resume, trying to make his college applications look better by pulling strings. Enough with the shouting. The elite demons he's slain probably outnumber the ordinary ones you've ever killed. A booming voice cut through the crowd. Hey, who do you think you are? What gives you the right to speak? Someone snapped back impatiently. But when the crowd turned and recognized the speaker as Battalion Commander Zhang, they instantly fell silent. The scene grew so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Though they dared gossip about Li Yunlong behind his back, they wouldn't dare be so bold in front of Colonel Zhang. After all, their careers depended on military merit. While Li Yunlong might overlook their gossip, Colonel Zhang certainly wouldn't. Battalion Commander Zhang surveyed the crowd with a stern expression, raising his voice. So, does this scallion of mine have a voice? At this, their attitudes immediately softened. They all smiled apologetically, gesturing for Zhang to continue. Zhang Yun took a deep breath and began his explanation. Don't let his youth fool you. Just today, he single-handedly faced a 4th-tier elite demon lord from the Abyssal Swamp. Even as that demon entered a berserk state, doubling all its attributes, he instantly killed it, saving all our lives. Tell me, with a feat like that, does he deserve to jump the queue? No sooner had he finished speaking than the squad previously saved by Su Jingyang stepped forward. The archer, visibly agitated, stepped forward. Everything Captain Zhang said is true. We were cornered by the Abyssal Lord, even Captain Zhang was injured. Just when we thought we were doomed, Su Jingyang appeared. His strength was beyond belief. He took down that terrifying demonic creature right then and there. If not for him, we'd have met our end long ago. The rest of the squad nodded in agreement, chattering excitedly as they recounted the scene where Su Jingyang had single-handedly turned the tide. Hearing this, the crowd fell instantly silent, their faces filled with astonishment and admiration. Those who had just been vehemently condemning the queue jumpers now felt nothing but awe at Su Jingyang's prowess. After tallying, your total military merit points are 2,350. Congratulations! Su Jingyang raised his hand to interrupt. Hold on, I also killed a 4th-tier elite demonic creature. It seems you didn't include that in my tally. Are you kidding me? The clerk in charge of tallying the points started to protest, but Li Yunlong shot him a glare from the side, silencing him instantly. Li Yunlong then turned to Su Jingyang and explained gently that 4th-tier elite demonic creature hadn't been detected before, so it wasn't in the system. There's no record of it on the bounty board either. But rest assured, such a significant achievement will certainly be rewarded. After a moment's thought, Li Yunlong swept his arm dramatically and declared in a deep voice, award 3,000 military merit points. At this declaration, those around gasped in astonishment. Such a reward was unprecedented in its generosity. With this, Su Jingyang's military merit instantly reached 5,350 points. A satisfied smile spread across Colonel Li's face as he patted Su Jingyang on the shoulder. Come on, I'll take you to the treasury. With your military merit points, you can pick out quite a few good things. Su Jingyang gently shook his head, politely declining. Commander Li, thank you for your kindness, but I'd rather not go just yet. A hint of puzzlement flashed in the colonel's eyes as he asked, why is that? Su Jingyang's lips curved into a slight smile as he joked, of course I want to rack up more military merit to reach higher ranks. Don't you want me to stay and keep honing my skills here? Alright then. Since that's the case, I suppose I should be going. Hearing this, Colonel Li hastily waved his hands, his face flushing with anxiety. No. That's not what I meant at all. Brother Jingyang, I was wrong. Please stay a few more days. The clerks around them looked utterly bewildered. Li Yunlong was notorious throughout the demon subduing army for his foul temper. Why was he acting so out of character today? Had this kid slipped him some kind of mind-altering drug? The scout battalion did have accommodations for overnight stays, but the conditions were far from ideal. A single room held over a dozen bunk beds, offering no privacy whatsoever. Li Yunlong led Su Jingyang to a private room. Not only was it clean and tidy, but it also had a private bathroom. Basic amenities like a TV and washing machine were all provided. Brother Jingyang, you'll be staying here from now on. Treat it like your own home, no need to be formal. If you need anything, just come find me. My room is right across from yours. Oh, and now that no one's bothering us, let's talk about enlisting. The paperwork's pretty straightforward. Su Jingyang quickly interrupted, oh, sorry, I'm just too exhausted today. I need to rest first. Let's talk about it another time. He promptly pushed Li Yunlong out the door and locked it. From outside, Li Yunlong's concerned voice still drifted in, Brother Jingyang, are you feeling unwell? Should I send someone to get you some medicine? It took a while before the commotion outside finally died down. Finally, peace descended upon his ears. All day long, hearing the words enlistment had nearly worn calluses on his ears. Su Jingyang lay on his bed, exhaling a long sigh of relief before smiling. This scout battalion, it was definitely worth coming. He was now at the 5th level of the 3rd tier. Judging by his current cultivation progress, he should break through to the 4th tier by the time he returned to school. Amongst a crowd of 1st and 2nd tier high school students, a 4th tier powerhouse would emerge. It would be no less than the descent of a new god, a devastating blow from a higher dimension. Chapter 28, Unlocking the Demon-Suppressing Army's Treasure Vault. Over the next few days, Su Jingyang entered the contaminated zone without fail. Since his battle brought him fame, his exploits spread like wildfire throughout the camp. Every day, numerous people proactively sent him party invitations. Faced with these invitations, Su Jingyang declined them all. Why bother with a group when I can solo it? As days passed, the demon-suppressing army's cleanup operation in the contaminated zone achieved remarkable results. That day, Captain Zhang stood in the camp center, his face aglow with excitement, announcing in a booming voice, the demons in contaminated Zone 10 have been nearly wiped out. Cheers and applause erupted from the crowd below, everyone proud of this hard-won achievement. Once an old contaminated zone was cleared, the camp would relocate to a new one and continue the cleanup. This was cause for celebration for both the military and its members. Raising his hand to silence the crowd, Commander Zhang continued, this is the result of our collective effort. Here, I especially want to commend one person, Su Jingyang. His performance in the contaminated zone during this period has been nothing short of outstanding. The number and level of demons he has slain far exceed those of ordinary soldiers, making an invaluable contribution to our cleanup operation. All eyes turned to Su Jingyang, filled with admiration and praise. At that moment, Su Jingyang's mind was elsewhere, preoccupied with another matter. Coincidentally, the South China League was approaching soon, and it was indeed time for him to depart and prepare for the competition. With that thought, Su Jingyang prepared to exchange his accumulated military merits for items from the demon-suppressing army's treasury. Just as he was about to slip away quietly, his arm was suddenly grabbed. A familiar, cheerful voice rang out abruptly, Brother Jingyang, where are you headed? I still have something important to give you. Su Jingyang reluctantly turned to face the familiar white-haired old man. He silently prayed it wasn't the enlistment application form. Li Yunlong snapped his fingers. Two soldiers strode forward in perfect unison, carrying a red square box at a brisk pace. Crafted from precious rosewood and adorned with gemstone inlays, the box radiated immense value. All eyes were drawn to it like magnets, focusing on it in unison. Li Yunlong solemnly extended both hands and slowly opened the box. Inside lay a single medal, its design exquisite and its lines bold and powerful. Crafted from a special material that appeared to be meticulously forged silver, it emitted a solemn and sacred glow under the sunlight. Li Yunlong cleared his throat, his expression turning exceptionally serious. His voice rose slightly, echoing across the camp. Su Jingyang, during this period of cleansing the contaminated lands, you have demonstrated extraordinary strength and courage. You have slain numerous demons and achieved remarkable feats in defending this territory. Now, on behalf of the Demon-Suppressing Army Scout Battalion, I commend your outstanding contributions and award you the Silver Merit Medal. The moment these words were spoken, the entire camp fell silent, followed by a deafening roar of astonishment. It was well known that merit medals held immense honor and influence within the demon-suppressing army, their value comparable to a second-class merit in the military of his previous life. Moreover, in this martial-minded world, this small medal was not merely a symbol of honor, it also brought considerable advantages in all aspects of life. Whether in resource allocation within the demon-suppressing army or social standing among civilians, those bearing the merit medal were held in high esteem. Su Jingyang truly hadn't expected that by venturing out to cultivate his martial realm, he'd casually earned a second-class merit medal? If he told the headmaster back home, the old man would be over the moon. He stepped forward slowly, accepting the medal with both hands. The crowd gathered around him, applause and cheers mingling together. Li Yunlong cleared his throat and produced another piece of paper, Comrade Su Jingyang. Judging by the setup, he was about to deliver the commendation speech, typically starting at half an hour. No. There's no need to read that. Su Jingyang hurriedly interrupted. In his previous life, he'd loathed these meaningless, lengthy speeches, pure formalism. The only ones who seemed to enjoy them were the leaders. Su Jingyang explained earnestly, I prefer to keep a low profile. Please give me the speech. I'll read your evaluation of me privately and carefully. The urgent matter is to go to the treasury to exchange items, as I need to leave this afternoon. I hope you understand. Li Yunlong nodded in understanding and handed over the paper. Alright, I'll personally escort you to the treasury. Holding the page filled with praise, Su Jingyang felt a lingering sense of unease. That was close. Following Li Yunlong, Su Jingyang boarded the regiment commander's official vehicle. The vehicle sped through the camp like a bullet, swiftly reaching the location of the treasury. Su Jingyang looked up to find not an ordinary entrance, but an aerial bridge suspended mid-air. Constructed from mysteriously glowing crystals, the bridge wound its way through the air, surrounded by shimmering spirit energy particles, resembling a celestial pathway to a fairyland. What is this? Su Jingyang murmured, puzzled. Li Yunlong explained with a smile, this is the exclusive passage to the treasure vault. Only a select few are permitted to tread upon it. As the two stepped onto the bridge, each footfall sent ripples of blue light spreading outward, as if they were walking upon water. Surrounding spirit energy particles gathered ceaselessly, forming strange patterns of light and shadow, sometimes morphing into soaring divine beasts, other times transforming into ancient runes. At the end of the bridge, a massive stone gate stood before them. Crafted entirely from stone that emitted a soft blue glow, the gate was engraved with intricate magical arrays. Li Yunlong stepped forward, placing both hands on the recesses flanking the gate as he murmured incantations. In an instant, the magical array on the stone gate flared brightly, accompanied by a deep rumbling sound as it slowly swung open. A powerful surge of spiritual energy poured forth. Su Jingyang took a deep breath, feeling the energy wash over him, his heart filled with anticipation. Stepping through the stone door revealed a vast circular chamber. Enormous crystals embedded in the surrounding walls flickered continuously, illuminating the entire space. At the center stood a massive teleportation array, radiating a mysterious purple glow. Li Yunlong led Su Jingyang onto the array. With a flash of light, the two vanished from their original spot. When the light faded, they found themselves in an even grander space. Did we just arrive at the top level? Su Jingyang asked in confusion. Li Yunlong chuckled and countered, you think the first or second levels are worth your attention? Didn't I save up all those military merits just to get here? Su Jingyang and Li Yunlong shared a knowing smile. It was true, Su Jingyang now held over 10,000 military merits. Among all the scouts in the entire camp, his military merits were the highest. Equipment tiers were ranked as follows: rough, common, fine, excellent, epic, legendary, mythical. Generally speaking, legendary gear represented the pinnacle, as no one had ever seen mythic tier equipment. The higher the tier of the treasure vault, the higher the grade of the equipment it contained. The moment he entered the highest level, Su Jingyang was stunned by the sight before him. Stepping into the vault's highest level, Su Jingyang felt a sudden brightness wash over him. It was a spacious, square chamber. Warm glowing spirit crystals embedded in the surrounding walls illuminated the interior brightly. At the very center, a massive spirit energy fountain continuously gushed pale blue spirit liquid, releasing waves of refreshing fragrance that uplifted the spirit. Rows of tall display cabinets stood neatly arranged throughout the vault. Their doors, crafted from transparent spirit crystals, offered a clear view of the treasures within. On the left, various weapons radiated a fierce aura. The right cabinets were filled with all manner of defensive artifacts. Li Yunlong stepped forward, patted Su Jingyang on the shoulder, and introduced with a smile, Brother Jingyang, the demon-suppressing army's finest treasures are all right here. Even the lowest grade items are excellent, and there are even legendary treasures inside. Each of these treasures has its own unique charm. It's up to you to decide which ones suit you best. I won't disturb you. I'll step outside for a smoke while you take your time selecting. With that, Li Yunlong turned and headed for the exit. Hey, old Li, wait a minute. This time, their roles had reversed. Now it was Su Jingyang pleading for the other not to leave. After all, the highest tier items cost 5,000 military merits each. He could only afford to pick 2 items here at most. Who wouldn't want to pick the best items? But Li Yunlong paid no heed. It seemed that relying on heaven and earth was no match for relying on oneself. Su Jingyang took a deep breath to steady his nerves, then slowly made his way toward the display cases. Old Li, you forced my hand. Chapter 29, The Eye of Insight, 2 legendary grade equipment pieces. Now that Su Jingyang had broken through to the 4th tier, his strength had undergone a qualitative leap, unlocking access to SS tier martial arts techniques stored in his inventory. Martial arts weren't limited to offensive skills. Functional techniques like the archer's super long-range vision could prove equally decisive in critical moments. SS rank martial skill Eye of Insight. The instant the power was drawn, a strange force gathered within Su Jingyang's eyes. When he opened his eyes again, the entire world appeared transformed. Treasures that had previously revealed only their outward appearance now lay bare as if he'd gained divine vision, allowing him to perceive their very essence. Su Jingyang's gaze swept over the first display case, where a long sword radiating a faint glow caught his eye. Under the effect of the Eye of Insight, the sword's information flooded into his mind like a tidal wave. Name, Shadow Judgment Sword. Quality, Epic V. Special effect, the wielder can conceal themselves within shadows, completely masking their presence. Only when initiating an attack will they briefly reveal themselves. Movement speed increased by 30% while concealed. Attached skill Light of Judgment instantly unleashes a beam imbued with the power of judgment, dealing 200% of the wielder's attack power as dual light and dark damage to all enemies within a 10-meter radius. Simultaneously removes all negative status effects from the wielder. This skill has a 24-hour cooldown. Can be triggered when the wielder's health is critically low. Turning to the short dagger beside it, the information similarly appears. Name, Shadow Flicker. Quality Epic 4. Special effect, inflicts a laceration effect on attack, causing continuous bleeding on struck enemies. Attached skill Shadow Rush, teleports to any location within 10 meters in 0.1 seconds, dealing 150% of the user's attack power as shadow damage to enemies along the path. Has a 30% chance to blind enemies for 2 seconds. This skill has a 10-minute cooldown. Every detail of each treasure is fully revealed. The entire treasure trove now lay before Su Jingyang like an open book, holding no secrets whatsoever. This is just too outrageous. Old Li would be furious if he found out. Ha! Achoo! Li Yunlong, standing outside the door, suddenly let out a huge sneeze, sending the cigarette dangling from his mouth flying out. He stamped out the cigarette but with his toe and pulled his coat tighter around himself. Ugh, it's not even cold, so why am I sneezing? My old bones are getting weaker and weaker. Half an hour later, Su Jingyang emerged from the treasury. Li Yunlong stepped forward, his face a mix of curiosity and concern. Are you sure you've made your choice? No backing out once you're out. Su Jingyang's lips curved upward into a mysterious smile as he nodded firmly. Absolutely certain. With cheat codes activated, what else was there to say? Su Jingyang then pulled the chosen items from behind his back and displayed them before Li Yunlong. It was a cloak radiating soft starlight and a broken sword with cracks covering its blade, looking somewhat worn. Li Yunlong took the cloak, running his hands over it repeatedly as he examined it, his eyes filled with admiration. You've got pretty good taste, kid. You actually managed to pick out legendary gear. This is the Star Guardian Cloak Legendary Tier Armor. Su Jingyang knew full well that no one understood these items better than he did. Name, Star Guardian Cloak. Quality, Legendary 3. Special effect, automatically nullifies 50% of incoming attack damage. Upon taking damage, has a 10% chance to trigger the Stellar Concealment effect, rendering the wearer invisible for 1 second to evade follow-up attacks. Attached skill, Celestial Sanctuary in critical moments instantly activates a stellar shield that completely nullifies one lethal strike, regardless of damage. This skill has a 24-hour cooldown. No matter how powerful the attack, it nullifies half the damage. And that Stellar Sanctuary able to nullify one lethal strike regardless of damage truly lives up to its name as the Legendary Blade. It's practically a god-tier concept. Su Jingyang feigned complete ignorance, his face displaying just the right amount of surprise. Huh? This is Legendary tier? I just like the look of it, seems like it should be pretty useful. Li Yunlong shifted his gaze to the broken sword, his brow furrowing slightly. He picked up the broken blade, turning it over in his hands several times. The frown deepened. How peculiar. How did such a subpar item end up in the treasury? Substandard? Name, Chaos Omniscience Sword unactivated. Quality Legendary X. Special effects unactivated, currently covered in cracks, displaying no discernible special effects. Activation requirement, must slay a demonic creature of tier 7 or higher and perform a blood sacrifice using its blood to activate. Activated special effect, automatically adapts the sword's attributes and functions based on the user's martial arts techniques, enhancing or augmenting the user's elemental skills. For example, when the user unleashes a fire attribute martial skill alongside a wind attribute skill, the sword fuses both elements to create a diffusion effect, dramatically expanding attack range and power. When a thunder attribute skill is combined with a water attribute skill, it triggers an electrification effect, inflicting sustained additional damage on enemies. Passive skill pending activation, Elemental Resonance triggers resonant power, boosting elemental damage by 100%. This is the treasure Su Jingyang spent ages searching for in the vault, the crown jewel of the collection, and you dare say it's inferior to lose. Its true power is merely temporarily sealed, ordinary people can't see through it. Li Yunlong set down the broken sword and explained with unwavering certainty, it must have been a mistake by whoever organized the treasury, a simple oversight. This item doesn't belong here at all. You can go back and exchange it for something else. Su Jingyang's lips curved into a faint smile as he replied slowly, didn't you say once it's out, there's no going back? Li Yunlong looked puzzled and couldn't help asking, you actually want this broken sword? Su Jingyang nodded firmly once more. I must take responsibility for my own choice. Li Yunlong pondered for a moment, then relented. With a resigned sigh, he nodded in agreement. Very well. Since your mind is made up, so be it. I only hope this sword won't disappoint you in the future. But he still couldn't shake his doubts. He simply couldn't fathom why Su Jingyang would covet such a broken sword. Su Jingyang exchanged the remaining scraps of military merit for crystals. After packing everything away, he slung the broken sword which Li Yunlong considered worthless over his back and said, "Boldly, I really have to go now." Li Yunlong glanced at his watch. "It's getting late. I'm heading back to the demon-suppressing army anyway. Since it's on my way, I'll give you a ride." Su Jingyang silently rolled his eyes inwardly. It wasn't like he didn't know the way. Li Yunlong's demon-suppressing army was stationed much further south, while Lin Yuan City lay to the north. How could that possibly be on the way? But glancing at the sky darkening rapidly, Su Jingyang reasoned that a ride was better than trudging on foot. What, did he fear this old fox would eat him alive? He nodded in agreement. The two climbed into the car, which slowly pulled away. Li Yunlong drove while persistently urging, "Jingyang, with your skills, you'd be right at home in our demon-suppressing army. Why not just report directly to the unit? What's the point of playing in leagues or studying? Nothing compares to the real-world training you'd get here." Su Jingyang smiled and politely declined, "Boldly, I appreciate your offer, but I've got my own pace." Li Yunlong shook his head helplessly but didn't press the matter further. Finally, the car arrived at Lin Yuan City. Su Jingyang eagerly jumped out and said to Li Yunlong, "Thanks for the ride back. We'll catch up another time." With that, he dashed toward his home like the wind, leaving Li Yunlong alone in the car, watching his retreating figure and murmuring to himself, "This kid, his future is limitless." Chapter 30, Breaking Through the Third Tier? That's child's play. The next morning, Su Jingyang headed straight for the principal's office. He knocked lightly on the door and entered after receiving permission. Lin Changchuan greeted Su Jingyang with a warm smile. "Jingyang, you're finally back. You've worked hard these past few days." Su Jingyang stepped forward and placed a card on the desk. "Principal Lin, here are the crystals I borrowed earlier. I'm returning them now." Lin Changchuan took the card, casually setting it aside. He pulled Su Jingyang down to sit and asked with concern, "How has your training been going these past few days?" Su Jingyang thought of his experiences in the polluted land slaying powerful demons, earning a silver merit medal, and selecting top-tier treasures. Sharing these tales would likely shock the principal. Instead, he merely smiled and downplayed it. "I've been diligently training in the dungeon trials. It's been going well. My martial realm has even advanced a few levels." Lin Changchuan took a sip of tea and nodded approvingly. Very good, very good. Su, you truly possess remarkable talent. One must stay grounded in life. Don't always dream of soaring to the heavens overnight. Maintain your current pace. Both your studies and cultivation require steady progress. Don't rush things like you used to." The moment Su Jingyang heard that familiar tone, he inwardly groaned. He had no desire to endure a lengthy lecture on education here. He quickly found an excuse. "Principal, you're absolutely right. I've always kept that in mind. But the competition is today. I need to get back to the team to discuss tactics. I can't delay any longer." Though Lin Changchuan hadn't finished speaking, he couldn't very well stop him. Nodding in agreement, he said, "All right, go ahead. Give it your all in the competition and bring glory to the school." Su Jingyang breathed a sigh of relief, hastily took his leave of the principal, and strode out of the office. The moment he stepped outside, he let out a long sigh of relief and muttered under his breath, "I can take on 5th tier elite demon solo. What do I need with staying grounded?" He then hurried toward the gathering point for the competition teams. After Su Jingyang left, Lin Changchuan's expression instantly tensed. His entire body seemed pulled by an invisible thread, his movements becoming hurried. He took 2 steps at once, rushing to the desk. He grabbed the card Su Jingyang had just returned and swiftly picked up a small, intricately shaped device from the corner of the desk. A faint blue light flickered on its screen. "Damn kid, don't go blowing it all to smithereens." His fingers trembled slightly as he inserted the card into the machine slot, his eyes fixed intently on the screen. With a crisp beep, the screen's data began to refresh, displaying the remaining crystal stones on the card. This can't be possible." Lin Changchuan's eyes widened in disbelief. His tense expression instantly shifted to utter astonishment, his mouth involuntarily forming an O shape. He had been filled with worry, fearing that Su Jingyang would borrow the crystals and squander them recklessly, leaving the card's balance depleted. Yet now, the number displayed on the screen was actually higher than before. What on earth did that kid go through? Lin Changchuan muttered to himself, his brow furrowing deeply into a character. He instinctively assumed the extra crystals were loot from dungeon runs. In reality, the extra crystals were all exchanged by Su Jingyang for leftover military merits in the demon-suppressing army's treasury. That's incredibly lucky. After pondering for a moment, Lin Changchuan couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Meanwhile, Su Jingyang had already arrived at the gathering point for the competition teams. Amidst the crowd, Su Jingyang immediately spotted Long Linglin. Fresh out of confinement, her entire demeanor had transformed. Her already formidable presence had grown even more icy and formidable. It seemed he wasn't the only one who had broken through the martial realm. Just then, the teacher responsible for leading the team to the competition arrived. It was none other than Xia Qingxue, the homeroom teacher of Lien's class. Miss Xia clapped her hands, stepped to the front of the line, and announced with an excited smile, "Everyone, I have some great news to share. Lien has made remarkable progress through her diligent training recently and has successfully advanced to the 3rd tier." The moment these words left her mouth, the other students in the school team erupted into a frenzy. Third tier. That's incredible. Breaking through to tier 3 before the martial arts exam? Is she even human? She's practically guaranteed to be the national champion. Everyone chattered excitedly, their eyes filled with astonishment and envy. Yet Su Jingyang, seated below the stage, remained utterly unmoved. He stood there quietly, a faint, almost imperceptible smile playing at the corners of his mouth. For he knew deep down that he had already broken through to the 4th tier. While his peers were still mostly stuck at the 1st or 2nd tier, he had reached the 4th tier early on. The gap was nothing short of a dimensional strike. Su Jingyang glanced up, observing his teammates' excited expressions, and silently pondered. If they were this thrilled just for reaching tier 3, they'd go completely wild upon learning he'd reached tier 4. Therefore, he decided to keep it hidden. Xia Qingxue pressed her palms together in the air, signaling for quiet. Clearing her throat, the excitement on her face grew even more intense, clearly preparing for a passionate speech. "Classmates, this competition is a rare opportunity for us, and a crucial moment to demonstrate our school's strength." Su Jingyang listened from below the stage, his scalp tingling with dread. He nearly blacked out, inwardly complaining, "Why does everyone with even a hint of authority love giving speeches like this?" Just as Xia Qingxue was speaking with animated enthusiasm, Lien quietly tugged at Su Jingyang's sleeve, signaling him with her eyes to slip away together. Su Jingyang got the hint and slipped out from the back of the line while everyone was focused on the teacher's speech. They arrived at an empty corner. Leaning against the wall, Lien's expression turned serious. This breakthrough wasn't just from recent efforts. "I've been stuck at the 2nd stage, 9th level for half a year. To break through, I trained relentlessly every day, trying every possible method. This breakthrough is the culmination of my efforts over the past 6 months." Su Jingyang looked at Lien sincerely and said earnestly, "Congratulations. Your hard work has paid off in the best way possible." Lien nodded slightly, her expression calm and tone detached, yet a hint of pride was evident. "During my confinement at home this time, I utilized my family's private dungeon for relentless cultivation, which finally allowed me to break through." "Private instance?" Su Jingyang raised an eyebrow, surprise flickering in his eyes. The resources of the elite truly defied imagination. Lien folded her arms, explaining concisely, "Private instances can also be customized blessings. The environment and monsters are perfectly suited to my current stage, allowing me to hone my skills more effectively." She spoke with evident enthusiasm, while Su Jingyang listened quietly, unaware that this was long since old hat to him. He had already fast-forwarded to the version where he joined the Scout Corps and purged demonic forces. As always, he was miles ahead. The South China League was held in another city, requiring a train journey to reach it. The group waited on the platform as Principal Lin Changchuan arrived to see them off. He shook hands with each student, offering words of encouragement. When it came to Su Jingyang, Lin showed particular warmth. As they embraced, he whispered with a smile into Su's ear, "Kid, if you ever need crystals to farm dungeons, you can always come find me." Chapter 31, Northern Barbarians Strike Again, Unleashing the Armory Part 1. The bullet train sped along the tracks, the scenery outside flashing by like slides in a projector. Bored, Su Jingyang opened his virtual girlfriend game. The moment he entered the game, a scout's voice abruptly rang out, "The Northern Barbarians have invaded again. The border is under urgent threat." On screen, the atmosphere inside the tent was tense and charged. Feng Yong and Yi Qingwan were locked in a heated argument, neither willing to back down. Feng Yong, barely securing his helmet, hastily donned his heavy leather armor and strode out of the tent, bellowing at the top of his lungs, "Those insignificant nomadic bandits dare invade again. Hear me, all follow me into battle and slaughter them mercilessly." Seeing this, Yi Qingwan's expression abruptly changed. Her delicate brows furrowed as she swiftly stepped forward to block his path. Her expression stern, she called out, "General Feng, hold your horses. I am now the commander of this army. The military token is in my possession. All actions must follow my orders." Feng Yong paused, startled, then threw his head back in a loud, contemptuous laugh. The polite demeanor he had previously feigned vanished completely, replaced by the raw, brash nature of a soldier. Feng Yong had finally revealed his true colors. He thought that once this battle was won, he would immediately report to the court, contrasting his performance with Yi Qingwan's in the previous campaign. By playing one off against the other, his position would surely rise. Feng Yong stood with his hands on his hips, speaking with a cocky swagger. "The military token? Oomph. That's nothing but a worthless piece of junk. What good is it? In this camp, my face is the real military token. You all listen to me, I say charge, you charge, I say retreat, you retreat." Yi Qingwan's heart sank, and she silently cursed herself. No wonder he'd agreed so readily when she demanded the token back. He'd already calculated his move, planning to become the army's deadbeat. But with the enemy bearing down, she had no time for second thoughts. Taking a deep breath, she forced down her anger and attempted to command the troops. Yet, only the few hundred survivors from the last battle were willing to heed her. The rest were Feng Yong's loyal followers. They recognized only Feng Yong as their general and chose to ignore Yi Qingwan's orders. Despite the dire situation, Yi Qingwan patiently approached Feng Yong once more. Her tone sincere, she cautioned, General Feng, having never faced them yourself, you may not realize it, but the Northern D's newest heavy armor troops are formidable. We cannot engage them head-on. We must wage a war of attrition, slowly wearing them down. Her eyes brimmed with anxiety and hope, praying Feng Yong would heed her counsel. But Feng Yong refused to listen, snorting disdainfully through his nose, his face a mask of skepticism. How laughable. You weren't even born when I fought my first battle. Who are you to lecture me? Calling you General Yi is me doing you a favor. If I stop, don't blame me. Last time, the enemy retreated purely by chance. If I'd been in command earlier, would our casualties have been so heavy? He folded his arms, chin slightly raised, and shot Yi Qingwan a dismissive glance. Wear down tactics. That's the dirty trick of common thieves and bandits. As the esteemed general of the vanguard cavalry, I've galloped across battlefields for years, achieving glorious military feats. How could I possibly win through such disgraceful means? Transmit my command. All soldiers, heed my order. Charge directly at them with me and slaughter them to the last man. With that, he swept his arm in a commanding gesture and led his troops in a fierce charge toward the Northern D cavalry. Yi Qingwan watched the scene unfold, sighing inwardly. On the battlefield, the clamor of battle shook the heavens, dust swirling thickly. This time, the Northern D had come fully prepared. Knowing the Great Xia army would struggle against their heavily armored forces for the time being, they unleashed their iron floating pagoda cavalry, charging forward with relentless ferocity. Compounded by Feng Yong's overconfidence. The clatter of hooves, the clash of weapons, and the agonized screams of soldiers intertwined. The scene was 100 times more horrific than the previous battle. Consider that the enemy had deployed only 800 heavy cavalry. Yet the enemy suffered almost no casualties, while Feng Yong's 30,000 troops were scattered in disarray. Soldiers fled in all directions, suffering heavy losses. Staring at the carnage unfolding before him, Feng Yong was utterly dumbfounded. He drew his bow with all his might. His palms bled raw, yet the arrows he fired struck the enemy heavy cavalry's armor like paper balls, utterly ineffective, even laughable. The bow and arrows fell limp from his hands. Feng Yong stood frozen in place, his eyes vacant, utterly at a loss. It's over. Everything is over. Losing the frontier was a capital offense. Even if he escaped now, sooner or later the imperial court would hunt him down and kill him. No matter what choice he made, death awaited him. Every player in the game was filled with despair, yet outside the game, Su Jingyang saw a glimmer of hope. This is an opportunity. Helping Yi Qingwan in this situation would be like delivering coal in the snow. Not only would it boost her favorability toward him, but in time, these soldiers and Feng Yong would come to fully trust Yi Qingwan. Fortunately, Su Jingyang checked the marketplace daily to monitor refreshed supplies. Whenever weapons or ammunition appeared in the refresh, he would lock the slot. Locked items would not be replaced by other goods. AK-47 2,900. P-90 5,000. Staring at the 2 million he'd won from Zhao Meng in his bank account, Su Jingyang felt not a shred of regret. I'll top it up. He couldn't help but shout excitedly. This startled Long Linglin, who had been resting with her eyes closed nearby. Did you use the 100,000 you borrowed from me earlier to top up your game account too? Turning to see Lang Linglin staring at him, Su Jingyang realized his overexcitement had startled her and quickly apologized. Sorry, I'll keep my voice down. I'll pay you back later. Lang Linglin wanted to explain that she wasn't sleeping, but practicing breathing techniques. And that she wasn't concerned about the 100,000 yuan, but rather didn't want Su Jingyang to become addicted to gaming. But Su Jingyang had already lowered his head again, focusing his attention back on the game. So Lang Linglin sighed and temporarily abandoned her thoughts. Su Jingyang, too engrossed to notice Lang Linglin's reaction, rapidly tapped his fingers across the screen, sending all the purchased weapons in one go to Yi Qingwan. At that moment, Yi Qingwan was reloading Barrett's ammunition, preparing to rush into battle. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared before her eyes, revealing a pile of mysterious iron lumps resembling the Barrett in her hands. Startled at first, she quickly regained her composure, gazing up at the sky with delight. Lord Jingyang, you've come to aid me again. Su Jingyang's familiar voice echoed in her mind, these weapons function much like the Barrett you hold. Quickly deploy them with your soldiers, they will surely turn the tide of battle. Chapter 32, Northern Barbarians Strike Again, Unleashing the Armory Part 2. Yi Qingwan wasted no time, immediately summoning the several hundred men under her command. These survivors of the previous Heavenly Thunderstrike had all experienced firsthand the ferocity of the Northern D's iron floating towers and raiding cavalry. Some voiced their doubts, can these things really pierce the armor of those monsters? Deputy General Wei swiftly picked up an AK-47 from the ground. Just follow General Ye's orders. Stop arguing, didn't she demonstrate this weapon before? It's deadly against birds, it'll be deadly against people too. In his excitement, Deputy Commander Wei accidentally pulled the trigger. Rat-a-tap-tap-tap. The tent erupted in a burst of fire. Those nearby were not only startled by the thunderous sound but also instinctively terrified by the flames spewing from the muzzle. Fortunately, the muzzle was pointed upward, causing no casualties. Deputy General Wei's eyes widened. For some reason, he suddenly felt an extraordinary thrill. What a thrill! On the battlefield, Feng Yong's face was smeared with blood. Soldiers beside him fell one after another, scattered limbs littering the ground, the pungent stench of blood permeating the air. The Northern D's iron floating pagoda cavalry surged forward like a black tide, their deafening war cries echoing across the land. Hooves trampled mercilessly, kicking up swirling dust clouds. Feng Yong knelt on one knee, his eyes hollow and despairing. Staring at the inevitable defeat before him, his heart was filled with regret. He regretted not heeding Yi Qingwan's advice at the start of the battle. Had he employed delaying tactics or guerrilla warfare, he could have worn down the enemy's terrifying mobile fortress. Just as he was on the verge of giving up, a flash of light suddenly flickered across his blurred vision. He blinked instinctively, straining to make out what it was. There, riding a sleek white steed like a bolt of lightning, was Yi Qingwan, emerging from the glare. Close behind her charged hundreds of soldiers wielding strange weapons. Feng Yong's eyes widened in disbelief. Before he could recover, Yi Qingwan had already led her troops charging toward the enemy lines. In the Northern D camp, the newly appointed general watched the scene unfold. He froze for a moment, then threw his head back and roared with laughter, his voice dripping with contempt. "You filthy woman! Have you finally come to surrender?" Yi Qingwan's eyebrows shot up, her words sharp and forceful. "I've come to take your dog's life." Hearing this, the man laughed even harder. "You're fiery enough, I like that. Last time, we were just unlucky a thunderbolt happened to strike down a few of your men. You actually think there are gods in this world? Rest assured, we Northern D keep our word. Whatever my generals promised before me, I'll see it through. I'll make sure you filthy woman, get a taste of how formidable us Northern D lords are." With that, he swung his massive hand, directing the iron floating tower cavalry to charge forward. Though he claimed to fear no heavenly retribution, he retreated into the ranks to hide. Yi Qingwan rested the Barrett's bipod on her horse's back, leaned forward slightly, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. In that instant, a thunderous roar erupted across the battlefield like a crack of lightning. The sheer force of the sound caused the Northern D army to falter. Their commander, who had been laughing arrogantly moments before, shuddered violently at the sound. His legs trembled uncontrollably, and his trousers instantly dampened in the crotch. Panicked, he glanced frantically around, his voice trembling as he urgently asked the soldier beside him, "Did they fire another sky thunder like last time?" Before the soldier could answer, everyone witnessed an iron floating tower cavalryman scream as he tumbled from his horse. The thick armor, reputed to be impenetrable, now bore a gaping hole. Blood gushed from the wound like a fountain, rapidly staining the sand a deep crimson. The Northern D soldiers erupted into chaos, their faces frozen in terror and bewilderment. They could never have imagined that the weapon wielded by this seemingly frail woman could unleash such terrifying power, effortlessly piercing through their pride and joy the iron floating fortress heavy armor. The commander turned ashen-faced, his lips trembling uncontrollably. The contempt and arrogance in his eyes vanished completely, replaced by profound terror. What kind of demonic magic is this?" But Yi Qingwan gave him no time to ponder. Raising the Barrett once more, her cold voice echoed across the battlefield, "This is no demonic art. This is your doom." With that, another thunderous crack echoed as another iron floating pagoda cavalryman was sent tumbling from his horse. Rat-a-tat-tat. A hail of gunfire erupted instantly, bullets raining down on the Northern D cavalry like a torrential storm. Those seemingly impenetrable heavy armor suits proved as fragile as paper under the barrage, pierced through one after another. In an instant, the air filled with the deafening roar of gunfire and the blinding flash of gunfire. The Northern D cavalry, disoriented by this sudden barrage of firepower, fell into complete disarray. The once formidable iron floating pagoda cavalry, under the assault of these modern weapons, collapsed in an instant. For on the battlefield, the most crucial factor is neither weaponry nor numbers. It is morale. Watching their comrades fall one by one in the hail of bullets and shells, their blood seeping into the parched earth, fear surged like a tidal wave, engulfing them completely. Their once fierce and courageous spirit vanished without a trace amidst the deafening gunfire and the piercing screams of their comrades. One soldier's legs buckled beneath him. His face as white as paper, he trembled as he looked at his commander, his voice breaking with tears. "General, this battle is lost. We must flee." The moment the words left his lips, the surrounding soldiers echoed his plea, their eyes filled with desperate longing for survival. The commander flew into a rage, his eyes bulging as he bellowed, "Silence! What are you afraid of? They're nothing but strange creatures. When have the warriors of Beatty ever known fear? Charge forward. Anyone who dares retreat will face military punishment." He roared, swinging his long sword to try and intimidate the panicked soldiers with his authority. Yet the relentless series of unexpected events in these two battles had already shattered the soldiers' confidence. No one heeded the commander's shouts. Like startled birds, they scattered in all directions, fleeing for their lives. Some soldiers even discarded their weapons, leaping from their horses to sprint for their lives toward the rear. Watching the situation spiral out of control, the commander was consumed with panic. He spurred his horse through the chaos, charging recklessly through the crowd in a desperate attempt to halt the retreat. Halt! You cowards! But his shouts were drowned out by the cacophony of footsteps, hooves, and wails. Just then, a panicked soldier, unable to dodge in time, slammed into the commander's horse. The startled horse reared up, its front hooves kicking high. The general lost his balance and was thrown from the saddle. Before he could rise, a surging tide of men swept over him, engulfing him in an instant. Countless feet trampled mercilessly over him. His agonized screams were quickly drowned out by the chaos. Yi Qingwan, mounted on her horse, witnessed it all. Her eyes flashed with fury as she bellowed orders. Soldiers, show no mercy to these invaders. Pursue them relentlessly. Let them know that trespassing upon the territory of Great Xia will exact a terrible price. The soldiers roared in unison, their weapons spitting fire as they unleashed a torrent of fire upon the fleeing enemy. The Beatty army's retreat swiftly devolved into a full-scale rout. Once again, the situation was absurdly lopsided, a mere few hundred men chasing down an enemy force of 30,000. Watching this overwhelming victory unfold in the game, Su Jingyang's lips curved upward in a satisfied smile. After the battle, the soldiers cheered jubilantly, crowding around Yi Qingwan with eyes brimming with awe and admiration. Feng Yon, covered in dirt and disheveled, slowly approached. Kneeling on one knee, he spoke with shame. General Yi, I failed to recognize your greatness. For my previous offenses, I beg your forgiveness. From this day forward, I, Feng Yon, pledge to obey your every command. I will follow you through fire and water without hesitation. Chapter 33, Pre-match tensions run high. Looking at Feng Yon kneeling before her, Yi Qingwan saw genuine sincerity in his eyes. Yi Qingwan's lips curved into a gentle smile. She reached out to help Feng Yon rise, her voice soft and reassuring. General Feng, let bygones be bygones. What matters now is that we stand shoulder to shoulder, repelling the enemy forces. After a pause, she gestured toward the weapons on the ground. These weapons possess tremendous power. I will teach you how to use them. Moving forward, defending our homeland will require our united efforts. Feng Yon felt a wave of warmth wash over him as he listened to Yi Qingwan's words. Throughout his life in the imperial court, whether facing the emperor or the princes, he had been nothing more than a tool to be commanded. Even Princess Yi Xiao had always ordered him about without a shred of respect. Now, his eyes reddened. Overwhelmed with emotion, he knelt once more and banged his head against the ground several times. His voice trembled as he said, General Yi, you honor me beyond measure. Feng Yon has no way to repay you. From this day forward, my life belongs to you alone. I pledge my loyalty to you for all eternity, ready to walk through fire and water without a single word of complaint. Thanks to your timely rescue, the situation has completely turned around. Yi Qingwan's favorability toward you +2. Thanks to your assistance, Yi Qingwan gained a loyal bodyguard. Her favorability toward you increased by +1. Current affection level, 87. Su Jingyang was filled with joy and was about to strike up a conversation with Yi Qingwan. Suddenly, the high-speed train came to a gradual halt. The electronic announcement sounded, this train has arrived at its final destination. Passengers are kindly requested to gather their belongings and disembark in an orderly manner. Lang Linglin, who had been resting with her eyes closed, slowly opened them. Her gaze fell upon Su Jingyang, who was staring at his phone with a silly grin. Seeing this scene, she felt inexplicably annoyed, whether it's Su Jingyang's gaming obsession or his intense attachment to a virtual character. Without a word, she stood up, walked over to Su Jingyang, grabbed his arm firmly, and said, We're here. Get off the train. As soon as the group exited the high-speed rail station, a dedicated shuttle bus arrived to transport them. As Qingfeng City's premier martial arts high school, Qingfeng No. 1 High's training grounds rivaled professional competition venues in scale. At that moment, the arena was buzzing with excitement, filled with a tremendous roar of voices. The grandstands, capable of holding thousands, were packed to capacity, almost entirely filled with students from Qingfeng No. 1 High School. Whispers and murmurs rippled through the crowd, voices rising and falling in waves. Reliable sources say that Lang Linglin over there recently broke through to the 3rd tier. What the hell? Is that true? Then what's the point of us even fighting? Calm down. Even if they have Lang Linglin, we've still got Senior Tang on our side. Keep it cool. Worst case, we take a few losses up front, then clean up later. Senior Tang can just go on a 7-kill streak to turn the tables. You've got me excited now. The match was drawing ever closer. It was clear that the students of Qingfeng First High School held Tang Yao's abilities in the highest regard. And no wonder. After all, this girl named Tang Yao had risen to fame in Qingfeng City since childhood, and she had even surpassed Lang Linglin by breaking through to the 3rd tier last month. Rumor had it that since awakening to martial arts, she had never lost a single duel, achieving nothing but overwhelming victories. Naturally, the students of Qingfeng City regarded this absurdly powerful swordsmanship prodigy as their goddess, their shining moonlight, and indeed the very backbone of Qingfeng No. 1 High School. Above them on the elevated platform, faint yet powerful auras emanated from several figures. The buzz surrounding Tang Yao from the spectator seats drifted into the ears of the two. They soon grasped the gist. Tang Yao is incredibly strong and masters numerous martial arts techniques. Long Linglin turned to see Su Jingyang still fiddling with his phone, her brows furrowing. The match is about to start. How can you still be playing around? Listen to me, even I'd be in serious trouble facing her. So you need to rack up points early. The South China League wasn't just a single match, it was an entire season. Similar to the NBA, it operates on a points system. Today's match was the decisive battle determining playoff qualification. While on the high-speed train, Long Linglin and their team coach, Xia Qingxue, had already strategized the lineup order. Su Jingyang would lead off as the first player, with Lang Linglin anchoring the lineup last. Their strategy was to let the second-in-command score as many points as possible while boosting morale. Then the top dog would seal the victory. This way, even if the others underperformed, the overall results wouldn't be disappointing. Because Su Jingyang had deliberately downplayed his abilities, everyone simply assumed Lang Linglin was the strongest, with him coming in second. But this arrangement suited Su Jingyang perfectly. Why must the strongest always be the safety net? He could just take care of the entire opposing team by himself. Su Jingyang. Xia Qingxue approached from nearby, followed by the rest of the school team. Less than 10 minutes until the match starts. They'll call us to the field soon. Go get ready. Su Jingyang nodded, rose silently, and walked into the entrance tunnel. The atmosphere in the arena was electric yet tense. Before the match, the traditional ceremony must be performed. The Martial Arts Academy team stood in formation, facing the neatly lined up Qingfeng No. 1 high school squad. The Qingfeng No. 1 high school players wore expressions of utter contempt. One with dyed yellow hair sneered sarcastically, "You lot think you can compete with us for a spot in the national tournament? Dream on." The others joined in with derisive laughter, their words dripping with scorn. When it came time for the customary bow of respect, not a single Aeon first high player bowed. They stood frozen in place, their faces still twisted in contempt. Their captain, Tang Yao, not only failed to stop her teammates' rude behavior but stood with her arms crossed, chin raised, and nostrils flared toward Lang Linglin. She declared haughtily, "You were my defeated opponent once, and you always will be." Lang Linglin trembled with rage, her fists clenched so tightly her knuckles turned white. Her eyes seemed to shoot flames as she fixed Tang Yao with a death stare. It was clear they shared some deep, bitter enmity. But Lang Linglin took a deep breath, gradually regaining her composure. It seemed she was holding back the urge to strike. Just then, the teammate with the dyed yellow hair spoke up again. "Hey, look at that guy. Still playing with his phone at a time like this? Scared out of his wits by us, huh?" The others chimed in, "Probably knows he's doomed to lose and has given up already, huh?" A bespectacled boy even stepped forward without invitation. "Hey, buddy, you've got some kind of idle game on your phone, right? If you love these simulation games so much, why not just go home and play them? What's the point of even competing? You guys are so full of yourselves. Is it such a big deal that I'm playing a game?" Su Jingyang's brow furrowed slightly, a fleeting flash of anger crossing his eyes as his fingers unconsciously tightened around his phone. "So what if I play the two-character game you mentioned? Did I eat your rice? Or are you gonna buy me a monthly pass?" Just as he was about to teach that yellow-haired brat a lesson, Lang Linglin beside him suddenly radiated an overwhelming aura. In an instant, a bone-chilling cold swept over the entire area. A thick layer of frost rapidly formed on the ground, instantly turning everyone's footing slippery and treacherous. The opposing team's noisy members shivered violently from the sudden chill. Their words froze mid-sentence on their lips as terror widened their eyes. Not a sound escaped them. Seeing this, Tang Yao's expression darkened. Electricity crackled around her as powerful purple lightning surged forth, colliding head-on with the frigid aura unleashed by Lang Linglin. Boom! A deafening roar erupted as ice and lightning collided violently midair, unleashing blinding light and powerful gusts of air. The force of the blast pushed everyone nearby several steps backward. Seeing the tension between the two reach a boiling point, the referee, who had remained hidden, finally stepped forward and positioned himself between them. "Stop! What are you doing? Do you intend to attack the referee too? The match hasn't even begun. No unauthorized combat. Any further violations will result in immediate disqualification." Hearing this, everyone quickly restrained their energy. Lang Linglin and Tang Yao both withdrew their spiritual power, though the hostility in their eyes remained undiminished. Chapter 34, Too Talkative? Break my defenses. The rules were straightforward. In a ring duel format, whoever was knocked out of the ring first or surrendered would be declared the loser. The last one standing reigns supreme. First match, Su Jingyang from Martial Arts Academy vs Chen Shun from Qingfeng First High. Chen Shen, the bespectacled boy, was none other than the one who had been jumping around the most during the earlier taunts. Now, he shouldered a massive broadsword, its blade gleaming coldly. His feet splayed wide in a stance he deemed imposing but resembled a crab scuttling across the floor. He strode arrogantly toward the center of the ring, his eyes brimming with contempt and pride. "Nerd, so you're just cannon fodder after all. In such a hurry to hand over points. Chen Chen bellowed, his shrill, mocking voice dripping with malice. Su Jingyang stood his ground, expression serene, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly into a confident, composed smile. He spoke slowly and deliberately, his voice not loud but clear enough to echo across the entire arena. Are you here to fight, or just to shoot your mouth off? You can't stop yapping the moment we meet? Do you die if you don't mock people? And could you watch your breath? It's practically killing me. Makes me wonder if you guys at Qingfeng number 1 high share your respiratory and digestive systems. Pausing, Su Jingyang's gaze swept across AM and first high side before he continued, oh, right. Almost forgot you haven't made it to the national tournament in 5 straight years. No wonder he's so resentful, biting everyone in sight. So he's taking it out on us? At this remark, the Martial Arts Academy crowd froze in surprise before erupting into uproarious laughter. Even the usually aloof Lan Linglin let a rare, barely perceptible smile touch her lips. This stood in stark contrast to the grim faces and awkward atmosphere across the way at Qingfeng First High. When it came to verbal sparring, Su Jingyang had never feared anyone, past or present. With just a few simple retorts, he shattered the defenses of every Qingfeng number 1 high school player, both on and off the field. Concise and powerful, they struck right at the heart of the matter. Especially that final line, it even left the officials in the stands feeling rather embarrassed. The principal of Qingfeng number 1 high school beckoned his secretary over and whispered angrily, remember the student named Chen Chen. If he loses, he can get the hell out of the school team. Talking so much nonsense, embarrassing the hell out of me. On stage, Chen Chen's face flushed crimson as Su Jingyang's words ignited his fury, his eyes nearly blazing with rage. Before the referee could even signal the start, he charged at Su Jingyang in a fit of rage. The massive broadsword on Chen Chen's shoulder gleamed coldly in the sunlight. He raised it high, whistling through the air like a gust of wind, and brought it down on Su Jingyang with the crushing force of a mountain. This move, the great martial technique mountain-splitting force, carried tremendous momentum, clearly the result of intense training. Su Jingyang deftly sidestepped, effortlessly evading the fierce blow. Chen Chen's broadsword slammed into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Seizing the moment when Chen Chen's momentum faded before he could gather new strength, Su Jingyang swiftly closed the distance and launched a straight punch toward Chen Chen's face. Chen Chen hastily blocked with his broadsword held horizontally before him. Su Jingyang's fist struck the blade with a dull thud, sending a numbing shock through Chen Chen's arm. After several exchanges, Su Jingyang had already gauged Chen Chen's strength with complete clarity. A mere second tier, second rank at best. To others, this level might be considered quite impressive, but in Su Jingyang's eyes, Chen Chen was nothing more than a clown who didn't know his place. Though Su Jingyang possessed the power to kill him instantly, he felt no urgency to do so. Like top predators such as tigers and lions, after capturing prey, they typically toy with it first before savoring it slowly. Only those predators uncertain of their own strength would rush to finish their prey instantly, fearing unexpected complications. Su Jingyang moved with ghostly agility, circling Chen Chen like a phantom. Every time Chen Chen swung his broadsword to attack, Su Jingyang evaded with perfect timing, never missing an opportunity to taunt. No way, no way. How can someone trash talk me as a nerd before the match, yet can't even touch a single hair on my head during the actual fight? Chen Chen was seething with rage, his attacks growing increasingly frenzied yet riddled with openings. As Chen Chen swung his broadsword with all his might once more, Su Jingyang didn't retreat, he charged forward in a single stride, closing the distance. Chen Chen tried to pull his blade back to defend, but it was too late. Su Jingyang's hands clamped down like eagle talons, seizing the broadsword's blade with pinpoint precision. He yanked with all his might, sending a powerful jolt through Chen Chen that nearly wrenched the weapon from his grasp. Su Jingyang seized the momentum, launching a flying kick that struck Chen Chen squarely in the chest. Chen Chen flew backward like a crashing heavily against the edge of the ring before tumbling completely out of bounds. The entire arena fell silent. After a long moment, thunderous cheers erupted from the Martial Arts Academy's spectator stands. Meanwhile, the Qingfeng First High School team members turned ashen-faced, especially their principal, whose lips trembled slightly with rage. That student Chen Chen had just utterly humiliated him. Expulsion, expel him from the school team immediately. You guys aren't even that tough. It's easier than grinding monsters in my game. Hurry up and move on to the next one, I'm in a rush to play my game. Since they enjoyed mocking his gaming habits, Su Jingyang deliberately taunted them in ways they despised. The tactic worked like a charm, igniting collective fury among them. One by one, they glared at him, their eyes practically devouring him. Just as Tang Yao was about to step forward, another teammate beat her to it. Captain, this jerk isn't worthy of your attention. Let me teach him a lesson first. No, let me go first. Watching them scramble to be the clowns he could toy with at will. Su Jingyang grinned so widely on the stage his mouth nearly split. He deliberately stoked the flames, why bother fighting over it? If you can all come at once, then come at once. Chapter 35, Sword Style vs. Sword Style. In their eagerness to be Su Jingyang's plaything, the Qingfeng First High School team members nearly came to blows among themselves. After a heated argument, someone finally stepped onto the stage. My name's Zhang Jiao, and I'll fight you. The boy who stepped onto the stage to bellow had dark, weathered skin and a burly build. His forehead featured a slightly protruding skull, perfectly matching his name. He resembled a character from the 1986 TV adaptation of Journey to the West. Su Jingyang eyed him up and down, snorting with disdain. Golden horn, silver horn, whatever nonsense. I'm the Monkey King. Zhang Jiao's face flushed crimson with rage at Su Jingyang's words, veins bulging on his forehead. He roared, stomped his feet hard on the ground, and charged at Su Jingyang like a raging bull. His fists swung with sweeping, powerful motions, each punch whistling through the air like a blade, seeming to tear through the very atmosphere. A faint, almost imperceptible smile played at the corners of Su Jingyang's lips. His feet moved with agile precision, effortlessly evading every one of Zhang Ju's attacks. Occasionally, he would block a strike, each defense perfectly timed, leaving Zhang Jiao feeling as though his power struck cotton, striking with force yet achieving nothing. The two exchanged blows, locked in fierce combat. On the surface, Su Jingyang appeared to be struggling, narrowly avoiding Zhang Jiao's blows on multiple occasions. His clothes were torn by the force of the punches, his hair disheveled, and his steps began to falter. The audience below the stage held their breath in tension. Those from the martial arts academy were sweating bullets for Su Jingyang, while the Qingfeng No. 1 high school team cheered excitedly, convinced victory was within reach. Yet only Su Jingyang himself knew he was deliberately holding back. Every block and evasion demanded meticulous control over his power. This restraint felt more exhausting than fighting at full strength. Finally, Su Jingyang spotted an opening in Zhang Jiao's defense. His form flickered like a black lightning bolt as he closed the distance. His fist carried an unstoppable force, slamming heavily into Zhang Jiao's chest. Zhang Ju felt a tremendous force slam into him, sending him flying backward. He crashed heavily against the edge of the ring and rolled straight out of bounds. Su Jingyang deliberately gasped for breath, feigning utter exhaustion. The Qingfeng No. 1 high school team members watched the scene, their anger boiling over. They all rubbed their hands together, convinced Su Jingyang had reached his limit, and rushed to the stage to seek revenge. The match resumed. With 7 players on each side, the match would continue according to the rules until only one player remained. The team with the highest cumulative score would earn the qualification to advance to the national tournament. As Qingfeng Middle School's 4th player was knocked out by Su Jingyang, Tang Yao finally sensed something was amiss. A flash of alarm crossed her eyes. She quickly stopped the other teammates rushing to the stage and shouted, "Quiet! Let me handle this!" She glided forward with graceful steps, each landing leaving a footprint that shimmered with lightning. As she drew nearer, the thunder elements in the air grew increasingly dense, coalescing into a visible purple aura. The once noisy Qingfeng first high players, who had been clamoring to take the stage for revenge, fell silent under this overwhelming pressure. They felt their breathing grow heavier, as if a boulder pressed against their chests, making it hard to catch their breath. At the highest point of the spectator stands, a tall, stern-faced middle-aged man stared intently at the battle platform below. Everyone here recognized him. Should they meet, they would greet him with, "Greetings, Sect Master." For he was none other than Tang Ren, the 11th generation master of the Qingfeng Sword Pavilion. Yet he bore another identity. He was Tang Yao's father. Seeing the formidable aura his daughter Tang Yao displayed, he nodded slightly, his heart brimming with pride and satisfaction. At this rate of growth, it wouldn't be long before his daughter broke through to the 4th tier, becoming the rising star among the younger generation of the Sword Pavilion. Yet Tang Ren knew well that despite his Qingfeng Sword Pavilion's profound heritage and abundant resources, it lacked peers of Tang Yao's caliber within its walls for mutual sparring and shared advancement. To propel his daughter's path in the sword arts further, she must be carefully cultivated at a top martial arts university. With this thought, he turned to the sprightly, snow-white-haired elder beside him, his tone tinged with tentative inquiry. "Master Su, do you think my daughter's current strength would qualify her for advanced studies at your Imperial Capital University?" "Of course," replied the gentleman from Imperial Capital University with a warm chuckle, his eyes brimming with admiration. Such remarkable swordsmanship talent at such a young age. Given time, she will undoubtedly achieve greatness. If she takes the martial arts entrance exam normally, she will certainly gain admission to Imperial Capital University. Tang Ren heard this and furrowed his brow slightly. He knew full well that old Su was merely beating around the bush. His original intention was to have the other party leverage the privileges of a senior faculty member to directly recommend Tang Yao for admission to Imperial Capital University. Once granted this recommendation, Tang Yao would receive the university's most elite resources for intensive cultivation, with boundless potential for future achievements. Yet Mr. Su only mentioned taking the martial arts exam normally, clearly evading his true intent. He likely wished to observe Tang Yao's subsequent performance before making a final decision. Most likely, he wanted to observe Tang Yao's performance a bit longer before making a judgment. At this thought, Tang Ren snorted coldly. "Well then, watch closely. The foremost swordsmanship prodigy among the young generation of the realm stands upon the combat platform below." On the stage, Tang Yao stood before Su Jingyang, her gaze piercing as she fixed him with a cold stare. "You've been deliberately holding back your strength, haven't you? Poof. You're smarter than the rest of your team. I admit we underestimated you before." Su Jingyang detected her attempt to sow discord. He deliberately nodded, then shook his head, a playful smile curling his lips. You got the first half right, but this isn't strategy, just a bit of playful mischief. Tang Yao froze at his words, her eyes brimming with confusion. Playful? Su Jingyang shrugged, explaining with a carefree expression, I could easily unleash my full power and take on all 7 of you at once. But I prefer to tease you guys like I tease my little dog at home. Isn't it more fun when we all enjoy ourselves together? Tang Yao's face instantly turned ashen, a flash of murderous intent flickering in her eyes. You like to play, huh? Then I'll play with you properly. Gritting her teeth, she slowly drew the katana from its scabbard at her waist with her thumb. Electric sparks danced along the blade's edge, crackling with static. Tang Yao roared and struck first. Like a bolt of lightning, she charged toward Su Jingyang, her sword surging with powerful thunderous energy as she thrust it toward his chest. Since her strongest opponent had stepped forward, there was no need for her to hold back any longer. Su Jingyang's aura abruptly transformed, a fierce sword intent surging forth from his body. In an instant, countless transparent sword energies swirled and danced around him, forming an impenetrable sword formation. This was his sovereign sword intent. With a gentle flick of his wrist, a blade of sword energy sliced through the air like a razor, precisely parrying Tang Yao's thrusting blade. The audience below erupted in an instant, eyes wide with disbelief. Sword intent. Sword intent. That's at least an S-rank martial skill. A voice rang out from the crowd, snapping everyone back to reality. Whispers and murmurs spread like wildfire. Su Wang, witnessing this, saw his previously listless eyes instantly brighten. Master Tang, sword against sword, this should be quite the spectacle. Rest assured, Elder Su. That boy's technique must be flawed. My daughter need only exert 50% of her power to defeat him. Tang Run wore a polite smile, assuring everyone he trusted his daughter. Yet inside, he was tense, a nagging sense of impending trouble gnawing at him. Though Master Su offered no reply, the eager gaze he cast toward Su Jingyang seemed to speak volumes. When Tang Yao saw Su Jingyang unleash the sovereign sword intent, she showed no fear. Instead, a faint, disdainful sneer curled her lips, so it's an S-rank martial skill. Big deal, like anyone doesn't have one. Chapter 36, SS-rank martial skill Sword God's Gaze. The thunderous energy surging around Tang Yao erupted violently, causing the blade in her hand to blaze with intense light. Purple lightning illuminates the world. No sooner had the words left her lips than the lightning in her hand surged, coalescing into a massive thunder dragon that roared as it lunged toward Su Jingyang. Wherever the thunder dragon passed, the air instantly ionized, releasing a pungent, acrid smell. The ground was plowed into a deep ravine by the powerful current. The lightning bolt's speed was blindingly fast, reaching Su Jingyang in the blink of an eye. Su Jingyang felt the immense force and his expression shifted slightly. This was the first time in the match he had truly sensed danger. It's over. I can't dodge in time. Boom! The purple lightning's overwhelming force collided directly with Su Jingyang, erupting in a deafening roar. Powerful energy ripples radiated outward, distorting the surrounding air itself. Spectators around the ring scrambled backward, terrified of being caught in the force's wake. On the elevated platform, Tang Ren exhaled a long breath and prepared to rise. The outcome is decided. Let's go back to my pavilion for tea. But Su Wang remained motionless in his seat, his gaze fixed intently on the thick cloud of smoke lingering over the arena. Wait a little longer. As the smoke gradually dispersed, the crowd was astonished to see Su Jingyang standing perfectly still in his original spot, not even a strand of his hair out of place. Tang Yao watched the scene unfold, a flicker of astonishment and dread crossing her eyes. This was already her fastest attack, enhanced by the speed of the lightning element. Even a peak third-tier cultivator couldn't have blocked it so effortlessly head-on. Especially since she had launched a surprise attack just now. Could his martial realm possibly surpass peak third tier? Impossible. What a joke. Su Jingyang watched Tang Yao, who stood in astonishment, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. What? That's all you've got? I thought you were supposed to be quite formidable. Tang Yao finally snapped out of her shock, a flash of anger flickering in her eyes. Stop shouting. I haven't even used my full strength yet. Su Jingyang's smile widened. As if anyone here is holding back. Tang Yao dared not underestimate the youth before her any longer. She knew that if she didn't unleash her strongest attack now, she might be defeated by him in the next round. When it came to explosive power, she had never been afraid. Tang Yao's willow brows arched slightly, her eyes blazing with lightning-like intensity as a frosty aura instantly enveloped her. Her slender form twisted like lightning. Her pale wrist trembled slightly as her katana emitted a low hum. Violet lightning danced along the blade like a serpent, gathering in intensity until it seemed poised to unleash a thunderous strike. Su Jingyang had once sensed a similar aura when facing Long Linglin. Judging by this display, she's about to activate the weapon spirit resonance. Tang Yao's expression sharpened as she lifted her head, chest thrust forward. Gripping the katana tightly with both hands, she thrust it forcefully toward the center of her chest. In that instant, the lightning vanished into her clothing, leaving only a faint, shimmering outline. Su Jingyang? WTF? Are you the thunder god? Had Su Jingyang not played the two-character game in his previous life, his astonishment would have been even greater. Tang Yao's body trembled slightly as a powerful force rippled outward from her center. The surrounding air seemed violently churned by an invisible giant hand, while lightning elements surged together like a raging tide. The next instant, Tang Yao's crimson lips pressed tightly together. With a sudden surge of power from her slender wrist and a sharp cry, she drew the katana from her chest. In that instant, lightning surged forth like a torrent breaking through a dam. The once ordinary blade, now enveloped in lightning, slowly revealed ancient engravings. In the blink of an eye, the blade rapidly expanded, its length increasing by nearly a third. The edge grew sharper and more menacing, flashing with a terrifying lightning glow. At the hilt, a faint thunder pattern mark slowly illuminated, resonating with the mark on Tang Yao's wrist. Tang Yao drew a deep breath, parting her cherry lips to silently chant an obscure incantation. Suddenly, she thrust the sword high into the air. A thick bolt of lightning shot forth from its tip like a piercing spear, instantly piercing the sky and connecting with the thick clouds above. In an instant, ink-black clouds rolled across the sky like a dark tide, thunder and lightning clashed, and bolts of lightning, like snarling dragons, roared and darted wildly through the clouds. On the ground, a massive lightning array rapidly formed with Tang Yao at its center. Runes flickered and danced within the array, continuously erupting with purple electrical currents. The air thickened with the pungent scent of thunder elements, its temperature soaring as the lightning surged. Moisture evaporated instantly, forming a hazy mist around them. Enveloping Tang Yao, she resembled a thunder god descended to earth, radiating an awe-inspiring aura of immense power. Su Jingyang had witnessed the power of artifact spirit resonance once before through Lang Linglin, knowing it could drastically enhance the host's strength in a short time. Though he was a full tier above her in martial realm, he dared not take it lightly. Damn it, putting on this whole show someone might think you're the main character. Like I don't have a spirit core myself. Su Jingyang not only failed to react, but instead stood there and pulled out his phone. Tang Yao was utterly stunned. It was like having your ultimate ability fully charged and ready to unleash at any moment, only to be completely ignored by your opponent. It would be hard for anyone to accept, let alone the daughter of the esteemed pavilion master, a prodigy girl upon whom countless hopes rested. I'll kill you. Facing Tang Yao charging at him like a madwoman, Su Jingyang remained unhurried. He slowly lowered his phone, a mocking smile curling his lips. In an instant, the aura surrounding him shifted dramatically. His deep golden eyes blazed with an intimidating light, and a powerful, mysterious force radiated from his body, causing the surrounding air to tremble. As Tang Yao closed in, her gaze locked with Su Jingyang's golden eyes. Her heart clenched violently, an inexplicable fear gripping her. She felt as if her body, her martial arts techniques, and even every thought were laid bare before those eyes, leaving her utterly exposed. Tang Yao gritted her teeth. Her katana, enveloped in rolling thunderlight, slashed fiercely towards Su Jingyang. Yet the instant she struck, Su Jingyang evaded the fierce blow. His evasion wasn't particularly swift, it felt more like he had anticipated it all along, dodging before the blow even landed. Startled, Tang Yao had no time to think. She unleashed a flurry of swift attacks, the blade flashing and lightning crackling. Yet every strike was either perfectly parried or evaded by Su Jingyang. Simultaneously, the once azure sky darkened abruptly. High above, a colossal eye slowly materialized. The eye was as large as a house, radiating a mesmerizing golden glow. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that this floating eye was identical to Su Jingyang's golden iris. Almost simultaneously, Tang Ren and Su Wang both leapt to their feet, shouting in unison with disbelief, "The Sword God's Eye?" Chapter 37, Win the Match, Advance. Su Wang's white beard trembled slightly with overwhelming excitement. This is an SS-grade martial skill. How many years has it been since I last witnessed such a sight? To witness this today I have no regrets for the rest of my life. Recovering his composure, Tang Ren gave an awkward chuckle. The skill's rank is one thing, but other factors matter too. Tang Yao still has a chance. As he spoke, his words rang hollow, pure bravado masking his inner doubt. As the 7th-rank sword pavilion master, he had long sensed the chasm-like gap between all the students present, including his precious daughter and Su Jingyang. He simply didn't want to crush his daughter's confidence and was willing to take a gamble. Unfortunately, he had lost that gamble. Sky Eye's pupils locked onto Tang Yao. Immediately, a golden pillar of light, condensed from pure sword intent, erupted from the pupil. Swift as lightning, it instantly tore through the air, emitting a piercing whistle. Before Tang Yao could react, the golden beam struck. This full power strike of a 4th-tier SS-grade martial technique was far beyond her ability to withstand. The immense impact hurled her body violently backward, sending her flying like a. Before Tang Yao could land, Su Jingyang flickered like a ghostly apparition behind her, raising his leg to deliver a kick. Yet, just as his foot was about to connect, Su Jingyang suddenly sensed something amiss. A surge of high-tier energy abruptly overwhelmed him. Startled, he didn't have time to think and ended up kicking thin air. Fortunately, Su Jingyang reacted with lightning speed. He executed a graceful somersault mid-air, skillfully dissipating the momentum before landing steadily on the ground. He quickly looked up, only to find Tang Yao's original spot now empty. Su Jingyang scanned the surroundings and soon spotted Tang Ren carrying Tang Yao back to the spectator seats. Tang Ren's face bore a stern expression, his eyes gleaming with caution, as if issuing a warning. What the hell do you think you're doing? Can't you see she's unconscious? Why keep attacking her? As he spoke, Tang Ren's aura surged violently. This was an 8th-tier martial artist. The sheer force of his full-power aura alone could crush a person. Su Jingyang instantly felt an unprecedented pressure descend upon him, his knees buckling slightly under the weight. Any ordinary student would likely have panicked completely by now, frantically apologizing in a daze. But Su Jingyang showed no fear. He met Tang Ren's gaze directly and analyzed the situation with unwavering conviction. I presume you must be sect leader Tang? It's an honor to meet you. Setting aside the issue of my kick, the fact that you abruptly stormed the competition arena during the match to interfere speaks for itself. Who's in the right and who's in the wrong is crystal clear. Tang Ren hadn't expected Su Jingyang to confront him so boldly, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. You? He tried to protest, but Su Jingyang's deep voice cut him off. Now, regarding the match itself, the rules clearly state that a contestant loses upon surrender, stepping out of bounds, or becoming incapacitated. In such a tense situation just now, I had no way of judging her condition. Your daughter is so powerful, and I had to use every trick in my bag to fight back desperately. If I hadn't done that, what if your daughter seized the chance to turn the tables? This mix of criticism and praise was so well reasoned that it left Tang Ren speechless, his mouth agape for a long moment. His anger had long since cooled, but he felt compelled to defend his daughter. The referees and instructors exchanged uneasy glances, the atmosphere thick with suffocating tension. They were utterly at a loss for how to handle this sudden crisis. Just as the standoff reached a stalemate, Old Master Su stepped forward. With steady, deliberate steps, he walked slowly between the two. His face bore his usual gentle expression, yet his eyes held an undeniable authority. He first gave Tang Ren a slight nod of acknowledgement, then turned to Su Jingyang, his tone calm yet carrying an underlying strength. Jingyang, Master Tang, as a father, is simply overwhelmed by concern. You should try to understand that. Tang Ren's furrowed brow relaxed slightly, and he immediately conceded, enough. It's true that I, as a father, have been too impatient. Since Elder Su has spoken, I concede this round to my daughter. Only then did the referee announce with relief, Martial Arts Academy, Su Jingyang, victorious. Tang Ren then carefully gathered Tang Yao into his arms and turned to the crowd. I'll take Yaoer to the hospital first. You all continue. With that, he hurriedly left the arena. Without their anchor, Qingfeng First High suddenly fell into an eerie silence. Having witnessed Su Jingyang's true strength, no one was willing to step forward. Their eyes were filled with fear and defeat, all fighting spirit long gone. Finally, the accompanying teacher from Qingfeng First High tossed a white cloth onto the stage, signaling their surrender. Facing this humiliating scene, the principal of Aoyama First High School still grinned as he explained to the assembled officials, surrender means losing half the points. This is a tactical surrender. The Martial Arts Academy erupted in an instant, cheers and shouts intertwining, piercing the heavens. Students swarmed around Su Jingyang, showering him with praise and flattery. No way, bro, we actually won? This is insane. 1 on 5, knocked out their ace, forced them to surrender. Bro, are we even from the same school? Now I feel like you're stronger than Cold Sister. Xia Qingxue practically threw herself at him, wrapping her arms around Su Jingyang. Jingyang, you've done me proud. I'll definitely reward you. Wait, I mean the school will definitely reward you. As the team's coach, she was the first to benefit when the team achieved great results. Bonuses, promotions, even sharing the glory together. In that sense, Su Jingyang had done her a huge favor. Su Jingyang stood about 178 centimeters tall. Xia Qingxue was a full head shorter than him. Calling it a hug would be an exaggeration. It was more like Xia Qingxue clinging to Su Jingyang like a sloth. The mature fragrance kept wafting into his nose, that unique scent instantly refreshing his senses. The soft sensation against his chest left Su Jingyang momentarily flustered. It seemed she was genuinely overwhelmed with emotion, completely forgetting that she was holding a vibrant 18-year-old boy in her arms. Xia Qingxue was just over 25, a young woman radiating youthful vitality while retaining a mature charm. Realizing this, Su Jingyang's face flushed crimson. He fought to steady himself, warning himself against any impulsive reaction. He shifted slightly, attempting to extricate himself from the awkward embrace. Miss Xia, you're too kind. This is everyone's achievement. I only did what I should have done. Only then did Xia Qingxue realize her own behavior had been a bit unseemly. A blush spread across her face as she quickly released her grip. Clearing her throat to mask the awkwardness, she said, I'm sorry, Jingyang. I was just so happy. Please don't read too much into it. The surrounding students watched the scene, first frozen in surprise, then bursting into laughter. A few mischievous boys teased from the sidelines, wow, Teacher Xia, your face is so red. Su Jingyang, you're so lucky. Lang Linglin had been standing quietly to the side, watching Su Jingyang being surrounded and celebrated by everyone. But when she heard the teasing remarks from those mischievous boys, her expression instantly darkened. She strode forward, her gaze cold as she fixed it on the boys, her voice tinged with obvious displeasure. Cut it out. What's so funny? We're celebrating a victory here, not watching a sideshow. The boys' smiles vanished instantly at her reprimand. They exchanged bewildered glances, utterly surprised that the usually aloof Lang Linglin would suddenly lose her temper. Su Jingyang noticed Lang Linglin seemed a bit upset and quickly tried to smooth things over. We're all just joking around. Don't take it to heart. We won the game today, we should be celebrating. He shot a meaningful glance at the boys, signaling them to stop their teasing. Lang Linglin's anger subsided slightly at Su Jingyang's words, but she still couldn't help muttering, you guys just love stirring things up. She lifted her head to look at Su Jingyang, a fleeting, almost imperceptible tenderness flashing in her eyes before she quickly resumed her aloof demeanor. Xia Qingxue watched it all unfold, and something seemed to click into place within her. She narrowed her eyes slightly, a meaningful smile playing on her lips. Chapter 38, The Emperor's beloved daughter kneels before me? Now that the competition was over, there was no reason to linger. Staying for celebrations would be a bit too cruel. Just as the Martial Arts Academy members finished packing up and prepared to depart, Old Master Su suddenly appeared, blocking the departing group. His expression was gentle, yet his eyes held a hint of scrutiny. His gaze swept slowly across the group, finally settling on Su Jingyang. Everyone, please hold your horses. I am Su Wang, senior mentor of Imperial Capital University. The moment he spoke, a ripple of quiet gasps rippled through the crowd. While some might not recognize the name Su Wang, everyone understood the significance of a senior instructor. Such mentors weren't confined to teaching within the university walls. They roamed the world like talent scouts, seeking out suitable geniuses and offering them direct admission interviews. Su Wang shifted slightly to the side and addressed Su Jingyang. Young friend, I'd like to speak with you privately. Su Jingyang glanced at Xia Qingxue, who gave him a slight nod. Su Jingyang then followed Su Wang to a secluded spot. What would you like to discuss? Su Wang fixed his gaze on Su Jingyang's cloak, a hint of admiration flickering in his eyes. He spoke slowly, this cloak of yours is no ordinary garment. When you clashed with Tang Yao and faced that first surprise attack, it was this cloak that proved its worth, wasn't it? This must be a legendary treasure. Su Jingyang nodded slightly, replying frankly, indeed. You truly have a wealth of knowledge. A flicker of satisfaction crossed old man Su's eyes as he pressed further. How did you come by such a rare treasure? Su Jingyang knew his lies wouldn't deceive the old man. So he truthfully recounted his experiences in the Scout Corps. Su Wang listened intently, his expression gradually turning serious. After Su Jingyang finished, Su Wang paused briefly before declaring solemnly, on behalf of Imperial Capital University, I extend an invitation to you. With your abilities and background, Imperial Capital University eagerly anticipates your joining us. We can provide you with the finest cultivation resources and platform to help you advance further along the path of martial arts. Meanwhile, at the rear of the crowd, Tang Yao suddenly stirred to consciousness on the way to the hospital. Upon hearing they had lost the match, a surge of unwillingness flooded her heart. Stubbornly tugging at Tang Ren's sleeve, she urgently declared, Dad, I refuse to accept this. I want another match against him. Tang Ren couldn't refuse her, so he hurriedly took her back to the arena. Just as they arrived, they heard Su Wang's invitation. Tang Ren's footsteps halted abruptly. His hand, which had been supporting Tang Yao, tightened instinctively as a complex mix of emotions surged through him. He had poured endless effort into guiding Tang Yao through the martial arts world, yet never received such an invitation. Su Jingyang, however, had obtained it effortlessly. Tang Yao's face instantly drained of color, her already pale features now flushing crimson with jealousy. Everyone at the Martial Arts Academy heard it too. As envious glances washed over him, Su Jingyang offered a regretful smile and declined, Master Su, I'm deeply grateful for your recognition and that of Imperial Capital University. However, I wish to continue honing my skills and explore a broader world. A flicker of surprise crossed Su Wang's eyes at these words, but he quickly regained his composure. He gave Su Jingyang a deep look and nodded. It's commendable for a young man to have his own aspirations. Since that is the case, I won't press the matter. However, the doors of Imperial Capital University will always remain open to you. This refusal instantly silenced the entire room. No one had expected Su Jingyang to turn down such a hard-won opportunity, leaving the Tang family father and daughter frozen in place. Tang Ren furrowed his brow, deep in thought. He couldn't fathom why Su Jingyang would turn it down, finding this young man's motives increasingly inscrutable. Tang Yao, however, could no longer contain her emotions. The pent-up anger, resentment, and humiliation within her erupted all at once. Like a furious little beast, she charged toward Su Jingyang, screaming as she ran, You bastard, how dare you refuse? You just got lucky. Prove yourself by competing against me again. Boom! A deafening thunderclap echoed once more as Tang Yao's form transformed into a blinding white streak, hurtling toward Su Jingyang at breakneck speed. But the next second, the blinding white streak streaking toward him abruptly halted midair. Perhaps due to her injuries, Tang Yao felt the world spinning violently, unable to control her body. Her legs buckled, and she plummeted toward the ground, utterly helpless. Thud! Her pale knees slammed heavily against the ground, the sound of her fall echoing with shame throughout the arena. Under the watchful eyes of everyone present, the pride of Qingfeng City knelt on the ground, sliding forward by inertia until she came to rest before Su Jingyang. Everyone? Su Jingyang? What the hell? She just charged over and knelt down? Everyone froze in shock, even Su Wang's face was filled with confusion. Tang Ren hurried over, awkwardly explaining, "My apologies. My daughter suffered a head injury during the match. We're embarrassed to have caused such a scene." He reached out to help his daughter up. Tang Yao fiercely shook off his hand, glaring up at Su Jingyang with cheeks flushed crimson from shame and anger. "Su, you hear me? This isn't over between us." Su Jingyang's expression throughout remained unchanged. He hadn't said anything to humiliate her, and she tripped and embarrassed herself when she charged over. Why was she pinning all this on him? In the end, it took Tang Ren half pushing, half dragging to finally coax this little tyrant away. Ahem. After the brief commotion, old Su shifted his gaze back to Su Jingyang. Why not reconsider before rejecting me outright? You can come find me anytime before the martial arts exam begins. With that, he produced his personal business card and handed it over. It bore his detailed contact information. Su Jingyang accepted it. But the moment Mr. Su turned to leave, Su Jingyang tore the card to shreds in his hand. This action broke Xia Qingshue's heart. She quickly knelt down, trying to gather the pieces. What are you doing? Imperial Capital University is already one of the top universities in our nation. It's the dream institution for martial arts candidates across the country. With only a handful of guaranteed admission spots each year, it's an opportunity that countless prominent families fight tooth and nail for. And you're turning it down? Have you lost your mind? But Su Jingyang had his own plans. If he got admitted early, how could he possibly take the martial arts exam? Who says taking the martial arts exam means you can only be a candidate? Chapter 39, The City Lord's Invitation. Lin City, City Lord's Mansion. What did you say? Someone from our martial academy not only defeated 5 opponents in a row on the arena, forcing Qingshan First High to surrender outright, but also broke through the defenses of that old man from Qingfeng Sword Pavilion's daughter? A male secretary timidly adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses. Yes. That person is Su Jingyang. After the match, Tang Yao, the daughter of the Qingfeng Sword Pavilion's pavilion master, even rushed over to kneel before him. It might sound exaggerated, but I witnessed it all myself. Even Elder Yu from Imperial Capital University personally came down to speak with him. But the crowd was too dense, I couldn't push through to hear what they were saying. Huang Feiping, lord of Lin City and known as the Hunting King, laughed heartily in his seat, completely disregarding his image. Old Tang, never thought you'd see this day. Last year you were bragging to me about your precious daughter, and this year you're already suffering for it. After laughing for a long while, he gradually calmed down. It's fine. That matter concerning Elder Yu is likely about guaranteed admission. If that Su Jingyang is truly that powerful, whether he gets it or not won't matter. Quick! Go fetch this Su Jingyang. No, invite him over. I'll reward him handsomely. Lin City, high-speed rail station. Amidst the bustling crowd, Su Jingyang and his martial arts academy classmates had just stepped off the high-speed train. Everyone was still basking in the joy of victory, completely unaware of the impending danger. Suddenly, a group of black-clad figures surged forward like a tidal wave. Their practiced movements and watchful eyes revealed they had been lying in wait for quite some time. The men moved with purpose, heading straight for Su Jingyang. One of them pulled out a photo, scrutinized Su Jingyang from head to toe, and asked, "You're Su Jingyang, right?" Su Jingyang nodded confidently. "Yes, what is it?" Almost the instant he nodded, 2 men seized his arms from either side, their tone firm. "Our boss wants to see you. Come with us." This sudden turn of events left everyone tense and flustered. Xia Qingxue instantly paled, her eyes filled with terror and panic. Her hands instinctively clenched the hem of her dress, her voice trembling slightly. "Has Jingyang encountered enemies? What should we do?" Xia Qingxue was utterly at a loss, her mind blank, unable to think of any way to respond. She was merely a teacher who had studied liberal arts since childhood, and her martial arts cultivation was even lower than that of the other team members. Helpless, she turned to Long Linglin. But Lang Linglin had already swiftly drawn her cold star gun the moment those black-clad figures made their move. Her expression was unusually grim, her gaze sharp and piercing, a look no one had ever seen before, as if it could kill outright. Buzz! With a mere flick of her wrist, the cold star gun vibrated as the S-rank martial skill Frost Crystal Prison activated instantly. Instant spirit resonance. This technique required mastering the resonance skill to the pinnacle realm to unleash. Lang Linglin had been stuck at the mastery level for half a year without progress, yet she broke through precisely at this moment. Crystal and ice shards slithered across the floor like agile serpents. In the blink of an eye, the high-speed rail station transformed into a winter prison. Biting cold seeped from all sides, and the main doors froze solid. Innocent bystanders recoiled in terror at the overwhelming power and eerie spectacle, their cries of alarm echoing through the space. Just as the standoff reached a stalemate, a figure hurried over, bellowing, "You idiots! Stop this at once!" The crowd focused their gaze on the newcomer, a man dressed in an elegant suit, wearing gold-rimmed glasses. His face twisted with fury as he charged toward the black-clad figures, delivering a sharp slap to each one's head while cursing, "Who gave you permission to act like this? Is this how you treat honored guests? You've brought shame upon the city lord. Can you please speak politely? Can you please speak politely?" The black-clad men hung their heads, cowed like grandchildren, not daring to breathe a word. After venting his fury, Ding Zixuan instantly switched to a gentle smile, as if he were a different person. He strode swiftly to Su Jingyang, bowed slightly with an elegant gesture, and said, "Mr. Su Jingyang, I sincerely apologize. My subordinates acted incompetently and frightened you." He then proceeded with his introduction. "I am the secretary of the city lord's residence. The city lord has heard of your heroic deeds in Qingfeng City and is deeply impressed. He has specially instructed me to invite you to the city lord's residence for a discussion. We would be honored by your presence." After speaking, Ding Zixuan thoughtfully smoothed out the torn hem of Su Jingyang's robe, his eyes brimming with sincerity and respect. This entire exchange took less than a minute, with the man's attitude shifting multiple times, leaving Su Jingyang genuinely unable to react. The only thing he could be certain of was that this seemingly refined, bespectacled man possessed strength far beyond his outward appearance. His aura resembled that of Tangren, the head of the Qingfeng Sword Pavilion, suggesting his martial realm was likely mid to high tier. At the very least, he was a 6th-tier martial artist. If the man truly harbored ill intentions toward him and wanted to force the issue, he would have done so already. There'd be no need for all this scheming and plotting. After all, in this martial world, might-ruled supreme fists were the ultimate truth. With that, Su Jingyang gently patted Long Linglian's hand and gave her a meaningful glance. Lingling Long caught the signal. Though still wary, she slowly withdrew her power. The icy glow of the cold star spear dimmed, and the bone-chilling cold enveloping the high-speed rail station eased slightly. Yet the frozen landscape of the subway station remained unchanged. Seeing this, Ding Zixuan leisurely removed his glasses, casually slipping them into his upper pocket before snapping his fingers. Instantly, swirling flames erupted from the surrounding air. Unlike the raging infernos of ordinary duels. Instead, as if guided by an invisible hand, they danced and swirled obediently around the ice, their temperature perfectly calibrated to melt every trace of frost within their reach. Martial skill control. At least a 6th-tier spirit-out realm cultivator could achieve this. Su Jingyang watched the scene unfold, drawing a deep breath as his suspicions were silently confirmed. The domain Cold Linglin had created by pushing herself to the limit, even breaking through her cultivation realm, was shattered with a mere wave of the hand. Evidently, this refined-looking man before him possessed formidable strength. He was even among the top-tier practitioners in all of Lin Yuan City. Lang Linglian's beautiful eyes widened in shock and disbelief. Su Jingyang stepped forward, bowing slightly to Ding Zixuan. "Since the city lord has extended an invitation, I shall certainly attend. I only hope the secretary won't hold my companion's nervousness against them." Ding Zixuan wore a gentle smile as he hastily waved his hand. "Su, you're too kind. It was my men's oversight that startled everyone." With that, he stepped aside and gestured for them to proceed. Su Jingyang followed the instructions and entered a black business van. Seeing Su Jingyang enter the vehicle, Lung Linglian's heart sank. She lifted her foot to follow. But Ding Zixuan, quick as lightning, reached out and stopped her. Ding Zixuan maintained his seemingly gentle smile as he said, "I'm sorry, Miss Lang, but you cannot accompany them." Lang Linglian's delicate brows furrowed, surprise flashing in her eyes as she demanded, "You know me?" Ding Zixuan bowed slightly, replying respectfully, "The Long family is one of the foremost noble houses in Lin Yuan City. I am naturally familiar with your family. Moreover, your S-rank martial art Frost Crystal Prison is renowned throughout the city. How could I not know of it?" Hearing this, Lang Linglian's icy demeanor shifted to one tinged with anger. She forcefully shook off the hand Ding Zixuan had grasped and raised her voice, "Then how dare you stop me?" Ding Zixuan remained neither servile nor arrogant, patiently explaining, "My sincere apologies, but the city lord invited only Su Jingyang personally and did not instruct that anyone else might accompany him. I'm merely following orders. Please don't put me in a difficult position." Lang Linglin couldn't help but sneer coldly, "Humph. I'm making things difficult for you? You're the one making things difficult for me. You know the might of the Lang family. If you dare obstruct me again, the Lang family will show you what real trouble looks like." Hearing these veiled threats, Ding Zixuan's smile instantly froze. That seemingly gentle expression now carried an inexplicable chill that sent a shiver down one's spine. After a few seconds of silence, a faint smile touched his lips as he replied in a low voice, "Then you may try. Though my family holds little influence, I stand backed by the city lord's mansion. If you think the city lord's mansion is something to be trifled with, come at me." Instantly, an overwhelming sense of pressure surged toward them like a raging tide. The sheer intensity of this aura was overwhelming. Standing within it, Xia Qingxue felt her legs grow weak. Each step felt like dragging a 1,000-pound shackle, and her breathing grew ragged. Yet despite this, Xiao Qingxue gritted her teeth and forced herself forward toward Lun Linglin. Finally, mustering her last ounce of strength, she grabbed Lun Linglin's arm. Her voice trembled slightly from tension and exertion. Don't act rashly. Don't bring unnecessary trouble upon Jingyang. The city lord is a good man. Let him go on his own. Inside the carriage, Su Jingyang sensed the commotion outside and poked his head out. What's going on? Ding Zixuan turned and withdrew his imposing aura, reverting to his earlier gentle demeanor. Nothing much. Just catching up with Miss Lung. Seeing this, Lung Linglin's heart softened. After a few seconds of thought, she took a deep breath and reluctantly relented. As she turned away, she shot Ding Zixuan a fierce glare, her displeasure plain. Watching her retreating figure, Ding Zixuan let out a dismissive humph. He then adjusted his sleeves, restoring his refined demeanor, and strode quickly toward the driver's seat. Starting the car, he drove off toward the city lord's mansion with Su Jingyang aboard. Chapter 40, I Like You. The car came to a smooth stop before the imposing gates of the city lord's mansion. The vermilion doors, studded with golden nails, gleamed with an air of authority under the sunlight. Ding Zixuan stepped out decisively, moving to the back to open Su Jingyang's door. He even took the extra step of shielding the doorframe with his hand. Take your time, sir. Mind your head. Su Jingyang felt both flattered and a little overwhelmed. Whether in this life or past ones, this was the most considerate service he had ever received. He felt almost embarrassed by it. After stepping out, Su Jingyang followed through a series of corridors, past exquisitely landscaped gardens, until they reached a spacious and bright side hall. The side hall was elegantly and solemnly furnished, with expensive rosewood tables and chairs arranged neatly. On the walls hung scrolls of landscape paintings, exuding a rich cultural atmosphere. After ushering Su Jingyang into the hall, Ding Zixuan respectfully said, "Please wait a moment. The city lord will be here shortly." Su Jingyang was about to ask how long he might have to wait, thinking he could always return another day if it took too long. But before the words left his lips, Ding Zixuan had already vanished outside the door. Just as Su Jingyang was about to find a spot to rest, a hearty laugh echoed down the hallway outside. Ha 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 ha. The sound grew louder as it approached, finally fading away with the entrance of a scruffy bearded man. You're the city lord? Su Jingyang eyed him up and down in disbelief. Huang Feipeng widened his eyes and retorted, What? Does my demeanor not fit the part? The man before him not only had tangled, matted facial hair but was also filthy, emitting an indescribable body odor. Were it not for the constant emanation of high-level martial energy, one might mistake him for a homeless man on the street. Su Jingyang forced a smile, his voice wavering slightly. It does. You're too handsome. You're exactly as I imagined. Huang Feipeng waved dismissively. This morning, a 7th-tier demonic creature broke through the barrier and escaped from the abyss. If I hadn't just helped someone out and hadn't had time to tidy up yet, I'd look way cooler than usual. Right, let's get down to business. Suddenly, Huang Feipeng leaned in close, like a mountain bandit king, slinging an arm around Su Jingyang's shoulder. You're something else, kid. Making old Tang drool over your treasure? That's some serious skill. Elbow. I'll reward you, pick any item you want from the Lin Yuan City treasury. Heh, you probably meant knocked him flat on his ass. Wait, the treasury. Su Jingyang's previously friendly fake smile vanished. But upon hearing the words treasure vault and reward, his eyes lit up instantly. Any item? Seriously? Once Huang Feipeng gives his word, not even 10 horses could catch up. Elbow. Please. The treasury of Lin Yuan City should, by all accounts, hold the city's greatest wealth. Countless artifacts, equipment, and rare treasures lie within, accessible only to the city lord. As another treasury, it should be comparable to the demon-suppressing army's treasury, right? Having glimpsed the demon-suppressing army's treasury, Su Jingyang could hardly contain his anticipation. Moreover, the duration of the sword god's eye was still active. Though it couldn't provide the detailed insights of the Eye of Insight, it still allowed him to roughly discern the quality grades of the items. Throughout the journey, Huang Feipeng kept praising Su Jingyang for teaching Tang Ren's daughter, Tang Yao, a good lesson. Yet he made no mention of the competition whatsoever. Evidently, the two had harbored significant grudges and enmity from their past. Su Jingyang listened until his ears nearly grew calluses before they finally reached the treasure vault. It was just an ordinary warehouse. Though its doors were made of the strongest titanium alloy available, it lacked even half the grandeur of the demon-suppressing army's treasury. After all, that place had floating staircases and teleportation portals. At that moment, Su Jingyang felt a vague sense of unease. As Huang Feipeng swiped a gold card, the vault doors slowly opened. Su Jingyang peered inside with eager anticipation, only to be profoundly disappointed by what met his eyes. The vault contained only sparse items, nowhere near the dazzling treasures he had imagined. The finest equipment on display was merely Epic 6. For Su Jingyang, who possessed a legendary cloak, these items were hardly worth his attention. He paced the vault, his brow slightly furrowed, silently resolving not to squander this rare reward opportunity. Huang Feipeng stood nearby, quietly observing Su Jingyang's reaction. Seeing him hesitate to make a selection, he couldn't help but ask, "Don't you like any of these things?" Su Jingyang hesitated before deciding to speak his mind frankly. "Yes, these things are all useless. I don't fancy them." Hearing this, Huang Feiping didn't grow angry. Instead, a delighted expression spread across his face. "Excellent. Not only are you talented, but you have excellent taste. To be honest, these items really aren't that great. The good gear has all been sent to support the front lines. How about I get you some other rewards instead?" Damn it, why did it feel like he'd anticipated this all along and deliberately didn't want to give it? Perhaps it was just his imagination. But Su Jingyang had been waiting for precisely those words. The dungeons within the city were too easy, and the scout camp had relocated elsewhere. Right now, there really wasn't any good way to improve his strength. So Su Jingyang quickly said, "Forget about rewards. I want to take on some quests." Huang Feiping paused slightly, then asked curiously, "Why? Most people would want ready-made treasures. You're choosing quests instead. They're both troublesome and dangerous." Su Jingyang answered honestly, "I want to enhance my martial realm and strengthen my abilities by completing quests." Huang Feiping froze for 2 seconds before giving him a thumbs up and praising, "Awesome. People these days are all so flashy and fake, always putting on airs. You're different, you have goals and ideas. I like you." Why did the latter half of that sound so off? Especially coming from a burly, bearded guy that just made it weirder. Su Jingyang flushed and waved his hands frantically. "Get lost. I'm not into that." Huang Feiping. After a moment of silence, Huang Feiping slammed his fist into his palm. "Speaking of tasks, there is indeed a troublesome matter that needs resolving lately. Chapter 41, Stop Fighting, Give Me Some Face." Su Jingyang quickly asked, "What kind of trouble?" Huang Feiping paused, his expression turning grave. "A wave of ferocious beasts. Today, they broke through the barrier at the edge of the abyss alongside that 7th-tier demonic creature and escaped. I was too preoccupied fighting the demonic fiend to deal with the beast tide in time, so they slipped away. But rest assured, we've tracked them down again." Huang Feiping scrutinized Su Jingyang up and down before continuing, "Judging by your aura, you should have reached the 4th tier. Our observations indicate there are 5th-tier beasts within that horde, more than enough for you to hone your skills." Hearing this, a spark of fighting spirit ignited within Su Jingyang. But before his excitement could fully rise, Huang Feiping added, "But to be safe, you must bring teammates with you." A flicker of reluctance crossed Su Jingyang's face. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, Huang Feiping seemed to read his mind and cut him off. "I know what you're going to say. You think you can handle it alone, right? But this trial is unlike any you've faced before. Even if the other beasts in the horde aren't particularly powerful, their sheer numbers are overwhelming. Plus, the battlefield is constantly shifting. You absolutely need someone to back you up." Seeing Huang Feiping's unwavering stance, Su Jingyang reluctantly agreed for the time being. "Fine. I'll go prepare then." Huang Feiping's tense expression relaxed, and he immediately became courteous. "Oh dear, I completely forgot to offer you tea. You've only just arrived and are already leaving so quickly. Why not stay a little longer?" He offered polite words, but his body was already at the door, ready to see his guest off. He'd come expecting a meeting, yet not only did he receive no reward, he ended up taking on a task requiring travel. Everything unfolded exactly as Huang Feiping had calculated, as if he'd known this would happen. Watching the other man's shrewd, landowner-like calculation, Su Jingyang shook his head and left. No need. Maybe next time. If he absolutely had to choose an ally, Su Jingyang already had someone in mind. Upon returning to the martial arts academy, he headed straight for Lang Linglien's training ground. Lang Linglin was focused on practicing her spear techniques, each move powerful and forceful, radiating a cool, icy aura. Su Jingyang stood quietly nearby, watching. Noticing his presence, Lang Linglin abruptly halted her movements and glanced sideways. "You're back. How was the city lord's mansion? Did you get any perks?" Su Jingyang scratched his head awkwardly. "No perks, but I did pick up a mission. A beast tide has emerged in Lin Yuan City, breaking through the barrier from the edge of the abyss. The city lord has tasked me with resolving it. I wanted to ask if you'd be willing to accompany me." Lang Linglin raised an eyebrow slightly, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. She countered, "Why me?" Su Jingyang looked at her earnestly and said, "Because among all the people I know, you're my strongest friend." Hearing this, Lang Linglin paused, a faint blush spreading across her cheeks. She turned her head away, clearing her throat with feigned aloofness. "Oof. Since you put it that way, I suppose I'll reluctantly accompany you." After settling their plans, they prepared to depart. Just as they stepped out of the academy gates, a familiar, boisterous voice called out, "Su Jingyang. Finally found you." Su Jingyang and Lang Linglin turned simultaneously. A short woman in a purple robe, a katana tucked at her waist, came rushing over, her face wearing a look of defiance. Recognizing Tang Yao, Su Jingyang sighed inwardly and muttered under his breath, "She's like a ghost that won't go away. Why do I keep running into her?" The moment Tang Yao spotted Su Jingyang, she exploded like a lit powder keg, charging forward and bellowing, "Su! We're not done yet. Let's settle this one-on-one." Last time I was careless. This time I won't lose. Su Jingyang didn't even glance at her, responding impatiently, I refuse to fight someone I've already defeated. Now leave. We have things to attend to. With that, he gestured for Long Linglin to follow him. The instant Su Jingyang took her hand, Long Linglin froze. For some reason, her heart began racing, her breath quickening. Her mind began to fill with vivid fantasies of battling the beast tied together. The two of them fighting side by side, entrusting their backs to each other, passionate and sweet. Wait. Why sweet? Seeing this, Tang Yao immediately stepped in front of them, hands on her hips, demanding angrily, what business could possibly be more important than a one-on-one duel with me? It seemed clear that unless she explained herself, Tang Yao's stubborn nature would ensure she wouldn't let up. That would be another burden. So Su Jingyang told her about the beast tide. After hearing it, Tang Yao froze for a moment, then pondered for a while before suddenly declaring loudly, I'm coming too. Su Jingyang stared at her in surprise. She pouted and explained, Humph. I'm not about to let you just die in that beast tide. I haven't had my revenge yet. Only if you stay alive do I have a chance to defeat you. Su Jingyang sighed helplessly, thinking that an extra pair of hands wouldn't hurt, especially since Tang Yao wasn't weak either. With Lang Linglin already assisting, bringing Tang Yao along wouldn't hurt. He reluctantly agreed, fine, you can come. But don't slow us down when the time comes. Lang Linglin snapped out of a daze as if awakening from a hallucinatory dream, instinctively shouting, you can't go. Her voice was sharp, tinged with a jealousy she hadn't even noticed herself. Su Jingyang and Tang Yao both froze as if struck by a spell, staring at her in astonishment. Only then did Long Linglin snap back to reality, realizing her outburst. Her cheeks instantly burned hot, and she inwardly cursed her mistake. She hastily lowered her head, letting her hair fall forward to hide her flushed cheeks. Her mind raced, desperately searching for an excuse, the two of us are enough. We don't need you. The words felt hollow even as they left her lips. Tang Yao didn't respond immediately, only staring intently at her, her eyes probing. Cold Linglin felt uneasy under the intense gaze, her palms sweating coldly. Had her arch-rival seen right through her? After a full 3 seconds, Tang Yao suddenly laughed, her voice tinged with mockery. You, the defeated one, have the nerve to talk to me? If it weren't for that freak who suddenly appeared at your school this year, I would have beaten you flat. Hearing Tang Yao label her a freak, Su Jingyang nearly blacked out on the spot. Freak? What kind of powerful adjective was that supposed to be? Cold Linglin, enraged by Tang Yao's words, gritted her teeth and abruptly drew the cold star spear, its tip pointing straight at Tang Yao, a cold glint flashing. Since we didn't get to fight in the competition, how about we settle this now? Tang Yao refused to be outdone. Crouching low, her hand resting firmly on the purple sky sword, her eyes brimming with defiance, she retorted, bring it on. A defeated foe? Who's afraid of who? Tension mounted instantly, the air thick with the smell of gunpowder. Judging by this standoff, if they really came to blows, they wouldn't need to deal with the beast tide, they'd be heading straight to the hospital first. Su Jingyang lunged forward in a single stride, spreading his arms wide and bellowing, give me some face. Wait until we've dealt with this beast tide and come back. Then you can fight all you want. But his words fell on deaf ears. Tang Yao curled her lip in disdain and snorted, Pht. Why should I listen to you? Lang Linglin, too, had completely lost her usual composure. Her eyes blazed with fury as she shouted, if you want to fight, just do it already. The words barely left her mouth before both attacked simultaneously. The cold star spear thrust forward, carrying a biting chill, while the purple sky greatsword swung down, its blade cutting through the air with a fierce wind. Spear and sword collided violently, producing a sharp metallic clang. Seeing this, Su Jingyang instantly unleashed his full 4th-tier aura and oppressive presence. A powerful energy field surged outward like a raging tide. He slammed one hand down hard on each of their wrists, using his sheer strength to force both blades downward. His voice now carried uncontrollable fury, you keep demanding a one-on-one duel, but you're all defeated by me. What's there to fight for? Two useless fools. Tang Yao was petite to begin with, looking every bit the lowly. Su Jingyang grabbed her collar and yanked her aside as easily as snatching a little chick. Tang Yao's feet left the ground as she kicked wildly in the air, overwhelmed by shame. Her face flushed scarlet as she shrieked, let me go. Let me go. Such insults should have made anyone furious, yet for some reason, Lang Linglin felt inexplicably satisfied. Her mind flashed back to their one-on-one fight, when Su Jingyang had knocked her down, his towering figure standing before her. Chapter 42, Tang Yao's Breakdown. Though it had taken some time, their relationship had finally been temporarily patched up. The last known location of the beast tide was at the border between Linyuan City and Jinchuan City, requiring a high-speed train to reach. No sooner had she settled into her seat on the train. A clamorous discussion erupted from the rear seats. Turning to look, he saw a group of people wearing identical outfits, each bearing two emblems on their chests. One was a hunter's short cannon, the other a wolf's head apparently representing some organization. Tang Yao, who had always been pampered and cherished, couldn't stand the noisy environment and covered her ears in agony. Ever since boarding the vehicle, she had been complaining non-stop. She disliked the lack of a private compartment, disliked the poor environment, disliked the smell in the car. Though Tang Yao found it unbearable, she didn't bother to warn those in the back seat. Instead, she just muttered under her breath, "I should have known better than to come. These commoners have no manners at all." Watching Tang Yao squirm in her seat like a snake in agony, Lang Linglin crossed her arms and muttered, "Such a drama queen." Su Jingyang, however, found it rather amusing. It turned out that this seemingly arrogant and unreasonable Miss Tang was actually an introverted person with social anxiety. Lang Linglin glanced back at the rear seats and explained, "Judging by the insignia on their chests, they must belong to some minor guild within the Hunters Guild." The Hunters Guild was a shady organization, a mix of good and bad, somewhat akin to mercenary groups from his past life. Their income came either from accepting contracts or taking bounties for assassinations. Huang Feipen, the ruler of Lin Yuan City, bore the title Hunter King. This was because he had risen through the ranks of the Hunters Guild, climbing steadily to its pinnacle. Suddenly, the guild members shifted their conversation to the Scout Corps. "Guys, I heard there's a prodigy in Lin Yuan City lately, some Su Jingyang from the Martial Academy. This kid's something else, he hasn't even started college yet, but he single-handedly took down a 4th-tier demonic creature at the Scout Corps and earned a silver medal. Holy crap, is that even real? I struggled to take down a 3rd-tier demon alone, and you're telling me some high school kid killed a 4th-tier demon? That's ridiculous." "Absolutely true. My cousin in the demon-suppressing army told me this inside scoop, 100% legit. They call him the Rookie King in the Scout Corps. Even Commander Lee from the Inferno Battalion personally invited him to join the demon-slaying army directly." Hearing this, Tang Yao's earlier agitation gradually subsided. She stared at the youth across from her in disbelief. You actually went to the Scout Battalion? And killed a 4th-tier demonic fiend?" Cold Linglin beside her sucked in a sharp breath, momentarily stunned. She knew prodigies like Su Jingyang, who appeared out of nowhere, must have some wildly unconventional training methods. But she never imagined it would be this extreme. By comparison, the training her family had arranged for her felt like child's play. Seeing everyone's shocked reactions, Su Jingyang scratched his head awkwardly. "Hey, you two, stop staring at me like that. It's kinda weird. Honestly, a 4th-tier demon isn't necessarily my limit. I should be able to handle a 5th-tier demon if it shows up." Tang Yao immediately turned her head away, her face brimming with defiance. "Oomph, you're just bragging. All you do is brag about this nonsense. That 4th-tier demon was probably already on its last legs, and you just picked up the scraps." Despite her words, doubt began to creep into her mind about Su Jingyang's claim. After all, his previous displays had been nothing short of astonishing. But suddenly, as if remembering something, she gasped, "Wait, that doesn't add up." Tang Yao whipped her head around, eyes wide as saucers, staring straight at Su Jingyang. "If you have a silver medal, why are we even taking the bullet train? Don't you know a silver medal entitles you to call for government-provided transportation?" Su Jingyang looked utterly innocent, his eyes wide with confusion. "I didn't know that." The moment those words left his mouth, Tang Yao felt a surge of blood rush to her temples. Having the right but not using it was more infuriating than having no right at all. She felt like a trapped little animal, fidgeting in her seat and muttering under her breath, "How could you not know? How could you not know something this important?" Her expression was the spitting image of a spoiled child in elementary school throwing a tantrum because they couldn't get what they wanted. Su Jingyang couldn't help but laugh at her comical expression. "I genuinely didn't know. Besides, you never asked." He spread his hands wide, a hint of teasing in his smile. Hearing this, Tang Yao grew even more furious. She crossed her arms, turned her head away, refusing to look at him, and continued to mutter under her breath, "This is infuriating. You're driving me absolutely mad. Wasting such a great privilege. Sitting on this crappy bullet train is such a hassle." Just then, a man clad in dark armor rose from the back row and made his way toward Su Jingyang and the others. "Hello, I'm Qin Feng, leader of the Howling Wolf Guild. We're out on a mission today. Hope we haven't disturbed you?" "No." Su Jingyang started to reply, but before he could finish, Tang Yao cut in, "Of course you didn't disturb us." She had somehow transformed from her earlier squirming, fidgeting octopus state back into a poised and proper young lady. She sat up slightly straighter, her hands elegantly folded in her lap. A proper smile graced her face, and her eyes even held a hint of bashfulness. Seeing this sudden transformation, Su Jingyang couldn't help but exclaim, "What are you doing? If you're going to look at someone, just look. Why are your eyes all lovey-dovey?" Tang Yao's lower eyelid twitched, but she maintained her deliberate smile. "Ha! He just likes to joke around. Don't mind him." Then she secretly reached under the table and pinched Su Jingyang's thigh. The force was so strong it made him suck in a sharp breath. "Acting. Now that's a real fake." Chapter 43, "If you don't let me out soon, everyone outside will be dead." Tang Yao still wore that sweet smile on her face. She bowed slightly, her posture graceful as she said, "Hello, Chairman Qin. My father is Tang Ren, the head of the Qingfeng Sword Pavilion. My name is Tang Yao." Her gaze swept dismissively over Su Jingyang and Lang Linglin as she spoke, a faint, disdainful smile playing on her lips. These two, you see, are merely my little attendants. No need for Chairman Qin to trouble himself with introductions. Qin Feng heard this, gently rubbing his chin as a hint of confusion flashed across his face. His gaze remained sincere. My apologies, I'm constantly traveling on missions. I must admit, I have no recollection of the Qin Feng Sword Pavilion. The moment those words left his mouth, Tang Yao's smile froze. Her face flushed alternately pale and crimson, her embarrassment palpable. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Qin Feng, as if she'd heard the most absurd thing imaginable. Qin Feng, oblivious to her reaction, nodded politely and took his leave. Once Qin Feng was completely gone, Tang Yao stamped her foot, clenched her fists, and trembled with rage. Pfft. What a load of crap, the Howling Wolf Guild. More like Ghost Whale. Our Green Peak Sword Pavilion is the strongest sword pavilion in the entire realm. He's never even heard of us? That must mean it's some third-rate little guild. Seeing Tang Yao like this, Su Jingyang, seated across from her, couldn't help but burst out laughing. Tang Yao whipped her head around, glaring at Su Jingyang with eyes that seemed to shoot flames. What's so funny? What's so hilarious about this? She stood up, ready to punch Su Jingyang. Suddenly, the train began to shake violently without warning. The clanging of metal and the screeching of emergency brakes intertwined, shaking everyone until their eardrums ached. Squay. Tang Yao, standing in the aisle, lost her balance and lurched forward. Ah! She screamed in terror as her body fell backward uncontrollably. In the nick of time, Su Jingyang reacted with lightning speed, instinctively reaching out to grab her. But the powerful momentum proved too much to counter, and both of them tumbled to the floor. In her panic, Tang Yao straddled Su Jingyang, her arms instinctively wrapping tightly around his neck. Su Jingyang's hands also instinctively encircled her waist, leaving them locked in an extremely intimate embrace. In that instant, gasps erupted from all around. Holy! That's a huge bull. These are all ferocious beasts, right? How did they appear in such large numbers? Iron armor black rhinos, swift wind wolves, golden giant pythons. This isn't a dungeon. Su Jingyang had no time to heed the others' gasps at the scene outside the window. Compared to that, the soft sensation of the girl in his arms left him utterly flustered. A sweet, girlish fragrance wafted toward him, instantly making his face flush crimson. Hey! You stinky dwarf, get up already! Lan Linglien's voice rang out coldly from beside him. Her face was dark, her brows knitted into a frown, clearly displeased. What's the rush? Like I'm enjoying being in his arms or something. Tang Yao's face flushed crimson with both embarrassment and irritation as she frantically tried to break free from Su Jingyang's embrace. But in her flustered state, she stumbled, tripping over Su Jingyang's shoe. Her body lost control, sending her tumbling back into the boy's arms, still locked in that awkward embrace. Oh, can't bear to get up yet? Su Jingyang blurted out a teasing remark out of nervous habit. The next second, both girls turned their heads in unison and glared fiercely at him. Tang Yao's face flushed crimson, her eyes brimming with hurt and anxiety, as if she'd suffered the greatest injustice. Lan Linglin, however, looked fierce, her gaze sharp as knives, as if she could devour Su Jingyang whole. Wait, why are you both glaring at me? We bicker all the time, don't we? Feeling uncomfortable under their stares, Su Jingyang quickly helped Tang Yao to her feet and shifted the topic by looking out the window. That must be the beast tide we're looking for outside. We need to get off early. Inside the train, everyone else was thrown into panic by the sudden beast tide. People scrambled in all directions, screams piercing the air as luggage scattered everywhere. But the members of the Howling Pack Guild all had gleaming eyes, filled with excitement, as if they'd spotted a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Qin Feng abruptly stood up, waved his large hand, and shouted, "Brothers, this job came right to us. Grab your weapons, get ready to fight. Win this job, and we'll live it up back home." The guild members responded in unison, cheering excitedly as they swiftly grabbed their weapons, checked their gear, and bristled with anticipation. It seemed as though they were not about to embark on a dangerous battle, but rather a grand celebration. Su Jingyang and his two companions also rose swiftly, preparing to disembark. Just as they reached the door, a burly man wearing a Howling Wolves Guild badge on his chest reached out to stop them. His expression was relaxed, tinged with the superiority of an elder toward juniors, as he said, "Kids, it's pretty dangerous out there right now. Listen to your uncle. Wait until we've taken care of all the monsters before you go out." Su Jingyang frowned, about to protest, but the man cut him off impatiently. "Why are you kids so stubborn? You won't listen to adults. Going out now would only get in our way." Su Jingyang couldn't help but laugh, a hint of mockery in his smile. Seeing this, the burly man rolled up his sleeves and demanded, his face dark with displeasure, "What are you laughing at? What's so funny?" Su Jingyang pointed outside the window. "If you don't let me out now, every last member of your guild will die." It turned out the low-tier beasts outside the window were bait. Once Qin Feng and the guild members had disembarked, the sandy terrain previously blanketed in yellow dust began violently trembling as gravel shook loose. Beasts of all shapes and sizes suddenly appeared. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves trapped within the beasts' encirclement. Before the battle even began, their position had turned passive. This wave of beasts numbered over 100. Seeing this, Qin Feng, the team's highest-ranked martial artist at 4th tier, 2nd rank, felt immense pressure. Damn it! We've been ambushed by these bastards. Noticing the hesitation among his comrades, he bit his finger, letting drops of his vital blood fall onto the silver spear in his hand. The silver spear resonated with a series of deep, rumbling sounds, like the roar of a dragon. Instantly, Qin Feng's aura surged violently. His martial realm had surged directly to the 5th tier of the 4th rank. Brothers, hold your formation tight. I'll lead us through this. With that, Qin Feng charged forward, his spear trailing sparks and lightning. Though he fought 4, even 10, single-handedly, the other beasts still broke through the rear ranks. A piercing scream instantly cut through the battlefield's clamor. A guild member was tightly coiled by the golden giant python, its body relentlessly tightening. The cracking of bones rang out clearly. The man's screams grew fainter and fainter, his eyes filled with utter despair. More and more members were unable to withstand the beast's attacks, plunging into dire straits. Most of these guild members were fellow villagers Qin Feng had brought from his hometown. Qin Feng had promised them a life of feasting, drinking, and living freely. Yet now, though they had earned their money, they met a gruesome death in the wilderness. How could he possibly show his face back home now? Watching familiar faces writhe in agony, Qin Feng burned with urgency, yet he was stretched too thin to help. At this moment, he could barely save himself, let alone rescue others. Brother, save me. I don't want to die yet. I haven't earned enough for my mother's surgery yet. Cries for help echoed relentlessly. Qin Feng followed the sound and saw another fellow villager being knocked down by a hellcat. Sharp claws had already torn through the man's clothes, poised to bite through his neck. Qin Feng's heart burned with urgency. Forgetting his own safety entirely, he sprinted toward his fellow villager. Just as he was about to reach him, a dark shadow darted in from the side. It was a fiery brown bear. Seizing the moment Qin Feng's back was exposed, it lunged forward, claws extended. Its scorching paw, engulfed in blazing flames, slammed heavily against his back. Qin Feng grunted, his body lurching forward as he stumbled awkwardly to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Despair washed over him as he realized he would never reach his fellow villager in time. Just then, with a thud, a golden sword intent shot forward like lightning, instantly piercing the hellcat's skull. The hellcat collapsed with a thud, its life extinguished. Qin Feng snapped his head up, staring toward the direction the sword intent had come from. He froze, blurting out, "It's you." Chapter 44, 5th Tier Demon Shadow Illusion Fiend. Amidst the swirling sand, Su Jingyang strode forward, one hand behind his back. After dispatching the hellcat, that sword intent returned to dance at his fingertips. Cold Linglin followed closely behind, her frost star spear gleaming with icy light. Her movements were sharp and precise, her blue robes fluttering in the wind. Her eyes scanned the surroundings warily, radiating an aura that said she was not to be trifled with. Tang Yao skipped along at the rear, gripping her purple sky greatsword with a face full of excitement, seemingly unconcerned about the impending battle. Su Jingyang smiled and nodded in response to Qin Feng. Qin Feng stared at the school badge on his chest, disbelief washing over his face. You're really just a high school student? Before Su Jingyang could answer, two colossal auras instantly pressed into the battlefield. Everyone looked up to see two elite beast kings at the peak of the 4th tier. The Firemane Mad Lion and the Windtail Spirit Fox. Their appearance sent the already tense battlefield into a sudden surge of oppressive pressure. Compared to the ferocious beasts that had previously besieged the Howling Wolf Guild, these two beast kings alone, simply standing there, were enough to send shivers down one's spine. Qin Feng frowned deeply, wiping the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Damn it! Is this never going to end? In contrast, Su Jingyang remained remarkably calm and composed. Don't panic. Follow my lead. My two friends here will assist you. All you need to do is help me tie up these minions. As for those two high-tier beasts, a flicker of greed passed through Su Jingyang's eyes, as if they weren't two elite beast kings, but some kind of treasure. Leave them to me. Though he'd witnessed Su Jingyang's previous moves, Qin Feng still looked worried. This is too dangerous. Shouldn't we go together? Su Jingyang turned to him, his gaze sharp. Do you want to drag those around you into another desperate situation, sending them to their deaths for nothing? The words struck like a heavy hammer, slamming into Qin Feng's heart and leaving him frozen in place. Recalling the horrific fate of their comrades moments ago, he was still trembling with fear. After a moment of silence, he reluctantly nodded. All right, but don't push yourself too hard. If it gets too much, retreat immediately. Before Qin Feng could finish speaking, Su Jingyang had already charged forward. You damn fish, you think you can hog all the glory by yourself? Wait for me. Tang Yao was burning with anxiety. Watching Su Jingyang's retreating figure, her blood boiled, and she was about to chase after him. But the moment she took a step, Lung Linglin yanked her by the collar, lifting her off the ground. Tang Yao spun around in anger, about to explode, only to meet Lung Linglin's icy glare. Didn't you hear what he just told us? Lang Linglin's voice was icy, devoid of any warmth. Tang Yao stiffened her neck, defiance written all over her face. I heard him, so what? In her eyes, Lung Linglin was deliberately blocking her chance to shine. Lien's brow furrowed slightly, her expression growing even more stern. Then follow his instructions properly. Don't go causing trouble. His arrangements must have sound reasoning. If you rush in recklessly, you won't be helping, you'll only slow him down. At this point, Lien paused, a fleeting, barely perceptible flicker of concern crossing her eyes. Her voice dropped involuntarily. In fact, you might even cost him his life. Each word cut like a bitter wind, sending a shiver down Tang Yao's spine. She snapped back instinctively, dead. Good riddance. That annoying little fish who always talks back, I've wanted him dead for ages. Yet despite her words, her eyes betrayed a flicker of panic and unease. In the end, Tang Yao obediently stayed behind. Though she was reluctant, she knew Lien had a point. After all, she hadn't fought alongside Su Jingyang before, and their coordination was practically non-existent. If she made a careless mistake, she could genuinely end up killing him. Watching Su Jingyang weave through the swarm of beasts, Tang Yao gripped the scabbard in her hand tightly, silently vowing, "You worthless fish, one day, you'll be the one hiding behind me." Su Jingyang didn't rush to confront the two high-tier beasts head-on. Instead, he surveyed his surroundings with a calm expression. Ever since stepping off the train, he had sensed something amiss. Amidst the desolate chill of the wilderness and the frenzied aura of the beasts, a distinctly different presence lurked, one saturated with greed and selfishness, nauseating to the core. He activated the sword god's eye, his gaze sweeping the battlefield like radar. Hundreds of meters away, on a small hillside, he detected a conspicuous trace of filth. That trace stood out starkly against the barren landscape. It resembled a constantly twisting mass of black mist, occasionally flickering with eerie crimson light its eyes. It was also its most formidable weapon. Su Jingyang's eyes narrowed sharply as he murmured under his breath, so there really is a demonic entity here. Shadow Phantom Demon. Type, Demon General Class Tier 4. Abilities, mind control creatures with weaker mental power and will are more susceptible to manipulation. Skills, Mental Shockwave, Mind Link, Corrupted Mutation. The Phantom Illusion Demon also sensed that Su Jingyang had noticed it. It ceased hiding behind the hillside and stepped out directly. Its form seemed to lack physical substance, hovering mid-air. "Human, you actually detected me?" The Phantom Shadow Demon's voice was muffled and low. Su Jingyang deliberately pinched his nose, adopting a look of utter disgust. "Dude, with that stench you're giving off, it'd be hard not to notice you." And Su Jingyang deliberately tilted his head, leaning in closer with feigned curiosity. "You don't even have a mouth. What part of you is making that sound? Could it be that you use the same opening for everything? I knew it. The air smells worse after you speak." He waved his hand vigorously through the air, his expression growing even more disgusted. Chapter 45, Defense? "Sorry, not my thing. You lowly human, how dare you insult me? I'll kill you." The Phantom Illusion Demon's ethereal face contorted like flames in a frenzy, emitting a shrill roar. A mocking smile spread across Su Jingyang's face. "Come on, let's see what surprises you have in store for me." With that, Su Jingyang's taut legs thrust forward like a cannonball, propelling him toward the Phantom Shadow Demon. Sovereign Sword Intent, First Form, Condense Essence into Form. Simultaneously, an endless stream of sword intent gathered around him, gradually coalescing into a tangible golden longsword. It shimmered with an enchanting aura, its visual effects reaching their peak. The Phantom Shadow Demon instinctively retreated. It sensed that this human before it was extraordinary, unlike any human it had ever encountered. Especially that piercing sword intent. During the human demon war a century ago, it had sensed something remarkably similar while it was still the young Kurami, experiencing it emanating from the human emperor. Back then, merely caught in the emperor's released aura, it had lost decades of cultivation. Fear welled up within it, causing the Phantom Shadow Demon to stammer, dirty, dirty human. I refuse to soil my own hands." Suddenly, the ground shook violently. The Firemane Lion and Windtail Spirit Fox appeared like ghostly apparitions. The Shadow Phantom Demon retreated behind them, its sole visible eye twinkling with a crooked grin. "Arrogant humans, let my little pets have some fun with you." The Firemane Lion blazed with raging flames, every mane hair like a dancing ember. It opened its gaping maw, unleashing a deafening roar as waves of scorching heat washed over them. The phoenix-tailed Spirit Fox landed gracefully nearby, its 9 tails swaying like vibrant ribbons in the air. Its eyes flickered with an eerie, chilling glow. Su Jingyang didn't pause his stride, showing no fear in the face of two peak 4th-tier beasts. Though his martial realm was only at the 2nd tier of the 4th rank. But possessing S-rank and SS-rank martial arts gave him the confidence to fight beyond his tier. Not to mention, he was equipped with legendary gear. Form 2, Dawn's First Light. The solidified golden longsword in Su Jingyang's hand blazed with intense light. With a fierce swing, a razor-sharp sword chi shot forth like a golden lightning bolt, striking directly at the Firemane Mad Lion. The Firemane Mad Lion didn't back down. Its front paws dug fiercely into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. It then leaped high into the air, spewing a thick pillar of fire from its mouth to meet the sword chi. Boom! The sword energy and fire column collided violently in midair, erupting in a blinding flash. The immense shockwave sent surrounding sand and stones flying in all directions. Meanwhile, seizing the moment while Su Jingyang clashed with the fire main lion, the phoenix-tailed spirit fox's 9 tails suddenly lengthened. Like 9 steel whips, they lashed out toward Su Jingyang. Su Jingyang flickered aside, effortlessly evading the spirit fox's assault. His toes lightly touched the ground as he leapt high into the air once more. The golden longsword in his hand flashed coldly in the sunlight. Seizing the momentum, he thrust it toward the phoenix-tailed spirit fox with lightning speed. The phoenix-tailed spirit fox swiftly sidestepped to evade. Though the blade merely grazed its fur, it left behind a trail of sizzling black smoke. Wah! Wah! The phoenix-tailed spirit fox let out a wretched howl, as if mortally wounded. The sword intent of sovereignty, embodying supreme yang energy and unyielding might, was specifically forged to slay demons and evil spirits, dealing true damage. Yet ferocious beasts and demonic entities are fundamentally different. The former typically lack such buffs. But why did the phoenix-tailed spirit fox react so violently? Could it be? Su Jingyang's mind raced with confusion, but before he could ponder further, the fire main lion roared defiantly, its fur instantly igniting with green flames as it charged forward like a blazing chariot. The spirit fox's 9 tails simultaneously lashed out again at lightning speed. Back and forth, Su Jingyang found himself trapped between the fire main lion and the phoenix-tailed spirit fox. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead as he panted slightly in place. Damn it! These two don't feel like peak 4th tier opponents, they feel more like 5th tier. Looks like it really is what I thought. In that instant, the fire main lion roared again. The green flames engulfing its body intensified, coalescing into a surging wave of energy. Carrying a torrent of scorching heat, it crashed toward Su Jingyang like an unstoppable tidal wave. Simultaneously, the phoenix-tailed spirit fox's 9 tails whirled at breakneck speed, their eerie glow flickering. A profound energy wave erupted from their tips, converging with the fire main lion's assault to instantly seal off Su Jingyang's retreat. This was clearly the ultimate move of two ferocious beasts. Faced with such a world-shattering assault, most would have poured every ounce of energy into fortifying their defenses, desperate to survive this deadly pincer attack. Yet Su Jingyang made a move that defied all logic. Instead of defending, a resolute gleam flashed in his eyes. With a thunderous roar, he charged headlong toward the phantom shadow demon opposite him, utterly disregarding the energy waves bearing down on him from behind. The phantom shadow demon froze at the sight. Then, a smug grin spread across its phantom face. It patted its intangible chest, inwardly gloating, thought this kid was something special, but he's just a hothead. Scared himself silly. Foolish humans, mocking with your popular sayings. If you can touch a single hair on Grandpa's head, I'll eat it. This frenzied act instantly captured everyone's attention. On the other battlefield, both the members of the Howling Wolves Guild and the ferocious beasts they were battling simultaneously halted their actions, staring in astonishment toward this commotion. Passengers on the bullet train pressed their faces against the windows. A child sat excitedly on his mother's lap, his face flushed crimson, eyes sparkling with admiration. Mommy, that brother is so cool. When I grow up, I want to be a superhero like him. You worthless trash, trying to look cool even if it costs you your life? Tang Yao was frantic with worry. She stomped her foot, ready to rush forward to help Su Jingyang. But Long Ling Lien's hand stopped her once more. Tang Yao's face twisted with fury and confusion as she spun around to demand, "Are you really that heartless? Do you actually want that trash to die?" Though concern filled Lang Ling Lien's eyes, her tone remained unwavering. "He told us not to go. I trust him." Before Su Jingyang could reach the phantom shadow demon, the two energy waves crashed into him like surging tides. In an instant, a deafening explosion erupted across the field. Thick smoke billowed skyward like a mushroom cloud, lingering long after the blast. The once gentle hillside was instantly leveled by the energy wave's aftermath. Sand and rocks were hurled into the air before crashing back down, a testament to the terrifying power of the attack. Everyone's hearts leapt into their throats. For a moment, the entire battlefield fell deathly silent. All held their breath, eyes fixed intently on the cloud of smoke, as if time itself had frozen in that instant. Tang Yao's eyes instantly dimmed, her face etched with despair and loss. She stood frozen in place. Moments later, as if all strength had drained from her, her hand went limp. The katana clattered to the ground. Her voice trembled, laced with tears as she shouted at Lan Linglin, "Sister Gaolang, are you satisfied now? Go collect the corpses of those worthless trash." Lan Linglin's face turned deathly pale, her eyes filled with panic and self-reproach. She bit down hard on her lower lip, her fingernails digging deep into her palms. Could it be that her trust had truly been misplaced? Yet she had witnessed Su Jingyang's formidable power with her own eyes. From the moment they met until now, he had repeatedly created miracles, constantly redefining Lang Linglin's understanding of what it meant to be powerful. This had led her to firmly believe Su Jingyang was capable of anything. Just as everyone was immersed in grief and self-reproach, a dazzling golden light suddenly flashed through the smoke. Immediately after, a piercing cry of agony rent the sky, a wail both shrill and utterly hopeless. Chapter 46, Hakiyu, you bastard. As the smoke slowly dissipated, the stunned crowd saw that the phantom shadow demon's body had been pierced clean through by the golden longsword in Su Jingyang's hand. It turned out that the moment the energy wave struck Su Jingyang, his celestial guardian cloak activated. Celestial Sanctuary. When the user faces death, it automatically activates a stellar shield, completely nullifying one fatal blow regardless of damage. 24-hour cooldown. No matter how immense the damage, it can completely nullify one fatal blow. It could be called a concept-level artifact. Rather than engaging in a protracted battle of attrition with the two ferocious beasts, he opted for a surprise attack, striking when they were unprepared. Seeing Su Jingyang unharmed, Tang Yao's eyes instantly lit up. She shouted excitedly, "The stinky fish isn't dead." "That's great." The sheer joy in her voice nearly overflowed, and the pallor that had clouded her face gave way to renewed radiance. Lang Linglin exhaled a long, relieved breath, her taut nerves finally relaxing. Yet the stabbed phantom shadow demon suddenly erupted in a maniacal cackle. "You think you can kill me?" The laughter echoed over the battlefield, sending chills down the spine. Immediately, its body began to dissolve, like a cloud of smoke gradually dispersing, as it stepped back unscathed. This unexpected turn caused Su Jingyang to furrow his brow slightly, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Clearly, this had caught him off guard. "Human, I must admit, your strength has earned my recognition." The phantom shadow demon's deep, muffled voice sounded again. "To be chosen for the glorious evolution, it is your honor." As it spoke, its eyes turned a blood-red crimson, and an eerie aura began to emanate from its entire body. Under the overwhelming pressure of this powerful psychic force, Su Jingyang's gaze gradually grew unfocused, and his body began to tremble slightly beyond his control. Slowly, he raised the golden longsword in his hand, inch by inch bringing the tip toward his own throat. This scene plunged the crowd, who had just begun to relax, back into panic, their hearts leaping into their throats. "You worthless trash! Did you get your head bashed in? Have you gone mad?" Seeing this, Tang Yao was overcome with panic. Without hesitation, she bent down to pick up the katana from the ground and sprinted toward Su Jingyang. Her hair flew wildly in the wind, her face etched with anxiety and worry. Long Linglin followed closely behind. This time, she dared not delay a single step, terrified that even the slightest hesitation would lead to irreversible consequences. Meanwhile, Qin Feng was struggling to fend off the attacks of the ferocious beasts surrounding him. He was already at his limit. Seeing Tang Yao and Lang Linglin suddenly dash toward Su Jingyang, his heart sank. "Didn't that guy tell you to stay and help me? Why are you leaving? Cast aside your lowly human identity and become one of us." The phantom illusion demon roared with maniacal laughter. So it was a demon that used psychic attacks. Unlike conventional physical attacks, its assaults relied entirely on mental shockwaves or mind control. It sought to make Su Jingyang kill himself, then take control of his body, turning him into an emotionless walking corpse. Moreover, the phantom shadow demon had reached the 5th tier of the 5th stage. Its overwhelming mental pressure crashed down like a tidal wave. Had Su Jingyang not possessed such iron will, anyone else would have been instantly slain by its blade. As Su Jingyang neared complete unconsciousness, he mustered his last ounce of strength, grinding out the incantation through clenched teeth. Sword God's Eye, Form 2, Heavenly Divine Punishment. In that instant, the sky seemed torn open by an invisible hand, revealing a massive golden eye slowly emerging. Its depths flickered with a mysterious, majestic light, as if it could see through all the wickedness in the world. Immediately, a blinding golden beam shot forth from the eye like a bolt of lightning, striking the phantom shadow demon directly. The phantom shadow sensed the danger and tried to dodge, only to find its body immobilized as if bound by an invisible force. The instant the beam struck, it let out a piercing, agonized scream. The golden eyes emitted a seemingly gentle beam, yet under its impact, the phantom shadow's body twisted and distorted as if being forged in hellfire. It struggled desperately, but to no avail. Black smoke billowed from its body as its power rapidly dissipated. As the smoke thickened, the phantom shadow's form gradually became transparent. Finally, with a pop, its soul scattered into nothingness, vanishing without a trace. With the shadow phantom demon's demise, Su Jingyang felt all strength instantly drained from his body. His legs buckled, and he collapsed onto the ground. A wave of intense weakness and dizziness washed over him. His vision blurred, and his head felt heavy and foggy. His mental energy had been nearly depleted in resisting the opponent's mind control and counterattacking. So, it's true. The sword intent of sovereignty and the sword god's gaze deal true damage to demonic beings. Despite being gravely wounded by my thrust, he still pretended nothing was wrong. "Hacky you bastard." Su Jingyang let out a helpless smile. At that moment, Tang Yao and Lang Linglin arrived breathlessly at his side. Tang Yao's face was flushed with anxiety, her eyes reddened. Seeing Su Jingyang unharmed, she impulsively grabbed his arm, tears spilling over her cheeks. "You worthless trash, as long as you're alive. So you weren't joking. You really can kill a 5th-tier demonic creature." Though not as visibly shaken as Tang Yao, Lang Linglin's eyes brimmed with concern. She tried to help Su Jingyang up, but he refused. Don't worry about me. I've no strength left. You two deal with them first." Su Jingyang weakly raised his hand, trembling as he pointed toward the two fierce beast kings. "Fine, you worthless trash." Tang Yao sniffed, wiped the tears from her face, and her eyes instantly blazed with fighting spirit. "Stay put. Watch me avenge you. With that, she swung her purple sky greatsword like a purple lightning bolt, charging headlong toward the fire mane lion. The fire mane lion seemed to sense the danger too. It shook its mane, attempting to regain its imposing presence, but the battle with Su Jingyang had severely drained its energy, and its aura was noticeably weaker now. As Tang Yao close to within a few paces of the beast, she roared, "Purple lightning illuminates the world." In an instant, the purple sky greatsword blazed with intense light. Violet lightning coiled around the blade like a dragon, surging toward the fire mane lion. Simultaneously, Long Linglin, spear in hand, moved with agile grace toward the phoenix-tailed spirit fox. The phoenix-tailed spirit fox watched Long Linglin warily, its 9 tails twitching uneasily. The cold star spear in Lang Linglin's hand flashed with a cold light, its tip pointing directly at the phoenix-tailed spirit fox. Chapter 47, Beast Essence Spirit Tempering Pill. Having exhausted their ultimate abilities during the earlier battle with Su Jingyang, both Beast Kings were now in a vulnerable lull. With the Shadow Illusion Demon slain, the Beast Tide lost its frenzy buff and its momentum began to wane. Shin Feng led his guild members to gradually gain control over the Beast Tide. Though Tang Yao and Lang Linglin were only early 3rd tier in strength, they showed no fear. Tang Yao's purple sky greatsword, enveloped in lightning, struck the Fire Mane Mad Lion again and again. The Fire Mane Lions were forced into retreat, their bodies bearing increasing scorch marks from the lightning. On Long Linglin's side, she unleashed Frost Crystal Prison, instantly reducing the phoenix-tailed spirit fox's agility. She skillfully dodged the phoenix-tailed spirit fox's 9-tailed attacks while seeking an opening to strike back. Suddenly, she thrust her Frost Star Spear with all her might. It pierced deep into the phoenix-tailed spirit fox's abdomen. Hum! The spear shaft vibrated violently, spewing forth a relentless chill. Frost-white ice crystals spread like tiny snakes across the phoenix-tailed spirit fox's body, swiftly enveloping it entirely. It became an ice sculpture. Lang Linglin drew the cold star spear once more and struck it forcefully, shattering the ice sculpture into fragments. Almost simultaneously, Tang Yao also successfully defeated the Fire Mane Mad Lion. Under her storm-like assault, the Fire Mane Mad Lion finally collapsed, exhausted and dead. The corpses of the 2 ferocious beast kings gradually dissipated, leaving only 2 purple-hued pills emitting a faint purple aura where they had stood. "It's a spirit tempering pill. And a heaven grade 1 at that," Tang Yao exclaimed in delight. The spirit tempering pill, also known as the Beast Essence Spirit Tempering Pill. These pills only appear when slaying mid to high-tier ferocious beasts. Consuming them could enhance one's martial realm and boost attributes to a certain extent. On the market, a 4th-tier heaven-grade spirit tempering pill like this would start at a minimum of 1 million. Even Lang Linglin had never tasted one in her entire life. Price is merely the minimum threshold. There is another strict requirement. While termed a pill, it's more accurate to describe it as ammunition refined within the body. The user's strength must surpass that of the ferocious beast before it was transformed into the pill. Otherwise, the pill would backfire. Minor consequences included internal organ damage and ruptured meridians, while severe cases could cause a decline in martial realm. Thus, Tang Yao and Lang Linglin showed no haste in consuming the spirit tempering pills. After stowing them away, they hurried back to Su Jingyang's side. Tang Yao hopped back, spotted Su Jingyang meditating with his eyes closed, and couldn't resist poking him. "Hey! Stinky fish, are your injuries healed?" "Put." Without warning, Su Jingyang suddenly coughed up a large mouthful of black blood. This scene terrified Tang Yao. Her eyes widened, the smile on her face vanishing instantly, replaced by sheer horror. Lang Linglin's expression darkened instantly. She shot Tang Yao a fierce glare, her voice laced with anger. "Look at what you've done." Tang Yao looked utterly innocent, tears welling in her eyes. She hurriedly waved her hands in explanation. "I didn't do anything. I just touched him lightly." Seeing the two about to clash again, Su Jingyang, too preoccupied to wipe the blood from his mouth, waved his hand weakly. "It's fine. I was just forcing out the poison." It turned out the Shadow Illusion Demon's control wasn't just mental, it also corrupted the body, greatly increasing its chances of success. Su Jingyang had just been channeling his energy to expel the contaminated blood from his body. Otherwise, this hidden ailment could become a fatal threat, and he might be killed by this minor detail one day. After hearing the explanation, Tang Yao patted her chest and exhaled a long breath, the terror slowly fading from her face. Then he resumed his usual loud, boisterous self. "You worthless trash, you wanna die? Why are you always scaring people like that? Look at all this blood you've coughed on me, it's disgusting. You." Su Jingyang couldn't help but smile wryly, responding helplessly, "You came over to touch me yourself. What does that have to do with me?" Though still weak, he couldn't help but retort at Tang Yao's unreasonable tantrum. Tang Yao planted her hands on her hips and started acting like a spoiled brat. I don't care. It's all your fault. You have to take responsibility for me. Take that, damn it. Without me, could you even kill a 4th-tier beast?" Su Jingyang snapped back, his voice rising. "You damn trash fish. What did you say? I could have killed that 4th-tier beast without you, okay?" Watching the two bicker, Lang Linglin pressed her forehead with a wry smile and murmured softly, "Childish." Tang Yao's face flushed crimson with rage at Su Jingyang's words. Unable to contain herself any longer, she swung her fist at him, shouting, "You worthless trash! How dare you talk back!" Su Jingyang sat on the ground, too weak to dodge. He could only hastily raise his hand to block. Their hands clashed midair, each striding to seize the other's wrist for the upper hand. As they tugged back and forth, the balance of their strength gradually shifted. Tang Yao, who had been standing, lost her footing in the fierce struggle and stumbled forward. Su Jingyang, rooted to the spot, had no chance to dodge this sudden shift. A loud thud echoed as Tang Yao crashed straight onto Su Jingyang. This fall was even more awkward and embarrassing than the one on the bullet train. Su Jingyang's head buried itself squarely into Tang Yao's chest. In that instant, a faint, uniquely feminine fragrance filled Su Jingyang's nostrils, a scent he'd never encountered before, instantly blanking his mind. At the same time, he felt himself sinking into a sea of softness, almost unable to breathe. Could such a petite body hold so much power? No wonder she could pull off a sword-drawing move like Raiden Shogun despite her petite stature. Tang Yao froze in that instant too, a blush spreading across her face, climbing from her cheeks all the way to her ears. Suddenly, Su Jingyang felt a chill run down his spine, an inexplicable coldness washing over him. He turned his head with difficulty to find Long Linglin standing nearby, her gaze cold enough to kill. Su Jingyang felt an inexplicable chill run through him. The atmosphere froze instantly, the awkwardness reaching its peak, as if the air itself had solidified. Wait, this doesn't make sense. What's she got to do with me? Why is she glaring at me? And why am I so nervous? Just as the standoff seemed impossible to break, a familiar, booming voice rang out, "Yo, Jingyang, you're living it up, aren't you?" Chapter 48, 6th Tier Spirit Pet Mountain Eagle. Everyone turned to see a burly man, about 1.9 meters tall, striding toward them. He was burly and muscular, with thick body hair on his arms, wearing a simple short-sleeved shirt. It was Huang Feipeng. A teasing smile played on his lips as he quipped, "I got a distress call about a beast tide breaking out here. Ha! Looks like I've arrived at the worst possible moment." At these words, Tang Yao's face flushed crimson with embarrassment and indignation. She hurriedly stood up from Su Jingyang's lap and protested loudly, "You pervert! I'm warning you not to spread lies. This is all a misunderstanding." Seeing this, Su Jingyang quickly tugged at her sleeve, urgently warning, "Hey, he's..." But Tang Yao, consumed by embarrassment and anger, completely missed his meaning. She impatiently swatted his hand away and huffed, "What's the matter, you stinky fish? Why are you always tugging at me? Just so you know, we're not done here. I'll settle this with you later." Su Jingyang sighed helplessly, slapping his forehead as he confessed, "The stinky old man you're talking about is actually the lord of Lin Yuan City." Hearing this, Tang Yao's face fell in utter disbelief. After all, she hadn't sensed any aura of a powerful cultivator emanating from Huang Feipeng just moments ago, unaware that he had concealed it exceptionally well. Realizing her slip, Tang Yao's expression instantly shifted. She forced an awkward, ingratiating smile and respectfully said, "Long admired you, Lord City Master." Cold Linglin watched the scene unfold from a distance, snorting lightly. "What a phony." Huang Feipeng watched Tang Yao's reaction, his smile growing broader. Suddenly, his nostrils flared. His expression sharpened as he warned, "Careful. There's a 5th-tier demonic aura nearby." Su Jingyang remained composed, calmly stating he had already dealt with it. He further explained to Huang Feipeng that the phantom shadow demon was the very culprit behind this massive beast tide. "You say you single-handedly took down a 5th-tier demonic beast, a demonic general level 1 at that, and it possessed extremely rare mental control abilities?" Huang Feipeng's face lit up with astonishment. He once again used his familiar robe-like opening move, slinging his arm around Su Jingyang's shoulder. "You're right, I never misjudged you." He was about to heap more praise when Qin Feng hurriedly arrived. Qin Feng had come to inform Su Jingyang that the beast tide had been properly handled. Yet, upon seeing Huang Feipeng before him, he froze instantly, his footsteps halting abruptly. Having risen from the lowest ranks of the guild to become city lord, Huang Feipeng was practically a legendary figure in the hearts of all guild members. He was their aspiration and idol, and Qin Feng was no exception. The moment he saw his idol, Qin Feng's excitement instantly overpowered all restraint. Forgetting his composure, he charged forward like a child desperate for approval. "Lord City Master, my name is Qin Feng. I'm 30 years old and the leader of the Howling Wolf Guild." His words came in a rapid torrent, his voice trembling with unmistakable excitement, his face radiating unbridled enthusiasm. Huang Feipeng was momentarily taken aback by this sudden appearance and abrupt self-introduction, a look of confusion crossing his face. Seeing this, Su Jingyang hurried forward to explain, he also contributed to repelling the beast tide this time. Huang Feipeng finally understood, his face lighting up with a smile as he drew out his words, "Oh. So he's that kid Jingyang's friend, right?" He extended his hand proactively, his face softening into a warm smile. Qin Feng watched this unfold, his nerves tightening further. He frantically wiped his hands on his clothes, as if afraid they weren't clean enough. Only then did he cautiously grasp Huang Feipeng's hand. Even after releasing the handshake, his own hand trembled slightly, the excitement lingering long after. Huang Feipeng seemed to notice his nervousness. He patted his shoulder and said earnestly, "We're all brothers from the guild. I understand how tough it is for you guys. Rest assured, your defense against the beast tide is a major achievement. Upon returning to the city, I will not only reward you handsomely, but also have the Hunters Guild upgrade your guild. At these words, Qin Fang's eyes lit up instantly. However, I have another task to assign you. Huang Feipeng shifted his tone, his expression turning serious. Guilds were divided into 5 tiers. Level 1 is the highest, level 5 the lowest, with newly founded guilds starting at level 5. All guilds are managed by the Hunters Guild, and a guild's rank directly determines the difficulty of the tasks it can undertake. The greater the difficulty, the richer the bounty. Qin Fang's guild was currently at level 3. If it could be upgraded to level 2, both the available quests and the bounties would increase significantly. Qin Feng stood tall with eager anticipation, declaring loudly, "What kind of mission? I guarantee I can complete any." Huang Feipeng nodded. "The demon-suppressing army's forces are still behind us, arriving shortly. I need you and your brothers to hand over the captured beasts to them." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's eyes instantly hardened with unwavering resolve. He snapped an imperfect military salute and responded loudly, "Yes." Mission accomplished. With that, he turned and strode away, his retreating figure radiating determination. "As for you lot, you'll be coming back to Lin Yuan City with me for now." Huang Feipeng's lips curved into a faint smile as he snapped his fingers sharply. In an instant, a small black speck appeared in the sky, rapidly growing larger as it approached. The crowd stared in astonishment. It was a colossal mountain eagle, its massive form as large as a small mountain. With wings spread wide, it blocked out the sky. "This is my spirit pet. We'll ride it back." Huang Feipeng beamed, reaching up to stroke the eagle's head affectionately. He then bent down, picked up the beast's corpse from the ground, and tossed it aside with a casual flick of his wrist. The eagle, seeing this, stretched its neck and opened its sharp beak. Before anyone could react, it had swallowed the entire carcass whole in one fluid motion, without a hint of hesitation. There were generally only 2 ways to obtain a spirit pet. The first is to purchase a spirit egg and hatch and raise it yourself. While this method allows the owner to manage and train the spirit pet more easily, the growth cycle is extremely long. After all, some spirit beasts live for 1,000 years. It might outlive its owner's grandchildren and still not reach maturity. The second is to directly tame an adult ferocious beast. The ferocious beast is confined within a specially crafted cage, and the tamer engages in a relentless battle of endurance, akin to hawk training, without rest or sleep, until the beast submits completely. Spirit pets tamed this way not only possess extreme loyalty but also exceptionally formidable strength. Huang Feipeng's spirit pet, however, possessed a staggering cultivation level of 6th tier, 3rd layer. Any discerning observer could tell it was tamed, an extremely rare occurrence in the market. It must be understood that the higher the realm of a ferocious beast, the stronger its innate pride. Taming such creatures is as difficult as climbing to the heavens. Even Lang Linglin, usually composed, couldn't help but wear an expression of utter disbelief. She was well-traveled, yet had never encountered a spirit pet of such extraordinary caliber. Its rarity made it a priceless treasure. Once seated atop the mountain eagle, the howling wind whipped past their ears. In mere moments, they returned to the bustling city of Lin Yuan, landing smoothly within the courtyard of the city lord's residence. This time, Su Jingyang finally understood why the courtyard alone was larger than the entire city lord's residence. Turns out it was an airstrip. The mountain eagle waded into a pond, the stream water reaching just above its feathers. It waded to the center, shielding its head and body with its wings. The next instant, it transformed into a rock garden. All 3 rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Huang Feipeng introduced with a smug grin, had, "No big deal, just my pet's camouflage trick." With so many officials coming and going at the estate, it'd scare them if it didn't disguise itself. Huang Feipeng then led the trio into a spacious, well-lit hall. He first nodded approvingly at Su Jingyang. Then his gaze shifted to Tang Yao and Lang Linglin as he loudly praised, "Young Jingyang told me both of you girls each slew a peak 4th tier ferocious beast, great achievements." Waving his hand generously, Huang Feipeng smiled and said, "To thank you for your efforts this time, you may go to the treasure vault and choose whatever items you desire." Tang Yao and Lang Linglin exchanged glances, hesitation flickering in their eyes. Just as they were about to politely decline, Huang Feipeng's enthusiasm became impossible to resist. He strode forward, gently nudging them by the back as he laughed heartily, "Come on now. You're both good friends of Jingyang. No need for formalities, let's go." Thus, the 2 were half pushed, half dragged into the treasure vault. Huang Feipeng turned to Su Jingyang and asked, "Hey, Jingyang, wanna go back in and take another look? Might have missed something good last time." Su Jingyang glanced inside. The familiar treasures still lay quietly on the shelves, seemingly unchanged. A faint smile touched his lips as he waved his hand dismissively, his tone tinged with teasing. "No thanks. I'm not interested in your junk. You little brat. Now you dare talk back to me like that." Huang Feipeng feigned anger, glaring at Su Jingyang. Yet the upward curve of his lips and the laughter in the corners of his eyes were impossible to hide. Chapter 49, Martial Arts Exam Reform. In less than a minute, Tang Yao and Lang Linglin emerged from the treasury, their hands empty, their expressions tinged with restraint. Seeing this, Wang Feiping's face broke into a broad smile. He deliberately adopted a magnanimous air and boomed, "Hey! You're both friends of that Jingyang lad and meritorious contributors. Why so formal? Help yourselves to anything in the treasury, don't be shy with me." Though he said this, a closer look revealed that all the equipment in the treasury was chained shut. The implication was clear, it was merely a token gesture. Moreover, Wang Feiping's hand silently reached toward the vault door, making a move to close it. "If you truly don't want anything, then I, the city lord, wouldn't dare force you." Su Jingyang took in the entire scene, a faint, mischievous smile curling his lips. Without another word, he reached out to block the door and stepped inside the treasury. "What are you all standing around for? Didn't you hear the city lord tell you to take something? Don't you want to give the city lord some face? Hurry up and take something." As he spoke, he manipulated his sword intent to break the chains, stuffing piece after piece of equipment into Tang Yao and Lang Linglin's arms. Tang Yao and Lang Linglin were caught off guard by this sudden action, clutching the equipment in their arms in bewilderment. Su Jingyang couldn't resist teasing Huang Feiping. "Old Huang, we youngsters just crossed tiers to slay mid-tier beasts and demons, bringing you honor. Taking these few items isn't too much, is it?" Hearing this, Huang Feiping felt as if his heart were bleeding. The city lord's treasury, it was all his own private warehouse, filled with treasures he had collected bit by bit. It was his personal property, and saying he wasn't stingy about rewarding them with it would be a lie. But he couldn't very well make a scene, so he forced a smile. "Heh, not unreasonable at all, not unreasonable at all." Huang Feiping's eyes darted about as if suddenly remembering something. "Oh dear. I have a meeting shortly and must depart immediately. If I leave you here, you might get lost. Why don't you come with me?" The flimsiness of this excuse was obvious to anyone who heard it. But he couldn't care less about that now. He just wanted to get these little darlings out of the treasury as quickly as possible. If he delayed any longer, his little stash might truly be emptied. A few minutes later, the grand conference hall came into view. "Old Huang, since you're about to start your meeting, we'll take our leave now. We'll come back another time to get our gear." With that, Su Jingyang turned to leave. Huang Feiping saw this and quickly reached out to stop him, his expression unusually stern, a stark contrast to the grinning face from moments before. "Wait." He lowered his voice, his expression grave. "Wait just outside the door. I might have something important to announce when I come out." His tone brooked no argument, leaving Su Jingyang and the others with no choice but to comply. Thus, they had no choice but to remain at the door for the time being. Su Jingyang sighed helplessly. Ugh, what a hassle. He leaned against the wall, idly observing his surroundings. Lang Linglin, however, pulled out the Beast Essence Spirit Refining Pill that had dropped from the slain phoenix-tailed spirit fox. With a gentle motion, she split it in half, then walked over to Su Jingyang and offered him one half. Su Jingyang looked at the half pill she offered, his eyes filled with confusion. Lang Linglin explained softly, "This is the spirit tempering pill dropped by that demon fox. It should aid in healing your injuries and enhancing your strength." Her voice was soft, yet it reached Su Jingyang's ears clearly. At that moment, Tang Yao, who had been about to shove the entire pill into her mouth, froze mid-motion. She froze for a moment before realizing what was happening. A flicker of panic crossed her face as she hurriedly said, I'll share half with you too." With that, she began clumsily dividing the pill. Seeing this, Su Jingyang waved his hand dismissively. "No need. Though I did severely weaken those two ferocious beasts, you were the ones who put in the effort to slay them. The spoils are yours to use." Lang Linglin remained expressionless, her gaze as still as stagnant water, showing not a ripple of emotion. "Don't read too much into it. My martial realm is too low. Forcing its use could easily backfire on me. That's why I'm sharing it with you." Her tone was cool and detached, devoid of any unnecessary emotion. Tang Yao quickly chimed in, "Same here." I see. Ha ha." Su Jingyang scratched his head. Hearing this explanation, he had no grounds to refuse and gladly accepted the half pill each of them offered. After swallowing the pills, the trio quickly found a quiet corner, sat cross-legged, and began concentrating on refining the essence. For a moment, the surroundings fell utterly silent, broken only by faint breathing sounds. After about 10 minutes, Su Jingyang suddenly felt someone shaking him. He slowly opened his eyes, the first thing he saw being a row of yellow teeth and a messy beard. "Hey, kid, wake up!" Huang Feiping exclaimed with an excited grin, "I've got some great news." Just then, the spirit tempering pill within Su Jingyang's body was nearly fully refined. He stood up, feeling a surge of spiritual energy coursing through him. His martial realm had directly broken through to the 4th stage, 5th rank. "What's the good news?" Su Jingyang suppressed his inner excitement and asked curiously. Huang Feiping rubbed his hands together excitedly. "After discussing it with the leaders at the meeting just now, we've decided to implement a groundbreaking reform to cultivate the true new generation of geniuses for our human race. The MVP of the national championship team will be appointed as an examiner for the martial arts competition, receiving resources distinct from traditional channels. In our South China region, didn't your martial arts academy advance? If you can lead your team to victory and claim the MVP title, you'll serve as an examiner for this year's martial arts examination. Hearing this, Su Jingyang's heart skipped a beat. Wasn't this precisely the ambition he'd harbored since his transmigration? He just never imagined an opportunity would present itself. Now it was being handed to him on a silver platter. Truly, heaven was smiling upon him. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the conference room door swung open again, and several more people emerged. Huang Feipeng hurriedly introduced them. These are the core members of this reform initiative, senior figures who hold high expectations for you. This is Director Li from the Education Department, overseeing the National Martial Arts Examinations. This is Elder Wang from the Martial Arts Association. Mr. Zhao. All heavyweights from the Central District. Who would have thought that Huang Feipeng, a mere city lord, had such extensive connections? Su Jingyang shook hands with each in turn. When he reached a man in a suit with an upright posture, the man introduced himself proactively. Hello, Mr. Su Jingyang. I'm Wu Yu, the chief executive for East China. Hello. Su Jingyang grinned foolishly, completely oblivious to the mischievous smile curling at Wu Yu's lips. Interested in switching colleges? I guarantee you'll get better resources and breeze through the national championship. Before he could finish, Huang Feipeng suddenly thrust out a massive palm, slapping it directly over Wu Yu's face. His once neat hair was now tousled and messy. Huang Feipeng turned half his face toward Su Jingyang, his lips curling into a flamboyant grin. Ignore this guy. He's just itching to talk. I'll handle him. You two go ahead. Chapter 50, 800 against 10,000, capturing the Khan alive, shocking court and country. One was a peak 8th tier powerhouse, the pinnacle of Huaxia's martial arts. The other was the undisputed leader of the East China region. Who could have imagined these two revered figures would start brawling like children in front of everyone? They shoved and pushed, muttering under their breath. Su Jingyang watched the chaotic scene and felt a sudden headache. He couldn't be bothered with such trivial matters anyway, so he turned to leave. As he walked, he said to Tang Yao and Leng Linglin, "Let's go. This doesn't concern us three anymore. Everyone go home and find their own mothers." By the time they exited the city lord's residence, night had already fallen silently. Just as they were about to part ways, Su Jingyang suddenly felt his clothes being tugged by a force. He turned in confusion to find Tang Yao standing behind him, her cheeks puffed out in anger, eyes wide and glaring as if she could devour him. What? Still not satisfied? Want another one-on-one? Su Jingyang teased, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Tang Yao stomped her foot in frustration and shouted, "No, that's not it. It's already dark out. How am I supposed to get back? I came all this way to find you guys, and this is how you treat your guests?" Su Jingyang looked away, spread his hands, and said innocently, "I didn't ask you to come. You came on your own. You rotten fish, you." Tang Yao was so furious she couldn't speak. She snorted lightly and turned her head away. "Oomph, I don't care. You're responsible for me now. I'm sticking with you. If all else fails, I'll just camp out at your place. At least you know how to beg." A teasing smile spread across Su Jingyang's face as his tone turned oddly playful. "But staying at my place? Just the two of us, alone together. Aren't you afraid I'll eat you up?" Though Tang Yao flushed crimson at his teasing, she stubbornly leaned in. "Put. I don't believe it. Go ahead and try. Try it and see." Before Su Jingyang could finish, Leng Linglin suddenly interjected, "Why don't you stay at my place instead?" Tang Yao's face twisted in surprise at the suggestion. Her eyes widened as she stared at Leng Linglin, seemingly unable to believe her ears. Instantly wary, Tang Yao retorted, "Ice Queen, you're not jealous that I'm better than you, are you? Trying to lure me into your Lang family so your elders can get rid of me? Jealous of you? Like hell I am." Leng Linglin spat out the words through gritted teeth. Ignoring Tang Yao's protests, she grabbed her arm and dragged her away. Passing by Su Jingyang, Leng Linglin tilted her head slightly and murmured softly, "Goodbye." Those two simple words were spoken in a gentle tone. Were the gentlest words Su Jingyang had ever heard from her since they'd met. Yet, her thick bangs obscured her eyes, making it impossible to discern her expression at that moment. Su Jingyang paid it no mind, shrugged his shoulders, and walked alone toward the other side of the street. Shadows stretched long and slanted beneath the moonlight. The bathroom door creaked open, releasing a rush of steamy heat. Su Jingyang emerged from the mist. His upper body was bare, droplets of water sliding down his well-defined, solid muscles. Each muscle seemed like a meticulously carved work of art, full and powerful. His broad chest rose and fell with each breath, his abdominal muscles like neatly laid bricks, showcasing his formidable physical prowess. Stepping before the mirror, he gazed at his flawless reflection. Su Jingyang's lips curved upward involuntarily, revealing a confident smile. Martial arts training really paid off. Six-pack abs came naturally. In his previous life, he'd worked his ass off to lose fat and sculpt his body just to get a hint of definition. After drying his hair with the blow dryer, Su Jingyang opened the familiar chibi-style ancient-themed app. Though he hadn't been online for a long time, thankfully there was a game log. July 2nd, the day after Su Jingyang delivered the armory to Yi Qingwan, turning the tide of battle. Yi Qingwan personally led 800 elite cavalry, armed with modern weapons, to launch a surprise assault against the Northern D's 100,000-strong force and achieved a resounding victory. They stormed the enemy's stronghold, capturing their Khan Nalan Yenmu alive. When the news reached the imperial palace, the entire court erupted in chaos. Ministers and officials stared at each other in stunned silence. Inside the Golden Throne Hall, the atmosphere was so thick you could cut it with a knife. An emergency council convened swiftly, ministers rushing in with varied expressions. The 8th prince stood before the assembly, first bowing slightly with a seemingly humble smile. He remarked courteously, though the northern barbarians appear formidable, they are merely a large confederation of several dozen tribes. His tone shifted abruptly as his smile vanished, replaced by grave seriousness. Yet we must acknowledge their strength cannot be underestimated. 100,000 elite troops routed by a mere 800 men, their Khan captured a lie that defies comprehension. Why did the tide suddenly turn in our favor, granting us such a decisive advantage, when our forces had consistently been at a disadvantage in previous engagements with the Northern D? In this prince's view, Yi Qingwan must have colluded with the enemy, attempting to invite wolves into the fold. His voice echoed through the vast hall, each word thunderous, sending a chill through the assembled crowd. Yi Zhang sat upon the dragon throne, his brows furrowed into a deep character. After hearing the 8th prince's words, he spoke slowly. What do my loyal ministers make of this matter? His gaze swept over the ministers below the dais, his voice deep and commanding. At these words, the ministers and the court exchanged glances, yet none dared to speak. Seeing no response, Yi Zhang turned to Yi Xiao behind him, a hint of expectation in his tone. Roar, you know your sister best. What do you think? Yi Xiao felt a surge of secret delight at the question, yet she forced her face into a pitiful expression, suppressing the urge to smile wildly. She began her performance of feigned innocence. Her eyes glistened with feigned tears as her voice trembled. Father, please do not blame my sister. After all, she is a woman. How could she endure the hardships of the frontier? It's only natural she would want to return. She simply let her mind wander where it shouldn't have. When she returns, please do not punish her. I beg you, father. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face like beads from a broken string. Finally, with a thud, she knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Yi Zhang. That performance, if staged in modern times, would easily win her an Oscar. Any discerning observer could see this was a calculated attempt to solidify the rumor that Yi Qingwan was a traitor. Yi Zhang's expression darkened further. Slamming his fist on the table, he roared, "This is outrageous." Seeing this, Chancellor Wei plucked up his courage and stepped forward, clasping his hands respectfully. Your Majesty, he said, this humble servant believes General Yi has always been utterly loyal. This great victory must be the result of her clever strategy. It is absolutely impossible that she would betray the country by collaborating with the enemy. I implore your Majesty to investigate this matter thoroughly. However, Yi Zhang was in the throes of rage and refused to listen. He waved his hand impatiently. Enough. No one speak further. Leave me alone to calm down. He then dismissed the court. After the court adjourned, Yi Xiao approached Chancellor Wei with ill intent, lowering her voice to threaten, Wei, you'd better pick your side. Otherwise, you'll regret it. Wei Zhonghua, known for his incorruptible integrity, flushed crimson with rage at her words. He brushed his sleeves and declared with righteous indignation, this old man merely analyzed objective facts. As for you, princess, your methods are truly despicable, and your words are utterly repulsive. With that, he turned and strode away without looking back. At that moment, the 8th prince strolled over, noticing Yi Xiao's fierce gaze fixed on the ministers retreating back. He patted Yi Xiao's shoulder and whispered soothingly, rest assured. I will personally pave this path for you. Every single pebble along the way, I will pick out for you. The next day, the imperial court received news of Wei Zhonghua's unexpected death from a horseback fall. Chapter 51, Truth is its own proof. On July 4th, the Northern D sent envoys declaring their willingness to surrender and vowing never to disturb the Central Plains again. On July 5th, the Northern D sent their most esteemed elder, personally bearing a treaty of vassalage, voluntarily offering the northern grasslands to become a tributary state of the Great Xia. Treaties between nations required imperial approval. Now, Yi Qingwan was on her way back to the imperial palace with the Northern D elder and the treaty. The carriage rolled slowly through the capital's streets, its wheels creaking softly. Yi Qingwan lifted a corner of the curtain, gazing at the familiar streets with a flood of emotions. These past months on the frontier had been harsh, sleeping under the stars, enduring extreme hardship, and teetering on the edge of life and death daily. To say she hadn't missed home would be a lie. Now, gazing upon every brick and tile of the capital, her eyes grew slightly red. Finally, the carriage arrived at the palace gates. Guards flanking the carriage crossed their spears to block the way. Who the hell are you? Feng Yong, driving the carriage up front, leapt down from his horse. You bastards! Don't you recognize me? I'm personally bringing the Northern D to surrender. Open the gates now. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the two battle spears suspended in midair slammed Feng Yong to the ground. What do you think you're doing? Hearing the commotion outside the car, Yi Qingwan lifted her foot to step out. Suddenly, the curtain was pulled aside. Several thick arms reached out from the side and yanked her back down. The movement was so swift she had no time to react. At the same time, Deputy Officer Wei and the Northern D Elder were instantly restrained. Feng Yon, pinned to the ground, roared in shock and fury, "What are you doing? Release General Yi. Do you know who she is?" The soldiers capturing them wore expressions of utter contempt, their lips curling into cold sneers. "Oomph. She's nothing but a traitor collaborating with the enemy." With that, they waved their hands and barked in order, "Take them all away." The accompanying Northern D Elder was utterly dumbfounded, his face a mask of bewilderment and confusion. Pushed along by the soldiers, Yi Qingwan and the others were escorted down the long palace corridor. The group was led into a grand hall resplendent with gold and jewels. Yi Qingwan lifted her head and immediately spotted Yi Zheng seated high above, his back turned to the crowd. The Northern D Elder cautiously scanned his surroundings, his heart filled with unease. He truly couldn't fathom what was going on. Yi Zheng slowly turned his head, his expression stern, his brow furrowed with anger. "Qingwan, do you admit your guilt?" Yi Qingwan furrowed her brow slightly, her eyes brimming with confusion and grievance. "What crime have I committed?" Yi Zheng took 2 steps forward, hands clasped behind his back, his expression cold and stern. "For over 300 years since the founding of the Great Xia, we have been at odds with the Northern D. 3 centuries of conflict have claimed millions of lives." His gaze fixed intensely on Yi Qingwan. "How could your mere 800 men force their surrender? Is this not treason?" Hearing this, Yi Qingwan couldn't help but smile bitterly, her expression filled with helplessness and sorrow. She had always known her father favored Yi Xiaoro, but she never imagined that in a matter of such gravity, he would withhold even the most basic trust from her. Yi Qingwan took a deep breath, forcing herself to remain composed. "Father, I achieved victory through strategy and the new weapons at my disposal. This is not treason." Yi Zheng snorted coldly, "Unless you can produce proof." Yi Qingwan's heart sank. Returning this time for speed and convenience, she hadn't even brought her escort soldiers, let alone those heavy iron weapons. "I can provide evidence, but I don't have it with me. I'll need to return to the frontier." Hearing this, Yi Zheng sneered coldly, his eyes filled with suspicion. "Do you truly believe I'm old and senile? If I let you go, will you ever return?" Yi Qingwan felt as though a heavy hammer had struck her heart, the pain nearly robbing her of breath. Her eyes reddened, her voice trembling slightly. "Since father does not trust your humble daughter, then do with me as you will, kill or punish me as you see fit." As Yi Zheng and Yi Qingwan traded words, the Northern D Elder stood by, his head bobbing back and forth like a bobblehead. He couldn't make heads or tails of this father-daughter drama. They had come to surrender. Why this tension? Suddenly, the Elder's eyes lit up as if he'd grasped something. He thought to himself, could this be one playing the stern enforcer while the other plays the benevolent mediator? The culture of the Great Xia Empire was truly profound and vast. With that thought, he plucked up his courage and opened his mouth. I've brought the Treaty of Allegiance." He intended to spare Yi Zheng the trouble and simply present the treaty for inspection. But Yi Zheng paid no heed, waving his hand dismissively as he barked an order. "Where is the Ministry of Punishment? Drag this old man away first. Pry his mouth open, I demand the truth." No sooner had the words left his mouth than several Ministry of Punishment officials, fierce as wolves, pounced. They seized the Northern D Elder and began dragging him out. The Northern D Elder struggled frantically, screaming, "What are you doing? I truly came to surrender." At this point in the story, the familiar options appeared. Option 1, purchase weapons to prove your virtual girlfriend's innocence, only 888 credits. Option 2, ignore the situation and let the electronic girlfriend fend for herself. Su Jingyang chose option 1 without hesitation. Yi Qingwan suddenly felt a weight at her waist. Instinctively, she reached down and touched a cold, hard object with her fingertips. When she recognized what she was holding, her heart skipped a beat. It was a Desert Eagle pistol. At that moment, Yi Zheng's gaze happened to sweep over. The sight of the pistol in Yi Qingwan's hand instantly drained his face of color, turning it as white as paper. He was utterly flustered, his usual dignified demeanor completely gone. He scrambled behind an elderly eunuch, his voice trembling as he shouted, "So this is it? And you claimed you had no treasonous intentions? Since the Golden Hall was built, carrying iron weapons into court has been strictly forbidden. What do you think you're doing?" "No, father." Yi Qingwan started to protest, but a sudden flash of insight struck her. She instantly realized this must be Su Jingyang secretly aiding her. She quickly regained her composure and declared loudly, "Father, you wanted proof? Here it is." With that, Yi Qingwan raised the pistol high above her head with both hands and presented it to Yi Zheng. Yi Zheng emerged from behind the eunuch, half believing, half doubting, and cautiously took the pistol. He held it in his hands, examining it repeatedly as he muttered, "This thing isn't as sharp as a sword, nor as heavy as a hammer. How is it supposed to attack?" As he spoke, his hand moved of its own accord, pointing the muzzle toward his own eye. Curiosity drew him to peer into the dark, gaping hole. The safety catch was off. All it would take was a pull of the trigger to deliver a perfect headshot. Yi Qingwan watched in horror, her heart leaping into her throat. She cried out urgently, "Father! That hole is the firing port. pull the trigger below it, and whoever's hit will die. At her words, Yi Zhang shuddered in fright. The pistol clattered to the floor with a sharp clack. He cleared his throat awkwardly, trying to hide his panic, then forced himself to sound calm. Oof. Are you serious? Absolutely. In that case, demonstrate it publicly. Yi Zhang's expression darkened abruptly, his voice deepening. If you cannot prove it, your crime of treason will be confirmed, and you will also be charged with deceiving the emperor. I shall sentence you to death. Yi Qingwan rose slowly, meeting his gaze without a flicker of fear. Fine. But first, you must release my 2 subordinates. Yi Zhang stared at her for 3 seconds before waving his hand. The soldiers guarding Deputy Officer Wei and Feng Yong immediately released their grip. The 2 men flexed their numb limbs and shot Yi Qingwan grateful glances. Deputy Officer Wei clasped his hands together and knelt on one knee, pleading, if General Yi cannot clear her name, I am willing to accept the same punishment. Feng Yong, refusing to be outdone, declared with equal resolve, I stand by that too. Yi Zhang nodded. Very well. I shall see for myself if this thing is truly so miraculous. Chapter 52, Does this world truly have gods? Imperial Palace Martial Arts Ground. Yi Zhang sat in the most comfortable viewing seat, with the entire court of civil and military officials lined up in 2 rows. The 8th Prince and Yi Xiaoro mingled among the crowd, their eyes brimming with disdain as they observed the peculiar object in Yi Qingwan's hands. Yi Qingwan stood at the center of the arena, pistol in hand, her expression stern. She took a deep breath and aimed at the target set up in the distance. The surrounding crowd fell instantly silent. Everyone held their breath, eyes fixed intently on the gun in her hand. Just as all eyes were fixed upon her, Yi Qingwan suddenly lowered the pistol she was holding. Yi Zhang, seated in the stands, frowned and urgently asked, What's wrong? This wooden target fails to demonstrate the weapon's true power. Please replace it with the Beatty tribe's iron-plated armor. That way, everyone can witness its effectiveness more clearly. The moment these words left her lips, murmurs rippled through the assembly of ministers. Even ministers who had previously supported Yi Qingwan now shook their heads, convinced she had lost her mind. After all, that was the most formidable armor currently plaguing them. If anything could truly pierce through iron-floating armor, Great Xiao would have exterminated the northern D tribes long ago. The 8th Prince's lips curled into a mocking smile. Oomph, playing tricks. Xiaoro, just watch how your sister makes a fool of herself in a moment. Yi Xiaoro beside him chuckled softly. Yi Zhang waved his hand impatiently. Fine, do as she says. Soon, the wooden target was replaced with a thick iron-plated armor. Yi Qingwan didn't hesitate. She raised her rifle and pulled the trigger. Her movements were fluid and swift, so fast it seemed she hadn't even aimed. Bang! A thunderous roar split the sky like a bolt of lightning, making everyone's ears ring. A pungent plume of smoke instantly billowed from the muzzle, rising in wisps. Everyone turned toward the sound and saw a small hole blown through the armor in the distance, with fragments scattering everywhere. The scene left everyone present gaping in utter shock. Almost simultaneously, their mouths fell open and their eyes widened. Is there really something that can pierce armor like that? The smiles on the 8th Prince and Yi Xiaoro's faces froze instantly, as if frozen in a still frame. The disdain in their eyes vanished instantly, replaced by profound astonishment and disbelief. Yi Xiaoro's face flushed alternately pale and crimson, her lips trembling slightly as if she wanted to say something, yet the shock left her speechless. Only Yi Zhang, seated at the table, remained expressionless. In truth, his shock was no less than anyone else's present, but he dared not show it. He rose to his feet, his gaze fixed intently on the shattered armor, his expression complex and difficult to read. Yi Qingwan held the pistol aloft, sweeping the room with an authoritative glance as she declared. This is a firearm, known as a pistol. It is precisely with these firearms that our forces on the frontier have achieved victory against overwhelming odds, defeating the northern D tribes. Amid the crowd, an elderly man with flowing white beard stroked his whiskers, squinting and nodding in agreement. He then turned to Yi Zhang and declared, This weapon possesses tremendous power, it is the perfect counter to that armor. 800 against 10,000, it's true. The eldest princess has been misunderstood. His name was Tang Bin, the eldest minister in the imperial court, who had even served alongside Yi Zhang's grandfather. Even Yi Zhang addressed him as Grand Preceptor, a title reflecting his immense prestige. His words gained increasing agreement, with many acknowledging they had misunderstood Yi Qingwan. Yi Xiaoro was displeased. A single glance from her was enough for a minister behind her to immediately understand and nod in agreement. Just as Yi Zhang was about to declare Yi Qingwan innocent, the minister stepped forward. Your Majesty, this artifact is indeed immensely powerful, but shouldn't you be even more suspicious? The eldest princess has no training in metallurgy, let alone weaponry. How could she possess such a divine artifact? With all due respect, if this were to be used against the court, it could pose a tremendous threat. The words sparked a fresh wave of murmurs. Yi Zhang sucked in a sharp breath, nearly slapping his forehead in frustration. That's right. The 8th Prince promptly stepped forward to concur. Your Majesty, though General Yi has distinguished himself in battle, the origins of this firearm remain obscure. There may well be ulterior motives at play. It could conceal some hidden plot. We implore your majesty to investigate thoroughly. Seeing the situation escalate to this point, Yi Qingwan knew that if she didn't come clean, she would only dig herself deeper into a hole. Taking a deep breath, she declared with unwavering resolve, "Father, these firearms were bestowed upon me by a divine being. It was his covert assistance that gave me the confidence to decisively defeat the Northern D." At these words, the assembly gasped, exchanging stunned glances filled with disbelief. In their minds, divine intervention seemed too fantastical, bordering on absurdity. Whispers rippled through the crowd as heads shook in disbelief. Seeing this, Yi Xiaoro sensed her chance and resolved to utterly destroy Yi Qingwan. She abandoned all pretense, stepping forward with a mocking sneer. "Sister," she declared loudly, "this talk of divine aid sounds like pure fantasy. Why don't you prove it? Let everyone see how these deities work their magic." Yi Qingwan fixed her gaze on Yi Xiaoro and nodded in agreement. "Very well. I'll prove it to you all." Thus, the group set out in full force. They arrived at a dilapidated temple near the palace gates. The scorching sun hung high, stretching their shadows long and slanted across the ground. All the way there, Yi Xiaoro grumbled incessantly. Frowning in disgust, she muttered, "This is just a dilapidated temple slated for demolition to make way for a new palace. Why did you bring us here? No one's come to worship here in years. How could there be any incense offerings? Even if there really were deities, how could they possibly manifest?" Yi Qingwan shot her a cold glance and replied curtly, "Believe it or not." The group followed Yi Qingwan into the dilapidated temple. The moment they stepped inside, a musty, decaying stench hit them. The interior was dimly lit, with only faint beams of light filtering through holes in the dilapidated roof, barely illuminating the surroundings. At that moment, an older minister looked around and questioned, "Hey, I remember this place used to house a Buddha statue. How come it's now replaced with a human figure?" Yi Qingwan remained composed, her tone calm as she replied, "You must be mistaken. It was like this the last time I visited." Tang Bin narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the statue closely before declaring with certainty, "It has changed. It was definitely a Buddha statue before." Yi Xiaoro urged impatiently, "Never mind whether the statue changed or not. The most important thing is to see if it can manifest its divine power." Yi Zhang nodded slightly in agreement with Yi Xiaoro's suggestion and instructed someone to bring incense. Yi Qingwan took the incense, walked to Su Jingyan's statue, and slowly knelt down. She pressed her palms together, held the incense before her chest, and bowed 3 times with deep reverence. But she didn't pray for a few hundred more in her wallet. She only prayed for Su Jingyan to show his power. Because if it didn't manifest, those firearms would truly be impossible to explain. Chapter 53, Becoming a Divine Being of Great Xia, Worshipped Nationwide. Everyone held their breath, eyes fixed intently on Yi Qingwan, not daring to make a sound. As Yi Qingwan completed her third loud prostration, the temple fell into complete silence. Nothing happened except the heavy breathing of the crowd. The 8th princess' mocking voice instantly shattered the calm. A sneer curled his lips as he sneered, "Humph. I told you this so-called divine intervention was nothing but nonsense." Yi Xiaoro chimed in, her face brimming with smug disdain, "Sister, you've taken this joke too far. If there really were gods, why would they bother with your nonsense?" Yi Qingwan remained outwardly unmoved, her head still bowed low to the ground. Yet inside, her emotions churned like a stormy sea. The elder has always intervened at my most critical moments, why no response now? Could it be that the senior is too busy to attend to the junior's affairs? In truth, Su Jingyang was frantically scratching his head in anxiety. It turned out that when Yi Qingwan was preparing to lead everyone to witness his divine power, he had already made all the necessary preparations. He was just waiting for the crucial moment to truly astonish everyone. But his phone had let him down, freezing on the crucial payment page. No matter how he tapped, it wouldn't budge. To buy time, Yi Qingwan forced herself to stay calm. She suddenly looked up and declared loudly, "I'm not the only one in this temple. Everyone, stand up. The deity is displeased." Yi Xiaoro scoffed coldly at this, sneering, "This isn't even the deity we worship. Why should we kneel? Do you think you can just order us around?" Before she could finish, a thud sounded behind them. Tang Bin knelt directly on the ground, his face radiating devotion. This minister, a national treasure over 100 years old, was revered for his virtue and wisdom. He even held the privilege of not bowing to the emperor during court sessions. Yet now, kneeling with such profound devotion, he left everyone utterly astonished. Tang Bin spoke slowly, his aged voice carrying unwavering resolve, "If this truly brings divine favor to our great Xia, what harm is there in kneeling?" Hearing this, the crowd couldn't help but reflect. Indeed, if a deity could grant such formidable firearms, it would be like adding wings to a tiger for great Xia. Not only could they subdue the northern barbarians, but they might even dominate the entire Blue Star. In an instant, more and more people were moved, kneeling one after another. Within the vast temple, the only sounds were the wind and the rhythmic thuds of bodies hitting the ground. Yet the 8th prince and Yi Xiaoro remained standing, their faces etched with reluctance, standing out starkly amidst the sea of kneeling figures. Besides them, one other figure stood tall within the temple, Yi Zhang. Yi Qingwan remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on Yi Zhang. Seeing this, Yi Xiao cried out in alarm, "Have you lost your mind? That's our father. The sovereign ruler of a nation, why should he kneel before some unknown wild deity?" Yi Qingwan remained unmoved, replying coldly, "If you refuse to kneel, the deity cannot manifest its divine power." Yi Zhang frowned deeply, lost in thought for a long moment. Finally, he took a deep breath and resolved, "Enough arguing. For the sake of the realm, what harm is there in this emperor kneeling once?" With that, he adjusted his robes and slowly knelt, his movements solemn and dignified. Yi Qingwan glanced at Yi Xiao, a flicker of satisfaction finally appearing in her eyes. She turned to confront the 8th prince and Yi Xiao, demanding, "Even father has knelt. Why won't you kneel? Do you think your status is more exalted than the emperor's?" In an instant, the 8th prince's face drained of color, his legs buckling beneath him. Yi Xiao bit her lower lip, her face twisted with resentment, nearly drawing blood. Only after the 8th prince tugged at her did she reluctantly and slowly kneel. Meanwhile, Su Jingyang had finally resolved the lagging issue with his phone. "Look, isn't there something extra on the altar?" The crowd froze for a moment before erupting into gasps as they crowded closer. Though none had ever seen a rocket launcher before, its stark, imposing exterior alone shimmering with a metallic sheen akin to a pistol projected an overwhelming, unknown sense of power. It felt terrifyingly formidable. Especially that gaping muzzle several times larger than a pistol barrel seemed capable of swallowing everything in its path. Instinctively, they speculated that its destructive power must be on a catastrophic scale. It actually manifested. Tang Bin's voice cracked with excitement. His weathered face contorted with ecstatic joy as he began frantically kowtowing. His forehead repeatedly struck the ground, producing a dull thud. The ministers nearby rushed forward to stop him, pleading anxiously, "Master Tang, you must stop. Your health will suffer if you continue like this." Tang Bin, however, seemed possessed. Struggling, he shouted, "If heaven blesses our great Xia, even if my head is smashed to pieces, what does it matter?" Yi Zhang was equally stunned, his eyes wide as saucers, fixed intently on the rocket launcher. His gaze brimmed with uncontrollable excitement and anticipation. Unable to contain his impatience any longer, he strode quickly to Yi Qingwan's side and said urgently, "Qingwan, test the power of this thing before us." Yi Qingwan took a deep breath to steady her nerves, then stepped forward and gripped the rocket launcher firmly with both hands. It was significantly heavier than a pistol, causing her arms to tremble slightly, yet her gaze remained unwaveringly resolute. Though it was her first time using one, Su Jingyang had previously explained to her. The operation of various firearms was largely similar: first aim, then pull the trigger. The group moved to a distant, abandoned mound outside the ruined temple. "Everyone back up. Cover your ears." Yi Qingwan shouted the warning. Everyone stepped back, covering their ears tightly with their hands, yet their eyes never left the rocket launcher in Yi Qingwan's hands. Yi Qingwan took a deep breath and slowly pulled the trigger. Boom! A deafening roar erupted, like thunder cracking across the sky. The rolling shockwave swept out, making everyone's eardrums ache. A long tongue of flame shot from the rocket launcher's muzzle, followed by a searing blast of hot air. The earthen mound struck by the rocket was instantly pulverized, sending rocks and dirt flying as dust filled the air. The mound vanished in an instant, leaving only a massive, gaping crater. The mound leveled to the ground? The sheer spectacle of what they had just witnessed left them speechless for a long moment. This terrifying power far exceeded their wildest expectations. After a long pause, a collective gasp erupted from the crowd. This is nothing short of a divine artifact. With this in our hands, how could our great Xia not rise to greatness? None was more overcome with emotion than Yi Zhang. In that moment, he had completely cast aside the dignity and demeanor of an emperor. He hurried forward eagerly, wrapping his arms tightly around Yi Qingwan. His face radiated wild joy, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. "Wanner, this is wonderful. You've done a tremendous service this time. I shall bestow a title upon you, let it be Princess Divine Blessing. I was foolish before. You are truly the lucky star of our great Xia." Standing nearby, Yi Xiao watched the scene unfold. Jealousy burned fiercely within her, grinding her molars until they nearly shattered, her nails digging deep into her palms. Resentment filled her heart, yet she could do nothing about it. The divine intervention had also instilled a newfound fear of Yi Qingwan in her heart. After his initial excitement subsided, Yi Zhang swept his massive hand through the air and commanded in a tone brooking no argument, "Transmit my decree. The entire realm shall undertake a grand restoration of divine statues. Within every 10-li radius, there must be a temple dedicated to their worship. From now on, our great Xia kingdom shall worship only one deity, that is." Mid-sentence, he abruptly halted, turning to Yi Qingwan with urgent concern. "Ah, Wainer. What is this deity's name?" Hearing this, Yi Qingwan felt a pang of difficulty in her heart. She truly did not know the divine being's name. Could she just blurt out Su Jingyang's name? Just as she hesitated, Su Jingyang's familiar voice suddenly rang clear in her mind. "Let them call me Jingyang, true lord. The elder had responded to me." Yi Qingwan's heart surged with joy, her eyes instantly brightening. She hurriedly relayed the message. "Father, the divine being instructs us to address him as Lord Jingyang." Yi Zhang nodded firmly, his gaze unwavering, and proclaimed once more, "Very well. From this day forward, our great Xia shall have but one deity, Lord Jingyang. Congratulations on becoming a nationally recognized deity. Henceforth, countless subjects will regard you as their faith and offer incense in your honor. You have become a legitimate deity. Unlock one SS tier martial skill, making it permanent. Additionally, unlock the gifting feature. Martial arts in your inventory may now be transferred to others for use." Su Jingyang chose Sword God's Gaze without hesitation. First, this martial skill is exceptionally versatile. Not only can it attack, but it also discerns all things and distinguishes truth from falsehood. Second, its elemental attribute is exceptionally rare, like the sword intent of sovereignty. It's light. It deals double damage to demonic foes with true damage effects. It's exceptionally well suited for long-term development. Chapter 54, The Blushing Moment Upon Waking. Ah. Su Jingyang yawned widely, exiting the game interface. Glancing at the time, it was already 4 a.m. He rubbed his sore eyes and muttered to himself, "This game is seriously pay to win and grind heavy." Thinking he had nothing urgent tomorrow, he decided to sleep in after staying up late, the perfect chance to relax. After a quick wash, he climbed back into bed, slipped on earplugs and an eye mask, and planned to sleep for a solid 10 hours, a deep, satisfying slumber. Before long, drowsiness washed over him like a tide, and he drifted into a deep sleep, where dreams soon followed. In his dream, Su Jingyang found himself transported once more into the virtual world of the electronic girlfriend game. The scene resembled a divine being descending to Earth, sending shockwaves throughout the entire nation. People poured into the streets and alleys, every household sending representatives to kneel and worship, chanting his name aloud. He was revered by all, with people begging him to grant their wishes. Some even asked him for the secret to eternal life. Immersed in this divine bliss, Su Jingyang couldn't help but smile. Yet, just as the dream reached its peak, he suddenly felt a slap on his cheek. Immediately, a familiar voice rang in his ear, "You worthless fish, what are you grinning about in your sleep? You haven't gone dumb, have you?" Su Jingyang frowned, reluctantly opening his eyes, still half convinced he was dreaming. But the moment he recognized the person before him, he snapped back to reality. It was Tang Yao standing by the bed, glaring at him with utter disgust. Then he noticed Lang Linglin was there too. The thought of being naked made Su Jingyang grab the blanket tightly. "Why are you both here? Is something urgent?" Tang Yao crossed her arms, shot him a look, and said with exasperation, "Today's the day of the national competition. How can you act like nothing's wrong? What time is it now? Why aren't you up yet?" "What? Today's the national competition? How come I didn't know?" Su Jingyang's eyes widened in utter surprise. Lang Linglin stepped forward, her brow slightly furrowed. "The city lord announced the change last night. Didn't he message you? We assumed you knew, so we didn't mention it last night. I texted you this morning, but you didn't reply. I knocked on your door with no response, so I just came in." Su Jingyang hurriedly grabbed his phone to check. Damn it. Turns out last night while gaming, his phone had automatically activated focus mode, silencing all notifications. He hadn't opened his messaging apps afterward either, so he'd completely missed the news. "It's a burning issue. Everyone's waiting for you alone. Stop dawdling and get up." Tang Yao impatiently reached out. Sensing something was wrong, Su Jingyang tried to grab the blanket. "Hey, wait a sec." But it was too late. "Ah. You filthy fish, you pervert. Why aren't you wearing clothes to bed?" Tang Yao's face instantly flushed bright red, like a ripe tomato, as she frantically covered her eyes with both hands. Turning around, she found Lang Linglin staring intently at Su Jingyang, completely unabashed, her gaze even slightly dreamy. "Ice Queen, are you staring at that jerk?" Tang Yao couldn't help but ask. Lang Linglin snapped back to reality, her eyes darting around frantically. She lowered her head slightly, trying to hide her embarrassment. "It's just a man's body, nothing more than an extra appendage. What's the big deal?" She appeared utterly composed on the surface, but her trembling voice betrayed the turmoil churning within. Tang Yao shook her head, a look of understanding on her face. "TSK, TSK, TSK. Her competitive streak flared instantly. "Fine, if that's how you feel, let's see who can stare longer." With that, she turned back around. By now, Su Jingyang had wrapped himself in the blanket. Seeing the two girls still staring at him shamelessly, he gave a wry smile. "What? You want to see who can stare longer? Do you really think I'm just a prop? Then why not just get up close for a better look?" With that, Su Jingyang took 2 steps forward, both hands poised to lift the quill tied around his waist at any moment. Lang Linglin and Tang Yao exchanged a glance before shouting in unison, "Pervert!" They immediately turned and scrambled out the door in a fluster. Their speed suggested they were being chased by a raging flood or a ferocious beast. A few minutes later, Su Jingyang changed into fresh clothes, tidied himself up, and hurried downstairs. The moment he appeared, he saw the school team members standing in neat formation downstairs. Xiao Qingxue stepped forward, a gentle smile on her face, and explained softly, "Everyone was worried sick because they couldn't reach you, so they all came down. We even sent Lang Linglin and Tang Yao upstairs to find you, but those 2 girls came back flushed and wouldn't say a word when we asked them." Su Jingyang chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head sheepishly. My sincere apologies, everyone. I stayed up late gaming yesterday, and my phone malfunctioned. I missed the messages. I nearly caused a major problem. Before anyone could respond, a deep, rhythmic rumble grew louder from the distance. A futuristic-looking hovering limousine approached, its tire-like sections transformed into jet turbines spewing blue flames. Like a silent, gliding warship of the future, it slowly glided to a stop before the group. Its entire body was streamlined, with soft blue energy light strips glowing along both sides. As the vehicle drew nearer, the light strips pulsed rhythmically like breathing. Its nearly 20-meter length drew astonished and envious stares from passers-by. Trailing behind were 3 identical, though slightly smaller, hover vehicles. The passenger side window rolled down slowly, revealing the familiar face of Huang Feipeng. Beaming with a broad smile, he enthusiastically called out, "Hop in. I'll take you to the arena." Chapter 55, Magic City Martial Arts Center. With a roar, blue-purple flames erupted as the hovercraft shot past, streaking through the sky like a meteor. Compared to high-speed rail, the hovercraft offered vastly superior speed and stability. Moreover, as an aerial vehicle, it was highly resistant to attacks. What's more, with a peak 7th-tier cultivator like Huang Feipeng aboard, the sense of security was off the charts. Before long, the majestic silhouette of the Demon City came into view. Leaning back in the plush sofa seat, Su Jingyang gazed out the window and remarked with admiration, "It truly lives up to its name as the Demon City. Lin Yuan City is simply incomparable. Even guarding a city gate requires 2 squads of demon-suppressing army troops." Hearing this, Huang Feipeng in the front seat sighed. There's been trouble at Contamination Zone 24. The head of security and an entire escort team have gone missing. It's not just the Demon City, all cities have reinforced their security patrols. I see. After getting in the car, Su Jingyang had been catching up on sleep. That's why he hadn't noticed anything unusual when leaving Lin Yuan City. Missing? Su Jingyang was taken aback. To become head of security, one must at least be a 5th-tier accidental damage practitioner. And there were even personnel assigned to escort them. How could they just vanish like that? Su Jingyang wasn't being overly cautious. Contamination Zone 24 lay just over 10 kilometers from the previous Contamination Zone 10. If anything went wrong, it could potentially affect Lin Yuan City. But Huang Feipeng cheerfully reassured him, "Don't worry. The South China Army's Inferno Regiment is already on the scene. Besides the regiment commander and deputy commander, one at 7th tier and one at 6th tier, there are over a dozen 5th-tier fighters. They should handle it quickly." Hearing that Li Yunlong was among them, Su Jingyang felt slightly reassured. If this force couldn't handle it, then it would truly be a major problem. At that point, the repercussions would likely extend far beyond just Lin Yuan City. Arrival in the demon capital. The hovercraft gradually slowed and landed smoothly on the city's surface. The cabin door opened, and Su Jingyang stepped out first. Before him stood 2 graceful, smiling receptionists flanking the entrance. Yet another figure caught his eye, one that felt strangely familiar. The moment that person spotted Su Jingyang, their eyes lit up as if they'd discovered a rare treasure. She practically ran up to him in 2 strides. "Su, the competition hasn't started yet. You still have the chance to transfer schools. Transfer to our East China district now. You can pick any school you want. Just give us the nod, and we'll immediately place you on the Dark Horse team, guaranteed to win the championship with ease." Huang Feipeng had just stepped out of the car when he witnessed this scene. He instantly flew into a rage, his beard bristling and eyes bulging. Rolling up his sleeves, he looked ready to devour someone. "Damn it, Wu Dog! What the hell are you babbling about now?" Wu Yu spun around in shock. "Old Huang, what the hell are you doing here? Did you think I'd just stand by and let you steal my people? I knew you wouldn't give up." The moment they met, they started brawling again, completely disregarding their surroundings. While pinning Wu Yu down, Huang Feipeng turned to the others with a broad smile. "You guys go ahead into the arena. I've got some personal business to handle. I'll be right in." Then, turning to Xia Qingxue, he added, "Ms. Xia, I'll need your help for a bit." Only then did Xia Qingxue snap back to reality. She clapped her hands lightly. "Students, please follow me inside." The group followed Xia Qingxue in an orderly fashion toward the interior of the arena, leaving Huang Feipeng and Wu Yu still tangled in their dispute. The Magic City Martial Arts Center was vastly larger than the training grounds in Qingfeng City they had visited last time. The expansive martial arts arena was paved with massive blue stone slabs, smooth and level, covering an area several times the size of a football field. Towering spectator stands rose in tiered layers around the perimeter, already packed with crowds filling at least tens of thousands of seats. At the very center, a massive, translucent blue glowing platform hovered, surrounded by an energy shield. Above the arena, a row of holographic screens displayed scrolling information about the competing teams. The top of the martial arts center featured a transparent dome, with small drones darting about above it to capture footage. The stands were adorned with colorful flags fluttering in the breeze, each embroidered with the emblem of a competing team. The champions from each of the 5 regions, East China, South China, West China, North China, and Central China, were present. That is, 5 teams. Everyone, come sit here. Xia Qingshu found seats and beckoned everyone over. Su Jingyang, needing to use the restroom urgently, went ahead. When he returned, he noticed an unfamiliar boy sitting where the school had been. The boy had striking white hair, wore a black cloak, and carried a hammer with a faint blue glow strapped to his back. Though he appeared relaxed at that moment, Su Jingyang could faintly sense the icy aura emanating from him even from a distance. Su Jingyang instantly realized this person was no ordinary individual. He immediately activated the Sword God's Eyes Form 1, Sword God Insight. Sure enough, under the vision of Sword God Insight, he discovered that this boy's martial realm was also at the 4th tier. And that iron hammer on his back? It was a legendary level 3 weapon. Sword God Insight was a form. It not only pierced through techniques and identified all things, but also allowed one to peer into the most profound essence of a martial artist, their aura. In the martial world, aura is the key characteristic for judging the essence of a person or creature. Ordinary martial artists emit Gung Qi. Gung Qi flows through the warrior's body like the warm spring sun, gentle and rich, nourishing the flesh and strengthening the physique. Its flow is steady and orderly, an external manifestation of the martial artist's long-term cultivation, perfectly integrating their essence, energy, and spirit. Ferocious beasts radiate Sha Qi, like a winter storm filled with wildness and brutality. It originates from the beast's bloody slaughter and primal instincts, spreading unrestrainedly through its actions. Armed with this aura, the beasts roamed the mountains and forests, the heavens and earth, unchecked, becoming formidable foes that martial artists must confront with utmost caution. Demons, however, radiate an aura of darkness like a curse from the abyss, sinister and eerie. It corrodes the demon's soul, warping its mind and driving its actions into madness. Demonic forces rely on malevolent energies to corrupt minds and sow chaos, representing the most wicked power within the martial arts world. The white-haired youth before them, though at the 4th martial realm, should theoretically be able to conceal his aura quite well. Even if he weren't concealing it, his freely flowing aura wouldn't be this savage. For normal martial energy is gentle, only malevolent energy could be this frenzied and vicious. He now stood beside Tang Yao, speaking to her. Tang Yao's brows were tightly furrowed, her expression tinged with irritation. Su Jingyang concealed his aura and approached silently. Chapter 56, Archenemy? He's not worthy. Hey, Yao Yao, long time no see. Tang Yao turned to see the visitor, her expression instantly turning cold. She curled her lips, clearly unwilling to acknowledge him. But Bai Wei was thick-skinned as ever, sticking to her like glue as he walked straight up beside her. Unfazed by her indifference, he continued, even though Qingfeng First High didn't make it to the national tournament this year, don't worry, Yao Yao. I swear I'll avenge you and knock every last one of those so-called Bird Martial Arts Academy jerks flat on their backs. Whoever you want me to dislocate an arm from, I'll dislocate an arm from. Tang Yao crossed her arms, her face twisted in disgust, and couldn't help but roll her eyes. Don't call me Yao Yao. It's sickeningly cheesy. And stop acting so self-important. You're not the only genius in this world. Don't think you're all that special. However, Bai Wei seemed oblivious to Tang Yao's rejection, his face still plastered with a smile. Yao Yao, after the tournament, let's grab a bite to eat together. It's been ages since we last met. We should catch up properly. By the way, how's Uncle Tang been feeling lately? Without hesitation, Tang Yao flatly refused, no thanks. Not interested. My dad's always been in great health. He'll probably outlive you. Hearing this, Bai Wei's expression stiffened, and he gave an awkward laugh. But he wasn't ready to give up. His eyes darted around as he suggested, Yao Yao, why don't you come sit with our team? The seats are more comfortable over there, and the view is better. Most importantly, you'll get a front row view of me crushing my opponents. Bai Wei glanced down at Tang Yao's ample chest, licked his lips, and reached out to pull her closer. Tang Yao recoiled in fright, her face twisted with disgust. She forcefully slapped his hand away and shouted, what are you doing? Stay away from me. But Bai Wei wouldn't let it go, reaching out again. Yao Yao, aren't we good friends? Why won't you give me any face? As they struggled, a pair of pale yet powerful hands shot out like lightning, deftly separating their entangled arms. Immediately, Long Linglin pulled Tang Yao securely behind her. Standing as straight as a pine tree, her gaze pierced Bai Wei like a frost-edged blade. Her voice was so cold it seemed capable of freezing the air. Enough! Didn't you hear her tell you to get lost? Bai Wei froze momentarily at the sudden intervention. Recognizing Long Linglin, his face instantly broke into that same carefree, slightly flippant smirk. He tilted his head slightly, his eyes brimming with unrestrained amusement and teasing. Well, if it isn't the Ice Queen herself. What? Have you and Yao Yao resolved all your past conflicts and become besties now? As he spoke, he scrutinized Lang Linglin without restraint. His gaze lingered a few extra seconds over her long, snow-white legs, a fleeting hint of lechery flashing in his eyes. Bai Wei continued his loose tongue, hey, cold beauty, since you and Yao Yao are friends again, that means the three of us are buddies now, right? If we end up facing your team later, I'll definitely go easy on you guys, make sure you don't lose too badly. Then after the match, the three of us can find a place to have some fun. Lang Linglien's eyebrows shot up in fury. Her beautiful eyes widened as she glared at Bai Wei, her chest heaving violently, clearly enraged by his words. Her clenched fists radiated a chill, solid ice crystals forming on her knuckles. Suddenly, a figure stepped in front of Long Linglin's Su Jingyang. A seemingly harmless smile played on his lips as he spoke casually. If you enjoy inviting others to dine so much, why not let me join you? Bai Wei narrowed his eyes, like a predatory wolf sizing up its prey, attempting to gauge Su Jingyang's strength. Yet Su Jingyang concealed his aura with exquisite skill, like a hunter hidden in the darkness. Bai Wei's probing gaze found nothing, utterly fruitless. Thus, he privately concluded that Su Jingyang was nothing more than an ordinary, non-threatening team member. A cold, disdainful sneer immediately appeared on his face. Oomph. Don't you know it takes real strength to play the hero? You're not even worthy of it, you little nobody. Just then, Su Jingyang suddenly felt a tingling sensation in his arm. He instinctively turned his head. Tang Yao pressed herself tightly against him, wrapping her arm around his and pinning it against her ample chest. The tingling sensation sent a wave of goosebumps across Su Jingyang's skin. Tang Yao seemed oblivious, sticking her tongue out at Bai Wei and making a silly face. So what if I rescued a damsel in distress? That stinky fish is pretty strong, you know. I'd rather eat with that stinky trash fish than share a meal with you, you ugly, arrogant jerk. Tang Yao's voice rang out crisp and loud, dripping with defiance. Seeing this, Bai Wei's face instantly flushed crimson. He clenched his teeth so hard his gums nearly bled, his eyes burning with madness and resentment. Clearly, his defenses had completely shattered. Just as the situation threatened to spiral out of control, Xia Qingxue arrived in the nick of time. Student, you're not from our school, are you? Please leave and return to your own school's team. At the same time, other members of the Martial Arts Academy's team quickly surrounded them. Bai Wei scanned the crowd. Facing their hostility, his eyes brimmed with contempt, showing no regard for anyone present. Fine. You all just wait. Finally, he fixed a vicious glare on Su Jingyang, his voice dripping with venom. Especially you. With that, Bai Wei flicked his sleeves and strode away. Just then, Wu Yu and Huang Feiping entered the arena. The commotion from earlier had already reached their ears. Their expressions filled with concern, they hurried over. Wu Yu frowned slightly and spoke first. What's going on? Why all the commotion? Tang Yao, brimming with pent-up anger, seized the chance to vent. Seeing Wu Yu ask, she spilled everything like beans spilling from a bamboo tube. It's all that Bai Wei. He kept pestering me, making lewd remarks and touching me inappropriately. If it weren't for Cold Sister and that worthless trash, who knows how long he'd have kept harassing me. At the mention of Bai Wei, Wu Yu's expression shifted slightly. Bai Wei's school, Magic City First High, was part of the East China team. As the overall coordinator for East China, Wu Yu couldn't help but feel embarrassed. He glanced at Su Jingyang with a hint of apology, his tone sincere. My deepest apologies. Bai Wei is usually so careless and lacks boundaries. He's caused you trouble, and I'm offering my apologies on his behalf. Huang Feiping quickly stepped in to smooth things over, patting Su Jingyang on the shoulder and urging, come on. Be the bigger man. Don't take that kid seriously. After Wu Yu left, Su Jingyang remained composed, waving casually with a faint smile. That Bai Wei? I never really took him seriously. Huang Feiping's expression turned serious as he looked intently at Su Jingyang, speaking earnestly. Having a good attitude is one thing, but you shouldn't underestimate your opponent either. That guy may be arrogant, but his strength is undeniable. He was even considered the dark horse to win the championship before. He's a fourth tier like you, a genius among geniuses. You two could very well become arch rivals. Hearing this, Su Jingyang's smile broadened, his eyes flashing with confidence and defiance. He chuckled, rivals? He's not worthy. Don't worry. If we ever face off, I'll consider myself defeated if I don't crush him. Su Jingyang spoke with effortless ease and confidence. Huang Feiping knew Su Jingyang's capabilities well and understood he never made empty boasts. He must have seen through his opponent's weaknesses. It seemed that the pre-match conflict might not be such a bad thing after all. His eyes lit up with excitement. You said it, kid. I'm heading over to Wugo right now to up the stakes. If I lose, it's on you. Rubbing his hands together, he turned impatiently and hurried off to find Wu Yu. Su Jingyang watched Huang Feiping's retreating figure, a faint, helpless smile of resignation spreading across his face. Damn gambling addict, treating me like a tool. Chapter 57, Genius? That's only because your elders don't know me. Suddenly, the arena lights focused on the center of the stage. The host, dressed in ornate attire, strode onto the stage with an upright posture, holding an exquisite bamboo tube containing 5 bamboo sticks. Clearing his throat, his voice boomed through the speakers across the entire martial arts center. Ladies and gentlemen, contestants, I will now announce the rules for this national tournament's ring. The numbers 1 through 5 in this bamboo tube represent the order of appearance. For example, in the first match, Team 1's member 1 will face off against Team 2's member 1. If Team 1 wins, Team 3's member number 1 will immediately take the stage to face Team 1. This rotation continues until one team has no remaining members to send to the stage. The team whose last standing fighter remains on the platform wins. Note that each team may only field 3 competitors. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a flurry of lively discussion erupted across the venue, with team members frantically exchanging tactical plans. Then, the host solemnly announced in a loud voice, "I now declare the national tournament officially open. Team captains, please come forward to draw lots and determine the order of play." Long Linglin instinctively glanced at Su Jingyang. In her mind, Su Jingyang's exceptional skill made him far more qualified to be captain than she was. Yet Su Jingyang merely turned back, offering her an encouraging smile and silently gesturing for Long Linglin to step forward. Lang Linglin took a deep breath and walked steadily toward the stage. Meanwhile, Bai Wei was the one stepping forward to draw lots for Magic City First High School. Striding forward with an arrogant gait, his eyes gleaming with malicious intent, he walked straight to the lottery table. As Long Linglin reached for a bamboo slip, Bai Wei's face twisted into a sly grin. He deliberately slipped his hand into the narrow bamboo tube alongside hers. He lightly brushed against Long Linglin's hand, muttering under his breath, "Oh, this hand is really smooth. So delicate. Must be well maintained." Anger instantly flashed across Lang Linglin's usually aloof face as she shot Bai Wei a fierce glare. From childhood to adulthood, no one except her father and Su Jingyang had ever dared to touch her like this. A murderous impulse surged within her. But reason told her she absolutely couldn't act now. After all, resorting to violence before the competition could very well result in the entire team being disqualified. She couldn't let her impulsiveness ruin everyone's year of hard work. She had to force herself to swallow her anger and endure the humiliation in silence. After the draw, Long Linglin swiftly turned and strode off the stage. Su Jingyang, watching from below, saw this scene clearly. Upon returning to her team, Xia Qingxue and the other teammates immediately gathered around her, their eyes filled with concern and anticipation. They asked in unison, "Captain Lang, what did you draw?" Long Linglin sighed softly, slowly flipping the bamboo slip in her hand. A large character was written on it. The group froze for a moment before realizing what it meant. Their martial arts academy would be the first to compete. Guilt flashed across Lang Linglin's face as she offered, "It's all my fault. My luck was bad, I drew the number 1 slip." Xia Qingxue hurried forward, gently patting Lang Linglin's shoulder as she comforted her, "Don't say that. Who could predict the outcome of a draw? Going first might even give us the advantage of striking first. Right, everyone?" The others enthusiastically chimed in, "Right. Exactly. It's not your fault, Sister Ling. My fists have been itching to fight for ages." Hearing this, Long Linglin's expression suddenly hardened. She met everyone's gaze directly and volunteered with unwavering resolve, "Since I drew this lot, I'll take the first fight. I'll give it my all and set a strong start for us." Su Jingyang didn't join the crowd, instead standing apart. At that moment, a certain someone was taunting him. That person was none other than Bai Wei. Standing not far away, Bai Wei held his bamboo slip aloft, his face smug with satisfaction. Su Jingyang narrowed his eyes slightly. With his keen eyesight, he could clearly make out the character 2 written on the bamboo stick. He instantly understood, Bai Wei had clearly rigged things from the start, deliberately arranging for the Martial Arts Academy and their magic capital First High School to clash early. His cunning plan was to eliminate one of the Martial Arts Academy's fighters right from the start. Not only would this create a numerical disadvantage, but it would also severely demoralize them. But this played right into Su Jingyang's hands. He'd been itching to be the first one up there, beating everyone senseless. Bai Wei made a throat-slitting gesture toward Su Jingyang before turning and strutting toward the stage. Su Jingyang watched his retreating figure, a cold smile curling his lips. Without hesitation, he turned and strode through the crowd, heading straight for Lang Linglin. He reached out, firmly taking the bamboo stick from Long Linglin's hand. His tone was steady yet unquestionable. "First match. I'll go." Long Linglin's eyes widened. Her face filled with concern as she looked at Su Jingyang, waving her hands urgently. "No, I can't let you. I won't feel at ease." This year, the main players from other teams are fairly balanced, but Bai Wei is different. He's ridiculously strong. The elders in our family specifically warned me that with my current strength, my chances of defeating him are slim. So, I should go first to wear him down physically and mentally. You can save your strength for the final match. That way, we'll have a better chance of winning. Seeing Lang Linglin's nervous expression, Su Jingyang couldn't help but smile. His grin radiated confidence and nonchalance. "That's only because your family elders don't know me. Otherwise, they wouldn't say that. By the way, Captain Lang, when will you introduce me to your family elders? I'd love to have a powerful backer to lean on." He meant it as a light-hearted tease, trying to ease the tension. At his words, Lang Linglin's fair face instantly flushed crimson, as if ignited by flames. She lowered her head, her eyes darting nervously, while inside, her heart pounded like a frightened rabbit. To her ears, his words sounded like the shy request of a lover asking when they might meet the parents, leaving her both embarrassed and flustered. Why are you blushing?" Su Jingyang looked utterly bewildered. He was puzzled. He'd only made a joke, why was this girl suddenly so flustered? Women's hearts are like needles at the bottom of the sea. They're impossible to figure out, fighting's easier. Chapter 58, The kid got careless and didn't dodge. Be careful. I've studied Magic City first high's tactics. They always put their strongest fighter first. They'll likely send Bai Wei out for the first match. Lang Linlin furrowed her brow, her worried gaze fixed on Su Jingyang, filled with concern and unease. Su Jingyang's lips curved upward in a confident smile as he declared with certainty, "Don't worry. I'd be more concerned if he didn't show up." First round, Martial Arts Academy vs Magic City No. 1 High School. The announcer's roaring voice instantly echoed throughout the entire martial arts center. Please welcome the contestants from both schools to the stage. At the command, Bai Wei strode onto the stage like a dazzling star. His signature white hair fluttered wildly in the wind, his black cloak rustling sharply as it billowed behind him. The blue iron hammer strapped to his back emitted a chilling, menacing glow. The venue erupted instantly, cheers and shouts surging like waves crashing against the shore. This was the Magic City, his home turf. Among the tens of thousands in the stands, it was no exaggeration to say half had come solely for him. As this year's most anticipated dark horse, Bai Wei's popularity remained sky-high, making him the undisputed center of attention. Above the general seating area, however, an atmosphere of profound stillness hung over a VIP suite. Two men well past 50 sat facing each other, sipping wine with leisurely composure. One sat upright, his expression steady, every gesture radiating scholarly elegance. The other sat casually, his legs crossed in a relaxed, carefree manner. A closer look revealed that this man's eyes bore a striking resemblance to Bai Wei's, filled with unbridled arrogance, as if nothing in the world could faze him. The banquet table was laden with delicacies, each dish a rare culinary treasure. Any single dish could easily cost more than an ordinary family's income for several years. Bai Wei's grandfather, Bai Changsheng, casually tapped his cigarette holder on the ground to shake off the ash. A smug look spread across his face as he began to boast. "Old Su, who'd have thought this year's martial arts exam reforms would come at such a perfect time for my grandson? With his skills, winning the martial arts top scholar title is practically a sure thing. But if he wants to become an examiner, he might still be a bit green. Old Su, I see you haven't taken on any apprentices in all these years. Why not take Bai Wei under your wing and let him gain some solid experience with you?" Old Su heard this and slowly shook his head, his face still bearing that faint smile, neither confirming nor denying. Seeing this, Bai Changsheng grew impatient, his smile stiffening slightly. "Old Su, didn't you say yourself this year that you'd take a national championship winner as your private disciple? My son Bai Wei is the top contender for the championship. This would be perfect." Su narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze drifting through the private room's window to rest upon Su Jingyang, who had just stepped onto the Martial Arts Academy's field. A meaningful smile touched his lips as he murmured softly, "It's true, I did say that. But old Bai, you spoke a bit too soon." Bai Changxing's face flushed alternately pale and crimson at the rebuke, his pride stung. His tone grew urgent and earnest. "Come on, old Su. I've laid it all out here, don't refuse me like this. Let's be honest, is there any student this year with more potential than my grandson?" Old Su remained impassive, lifting his wine cup with deliberate slowness. He took a light sip, his gaze never leaving Su Jingyang, and simply uttered three words, "We'll see." On the competition field. "It's you." Bai Wei's face flickered with surprise when he saw Su Jingyang stepping onto the field. He quickly regained his arrogant demeanor, sneering, "Is your martial arts academy out of options? Sending a nobody like you to lead the charge?" Su Jingyang dug his ear with obvious disgust, his eyes brimming with scorn as he shot back without mercy, "Talk big when you suck. Can't you just shut your trap during a match? Do you need someone to coddle you? You might as well quit fighting and go back to kindergarten. There, pretty kindergarten teachers will wait on you hand and foot. Two birds with one stone, satisfying your filthy desires. Perfect for you." Bai Wei's face instantly flushed crimson, seething with rage at Su Jingyang's words. In a fit of fury and humiliation, he yanked the hammer of Mercury from his back and charged forward, bellowing, "I'll smash your mouth to pieces." All of this unfolded exactly as Su Jingyang had anticipated. This was a tactic Bai Wei had repeatedly employed. First, he provoked his opponent into losing his temper and reason. Then, during the fight, he observed his attack patterns and adjusted his strategy accordingly. For a young swordsman, weapons weren't just the blades in their hands. Rich experience was equally vital to overcoming foes. "Form one, sword god's insight." Su Jingyang growled, his eyes instantly blazing golden. Through his eyes, Bai Wei's movements seemed to slow down several times over. Every subtle action became traceable, allowing Su Jingyang to anticipate and evade attacks in advance. Amidst dodging Bai Wei's relentless onslaught, Su Jingyang keenly sensed something amiss with his opponent. Bai Wei seemed unable to fully control his own power. His breathing between each move was unnaturally rushed, his energy chaotic and disordered. This discovery reignited Su Jingyang's suspicions. While deftly evading the strikes, he diverted his attention, striving to unravel the mystery surrounding Bai Wei. As the sword god's insight deepened, Bai Wei's body gradually became transparent in Su Jingyang's vision. Su Jingyang could clearly see the 12 regular meridians and 8 extraordinary meridians within his opponent's body. He furrowed his brow slightly. Typically, a martial artist's meridians, nourished by gale energy, should appear warm white, smooth, and flowing. Yet within Bai Wei's meridians, several clusters of black, malevolent energy raged wildly, recklessly disrupting their stability. Su Jingyang instantly understood. It seemed the opponent had consumed some substance, causing his strength to surge suddenly, yet his foundation had become extremely unstable. In other words, he couldn't possibly master 4th-tier power. Realizing this, Su Jingyang's confidence, which had been at 99% certainty of victory, now reached a full 100%. 1 hammer strike, 2 hammer strikes. Each time Bai Wei's hammer swung wildly, striking only Su Jingyang's afterimage, it left a deep crater in the ground. Before long, not a single patch of the ring remained intact. The entire surface was pitted and uneven, resembling a groundhog's burrow. Seeing Su Jingyang merely dodging relentlessly, Bai Wei's rage intensified. He bellowed, "Are you a cowardly turtle? What's the point of just dodging? Do you dare to strike me?" Before the words faded, a powerful gust struck Bai Wei. Half his face took the full force of the blow, his head jerking violently to the side. His jaw snapped open uncontrollably, spewing a spray of saliva mixed with blood. His body staggered backward several steps, leaving shallow imprints on the stone slabs beneath his feet. Bai Wei's eyes widened, filled with rage and shock. His face rapidly swelled, the vivid red handprint clearly visible. His teeth chattered, his chest heaving violently, his heavy breathing seeming to ignite the air. Su Jingyang withdrew his hand and swiftly backed away, creating distance. "Not only are you a creep, but you're a pervert too. But hey, I'm just a good guy, right? You're welcome for satisfying you." Though the blow itself wasn't particularly damaging, the humiliation it delivered was profound. The entire scene was witnessed by Bai Chansheng and Su Wang from the Supreme VIP room. Bai Chansheng gave an awkward chuckle, still trying to make excuses for his precious grandson. The kid was careless, didn't dodge. But none of that matters. Su Wang smiled without comment, quietly continuing to observe the situation. Chapter 59, like popping bubbles? I'll rip your tendons. Bai Wei roared, completely consumed by fury. His eyes blazed crimson, rage contorting his features. With every ounce of strength in his body, he slammed the mercury hammer glowing with an eerie blue light into the ground. Weapon spirit resonance. With a thunderous crash, the hammer began to undergo a bizarre transformation. Its metallic structure flowed and restructured like fluid metal. The once broad hammerhead gradually contracted and elongated, its surface erupting with intricate energy patterns. In the blink of an eye, the hammer completed its transformation, morphing into a futuristic, sci-fi-inspired mercury cannon. Its barrel glowed a deep blue, while dangerous arcs of electricity flickered at the muzzle. Bai Wei gripped the mercury cannon tightly with both hands, murmuring incantations. Immediately, his S-class lightning domain rapidly expanded outward from him. Thunderbolts as thick as arms raged and danced within the domain, scorching the arena floor with charred, blackened trails wherever they passed. Simultaneously, supercharged electricity began gathering on the cannon's surface, making the mercury cannons glow even more dazzling. Bai Wei aimed at Su Jingyang, a savage grin spreading across his face as he violently pumped the cannon handle up and down. Whoosh! 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 The sound echoed like laser blasts from Star Wars. Streams of supercharged energy, like arrows splitting the heavens, screeched toward Su Jingyang. This was a combo attack. Within the lightning domain's range, Bai Wei's attack speed and the supercharged bolt's flight speed increased by 200%. Air along their path instantly ionized, blinding flashes and piercing screeches erupting as the entire arena shook violently under the assault's might. You like dodging? I'll make you dodge until you drop dead. Bai Wei gritted his teeth, his face contorted with frenzied rage. His hands moved like the wind, manipulating the mercury cannon. Shells poured out like a Gatling gun, raining down densely toward Su Jingyang, blanketing the entire arena in a hail of fire. Faced with such a relentless barrage, even a 5th-tier expert would struggle to evade. Yet Su Jingyang remained utterly composed. A thought flashed through his mind: if evasion is impossible, then I won't evade. His Celestial Guardian Cloak already provided a 50% damage reduction. Now, channeling his Gunchi to its fullest, a faint golden glow enveloped his body. This dual defense provided nearly 75% damage reduction. The shells, packed with immense electrical charge and seemingly devastating, felt like a balloon's gentle touch upon impact with Su Jingyang soft and powerless. Not only that, but the current passing through the cloak in his aura gave him a tingly, pleasantly numbing sensation. Bai Wei, oblivious to this, saw Su Jingyang standing motionless and assumed his attack had been effective. His laughter grew even more maniacal. Ha! Let's see how much longer you can hold out. He redoubled his efforts, accelerating the rhythm of his hands until he reached a terrifying rate of 12 shots per second. The unique firing mechanism of the mercury cannon required rapid stroking up and down along its handle. Bai Wei now stood in an awkward posture, his eyes bloodshot, his hands moving so fast they left afterimages. Seeing him like this, Su Jingyang nearly burst out laughing on the battlefield. Suddenly, Su Jingyang vanished without warning. It was his Celestial Guardian Cloak triggering the extremely rare Stellar Concealment effect. Though this effect had only a 10% chance of activating, Bai Wei's insane firing rate and the sheer volume of shells he unleashed proved overwhelming. Under this barrage, the stealth effect actually activated. A second later, Su Jingyang reappeared slightly closer. Putting on airs. Bai Wei didn't notice anything unusual, dismissing Su Jingyang's actions as some cheap trick. His mercury cannon continued to spew shells relentlessly. As the saying goes, those in the thick of things are often blind, while outsiders see clearly. While Bai Wei, caught in a frenzy of attack on the field, remained oblivious, every spectator in the stand saw it clearly. They clearly saw Su Jingyang advancing toward Bai Wei in an ingeniously executed S-shaped pattern. With each wave of shells, Su Jingyang perfectly timed his movements, using the brief concealment of a stellar concealment to evade attacks and advance a short distance. By the time Bai Wei finally reacted, it was already too late. Su Jingyang was now barely 10 paces away. A flicker of panic crossed Bai Wei's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. He clearly saw Su Jingyang held no weapon in his hands. Even at such close quarters, what could he possibly do to him? Was he really going to attack barehanded? Then, with the mercury cannon in his hand, he could block at any moment and seize the opportunity to fire a full power shot at his opponent's head, a single strike guaranteed to win. At this thought, Bai Wei's anxiety vanished, replaced by a gleam of excitement in his eyes. He even began anticipating Su Jingyang making the first move, eager for the chance to showcase this brilliant counterattack. Yet in all his calculations, Bai Wei had overlooked Su Jingyang's elusive cloaking ability. Once the gears of fate began turning, luck arrived like an unstoppable force. Just as Bai Wei waited expectantly for Su Jingyang to make his move, Su Jingyang's figure dissolved like wispy smoke once more, vanishing silently into the air. A single second, to ordinary eyes, was but a fleeting moment. But for a martial artist, a single second could alter the course of battle or even claim a life. Though lethal strikes are strictly prohibited in competition, with blows required to stop at the point of contact. But this very second still brimmed with endless menace. As the figure vanished before his eyes, Bai Wei felt the air around him freeze instantly. An inexplicable fear washed over him like a tidal wave. He desperately repeated to himself, trying to calm his panicked emotions, "Focus, prepare to counterattack. He has no weapons, nothing to fear." The words still echoed in his mind when disaster struck. Put! Blood spattered, splattering across the stone floor of the arena in a horrifying pattern. Bai Wei stared in disbelief as the mercury cannon slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground. His right hand hung limply at his side, fingers trembling uncontrollably. His tendons had been severed with surgical precision. Crimson blood dripped steadily from his fingertips, pooling into a small lake of blood on the floor. At that moment, Su Jingyang materialized once more, appearing behind Bai Wei. Standing tall, he held a long sword formed from golden sword intent. The blade shimmered with shifting light, radiating a fierce aura, its surface still dotted with droplets of blood. Who said he had no weapon? Sword intent was his sharpest, deadliest weapon. The entire arena fell into an instant deathly silence. Spectators stared wide-eyed, mouths gaping wide enough to swallow an egg, speechless at this sudden reversal. No one had anticipated the situation shifting so dramatically within a single second. "You worthless trash, well done." Tang Yao leapt from her seat in excitement, cheering loudly. Lang Linglin felt joy within, though she kept her composure. Inside the VIP box, Bai Changsheng, who had been watching the match with a calm expression, now looked as if struck by lightning. He abruptly stood up, the chair scraping against the floor with a shrill screech. "Sorry, old Su, gotta go." Forgetting all about appearances, he hurriedly tossed out the words before dashing out of the VIP room like a whirlwind, sprinting toward the ring. Chapter 60, Didn't bet on me to win? Serves you right for losing. Bai Wei stared at his numb right hand, his face etched with utter disbelief. His lips trembled as he sucked in a sharp breath, his pupils constricting wildly, as if witnessing the most unbelievable sight imaginable. How is this possible? Su Jingyang's lips curled into a cold sneer, his eyes brimming with contempt. Why not? Did you really think your petty tricks could intimidate me? Today, I'm merely showing you that there's always someone better out there. At these words, Bai Wei's face twisted into a hideous grimace. Rage surged like a raging tide, completely engulfing him. He let out a roar like a wounded beast, abandoning all dignity as he lunged forward on all fours, charging at Su Jingyang like a rabid animal. Yet he was merely a spent force now. His seemingly ferocious charge was nothing but a laughable spectacle. Su Jingyang, observing this, remained unruffled. With a light push off the ground, his body shot upward like a black bolt of lightning. Mid-air, he adjusted his posture with pinpoint precision. As Bai Wei reached the peak of his charge below, Su Jingyang descended with sudden force. His foot landed squarely on Bai Wei's face, pinning him firmly to the ring. The force of that stomp was immense. It shattered a large section of the blue-veined stone floor beneath him. Bai Wei's eyes rolled back and he instantly passed out. At the same moment, Bai Changsheng sprinted from the VIP box and finally reached the edge of the ring. His face twisted with panic as he shouted, "Stop this!" Su Jingyang heard the voice and turned to look at the old man with an upward-pointing beard. He recognized the man's identity at a glance. His gaze remained calm, his tone detached. "What? Feeling sorry for him already? Did you ever imagine this day would come, given how arrogant your grandson was?" Bai Changsheng was momentarily speechless, caught in a dilemma, his expression filled with helplessness. He couldn't bear to see his grandson trampled and humiliated like this, yet he couldn't defy the Bai family's ancestral creed. Generations of the Bai family had produced generals, and the creed rather die fighting than surrender weighed upon him like a heavy mountain. To surrender for his grandson now would be a brutal slap in the face to the Bai family, an act destined to become the subject of scornful gossip for generations. Just as the standoff reached its peak, Old Man Su strolled over at a leisurely pace. His expression calm, his gaze swept across the arena before settling on the referee. The man is unconscious. What are you still watching for? It wasn't the referee's fault for not ruling promptly. The situation on the field had changed in the blink of an eye. And Su Jingyang's move had truly caught him off guard, leaving him momentarily stunned. Hearing this, the referee finally snapped out of his daze. He hastily raised his flag and announced loudly, "Oh. Round 1 ends. Martial Arts Academy wins." Upon hearing the verdict, Su Jingyang slowly withdrew the leg still planted on Bai Wei's head. He brushed the dust off his clothes, preparing to walk off the stage. Suddenly, a hand covered in bulging veins reached out, blocking his path. Su Jingyang looked up to find Bai Changsheng standing before him. Despite Bai Changsheng's desperate restraint, the rage burning in his eyes resembled a volcano on the verge of eruption, ready to explode at any moment. The match may be over, but the matter between the Bai family and you is far from settled. Bai Changsheng gritted his teeth, enunciating each word deliberately. Su Jingyang remained calm, meeting Bai Changsheng's gaze without flinching. A faint, mocking smile touched his lips. "Oh? So you lost, and now you blame your opponent for being too strong? Why not reflect on yourselves? Could it be that your precious grandson is too weak and has gone down the wrong path? What nonsense are you spouting?" Bai Changsheng's face flushed red with rage, his beard bristling. He never imagined this wet behind the ears brat would dare mock him so brazenly. Just as the tension escalated and Bai Changsheng seemed poised to erupt, Su Wang appeared once more, stepping between them like a barrier. He reached out a hand and gently pressed down Bai Changsheng's arm, which was raised high in fury. Turning to Su Jingyang with a gentle expression, he said, "He's just overexcited. Young man, don't take it to heart. Let's head back first." Su Jingyang snorted coldly, his face regaining that confident smile as he turned and strode back toward his team. The moment he reached his group, everyone instantly surrounded him, cheering and celebrating their first major victory. Xia Qingxue looked concerned as she pulled out a tissue and gently wiped the sweat from Su Jingyang's forehead. "Su Jingyang, you were so cool just now. You won that fight beautifully." Lang Linglin stepped forward, offering a bottle of water. "You worked hard. Drink up." Tang Yao, excited like a little rabbit, suddenly dashed over. She wrapped her arms tightly around Su Jingyang's arm, shaking him playfully, her face beaming with a bright smile. "You little fish, you fought great. Thanks for getting me back at him. I owe you one." The soft, yielding sensation instantly sent a jolt through Su Jingyang's body. He quickly pulled his arm away, looking helplessly at her. "Don't say nonsense. I didn't bring any personal feelings into it. It was just a normal match." Tang Yao playfully stuck out her tongue, though she knew exactly what was going on. She knew Su Jingyang had definitely taken revenge for her. Otherwise, given his steady temperament, he wouldn't have risked being hunted down by the Bai family elders by ending the match with such a humiliating move. The thought made Tang Yao feel rather pleased with herself. She tilted her head back and said with a grin, "Don't worry, you little fish. Even if they dare to come after you in private, I won't let my father spare the Bai family." Lang Linglin frowned slightly, her gaze unwavering as she declared solemnly, "Our Lang family will also do everything in our power to protect you." She paused, as if silently resolving something within herself. "I pledge my reputation. The Lang family holds considerable standing in the martial arts world. As long as I'm here, the Bai family won't dare touch you lightly." Su Jingyang looked at Lang Linglin and Tang Yao, a bitter smile touching his lips. "Thanks, I guess." He understood that major clans operated by their own rules. Seeking private revenge over a mere loss would only tarnish the family's reputation if it became public. Besides, even if the Bai family dared to cause trouble, he still had Huang Feiping backing him. That guy might love gambling, but I'd made him a fortune. He wouldn't let anything happen to me. Just as he was thinking about Huang Feiping, it seemed the saying, "Speak of the devil," held true. Huang Feiping was already hurrying toward them. Su Jingyang stepped forward to greet him, intending to ask how much profit he'd made from the wagers on this match. But as he drew near, he found Huang Feiping's face clouded with worry, his brows knitted into a deep frown. Su Jingyang couldn't help but feel puzzled. He asked, "Lord Mayor, what's wrong? You look terrible." Huang Feiping looked up, his face nearly contorted with tears, his voice breaking as he said, "I thought you still had a ways to go, but I never imagined you could actually win." As he spoke, he kept slapping his thigh, his face full of regret. "That was my entire savings. Wu Go took it all. If I'd known you were this good, I should have bet on you to win." Su Jingyang heard this, his lips twitching slightly, momentarily speechless. He silently thought, "Seriously, did you ever believe I could actually win?" Chapter 61, You bunch of free riding dogs. Round 2, Martial Arts Academy vs Tianjia First High. Su Jingyang stretched his limbs, preparing to take the stage once more, when a clamor erupted from the direction of Magic City First High below. You must have cheated. How else could you be this strong? A shrill voice cut through the air first. Exactly. We've never heard of Su Jingyang before. Suddenly appearing and being this powerful? There's definitely something fishy going on. Another voice chimed in. Over half the audience were fans of Magic City First High, especially die-hard supporters of Bai Wei. These remarks ignited the crowd like a spark to a powder keg. People joined the chorus of criticism, pointing fingers at Su Jingyang as a barrage of doubts filled the air. The referees and staff desperately tried to calm things down, but their efforts only seemed to confirm the crowd's suspicion that Su Jingyang was being protected. Damn it! Refund my ticket! This is rigged. How dare you keep fighting? Get off the stage! Witnessing the collective fury, Su Jingyang shook his head helplessly, a bitter smile curling his lips. This world is full of idiots. If I win, they say I used unfair means. By that logic, I have to lose. Then what's the point of holding this competition? Why not just predetermine your Bai Wei as the MVP? You bunch of freeloading dogs. These words struck like a hammer blow to the hearts of the Shanghai No. 1 high school students. Their faces flushed crimson with shame and indignation, utterly humiliated by the accusation. Suddenly, a voice from the crowd, sharp as a knife, cut through the silence. If you're truly innocent, why don't you take a drug test right now? It was Bai Wei, who had been unconscious, waking up. Filled with defiance, his first act was to question Su Jingyang's true abilities. He couldn't believe that he, a scion of a prestigious family, had lost to an unknown commoner. In terms of resources or talent, how could he possibly fall short of his opponent? The moment the suggestion was voiced, the crowd reacted as if receiving a command, erupting instantly in a chorus of agreement. Exactly. If he won't take a drug test, he must have something to hide. Right. Make him take a drug test, let's see how he wriggles out of this. It seemed the competition couldn't proceed without giving these fools some closure. Su Jingyang sighed calmly. If I have nothing to hide, what's there to fear? Bring it on. Soon, the stadium staff scrambled to coordinate, and a doctor in a white coat hurried over with professional blood drawing equipment. Su Jingyang extended his arm without hesitation, allowing the doctor to draw the blood sample. The sample was swiftly sent to a professional testing machine, already prepared nearby, for analysis. The venue fell silent. Everyone held their breath, eyes fixed intently on the testing equipment screen. Time seemed to freeze, each second dragging on interminably. Finally, the results appeared. The machine clearly displayed all indicators within normal ranges, with no traces of any drug components. The crowd fell instantly silent upon seeing the results. Those fans of Magic City First High who had been shouting the loudest moments before now hung their heads, unable to utter a word, their faces betraying utter embarrassment and awkwardness. Su Jingyang swept the stage with a commanding glance and bellowed, "Where's your noise? Why aren't you shouting now?" A deathly silence fell over the crowd below the stage. No one dared answer his challenge. Suddenly, the accompanying teacher from Tianzhou No. 1 High School looked frantic. Raising his hand high, he shrieked, "We voluntarily withdraw from the competition." The declaration sent shockwaves through the crowd, all eyes turning toward Tianzhou No. 1 High School in astonishment. The host froze, instinctively glancing at the match schedule in his hand, his face clouded with confusion. But he quickly regained his composure and announced, "Then it's Martial Arts Academy versus Lien First High." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a similarly decisive response echoed from the Lien First High side. Lien First High voluntarily withdraws from the competition. The host was utterly dumbfounded, swallowing hard as his voice trembled slightly. Martial Arts Academy versus Wind Fairy First High. Yet Fengxian First High's answer echoed the same, "We withdraw as well." Team after team chose to forfeit. The reason was simple, Su Jingyang's display of power against Bai Wei had been brutal. Suffering serious injury before the martial arts exam was simply too high a price for these students to pay. After all, only one team could earn the privilege of competing in the national tournament, and that spot went to the MVP of the champion team. They truly saw no point in fighting tooth and nail over it. The host stood frozen in place, his eyes filled with confusion and helplessness, looking like a clueless rookie soldier. He instinctively turned to Wu Yu, the East China regional director, his eyes pleading for help. Wu Yu could only shake his head helplessly, spreading his hands wide. "Don't look at me, I've never encountered this situation either." With 5 teams originally competing, 3 had now collectively withdrawn. Thus, after a full rotation of the schedule, the match had come full circle back to the original pairing, Martial Arts Academy versus Magic City No. 1 High School. This time, the host felt a chill run down his spine. He dared not announce it rashly. Instead, he cautiously looked directly at the Magic Capital No. 1 High School team and asked, "Are you withdrawing too?" The students of Magic City First High hung their heads in utter dejection. They had been so close to achieving their dream of back-to-back championships. But now, facing Su Jingyang, they were filled with dread. Even Bai Wei, the overwhelming favorite to win, had been crushed under Su Jingyang's feet. If they stepped onto the stage, wouldn't they be beaten half to death? Originally, they had meticulously planned to stir up the crowd's emotions, inciting hatred toward Su Jingyang to disrupt the competition. Unexpectedly, they ended up shooting themselves in the foot. Not only did their scheme backfire, but it also deepened everyone's fear of Su Jingyang. Seeing this, the teacher from Magic City First High let out a helpless sigh and slowly nodded. Thus, the Martial Arts Academy claimed first place in the tournament without a hint of suspense. Su Jingyang, backed by his undeniable prowess, rightfully earned the MVP title. The host wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, his voice still trembling slightly as he announced loudly, "The champion of this national tournament is Martial Arts Academy. The MVP goes to Su Jingyang." Although Bai Wei had lost his duel against Su Jingyang, he remained the sole competitor from Magic City No. 1 High School to have actually faced Su Jingyang in combat. According to the competition rules, Magic City No. 1 High School ultimately secured the runner-up position. Just as the teachers and students of Magic City First High School, filled with disappointment, prepared to leave, Su Jingyang suddenly shouted, "Wait!" His voice echoed through the empty arena, drawing the attention of everyone present. The accompanying teacher from Magic City No. 1 High School frowned, his face dark with displeasure. He stepped forward and demanded, "What do you want? The competition is over. Do you intend to humiliate us further?" His tone brimmed with resentment and unwillingness. Su Jingyang's expression was stern as his gaze fixed directly on Bai Wei. He spoke slowly and deliberately, "I demand a drug test for Bai Wei." Chapter 62, The Patriarch of the Bai Clan pays his respects to young Master Su. The declaration sent shockwaves through the crowd once more, with the Magic City No. 1 High School delegation erupting into chaos. "Bai Wei has already lost to you. What's the point of this?" One after another, students from Magic City First High School stepped forward, faces flushed, shouting loudly. Hearing the demand for a drug test, Bai Wei abruptly lifted his lowered head, a flicker of panic flashing in his eyes. Su Jingyang remained unmoved, letting out a cold laugh. "Then why should you be able to demand a drug test from me, but I can't demand one from him? Does this mean equality doesn't apply to everyone? Or does the Bai family hold some kind of privilege?" The remark left the crowd speechless. Most present came from ordinary families. If they continued to criticize Su Jingyang now, they wouldn't feel good about themselves either. Wu Yu stepped before Bai Wei, his expression grave. "Given these doubts, to provide everyone with an explanation, please cooperate with the drug test." Bai Wei's face instantly turned grim. He instinctively took a step back, wanting to refuse, yet under the gaze of the crowd, he couldn't find a suitable excuse. The murmurs around them grew louder as everyone waited for Bai Wei's response. Su Jingyang observed Bai Wei's evasive demeanor, then glanced at Bai Changxing standing nearby, his face flushed with embarrassment yet still trying to hold himself together. An idea formed in his mind. He stepped forward, his gaze fixed squarely on Bai Changxing, and declared loudly, "Old Master Bai, your Bai family is a prominent and respected clan in the martial arts world. Now that matters have escalated to this point, as the eldest elder of the Bai family, won't you state your position? Or could it be that the reputation of the Bai family means less to you than a single drug test?" Bai Changxing's face instantly turned grim, his lips trembling slightly as he opened his mouth to protest. Su Jingyang pressed on immediately, "When your grandson was clamoring for me to undergo a drug test earlier, he was quite righteous about it. Now we're merely asking him to undergo the same scrutiny. If you refuse, how will others view the Bai family when word gets out? That your family only allows officials to set fires but forbids commoners from lighting lamps?" The murmurs around them grew louder, and stares pierced Bai Changxing's back like needles. His face burned fiercely. Finally, unable to withstand the tidal wave of suspicion and Su Jingyang's relentless pressure, Bai Changxing gritted his teeth and roared, "Test him. Go ahead and test him. The Bai family has always acted with integrity. What have we to fear from your baseless accusations? My grandson is innocent and has nothing to hide." Bai Wei stood nearby, a flicker of despair crossing his eyes at his grandfather's decision. "Grandfather, I truly can't." Before he could finish, Bai Changxing grabbed Bai Wei by the back of his neck like a puppy and dragged him to the doctor for a blood test. Everyone present held their breath, eyes fixed intently on the testing equipment. Time seemed to freeze in that moment, each second stretching unbearably long. Finally, the drug test results appeared. The screen flashed a warning red. The hearts suspended in the air of the crowd finally sank. As expected, Bai Wei's blood contained demonic energy. There was only one possible explanation: he had consumed the blood of a high-tier ferocious beast. Such an act was strictly forbidden in the martial arts world of China. The blood of ferocious beasts would contaminate the practitioner's originally pure body and disrupt their mind. It magnifies inner malevolence infinitely, allowing greed, hatred, and delusion to consume the mind. It was akin to drugs in his previous life. Over time, it drives people to commit outrageous acts. The entire venue was instantly enveloped in shock. After a deafening silence, a roar of discussion erupted. Bai Changxing froze in place, his face twisted with fury and disbelief. He stormed forward, pointing an accusing finger at the doctor and bellowing, "What kind of testing is this? It's complete nonsense. The equipment must be faulty, you quacks." The doctor conducting the test trembled visibly. Slowly removing his mask, he stammered, "Mr. Bai. I work at a hospital under the Bai family's umbrella. This equipment was also sponsored by the Bai family. I'm being framed. Upon hearing this, Bai Changsheng felt as if struck by lightning. He froze in place, utterly speechless. After all, the entire National College League tournament was being broadcast live. It was embarrassing enough that Bai Wei had been crushed by an unknown youth, but now he was caught using banned substances. This was undoubtedly adding insult to injury, completely shaming the Bai family. The rage boiling within Bai Changsheng could no longer be contained. He spun around abruptly and delivered a sharp slap to Bai Wei's face. A sharp crack echoed through the air. Bai Wei's face jerked to the side. After being slapped by Su Jingyang on the field, one side of his face had already swollen. Now both sides were symmetrically swollen, turning his face into a complete pig's head. Bai Wei stared in disbelief, eyes wide and brimming with tears. He looked at Bai Changsheng, his voice trembling with emotion. "Grandfather, you hit me?" In his memory, though his grandfather had always been strict with him, he had never laid a hand on him. He had always entrusted Bai Wei with important responsibilities and held high hopes for him. Bai Changsheng's eyes blazed with fury as he roared, "A son of the Bai family resorting to such underhanded methods, don't you deserve this?" With that, he raised his hand high once more. Terrified, Bai Wei quickly lowered his head, shielding his face with both hands. Cold sweat poured from his forehead as his body trembled slightly, unable to utter another sound. However, Bai Changsheng's raised hand paused mid-air for a moment before slowly lowering. As bombshell after bombshell exploded, nearly every camera on the scene focused on the Bai grandfather and grandson and Su Jingyang. Bai Changsheng looked at his grandson before him and sighed heavily, as if trying to expel all the helplessness and regret in his heart. Then, he slowly turned to face the audience and the cameras trained on them. His voice was low yet clear as he declared, "Today's event stemmed from the Bai family's failure to properly discipline our wayward son, Bai Wei, who has committed a grave error. I hereby voluntarily announce the revocation of Bai Wei's runner-up title and accept any punishment the Education Bureau deems fit." He paused briefly, his eyes filled with anguish, before continuing, "Furthermore, Bai Wei will withdraw from the upcoming National Martial Arts examination. I will personally guide Bai Wei through a purification ritual to expel all malevolent energy from his body and ensure he stays on the right path." With that, Bai Changsheng turned, his gaze settling on Su Jingyang with a complex expression. "Young friend, we owe you a debt of gratitude. Had it not been for you, I would have remained in the dark, allowing Bai Wei to continue his descent into depravity, drinking the blood of ferocious beasts. Had this continued, he would not only have become a useless shell of a man, but could have even become a menace to society. The Bai family owes you a great debt of gratitude. Should you ever need anything in the future, the Bai family will spare no effort to assist you." Having said this, Bai Changsheng prepared to bow deeply in apology and gratitude. Seeing this, Su Jingyang stepped forward promptly, extending both hands to steady him. "Mr. Bai, please, no need for such formalities. I merely acted to ensure the fairness of the competition. Besides, though Bai Wei behaves recklessly, he is still young. If he can reform himself, his future remains promising." He offered these polite words to preserve some dignity for Bai Changsheng, because he had witnessed the genuine emotion flowing from Bai Changsheng. With his straightforward nature, this couldn't be an act. It was Bai Wei who erred, not the old gentleman himself. Besides, it's wise to leave a little room for future encounters. Who knows? Given time, he might actually need their help. Hearing this, Bai Changsheng straightened up, his eyes brimming with gratitude as he looked at Su Jingyang. "Not only are you exceptionally skilled, but you also possess a generous heart. You are destined for greatness. It is a blessing for the Bai family to have forged this bond of goodwill with you." Chapter 63, Roar, "I'm actually your father." Su Jingyang observed the disheveled Bai Wei before him and slowly approached. Bending down slightly, he gently ruffled Bai Wei's hair like an elder, speaking earnestly, "Go back and reform yourself. Don't stray down the wrong path again." Bai Wei lifted his head, his eyes still flickering with stubborn defiance. After all, he had always been proud and ambitious. Now, not only had he suffered a crushing defeat in the competition, but he had also lost all face in front of everyone. It was truly hard for him to swallow his pride. Bai Changsheng took in every flicker of Bai Wei's expression. His eyes widened in fury as he glared at Bai Wei, his gaze fierce enough to devour him whole. Bai Wei shuddered violently at his grandfather's glare, his legs weakening so much he nearly collapsed to his knees. Bai Changsheng's voice trembled with fury. "He saved your life. If not for him, you'd still be wandering down the wrong path. Hurry up and thank him." Bai Wei bit his lip, his face alternating between pale and crimson. After a moment's hesitation, he finally bowed his head, his voice trembling slightly. Thank you, benefactor." His voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz, yet in the arena that had grown quiet after the commotion, it reached every ear with crystal clarity. Su Jingyang watched Bai Wei's expression without a trace of smugness, merely offering a faint smile. Tang Yao watched Su Jingyang's triumphant return, her eyes sparkling with admiration. She bounded toward him like a playful fawn, her crisp voice brimming with astonishment. "You jerk. No way. You beat him even though he was cheating." Su Jingyang halted, turning to face Tang Yao. A faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. He scratched the back of his head, feigning modesty while inwardly chuckling. The one with the real cheat code was right here. Ahem, just got lucky. Su Jingyang cleared his throat lightly. Lang Lin, standing nearby, rolled her eyes at his words. Come on, do you think we're all 3-year-olds? From the day you enrolled until now, you've pulled off miracles every single time. Do you really think we can't tell you're holding back? Xia Qingxue nodded in agreement. Yeah, stop being so modest. Pushing by way to that limit in combat and pinpointing the anomaly within him that's not something luck alone could achieve. Su Jingyang felt cornered by their accusations and was about to find an excuse to change the subject. But Tang Yao suddenly leaned in close, hands on her hips, adopting a confrontational stance. So, you've been playing dumb all along. Spill it, have you been secretly practicing some legendary martial art? Or... She suddenly lowered her voice, winking mysteriously, are you actually the heir to some hidden clan? Su Jingyang nearly burst out laughing at her exaggerated display. He suppressed his amusement and replied with deadpan seriousness, if I truly had some hidden background, would I be here attending this martial arts academy as a student? As for cultivation techniques... He deliberately drew out his words, leaving it as a cliffhanger, secret. Tang Yao stomped her foot in frustration, about to press further, when Lang Lin grabbed her arm. Forget it. Stop pestering him. He doesn't want to talk about it for a reason. She turned to look at Su Jingyang, a hint of understanding in her eyes. But one thing I can say for sure, your future path will be anything but ordinary. Su Jingyang paused in surprise, not expecting Lang Lin to say such a thing. He looked at Lang Lin, their gazes meeting in midair as if each had read the deeper meaning in the other's eyes. Xia Qingxue interjected at just the right moment, alright, the competition's over. We should head back and celebrate. Tang Yao, didn't you say Su Jingyang avenged you and would treat everyone to dinner? Tang Yao grabbed Su Jingyang's arm and tugged him forcefully toward the exit. Come on. This lady is treating. We're celebrating today, let's go drink. Su Jingyang tried to refuse. But the moment he heard drinks, the previously listless Huang Feiping perked up instantly. He threw his arm around Su Jingyang's neck. I'm coming too. We're not leaving until we're drunk tonight. The private room was bustling with excitement, lights flashing. Tang Yao grabbed the microphone and belted out a song at the top of her lungs. Her tone-deaf singing did nothing to dampen her enthusiasm, and she had everyone roaring with laughter. Huang Feiping stationed himself at the table laden with delicacies, devouring the food while periodically raising his glass and urging everyone to drink heartily. Xia Qingxue and Lang Lin sat quietly nearby, whispering to each other, occasionally breaking into soft smiles at Tang Yao's singing. Only Su Jingyang sat alone in the corner, the faint glow of his phone screen illuminating his face. This time, opening the game brought another major plot twist. It all began after Su Jingyang's miraculous appearance last time. The Great Xia Kingdom began constructing temples dedicated to him. Households everywhere replaced their statues of Guanyin Bodhisattva or Guangong with miniature versions of Su Jingyang. Clad in purple gold battle armor, seated atop the divine throne of Yingqi, utterly majestic. As the first to discover Su Jingyang and receive his protection, Yi Qingwan. Not only did she regain the favor of Emperor Yi Zhang, but she was also bestowed the title Divinely Protected Princess, becoming the darling of the court. Court officials scrambled to curry favor with her. Yi Xiaoro, whose influence had waned, seethed with resentment and grew to hate Yi Qingwan even more. At this moment, the 8th prince sought her out alone, arranging a meeting at the prince's residence at the dead of night. Uncle Qi, it's so late. Why did you summon me here? Yi Xiaoro yawned, her face brimming with impatience. Yi Qiwan's face was filled with indulgent affection, his expression markedly different from before. He dismissed all the servants first. He stared intently at Yi Xiaoro for a long while, then took a deep breath, as if making a momentous decision. Ruor, I'm actually your father. Yi Xiaoro was speechless, staring at him as if he were insane. Uncle Qi, are you joking with me? This isn't funny at all. I'm going back to bed. Seeing her about to leave, Yi Qiwan grew anxious, his expression turning desperate. This is a capital offense. How could I possibly call you over in the middle of the night just to joke around? Hearing this, Yi Xiaoro halted in her steps and slowly turned back, her eyes brimming with suspicion. She scrutinized Yi Qiwan from head to toe, as if seeing him for the first time. Seeing this, Yi Qiwan knew he couldn't delay any longer. He began to speak slowly, recounting the long-buried story from years past. Back then, I knew your mother, Lady Liang, before your father did. We were deeply in love and perfectly suited for each other. However, to solidify relations between our nations, the late emperor forced your father into a political marriage with Lady Liang and demanded they produce an heir swiftly. Soon after, your sister, Yi Qingwan, was born. He paused, a flicker of pain crossing his eyes. But my feelings for your mother remained unresolved. We couldn't resist meeting again. Not long after, your mother told me she was pregnant. It happened just as your father was leading the army on a campaign abroad. So, you are my child. By this point, Yi Qiwan was weeping openly, his voice choked with emotion. Ruor, do you know? All these years, I watched you grow up, saw your laughter, witnessed your tears. How I longed to tell you the truth, but I couldn't. I feared it would bring you danger. Yi Xiaoro listened, her face growing pale. Her body trembled slightly, her eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Chapter 64, No More Pretending Seizing Power. Despite Yi Qiwen's impassioned speech even shedding tears at the most heartfelt moments, Yi Xiaoro still found it hard to believe. She took a few steps back, murmuring to herself, impossible. This can't be. How could I be your illegitimate daughter? Seeing this, Yi Qiwen hurried forward to comfort her, but Yi Xiaoro waved him off. You're lying. You must be lying. Yi Xiaoro shouted, her eyes filled with rage and despair. My father is the current emperor. How could I be your illegitimate daughter? You liar. Yi Qiwen shook his head, his eyes brimming with anguish. Ruor, everything I've said is true. He reached into his robe and pulled out a jade pendant, holding it out to Yi Xiaoro. Your mother must have given you the other half, right? Staring at the familiar fish-shaped jade pendant, Yi Xiaoro felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Trembling, she fumbled for the other half. When the two pieces were joined together, the character Chi appeared perfectly in the center. She had never understood why the jade pendant her mother left her bore the character. Now it was self-evident. Father! Yi Xiaoro could no longer contain her emotions and threw herself into Yi Qiwen's arms. After a moment of tearful reunion, Yi Qiwen slowly lifted his head. Father has something even more important to tell you. Yi Xiaoro wiped her tears. Speak, father. Yi Qiwen's gaze grew grave as he clasped her hand tightly. His voice was solemn. Your father intends to raise an army in rebellion and seize the imperial throne. What? The words struck Yi Xiaoro like a thunderbolt. Her eyes widened in disbelief, her face frozen in shock. She instinctively released Yi Qiwen's hand, her body swaying until she stumbled backward and fell flat on her butt. Yi Qiwen quickly knelt beside her, placing both hands firmly on her shoulders. His eyes burned with unwavering resolve. Ruor, father's rebellion isn't just about power. It's to finally acknowledge you as his daughter so we can reunite openly and rightfully. Yi Xiaoro lifted her head, tears once again blurring her vision. Her heart was torn in two. Rebellion was an act of treason. Success was uncertain, and failure meant eternal damnation. When Yi Qi noticed Yi Xiaoro's prolonged silence, his gaze darkened, his voice tinged with pain and urgency. Roar, you know full well you've fallen completely out of favor with Yi Zhang now. Look at Yi Qingwan, she's been elevated to goddess status, with a future bright with glory and wealth. But what about you? He paused, a flash of ruthlessness crossing his eyes. You'll likely end up like your mother, used as a pawn in political marriages, manipulated for a lifetime with no chance to rise above it. Hearing this, Yi Xiaoro bit her lower lip, her fingernails digging deep into her palms. After a long moment, she drew a deep breath and rose slowly, her gaze hardening with resolve. Father, I support you. A flicker of relief crossed Yi Qiwen's eyes. He pulled Yi Xiaoro into a tight embrace and nodded firmly. My dear daughter, with your words, your father can rest assured. With our united efforts, we shall achieve great things. In the study of the Eastern Palace, the dim candlelight cast a long shadow of Yi Zhang's weary figure. Though his body ached, a faint smile played upon his lips. Ever since word spread that a true deity had manifested in Great Xia, perhaps due to psychological factors, the common folk felt everything had begun to go smoothly. Coinciding with these days of favorable weather and abundant harvests, the people were even more willing to pay higher taxes to the court. This had kept Yi Zhang handling state affairs late into the night every evening. A slender palace maid entered the hall with light steps, head bowed, silently carrying a steaming cup of ginseng tea. Yi Zhang gave a slight nod, paying little attention, and took the ginseng tea before drinking it in one gulp. Before long, Yi Zhang felt a sharp cramping pain in his abdomen. The color drained from his face instantly, leaving him as pale as paper. His eyes widened in terror as he stared at the palace maid. Just as he opened his mouth to demand an explanation, a gush of blood surged from his lips. You, why? Yi Zhang managed to utter a few words, his voice faint as a candle flickering in the wind. The palace maid offered no reply, swiftly turning and vanishing into the darkness. Soon, guards outside the bedchamber sensed something amiss and rushed inside. They found Yi Zhang collapsed on the floor, barely clinging to life. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! The guards cried out in panic. But Yi Zhang had no strength left to respond. His eyes slowly closed, and thus, an emperor passed away. The news sent the entire palace into chaos, and shock rippled through the court and the realm. Late into the night, the court convened an emergency meeting. Yi Qiwen stood at the center of the crowd, drew a forged imperial edict from his sleeve, and slowly unfolded it to read aloud. Recently, I have felt my health steadily declining, and my days are numbered. The imperial princes are not yet mature enough to shoulder the heavy responsibility of governing the nation. Prince Yi Qiwen, the 8th prince, possesses both virtue and talent. Should I meet an untimely end, I hereby abdicate the throne to him. I entrust all ministers to assist him and ensure the prosperity of our great Xia. What? This? The ministers glanced around, sensing something amiss. Yi Xiaoro stepped forward, her expression resolute as she offered false testimony. Your Majesty, I heard this matter with my own ears from father. This is his dying wish. The ministers in the court remained deeply skeptical. Most of the princes were already adults, yet the crown prince designated years earlier was only 16, though he had demonstrated competence in governing affairs. This imperial decree was riddled with inconsistencies, making it difficult to accept. The assembly couldn't help but suspect Yi Zhang's death was connected to them. Yet Yi Qiwen commanded formidable military forces, including the elite Tiger Guard. The ministers, intimidated by his power, dared not voice their anger. At that moment, Tang Bin, a loyal minister for a century, stepped forward. His eyes blazing with fury, he spoke bluntly, "This imperial decree is riddled with flaws. Though His Majesty suffers from a minor ailment, he has absolutely no intention of abdicating. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has come of age and is fully capable of ascending the throne without incident. Today's events are surely suspicious. The Emperor's death is likely connected to certain individuals." Yi Qiwen's inner rage boiled over, veins bulging on his forehead. Yet he forced himself to suppress his emotions, plastering on a false smile as he approached Tang Bin. In a low voice, he urged, "Minister Tang, do not act rashly. I am about to ascend the throne. If you align yourself with the situation, wealth and honor will be yours." Tang Bin spat coldly at Yi Qiwen. Yi Qiwen's rage boiled over instantly. His face turned ashen as he bellowed, "Guards! Drag this old bastard away and chop him into mincemeat." Several soldiers, fierce as wolves, immediately pounced, hoisting Tang Bin and dragging him out. Struggling and cursing, Tang Bin shouted, "Yi Qiwen, you traitorous scoundrel! May you die a miserable death." Soon, Tang Bin's agonized screams echoed outside the hall before abruptly ceasing. Yi Qiwen composed himself, turned to face the assembly, and swept his cold gaze over each minister before demanding, "Does anyone still harbor doubts about this prince's right to inherit the throne?" The court fell instantly silent. Ministers bowed their heads, none daring to meet his gaze. Yi Qiwen couldn't help but smile slightly. No longer hiding his intentions, he directly ascended the imperial throne adorned with the 5-clawed golden dragon. Seeing no response, Yi Xiaoro took the initiative, "Your servant pays homage to your majesty." After exchanging glances, the others followed suit, kneeling one after another. "Your subjects pay homage to your majesty." Yi Qiwen grinned from ear to ear on the throne, "Rise, my loyal ministers, rise." Then, his expression abruptly darkened. Even the warm glow reflecting off the golden halls of the throne room couldn't mask the gloom that settled over his face. "My first decree, summon Princess Xinyu Yi Qingwan to return to the palace immediately." Chapter 65, Return to the Palace, placed under house arrest. Yi Qiwen had made all necessary arrangements, determined to bring Yi Qingwan back. He knew full well that Yi Qingwan's aide, Wei, was fiercely loyal and a formidable opponent. Therefore, he ordered Wei's capture as well, to prevent him from tipping off Yi Qingwan in advance. In his eyes, everything was under control. Yet he never imagined that Feng Yong, the undercover agent he had personally planted beside Yi Qingwan, had already quietly betrayed him. At that moment, Yi Qingwan was touring the nation. Wherever she went, the people lined the streets to welcome her, treating her like a deity. Feng Yong was frantic with anxiety. He spurred his horse onward and finally caught up with Yi Qingwan's procession ahead of schedule. He pushed through the crowd, rushed to Yi Qingwan's side, and knelt on one knee, his expression frantic. Yi Qingwan frowned slightly, observing this subordinate who was usually quite composed. A sense of foreboding stirred within her. "General Feng, why such panic?" Feng Yong lifted his head, his eyes burning with urgency. "Princess, it's terrible. The 8th prince has rebelled. He sent men to capture you and has imprisoned Lieutenant Wei." Yi Qingwan's expression darkened instantly, her beautiful eyes flashing with anger and shock. "My uncle, the 8th prince, has rebelled?" She drew a sharp breath, suddenly realizing the gravity of the situation. "What about my father? How is he? Where is he being held?" Facing her questioning, Feng Yong appeared flustered. The emperor is dead. He suddenly passed away in his study last night. I believe he was poisoned." Yi Qingwan staggered violently upon hearing this, as if struck by an invisible force, tumbling directly from the sedan chair. Her face instantly turned as pale as paper, her eyes filled with utter bewilderment and helplessness, her entire being thrown into utter disarray. Though Emperor Yi Zhang had favored Yi Xiaoro since childhood, showing her little affection, her circumstances and status had only slightly improved after Su Jingyang's divine intervention. Yet blood is thicker than water. Her father's sudden death struck her heart like a heavy hammer, causing excruciating pain. Seeing this, Feng Yong hurriedly reached out to support her, but Yi Qingwan raised her hand to refuse. She swallowed hard, struggling to steady herself. Her voice trembled slightly, yet it carried an unwavering resolve. "I must return to the imperial court." "Princess, you must not." Feng Yong paled with alarm and rushed to stop her. The court is now firmly under Yi Qiwen's control. Returning would be walking straight into a trap. Yi Qingwan's gaze remained unwavering as she clenched her teeth. "I must uncover the truth behind father's death and avenge him. More importantly, how can I, as a princess, stand idly by while a traitor wreaks havoc upon the court?" Her eyes turned to Feng Yong, filled with concern. "General Feng, you must leave. Find a safe place to hide for a while. The palace is about to be engulfed in a storm of bloodshed. I cannot risk involving you in this." Feng Yong knelt on one knee, his expression resolute as he declared in a resonant voice, "Your Highness, I cannot leave. You are not only my princess, but also my savior. I swore an oath on the frontier to follow General Yi forever. This life and reputation I possess are both gifts from you. Rest assured, princess. My 20,000 wolf guards stand ready to brave fire and water for you. We await your command at any moment." Yi Qingwan felt warmth welling in her eyes as a mix of emotion and relief washed over her. She reached out to help Feng Yong to his feet, nodding solemnly. "Excellent. With General Feng and the wolf guards by my side, this is most favorable. I shall gather my men at once and enter the palace immediately to purge the court of traitors and apprehend the rebels." Just as Feng Yong was about to mount his horse and set off, Yi Qingwan stopped him. "Wait. While we must apprehend the traitors, we must also outwit them. Moreover, I have a task I need you to carry out." Feng Yong knelt on one knee, clasping his hands together. "Speak." The next morning, as the first light of dawn broke, Yi Qingwan's expression solemn, resolutely stepped through the palace gates. News spread like wildfire to Yi Qingwan's ears. A fleeting, barely perceptible flicker of excitement crossed his eyes, and a smug curve lifted the corners of his mouth. He immediately ordered, "Quickly! Arrest Yi Qingwan and place her under house arrest." Before long, Yi Qingwan arrived at Yi Qingwan's residence with Yi Xiao, feigning deep sorrow. The moment he entered, Yi Qingwan sighed deeply, his face etched with sorrow. "Qingwan, you're back. Xiao and I were utterly devastated to hear the tragic news about your father. We understand how you must feel." As he spoke, he raised his hand to wipe away tears that weren't there. "Qingwan, rest assured. From now on, you are my adopted daughter. I promise you will enjoy the same treatment as before." Yi Xiao chimed in beside him, squeezing out a few tears of her own. "Yes, sister. Uncle Yi is kind and capable. You can trust him completely." Yi Qingwan watched their hypocritical performance, her stomach churning violently, nearly forcing her to vomit. But she forced down her disgust and didn't call them out. Yi Qingwan furrowed her brow slightly, her face filled with concern as she asked, "Eighth uncle, have you found the murderer who killed father?" "Father was always in robust health. His death could not have been natural. He must have been framed." Yi Qingwan, who had anticipated this line of questioning, replied calmly, "Alas, it pains me to say it, but it was the palace maid who attended your father that night who poisoned him. Our investigation revealed that this palace maid was actually an assassin planted by the Northern D tribe, operating within your father's inner circle for years." Yi Qingwan let out a cold laugh upon hearing this, her gaze locking onto Yi Qingwan as she demanded, "But the Beatty have long been our allies, bound by treaty as a vassal state. How could they commit such an act?" Yi Qingwan paused slightly before regaining his composure. He hastened to explain, "An alliance is an alliance, but ultimately it's just a piece of paper. Human hearts are unpredictable, they could very well break their oath. Qingwan, rest assured. Your uncle will avenge your father. In half a month, I shall personally lead the army into battle. The Northern D must answer for your father." Yi Qingwan observed Yi Qingwan's solemn expression with inner contempt, yet outwardly nodded in agreement. Indeed, the Northern D's actions are utterly despicable. Some people are just like them, paying lip service to proper relations between ruler and subject while harboring wolfish ambitions behind the scenes. Yi Qingwan understood Yi Qingwan was indirectly criticizing him, yet he could do nothing about it for the moment. Yi Qingwan immediately followed with another pointed question, "How convenient that father met with trouble precisely during my absence from the palace." Yi Qingwan gave a nervous chuckle, dodging the point. "Yes, it is quite a coincidence, isn't it?" At this point, Yi Xiao grew impatient listening to the exchange and couldn't help but complain, "Yi Qingwan, why are you always so suspicious? Eighth uncle is working himself to the bone for our great Xia. And here you are, prying into everything. Could it be you suspect him too?" Yi Qingwan shot Yi Xiao a cold glance and replied calmly, "I merely wish to uncover the truth behind father's death. After all, it concerns the stability of our great Xia. But Xiao Rou, why are you so eager to defend the imperial uncle? Could it be you know something?" Yi Xiao's face flushed alternately pale and crimson. She opened her mouth but found no words to respond. Seeing this, Yi Qi hurriedly intervened, "Qingwan, Xiao is just flustered out of concern. Our immediate priority now is preparing for the campaign against the Northern D tribes to avenge your father's death." Yi Qingwan sneered inwardly but remained composed outwardly, nodding slightly. "Eighth uncle speaks wisely. We shall rely on you for everything. Yi Qingwan, tomorrow I intend to behead the traitorous palace maid to appease your father's spirit in heaven." At these words, a fleeting, inscrutable gleam flashed in Yi Qingwan's eyes. "I wish to personally carry out the execution." Yi Qingwan paused, a flicker of hesitation crossing his face. He tried to dissuade her, "Qingwan, as a princess, such an act might be beneath your station." Yi Qingwan waved her hand, her expression resolute. "Uncle Ba, you needn't worry. I've led troops in battle at the frontier. I possess the strength and I've seen blood and corpses. I won't flinch. Moreover, I am not only my father's daughter but also a symbol of faith in the hearts of the people. Only by personally punishing the traitor can I reassure the court and the populace, bringing them peace of mind." Yi Qingwan and Yi Xiao exchanged glances. Both found Yi Qingwan's reasoning sound, and besides, they could think of no valid reason to refuse. They nodded in agreement. Yi Qingwan declared, "Since Qingwan's resolve is firm, we shall proceed according to your wishes. The execution shall take place tomorrow at the hour of the snake at the gate of supreme harmony." Chapter 66, Exoneration Achieved. Yi Qingwan believed his scheme was flawlessly orchestrated, its disguise seamless. Little did he know that Su Jingyang, possessing an omniscient perspective, had already relayed the entire truth of the matter to Yi Qingwan through the little loudspeaker. At the execution ground before the gate of supreme harmony in the capital, the atmosphere was heavy and oppressive. The bound palace maid wailed and knelt on the ground, pleading desperately, "I'm innocent. I'm truly innocent." Yi Qingwan's brow furrowed, his face twisted with fury. He snorted coldly, still stubborn at death's door. With that, he tossed aside his command token and bellowed, "Execute." Yi Qingwan gripped the executioner's blade, drew a deep breath, and swung it down. However, the bloodshed and decapitation everyone anticipated did not occur. The sharp blade only severed the ropes binding the palace maid. The officials and commoners present erupted into a tumultuous murmur, whispers and murmurs filling the air. Yi Qingwan stared wide-eyed, his face filled with confusion. He demanded loudly, "Wanner, what is the meaning of this?" Yi Qingwan remained unflustered. She slowly raised her head, her gaze sweeping coldly across the crowd. Then, with a sharp clang, she tossed the great sword to the ground. She declared loudly, "Eighth uncle, this palace maid is not the murderer of our father. The real culprit is someone else entirely." The declaration sent shockwaves through the crowd. Yi Qingwan's face instantly turned ashen. Forcing himself to remain composed, he snapped, "Wanner, don't talk nonsense. That was your father. He was my father, but he was also your elder brother, your emperor." Yi Qingwan was instantly cowed by the fierce intensity radiating from Yi Qingwan. Yi Qingwan took a deep breath, her gaze piercing as she fixed it on Yi Qingwan. With unwavering conviction, she declared, "The murderer is none other than you and Ruor, our second princess, Yi Xiaoro." After a pause, she emphasized, "And you are Ruor's father, aren't you? It was you and mother who had an affair and conceived Ruor." These words exploded like a bomb among the crowd, instantly sending shockwaves through the entire hall. Whispers spread like wildfire as eyes darted between Yi Qingwan, Yi Xiaoro, and Yi Qingwan, filled with shock and disbelief. Yi Qingwan's face flushed alternately pale and crimson, his expression frantic as he shouted, "You're lying. This is utterly preposterous. How dare you utter such slanderous words?" Yi Xiaoro shrieked in unison, "Sister, have you lost your mind? How could you say such things? Have you been driven mad by what happened to father?" Yi Qingwan remained unmoved, speaking calmly, "Whether it's nonsense or not, a blood test will prove it." Yi Qingwan's eyes darted nervously as he waved his hands frantically, roaring, "Enough! Wanner, you've lost your mind. How could you even conceive of such an absurd idea? Guards! Seize her!" Just as the soldiers stirred, a crisp, powerful rhythm of footsteps echoed through the air. Feng Yong rode in on a towering steed, leading his troops in a mighty procession. Among them were not only the Wolf Guard but also troops brought by other princes. It turned out Yi Qingwan had sent Feng Yong to negotiate alliances with the princes. By throwing herself into the fray to distract Yi Qingwan and capture his attention, she had paved the way for Feng Yong and the princes to successfully forge their alliance. In an instant, the execution ground was completely surrounded by the converging forces. Yi Qingwan's expression flickered, but he quickly regained his composure, a cold smile curling his lips. He knew he still held a trump card. Slowly, he raised his hand to his lips and blew a whistle. Tiger Guard soldiers surged forth from all directions, weapons raised, their black muzzles trained on the crowd. These very firearms were the ones Yi Qingwan had coveted when Yi Qingwan first demonstrated their power. Upon ascending the throne, his first act had been to seize all firearms and equip his Tiger Guard with them. The overwhelming numerical advantage of the opposing side was instantly crushed. Fear spread across their faces as panic set in. They had all witnessed the extraordinary power of these weapons. Yi Qingwan, however, remained utterly composed, showing no fear as she stood alone at the very front. Her gaze swept sharply across the Tiger Guard as she demanded loudly, "Gentlemen, have you forgotten where these firearms came from? They were meant to defend our homeland, yet now they are aimed at our own people. If you fire, have you considered whether you might incur divine retribution?" At these words, the Tiger Guard soldiers instantly exchanged glances. Their weapons trembled slightly in their hands, their eyes betraying hesitation and inner conflict. They recalled the origins of these weapons, then looked at the resolute Yi Qingwan before them, and their convictions began to waver. Seeing this, Yi Qingwan grew frantic. He roared in agitation, "What are you standing around for? Fire your guns and capture the traitor. Do you all intend to disobey orders?" Yet, only silence answered him. Seeing no one obey his command, Yi Qingwan grew both furious and frantic. He snatched the pistol from his aide's hand. Fumbling with the safety catch, his hands trembling, he aimed at Yi Qingwan, ready to fire. At that critical moment, Yi Qingwan moved like lightning, charging forward with her sword raised. A cold gleam flashed as the long blade fell mercilessly. Snap! A hand gripping a pistol rolled across the floor. Beyond 7 paces, the gun is swift. But within 7 paces, the blade is faster. The crowd froze in stunned silence at this sudden turn of events. Yi Chiwen froze for several seconds before staring at his mangled, blood-spurting wrist and letting out a heart-wrenching, blood-curdling scream. Yi Xiaoro, panic-stricken, shouted at the Tiger Guard soldiers, "What are you waiting for? Move! Arrest Yi Qingwan!" But a single piercing glance from Yi Qingwan froze the Tiger Guard soldiers, who had been loyal to the 8th prince, as if struck by a spell. One after another, they lowered their weapons, dropped to one knee, and cried in unison, "We pledge allegiance to the Divine Maiden." They swiftly bound Yi Xiaoro with ropes. She struggled desperately. "What do you think you're doing? Are you rebelling? Can't you tell who your master is?" Feng Yong, who had been seething with frustration behind her, stepped forward and delivered a merciless slap across her face. "What are you shouting about? Monkey wearing a tiger skin for a few days, thinking you're the mountain bandit chief now?" Yi Xiaoro's face was slapped so hard it turned sideways, yet she could only bite her lip in silent humiliation. Yi Chiwen, drained of blood, rolled his eyes and collapsed unconscious. Moments later, a Tiger Guard captain strode forward, kneeling on one knee as he reported loudly, "The traitors have been captured, Divine Maiden. We await your command." Yi Qingwan's eyes flashed with icy coldness. "Lock them all in the dungeon." Chapter 67, Crossing into the Female Lead's World. The dungeon was dark and damp, permeated by a foul, putrid stench. Yi Chiwen lay weakly curled in a corner. His severed arm had been bandaged, but the blood loss left him clinging to life by a thread. Yi Xiaoro sat on the floor, idly twirling straw between her fingers, her face twisted with resentment. A sudden shadow flashed on the staircase, catching Yi Xiaoro's attention. She looked up immediately and saw Yi Qingwan. She snorted coldly, her face full of contempt. "My dear sister, so eager to take my life?" Hearing Yi Qingwan's arrival, Yi Chiwen, who had been barely clinging to life, suddenly perked up. Summoning his last ounce of strength, he struggled to his knees, his voice faint yet pleading, "Qingwan, I beg you, spare Xiaoro. I forced her into this. I alone bear all the blame." Yi Qingwan stared at Yi Chiwen, her eyes utterly unmoved. She naturally didn't believe his lies. Now, in this world, she trusted only Su Jingyang. Su Jingyang, with his omniscient perspective, had already explained the entire situation to her. Yi Xiaoro sneered at Yi Chiwen's pleas, impatiently retorting, "Stop begging. Kill me if you must, better yet, finish me off now. But before I die, there's one last thing I need to understand. How did you know it was me disguised as a palace maid who poisoned father? You'd only been back in the palace for a single day, there was no time for investigation." Yi Qingwan offered no pretense, replying plainly, "The Divine Lord of Jingyang informed me." "The Divine Lord of Jingyang?" Yi Xiaoro murmured, jealousy flaring in her eyes. She clenched her fists, biting her lower lip until it bled. "Why must you always be smarter than me, more easily praised by others, from childhood to now? And now you get divine favor too? Why?" Yi Qingwan looked at Yi Xiaoro, her expression serene as she spoke slowly, "Because I've never harbored any hostility toward you. All those things between us since childhood, I never held them against you. I never wished for sisters to turn against each other, but the mistake you've made this time is simply too grave. It defies the law of the land, and even more so, the laws of morality." Yi Xiaoro froze upon hearing this. Then she suddenly threw her head back and burst into maniacal laughter. The sound echoed through the gloomy dungeon, sounding eerily piercing. Her laughter grew increasingly frenzied, her entire being seeming to descend into madness. Yi Qingwan watched her sister's state, her heart twisting with pity. She sighed softly, then turned and walked away slowly. The dungeon door creaked shut, sealing Yi Xiaoro and Yi Chiwen's figures forever within the darkness. Late into the night, Yi Qingwan tossed and turned in bed, her mind racing with countless thoughts. The weight of sorrow in her heart made sleep impossible. She rose, dressed once more, and dragged her heavy feet slowly to the back garden. The garden was serene and quiet. Moonlight poured down like water, bathing the entire space in a silvery glow. All was quiet except for the chorus of frogs and the low hum of cicadas, weaving together a symphony of summer nights. Yi Qingwan looked up. The sky was clear and cloudless, the moon large and round, hanging high in the heavens like a bright mirror. Yet to her eyes, this perfect moon held nothing but irony. Today was the Mid-Autumn Festival, a day meant for family reunion, yet her own family lay shattered, loved ones turned against each other. Such a stark contrast could only evoke a profound sense of sorrow. Yi Qingwan gave a self-mocking smile, one tinged with endless bitterness, the ache in her heart growing ever more intense. Her heart was full of words, yet she had no one to confide in. Loneliness and helplessness washed over her like a tidal wave. Meanwhile, far away in the real world, Su Jingyang's phone screen suddenly lit up, displaying a pop-up option, "Your virtual girlfriend is feeling extremely low and desperately wants to see you." 1. Do nothing, ignore her in silence. 2. Find an excuse to refuse her, consumes one small megaphone. 3. Agree to meet, purchase Phantom Projection Card 8888. Cross Realm Card, you temporarily enter your digital girlfriend's world in an out-of-body state. Travel to your virtual girlfriend's world. Just for the chance to see his virtual girlfriend face to face, Su Jingyang was determined to choose love. Glancing around, he saw everyone engrossed in their own fun, paying him no mind. Satisfied, he made his purchase. When his consciousness returned, he was greeted by ancient-style pavilions and towers. Moonlight filtered through carved window lattices, and a gentle breeze carried the scent of flowers. Su Jingyang's heart surged with excitement, nearly making him cry out. His gaze swept across the room, and there, not far away, was the familiar silhouette of Yi Qingwan. Unable to contain himself, he quickened his pace and gently tapped her shoulder. Yi Qingwan's vigilance was razor-sharp. The sudden touch made her spin around instantly, a dagger already gleaming coldly in her hand. Su Jingyang was, after all, a fourth-tier martial artist. Unfazed, he flickered like a ghost, evading the vicious strike. His toes lightly touched the ground, landing steadily before Yi Qingwan. He cried out urgently, "Qingwan, it's me." Yi Qingwan's movements froze abruptly. That familiar voice instantly dispelled the chill surrounding her. In the moonlight, she recognized Su Jingyang's face. Her eyes instantly reddened. The dagger clattered to the ground as she exclaimed, her voice thick with disbelief, "It really is you." Su Jingyang nodded vigorously. Overwhelmed with emotion, Yi Qingwan struggled to speak. After a long moment, she stammered out, Divine Lord, why are you dressed like this?" Su Jingyang smiled helplessly. "Call me Ding Yang. I've told you so many times." Yi Qingwan flushed, her voice barely above a whisper, "All right? Jing Yang." Su Jingyang glanced down at his hoodie, athletic shorts, and sneakers, then looked back at Yi Qingwan's ornate silk robes. He hurriedly explained, "This is the current fashion in the celestial realm, lightweight and comfortable." Yi Qingwan frowned in confusion. But ancient texts describe immortals wearing flowing robes with wide sleeves. This. Su Jingyang raised an eyebrow and countered, "Besides me, have you seen any other immortals?" Yi Qingwan shook her head. Su Jingyang folded his arms, smugly declaring, "Well, there you have it. Seeing is believing, you know?" Yi Qingwan, who commanded immense authority before others, nodded obediently like a little girl at that moment. Only in Su Jingyang's presence could she shed her status and return to her most authentic self. At this moment, she felt utterly relaxed and joyful. "By the way, why did you suddenly come looking for me? Is there something important?" Su Jingyang took a step forward, staring intently at her like a mischievous boy flirting with a girl. "It's Mid-Autumn Festival today. I missed you, so I came to see you. Is that not okay?" Yi Qingwan's cheeks burned crimson at his blunt words. She lowered her head, her voice barely above a whisper, "Of course it's fine." Chapter 68, In my eyes, you're nothing more than a cluster of cells. Seeing Yi Qingwan's bashful expression, Su Jingyang's heart softened. He dropped his rogue act and explained he'd come because she'd requested to meet. Hearing this, a flicker of surprise and disbelief crossed Yi Qingwan's eyes. Her mouth fell slightly open. "So, you knew what I was thinking?" Before that joy could take root in her heart, it was instantly drowned by a flood of distress. Yi Qingwan sighed softly, her brows furrowed with worry. The great Xia court is in utter chaos now, leaderless. The court desperately needs someone to ascend the throne and stabilize the situation. But my 6 brothers each harbors ulterior motives, scheming against one another. I truly fear repeating the tragedy we see today. I simply don't know what to do. Su Jingyang interjected without hesitation, "In that case, Qingwan, why not ascend the throne yourself?" Yi Qingwan stared wide-eyed as if hearing an Arabian Nights tale, exclaiming, "How could that be possible? There's no precedent for a woman ruling as emperor." Su Jingyang halted, his gaze intense as he fixed it on Yi Qingwan, his expression unusually grave. "Since there has never been one, then you shall be the one to set that precedent. Have you forgotten the very first question you asked me in that dilapidated temple?" At his words, Yi Qingwan instantly recalled her own image kneeling devoutly in that temple. Yet even now, hesitation clouded her face as she stammered, Am I truly capable of this?" Su Jingyang nodded firmly, his voice unwavering. "I believe in you, Qingwan. You have the strength." Yi Qingwan felt warmth surge through her heart, her eyes stinging slightly. This was the first time, aside from her mother, that someone had trusted and encouraged her so wholeheartedly. As they chatted and strolled along, they found themselves at a pavilion without realizing it. Seeing no topic to discuss, Su Jingyang deliberately rubbed his neck. "I haven't been getting much rest lately." Yi Qingwan suddenly seemed to remember something, a spark of excitement flashing in her eyes. "Sir, I recently learned a massage technique. Let me try it on you." Su Jingyang perked up at the suggestion, nodding with a smile. "Go ahead." Just as Su Jingyang was about to rest his head on Yi Qingwan's lap, he suddenly felt an inexplicable force tugging at him, as if trying to forcibly tear him away from this world. Before Yi Qingwan's eyes, Su Jingyang's figure became unstable, flickering momentarily before distorting into a mosaic-like pattern. Yi Qingwan panicked, urgently asking, "Sir, what's wrong with you?" But before Su Jingyang could answer, a dizzying whirl swept over him and his consciousness snapped back to the real world. His eyes fell upon the neon-lit KTV room, where colorful lights flashed incessantly and Tang Yao's severely off-key singing reverberated in his ears. Su Jingyang stared blankly for a long moment before realizing he had awakened. He was still immersed in the lingering afterglow of his time with Yi Qingwan, his head feeling a bit foggy. Cold Linglin stood before him, flushed and swaying slightly, muttering, "You're finally awake. This is the victory celebration we threw for you, and here you are, sleeping like a log. Lien Linglin belched, then continued, we just played truth or dare. I lost, so by the rules, you have to do 100 push-ups while carrying me on your back. Su Jingyang's eyes widened. Damn it. You lost, why should I take the punishment? Lien Linglin didn't answer, just grinned foolishly, her eyes unfocused, a stark contrast to her usual aloof demeanor. Su Jingyang was filled with frustration. How could he possibly have the heart to play along with their ridiculous game? His heart burned with urgency, his mind consumed by thoughts of Yi Qingwan. Just moments ago, he'd been so close to resting his head on her lap and enjoying her massage. This sudden interruption left him utterly frustrated. Without a second thought, he flatly refused, no way. I'm not in the mood. Upon hearing this, Lien Linglin seemed momentarily stunned. She tilted her head, staring blankly at Su Jingyang. Before she could say another word, Su Jingyang urgently turned his attention back to his phone. The screen lit up, revealing Yi Qingwan already lying on the bed. The status bar above her head still displayed, sleeping. Su Jingyang's heart sank, and his regret grew more intense. He stared blankly at the phone screen. Finally got a chance to connect with her, and I blew it. Su Jingyang muttered softly, filled with reluctance. Upon hearing Su Jingyang's refusal, Lien Linglin's already flushed cheeks grew even redder with emotion. Though drunk, her feelings for Su Jingyang only intensified under the influence of alcohol. Her brows furrowed slightly, a hint of hurt flashing in her eyes as she murmured drunkenly, why do you always play that game? You hardly pay attention to anyone else. Are you really planning to date a virtual girlfriend from the game? Her gaze locked onto Su Jingyang as she spoke, her eyes brimming with both anticipation and nervousness, as if she desperately wanted to hear him deny it. Su Jingyang, still consumed by regret over missing his chance for intimacy with Yi Qingwan, blurted out, if that's the case, what's wrong with it? Cold Linglin staggered slightly at his words, as if struck hard by them. She bit her lip, her eyes reddening, her voice trembling slightly, yet she still struggled to maintain her usual cool composure. It's just a string of code. How could it compare to a real person? If you had two choices, me or your electronic girlfriend, who would you pick? Su Jingyang answered almost without hesitation, the virtual girlfriend. Am I really worse than a flat character? As her emotions surged, Lien Linglin's voice rose involuntarily. Su Jingyang pondered for a moment before lifting his gaze to meet Lien Linglin's eyes, his expression serene. But in my eyes, you're nothing more than a cluster of cells. Linglin froze in place as if struck by a spell, staring blankly ahead with eyes filled with shock and disbelief. At some point, the singing and chatter in the private room had quietly ceased. Everyone had been drawn to the commotion over here. Seeing this, Xia Qingxue immediately rose to investigate, but Huang Feipeng reached out to stop her. Huang Feipeng shook his head with a smile and murmured softly, they're just kids. Let them sort it out themselves. Come on, Teacher Xia, have another drink with me. With that, he raised his glass and gestured for Xia Qingxue to sit down. After a moment of hesitation, Xia Qingxue complied. Just then, Tang Yao staggered over. Clearly drunk, she stumbled forward, muttering, you stinky fish, and you cold-hearted sister, what are you two arguing about? Enough arguing. Let's all go sing together. As she spoke, her body went limp, and she draped both arms over Su Jingyang and Lien Linglin's shoulders respectively. The two exchanged a glance and simultaneously pushed Tang Yao's arms away, letting her collapse onto the sofa. They then sat facing away from each other as if nothing had happened, restoring the calm. Chapter 69, Yi Qingwan ascends the throne, the one and only empress of all time. After the gathering ended, the group strolled over to the hotel Huang Feipeng had arranged in advance. Huang Feipeng pulled a stack of room keys from his pocket, grinning as he handed them out. 2 people per room, folks. Pair up yourselves. With that, he lunged forward and threw his arm around Su Jingyang's neck, his breath reeking of alcohol as he bellowed, hey, Jingyang, you're crashing with me tonight. Su Jingyang nearly gagged from the overpowering stench of alcohol. Pinching his nose, he grumbled, you're really tight-fisted. For someone who rules a city, you can't even afford to give everyone their own room. Huang Feipeng belched, chuckling, 1 room per person? Fine. You pay for it. Su Jingyang was instantly speechless. He'd poured every penny into the game, how could he possibly afford extra lodging? With no other choice, he reluctantly accepted his fate. With a click, the key card slid into the slot, instantly illuminating the room. Su Jingyang silently breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, they were 2 single beds. If it had been 1 double bed, he would have truly lost it. He didn't want to sleep facing Huang Feipeng, nor did he want to sleep with his back to him. No sooner had he sat down by the bed than Huang Feipeng leaned in, his face full of gossipy curiosity. So, have you and that girl Lien Linglin made up yet? Couples fight all the time, quarrels at the head of the bed, make up at the foot. Hearing this, Su Jingyang hastily waved his hands in protest. Bro, don't go spreading rumors. We really aren't boyfriend and girlfriend. Huang Feipeng looked puzzled and pressed, then what were you arguing about? Instead of answering directly, Su Jingyang walked over to the window. Gazing at the round, bright moon, he seemed to be talking to himself, yet also posing a question to Huang Feipeng, what do you think? If I fell for a virtual girlfriend in a game, would that be realistic? Could it even happen? Huang Feiping lay on his bed, hands behind his head, a look of deep thought on his face. I really don't get you young folks these days, thinking about dating characters in a game. But then again, love is something you can't see or touch. Who can really define it with certainty? He rolled over and continued, I may not fully grasp it, but I can understand. If it makes you happy, that's what matters. Then you. Su Jingyang wanted to say a few more words. Before the words could leave his mouth, Huang Feiping's deafening snores filled the air. Su Jingyang sighed helplessly and reached over to turn off the light. In the darkness, he tossed and turned in bed, Ling Lin's words echoing relentlessly in his mind. He and Yi Qingwan, one in the real world, the other in the virtual realm, were worlds apart. If he couldn't stay by her side forever, what meaning did this love that spanned dimensions truly hold? Within the Golden Hall, an atmosphere of tense anticipation filled the ornately carved beams and painted rafters. Every court official and military commander was present, save for the generals stationed at the frontier. Among them stood the 6 imperial princes. Such a gathering had not occurred since the founding ceremony. For today, they gathered to deliberate on a matter of utmost importance to the fate of the Great Xia Empire. Chancellor Chao stood upon the elevated platform. Our court now stands leaderless, the empire in turmoil. We urgently require a new sovereign to steer the nation. Do any of you have suggestions? His words fell upon a momentary silence in the hall. Then Fengyong stepped forward briskly, knelt on one knee, and proposed loudly, Your Majesty, I believe Princess Yi Qingwan possesses extraordinary wisdom and courage. She is more than capable of shouldering this heavy responsibility and should ascend the throne. The chamber erupted in an instant, filled with gasps and murmurs of disbelief. Absurd! Since ancient times, what woman has ever ascended the throne as emperor? An elderly official flushed crimson with fury, brandishing his ceremonial tablet. Immediately, another voice rose, advocating for the eldest prince, Yi Yunyuan. The eldest prince is the legitimate heir, the oldest in age, mature in mind, and has demonstrated remarkable competence in handling state affairs. He is the unquestionable choice for the new sovereign. This proposal swiftly gained widespread support among the ministers. Heads nodded in unison, and the court resounded with murmurs of approval. Hearing such support, Crown Prince Yi Yunyuan couldn't help but wear a look of smug satisfaction. He lifted his head proudly, his eyes fixed intently on the imperial throne, that symbol of supreme power, as if he could already see himself seated upon it with unwavering certainty. Yet the court's atmosphere shifted in an instant. Soon, other ministers stepped forward to recommend different princes. Supporters of each faction argued vehemently, refusing to yield. The clamor grew louder, the scene spiraling toward chaos. Yi Qingwan watched the chaotic court, her delicate brows furrowed. She was about to speak up to stop the commotion. At that moment, a deep, resonant voice boomed from the palace entrance, This servant believes the throne should rightfully belong to the divine maiden. All heads turned in astonishment as Tang Bin strode into the hall. The moment they saw him, expressions of utter disbelief washed over their faces. After all, they had witnessed him being dragged out by Yi Qiwen's order, threatened to be chopped into mincemeat. Someone in the crowd couldn't help but gasp, Are you human or ghost? A faint smile played on Tang Bin's lips as he calmly retorted, Have you gentlemen ever seen a ghost appear in broad daylight? His expression then turned solemn as he strode to the center of the hall and declared in a loud voice, Princess Yi Qingwan possesses a heart for the realm and extraordinary abilities. She personally led troops to defend the frontiers, achieving glorious military accomplishments that in no way fall short of any prince present here today. More importantly, the divine maiden can communicate with the gods. Throughout history, the mandate of heaven has been the foundation of imperial authority. Her divine highness ascending the throne is truly in accordance with heaven's will. Those who align with heaven shall prosper, those who defy it shall perish. Only when the divine maiden ascends the throne can she safeguard the flourishing destiny of our great Xia Empire. These words struck like a heavy hammer, resonating deep within the hearts of all present. The court fell instantly silent as ministers plunged into deep contemplation. As the most seasoned elder statesman in the court, Tang Bin's words always carried immense weight. Soon, the tide turned. Voices supporting Yi Qingwan's ascension to the throne grew louder and louder. The eldest prince, Yi Yunyuan, and the other princes were filled with resentment, but in such circumstances, they could only suppress their anger and grit their teeth in silence. Tang Bin, seeing the moment was ripe, promptly stepped forward and respectfully escorted Yi Qingwan toward the imperial throne. Yi Qingwan took a deep breath, advancing step by step toward that supreme seat. Her heart raced wildly as countless images flashed through her mind. There was the cautious child she had been in the palace, the lost and helpless self in times of hardship, and most vividly, the gradually strengthened version of herself after meeting Su Jingyang. She knew this step meant more than ascending a throne, it meant shouldering the future of the entire great Xia Empire. Tang Bin retreated to the foot of the dais, kneeling first and proclaiming, Long live the emperor. 10,000 years. In an instant, the entire court knelt in unison, their resounding cries of homage echoing through the golden hall. Seated upon the imperial throne, Yi Qingwan gazed upon the crowd below, bowing in submission, and felt an indescribable surge of emotion welling up within her. From this imperial throne, all she beheld seemed as insignificant as ants. She straightened her back, her bearing dignified as she spoke. Rise, my loyal subjects. Chapter 70, Breaking Through the Dimensional Barrier, the virtual girlfriend crosses into reality. After court adjourned, ministers swarmed around Tang Bin, their eyes brimming with curiosity and confusion. A young official spoke first. Minister Tang, you've truly astonished us all. We witnessed you being dragged away for execution, yet here you stand unscathed. Please tell us what exactly happened. Tang Bin smiled faintly, motioning them aside. His expression turned mysterious as he asked, Gentlemen, let me ask you this, do you believe in gods? At this, the officials paused, then nodded in unison, responding in a flurry of voices. Of course we do. Indeed. We've witnessed divine miracles with our own eyes. Tang Bin nodded with satisfaction, cleared his throat, and spoke slowly. Truth be told, my escape from death was entirely due to the grace of the divine lord of Jingyang. That day, as I was dragged to my execution, I felt my life was about to end, and despair filled my heart. Just as the blade was about to fall, a flash of golden light appeared, and Lord Jingyang manifested. He used his divine powers to save me and instructed me to devote myself to assisting the divine maiden, ensuring the peace of our great Xia. In truth, Yi Qingwan had been meticulously planning all along. When she led the group to the temple, she noticed Tang Bin's profound devotion to the deity and intended to entrust him with a crucial role. She had already instructed Deputy Officer Wei to secretly observe and protect him. Though Yi Qingwan's ambitions had not yet fully surfaced, Yi Qingwan's keen intuition prompted thorough preparations. On the day Tang Bin was dragged out for execution, Deputy Officer Wei bribed the two soldiers responsible for carrying out the sentence with a fortune enough to change their destinies and grant them new identities. The soldiers substituted dumpling filling for Tang Bin's body, allowing him to narrowly escape death. The ministers listened spellbound, their eyes wide with astonishment. Such a thing could happen. No wonder Minister Tang was so resolute in supporting Her Divine Majesty's ascension to the throne. It was all by the Divine Lord's command. The ministers who had harbored doubts about Yi Qingwan's ascension to the throne now saw their discontent vanish completely. Some even wore expressions of regret, murmuring to themselves, we were foolish to doubt the Heavenly Maiden's divine mandate. Truly, we are guilty, guilty indeed. Indeed. With divine protection and such foresight, Her Divine Majesty will surely lead our great Xia to prosperity. Another minister chimed in. Tang Bin observed the crowd's reactions with quiet satisfaction. He knew this display of loyalty would undoubtedly solidify another layer of support for Yi Qingwan's rule. And all of this stemmed from that seemingly casual arrangement long ago. Tonight, Yi Qingwan lay on her side in the carved bed, wrapped in brocade quilts that failed to warm her heart, feverish with excitement. Outside the window, moonlight like water seeped through the carved lattice, spilling onto the floor like a brushstroke in an inkwash painting. Tomorrow, she would formally ascend the throne as the first empress of Great Xia. How could this not stir her heart? Her thoughts drifted, and memories of the past flashed through her mind like a revolving lantern. From her initial helplessness when first swept into the vortex of political intrigue, to her subsequent struggles against adversity, every step of her transformation seemed to bear the imprint of Su Jingyang. He was the one who offered encouragement when she was lost, who brought hope when despair consumed her. Yi Qingwan tossed and turned, her heart brimming with excitement and joy that had no one to share it with. In the stillness of the night, these emotions magnified infinitely. Jingyang. Yi Qingwan whispered softly, her voice as gentle as a summer night breeze, afraid to disturb the stillness. She closed her eyes, silently repeating Su Jingyang's name over and over in her heart, longing for that familiar response. Yet, the surroundings remained utterly still, broken only by the occasional chirping of insects outside the window. Perhaps he's already asleep. She curved her lips into a faint smile, offering herself solace. Despite receiving no answer, Yi Qingwan's affection for Su Jingyang grew like spring vines, spreading wildly. Yi Qingwan's affection +5. Yi Qingwan's affection +5. Meanwhile, in the real world, Su Jingyang lay sprawled across his messy bed, fast asleep. Your virtual girlfriend's affection has reached 100%. Breaking the dimensional barrier for you. The next morning, Su Jingyang unconsciously rolled over in his sleep, casually extending his arm until it suddenly brushed against a soft, warm object. Still half asleep, he instinctively pulled his arm back, assuming it was Huang Feiping who had overstepped and touched his hand. But the moment that thought crossed his mind, his eyes snapped open, and he was instantly wide awake. That couldn't be right. Last night, they had clearly slept in separate beds, each in their own space. Su Jingyang felt a chill run down his spine. His head felt frozen in place as he stiffly turned his gaze. What met his eyes was Yi Qingwan's serene sleeping face. She lay on her side, facing Su Jingyang, her long lashes casting faint shadows on her eyelids. Her skin glowed with a soft pink hue in the early morning light, her lips slightly pouted, like a quiet, sleeping kitten. What are you doing here? Su Jingyang's eyes widened, unable to contain his shock as he exclaimed loudly. The sudden shout instantly jolted the other two people in the room awake. You brat, what the hell are you yelling about at this hour? Huang Feiping's face was full of impatience. He rubbed his eyes and followed Su Jingyang's gaze to see Yi Qingwan lying on the other bed. His spirits instantly lifted. Well, no wonder you wanted to sleep in separate rooms. Huang Feiping instantly misinterpreted the situation, his voice rising sharply as he glared with a look of disappointment. When did you call her? Why didn't you think to call me too? Selfish. Su Jingyang opened his mouth to explain, but Huang Feiping's words came like a barrage, leaving him no chance to speak. You look like such a good boy, but you're not so good after all. Huang Feiping shook his head as he spoke, poking Su Jingyang's shoulder with his finger. Making that girl dress up in ancient style pretty fancy, huh? Even though you're an adult, this kind of behavior isn't exactly encouraged. I'm going to seriously reprimand you. Lord Jingyang. The startled exclamation instantly silenced the argument between Su Jingyang and Huang Feiping. Both men turned their gaze toward Yi Qingwan. There she stood barefoot beside the bed, holding an alarm clock. She tilted her head, her face full of confusion, as if studying some rare treasure. Just then, the alarm's shrill ringing erupted abruptly. The ding-a-ling sound pierced the quiet room with jarring intensity. Caught completely off guard, Yi Qingwan paled with fright, flinging the alarm clock from her grasp. She clutched her head, her body trembling slightly like a frightened fawn. Seeing this, Huang Feiping's brows knotted into a tight knot. He shot Su Jingyang a look of utter disgust, shaking his head repeatedly with heartfelt dismay. You little brat, I'm so disappointed in you. Not only did you order it, but you had to order it, cute little one. I have my limits as a person. Since you've gone this far, don't blame me for doing the right thing and calling the cops. With that, he made a move to grab his phone. Chapter 71, The Secret Code of the Chinese People. Seeing this, Su Jingyang lunged forward in a single stride, grabbing Huang Feiping's arm tightly and dragging him like a stubborn bull into the corner of the room. He stole a glance at Yi Qingwan, who was still reeling from the shock, and urgently whispered, "She really is my virtual girlfriend." She crossed over from the anime world into reality. Huang Feiping looked skeptical, reaching out to touch Su Jingyang's forehead. Frowning, he said, "Are you delirious from a fever? A 2D crossover? Do you think we're filming a TV drama?" Crossing his arms, he adopted a stern expression. You're not owning up to what you did, are you? You won't get away with this. Su Jingyang sighed helplessly. He knew that without concrete proof, Huang Feiping wouldn't believe him even if he talked himself hoarse. Just as he was at a loss, his eyes suddenly lit up as if he'd grasped a lifeline. He hurriedly pulled his phone from his pocket, swiped the screen rapidly, then held it up in front of Huang Feiping and exclaimed, "Look at this game icon, doesn't it look just like her?" Huang Feiping leaned in skeptically, his eyes fixed on the cartoon-style icon. After scrutinizing it for a moment, he muttered, "You know what? It really does look like her." Seeing Huang Feiping's attitude soften, Su Jingyang quickly tapped the game icon, attempting to open it to prove his point. However, the screen displayed an error message stating the game couldn't be opened. No matter how he tried, it was useless. When Su Jingyang looked up, he realized Huang Feiping was no longer beside him. He scanned the area and spotted Huang Feiping cautiously approaching Yi Qingwan, his eyes brimming with curiosity and scrutiny. Yi Qingwan instinctively took a step back as Huang Feiping approached, her hands nervously twisting the hem of her clothes, a hint of fear visible in her eyes. Huang Feiping halted his steps, forcing his tone to sound gentle. "Young lady, what is your name? Where are you from?" Yi Qingwan steadied her nerves, straightened her back, and replied solemnly, "I am Princess Yi Qingwan of the Great Xia. Today should have been my coronation ceremony, marking my ascension as the first female emperor of our Great Xia. Yet for reasons unknown, I awoke to find myself here." Huang Feiping raised an eyebrow slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Whoa. She's definitely got issues and they're pretty severe. However, he quickly regained his composure. Pacing the room once, Huang Feiping stopped before Yi Qingwan. A sly smile touched his lips as he suddenly declared, "Imperial Jade Nectar Wine." Yi Qingwan frowned deeply, her eyes filled with confusion. Clearly baffled by the reference, she shook her head slightly and murmured, "I'm afraid I don't understand what you mean." Seeing this, Huang Feiping grew suspicious. He took another step forward, refusing to give up. 5 words drifting through the sky. Yi Qingwan blinked, her mouth slightly agape, still utterly perplexed. She looked to Su Jingyang for help, but Su Jingyang, needing to prove his innocence, couldn't answer either. She fidgeted nervously with her skirt hem and murmured, "I'm truly sorry, but I've never heard those words before." At that moment, Huang Feiping was utterly convinced of Yi Qingwan's status as a time traveler. He turned to Su Jingyang, his eyes wide with astonishment. "Hey, Jingyang, looks like you were telling the truth. This girl really is from another world." Su Jingyang stepped forward, standing beside Yi Qingwan. He gently patted her shoulder in consolation before addressing Huang Feiping, "I told you so. Now you believe me." Yi Qingwan watched the two men. Though everything around her still felt unfamiliar and unsettling, Su Jingyang's gesture brought her a measure of reassurance. Huang Feiping swiftly pulled on his coat, adjusted his collar, and said hurriedly, "The others must be waiting downstairs for quite some time. Let's not delay. We should head down quickly." Su Jingyang nodded, then turned to Yi Qingwan with a reassuring whisper, "Don't be afraid. Just follow me." Yi Qingwan took a deep breath, gave a slight nod, and followed closely behind Su Jingyang. Outside the hotel entrance, the morning sun spilled across the pavement. Tang Yao sat idly nearby, occasionally glancing at her watch and muttering under her breath, Mayor Huang said we'd meet at 9 in the morning. What time is it now? Why haven't we seen anyone yet? Just then, Lang Linglin, standing nearby with sharp eyes, spoke up first, they're coming out. Tang Yao immediately sprang to her feet and hurried over, scolding playfully, you useless fish. What were you dawdling about up there? Making us wait half an hour for nothing. At that moment, Lan Linglin's gaze swept past Su Jingyang and landed on Yi Qingwan behind him. Her brows furrowed slightly, her eyes filled with caution as she scrutinized Yi Qingwan from head to toe. Who is this girl? She asked coldly. Huang Feiping beamed with excitement, eager to introduce her. This is the little brat's virtual girlfriend. She came straight from the anime world. Pretty amazing, huh? At this remark, the surrounding crowd exchanged stunned glances, whispering among themselves with expressions of utter disbelief. Tang Yao even reached out to touch Yi Qingwan, muttering, no way. That's just too far-fetched. Huang Feipeng shrugged, a smug look on his face. If you don't believe me, you can test it yourself. Tang Yao's eyes darted around as a plan formed. Suddenly, she addressed Yi Qingwan, Imperial Jade Liquor. Yi Qingwan looked puzzled, silently wondering, why bring this up again? Could it be some kind of code? She opened her mouth but couldn't find the words to respond. Huang Feipeng chuckled from the side, prompting, I told you so. Tang Yao, unwilling to give up, quickly added, 40 small hammers. Yi Qingwan remained utterly bewildered, showing no reaction. This time, Tang Yao was completely dumbfounded. After a long moment, she snapped back to reality and exclaimed loudly, I believe she's a time traveler. Lang Linglin stood frozen in place, her face alternating between pale and crimson. Last night, she had confessed her feelings to Su Jingyang and questioned the authenticity of his relationship with his virtual girlfriend. Now this so-called virtual girlfriend stood before her in the flesh. How could she possibly accept this? Most of the crowd had come to believe Yi Qingwan's identity. After all, almost no one could fail to finish the second half of those words. Yet Lang Linglin stubbornly insisted this was merely an actress Su Jingyang had hired specifically to reject her. Lang Linglin had been surrounded by numerous outstanding suitors since childhood, and in her eyes, they were all mediocre. Finally meeting Su Jingyang had stirred her heart, only to be dealt this blow. Her proud self-respect could not easily swallow this humiliation. She bit her lower lip, clenched her fists tightly, and made up her mind, no matter what, she would make Su Jingyang fall for her. Chapter 72, New Arrivals. Yi Qingwan surveyed the crowd before her, certain they were all celestial beings from the immortal realm, just like Su Jingyang. With that thought, she bowed gracefully without hesitation, performing a standard court ceremony, and respectfully said, Qingwan greets all the divine beings present. This unexpected gesture left the crowd stunned. Eyes widened, faces exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions etched with confusion and astonishment. Tang Yao couldn't help but gasp aloud, what on earth is she doing? Seeing this, Su Jingyang hurried forward, gently helping Yi Qingwan to her feet. He whispered softly in her ear, Qingwan, this isn't the immortal realm. They aren't gods or immortals. There's no need for such formalities. I'll explain everything when we return. Yi Qingwan blinked, her eyes still filled with confusion and bewilderment, but she obediently nodded. Divine Lord Jingyang, Qingwan understands. It's just that old habits die hard. A futuristic-looking hovering limousine, its tire-like sections transformed into jet turbines spewing blue flames, glided silently toward the group. Like a silent, gliding warship of the future, it slowly approached the group. The entire body was streamlined, with soft blue energy light strips glowing along both sides. As the vehicle drew nearer, the light strips pulsed rhythmically, like breathing. Yi Qingwan stared in astonishment at this unprecedented marvel. Her eyes widened, her mouth slightly agape, her face etched with pure bewilderment. What is this? How can it float in the air? She murmured, her voice brimming with confusion and curiosity. Su Jingyang observed her astonished expression, smiled gently, and patiently explained, this is a hovercar, a common mode of transportation for us. It relies on a special energy source, allowing it to float and travel through the air. Taking her hand gently, he added, come, I'll help you aboard. Yi Qingwan, her heart pounding with trepidation, followed Su Jingyang toward the hovercar. As she drew near, she felt the faint vibration emanating from the vehicle's body, making her heart race even faster. Su Jingyang opened the door, helped Yi Qingwan into the vehicle, and then climbed in himself. The interior was sleek and futuristic, with various instrument panels and displays glowing softly. Yi Qingwan sat down cautiously, her hands gripping the seat edges tightly as her eyes scanned the surroundings with curiosity. Tang Yao, seated in the back, observed Yi Qingwan's expression and smiled, saying, don't be nervous. Once we get going, you'll see how much fun it is. Yi Qingwan turned to look at Tang Yao, forcing a faint smile. Yet her heart remained filled with unease and curiosity. She thought to herself, the objects of this celestial realm are truly wondrous. I wonder how many more marvels I'll encounter in the days ahead. The group stepped off the hovercar and stood by the roadside. Lan Linglin looked at Su Jingyang and Yi Qingwan, her heart filled with mixed emotions. Still, she forced herself to appear composed as she approached Yi Qingwan and asked, Miss Yi, you're new here and probably don't have a place to stay yet. Where do you plan to live? Su Jingyang chimed in without hesitation, of course she'll stay at my place. Lang Linglin frowned slightly at this encounter, but there's only one bed there. How are you supposed to stay? Su. Scratching his head, a faint blush spread across his face as he said, I can sleep on the couch. What's the big deal? Just then, Wang Feiping grinned and chimed in, hey, why are you meddling? They're boyfriend and girlfriend, they know how to handle things between themselves. At this remark, Su Jingyang's face flushed even redder. He lowered his head slightly, feeling a bit embarrassed. Yi Qingwan looked utterly bewildered. Hearing the unfamiliar term boyfriend and girlfriend, she curiously asked Su Jingyang, Sir, what does boyfriend and girlfriend mean? Su Jingyang glanced around at the people nearby, hesitated, and said, well, I'll explain it to you later. There are too many people here now. Lang Linglin watched this unfold, feeling reluctant but forced to let it go for now. Tang Yao's eyes darted around before she suddenly piped up loudly, oh. I get it. Lang Linglin's heart skipped a beat at those words. She asked nervously, what do you know? Tang Yao wore a smug look as she pointed at Lang Linglin. Ice Queen, you're so boring. You want someone to keep you company, don't you? Oh, fine. Since you stood up for me before, I'll keep you company for a few days. Linglin secretly breathed a sigh of relief, hastily waving her hands in denial. No, that's not what I meant. But Tang Yao seemed convinced, stubbornly insisting, it's fine. I'll keep you company. Stop being so stubborn. Lingling was helpless and stopped arguing. Su Jingyang brought Yi Qingwan to his small rented apartment. Opening the door, they found the room sparsely furnished, just a bed, a table, and a few chairs, making it feel cramped. As they stepped inside, both felt awkward, the air thick with tension. Yi Qingwan broke the silence first, asking softly, Your Excellency, you said this isn't the immortal realm. Then where is this? Su Jingyang walked over to her and said earnestly, You mustn't call me sir anymore. In this world, such an address might make others think I'm some kind of slave owner, and I'd be despised. Just call me by my name. Oh. Yi Qingwan nodded obediently. Then, Su Jingyang sat down and patiently began explaining this world to Yi Qingwan in detail. Qingwan, this place is called Blue Star. It's completely different from the great Xia you come from. There are no immortals here. People rely on technology and their own cultivated martial prowess to survive. Technology refers to things like those cars you see driving around, screens that emit light, and such. Martial prowess, on the other hand, comes from training and cultivation, allowing one to possess immense strength. Yi Qingwan listened intently, her eyes wide, occasionally asking questions. After Su Jingyang finished his explanation, Yi Qingwan still found it hard to believe. So you're really not a deity? Su Jingyang nodded firmly. Yi Qingwan pressed further, then how did you contact me? Su Jingyang pulled out his phone, waved it, and said, through this game. He paused to gather his thoughts before explaining, in this world, martial artists awaken their own artifact spirits. The artifact spirit I awakened was this phone. This game acts as a special conduit, allowing me to communicate with you. In a way, you could be considered my artifact spirit too, though you're quite unique. Yi Qingwan nodded frequently, though she only grasped bits and pieces of his explanation. Noticing her confusion, Su Jingyang reassured her, it's okay. I'll help you understand this world gradually. Chapter 73, The First Step of Adaptation Transformation. Su Jingyang watched as Yi Qingwan's fingertips unconsciously twisted the hem of her skirt, silk creasing into fine, dense folds. He keenly sensed her unease. The unmistakable anxiety in her eyes hung over her like a dark cloud. Su Jingyang asked softly, what's wrong? You don't seem to be in a good mood. Yi Qingwan forced a smile and replied with feigned ease, I'm fine. Probably just a little tired. But Su Jingyang wasn't easily fooled. He pressed further, there's no need for secrets between us. If something's troubling you, just tell me. Under his persistent questioning, Yi Qingwan finally sighed and spoke slowly, today was supposed to be the day I ascended the throne. With 2 emperors passing away in quick succession, the court is already in turmoil. Now that I've suddenly vanished, I can only imagine how frantic everyone must be. Hearing this, Su Jingyang gently patted her shoulder and comforted her, calm down first. I'll definitely find a way for you to return. But for now, you need to adjust to life here. Yi Qingwan nodded in agreement, finding his words reasonable. Su Jingyang scrutinized her from head to toe, frowning as he said, the most urgent matter now is to get you some modern clothes. Wearing ancient attire all the time isn't just inconvenient, it's way too conspicuous. Yi Qingwan glanced down at her own traditional attire and realized the problem. Su Jingyang immediately took Yi Qingwan to the mall and entered a women's clothing store. He weaved through the aisles, his eyes swiftly scanning each garment. Finally, he selected a school uniform and white stockings, handing them to Yi Qingwan. Qingwan, try this set on. I think it'll suit you perfectly. Yi Qingwan took the clothes. Seeing the short skirt and sheer stockings, a faint blush spread across her face. Nevertheless, she stepped into the fitting room. Moments later, Yi Qingwan emerged slowly from the fitting room. Her hands unconsciously tugged at the hem of her skirt, her face flushed with embarrassment, even her ears turning bright red. The moment Su Jingyang saw her, he couldn't help but stare. It took him a while to snap out of it before he sincerely praised, "You look absolutely stunning. This outfit suits you perfectly." Yi Qingwan lowered her head slightly and murmured, "Isn't this dress a bit too revealing? My entire legs are exposed." Only then did Su Jingyang recall that she came from a feudal era where such attire was naturally hard to accept. Yet a selfish thought stirred within him: his girlfriend should look stunning, of course. He reassured her, "It's fine. Everyone dresses like this nowadays. It's perfectly normal." Just then, a familiar voice rang out, "Hey, you lowlife, what are you doing here?" Su Jingyang turned to see Lang Linglin and Tang Yao approaching them. Su Jingyang froze for a moment before explaining, "I brought Qingwan shopping. Her traditional attire is just too inconvenient." Lang Linglin's gaze fell upon Yi Qingwan, whose skin was as fair as snow and whose eyes shone like clear springs. Even in the slightly ill-fitting modern attire, her innate classical elegance shone through. Her classical grace blended with the sensual allure of her schoolgirl uniform and white stockings, creating a unique beauty. This beauty was unprecedented, enough to make every other woman in the store pale in comparison. Lang Linglin paused slightly, a ripple of emotion stirring within her. She looked at Yi Qingwan and asked softly, "Are you uncomfortable wearing this?" Seeing Lang Linglin ask this, Su Jingyang feared Yi Qingwan might speak her mind and quickly interjected, "Not at all. She looks absolutely stunning and fits right in." Lang Linglin shot him a disapproving look and said, "Let her speak for herself." Under everyone's gaze, Yi Qingwan nodded slightly, her voice barely audible. "Actually, it feels a bit strange." Lang Linglin shot Su Jingyang a look that spoke volumes without words. Tang Yao stirred the pot from the sidelines. "You useless fish, all you know how to do is mess things up." Su Jingyang's face flushed crimson instantly. He opened his mouth but could only weakly protest, "I just thought it suited her perfectly." "Even if it suits her, it still depends on whether she's willing, doesn't it?" Lang Linglin raised an eyebrow, her gaze drifting casually over Su Jingyang. Then she turned to Yi Qingwan with gentle eyes. "Come on, let me help you pick out a few new outfits." As she spoke, she naturally took Yi Qingwan's hand, the gesture carrying an air of non-negotiable certainty. Seeing this, Su Jingyang hurried forward, about to speak up in defense. But Tang Yao was quick as lightning, grabbing his arm and teasing, "You clueless fish, you know nothing about women's fashion. Stop giving orders. This lady happens to be hungry. Your reward is accompanying me to grab something to eat." Without waiting for Su Jingyang's response, she tugged him toward the mall's food court. Su Jingyang was dragged along, glancing back stubbornly, only to see Lang Linglin and Yi Qingwan's figures gradually disappear between the clothing racks of the boutique. In the food court, Tang Yao flitted like a cheerful little bird between the various snack stalls. One moment she grabbed a skewer of grilled squid, the next she fixated on stinky tofu, eating until her mouth glistened with grease. Su Jingyang trailed behind absent-mindedly, glancing at his phone every so often, wondering how Yi Qingwan was getting along with her clothes shopping. Finally, Tang Yao patted her belly contentedly, and only then did Su Jingyang manage to pull her back hurriedly to the clothing store. The moment they entered, Su Jingyang's gaze was instantly drawn to Yi Qingwan. She wore a modernized cheongsam. Exquisite white orchids embroidered the pale blue silk, while the stand-up collar perfectly accentuated her slender neck. The skirt slit revealed her fair, delicate ankles, blending classical elegance with modern tailoring. Her long hair was loosely gathered, adorned with an elegant wooden hairpin slanted through it. A few strands of loose hair fell softly beside her cheeks, adding a touch of gentle grace. Su Jingyang and Tang Yao were both transfixed, standing rooted to the spot, their eyes fixed on Yi Qingwan without blinking. Lang Linglin crossed her arms, a triumphant smile spreading across her face as she declared, "My taste isn't half bad, is it?" Tang Yao snapped out of her daze and exclaimed, "Ice Queen, this isn't just good, it's absolutely stunning. Sis Qingwan in this dress looks like a fairy stepped right out of an ancient painting." Lang Linglin's lips curved upward, her eyes sparkling with amusement, clearly delighted by Tang Yao's praise. Su Jingyang hurried over to Yi Qingwan, examining her from head to toe with concern. "How about it? Are you satisfied?" Yi Qingwan spun gently, the skirt's hem swaying gracefully. She nodded happily, her eyes sparkling as she replied, "I'm very satisfied. This dress is truly beautiful, and it feels incredibly comfortable to wear." Su Jingyang listened with delight, then smoothly pulled out his card with his right hand and handed it to the front desk attendant, declaring with authority, "Charge it." The receptionist took the card and skillfully swiped it through the machine. She then returned the card with an apologetic expression and politely stated, "I'm sorry, sir, but the balance on your card is insufficient." Su Jingyang froze. How could the 2 million yuan he'd won from Zhao Meng in that bet have vanished so quickly? He recalled topping up his game account earlier. It never felt like he'd spent much each time. In the end, Lang Linglin stepped forward, pulled out her own card, and elegantly handed it to the front desk clerk to complete the payment. Tang Yao couldn't resist sneering from the side, "You lowlife, stop pretending to be rich when you're broke. It's just embarrassing." Su Jingyang forced a smile, trying to salvage some dignity. "Who's the one with no money, needing me to cover even a snack?" Tang Yao stuck out her tongue sheepishly, grabbed the half-eaten grilled sausage in her hand, and shoved it straight into Su Jingyang's mouth. "You'd better shut up," she said with a grin. Lang Linglin helped Yi Qingwan pick out a few more outfits for future costume changes. As they were about to part ways, she approached Su Jingyang and produced a medal. This is the MVP medal from the national tournament. Lord Huang specifically visited our Lang family this morning and instructed me to deliver this to you personally. She paused briefly before continuing. He also asked me to convey a message. With the martial arts exam approaching in just a few days, as the instructor, you bear immense responsibility. You absolutely cannot afford to slack off in the slightest. The quality of this year's examinee's academic advancement depends largely on your instruction. Su Jingyang accepted the medal, his gaze lingering on it for a moment. A confident smile spread across his lips. Rest assured. Having taken on this responsibility, I will give it my all to ensure this cohort achieves unprecedented results. Lang Linglin gave a slight nod, a barely perceptible flicker of approval crossing her expressionless face. That's best. Do your best. Chapter 74, I want to cultivate new martial arts too. Yi Qingwan had already learned to save questions for private conversations. Back home, Yi Qingwan eagerly turned to Su Jingyang, her eyes brimming with curiosity. Jingyang, she asked, what exactly is this martial arts examination everyone keeps talking about? Su Jingyang walked over to the sofa, sat down, and explained earnestly, the martial arts examination is arguably the most crucial test in a martial artist's life. Its importance is self-evident. It directly determines the future path of a martial artist. Gaining admission to a prestigious academy means access to abundant cultivation resources. For martial artists from ordinary backgrounds, it's undoubtedly the best path to change their circumstances. After all, in this world, strength reigns supreme. Resources are distributed strictly according to a martial artist's power. Yi Qingwan's eyes suddenly lit up. Scenes of the imperial examinations in Great Xia flashed through her mind, and she exclaimed excitedly, isn't this similar to our Great Xia's imperial examination system? Right? Su Jingyang pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. In a sense, you could interpret it that way. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingwan grew visibly excited. Clenching her fists, she declared loudly, then I want to participate too. You? Su Jingyang looked utterly astonished, a hint of skepticism flickering in his eyes. Seeing his expression, Yi Qingwan felt a surge of defiance. She immediately flexed her arms, displaying her toned muscles, and declared, I've trained in martial arts since childhood. While I wouldn't claim to be a master of every weapon, swords, spears, staffs, I've at least mastered the basics. Plus, I've guarded the frontier before. I've got plenty of real combat experience and know a thing or two about strategic deployment. You know all this. Su Jingyang looked at her, letting out a helpless, bitter laugh. Even so, that's fundamentally different from the martial arts examination today. Yours is the old martial arts, while ours is the new martial arts. New martial arts? Yi Qingwan tilted her head in confusion. Su Jingyang rose to his feet, walked to the window, gazed into the distance, and spoke slowly. 5,000 years ago, an abyss suddenly appeared on Blue Star, plunging the entire world into an era of spiritual energy revival. From that point onward, martial artists were no longer confined to mere physical training. They gained the ability to directly absorb spiritual energy for cultivation. Having said that, Su Jingyang decided to demonstrate for Yi Qingwan. Arriving at a suburban area, the aura surrounding him abruptly shifted. A powerful presence pressed the surrounding weeds lower to the ground. Countless golden swords materialized out of thin air, radiating dazzling light. Like scattered stars suspended in the sky, they slowly revolved around Su Jingyang and Yi Qingwan. Mysterious runes were etched upon the blades of these swords. As the runes flickered, faint sounds of dragon roars and tiger howls seemed to emanate from them. Su Jingyang casually pointed his hand toward the distance. The golden swords instantly shot forth like arrows released from a bow, streaking toward the distant hill he had pointed at. In an instant, a deafening explosion echoed across the land. The small hill was instantly blasted into a massive, deep crater. Dust billowed, rocks and earth flew everywhere. The entire scene was utterly breathtaking. Yi Qingwan was utterly stunned. Her eyes widened, her mouth slightly agape, as she stared at the scene before her, unable to recover for a long while. She had believed her martial arts were quite formidable, yet compared to this new martial art, the difference was like heaven and earth. If her first encounter with Barrett had sparked mere curiosity about something new, this demonstration of the new martial art had utterly fulfilled her fantasies of divine beings. However, Su Jingyang had intended to use this to dissuade Yi Qingwan. Unexpectedly, not only did she not back down, she became even more determined. Yi Qingwan grabbed Su Jingyang's arm urgently. I want to learn it. I absolutely must learn this new martial art. Seeing Yi Qingwan's eager expression, Su Jingyang couldn't help but frown slightly. He asked, Qingwan, aren't you in a hurry to return to Great Xia? At his words, Yi Qingwan's movements abruptly halted. Her expression froze, a flicker of confusion and struggle crossing her eyes. After a moment, she shook her head slightly and sighed softly, I do want to go back, but there's really no way to do it right now. Might as well make the best of it while we're here. As if afraid Su Jingyang would refuse, she clutched his arm tightly and shook it gently, pleading in a pouty voice, Jingyang, please teach me. Well, who would have thought this could untangle the other person's emotional knot? It was truly a case of trying too hard and failing, while letting go led to unexpected success. Su Jingyang felt his arm ache from the shaking, his head spinning dizzyingly. He quickly raised his hand to stop her. Alright. But cultivating new martial arts demands exceptional talent. We must first assess whether you possess the aptitude for it. Only then can we design a customized training plan for you. He thought to himself that once the test results came back, if Yi Qingwan's spiritual power reading was 0, it would surely dispel her stubborn determination. Borrowing the spirit power tester, a high-end instrument worth nearly 10 million, was no small matter. Su Jingyang steeled himself to approach the principal, explaining the entire situation in detail. Upon hearing this, the principal not only showed no hesitation but waved his hand generously with a broad smile. Use it freely. Use it to your heart's content. Chapter 75, Sovereign Realm. New girlfriend holds max level account. You're the one who brought our school its first ever national championship title. And soon, you'll become the first student ever to serve as a martial arts exam instructor. For that alone, the Education Bureau will definitely allocate massive funds to our school next year and send us the best resources. As he spoke, the principal's gaze swept past Su Jingyang to rest on Yi Qingwan standing beside him. A meaningful smile played on his lips as he raised an eyebrow and inquired, "By the way, your relationship seems a bit more than just ordinary friends, doesn't it?" Su Jingyang felt his cheeks instantly flush crimson, as if scorched by fire. The principal, catching the look, smiled knowingly and reassured him, "It's fine. You're both almost in college, it's perfectly normal. Besides, you excel both academically and in competitions. Even if you were still enrolled, you deserve special consideration." After briefly bidding farewell to the principal, Su Jingyang hurriedly pulled Yi Qingwan away. As it was the students' self-training period, the testing hall was completely silent and deserted. Yi Qingwan's eyes darted around in curiosity, her pace unconsciously slowing. Before she knew it, she had fallen behind, leaving a gap between herself and Su Jingyang. Su Jingyang strode into a room, about to explain the equipment inside to Yi Qingwan, only to find no one behind him. He frowned slightly, turned quickly, and called out, "Where are you? Come over here." Only then did Yi Qingwan reluctantly stop fiddling with the straw dummy used to test punching power. She jogged over to Su Jingyang's side. Opening the door, she found the room dimly lit, dominated by a massive machine at its center. Resembling an MRI machine in appearance, it was silver-gray throughout, its surface gleaming with a cold metallic sheen. Complex wiring and indicator lights encircled the entire apparatus. At its center was a long, narrow recess lined with soft padding clearly designed for someone to lie down on. Su Jingyang pointed at the machine and said earnestly to Yi Qingwan, "This is the spiritual power tester. Just lie down on it." Yi Qingwan stared at the cold machine, a sudden wave of fear washing over her. Her hands unconsciously clutched at the hem of her clothes. But the thought of discovering whether she possessed the talent to cultivate new martial arts made her grit her teeth. She cautiously lay down inside. As Su Jingyang pressed the start button, the device hummed softly. Indicator lights flashed on one after another as it began its operation. Yi Qingwan felt her heartbeat suddenly quicken, her pulse racing so fast it felt like it was in her throat. Seeing her state, Su Jingyang hurriedly whispered reassuringly, "It's okay, relax. I'm right here beside you." He instinctively reached out to grasp her hand, wanting to offer her strength. But the moment his hand left his side, it froze abruptly. He feared his spiritual energy might interfere with the test results, which would be disastrous. So he could only withdraw his hand. Hearing Su Jingyang's words, Yi Qingwan took a deep breath, forcing her tense body to relax. Time ticked by second. After about 5 minutes, the instrument's rumbling gradually ceased, and the indicator lights stopped flashing. Su Jingyang hurried over to the machine, took Yi Qingwan's hand, and carefully helped her step down. At that moment, the printer hissed as it slowly spat out a report. Su Jingyang reached out to take it. The moment his eyes fell upon it, he froze completely, stammering, "I feel like the test results might be wrong, but it's unlikely this machine worth tens of millions would malfunction." Seeing Su Jingyang's unusual expression, Yi Qingwan felt a wave of worry wash over her. She hurriedly asked, "What's wrong? Am I completely untalented? Am I unsuited for practicing the new martial arts?" Su Jingyang steadied himself, taking a long moment to regain his composure. Staring at the report, he paused for a long moment before his voice trembled as he said, "I thought I was the strongest genius among humans, but compared to you, I'm nothing but a rookie." Yi Qingwan was utterly confused. "What do you mean?" she asked, her face full of bewilderment. Su Jingyang, overcome with emotion, raised his voice. "It means you started with a max-level account." Yi Qingwan still didn't grasp it, so she cut straight to the point, "So am I suited for practicing the new martial arts or not?" Su Jingyang's lips curved upward into a wide grin as he affirmed, "Suitable. Absolutely perfect." With that, he tossed the report onto the table. Clearly displayed on the report were the details. Name, Yi Qingwan. Gender, female. Martial Realm Assessment, Sovereign Realm 10th Tier. The Sovereign Realm. Since the cultivation system was established, it has been the highest realm achievable within the human cultivation system. Yet it exists only in theory, a realm beyond the reach of countless geniuses who devote their entire lives to its pursuit. Throughout history, not a single individual has ever truly stepped into this realm. And now, Yi Qingwan had been assessed by this multi-million-dollar spiritual power tester as having reached the sovereign realm. She would undoubtedly become the first in history to achieve this feat. Yi Qingwan observed Su Jingyang's complex expression. Though she didn't fully grasp what the sovereign realm entailed, learning she was suited to practice the new martial arts instantly flushed her cheeks with excitement. Grabbing Su Jingyang's arm, she urged, "Teach me the new martial arts now." Su Jingyang met her expectant gaze and nodded. "All right," he agreed. "But before I teach you, I'd like to ask, why are you so eager to learn this new martial art?" Yi Qingwan blinked her eyes and answered earnestly, "Because to me, this new martial art seems as magical as sorcery. Once I master it, I can return to Daxia and use it to govern the nation better and protect my people." Hearing this, Su Jingyang felt a deepening admiration for her sense of responsibility and kindness. He finally agreed to teach her. Yet a lingering doubt remained in Su Jingyang's mind. Despite his cultivation level, he could detect not a single trace of spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from Yi Qingwan. While high-level practitioners could indeed conceal their aura completely, appearing as ordinary people who had never practiced martial arts. But Yi Qingwan didn't even know what spiritual energy was. How could she consciously conceal her aura? Could the test results truly be flawed? It seemed he needed to consult a master. After a moment's thought, Su Jingyang decided to take Yi Qingwan to the city lord's mansion. Though City Lord Huang Feiping was often unreliable, he was at least well-traveled and knowledgeable. As they arrived at the City Lord's residence, they happened to encounter Secretary Ding exiting. Secretary Ding opened the car door and was about to get in when he spotted Su Jingyang. With a gentle smile on his face, he stepped forward to greet them. "Young Master Su, I presume you have important business at the City Lord's residence today?" Su Jingyang promptly replied, "Secretary Ding, I do indeed need to speak with Lord Huang." Secretary Ding nodded slightly and said warmly, "Then allow me to escort you both inside." Noticing Secretary Ding seemed ready to leave on an errand, Su Jingyang said, "Secretary Ding, since you're heading out anyway, there's no need to trouble yourself. We can find Lord Huang ourselves." Secretary Ding waved his hand dismissively, smiling. "It's no trouble at all. It won't take long to guide you to the City Lord." With that, Secretary Ding led Su Jingyang and Yi Qingwan into the City Lord's residence. They arrived at the garden. Huang Feiping was squatting down, feeding a puppy. "Then you two go ahead and talk. I'll continue with my errands." Secretary Ding bowed slightly, preparing to take his leave. "Oh. All right." Su Jingyang finally snapped back to reality, suppressing the urge to kick him. Chapter 76, The Sage in the Deep Mountains. "Hey, Jingyang, what's up?" Huang Feiping remained facing away from them, his attention still fixed on the puppy. Without turning his head, he continued feeding the dog. Su Jingyang didn't respond directly to Huang Feiping's question. Instead, his expression grew solemn, his tone tinged with caution as he asked, "I'd like to seek your guidance first. With your current strength, what stage of the martial realm have you reached?" Huang Feiping paused upon hearing this, setting down the food before slowly rising to his feet and turning around. His gaze held a hint of puzzlement as he looked at Su Jingyang and answered truthfully, "7th tier split soul realm." "Why this sudden interest?" Su Jingyang took a deep breath, as if gathering courage, and spoke slowly, "I have someone here at the 10th stage of the sovereign realm." "What?" Huang Feiping's eyes widened instantly, his expression suggesting he'd heard an impossible tale. He leapt to his feet. "Are you serious? Don't joke with me, Master Realm. That's a legendary realm. No one has ever reached it since ancient times. Where is this person?" Su Jingyang's lips curved upward as he smiled and gestured toward Yi Qingwan beside him. Huang Feiping followed the direction of his finger and saw Yi Qingwan. He froze for a moment. Then his expression deflated, disappointment washing over his face. He snapped, "Jingyang, this joke is going too far." Su Jingyang hastily waved his hands, his expression serious as he explained rapidly, "I swear I'm not lying. Just moments ago, we tested her using the school's spiritual power analyzer. The results are right here in black and white. It clearly shows she's at the 10th tier sovereign realm." As he spoke, he swiftly pulled the test report from his chest and handed it over. Huang Feiping took the report with a skeptical look. The moment his eyes landed on the words Dominator Realm 10th tier, his expression instantly became incredibly complex. His eyes widened further, first flashing with surprise, then uncontrollable joy, but mostly deep disbelief. He stared at the report repeatedly, muttering under his breath, This can't be possible." After a long moment, he abruptly tossed the report aside. His eyes blazed with intensity as he strode toward Yi Qingwan. Startled by his sudden advance, Yi Qingwan's face drained of color. She instinctively stumbled backward, terror filling her eyes. Seeing this, Su Jingyang quickly stepped in front of her, his voice soft and reassuring. "Don't be afraid. Lord Huang is a good man. He just wants to examine you to figure out what's going on." Hearing this, Yi Qingwan's tension gradually eased. She nodded slightly and remained where she stood, though a trace of wariness lingered in her eyes. Huang Feiping stepped forward, extending his hand and gesturing for her to offer her wrist. Yi Qingwan hesitated for a moment before slowly extending her hand. Feiping gently grasped her wrist and began taking her pulse. His brow furrowed deeper and deeper, fine beads of sweat even forming on his forehead. After a long moment, he slowly withdrew his hand, his expression grave as he said in a deep voice, "This is bad. I can't discern her martial realm at all, but I can confirm she's no ordinary person." So, a 10th tier sovereign realm, it seems entirely possible. Hearing this, Su Jingyang's eyes lit up with joy. After all, she was his virtual girlfriend. His face naturally shared in the glory. Huang Feiping, however, remained solemn. He waved his hand and cautioned, "Don't get too excited just yet. I only said it's possible. There are still many factors we haven't thoroughly investigated. I happen to know a reclusive master who specializes in all manner of strange cultivation techniques and the mysteries of spiritual energy. Perhaps he can discern the truth behind this. But this master has an eccentric personality and lives deep in the most remote mountains. Finding him won't be easy." Su Jingyang's eyes flashed with determination. "If it means understanding Yi Qingwan's condition, I'm willing to attempt it no matter how difficult." Huang Feiping nodded. "Alright, I'll draw you a map right away. But be warned, the path is treacherous, with towering mountains and dense forests full of hidden dangers. You must proceed with utmost caution." With that, Huang Feiping fetched paper and brush, carefully sketching the map. Soon, the map was complete. He handed it to Su Jingyang and cautioned, "I can only mark the general forest where he resides. His exact location remains unknown. You'll need to explore it yourself. Remember, this man has an eccentric temperament. When you meet him, be respectful and courteous. Do not act rashly." Su Jingyang took the map, carefully stowed it away, and replied, "Thank you, Lord Huang. I'll keep that in mind." After bidding farewell to Huang Feiping, Su Jingyang and Yi Qingwan set off on their journey to find the reclusive master. Su Jingyang knew full well that the journey to find the reclusive master would be fraught with hardship, as it required venturing deep into the primeval forest. Before setting off, he carefully prepared some dry provisions to carry with him. Along the way, they endured wind and rain, sleeping under the open sky. Each night, they sought out a cave to serve as their temporary shelter. Fortunately, Su Jingyang had already attained 4th tier strength, and the aura radiating from his body was sufficient to scare off nearby beasts, allowing them to sleep soundly. Though the conditions were harsh, Yi Qingwan bore no complaints. Instead, she was filled with excitement. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity as she took in her surroundings, exploring everything as if discovering a whole new world. Watching her like this, Su Jingyang couldn't help but marvel inwardly, is this truly the princess who once guarded the frontier? What a remarkably resilient spirit she possesses. As time passed, by the 4th day of their search, their provisions were nearly depleted. Left with no choice, Su Jingyang relied on his own skills to hunt for food. Finally, on the 7th day, persistence paid off. As they crested a small hill, a stone house came into view deep within the valley. This desolate wilderness, rarely visited by humans, left no doubt it must be the dwelling of the mysterious sage Huang Feiping had spoken of. The two approached the stone house with eager anticipation. Arriving at the door, Su Jingyang politely raised his hand to knock. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking echoed loudly in the silent mountain forest. Yet, there was no response from inside for a long time. Su Jingyang knocked a few more times, still receiving no response. "Well, we're coming in then," Su Jingyang murmured softly as he slowly pushed open the door. Sure enough, the room was empty. Su Jingyang and Yi Qingwan stepped inside. The furnishings were simple, a stone table, several stone chairs, and some old bookshelves in the corner. The shelves were crammed with books, their pages yellowed and exuding an air of antiquity. Strange patterns and talismans hung on the walls, appearing mysterious and enigmatic in the dim light. In the center of the room stood a stone hearth, its ashes long since cooled. A quiet, mysterious atmosphere permeated the entire room, evoking a sense of awe. Chapter 77, The Sage Appears, Unexpected Changes Arise. Just as Su Jingyang and Yi Qingwan were engrossed in observing the interior of the house, an old man appeared silently behind them, his arrival unnoticed. At that moment, two strong yet icy hands gently rested on their shoulders. Su Jingyang and Yi Qingwan jolted, their hearts clenching sharply. "Who are you? Who sent you here?" A hoarse, deep voice echoed behind them, as if rising from the depths of an ancient well, carrying a chill. Both turned in unison to find a short, bald old man standing behind them. His hunched form radiated an intangible sense of oppression. His thick, snow-white eyebrows nearly brushed his cheeks, and his gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, seemingly able to pierce through everything. Su Jingyang's heart skipped a beat. He silently pondered, since entering this area, he had remained vigilant at all times, yet he hadn't sensed this old man's approach at all. This man was definitely no ordinary person. He quickly steadied his nerves and respectfully said, "Elder, we are students from the Martial Arts Academy. We have come to visit you at the request of City Lord Huang Feiping." At the mention of Huang Feiping, the old man's stern expression softened slightly, though his face remained grave. "What brings you here?" Su Jingyang dared not conceal anything and answered truthfully, "Elder, it's like this. We wish to ask for your help in assessing her martial realm." He gestured toward Yi Qingwan as he spoke. The old man's piercing gaze fixed on Yi Qingwan, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. As a martial artist, does she not even know her own cultivation level? Su Jingyang felt a pang of unease. The concept of transmigration was too bizarre. He'd already struggled to explain it to Huang Feipeng. This old man looked even more rigid and stern, it would be even harder to convince him. Then, inspiration struck. He lied. You see, senior, she suffered an accident during her cultivation practice and unfortunately lost her memory. She can't recall many things, including her cultivation realm. We've exhausted all options, so Lord Huang instructed us to seek your guidance. After hearing Su Jingyang's words, the short old man fell into brief contemplation. His snow-white eyebrows furrowed slightly as his gaze swept back and forth between Su Jingyang and Yi Qingwan, as if weighing something. After a moment, he nodded slightly and said in a deep voice, "Very well. Since that youngster Fei Peng sent you, I shall examine this girl." With that, the short old man shuffled slightly unsteadily to a corner of the room. He gently patted a stone bed, gesturing for Yi Qingwan to approach. Yi Qingwan glanced at Su Jingyang. Seeing him give a slight nod, she immediately walked over and sat cross-legged on the stone bed as instructed. Su Jingyang, standing nearby, fixed his gaze on the stone bed. He instantly recognized the bed's extraordinary nature as wispy threads of coolness rose from its surface. The surrounding air seemed to grow moist as spiritual energy continuously overflowed from the stone bed. Merely standing beside it, Su Jingyang felt a soothing, nourishing sensation as if every pore greedily absorbed the spiritual energy. This only strengthened Su Jingyang's conviction that the short old man before him was no ordinary individual. Unable to contain his curiosity, he politely inquired, "Elder, may I ask your honorable name?" The short old man retrieved something from a wooden cabinet nearby as he replied, "My surname is Chen. My given name is Xian. Elder, what is your relationship with Lord Huang? I'm curious to know." Chen Xian tilted his head back slightly, a flicker of reminiscence passing through his eyes as he spoke slowly. "That boy was once my disciple." Suddenly, Chen Xian's gaze grew intense, fixing itself directly on Su Jingyang, making him feel uneasy. "Young man, you look exactly like Feipeng did in his youth." The image of Huang Feipeng bearded and boisterous flashed through Su Jingyang's mind. He couldn't help but give a wry smile. "Senior, I don't think we look all that alike." Chen Xian shook his head and explained, "It's not the looks, but the personality and the talent. At your age, he had already broken through to the 4th tier. With your aptitude, you're bound to make a name for yourself in the future." Su Jingyang usually held fame and fortune in low regard, but receiving praise from a reclusive master like Chen Xian stirred an indescribable joy within him. Scratching his head, he replied with a touch of embarrassment, "You flatter me, senior." Su Jingyang wanted to pry further into Chen Xian's past. But seeing that Chen Xian was already preparing to diagnose Yi Qingwan, he wisely kept his mouth shut. Compared to Huang Feipeng's pulse-taking method, Chen Xian's technique seemed far more profound. He pressed the temples on her head one moment, then probed other acupoints on her back the next. Yet progress seemed slow, his brow remained furrowed. "Something's wrong. This child is too unusual. How can I not sense even a trace of spiritual energy? Even an untrained ordinary person wouldn't have absolutely no spiritual energy within them. I'll have to use a slightly more aggressive approach." Chen Xian cautioned, "The next part might be a bit painful. You'll need to endure it." Yi Qingwan nodded obediently. Su Jingyang wanted to pry more details about Chen Xian's past. Just as he opened his mouth, he saw Chen Xian walk solemnly to Yi Qingwan's side, preparing to diagnose her. He wisely kept his mouth shut, standing quietly to the side, his eyes fixed intently on Chen Xian's every move. His diagnostic technique was profoundly different from Huang Feipeng's pulse-taking method, appearing deeply mysterious. First, he extended his bony fingers to gently pinch Yi Qingwan's temples, his brow slightly furrowed as if sensing something. Then, he swiftly moved to probe other acupoints along her back. With each touch, his frown deepened. "Something's wrong. This child is terribly wrong," Chen Xian murmured, his voice thick with confusion. "How can I not sense even a trace of spiritual energy? But even an untrained ordinary person shouldn't have absolutely no spiritual energy within them. Looks like I'll have to resort to a slightly more aggressive method." Turning to Yi Qingwan, he offered a concerned warning, "The next part might be a bit painful. You'll need to endure it." Yi Qingwan nodded obediently at his words. Chen Xian turned and walked to the side, carefully retrieving an ancient wooden box. The wooden box appeared to be quite old. Opening it, he revealed over a dozen silver needles neatly arranged inside, each measuring several inches in length. They emitted a faint, cold glow, clearly indicating they were no ordinary objects. Chen Xian picked up a silver needle and skillfully inserted it into Yi Qingwan's acupoint. The moment the final needle pierced the center of Yi Qingwan's forehead, disaster struck. "Ugh! Ah!" Yi Qingwan let out a muffled cry of pain, her eyes snapping open and blazing with an intense, piercing light. In that instant, a powerful gust of air swept outward from Yi Qingwan like a whirlwind. Su Jingyang, caught completely off guard, was knocked off his feet by the force. His body flew backward like a, slamming heavily into the stone wall. This force was overpowering and relentless, leaving Su Jingyang utterly defenseless. He was pinned against the wall as easily as a bug. Chen Xian was also affected, knocked off the stone bed by the shockwave. Even someone as powerful as the City Lord's master struggled to regain his footing after being knocked down. It took him a tremendous effort to return to Yi Qingwan's side and swiftly pulled a needle from her forehead. Almost the instant the silver needle was pulled out, that terrifying, irresistible force vanished instantly. Ignoring the pain coursing through his body, Su Jingyang scrambled over to Yi Qingwan's side. He found Yi Qingwan lying motionless, her eyes tightly shut and her face deathly pale. She had already fallen unconscious. Su Jingyang's heart burned with anxiety. He immediately turned to Qin Xian and asked urgently, "Senior, what's wrong with Qingwan? What exactly is going on?" Chapter 78, Confirmed. A level 10 max tier account. Seeing Su Jingyang's frantic expression, Qin Xian explained solemnly, "Child, the human body is like a living alchemical furnace. Since the revival of spiritual energy, it permeates the entire world. The key to new martial cultivation lies in transforming this spiritual energy into spiritual power through personal cultivation, harnessing it for one's own use. The martial realm isn't merely a cultivation stage, it represents the efficiency and speed at which one absorbs and transforms spiritual energy." He gestured as he spoke, trying to help Su Jingyang grasp the concept. "The acupoints I pierced," Qin Xian continued, "are like opening a window in this furnace, allowing us to glimpse one's martial realm. But this method has side effects. It can cause loss of control. In the worst case, it might even lead to explosive death." At this, Su Jingyang's anger flared instantly. His eyes reddened as he abruptly grabbed Qin Xian by the collar and demanded, "Why would you do something so dangerous to Qingwan?" Just then, Yi Qingwan slowly regained consciousness and asked weakly, "What's going on?" Hearing her voice, Su Jingyang instantly released Qin Xian and rushed to Yi Qingwan's side, his voice filled with concern. "Qingwan, are you feeling unwell anywhere?" Yi Qingwan pressed her fingers to her forehead, carefully assessing her condition before gently shaking her head. Seeing this, Su Jingyang exhaled a long breath of relief, his taut nerves finally relaxing. Qin Xian showed no anger at Su Jingyang's impulsiveness, remaining calm as he explained, "I didn't push my acupuncture technique to its limit. Those needles only penetrated a fraction of an inch into the acupoints, they didn't pierce completely through. The power unleashed just now was far from this girl's full potential." Hearing this, Su Jingyang gradually regained his composure. Realizing his earlier overreaction, he hastily apologized to Qin Xian, "Senior, I'm truly sorry. I was too anxious just now." Qin Xian waved his hand dismissively. "It's fine. I understand you were simply overwhelmed by concern." Despite Qin Xian's words, Su Jingyang still felt a lingering pang of guilt. Judging from what we just witnessed, this girl's martial realm is at least at the 8th tier or higher. Qin Xian paused, his expression growing increasingly grave as he slowly uttered, "But in this old man's estimation, she most likely possesses a 10th tier sovereign realm cultivation." Su Jingyang's heart jolted. Recalling the results from the school's spiritual energy tester and now Qin Xian's assessment, the two pieces of evidence corroborated each other. There was only one possibility left: she truly was a 10th tier sovereign. It was truly a newcomer wielding a max level account. Upon hearing Qin Xian's assessment, Su Jingyang couldn't help but break into a bright smile, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Qin Xian observed his reaction, shook his head slightly, and cautioned, "Don't get too excited just yet. While this girl possesses formidable martial prowess, she currently cannot wield it. Power that cannot be controlled remains ultimately useless." Su Jingyang's smile instantly froze upon hearing this. Recalling the scene of Yi Qingwan's earlier loss of control, his heart tightened. Having witnessed Qin Xian's prowess firsthand, Su Jingyang was utterly awed by this reclusive master. Without hesitation, he knelt with a thud and spoke earnestly. "Elder, I humbly request your guidance on how to help Qingwan master this power. I wish to take you as my master. From this day forward, I shall regard you as my own father, caring for you in your old age and seeing you off when your time comes." Yi Qingwan stood beside him, momentarily stunned, before mimicking their actions and kneeling beside Su Jingyang. "Qingwan also vows to care for you in your old age and see you off when the time comes." This unexpected scene made Qin Xian burst into laughter. Pointing at Su Jingyang, he chuckled, "You kid, you're saying the exact same thing Huang Feiping said when he became my disciple." Su Jingyang scratched his head, his face flushing crimson to his ears as he looked utterly flustered. Qin Xian's smile faded as his expression turned serious. "Enough, enough. Whether you formally apprentice or not, I'll still help you. This girl has reached the 10th martial realm at such a young age. While I don't know the exact reason, it could be that she possesses the innate talent to cultivate the divine body." His gaze settled on Yi Qingwan, his eyes brimming with anticipation. With proper cultivation, she could be a once-in-a-generation prodigy. She might even reshape our nation's standing on the international stage. Only when the nation grows strong can its people enjoy better lives. I simply wish for our country to thrive. Su Jingyang listened to Qin Xian's grand vision and felt renewed admiration. Qin Xian motioned for Yi Qingwan to return to the stone bed. Though Yi Qingwan couldn't quite recall what had just transpired, a vague sense of fear gripped her. She instinctively took a small step back, her eyes filled with hesitation and fear. Su Jingyang keenly sensed Yi Qingwan's unease. With a tender yet firm grip, he enveloped her hand in his own palm and spoke gently yet resolutely, "Qingwan, don't be afraid. No matter what happens, I will always be by your side. Yi Qingwan lifted her head, meeting Su Jingyang's gaze. In his clear, unwavering eyes, her fear gradually melted away, replaced by a sense of security and reliance. They gazed at each other with deep affection, as if everything else in the world had ceased to exist. Yet this tender moment was short-lived. Shen Xian's voice rang out from behind them. Hey, you two lovey-doveys. Stop standing there gazing at each other like that. Come learn from the back. You'll need to be here yourself every single day from now on. Su Jingyang could only offer an awkward smile at this, while Yi Qingwan snapped out of her reverie. A blush of embarrassment flushed her cheeks as she swiftly withdrew her hand. You, go ahead. I'm fine. Su Jingyang cast one more worried glance at Yi Qingwan before turning to walk behind Chen Xian. Chen Xian stepped aside and picked up a large piece of cloth thick in texture and plain in color. He tied it around her neck, much like a barber securing a cape for a customer, ensuring it completely covered her front. Miss, please remove your clothes. I need to see your entire back. In the Great Xia, a maiden like her could only have two men see her body in her lifetime. One was her father, and the other was her husband. Yi Qingwan paused slightly, a flicker of embarrassment crossing her face. But remembering this was for practicing new martial arts, she nodded slightly, her cheeks flushed, and began slowly unbuttoning her clothes. Chapter 79, The Shackles Loosen. Chen Xian stood nearby, his gaze fixed intently on Su Jingyang as he asked, Young man, do you understand the 361 acupoints of the human body and the 12 yin-yang meridians? Su Jingyang paused slightly. While this knowledge felt somewhat unfamiliar to him now, but the original host's memories surged back like a tidal wave. In those memories, it was knowledge learned during his freshman and sophomore years of high school. Back then, fearing he might fail to awaken his spirit core or master martial arts, the original host had studied these subjects with exceptional diligence, securing an academic path as a backup. Now, Su Jingyang naturally inherited these memories. Composing himself, Su Jingyang replied, the 361 acupoints of the human body are distributed throughout the entire body, each with its unique function. For instance, the Baihui point on the crown of the head is the convergence point of all yang meridians, while the Yongquan point on the sole of the foot is the starting point of the kidney meridian. As for the 12 yin-yang meridians 6 yang and 6 yin, they originate from the Yongquan point on the soles, traversing the body to sustain the circulation of qi and blood, as well as the flow of spiritual energy. Chen Xian listened, his face lighting up with satisfaction as he nodded repeatedly, his eyes brimming with growing admiration for Su Jingyang. Immediately after, Chen Xian handed Su Jingyang the box containing silver needles over 10 centimeters long, then slowly stepped aside. From now on, when I call out an acupoint, insert the silver needle into that specific point. This is crucial to unlocking the spiritual energy shackles within her body. Su Jingyang took the needles, his hands trembling slightly. Despite having experienced countless battles and witnessed scenes of bloodshed and violence, the thought of actually piercing a human body with these slender needles stirred an inexplicable fear within him. Staring at the needles in his hand, imagining the act of piercing Yi Qingwan's body, beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Chen Xian seemed to read his thoughts, his gaze piercing as he explained, the spiritual energy within her body is currently shackled. It must be broken free bit by bit. With good luck, it might take only a few sessions. With bad luck, you could be needling her for the rest of your life. Are you planning to stay here and bother me forever? You may have the perseverance, but this old man has no such patience. Su Jingyang's heart jolted at these words. He turned to look at Yi Qingwan lying on the stone bed, just as she turned her head. That trusting gaze seemed to grant him boundless strength. Su Jingyang took a deep breath and silently vowed to himself he would help Yi Qingwan master her power. Finally, he gripped the silver needle tightly, awaiting Chen Xian's command. Feng Fu point. Su Jingyang took a deep breath, his hand trembling slightly as he slowly inserted the slender silver needle into the Feng Fu acupoint on Yi Qingwan's back. Yi Qingwan's body trembled slightly. She bit her lower lip, forcing herself to endure the discomfort. Dazui point. Chen Xian instructed immediately. Su Jingyang complied immediately. He was now tense to the extreme, each insertion seeming to drain every ounce of strength from his body. As the silver needles steadily pierced her skin, Yi Qingwan's back gradually became covered in them. She felt a faint warmth surge through the acupoints into her body, as if countless tiny streams of warmth were washing over her meridians. This sensation was both unfamiliar and wondrous, as if slowly transforming her from the inside out. By the end of the treatment, both Su Jingyang and Yi Qingwan were drenched in sweat. Su Jingyang's tension was palpable, while Yi Qingwan was immersed in the marvelous transformations within her body. Chen Xian finally spoke, that's enough. Hearing this, Su Jingyang carefully removed each silver needle from Yi Qingwan's back one by one. Only when the last needle was removed did his taut nerves finally relax, and he exhaled a long breath. Yi Qingwan sat up from the stone bed, feeling an unprecedented surge of strength coursing through her entire body. Her face flushed with excitement as she bounced off the stone bed. Chen Xian watched her and said, go outside and test it. See how it feels. The three stepped outside. Yi Qingwan gazed at the towering tree before her, hesitation flickering in her eyes. She dared not exert herself recklessly, afraid of harming herself. Seeing this, Su Jingyang stepped forward. As he gathered his chi into his fist, he explained to Yi Qingwan, look, first you must focus all the power within your body to a single point. Like this, let the power gather and compress in your fist. With that, he roared. His fist slammed into the tree, snapping it clean in two. The broken trunk was sent flying by the sheer force of the blow. Watching Su Jingyang's movements, Yi Qingwan felt a sudden realization dawn within her. Recalling Su Jingyang's words, she murmured to herself, gather the power, focus it onto the fist. She swung her fist toward another tree. Yet after her punch landed, the scene fell silent. Not a single leaf had fallen from the tree. This puzzled both Su Jingyang and Chen Xian. An ordinary person's punch shouldn't be this weak. How could it have become so feeble? Just as the two were puzzling over it. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed. Countless trees behind that one seemed struck by an invisible force, exploding violently. The explosive chain reaction carved a deep ravine into the earth. The force finally slammed into the distant mountain, leaving a massive, fist-shaped crater in its side. This sudden spectacle left Su Jingyang and Chen Xian speechless with shock. Staring at the massive crater blasted by Yi Qingwan's power, it took them a full half-minute to recover their senses. Chen Xian frowned deeply, his expression grave as he analyzed, it seems the shackles have loosened slightly, but her control over this power remains far too limited. He shook his head slightly before adding, still, it's a promising start. She's young. With time and refinement, she'll master her power. Yi Qingwan's heart swelled with joy, her cheeks flushing with excitement. Like a playful fawn, she bounded to Su Jingyang's side and exclaimed excitedly. Wonderful, divine lord. I truly did it. Su Jingyang was genuinely pleased with Yi Qingwan's progress, but upon hearing that title, his heart skipped a beat. Before he could process it, Chen Xian keenly picked up on the slight shift and asked in confusion, wait, what did you just call him? What lord? Su Jingyang hastily waved his hands, explaining with a smile, Senior, you misheard. She just called my name. Perhaps her voice was a bit muffled, causing the misunderstanding. Yi Qingwan quickly pressed her lips together, lowering her head in silent frustration at her slip of the tongue. Chen Xian observed their expressions. Though doubts lingered in his mind, he chose not to press the matter further. Instead, he shook his head helplessly and sighed. I really am getting old. I just don't understand the trends and little quirks of you young folks these days. Now that you've resolved your issue, you should leave promptly. This humble place of mine can't handle all this commotion. Yi Qingwan glanced up at the sky. The sun was already slanting westward, the horizon dyed orange-red as night approached. She cautiously remarked, Elder, the sun seems to be setting. It will be dark soon. In these mountains and forests, might it be? Before she could finish, Chen Xian cut her off. Chen Xian waved dismissively. With your abilities, you too? Afraid of the beasts in these mountains? Just don't ruin my peaceful retreat any further, and I'll be grateful. Su Jingyang knew well that recluses often had their own peculiar temperaments and disliked being disturbed. He quickly tugged at Yi Qingwan's sleeve, signaling her to stop talking. Then, with a broad smile, he addressed Chen Xian, Senior, we'll be on our way now. Please take good care of yourself. Chen Xian shot him a glance, snorted, and said, cut the nonsense. Brewing my own liquor out here in the wilderness is a real hassle. If you truly wish to repay me, just bring some fine liquor next time you visit. Su Jingyang nodded eagerly. Absolutely. Rest assured, Senior. Next time we'll bring you the finest wine. Chapter 80, The Silver Needle has a remarkable origin. As they parted, Chen Xian turned and walked back inside. Moments later, he emerged holding a hand-drawn map. The paper was yellowed, yet the lines were clear and flowing, clearly the result of Chen Xian's considerable effort. He picked up the box of silver needles he had used to treat Yi Qingwan and handed it to Su Jingyang along with the map. Young man, this map will help you safely leave the mountains. Keep these silver needles too. You must continue acupuncture treatments for this young lady to help her stabilize and control her powers. But remember, no more than 3 sessions per month. Though her body possesses extraordinary qualities, overdoing the acupuncture could overwhelm her meridians and cause damage. Su Jingyang accepted the map and needles with both hands, his heart brimming with gratitude. He nodded solemnly. Senior, I've taken note of all your instructions. I shall never forget this kindness. After sincerely thanking Chen Xian once more, Su Jingyang took Yi Qingwan's hand and turned to begin their journey home. With this map in hand, their journey felt much lighter. What had once taken 7 days and nights of winding through the mountains and forests now took merely 3 hours. The pair emerged smoothly from the deep, ancient woods. Who could have imagined the exit would be in a park? The moment they stepped into the urban world, blinding sunlight and the clamor of voices assaulted them. They were covered in grime, their clothes caked with dust and grass clippings. Their hair was a tangled mess, and they looked utterly bedraggled, hardly distinguishable from savages emerging from primitive times. Passers-by stared at them, many wearing expressions of astonishment. Some even pulled out their phones to snap photos. Yi Qingwan was still smiling foolishly and waving at everyone. Su Jingyang had no desire to become tomorrow's trending topic. He promptly hoisted Yi Qingwan onto his back and channeled his spiritual energy to speed away. Back at their rented apartment, they took turns enjoying a hot shower, washing away the fatigue and grime. Afterward, they feasted heartily, finally feeling the pulse of life return. The evening breeze carried away the summer's clamor. They stepped onto the balcony, settled into lounge chairs, and prepared to rest, savoring this rare tranquility. Yi Qingwan gazed up at the twinkling stars and the bright moon. Moonlight spilled across her face, outlining her soft features. Su Jingyang gazed at Yi Qingwan with tender eyes, breaking the silence first. Do you miss home? Yi Qingwan paused slightly, a fleeting hint of melancholy flickering in her eyes. If I had to say I miss anyone, it's not really accurate. The only person I truly loved, my mother, is long gone. The only thing that weighs on my mind is the duty that binds me. Besides, our great Xia now possesses firearms weapons that defy the times. As long as there's no internal strife, no foreign enemy would dare to invade. All I need to do is live well here and let things take their natural course. Su Jingyang's heart jolted violently. Unconsciously, he reached out and gently smoothed the strands of Yi Qingwan's hair, tousled by the wind. His voice was slightly hoarse. Qingwan, if it weren't for me, you wouldn't be trapped in this era, unable to return home. It's my fault. Yi Qingwan quickly covered his mouth with her hand, her voice soft. Don't say that. Being able to come to Lord Shinjuan's world is the greatest fortune of my life. Even if I can't return, as long as Lord Shinjun is there, Qingwan will be perfectly content to stay. Their gazes locked, and as their eyes met, it felt as though the entire world had vanished, leaving only the two of them. Suddenly, a chill breeze swept by, and Yi Qingwan couldn't help but sneeze. Su Jingyang frowned with concern and hurriedly said, "The wind is picking up. Go inside quickly, don't catch a chill." Yi Qingwan shook her head, her gaze still fixed on the moon. She murmured softly, "It's all right. I just want to look at the moon a little longer. It feels like it's been ages since I last gazed at it with such peace." Su Jingyang went inside first. But soon, he hurried back out, carrying a soft blanket. He gently draped it over Yi Qingwan's shoulders, carefully tucking in the edges. The next day, under perfect sunshine, Su Jingyang led Yi Qingwan back into the city lord's mansion. Along the way, Su Jingyang navigated with practiced ease, heading straight for the study where Huang Feiping usually worked. Huang Feiping sat at his desk, flipping through a stack of documents. Hearing the door open, he looked up and, upon recognizing Su Jingyang, couldn't help but let out a tisk. "You brat, you really think this place is your own home? You walk right in without even announcing yourself?" Su Jingyang didn't bother with pleasantries. "Let's cut the small talk," he said directly. "I'm here to report that the issue with Yi Qingwan has been resolved." He bowed slightly, his tone sincere. "Thank you for your guidance earlier. If you hadn't directed us to seek out Senior Chen, who knows how much more trouble we would have gone through." With that, Su Jingyang carefully retrieved the silver needles Chen Xian had given him from his robe. Huang Feiping had been listening casually until his eyes widened at the sight of the needle case. He leapt to his feet as if witnessing something utterly astonishing. This. Could this be what the old man gave you?" Huang Feiping exclaimed, his eyes brimming with astonishment and envy. Su Jingyang nodded without hesitation. "Yes. It's only a temporary measure. I still have to use these from time to time to help her break free from her shackles." Huang Feiping's fingers trembled as he picked up the silver needles from the wooden box, explaining. The old man possessed two peerless treasures. One was the spirit-gathering and energy-restoring couch, which continuously emitted the spiritual energy needed for cultivation. Not only that, but lying on it could automatically heal injuries and restore stamina. The other treasure is this very spirit-writing heavenly needle. Once these needles pierce an acupoint, they channel spiritual energy. Not only that, they can even be wielded as formidable combat weapons. Both are family heirlooms the old man treasured above all else legendary artifacts. Huang Feiping paced back and forth, his face agape with disbelief. "When I graduated from my apprenticeship, that old man Chen Xian wouldn't even part with a single silver needle, let alone the entire set. You two merely went to visit him seeking solutions. How could he just hand over these treasures?" Huang Feiping's voice carried a hint of frustration and resentment, bordering on utter disbelief and collapse. Su Jingyang was startled upon hearing Huang Feiping's words. He had only known these silver needles were valuable, but never imagined their origins were so significant. Chapter 81, Not Gone. Seeing Huang Feiping staring longingly at the silver needle, Su Jingyang paused for a moment before snatching it back from Huang Feiping's grasp without hesitation. It wasn't that he was stingy, it was simply that Huang Feiping's temperament made him uneasy. He feared that if he wasn't careful, the city lord might find some clever way to take the needles from him. Huang Feiping's eyes widened in shock as the needle was snatched back. He immediately protested, "Hey, kid. That's not very nice of you. There are so many of them anyway, what's the harm in giving me a few?" Su Jingyang's mouth twitched. But he understood that while Huang Feiping could be unreliable at times, he was generally polite to women. Without another word, he turned and pressed the silver needles into Yi Qingwan's hands. True to form, Huang Feiping instantly quieted down. The eagerness vanished from his face. Clearing his throat, he resumed his dignified demeanor as the city lord. Speak. What else do you want? Su Jingyang scratched the back of his head with a sheepish smile. What purpose could I possibly have besides coming to thank you? Oomph. As if I don't know you, kid. Huang Feiping raised an eyebrow, his gaze sharpening as he fixed it on Su Jingyang. You couldn't possibly be so boring as to come here just to thank me and then leave, could you? Su Jingyang smiled apologetically, his expression ingratiating. Heh, you really see right through everything. After exchanging pleasantries, his expression turned serious as he revealed the true purpose of his visit. I'd like to ask for your help in resolving Yi Qingwan's identity issue. I want her to be able to participate in the National Martial Arts exam too. Huang Feiping frowned at this and countered, how can you be so sure I'll help you? Su Jingyang quickly replied, you're the ruler of this city. For you, this is nothing more than a word. Flattered by the praise, Huang Feiping's face lit up with a hint of satisfaction. Yet his gaze turned concerned as he looked at Yi Qingwan. The identity issue isn't difficult, he said. But is this girl even capable? Even though she possesses 10th tier strength, she's only just learned to unlock her restraints. If she can't even unleash 1st tier power, participating in the martial arts exam would be rather embarrassing. Su Jingyang smiled confidently. City Lord, there's no need for concern. If you're truly uneasy, why not challenge Yi Qingwan to a duel? You'll see her strength for yourself. Me, duel her? Huang Feiping's eyes widened as if he'd heard the most ridiculous joke imaginable. He burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Her? I could stand still and let her hit me. A sly gleam flashed in Su Jingyang's eyes as he immediately retorted, fine, you're the one who said it. Huang Feiping pounded his chest, brimming with confidence. I said it. I'll stand perfectly still. If she can make me budge an inch, I'll take care of this matter. Su Jingyang turned to Yi Qingwan and whispered, go ahead, but hold back. Don't hurt him. Yi Qingwan nodded obediently, took a deep breath, and walked toward Huang Feiping. Standing before Huang Feiping, she let out a soft shout and swung her right fist fiercely toward his chest. The punch appeared light and airy, carrying not a hint of force. It barely disturbed the surrounding air. Huang Feiping stood rooted to the spot, a faint, dismissive smile playing on his lips. This girl's attack felt like she was merely tickling him, utterly insignificant. Yet, just as he was inwardly mocking her, a sudden surge of power erupted violently within his body. What? What the hell is this? Huang Feiping's heart raced with shock, his eyes widening instantly. It felt as though a bomb had ignited within him, unleashing an unstoppable force that rampaged through his body. His internal organs churned violently. His head grew dizzy, and the world before his eyes began spinning wildly. Summoning every ounce of strength, he bent his knees slightly, barely managing to steady himself and avoid collapsing on the spot. Su Jingyang stood nearby, observing Huang Feiping rooted to the spot. Though a subtle shift crossed his face, he remained perfectly still. Confusion filled his mind. He assumed Yi Qingwan had once again failed to control her power, delivering a blow with the effect of striking a mountain from afar. He gave Yi Qingwan a slight nod, signaling her to continue. Seeing this, Huang Feiping dared not persist. He frantically waved his hands, shouting hoarsely, stop! Stop! He turned away, a sweet taste filling his throat as he spat out a mouthful of blood with a pff sound. Huang Feiping hastily caught it with a handkerchief, then raised his trembling hand to wipe the blood from his lips. He forced himself to look calm as he turned back. He forced a smile and said, alright, since you're all so earnest about this, I'll help you out. Su Jingyang's sharp gaze immediately caught the bloodstain still lingering at the corner of Huang Feiping's mouth. Are you okay? Huang Feiping forced a smile. Heh, it's just a little girl's light punch. What harm could it do? Of course I'm fine. Su Jingyang turned to Yi Qingwan. Did you use full force? Yi Qingwan looked utterly innocent, batting her big eyes and shaking her head. No way. I didn't even use half my strength. This was a 7th tier grandmaster. Not just in China, but globally, there are barely 100 martial artists beyond the 7th rank. Su Jingyang's heart jolted, gaining fresh perspective on Yi Qingwan's terrifying strength. Huang Feiping steadied his nerves, pulled out his phone, and dialed a number. He gave a few brief instructions to the person on the other end before hanging up. Within 10 minutes, hurried footsteps echoed through the room as an assistant rushed in, clutching a file. Huang Feiping took the file and passed it to Su Jingyang, saying, everything's inside. Su Jingyang opened the file to find a brand new Chinese ID card and an information sheet inside. His gaze fell on the information sheet, which stated that Yi Qingwan's martial realm was at the peak of the 1st tier. Su Jingyang looked at Huang Feiping with confusion. Huang Feiping sighed and explained, if we wrote the truth, it would be too shocking. These days, the world seems peaceful, with all of China united as one, but beneath the surface, dark currents are swirling. Many people can't stand seeing others succeed, especially those powerful clans. To consolidate their positions, they'll resort to any means necessary. If they learned Yi Qingwan possessed 10th tier strength, they'd surely harbor malicious intentions toward her, even resorting to lethal measures. Such outcomes are entirely plausible. Su Jingyang felt a chill run through him upon hearing this. He was deeply grateful for Huang Feiping's thorough consideration and sincerely said, thank you. As the two prepared to leave, they reached the doorway. Huang Feipeng looked longingly at Su Jingyang again. After a moment's hesitation, he finally spoke up. Well, Jingyang, you see, I've done you such a big favor this time. Couldn't you spare me one of those spirit-taming heavenly needles? Su Jingyang's face clouded with reluctance. Shen Xian had indeed instructed him not to hand over this treasure lightly. But then he remembered that Huang Feipeng and Chen Xian were master and disciple, and had just helped Yi Qingwan secure her identity, resolving a major issue. Forget it. I have plenty to spare anyway. One less won't make a difference. His heart softened. After much hesitation, he finally took a spirit-taming heavenly needle from the case and handed it to Huang Feipeng. Huang Feipeng's eyes lit up instantly as he took the needle. His face broke into a radiant smile and he bounced up and down with childlike glee. Alright, you two should go now. I won't keep you any longer. That's the true face of it. Su Jingyang sighed helplessly. Chapter 82, The top student worries about passing. Returning from the city lord's mansion, the cozy rental apartment remained as quiet as ever. Sunlight streamed through the windows, casting a warm yellow glow throughout the room. Su Jingyang entered the room and said to Yi Qingwan, "Stay here for a bit. I need to step out." Yi Qingwan nodded obediently, her eyes brimming with confusion, yet she asked no further questions. Su Jingyang hurried out the door, his footsteps urgent. Moments later, he returned dragging a brand new inflatable cot. Yi Qingwan examined the bed curiously. It was brightly colored and looked incredibly soft. She wondered, could this be a bed Su Jingyang bought for me? She tentatively lay down on it. The moment her body touched the mattress, it felt like sinking into a cloud utterly comfortable. Watching her reaction, Su Jingyang chuckled and explained, "The big bed is for you. This little one is for me. You'll be staying here long term. It's not right for me to sleep on the sofa forever. I should at least make myself comfortable." Hearing this, Yi Qingwan felt a warm current gently wash over her heart, stirring a wave of emotion. She sat up, looked at Su Jingyang, and said softly, "Lord Shinjun, you're so thoughtful." "Thank you." Su Jingyang scratched his head, looking embarrassed. "It's nothing. It's only natural." Yi Qingwan climbed off the inflatable bed and walked over to Su Jingyang. After a moment's hesitation, she asked, "Earlier at the city lord's mansion, you mentioned the National Martial Arts Examination. What exactly is that?" Su Jingyang pulled out a chair and sat down, replying earnestly, "Xingwan, the martial arts examination is a crucial test all martial artists nationwide must undergo. By passing it, martial artists can enter universities of different tiers to continue their studies." He paused briefly, his eyes brimming with anticipation, before continuing, "I really want us to get into the same university. That way, I can help you integrate into this society better and take you to explore the wonders of this world." As Yi Qingwan listened to Su Jingyang's words, the warmth in her heart grew ever stronger. Looking at the young man before her, who constantly considered her needs, her eyes grew slightly red. She whispered softly, "It's so good to have you by my side." Su Jingyang stood up, gently patted Yi Qingwan's shoulder, and smiled. "Then it's settled. Let's work hard together, do well on the martial arts exam, and enter the same university. Even if you don't try hard, it's fine. After all, I'm the chief examiner for this test." Yi Qingwan was successfully intimidated by this remark. She didn't realize at all that her true potential and capabilities far exceeded Su Jingyang's. In the days that followed, Su Jingyang took Yi Qingwan to dungeon trials. Though both possessed considerable strength, Su Jingyang deliberately started with the easiest normal-level dungeons. For Yi Qingwan, the most urgent need now wasn't to enhance her martial realm or strength, but to learn how to control that power so immense it bordered on terrifying. They kept grinding normal dungeons until the 10th day, when Yi Qingwan finally grew impatient. Curious, she asked, "Sir, why don't we choose more challenging dungeons? Our strength should be sufficient, shouldn't it?" Su Jingyang paused his movements and explained earnestly, "What you need now is to master that power. It's like this, you possess the strength to shatter a wooden plank, and you also possess the strength to crush an egg with ease. But to shatter the plank while keeping the egg in your hand perfectly intact, that latter feat is far more difficult than the former. Ordinary dungeons allow you to gradually familiarize yourself with and control your power in a relatively safe environment." Yi Qingwan nodded thoughtfully. In truth, Su Jingyang harbored another, more pressing concern. That was money. The cost difference between hell-level dungeons and regular ones was like night and day. Yet Yi Qingwan could effortlessly one-shot the beasts in both types of dungeons. If she could defeat them instantly, why not choose the less expensive option? Upon entering the instance, the monsters lunged forward, claws and fangs bared. Su Jingyang stood beside Yi Qingwan, watching her every move and offering constant guidance. "Don't rush. First, gather your power. Feel it flowing within you, then release it with precision." Yi Qingwan took a deep breath, slowly raising her hand as instructed. A ball of white light coalesced in her palm. As the light flickered, a monster charging at her was sent flying, yet without causing excessive damage to the surroundings. Seeing this, Su Jingyang smiled with satisfaction. "That's it. Keep it up." Under Su Jingyang's meticulous guidance, Yi Qingwan relentlessly ran dungeons day after day. In every battle, she gave her all, constantly refining her control over the power. Gradually, her mastery of the power improved significantly. The powerful fluctuations that had previously erupted during combat gradually subsided. She could now strike targets with greater precision, avoiding collateral damage. Meanwhile, Su Jingyang continued researching the mobile game. Although the game itself was no longer playable, the inventory function remained operational. This was because the martial skill transfer feature had been unlocked. Su Jingyang had tried to bestow martial arts upon Yi Qingwan, but he couldn't transfer them, and he didn't know why. Even without martial arts techniques, Yi Qingwan's sealed 10th tier strength alone combined with her ability to unleash primal gongqi and direct attacks was enough to place her among the rarest talents in the martial arts world. After all, she possessed a sealed max level 10th tier account. On the eve of the national exam, the rented room lay in utter stillness. Moonlight seeped through the curtain slits, casting silver-white streaks across the floor. Yi Qingwan lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. She whispered softly, "Lord Divine, are you asleep?" Su Jingyang, who had been drifting toward sleep, snapped awake at the sound of her voice and hurriedly replied, "Not yet." "What is it?" Yi Qingwan turned slightly toward Su Jingyang, her voice tinged with nervousness. I'm a little nervous." Su Jingyang nearly laughed out loud. It was like a straight-A student fretting about whether they could pass an exam. Still, he offered gentle reassurance, "Don't worry. You've put so much effort into preparing for this exam, and your control over your power has grown remarkably. You'll be just fine." Yi Qingwan sighed. "I know, but I still can't help feeling nervous. I'm afraid I won't perform well in the exam and disappoint your expectations." Su Jingyang smiled. "I have faith in you. You should believe in yourself too. The exam is just a process. What truly matters is the time we've spent striving together. No matter the outcome, I'll always be by your side." As Yi Qingwan listened to Su Jingyang's resolute words, the tension in her heart gradually melted away. She nodded softly. "Yeah, with you here, I feel so much more at ease." Yi Qingwan slowly relaxed, feeling a new sense of anticipation for tomorrow's exam. Chapter 83, National Martial Arts Exam. Early morning on the day of the National Martial Arts Exam. A futuristic electromagnetic hovercar, radiating a faint blue glow, glided silently to a stop beneath the apartment building where Su Jingyang and Yi Qingwan resided. Its sleek lines resembled a steel beast lying in wait, drawing the attention of early morning exercisers nearby who stopped to stare and whisper among themselves. Su Jingyang, dressed in sleek black athletic wear, pulled Yi Qingwan, also clad in lightweight sports attire, down the stairs at a brisk pace. The doors slid open automatically. Huang Feiping sat inside, dressed in a crisp suit, leisurely flipping through documents in his hands. He glanced up at Su Jingyang and Yi Qingwan, a smile playing on his lips as he teased, well, the young couple is quite punctual. There are energy drinks and nutrition bars in the car. Eat if you're hungry." The interior space was compact yet exquisitely appointed. The seats on both sides were crafted from high-grade nanomaterials, soft yet offering excellent support. On the center console, various high-tech devices glowed with a soft green light, displaying the vehicle's parameters and real-time traffic conditions. After they got in, Huang Feiping set down his documents, his expression turning serious. "You're the first student to serve as an examiner. Let me explain the rules. Approximately 250,000 candidates are taking the martial arts exam this year, roughly 1,000 per district. You will only be responsible for one district. Jingyang, as an examiner, you'll have access to the locations of all dangerous beasts and traps. Your job is simply to use these beasts and traps to apply pressure." Su Jingyang sipped his drink and gave an OK sign. "Got it." Yi Qingwan listened intently, her eyes sparkling brightly. She couldn't help but ask, "Lord City Master, what about me?" Huang Feiping looked at Yi Qingwan, forcing a smile. "Young lady, just hold back a little. Don't cripple the examiner in your section." Suddenly, Su Jingyang had a novel thought and quickly asked, "Can I kill the beasts in the dungeon?" "Huang Feipeng? Are you two here to mess with me? I told you they're meant to pressure the candidates." Although Su Jingyang possessed strength far beyond his peers, he was still just a kid. Huang Feipeng couldn't completely let his guard down. So he asked, "Tell me, if the examinees challenge you, how many could you take on?" 10. Su Jingyang answered without hesitation. Seeing that smug grin, Huang Feipeng knew he was joking and impatiently slapped his thigh. "Be serious." "Seriously speaking, I could keep fighting." "Keep fighting?" "Yeah, just keep fighting." The City Lord's exclusive airship was not only lavishly decorated inside but also astonishingly fast. In the blink of an eye, it reached its destination, Dragon City, the heart of the central Huazhong district. Upon entering the central region, one could immediately sense a significant increase in the number of airships compared to the eastern region. Hundreds of airships were neatly parked all around. Powerful spiritual energy fluctuations permeated the air, clearly emanating from countless high-tier practitioners. Beyond them, the area was filled with students roughly Su Jingyang's age. Most of these students hailed from major factions, carefully cultivated as rising stars by their families, specially sent here to participate in the martial arts examination. Su Jingyang silently thanked his luck for hitching a ride with Huang Feipeng, sparing him the grueling journey on the high-speed rail. The moment they disembarked, Huang Feipeng hurriedly thrust his instructor's credentials into Su Jingyang's hands before leaving the two of them behind. He rushed off toward the conference room, clearly bound for an important meeting. Su Jingyang was already accustomed to this. His expression calm, he leisurely activated the Sword God's gaze, scanning the strength levels of this year's examinees. Most students were at the peak of the second tier, while a handful had already broken through to the third tier. Their equipment shimmered with strange light, instantly recognizable as invaluable, and the skills they wielded were equally dazzling. Clearly, powerful forces stood firmly behind them. Among these students backed by major factions, Su Jingyang recognized several familiar faces from the national tournament, such as Bai Wei. Of course, most were unfamiliar, or he had seen them but had no recollection. Those geniuses who didn't participate in the national tournament were likely concealing their true strength, preparing to strike unexpectedly. Su Jingyang silently assessed the situation. These candidates were indeed formidable, yet compared to himself, they remained worlds apart. Compared to Yi Qingwan, they were like tiny mayflies encountering towering trees. What a place brimming with youthful energy. Just as Su Jingyang was lost in his thoughts, he spotted a familiar figure in the bustling crowd. The other person seemed to spot him at the same moment, whirling around and shouting, "You worthless trash!" Su Jingyang focused his gaze and recognized Tang Yao, who was pulling Long Linglin along as they hurried over. A flicker of surprise crossed Su Jingyang's eyes as he asked, "Tang Yao, why are you with Lang Linglin? Didn't you return to Qingfeng City after the national tournament?" Long Linglin nodded before Su Jingyang could finish. Ever since she arrived in Linyuan City, she's been staying at our Lang residence. She even hitched a ride with our Lang family to take this exam. Tang Yao placed her hands on her hips, speaking with righteous indignation, "I'm just trying to save myself the trouble of running around. Besides, Linyuan City is closer to Longcheng. The exam's only a few days away, why would I bother going back for a whole trip?" Su Jingyang ruthlessly exposed her excuse, "You're just lazy. You worthless trash, what nonsense are you spouting?" Tang Yao's face flushed crimson with anger as she lunged to grab Su Jingyang. Just then, she noticed Yi Qingwan standing nearby and asked in confusion, "Yi Qingwan, what are you doing here? Are you taking the martial arts exam too?" Su Jingyang retorted, "Why wouldn't she?" Upon hearing this, Long Linglin perked up, scrutinizing Yi Qingwan from head to toe. How long has she even been here? She probably hasn't even awakened her martial arts potential yet. How dare you let her take the martial arts exam? And most importantly, does she even have legitimate grounds to participate? Su Jingyang's face beamed with smug satisfaction as he declared, "That old codger Huang Feipeng has already taken care of the identity issue for us. As for whether Qingwan has the strength, that's none of your concern." Meanwhile, in the conference room, the leader stood on stage delivering a passionate speech. Huang Feipeng sat attentively in the audience when suddenly, without warning, he let out a loud sneeze. The abrupt noise instantly drew everyone's attention. Huang Feipeng gave an awkward chuckle and quickly explained, "My apologies. The air conditioning has been set too low these past few days, and I've caught a slight chill." In truth, he was inwardly wondering if someone had been speaking ill of him behind his back. Chapter 84, The examiner you mentioned, number 985, is me. As representatives from various schools and factions arrived in succession, the entrance to the examination hall became crowded and packed to the brim. Seeing this, the demon-suppressing army tasked with maintaining order had no choice but to open the gates early. Though the entrance seemed spacious enough, once everyone stepped inside, they discovered the assembly area resembling a football field was larger than anyone could have imagined. The vast expanse stretched endlessly into the distance, leaving everyone in awe. However, the larger the space, the greater the challenge of managing order. In an instant, the field was teeming with people, a cacophony of voices rising and falling, creating a somewhat unsettling atmosphere. Suddenly, a middle-aged military officer strode forward with commanding presence. His posture was as straight as a pine tree, standing firm and unshakable. The 2 gold bars and 4 stars on his shoulders shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight. His appearance was like a boulder dropped into calm waters, instantly silencing the clamor of over 200,000 examinees. Every pair of eyes turned to him in unison. His gaze pierced like a torch as he spoke slowly, his voice resonant and steady. "Students, I am the chief examiner for this major examination. Now, I shall announce the examination rules." The rules held few surprises: an 8-hour time limit, a points-based ranking system, and instructions for using safety balls. Safety spheres could protect candidates from fatal harm in critical moments, but using one would negatively impact their score for that round. After the briefing, staff began distributing electronic watches to each participant. These watches not only displayed the time but also served as the key tool for the exam, recording each candidate's points and exam room information. The chief examiner announced again in a loud voice, "Test rooms are assigned randomly. Now, please draw your assigned test room." Lang Linglin tapped her electronic device lightly, and the holographic screen displayed exam room 1134. She quickly turned to Su Jingyang and asked anxiously, "Which exam room are you assigned to?" Su Jingyang smiled and handed her his examiner ID. Upon seeing 985 written on it, Lung Lingline's eyes instantly lowered. A fleeting, barely perceptible shadow of disappointment crossed her face as she murmured softly, "Alright?" Seeing her reaction, Su Jingyang quickly teased, "What's wrong? Feeling upset that I won't be letting you off easy?" At this, Lung Linglin instantly regained her usual haughty demeanor, curling her lips in disdain. "I was worried about humiliating you publicly in the exam room, leaving you with no face to save." As they bantered, Tang Yao also drew her exam room number. After glancing at hers, she shook her head regretfully in feigned disappointment. 1789, you lucky fish got off easy. Count yourself fortunate. The trio's gaze finally settled on Yi Qingwan. Yi Qingwan felt a twinge of nervousness as she cautiously pressed the selection button, then opened her watch to reveal the number to everyone. The number 985 was clearly displayed on the screen. Tang Yao's eyes widened in astonishment. "Wow, Qingwan, you're incredibly lucky. You're in the same exam room as that stinky fish." Lung Linglin chimed in, "Yeah, now someone can go easy on you." Her tone carried a hint of sarcasm. Ever since Yi Qingwan's arrival, she hadn't truly accepted her, though she didn't outright reject her either. Meanwhile, Su Jingyang was already drenched in sweat. Only he knew just how terrifying Yi Qingwan's strength truly was. He pulled Yi Qingwan aside and whispered, "Listen to me. Once we're inside the dungeon, don't rush to find me. Go kill the beasts first." He was absolutely confident he could handle the other candidates inside. Although Su Jingyang served as an examiner, he too needed to earn points, only the scoring system differed. If he faced Yi Qingwan right at the start, he couldn't say he had no chance of winning, he'd be at her mercy. That would mean failing the university entrance exam himself. How utterly embarrassing would that be? That's why I had Yi Qingwan go monster grinding first, no need to rush into challenging herself. Plus, she could control the pace at which the candidates cleared the monsters. This way, Yi Qingwan was sure to get a good score. Yi Qingwan nodded obediently. "Okay, got it." Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed behind them. Su Jingyang turned to see a boy with a face full of acne and a slightly hunched posture. His eyes gleamed with urgency and excitement. Panting, he rushed up to Su Jingyang and asked, "Bro, you're in exam room 985 too? I heard everything back there." Though puzzled, Su Jingyang nodded. Seeing this, the boy immediately wrapped an arm around Su Jingyang's shoulder with a broad smile. "Bro, let's team up. I've got some inside info." He deliberately lowered his voice, a sly grin spreading across his face. "The proctor for this exam hall is a student. Rumor has it he's the weakest and easiest to handle. If we team up, we'll definitely make a killing in this exam." Su Jingyang's heart skipped a beat. This year's martial arts exam had undergone reforms, and he was the only student examiner that much wasn't a secret. But how did they know which exam hall he was assigned to? By convention, examiner information was strictly confidential, precisely to prevent underhanded dealings. He never imagined that within Huaxia, such corruption could exist within this seemingly fair and impartial martial arts examination. Yet Su Jingyang maintained a calm exterior, asking with composed expression, "Oh? Are you certain this information is reliable?" The stooped man pounded his chest emphatically. "Absolutely reliable. Bro, I went through a lot to get this info. So, what do you say? Will you work with me?" Su Jingyang pondered for a moment before feigning agreement, "Sure. How do you plan to deal with that examiner?" "Easy peasy. Just use a little gadget. I've got this thing." As he spoke, the hunchback carefully pulled a plain cloth from his bosom. He slowly unfolded the cloth to reveal a clump of green powder emitting an eerie glow. A sly grin spread across the hunchback's face as he smugly explained, "This is bone-melting powder. Cost me a fortune to get my hands on it. Just a small inhalation will render someone incapacitated within moments." His eyes flashed with greed as he continued, "No matter how skilled that examiner is, if we surround him, we'll find a chance to sprinkle this stuff on his face. Then he'll have no choice but to obey us, completely at our mercy. Defeating the instructor is worth 5,000 points. With that, we'll both get into top-tier universities for sure." Su Jingyang was stunned speechless by this audacious and absurd plan, blurting out, "Aren't you afraid the examiner will report us? This is a serious violation of exam rules." The hunchback man scoffed at this, his laughter tinged with smugness and arrogance. "What's there to fear? This stuff vanishes completely from the body within 2 hours, and the exam lasts a full 8 hours. Even if we get reported, they won't be able to detect it." He leaned closer to Su Jingyang, his voice thick with secrecy. "Besides, as an examiner from the first cohort, how much weight do his words carry? How many people would even believe him? Everyone will just think he's incompetent and making excuses. Bro, trust me on this. Follow my lead, and I guarantee you'll skyrocket your scores." Chapter 85, Caught Red-Handed. Su Jingyang stared coldly at the stooped man, his eyes brimming with contempt. Slowly, he spoke, "Very well. Every single word you just said, I recorded it. Let's go. We'll find the head instructor and have a nice chat about your rank boosting scheme." The hunchback froze instantly, his mind going blank. He stood rooted to the spot, utterly stunned. Seconds later, his face flushed crimson, rage blazing in his eyes as he shouted, "Why did you do this? I kindly took you under my wing to get you into a good university, and this is how you repay my kindness." Su Jingyang sneered coldly with disdain, flinging his examiner ID straight into the hunchback's face. "Open your dog eyes wide and take a good look." The hunchback instinctively caught the ID, his gaze locking onto the photo. His jaw dropped in utter shock. He stared in disbelief, glancing repeatedly to confirm. Only then could he bring himself to believe that this seemingly ordinary youth before him was indeed examiner number 985, the very target of his scheme. Su Jingyang crossed his arms, sneering, "Since your plan is so meticulous, why wait until inside to make your move? Go ahead now. And that insider tip you paid a fortune for? Not exactly top-notch. You didn't even know what I look like." At those words, the hunchback's earlier arrogance vanished without a trace, and he cringed. He frantically grabbed Su Jingyang's arm, pleading desperately, "Brother, no. Examiner. I'm sorry, please spare me. Don't report me, I beg you. I promise, I'll strictly follow the exam rules from now on. I'll never resort to such dirty tricks again." Su Jingyang, his face twisted with disgust, violently shook off the hunchback's hand and coldly declared, "Too late. Take it up with the chief instructor yourself." Seeing his pleas fall on deaf ears, the hunchback's expression twisted into a vicious grimace. He snarled, "You forced my hand. If I can't take the exam, you won't get off easy either." Before the words faded, his body tensed. A cold, gleaming dagger slid from beneath his sleeve. His practiced movements clearly indicated he specialized in the assassin profession. Despite the bustling crowd around them, everyone was absorbed in the pre-exam tension and the excitement of drawing their exam rooms. No one noticed the unusual situation unfolding near them. Just as the hunched man raised the dagger, poised to strike Su Jingyang at the critical moment, he suddenly felt a searing pain in his right hand, followed by a wave of numbness. He turned his head in terror to see his right hand had been encased in a thick layer of ice crystals, completely immobilized. A long, crystalline trail stretched from his arm to the floor, radiating a bone-chilling cold. It was Lung Linglin who had intervened just in time. Her expression was stern, her voice icy as she declared, well, attacking an examiner? That's an additional offense." Seeing the situation turn against him, the hunchback man instantly lost his composure and began ranting wildly, "You lot! You think you're so great just because you've got a little talent? What kind of people are you? Do you even know what it's like for us underachievers? Not everyone is as gifted as you lot." Tang Yao crossed her arms and stepped closer. "But that doesn't justify resorting to dirty tricks. Your ability should determine the level of school you aim for. Cheating like this, isn't that an insult to the exam hall and the other candidates? We're not the only struggling students, does that mean everyone should cheat?" The commotion from their side, combined with the noise from Lang Linglin unleashing her martial arts, finally drew the attention of those around them. Curious onlookers began gathering around. The chief instructor soon arrived at the sound. Before he arrived, his authoritative voice boomed out. "What's going on over here? Are you all fighting before even entering the dungeon?" With that thunderous roar, the crowd automatically parted to form a path. The head instructor strode in with a stern expression. His piercing gaze swept the area before settling on the hunched man. "What's going on here? Someone explain." Su Jingyang recounted the entire incident, how the stooped man had attempted to collude with him, scheming to cheat during the assessment to boost their scores, and then, enraged after his plan was exposed, had tried to attack him. He then produced an audio recording. It turned out that Su Jingyang had been secretly gathering evidence since the moment things started feeling off. And the bone-melting powder he intended to use was hidden right here in his chest pocket. The chief instructor's expression darkened with each word. He reached into the hunchback's chest. Sure enough, he pulled out the very same bone-melting powder that had been displayed earlier. The evidence is irrefutable. What more can you say? The hunchbacked man collapsed to his knees with a thud, sobbing, "Chief instructor, I was wrong. I was momentarily blinded and resorted to this underhanded trick. Please give me one more chance. I swear I'll never do it again." A murmur of disapproval rippled through the crowd. Lang Linglin's eyebrows shot up in anger. "Playing the victim won't change the fact that you cheated and committed a crime. If everyone acted like you, where would the fairness of the exam be?" Tang Yao echoed, "Exactly. We all face hardships, but does that justify resorting to dishonest means?" The chief instructor's expression grew grave, his gaze sharp as ice. His voice boomed like a temple bell, echoing through the crowd. "The integrity of the martial arts exam concerns the future of every candidate. It tolerates no desecration whatsoever." His piercing gaze fixed on the hunched man kneeling before him as he demanded coldly, "What is your name?" The hunchback trembled, his voice breaking as he replied, He go." The chief instructor's brow furrowed, his disgust evident. He bellowed, "Guards! Remove him immediately. Record this disgrace in the official records. From this day forward, he is permanently barred from taking the martial arts examination or enlisting in the military." No sooner had the words left his mouth than two soldiers, standing tall and straight, swiftly stepped forward. One on each side, they seized He Go and hauled him away. Struggling and sobbing, Higo pleaded, "Chief Instructor, I truly know I've made a mistake. Please, give me one more chance." His pleas were soon drowned out by the crowd's clamor. As the soldiers walked him away, he eventually vanished from sight. After dealing with Higo, the chief instructor turned his gaze toward Su Jingyang. His eyes held a hint of curiosity and approval as he asked, "You are the only student instructor?" Su Jingyang remained composed, standing tall and straight as he nodded in response. "Yes, chief instructor." A satisfied smile touched the chief instructor's lips as he extended his hand. "You handled that well, showing zero tolerance for cheating. Should you encounter any other irregularities in the future, report them to me immediately." Just then, the crisp tolling of the bell echoed from the distant bell tower. Dong dong. 12 strikes announced the arrival of noon. The chief instructor waved his hand and commanded loudly, "Students, proceed immediately to your respective examination rooms." In an instant, the entire plaza erupted into a frenzy. Teleportation portals to different exam rooms were scattered throughout various chambers. Candidates surged toward their assigned rooms like a tidal wave, packed tightly together like sardines. Su Jingyang observed this chaotic yet vibrant scene with calm composure. Only after most of the crowd had entered did he turn to Yi Qingwan with gentle assurance, "Qingwan, let's go." Yi Qingwan nodded slightly, her eyes sparkling with both nervousness and anticipation as she followed closely behind Su Jingyang. They walked steadily toward the portal room for examination hall 985. Chapter 86, Manipulating the Beast Horde to Cause Chaos. You have entered exam room 985. Your current role, examiner. You are in an adversarial state with all examinees. In an instant, the world spun violently. Su Jingyang felt only a blur of light and shadow before his eyes. When he opened his eyes, the surroundings had completely transformed. Before him lay a desolate ancient ruin, its crumbling walls teetering on the edge of collapse under the ravages of time. Ancient stone pillars leaned crookedly, while shattered slabs littered the ground, overgrown with weeds in the cracks. In the distance, a half-collapsed tower stood alone. It cast long shadows beneath the dusky sky, lending the entire examination ground an air of mystery and oppression. Su Jingyang composed himself and looked at the electronic map in his hand, where numerous red dots flashed. These dots moved across the map like agile fireflies. He instantly realized these must be the examinees within the testing grounds. Being an examiner was truly a demanding role. Not only did he have to interfere with the candidates' beast hunts, but he also had to be ready to accept their challenges at any moment. Though the testing grounds provided him with some tools, they were mostly low-level traps, things like spike pits and falling rock mechanisms. Su Jingyang glanced at them and inwardly shook his head in disdain. These were utterly useless to him. Since his mission was clear, why not take an unconventional approach and aim for a surprise victory? A gleam of cunning flashed in Su Jingyang's eyes as a bold idea took shape in his mind, forming an alliance with the beasts. It was less an alliance and more a matter of controlling these beasts through sheer strength. This inspiration stemmed from his earlier experience halting the beast tide. Action speaks louder than thought. Without hesitation, Su Jingyang retrieved an SS-grade martial technique manual titled The 10,000 Beasts Spirit Control Art from the warehouse. Taking a deep breath, Su Jingyang opened the manual. He began channeling his spiritual energy according to the incantations and hand gestures described within. As he moved, the surrounding air seemed to tremble, faint beast roars echoing faintly. Moments later, Su Jingyang felt a searing heat on the back of his hand. Looking down, he saw a vividly lifelike totem of the King of Beasts emerge. Standing amidst the crumbling ruins, spiritual energy gathered at his fingertips, flickering like sparks. As the incantation of the 10,000 Beasts Spirit Control Art rolled off his tongue, the beast totem on his hand suddenly glowed golden. He closed his eyes, sensing the wild, untamed energy pulsing through the world. Suddenly, the sound of rocks tumbling down reached his ears. Opening his eyes, he found 3 earth-splitting beasts, each as massive as rhinos, glaring at him with blood-red eyes. A smirk touched Su Jingyang's lips as his intent shot out like a whip. The lead earth splitter trembled violently, its front hooves crashing to the ground as a low, submissive growl erupted from its throat. Seeing this, the other 2 beasts also knelt in succession, lowering their heads in voluntary submission. Interesting. Su Jingyang stroked the totem, sensing the subtle bloodline resonance with the beasts. It seems the spirit control art isn't just about commanding, it reshapes their very nature. He pointed northward, and the 3 earth-splitting beasts instantly turned and sprinted away, vanishing like black lightning into the depths of the ruins. At that moment, candidate Lien swung his flame-patterned long sword, cleaving an iron-backed grey wolf clean in 2. Scorching beast blood splattered his faceplate. Just as he paused to catch his breath, a piercing whistle tore through the air behind him. Turning, he saw 5 swift-winged leopards closing in from all sides in a fan formation, while 2 skyhawks dove down from the clouds. Right on time. Lien roared, igniting crimson flames along his blade. Relying on his strength as a level 37 martial artist, he swung his blade like a wheel at the nearest swift-winged leopard. But a sudden twist occurred. The struck leopard twisted mid-air, using its own flesh to shield its comrade from the fatal blow. The other beast seized the opportunity to pounce, their claws tearing through his wrist guard as blood instantly stained his battle armor crimson. Something's wrong. Linya's back pressed against the broken pillar as he stared into the eerie red glints in the surrounding beast's eyes. How the hell do these things have tactics? He barely parried the diving strike of a sky falcon, but his leg was torn open by the swift-wind leopard's bite, the wound deep enough to expose bone. The excruciating pain made him stumble half a step, narrowly avoiding a rock spike erupting from the ground. It was akin of the iron-backed grey wolf he had slain earlier, using its claws to rip up stone waves from the earth. Damn it! Lien crushed a recovery pill in his mouth, forcing his spiritual energy to surge as he leapt out of the encirclement. He sprinted 3 li through the ruins before collapsing to the ground, certain the beasts had lost his trail. Scanning his battered body, he muttered, "Damn it! When did these beasts learn to fight in coordination?" After a brief rest, Lien resolved to return to the battlefield. Yet upon renewed combat, he discovered the beasts' coordination had grown even more seamless. They now even used their fallen comrades as cover. After being forced back for the 7th time, he finally stumbled upon fellow examinee Zhang Mang, equally battered and covered in dust, behind a crumbling wall. "Old Zhang, you too." Lien wiped the blood from his face. He could guess the other's situation couldn't be much better than his own. Zhang Mang spat out a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva. "I ran into a pack of rock-armored beasts down south that could stack themselves like human pyramids. They nearly buried me alive. What about your end?" "They attacked from above and below, clearly trying to wear me down," Lien frowned. "I just took down 7 beasts, but then they came at me one after another like they were coordinated." "This isn't a beast surge, someone's commanding them." As they spoke, several more candidates arrived, looking utterly bedraggled. Upon questioning, their answers were strikingly similar. Everyone faced the same situation. The ferocious beasts, which usually fought alone, suddenly displayed unprecedented unity. This left them repeatedly frustrated in their hunts, struggling to increase their points. The examinees exchanged bewildered glances, unsure what exactly was happening in this exam. The instigator of all this now stood in another corner of the exam hall. Through their connection with the totem, they commanded an ever-growing number of beasts, methodically disrupting the candidates' actions. Of course, as the examiner, Su Jingyang maintained absolute fairness and impartiality. Upon detecting Yi Qingwan's trail, he dispatched a fully coordinated ground-air predator squad to disrupt her progress. The solution to breaking the beasts' coordination was simple and brutal. Overwhelm them with sheer, absolute power. Having just acclimated to the dungeon environment, Yi Qingwan cautiously navigated the ruins of this ancient site. Her gaze, filled with curiosity yet tinged with tension, scanned the ancient, crumbling walls and overgrown weeds around her. Just then, a low, rumbling roar echoed from all directions, shattering the surrounding silence. Yi Qingwan's heart tightened. She looked up to see a pack of monstrous beasts, grotesque and menacing in appearance, closing in on her. Leading the pack was a giant tusked boar the size of a calf, its body covered in coarse, hard black bristles. 2 long tusks protruded from the corners of its mouth, gleaming coldly, while a sickening green mucus dripped continuously from its jaws. Following behind were agile long-tailed spirit cats, their tails lashing like steel whips, each strike kicking up clouds of dust. Their sharp claws scraped against the stone slabs, sparking sparks. A massive Tsanyi vulture circled low overhead, its claws gleaming coldly as it emitted a shrill cry. The flapping of its enormous wings stirred gusts of fierce wind. At the sight of these hideous, ferocious beasts, Yi Qingwan's face instantly drained of color. In the past, no matter what danger she faced, as long as Su Jingyang was by her side, she felt at ease. But now, alone, fear washed over her like a surging tide, completely engulfing her. This dread was more intense than anything she had ever felt before, every nerve clenched tight in terror. Her hands trembled slightly as she bit her lower lip, silently resolving, "Run." Chapter 87, "Fine, I'll grant your wish. Come at me together." Yi Qingwan spun around abruptly and sprinted off in one direction. However, she hadn't gone far before realizing she was surrounded on all sides by ferocious beasts, with no escape route in sight. These beasts seemed to have received some kind of command, launching an aggressive assault toward Yi Qingwan. The giant tusked boar charged first, its hind legs thrusting like an out-of-control armored vehicle as it barreled toward Yi Qingwan. Panicked, Yi Qingwan instinctively raised her arms to block. Boom! A powerful force surged from her palms, sending the massive boar flying backward. The boar arced through the air, crashing heavily into a distant crumbling wall. It smashed a gaping hole into the already crumbling wall before falling silent, clearly dead. Before Yi Qingwan could react, a long-tailed spirit cat darted in from the side. It leapt high into the air, its tail whipping like a black lightning bolt toward Yi Qingwan's throat. In her panic, Yi Qingwan instinctively swung her fist. With a piercing scream, the long-tailed spirit cat's body was cleaved clean in two mid-air by the blow, its entrails and blood splattering across the floor. Yi Qingwan stared at her fist, eyes filled with disbelief. She truly couldn't comprehend possessing such overwhelming power. Seeing this, the cragwing vulture circled once in the air before folding its wings. Like a cannonball, it dove toward Yi Qingwan, its sharp talons aimed straight for her head. Yi Qingwan shut her eyes tightly in terror, flailing her arms wildly in the air. In that instant, a violent force erupted from her body, forming an invisible shockwave. The moment the azure-winged vulture touched this shockwave, its body instantly tore apart. Feathers scattered wildly, shattering into countless fragments that rained down. When Yi Qingwan slowly opened her eyes, the surroundings were deathly silent. The ferocious beasts that had been snarling and clawing moments before now lay sprawled on the ground, their deaths gruesome. Yi Qingwan stood frozen in place, staring at the corpses strewn across the ground, a complex mix of emotions churning within her. Little pig, little cat. I really didn't mean to. In a secluded corner of the exam grounds, surrounded by crumbling walls and rubble, Su Jingyang stood atop a pile of broken stones, quietly sensing the movements within the testing area. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the air. A group of examinees came into his view, roughly a dozen of them. Their eyes burned with excitement and resolve. They had clearly come prepared. A freckle-faced boy at the front stepped forward and shouted, "You must be the examiner. I challenge you." This was the first challenge he had received in the hour since the exam began. Su Jingyang raised an eyebrow slightly, a faint smile curling his lips. "Very well," he said. "But I must remind you of one thing. Once you challenge me, if you fail, you'll be immediately disqualified from the exam." The freckled boy's eyes sharpened, showing no sign of backing down. His face was set with determination. "I know that. Cut the crap and let's get on with it." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the freckled boy lunged forward, his long sword erupting from its scabbard at his waist. The blade instantly burst into blazing flames of fiery crimson that danced with searing heat. With a thunderous shout, he raised the blade high and swung it toward Su Jingyang with unstoppable momentum. The air itself warped from the intense heat of the flames, creating a truly formidable spectacle. Su Jingyang remained utterly composed, his expression as calm as a bottomless, icy pool. Unhurriedly, he raised his right index finger and traced a small circle in the air. The next instant, the freckled boy felt his body suddenly lose all momentum, freezing him in place. Immediately, a searing, gut-wrenching pain erupted from his chest. On the sidelines, his friends, who had been cheering him on with excitement, covered their mouths in disbelief. The only sound in the arena was the collective gasp of horror. The freckled boy's face drained of color as he slowly lowered his head. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the golden sword piercing through his chest. Su Jingyang sighed and shook his head in disappointment. "Even if I'm alone, couldn't you have watched your back? Too bad. Challenge failed. See ya." With that, he gave a light wave of his hand, and the golden sword instantly vanished. The freckled boy's body transformed into a beam of light, vanishing from the spot and exiting the examination hall. This exam dungeon differed from the usual trial instances. Even if killed within it, one wouldn't truly die. It merely meant immediate expulsion from the examination grounds. The freckled boy was no weakling among them, possessing a martial realm of Stage 3, Tier 3, which is why he had become their leader. Yet Su Jingyang had dispatched him with a single strike. Moreover, Su Jingyang could unleash martial arts techniques without chanting incantations. All these signs pointed to one thing: this instructor, who was the same age as them, had a martial realm cultivation level of at least Stage 4. No wonder he became an examiner at such a young age, while I'm just one of hundreds of thousands of candidates. Could the gap between people really be this vast? As reality sank in, the crowd murmured in awe at Su Jingyang's overwhelming power. One examinee's eyes widened as he pointed at Su Jingyang, his voice trembling. You controlled that golden sword with your mind. I remember now. You're the one who stepped on Bai Wei's head during the national tournament." This revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd. They might not recognize Su Jingyang, but Bai Wei's name was legendary. If Bai Wei was that formidable, and Su Jingyang could suppress him, how terrifying must Su's own power be? The crowd's expressions instantly shifted from excitement to fear, and thoughts of retreat began to surface. Su Jingyang didn't want to ruin someone else's future either. Though he and the other side were on opposing teams, he only sought to earn a few disruptive points, not to slaughter indiscriminately. If he crushed his opponents too harshly, the higher-ups would surely hold him accountable. So Su Jingyang looked at the group and gently advised, "I'll give you a chance. Go. Killing beasts to earn points is easier. But among 3 men, one would inevitably become the instigator. Especially since they numbered over a dozen." Soon, another tall, imposing boy stepped forward. "Don't be afraid, everyone. Let's go together. He may be strong, but with our numbers, we still have a chance. This martial arts exam is our chance to change our fate. Are we going to let a few words scare us off? Let's fight." Hearing this, the hesitant glances among the crowd reignited with fighting spirit as they gripped their weapons tightly. Exactly. Beating the examiner once nets us 3,000 points. How many beasts would we have to slay to earn that much? So what if he's 4th tier? We've got over a dozen of us. We'll wear him down until he drops. Their confidence swelled with every word, and they were practically popping champagne mid-battle to celebrate. Su Jingyang watched them, torn between laughter and tears at their sudden recklessness and fervor. He kindly reminded them once more, "Think carefully. Acting this way might make you pay the price for your arrogance." The leader scoffed. "You're the arrogant one. Sure, your cultivation is higher than ours, but do you think we're all useless? With so many of us, why should we fear you?" The others echoed his words, their spirits soaring as they declared they'd never regret this. Su Jingyang shook his head helplessly, a wry smile tugging at his lips. Fine. I'll grant your wish. Come at me all together. Chapter 88, Come and go as you please? No sooner had Su Jingyang finished speaking than over a dozen candidates instantly scattered, surrounding him in a tight circle. They assumed battle stances, poised and ready. They exchanged glances, seemingly conveying some unspoken agreement as they prepared to launch a coordinated attack. The tall boy standing directly in front of Su Jingyang made the first move, gripping a thick wolf tooth club tightly in both hands. His face flushed crimson with exertion as he roared and swung the club with all his might toward Su Jingyang. The club whistled through the air, its sharp spikes glinting with a cold, menacing light, poised to pin Su Jingyang to the spot. Simultaneously, two candidates wielding long swords on the left charged forward like ghostly apparitions. One aimed his blade viciously at Su Jingyang's throat, while the other targeted his lower body with a vicious strike, seeking an opening for a fatal blow. Su Jingyang effortlessly read their intentions and let out a cold snort. His figure drifted backward several meters like a specter in the night, effortlessly evading the club's brutal blow. The two sword-wielding candidates' fierce strikes also missed their mark. The tightly coordinated rhythm of their attack was completely disrupted by Su Jingyang's simple evasion. Before they could react, a cold gleam flashed in Su Jingyang's eyes. Pinching his index and middle fingers together, he instantly condensed a golden sword chi like lightning. With a speed faster than the blink of an eye, it shot toward the sword-wielding candidate on the left. The examinee had no time to mount any defense. A flash of golden light filled his vision, and the sword's energy pierced his right arm like an arrow. Ah! The man let out a piercing scream as his sword clattered to the ground. His face contorted with terror as he clutched the gushing wound, his body convulsing in agony. Everyone, don't panic. Attack together, don't be afraid of him. The tall boy shouted hoarsely at the sight, trying to rally the others. Simultaneously, he swung his wolf tooth club again, charging toward Su Jingyang with a near-frenzied intensity. The other examinees, spurred by his cry, suppressed their fear and rallied to the call. In an instant, blades flashed and lights danced as a torrent of martial arts techniques rained down upon Su Jingyang like a storm. Some candidates unleashed fire spells, instantly igniting the surrounding air. Raging flames formed a sea of fire, attempting to trap Su Jingyang within. Others wielded wind-based techniques, summoning powerful whirlwinds that swept up sharp pebbles from the ground, hurling them like projectiles toward Su Jingyang. Yet, standing at the very heart of this storm of attacks, Su Jingyang moved with effortless grace, as if strolling through a garden. This was because he had activated his SS-grade footwork skill early on the Orchid Butterfly Cloud Slicing Roaming Step. The Orchid Butterfly Cloud Slicing Step, as an SS-grade footwork martial skill, was truly a peerless marvel. When a practitioner executed this technique, their form resembled an orchid dancing lightly, yet carried the elusive unpredictability of drifting clouds. Facing the raging inferno and the howling whirlwind carrying shards of rock, Su Jingyang lightly tapped his toes. His figure drifted like a wisp of smoke, leisurely floating along the edge of the fiery sea. His left foot spun lightly, like an orchid swaying in the wind, deftly evading the surging flames. In the next instant, he pivoted like a butterfly in flight, drifting sideways as his hands swept upward. As if parting drifting clouds, he effortlessly evaded the whirlwind laden with debris. Each movement was precise, as if he had already anticipated the attack's trajectory, navigating effortlessly through the gaps in the onslaught. Simultaneously, golden sword chi erupted from Su Jingyang's hands like deadly meteors. Wherever the sword energy struck, the candidate's weapon snapped like fragile straw, their bodies slashed by the energy, blood spattering everywhere. In mere moments, over half the candidates lay wounded on the ground, moaning in agony, their combat effectiveness nearly extinguished. Yet the remaining candidates refused to yield. Gritting their teeth against excruciating pain, their eyes blazing with defiance, they launched wave after wave of reckless assaults. We can't lose like this. We must defeat him. A candidate wielding twin blades roared furiously, heedless of the wounds gushing blood from his body, charging madly toward Su Jingyang once more. Yet Su Jingyang showed no mercy. With a slight sidestep, he effortlessly evaded the attack. Then, with a kick as heavy as a sledgehammer, he struck the candidate squarely in the abdomen. The candidate's body flew through the air like a. As the battle dragged on, the candidate's stamina rapidly depleted, their attacks growing increasingly sluggish and feeble. In contrast, Su Jingyang's breathing remained steady as ever, his expression still cold and detached. This fierce and brutal battle seemed nothing more than a tedious pastime in his eyes. He surveyed the group of candidates before him, battered and bruised yet stubbornly resisting, and felt not a ripple of emotion. Instead, his killing intent only deepened. Your courage? Poof. Before absolute power, it's nothing but laughable overreach. Su Jingyang spoke coldly as his hands swiftly formed seals. Several golden sword energies instantly coalesced around him. These sword energies swirled and danced through the air, emitting piercing whistles like hungry golden vipers, radiating a terrifyingly oppressive force. This is your final fate. With that, Su Jingyang swung his hands violently, sending the golden sword energies hurtling toward the candidates like arrows released from a bowstring. The examinees watched the deadly sword energies bearing down on them, their faces instantly drained of color as despair spread through their eyes. They knew full well they stood no chance against this terrifying assault. Just as the sword energy was about to strike them, a girl suddenly burst from the crowd. Clutching a shield that emitted a soft glow, she shouted hoarsely, "Everyone, hide behind me!" The remaining candidates snapped out of their daze, scrambling in panic to hide behind her, their bodies trembling slightly with fear. The golden sword energy slammed into the shield with a deafening crash. The shield's light flared intensely, forming a defensive barrier that barely withstood the sword energy's assault. Yet the terrifying force of the impact still sent the girl's feet skidding across the ground, leaving 2 deep gashes as she swayed precariously. I can't hold on much longer." Her voice trembled, beads of sweat the size of peas covering her forehead, her face as pale as paper. Su Jingyang watched the scene unfold, his expression briefly freezing in surprise. But that surprise vanished in an instant, replaced by an even deeper killing intent. Far from retracting his sword energy, he amplified its force. Under the overwhelming pressure, the shield's light began to flicker erratically, on the verge of shattering at any moment. "Examiner! Didn't you just say you'd let us go? We were wrong. Please spare us. We'll leave immediately." The candidates hiding behind him were finally utterly cowed by Su Jingyang's terrifying power. They pleaded for mercy and terror, their voices filled with despair and fear. Too late. Su Jingyang spat out the 2 words coldly, his eyes devoid of any pity. "What do you take this place for? Come and go as you please?" If he let others dictate his decisions, his role as an examiner would become a laughingstock. As Su Jingyang intensified his control over the sword chi, the shield shattered with a thunderous crash. Golden sword energy surged like a raging tide, instantly engulfing the remaining candidates. Shrieks pierced the sky as blood spattered everywhere. One by one, the candidates collapsed under the relentless assault of the sword energy. The air thickened with the pungent stench of blood. Finally, only one candidate remained on the field. He lay collapsed among the corpses of his comrades, his body drenched in blood, his pants soaked through with fear. His hands trembled as he desperately begged for mercy. "Examiner, please, spare me. I'll never be arrogant again." But Su Jingyang remained unmoved, his gaze cold as ice. Raising his hand, a golden sword chi pierced straight through the candidate's chest. The candidate's eyes widened in terror and resentment as he slowly collapsed. Su Jingyang scanned the blood-soaked battlefield, his face utterly expressionless. Chapter 89, Far Ahead. Su Jingyang had just finished dealing with a wave of challengers, watching them dissolve into beams of light and vanish from the exam grounds. He was breathing slightly heavily, fine beads of sweat glistening on his forehead in the dim, dusky light. This was the 3rd wave. Though the victories came easily, the sustained exertion had left him somewhat fatigued. Su Jingyang deftly drew a small, elegant vial from his waistband, a rapid stamina-restoring potion specially provided by the examiners. The transparent liquid swayed gently within the bottle, emitting a faint glow. He tilted his head back and drank it in one gulp. A wave of warm energy instantly spread throughout his body, swiftly dispelling his fatigue. But another swarm of people appeared before him. "Phew, another wave." Su Jingyang muttered under his breath, his eyes calm and composed. Ever since he demonstrated his abilities, wave after wave of examinees had flocked to him, drawn by his reputation, eager to challenge this unique student examiner. More importantly, everyone assumed the previous challengers had severely weakened Su Jingyang, hoping to capitalize on his weakened state. Leading the group was a burly young man, his greatsword gleaming coldly in his grasp. He bellowed, "I hear you're something else. Today, I'll see if you're really as godlike as they say." Su Jingyang shrugged helplessly, no longer bothering to dissuade them. "After all, you can't reason with the damned. Do as you please. Hurry up. The next wave of challengers should be arriving soon." The battle erupted instantly. The burly youth charged forward first, his greatsword whistling through the air as it swung down toward Su Jingyang. Surrounding candidates unleashed their skills simultaneously. In an instant, magical lights flashed everywhere, and the battle cries shook the heavens. Su Jingyang activated the cloud-slicing phantom step, his form splitting into countless illusory shadows as he dodged the attacks like a ghostly apparition. Simultaneously, spiritual energy gathered in his hands, unleashing a golden sword chi that instantly repelled several candidates charging at the forefront. Within mere minutes, this wave of challengers met the same fate as the previous group. Defeated, they dissolved into light and vanished. Watching the constant stream of challengers, Su Jingyang grew increasingly annoyed. Defeating them all and sending them out of the exam hall each time was not a sustainable solution. He decided to let one person return to spread the word. Thus, after another wave of combat concluded, Su Jingyang deliberately spared one person, pointing at the trembling candidate and saying, "You. Go back and tell the others not to come here and die for nothing. Go grind monsters properly. Stop dreaming of overnight success." The candidate, as if granted a pardon, scrambled away in a panic. Unexpectedly, this move only drew more people to the exam hall. Because no one could quite believe that an examiner their own age could withstand wave after wave of challenges. Filled with passion and dreams, they believed Su Jingyang's abilities had been overhyped. Yet reality struck like a series of heavy blows, hammering relentlessly at their hearts. After the 10th challenging team failed, the examination hall fell into complete silence. These 10 teams, comprising over 100 people, failed to defeat Su Jingyang. Those who managed to even scratch him could be counted on one hand. The crowd finally faced reality, abandoning their blind persistence in challenging him. Yet some, still consumed by rage, uttered confused remarks, "Damn it! If only there weren't team size restrictions, a maximum of 15 per team. If we'd all gone at him together, we would have crushed him ages ago." His voice, filled with resentment, echoed through the exam hall. Su Jingyang heard these words and smiled helplessly. He was powerful, but he was still human, not some demon from another realm. Amidst the deathly silence of the ruined exam hall, everyone was immersed in shock and resentment over Su Jingyang's overwhelming power. A girl with a ponytail and sharp eyes suddenly spoke up loudly, "Has anyone noticed? Every time he accepts a challenge, the strength of the beasts in the exam hall drops dramatically. And that annoying teamwork they used to have is gone too." Her voice shattered the silence, instantly drawing the attention of those around her. Whispers spread as they began recalling the scenes from the recent battle. Su Jingyang froze upon hearing this. Then, he calmly nodded and admitted, "That's right. I can indeed control the ferocious beasts." The moment the words left his mouth, the crowd erupted. The pent-up anger that had been simmering boiled over instantly. A tall, flushed boy waved his fists and roared, "Why did you have to be so ruthless? Think of how much we sacrificed for this exam, and you ruin it with such tactics." His eyes were bloodshot, clearly clouded by rage. Su Jingyang watched the agitated crowd, shaking his head with a cold smile. "This may be your exam, but isn't it also mine? I'm your adversary. Not killing you all outright is already showing mercy. Besides, my spiritual power isn't strong enough to fight you all while controlling every beast on the map. I can only interfere with some of you. Even if I were controlling the beasts, you could have formed an alliance. United, you could have faced this together instead of blindly challenging me." His voice was calm yet resonant, echoing through the air. As the crowd listened to Su Jingyang's explanation, their initial agitation gradually subsided, and they began to reflect on their own actions. Silence fell over the crowd as their discontent and anger slowly dissipated. Su Jingyang surveyed the crowd and asked loudly, "Does anyone still wish to challenge me?" They exchanged glances, each seemingly waiting for the other to make the first move. Seeing no one step forward, Su Jingyang pressed them, "Then I'll assume all who remain wish to challenge me." At this declaration, the crowd instantly scattered like birds and beasts. Within the examination hall, crumbling walls and ruins stood scattered about, the air thick with tension and oppression. Yi Qingwan walked alone, her steps hesitant as she navigated the ruins. At first, without Su Jingyang by her side, she felt a hollow emptiness inside. With every step she took, she couldn't help but glance around nervously. But Su Jingyang's words echoed in her ears, "Listen to me. Just grind monsters and save up points." She recalled the countless nights Su Jingyang had guided her through dungeons. Now, she simply had to face it alone. Yi Qingwan took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. She clenched her fists and silently vowed to follow Su Jingyang's advice. As time passed, Yi Qingwan gradually adapted to going it alone. She no longer panicked like she did at the beginning. Whenever she spotted a ferocious beast, she swiftly adjusted her state, her gaze sharpening as she locked onto the target. Though there were no breathtaking battle scenes, she skillfully utilized the terrain and her own agile movements to successfully hunt down the beasts time and again. With each beast eliminated, the digital watch on her wrist flashed, her points steadily climbing. After an unknown period, Yi Qingwan halted her steps and raised her hand to check the points displayed on her electronic watch. Wow! She couldn't help but gasp softly, her eyes brimming with delight. Her score had already surpassed 10,000 points, while the second-place competitor in the exam hall hadn't even reached 5,000. She held the top spot with a commanding lead. A radiant smile spread across Yi Qingwan's lips as she murmured softly, "Lord Jingyang, I did it." Chapter 90, 4th Tier vs 10th Tier. In a secluded corner of the exam hall, several collapsed boulders formed a natural barrier. Dozens of examinees huddled there, murmuring excitedly. "Hey, listen up, everyone." A lean, sharp-eyed boy stood in the center, his voice hushed yet tinged with smugness. "That examiner Su Jingyang is supposed to be so formidable, right? Let's send a team to challenge him and tie him up. Another team can farm monsters while he's occupied, that way we'll rack up way more points." The group chattered back and forth, gradually swayed by the slender boy's plan, and began discussing specific personnel arrangements. Meanwhile, at the far end of the exam grounds, Su Jingyang stood atop a slanted tower, surveying the commotion below. Overhearing fragments of their conversation, he couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile. He instantly recognized the plan's inevitable pitfall, internal conflict. It was obvious that the team going to farm monsters would reap all the benefits. Meanwhile, the team challenging themselves faced the direct consequence of being disqualified from the exam. If they channeled that cunning into grinding monsters, would they have any trouble getting a good score? Sure enough, not long after, a bespectacled boy stepped forward in the candidates' discussion area. "Hold up, everyone. This plan doesn't feel right. Failing to challenge the examiner means immediate disqualification. That's way too high a price to pay. The Lien boy's expression darkened at this, and he retorted, "What do you know? No risk, no high score. Besides, everyone gets a chance to participate. No one's forcing anyone." As the heated debate raged on, a calm voice cut through the crowd. "I have an idea. We have 10 teams. Each team sends one person to form a new squad to distract the examiner while the rest focus on grinding monsters. The exam hall has an alliance system anyway, so the final score will be split evenly. This way, everyone gets a chance." The others paused, then nodded in agreement one after another. The Lien boy's face broke into a smile as he clapped his hands. "Excellent. Brilliant. You really think on your feet." For a moment, it seemed as if they had discovered a shortcut to the exam. Their faces lit up with excitement as they began preparing for this new plan. Su Jingyang watched this eager group of examinees, and a surge of anger flared up inside him. He had intended to fulfill his duties as an examiner with a gentle approach, but his relentless tolerance had only been met with the candidate's reckless disregard. Gritting his teeth, he silently resolved, "If that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless." He clenched his fists so tightly his knuckles turned white. These candidates were willing to sacrifice their companions just to exploit loopholes, igniting an unnamed rage within him. He leapt down, landing not far from the crowd. "I warned you, challenging me won't end well." The tall boy sneered coldly, "Stop trying to scare us. Do you really think we'd fight one-on-one like those fools?" With a wave of his hand, two groups of men suddenly surged out from behind him. One group charged at Su Jingyang with weapons raised, while the other sprinted in the opposite direction, aiming to seize the monster spawning zone. Su Jingyang's pupils contracted slightly as spiritual energy coalesced at his fingertips into a golden sword beam. As the first wave of attackers closed in, he flickered his wrist. The sword beam erupted like a raging dragon, instantly sending 3 assailants flying. But more candidates seized the opportunity to pounce, their skills flashes dancing among the ruins. Su Jingyang was forced into combat, yet he knew this was precisely the enemy's scheme. "Enough!" Su Jingyang roared suddenly, his spiritual energy erupting like a volcano, sending the surrounding attackers flying. Wiping blood from his face, his gaze turned icy. "My endless tolerance has only bred your greed. Since that is the case." He raised his right hand, and hundreds of spirit swords abruptly materialized in the air. Their cold gleam bathed the ruins in a sickly pallor. "Today, I'll make you understand that rules aren't meant to be trampled upon." Spirit blades rained down like a storm, cries of agony echoing in succession. Only then did the examinees realize with horror that Su Jingyang's power far exceeded their wildest expectations. Some turned to flee, only to have their legs pierced by sword chi. Others attempted to fight back, yet couldn't even touch the hem of Su Jingyang's robe. A tall boy, covered in blood, knelt on the ground, pleading, "Examiner, we truly know we were wrong this time. Please spare us." Su Jingyang remained unmoved. After the bloody suppression, the examination hall fell into deathly silence. Candidates passing by scrambled to flee, giving Su Jingyang a wide berth whenever they spotted him. Night fell silently amidst the scent of blood. As the first rays of dawn pierced the dusky sky, a countdown clock suddenly chimed within the exam grounds. The candidates snapped awake, rushing toward the remaining beasts in a final attempt to boost their scores. Soon, only 1 hour remained until the exam's conclusion. It was the time Su Jingyang and Yi Qingwan had agreed to meet. But Su Jingyang saw no sign of her. "Ah, that silly girl. She probably forgot." Fortunately, the examiner's electronic watch could easily pinpoint any candidate's location. Su Jingyang swiftly pinpointed Yi Qingwan's location and dashed toward her. Yi Qingwan stood in an open clearing, surrounded by collapsed stone pillars and shattered slabs. She was intently polishing the long sword in her hands, completely unaware of Su Jingyang's approach. "Qingwan." Su Jingyang's voice echoed through the silent ruins. Yi Qingwan snapped her head up. The moment she saw Su Jingyang, a flicker of delight crossed her eyes, quickly replaced by confusion. "Jingyang, why are you here?" She sheathed her sword and stepped toward him. Su Jingyang gave a wry smile. "The exams are almost over. Isn't it about time you challenged me?" Hearing this, Yi Qingwan's face instantly clouded with hesitation. She instinctively bit her lower lip and whispered softly, "Can we not fight? I don't want to go against you. It feels weird." Su Jingyang stepped closer, explaining patiently, "This is to help you achieve a higher score. Even though you're currently ranked first in our exam hall, your results will be evaluated alongside those from other halls. When an examiner battles a candidate, the candidate receives extra points for victory. With your strength, defeating me would be effortless. It would make your results stand out even more." Yi Qingwan lowered her head in thought, weighing the pros and cons in her mind. Finally, she sighed softly and reluctantly agreed, "All right then, Jingyang. But we have to go easy on each other." Before the match began, Yi Qingwan looked at Su Jingyang with seriousness, clasping her hands together and adding with a hint of petulance, "Jingyang, you have to go easy on me, okay?" Hearing this, Su Jingyang felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. He was only at the 4th tier, while Yi Qingwan possessed sealed 10th tier power. Who should be the one to hold back? Wasn't that obvious? But seeing her innocent, childlike expression, he couldn't bring himself to say it outright. Instead, he nodded helplessly. Alright. I'll be careful. Both stepped back several paces, creating distance between them as they assumed their stances. Yi Qingwan drew a deep breath and unsheathed her long sword, its blade gleaming coldly. Her legs bent slightly as she assumed the opening stance of ancient sword techniques. Su Jingyang also channeled his spiritual energy, preparing for battle. Yi Qingwan let out a sharp cry, her toes lightly touching the ground as she shot toward Su Jingyang like an arrow released from its string. The long sword in her hand thrust straight for his throat. Su Jingyang's pupils contracted sharply as he sidestepped the attack, hastily summoning a shield of spiritual energy. Yi Qingwan's sword struck like lightning, instantly shattering the shield as the tip bore down on Su Jingyang's chest. Su Jingyang, overcome with terror, desperately blocked the strike. Yi Qingwan twisted her wrist, effortlessly parrying Su Jingyang's counterattack. Then, with a sudden surge of force, the sword became a white lightning bolt, piercing straight through Su Jingyang's chest. Put! Blood spurted forth, splattering onto the gray stone floor. Yi Qingwan's eyes widened in horror. The sword clattered to the ground. Lord Jingyang, I didn't mean to. Yi Qingwan's voice trembled with tears as she frantically knelt down to examine Su Jingyang's wound. Chapter 91, Examiner ranked second. Take him down. Candidate Yi Qingwan successfully defeated Examiner Su Jingyang. Points plus 3,000. First victory for the candidate faction in this examination hall, plus 1,500 points. So the first victory also granted bonus points a whopping 4,500. That was more points than many candidates could earn by slaying monsters for an entire session. Su Jingyang's figure flickered like a phantom in Yi Qingwan's arms. The next moment, Su Jingyang reappeared as if refreshed, standing 10 meters before Yi Qingwan. Yi Qingwan froze in shock. She looked down at her empty arms, then looked again, her expression as if she'd seen a ghost. You. Su Jingyang hurriedly explained, I forgot to tell you examiners who die in the exam hall can be instantly revived. My apologies. Before he could finish apologizing, Yi Qingwan threw herself into his arms, playfully punching him. Next time tell me sooner. Do you have any idea how worried I was? Feeling the warmth in his arms, Su Jingyang couldn't help but curve his lips into a faint smile. Alright, I promise to explain everything clearly to you next time. He offered soothing words while gently patting Yi Qingwan's shoulder. Clang! 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 The sound of a bell echoed through the exam hall, followed by an electronic female voice prompt. Exam time has ended. Logging you out of the exam hall. The next instant, an irresistible force violently tore them apart. After the world spun wildly, Su Jingyang opened his eyes to find himself in a room covered in white tiles. Middle-aged men kept appearing around him. He quickly regained his composure and assessed the situation. Like himself, each of these men wore a badge around their necks. They must all be examiners. The next instant, a powerful and irresistible force violently tore them apart. After the world spun violently, Su Jingyang opened his eyes to find himself in a room covered in white tiles. Middle-aged men kept appearing out of thin air beside him. He quickly regained his composure and carefully observed before making his judgment. He noticed they all wore name tags around their necks, just like him, suggesting they were all examiners. Just then, Huang Feiping suddenly materialized right in front of Su Jingyang. He looked as if he'd been waiting for ages, his eyes brimming with eagerness. Hey, Jingyang, how's it going? Being an examiner feels different, right? Su Jingyang shrugged indifferently. It's okay. Doesn't feel much different. TSK. Huang Feiping looked utterly unconvinced. Then guess how many points you'll probably get. Su Jingyang's eyes widened in surprise. We can see the examiner's scores this quickly? His astonishment stemmed from knowing that compared to the straightforward scoring system where candidates earn points by slaying beasts, the examiner's evaluation was hundreds of times more complex and cumbersome. It involved numerous factors such as interference rates and the success rate against challengers. There were also penalty systems. Unjustified actions like indiscriminately slaughtering fellow candidates would result in significant point deductions. That was precisely why Su Jingyang had repeatedly urged everyone to stick to methodically grinding monsters in the instance. He warned them against dreaming of taking on challenges beyond their tier. It was for everyone's good. Huang Feiping rolled his eyes. Otherwise, how long do you think it would take? This is a national exam, held only once a year. If our nation lacks even this level of technology, how could we maintain our position among the world's top 3? Soon, no more candidates teleported into the room. Apparently all examiners were now in place. Several leaders entered next. Judging by their age and bearing, they were clearly high-ranking figures. Huang Feiping quietly edged closer to Su Jingyang, pointing to the official on the right and whispering, the one on the right is no ordinary figure. He's the youngest central tactical commander in all of China. He then pointed to a weathered-looking elder in the center, but the most formidable is him. He fought in the Human Demon War 50 years ago. He's the sole survivor from that campaign. Su Jingyang listened, his respect growing instantly. The chief examiner stepped before the assembly and began his address. Examiners, thank you all for your hard work on this assessment. You bear the crucial responsibility of selecting outstanding talent, and every contribution is vital. He paused, his gaze sweeping the room, before continuing, moreover, one among you stands apart. He is an examiner, yet he is also merely a student. Let us give him a round of applause. Immediately, enthusiastic applause erupted from the surrounding crowd. Su Jingyang felt slightly embarrassed by this sudden attention and lowered his head slightly. Alright, I'm sure you're all eager to see your results. I won't keep you waiting, take a look for yourselves. As he finished speaking, the massive screen behind the chief examiner lit up instantly, displaying the densely packed rankings of all examiners. The screen was packed with examiner rankings, each name and corresponding score tightly arranged enough to trigger a panic attack in anyone with trypophobia. Huang Feiping hurriedly pulled his glasses from his pocket and put them on, squinting at the screen as he suggested to Su Jingyang, Jingyang, you start from the middle and work your way down. I'll start from the bottom and work my way up. Don't even think about the top spots, there's no chance for you there. This assessment system is complicated, and the top ranks are all filled with seasoned veterans. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Su Jingyang paused slightly, then pointed at the screen. His tone was calm, yet tinged with surprise, no need for all that trouble. I found it. Huang Feiping's narrowed eyes widened instantly upon hearing this. You found it? A relieved smile spread across his face as he patted Su Jingyang on the shoulder. Such good luck, it's right in the middle? Looks like you're not only stronger than your peers, but you've got a knack for being an examiner too. Su Jingyang shook his head gently and corrected him, not in the middle top 3. To be precise, second. Second. Wait, second. Huang Feiping couldn't help but exclaim upon hearing this. The high-pitched sound instantly shattered the quiet atmosphere that had filled the room. By the time he realized his outburst and hurriedly covered his mouth, it was too late. All eyes in the room instantly focused on him like spotlights. Chapter 92, Golden Merit, Major General Rank. The chief examiner, hearing Huang Feiping's startled cry, cast a curious glance his way. Lord of Lin Yuan City, what's the matter? Are you feeling unwell? With all eyes now fixed on him, Huang Feiping could no longer hide his excitement. Instantly reverting to his usual carefree demeanor, he wrapped his arm tightly around Su Jingyang's shoulder. His face beaming with pride as he practically shouted his boast, this kid took second place. This single sentence sent shockwaves through the room like a boulder dropped into calm waters. In an instant, gasps erupted from all sides. What? Impossible. Are you kidding me? I've been an examiner for 7 or 8 years, and it took me years to climb to a ranking just over 500th place. He's an examiner for the first time and lands second place? Look again. He's only 100 points behind the top spot. Someone in the crowd shouted the reminder. Everyone crowded closer to the screen for a closer look. Holy crap, it's true. At the bottom of the screen, each examiner's score was clearly displayed. Su Jingyang's total was 17,990, while the top spot displayed a staggering 18,090 points. Sigh. What a pity. Huang Feiping couldn't help but let out a long sigh, his face full of regret. But he quickly rallied, slapping Su Jingyang's back encouragingly. Still, you're practically neck and neck with the top spot. Damn, kid, you're going down in history now. The top spot belongs to someone at peak 5th tier with a full decade of examiner experience. How could they possibly compete with you? But don't beat yourself up, kid. Society needs progress, and that means we need geniuses like you who surpass their mentors. Huang Feiping's impassioned speech stirred even his own emotions. Yet Su Jingyang, the man at the center of it all, paid little heed to the surrounding commotion. His eyes were fixed intently on the screen, sharp and focused. Finally, he spotted a flaw, a critical one that could alter the rankings. A faint smile touched Su Jingyang's lips as he suddenly declared, they've misjudged me. Huh? Huang Feiping, still lost in his own thoughts, was thrown off balance by Su Jingyang's remark, unable to grasp its meaning. Su Jingyang, however, had already begun acting on his own. Hey! Don't go up there. Talk to me first. Huang Feiping stomped his feet in frustration below the stage, his voice low and almost heart-wrenching as he whispered the warning. But Su Jingyang, fearless now, strode confidently toward the podium. The chief examiner watched Su Jingyang ascend and asked in confusion, what's going on? Su Jingyang replied with unwavering resolve, you marked my paper incorrectly. There was one section where I shouldn't have lost points. The moment these words left his mouth, the murmuring crowd fell instantly silent, all eyes refocusing on him. The chief examiner frowned slightly, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Since the scoring system had been implemented, there had never been a single instance of error. He looked at Su Jingyang and confirmed again, are you certain? Su Jingyang did not flinch, his tone unwavering, I am absolutely certain. Chief Instructor Lu Changchun fixed Su Jingyang with a piercing stare, his gaze sharp enough to seem as though it could see right through him. This stare lasted over 10 seconds. Then, his expression grave, he turned and strode into a small room to hold urgent discussions with senior leadership. During the wait, Su Jingyang stood quietly in place, his expression calm and composed. Below the stage, the crowd murmured and whispered, speculating on the outcome of this scoring dispute. 10 minutes later, Chief Instructor Lu Changchun emerged from the room. He scanned the crowd and spoke calmly, "Since you believe the scoring was problematic, let's review the exam hall surveillance footage." Su Jingyang nodded in agreement without hesitation. The entire exam lasted a full 24 hours, making it extremely time-consuming to review all the surveillance footage. So Chief Instructor Lu Changchun instructed the technicians to extract only the footage of Su Jingyang's match against the candidate. Lu Changchun looked at Su Jingyang and asked, "Since you believe the system's judgment was flawed, would you mind if we all reviewed the footage of your match together?" Su Jingyang knew his conduct was above reproach and had nothing to hide. He immediately replied, "Not at all." Soon, the large screen switched to footage of Su Jingyang facing off against the candidates in the exam hall. In the first segment, a group of candidates charged toward Su Jingyang with fierce momentum. Su Jingyang, however, remained calm. He raised his hand to signal them to cool down, saying, "Go grind monsters properly. Challenging me won't benefit you." Ignoring his warning, the candidates launched their attack, forcing Su Jingyang to fight back. The second clip, the third clip. The footage kept switching. A total of 89 clips unfolded. Except for the final one, where Su Jingyang actively sought a duel with Yi Qingwan, every other clip depicted Su Jingyang passively responding to challenges. In 41 of these clips, before accepting the challenge, Su Jingyang earnestly urged the candidates to focus on grinding monsters instead of challenging him. Seeing these scenes, the system's rulings on right and wrong became crystal clear. However, Chief Examiner Lu Changchun still needed to weigh the opinions of the other examiners. Standing atop the platform, he called out loudly, "Those who believe the system's ruling is incorrect, please raise your hand." At this call, Huang Feipeng reacted first, snapping his hand up. One after another, the second, third. Even the examiner who had consistently held the top position, after a fierce internal struggle, exhaled a long sigh of relief and slowly raised his hand. Chief Examiner Lu Changchun stood on the elevated platform, surveying the scene below. Looking out, it seemed nearly every examiner believed the system had indeed made an erroneous call. When the people believe something is wrong, it is wrong. Thus, Lu Changchun solemnly announced, after comprehensive review, the system's penalty was erroneous. These 3,000 points shall be awarded to Su Jingyang. Then, raising his voice, he declared loudly, "Examiner 985, your actual score should be 20,990. You are ranked first." The atmosphere in the hall reached its peak. Thunderous applause erupted, and cheers echoed throughout the entire hall. Amidst the crowd's cheers, Su Jingyang was escorted to the front of the stage. The veteran warrior, the sole survivor of the human demon war 50 years prior, stood tall and walked to Su Jingyang's side. His gaze was unwavering, filled with admiration for this young man. Raising his right hand, he solemnly rendered a standard military salute to Su Jingyang. A gleaming gold medal of merit was bestowed upon Su Jingyang. Yet this was merely the appetizer. Immediately after, Central Commander Lu Jiangwo stepped forward, his eyes brimming with admiration. "Young man, your combat prowess and your grasp of battlefield dynamics are perfectly suited for strategic deployment." He paused briefly, his tone growing weightier. "Should you choose to join the Central Command, you may be promoted to the rank of Major General immediately." The announcement sent another wave of astonished murmurs rippling through the audience below the stage. Everyone knew that under normal circumstances, attaining a general officer rank like Major General was an incredibly difficult feat. First, one must stand out among the nation's 300,000 candidates, securing a spot within the top 1,000 to gain admission to the Central Command Academy, and that was merely the initial screening. Once admitted, one must compete against peers who are equally or even more exceptional. After enduring countless trials and graduating, one must then undergo 2 years of rigorous training in the demon-suppressing army and achieve extraordinary feats before even becoming eligible for the rank of Major General. For an ordinary prodigy, achieving this goal would take at least until the age of 26. That Su Jingyang could receive such an opportunity at such a young age spoke volumes about the richness of this reward. Su Jingyang couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. Yet he took a deep breath and declined. "Commander, I am deeply grateful for your recognition and invitation, but I must decline. I have people I want to protect, and I yearn even more for the front lines of battle." Su Jingyang's mind was filled with images of Yi Qingwan, the girl who had stood by him from obscurity to his current success. He knew full well that if he were to go to the Central Command, the innocent and naive Yi Qingwan would never be able to accompany him. He simply couldn't bear to be separated from her. Moreover, the Central Command was essentially a secondary or tertiary battlefield. Su Jingyang still relished the strategic battles on the battlefield. Lu Jiangwo paused slightly, then a hint of admiration flashed in his eyes. "Young man, holding firm to your convictions, that's commendable. Should you change your mind in the future, our Central Command's doors will always be open to you." Chapter 93, I Want to Report. Outside in the spacious, well-lit candidate waiting hall, people bustled to and fro in a lively atmosphere. Candidates gathered in small groups, passionately discussing the exam that had just concluded. Lang Linglin stood with her arms crossed, posture straight and tall, her eyes reflecting her usual cool detachment. She turned to Tang Yao beside her and asked, "Landmine girl, what score did you get on this exam?" Tang Yao tilted her chin slightly, a playful smile playing at the corners of her mouth. "Ice Queen, you tell me first." Hearing this, Lang Linglin raised her right hand, gently spreading her index finger and thumb to form the number 8. Seeing the gesture, Tang Yao exhaled deeply, her face relaxing with relief. I only scored 1,000 points less than you. Even though we took the exam in different rooms, the score difference shouldn't be too big. Just then, Lang Linglin's gaze casually fell upon Yi Qingwan. She stood alone in the crowd, looking somewhat flustered. Her eyes held confusion and tension as she stared blankly at her surroundings. A faint, almost imperceptible smile touched the corner of Lang Linglin's lips. Without another word, she hooked her arm around Tang Yao's waist and strode toward Yi Qingwan. Tang Yao struggled and shouted, "Hey! Ice Queen, give me a heads up when you're walking. Stop yanking my neck." But Lang Linglin seemed oblivious, striding forward with purpose. When they reached Yi Qingwan, the familiar sight of the two instantly eased the tense atmosphere. A faint smile touched Yi Qingwan's lips. Lang Linglin's expression remained icy as she asked, "How did you do on the exam?" Tang Yao yanked cold Linglin's arm away forcefully and stood beside Yi Qingwan. She shot Lang Linglin a displeased look, defending Yi Qingwan. "Ice Queen, I'm starting to suspect you're just showing off. My martial realm is only at the first tier. What's the point of asking that question?" Lang Linglin shot Tang Yao a glare and snapped, "Did I ask you?" Yi Qingwan hastily waved her hands, her face adorned with a modest smile as she replied, "Oh, I did just okay." Tang Yao looked at Yi Qingwan with concern and continued, "Did anyone team up with you in the exam hall?" Yi Qingwan shook her head truthfully. Not even one person willing to team up with her? How pitiful. Seeing Yi Qingwan's reaction, Tang Yao and Lang Linglin exchanged glances, even more certain that Yi Qingwan hadn't done well. Tang Yao gently patted Yi Qingwan's shoulder and offered comfort, "It's okay. You're only at the first stage of the martial realm. Just do your best." Lang Linglin, unusually gentle, also patted Yi Qingwan's shoulder encouragingly. Just then, the door to the examiner's assembly room slowly opened, and the leaders filed out one after another. Su Song followed at the rear of the group, emerging from within. The moment he stepped into the waiting hall, his gaze swept the crowd like a spotlight, searching urgently. Soon, he spotted the conspicuous, unique wooden hairpin atop Yi Qingwan's head. His eyes lit up, and he hurried over to Yi Qingwan. Tang Yao spotted Su Song, a teasing smile curling her lips. "Hey, small fry," she said, "how's your first time as an examiner? Pretty nerve-wracking, huh?" Su Song shrugged, a confident smile on his face. "Not bad. After all, everything's under control." Tang Yao rolled her eyes, scoffing, "Tisk tsk. You're putting on airs again. If I hadn't been assigned to a different exam hall, then." Before Tang Yao could finish, Su Song cut in, "Otherwise, I wouldn't even give you a chance to farm monsters. I'd crush you." Hearing this, Tang Yao stomped her foot in anger, pointed a finger at Su Song, and shouted, "You." Amidst their verbal sparring, a sudden outburst of protest erupted from the previously lively crowd. "I'm filing a complaint." The furious shout instantly captured everyone's attention. Everyone turned to see a red-faced boy waving his arms and shouting, "I refuse to accept this. I'm reporting our examiner for deliberately covering up for a candidate." Chief Instructor Lu Changchun, who had just emerged from the proctor assembly room, was quickly drawn to the angry outburst. His expression turned stern as he strode steadily toward the boy. "Student, what exactly do you mean by that? Which exam room's proctor is covering for candidates? Do you have evidence?" Without proof, slandering examiners is a serious offense punishable by disciplinary action, even the cancellation of your exam results. The boy paused only briefly, his gaze hardening as he declared with unwavering certainty, "I am absolutely certain. As for evidence, just review the surveillance footage. That proctor is number 985. He was covering for a girl with long hair. I personally witnessed him deliberately letting her pass during the challenge." At this moment, Su Jingyang had been working nonstop for a full 24 hours in the exam hall, utterly exhausted. He hadn't eaten properly, let alone had time for a nap. His whole body felt groggy, and he desperately wished he could just lie down on the floor and sleep right then. Yet, when he faintly heard someone mention his name, he instantly perked up. Confused, he looked toward the source of the voices. Chief Instructor Lu Changchun quickly located Su Jingyang and relayed the accusation with a slightly grave expression. Just then, the boy who had made the accusation caught up, trailing a crowd of dozens behind him. When the crowd saw Su Jingyang standing with Yi Qingwan, their emotions flared even more intensely. Each seemed to have found definitive proof, growing even more convinced that Su Jingyang had given Yi Qingwan special treatment. They began to accuse him of favoritism in a cacophony of voices. "If I recall correctly, the only one in our exam hall who defeated the examiner was that girl, and she did it one-on-one. I protest. That examiner took down dozens of us effortlessly, but when it came to fighting that girl, he suddenly went limp. Exactly. He took me out instantly, like kicking a stray dog on the road. How could he possibly lose to that girl? Poof. Now that we've caught him red-handed, what else is there to say?" The crowd erupted in a cacophony of accusations. Su Jingyang scanned the indignant crowd, recognizing some familiar faces among them. Upon closer reflection, he realized they were all candidates he had easily defeated in the exam hall. Chief Instructor Lu Changchun actually leaned toward believing Su Jingyang. But as the chief instructor, impartiality was his fundamental principle. He approached Su Jingyang with an apologetic expression, first stating his position, "Comrade Su Jingyang, I believe you are not that kind of person." Then he shifted his tone, "But everyone has serious doubts about your conduct. Would it be convenient for you to?" Before he could finish, Su Jingyang raised his hand to cut him off. "Convenient? Just pull up the surveillance footage. And do it right here, I can't be bothered to move." He offered no defense, leaving everything to the objective facts. Lu Changchun watched Su Jingyang, feeling genuine admiration for his boldness. Alright, let's review the surveillance footage. Chapter 94, This is only the beginning. Amidst the anxious anticipation of the crowd, technicians swiftly calibrated the equipment. After a few flickers, the massive central screen clearly displayed footage of Su Jingyang and Yi Qingwan's confrontation. In an instant, the once bustling hall fell silent. Everyone held their breath, eyes riveted on the screen. Lung Linglin and Tang Yao also pushed their way to the front row. They couldn't believe Yi Qingwan could defeat Su Jingyang. After all, both of them had been defeated by Su Jingyang in one-on-one battles. They knew all too well Su Jingyang's methods and terrifying prowess. He was virtually unmatched at his level, and even against opponents several tiers above him, he could still put up a fight. On the screen, Su Jingyang and Yi Qingwan stood facing each other. As the battle signal sounded, Su Jingyang moved first. His form was like lightning as he instantly closed the distance to Yi Qingwan. His right fist, whistling through the air with tremendous force, slammed straight toward her face. The sheer force of the punch even made her hair fly wildly. Had that punch landed cleanly, even a peer of equal rank would struggle to withstand it. Yet Yi Qingwan's reflexes were astonishing. Her eyebrows shot up as her toes lightly tapped the ground. Her body shifted sideways with the grace of a willow catkin, effortlessly evading the fierce strike. In the next instant, she twisted her wrist. The long sword in her hand traced a cold, sharp arc, striking toward Su Jingyang's chest like a white snake striking out with its tongue. Su Jingyang seemed unable to dodge in time as the long sword instantly pierced through his chest. The entire sequence unfolded in one fluid motion, without the slightest hesitation. No dazzling elemental attacks, no intricate martial techniques, it was so simple it was hard to believe. From the start of the battle to its conclusion, a mere 15 seconds had passed. The exchange lasted no more than 3 rounds. It truly looked as if Su Jingyang had been instantly killed by Yi Qingwan. The majority of candidates, who had remained neutral until then, erupted into chaos upon witnessing this scene. Angry shouts erupted from the crowd, "This is definitely rigged. How could he lose so easily? He must have let her win on purpose. This is the national exam. It's crucial to our futures. How can we tolerate this?" Faces flushed crimson as arms waved wildly, emotions reaching a fever pitch. Chief Instructor Lu Changchun watched the scene unfold, closing his eyes in resignation. His right hand massaged his throbbing temples, his face etched with exhaustion and helplessness. He understood the stakes of this exam and knew the candidate's anger wasn't baseless. Huang Feiping strode quickly to Su Jingyang's side, his face twisted with disappointment as he shouted, "Kid, have you lost your mind? Even if you wanted to help that girl, you couldn't just blatantly let her pass like that. Do you have any idea how much damage this could cause?" Facing the crowd's accusations, Su Jingyang remained calm and composed, his expression unruffled. Lu Changchun took a deep breath, suppressing his complex emotions, and stepped forward to shout, "Everyone, quiet down." His voice boomed like a temple bell through the hall, and the clamor gradually subsided. Then, he walked up to Su Jingyang and asked sternly, "What exactly happened? Do you have anything to explain?" Meeting the skeptical gazes of the crowd, Su Jingyang remained composed. His voice clear and steady, he declared, "Since everyone suspects I went easy on her during the assessment, I suppose you all believe she lacks the necessary strength." He raised his arm, his long fingers pointing steadily at Yi Qingwan. "How about this? Those of you who feel dissatisfied, step forward and test your skills against her. No need to worry about your turn, you may all attack her together." His words rang out with conviction, echoing through the vast hall. Chief Instructor Lu Changchun stood nearby, listening silently. He pondered inwardly. This was indeed the swiftest and most convincing method at hand. No need for unnecessary arguments, let strength decide everything. With that thought, he silently nodded in agreement with Su Jingyang's proposal. Straightening his posture, Lu Changchun raised his voice and addressed the indignant candidates, "Are any of you willing to challenge Yi Qingwan to prove the fairness of this assessment?" The candidates exchanged glances, their faces breaking into scornful sneers. Without hesitation, they shouted their willingness, as if Yi Qingwan were nothing more than a weakling in their eyes. Lang Linglin stood amidst the crowd, taking it all in. Her dark brows furrowed in deep concern. She took a step forward and swiftly reached Su Jingyang's side. She reached out and tugged lightly at Su Jingyang's sleeve. "Are you trying to show off by pretending to be stupid? Do you really think everyone is a genius like you? Her martial realm is only at the first tier. She struggles immensely even against an ordinary candidate. Yet you make her face dozens of opponents at once? This is sheer nonsense." Su Jingyang couldn't help but smile bitterly, yet he was powerless to intervene. After all, Yi Qingwan was special. He couldn't explain it to everyone. Don't worry, I've got this under control. With that, he turned toward Yi Qingwan. Just relax. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Treat it like a regular sparring match. But to his surprise, her demeanor was far more composed than he'd imagined, even serene. Only then did Su Jingyang recall that she wasn't just a princess of the Great Xia Empire, she had also commanded border defenses. Once war broke out there, tens of thousands were injured or killed at a time. The number of dead she had witnessed was likely countless times greater than his own. How could such a spectacle ever make her feel afraid? Her earlier fear of facing the beasts alone had stemmed solely from her inability to adjust to their hideous appearance. Su Jingyang's heart finally settled. He murmured softly, when you act, remember to hold back. Don't wound them too severely, and above all, don't take their lives. Yi Qingwan gave a slight nod. The crowd swiftly spread outward, automatically clearing a spacious area in the center to serve as their makeshift battlefield. To ensure safety, all weapons in the crowd's hands were replaced with wooden replicas. A tall, burly candidate stepped forward. Hands on his hips, a sneer on his face, he bellowed at Yi Qingwan, with that little frame of yours, you think you can beat an examiner? Today, I'll show you what I'm made of. Brothers, let's go together and make her understand that our strength isn't for show. At his command, dozens of candidates swiftly closed in, surrounding Yi Qingwan completely. Each of them rubbed their hands together eagerly, their eyes filled with contempt, as if Yi Qingwan were nothing more than a lamb awaiting slaughter in their eyes. The circle tightened as the candidates launched their assaults simultaneously. Some swung wooden swords and slashing strikes, others delivered flying kicks. The air whistled with the rush of fists, feet, and blades. Amidst this chaotic encirclement, Yi Qingwan remained utterly composed, showing not a trace of panic. Her movements were as agile as a ghost, weaving effortlessly through the gaps in their attacks. Truly, it was like walking through a sea of flowers without a single petal touching her. Suddenly, a blinding white light flashed, momentarily dazing everyone. When their vision cleared, Yi Qingwan had already broken through the encirclement and stood firmly outside the circle. The candidate who had led the taunts now wore a look of sheer terror. His clothes had been torn into shreds, barely hanging on his body. He instinctively covered his chest with both hands, his face flushed crimson with both shame and fury. The scene erupted in an uproar. Everyone was rendered speechless by this sudden turn of events. But this was only the beginning. Chapter 95, The Innocent Remain Unblemished, Prove Yourself. Seeing that the burly man hadn't even touched Yi Qingwan's body before his entire outfit shredded into strips of cloth, fluttering in the breeze, the crowd finally understood this girl was no ordinary girl. But with so many people here, could they really not handle her? The arrow was already on the string, they had no choice but to shoot. All together now. The group closed in from their small encirclement, swarming her in an instant. A barrage of martial arts techniques rained down upon Yi Qingwan. Su Jingyang felt a slight tinge of nervousness, but knowing Yi Qingwan's background, he quickly regained his composure. Lang Linglin stood there, hands on her hips. The usually aloof woman watched as dozens attacked Yi Qingwan. Yet she noticed Yi Qingwan's astonishing speed and immense strength. In an instant, half the attackers were sent flying. Surprise flashed across Lang Linglin's face. What kind of monster is this? Tang Yao's mouth hung open, her face etched with utter disbelief. And she's only at the first stage. By now, of the dozens who had initially charged at Yi Qingwan, only 3 remained standing. The rest had all been kicked flying, crashing heavily to the ground, their faces frozen in disbelief. The chief examiner, Lu Changchun, had also caught on to the situation. It seemed Su Jingyang had been wronged, but how could this woman's strength be so incredibly high? Dozens of students hadn't managed to inflict even a scratch on her? The 3 candidates facing Yi Qingwan were all swallowing hard, their legs trembling. As Yi Qingwan advanced, one bespectacled candidate trembled so violently that a significant amount of yellow liquid trickled down his legs. Pissed himself? All traces of their earlier arrogance vanished. They thought Su Jingyang was protecting this girl, but now they realized it was nothing but wishful thinking. Dozens of candidates had attacked a single girl, yet she hadn't suffered a single scratch. How utterly humiliating. Some of the more sensitive ones quietly slipped away to the back. The chief examiner stepped forward and declared decisively, "All right, that's enough. The outcome is crystal clear. Examiner Su showed no favoritism, and Yi Qingwan did not cheat." Lu Changchun then looked at Yi Qingwan and said, "Your strength is truly formidable. I fear I wouldn't last more than a few rounds against you." The chief examiner said with a hint of resignation. Yi Qingwan withdrew her hand, nodded, and softly replied, "Good. It suffices to prove I didn't cheat, and that Examiner Su didn't show favoritism." The 3 candidates, seeing the matter concluded, finally breathed a sigh of relief. They had finally witnessed the true strength of this young woman. Lu Changchun, meanwhile, caught the fleeting glint of murderous intent in Yi Qingwan's eyes, a look he'd only seen in seasoned warriors who'd hunted down tens of thousands of monsters. This woman was no ordinary person. Huang Feiping, having witnessed Yi Qingwan's prowess, breathed a sigh of relief. Had Su Jingyang deliberately shielded her during the National College entrance exam, he would have faced prison time. Yi Qingwan would have been locked up too. Now that he saw no evidence of cheating or favoritism, he naturally breathed easier. At the same time, he was curious how could Yi Qingwan be this powerful. Glad everything's fine, he murmured softly. Huang Feiping then turned his gaze to Su Jingyang, seemingly seeking answers from him. But Su Jingyang merely returned a helpless look. After all, she possessed a 10th tier talent. Moreover, the Empress, who has fought on the battlefield for years, possesses strength that cannot be compared to the current 1st tier level. This farce has finally come to an end. Chief Examiner Lu Changchun declared, "Alright, the farce is over. Anyone injured should go to the infirmary. The rest of the examiners, assemble." Seeing no signs of favoritism, Lu Changchun's brow relaxed slightly. Had such favoritism occurred, he himself would have borne some responsibility as an examiner. Some students, clutching their hands, rubbing their legs, or holding their waists, scrambled toward the infirmary. Upon seeing Yi Qingwan, they looked at her as if she were a demon. During the fight, they had truly sensed the formidable combat prowess of this seemingly delicate woman. The terrifying aura radiating from her body and the murderous intent in her eyes were utterly frightening. This was something only those who had locked eyes with her, who had stood as her opponent, could truly grasp. At that moment, Lang Linglin and Tang Yao, completely awed by Yi Qingwan's prowess, approached her and asked, "Qingwan, your moves just now were so impressive. Is that the full extent of your power?" Lang Linglin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Tang Yao felt the same way. Yi Qingwan smiled, her eyes as beautiful as the moon. Only then did she say, "It was okay. Su Jingyang asked me not to use full strength earlier, worried about hurting these people, so I only used about 40 to 50%. At this revelation, Lang Linglin and Tang Yao fell completely silent. Yi Qingwan's strength had completely surpassed their expectations. The gaze of the three beauties then shifted to Su Jingyang. Only then did Tang Yao remark, "You know, that jerk can actually be pretty handsome sometimes." Lang Linglin gave a slight nod, a fleeting hint of tenderness flickering in her eyes before vanishing. Yi Qingwan murmured softly, "Su Jingyang has always been handsome." The more Yi Qingwan looked at Su Jingyang, the more she found herself drawn to him. Meanwhile, numerous examiners had gathered before the chief examiner, including Su Jingyang. Having secured first place among the examiners this time, many schools had extended offers to him, even the Central Academy. For Su Jingyang, this was undoubtedly welcome news. Lu Changchun then said, "Now, please sign off on the examiner's scores and the students' score reports." Subsequently, Chief Examiner Lu Changchun distributed student information sheets for the examiners to sign. Su Jingyang signed off on both the eliminated and the passing candidates before submitting the documents. Soon after, the chief examiner remarked, "Everyone has worked hard this time. I've reserved a large private room at Zhongyang in Longcheng tonight. All of you who are free should attend. Oh, and Su Jingyang, you should bring that young lady with you, she must be your friend, right? Such an impressive friend deserves to be introduced." The other examiners chuckled in agreement. Indeed, such a talented young woman is a rare find. This girl truly is extraordinary. The other examiners were well aware of her exceptional nature. Moreover, they could tell that Su Jingyang and the girl shared a special bond. They wanted to play matchmaker. Su Jingyang's future was boundless, and naturally, they wanted to cultivate good connections while they could. Su Jingyang glanced at Yi Qingwan. Seeing no objection from her, he nodded. "Alright, then. Thank you, Examiner Lu." Chapter 96, Celebration Banquet. Once all matters with the examiners were settled, everything was finally wrapped up. Only then could they depart. At that moment, Yi Qingwan, Lang Linglin, and Tang Yao, the three girls, were all waiting for him. As soon as Su Jingyang approached, Tang Yao spoke up, "Stinky fish, your friend is ridiculously overpowered. Even you couldn't hold a candle to her. That's so cool. Never thought you'd end up in this situation one day, ha." The thought of Su Jingyang getting humiliated by Yi Qingwan amused Tang Yao greatly. Su Jingyang remained silent, merely rolling his eyes in response. Lang Linglin remained silent, glancing at Su Jingyang before shifting her gaze away. Yi Qingwan, however, wore an expectant look. She gazed at Su Jingyang with a hint of tenderness before softly asking, "Did that little tap hurt you?" Mentioning it made Su Jingyang feel a twinge of pain, but he still replied softly, "No, I'm not that fragile. Tonight, let's all go out to dinner with the chief examiner." Yi Qingwan nodded, as docile as a kitten. "Sure, whatever you say." Yi Qingwan smiled, her features exquisitely delicate and her figure slender and graceful, making her slightly more beautiful than Lang Linglin and Tang Yao. Lang Linglin's looks weren't much different from Yi Qingwan's, but her aura fell far short. In her own circle, Yi Qingwan was an absolute empress who ruled with an iron fist. Yet in Su Jingyang's presence, she transformed into a docile kitten, a stark contrast. This was because Su Jingyang held a uniquely special place in her heart. At that moment, Huang Feiping approached. Su Jingyang smiled and said, "City Lord Huang, we have three beauties here. Riding in your car with me should be just right." Huang Feiping retorted, "You brat, get moving. You nearly scared the life out of me just now. Thank goodness it wasn't about harboring someone, otherwise, you and Miss Su would be finished for life." Su Jingyang explained as they walked, "How could I possibly do something illegal like that?" Soon after, the group climbed into Huang Feiping's luxury car. To think that he, a city lord, had become Su Jingyan's driver? At the thought, Huang Feiping shook his head helplessly before turning to Yi Qingwan and the other ladies. Feel free to help yourselves to drinks and water in the car. Thank you, Lord Huang. Thank you, Lord Huang. Yi Qingwan, Lan Linglin, Tang Yao, and the others all expressed their gratitude. Huang Feiping shook his head as he drove, saying, no need to thank me. If you must thank anyone, thank Su Jingyang. That guy's given me another reason to be proud. First place in the exam? Not bad at all. Huang Feiping was clearly in a good mood. At that moment, Su Jingyang asked, are you going to the banquet the chief examiner is hosting tonight? Huang Feiping explained, how could he dare not invite me? Su Jingyang nodded in agreement. How could they host a banquet without inviting the city lord? That was simply impossible. True enough. Soon, Huang Feipeng dropped Su Jingyang and Yi Qingwan off at their home. After stepping out of the carriage, Su Jingyang and Yi Qingwan exchanged a simple see you tonight before turning to leave. Once they were out of sight, Huang Feipeng remarked, Su Jingyang and Miss Yi, they're bound to be extraordinary in the future. Lang Linglin and Tang Yao both nodded in agreement. How could they not understand? For a city lord to hold such high regard for Su Jingyang and Yi Qingwan was proof enough of the immense potential these two possessed. After getting off the car, Su Jingyang and Yi Qingwan walked shoulder to shoulder back to their home. Su Jingyang felt a wave of relief wash over him. The national college entrance exams had finally drawn to a close. Yi Qingwan had also performed exceptionally well, meaning both of them could choose any university they desired. Back home, Su Jingyang finally collapsed onto the sofa. He hadn't slept a wink during those 24 hours of monster slaying. This ordeal had truly taken its toll on both body and mind. Beside him, Yi Qingwan seemed much better off, showing little sign of fatigue. Was this the constitution of an empress? Not feeling the slightest bit tired? It seemed those in high positions possessed both formidable physical constitution and mental fortitude. It reminded him of an emperor recorded in history who abolished the 1,000-year-old chancellor system, yet reviewed countless memorials daily without showing fatigue. Perhaps it was simply innate. Thinking of this, she looked at Yi Qingwan with genuine admiration. Yi Qingwan blinked, puzzled. Why was Su Jingyang staring at her like that? Her curiosity piqued, she asked, is there something on my face? She touched her flawless cheek. Su Jingyang shook his head before replying, there's nothing on your face. Then why have you been staring at me? A hint of bashfulness flushed Yi Qingwan's cheeks. The formidable empress, whose word carried absolute authority in court and whose wrath could send blood splattering for miles, now bore a blush indistinguishable from that of a young bride. Su Jingyang explained, I was just curious. You don't seem the least bit tired. Yi Qingwan finally replied, when defending the frontier against foreign invasions, I commanded the battles. Sometimes I went 3 days and nights without sleep. Su Jingyang finally understood. At that level, it truly posed no challenge for her. As they chatted, they drifted off to sleep, each on opposite ends of the sofa. In a certain sense, they had shared a night's sleep together. When they awoke again, it was already evening. They awoke simultaneously, exchanged glances, and rose with smiles. Only then did Su Jingyang speak up, I'll go take a shower first. Afterward, we'll head to the Zhongyang restaurant in Longqing for dinner. Yi Qingwan nodded. After waiting nearly half an hour, both having finished showering, they finally set off for Longqing Zhongyang. This is a 3-star hotel, considered upscale, yet the prices aren't too steep. While the chief examiner's salary is decent, he's not exactly rolling in money. This restaurant was just right. Upon entering the private room, Chief Examiner Lu Changchun and several other examiners had already arrived. As the city lord, Huang Feipeng naturally made his grand entrance last. Lu Changchun approached then, a smile spreading across his face before he spoke, you two have become famous. Holding a tablet, he approached and continued, your battle footage was captured on video and has gone viral. Everyone's commenting smooth technique, lightning fast speed. Powerful waist movements. One after another, videos of Su Jingyang and Yi Qingwan's fight surfaced online. The other examiners all offered their congratulations. Congratulations! With your results, you can basically pick any school you want. Chapter 97, Lin Family Real Estate Group. Su Jingyang and Yi Qingwan both focused their attention on the videos, only to find the comments section had exploded millions of likes and tens of thousands of comments. Holy crap, who is that guy? He's so handsome and so strong. And who's that girl? Which school is she from? With skills like that, she could probably get into any university in the country, right? The comments section was utterly stunned by their abilities. After Lu Changchun retrieved his phone, he said to Su Jingyang, your skills are indeed worthy of any university in the country. If fortune favors us, let's not forget each other. He chuckled, then gestured for the two to take their seats. Once they were seated, other examiners chimed in with smiles, well now, you two are really making waves. Examiner Su, your friend's skills are truly remarkable, he even defeated you so quickly. Indeed, your friend is truly remarkable. Miss Ye's skill is not to be underestimated. Across the entire country, there's likely no one in her age group who can match Miss Su. At this point, the chief examiner, Lu Changchun, also smiled and said. Yi Qingwan smiled modestly, it's nothing special. Soon after, everyone settled into their seats. Just then, the door opened, and the last to enter was, of course, Huang Feipeng. As soon as Huang Feipeng entered, the chief examiner and the other examiners all stood up. Lord City Master, we've been expecting you. Please take a seat. Chief Examiner Lu Changchun hurriedly stood to greet him, promptly pulling out a chair for Huang Feipeng. The other examiners all wore obligatory smiles, except for Yi Qingwan and Su Jingyang, who seemed indifferent. Huang Feipeng was clearly in a good mood. He smiled and said, everyone, please sit down. We're all on the same team. The National College entrance exam has been hard work for all of you. The others hastily replied, not at all, not at all. The city lord taking time out of his busy schedule to join us shows great consideration for us. Indeed. Many people smiled politely. Yi Qingwan said nothing. As an empress, she was accustomed to such reverence from her subjects and had grown used to these formal occasions. This time, however, others were offering congratulations to someone else. She simply watched quietly, her gaze fixed on Su Jingyang. Everyone else was irrelevant. Before long, the dishes began arriving. Clearly, Lu Changchun was pulling out all the stops to impress the city lord, ordering numerous premium dishes and seafood. The meal proceeded in a peaceful atmosphere. After several bottles of fine wine, he excused himself to use the restroom. Once in the restroom, he finished his business and glanced at his reflection. Occasionally, he couldn't help but marvel at his own striking good looks. After his moment of reflection, he walked back out. Just then, a man in a suit, clearly intoxicated, staggered and collided directly into Su Jingyang. Su frowned but, considering the man's drunkenness, decided not to pursue it. The man, however, scowled and snapped, who is the blind fool who dared bump into this young master? Hearing this, Su Jingyang frowned and snapped coldly, brother, you're the one who was drunk and crashed into me. The man was tall and burly, possessing considerable strength, but years of indulging in tobacco, alcohol, and women had left his lower body weak and unsteady. The man sobered up a bit before retorting, what kind of person are you? Couldn't you dodge when this young master bumped into you? And even if I did bump into you, so what? As he spoke, the man staggered upright, glaring at Su Jingyang. He raised a finger to point accusingly, his expression dripping with defiance. This sort of behavior was indeed common after drinking. But just because it happened didn't mean Su Jingyang was willing to tolerate it. He grabbed the man's hand, twisted it, and with a crack, the bone snapped. The entire finger was rendered useless. A blood-curdling scream erupted from the man's mouth. As the young man screamed, 4 or 5 people sprinted up from ahead, clearly his bodyguards. What are you all staring at? Get moving. My finger's ruined. The young man wailed and cursed at his bodyguards. These bodyguards possessed 4th tier and 3rd tier strength respectively, making them reasonably competent martial artists. However, compared to Su Jingyang, their abilities fell far short. As the 4 or 5 bodyguards swiftly launched their punches, Su Jingyang countered with a single strike, instantly sending several of them flying backward. The bodyguards were sent flying. The bodyguards were stunned. This guy didn't look that old, yet he'd sent them flying 3 or 4 meters with a single punch? The deafening crash drew people from the front VIP boxes. 2 young men dressed like wealthy playboys emerged. One sported a greasy pompadour, clad in an expensive suit, towering at nearly 6 feet tall. The other wore casual attire, a necklace and jeans with a distinctly street-style vibe. Young Master Lin, what's gotten into you? Several young men stared at young Master Lin's finger, snapped clean off at the joint, while several of his bodyguards lay motionless on the ground. Call quickly. Get my dad's best men over here. The greasy-haired youth immediately grabbed his phone and dialed, Uncle, young Master Lin's finger's broken. We're here. Yeah, someone picked a fight and beat up the bodyguards. You gotta come over fast. After hanging up, the young men finally turned their attention to Su Jingyang. The tall one addressed Su Jingyang, let go of young Master Lin immediately. Do you know who he is? You must be out of your mind. Su Jingyang narrowed his eyes. Gone was his usual calm demeanor. He replied indifferently, oh? Who is he? The tall one finally explained, he's the young master of the Lin family real estate group. Messing with him is the same as asking for death. Another young man, wearing a necklace and jeans, chimed in, let go of young Master Lin now, or you'll be feeding the sharks tomorrow. We know you can fight, but can you take on 1,000 men? 10,000? Su Jingyang narrowed his eyes before replying, what if I don't let go? As he spoke, Su Jingyang's fist tightened around the severed finger. The pain made young Master Lin wail in agony. Ah! Ow, ow! Chapter 98, I'll see who dares to move. At that moment, Yi Qingwan, drawn by the commotion, emerged. Her ethereal beauty instantly made the eyes of several wealthy young men light up. They swallowed hard, but young Master Lin, with his severed finger, had no mind to admire the beauty. His broken finger was still clenched in Su Jingyang's hand. Spotting Su Jingyang, Yi Qingwan approached and inquired, What's going on? She inquired of Su Jingyang. Su Jingyang finally replied, just ran into a few small fry. Nothing to worry about. He gave a light chuckle. Yi Qingwan said nothing, glancing at the others with utter disdain. Meanwhile, the others kept sizing up Yi Qingwan, completely forgetting about the young master of the Lin family. She's certainly different from those powdered and painted girls, huh? The guy in jeans chuckled lewdly. At that moment, Su Jingyang struck again, grabbing the jeans guy's wrist and wrenching it with such force that the entire bone snapped. The tall and greasy-haired rich kids were instantly terrified, their scalps tingling. The jeans-wearing rich kids' blood-soaked hands were now staring right back at them. Where had they ever encountered someone this ruthless? In their circle, they were practically gods in this city. Such a situation was absolutely unthinkable. Now both of them were injured. The tall one's legs were shaking violently as his lips trembled. You're finished. You're finished. When the chairman of Lin Family Real Estate arrives, you're done for. The greasy-haired rich kid was so terrified he couldn't utter a word. No sooner had he spoken than the sound of footsteps echoed from the distance. Sure enough, around the corner appeared a middle-aged man in casual attire, flanked by 3 or 4 bodyguards. Beside him stood an old man with a vacant stare, yet emanating an overwhelming aura of power. This was none other than Lin Shutian, chairman of Lin Family Real Estate Group. Seeing his father approach, accompanied by Uncle Chen, Lin Yi finally exhaled a slight sigh of relief. If you've crossed me, then prepare to die. Lin Yi glared at Su Jingyang with malice. He was so caught up in his triumph that he forgot the other half of his finger was still in Su Jingyang's grasp. Su Jingyang applied just a little pressure, sending him into a fit of pain-induced screams. Dad! I'm here! Kill him now! Soon, Lin Shutian arrived before Su Jingyang. Seeing his son's severed finger and several bodyguards lying unconscious on the ground, he frowned and said, Young man, was it really necessary to make such a fuss over this? Su Jingyang replied coolly, So this is your son, huh? Lin Shutian nodded solemnly. I know you have your differences. Release my son first and get him to the hospital. Otherwise, his finger might be beyond saving. Su Jingyang narrowed his eyes before replying, just as I thought. If the son isn't a good bird, the father certainly isn't either. Lin Shutian forced himself to stay calm. Young man, acting so rashly could easily bring trouble upon your family. Lin Shutian then shifted his gaze to Yi Qingwan. Only now did he notice that this girl's bearing and appearance were far beyond ordinary. Su Jingyang paid the middle-aged man no mind whatsoever. He simply grabbed the finger that had been nearly severed from Lin Yi's hand and snapped it clean off again. Then he tossed the bloody stump onto the ground. Lin Yi clutched his hand, tears streaming down his face from the pain. Lin Shutian's face darkened as he addressed the old man beside him. Uncle Chen, I'll leave this to you. Only then did the old man open his eyes, revealing a murderous glint. Young man, don't blame me. The old man could see Su Jingyang was an absolute genius, but to him, genius was merely the threshold to see him. Just as the old man prepared to act, a voice boomed out, none other than City Lord Huang Feipeng. I'd like to see who dares to move. The crowd turned to see a middle-aged man stepping forward. Recognizing the City Lord, they all froze in shock. Why is the City Lord here too? Lin Shutian was equally stunned. Lately, the City Lord had been suppressing him relentlessly, directly scrapping numerous projects. Now, the City Lord was speaking up for this young man. Combined with the young man's arrogant demeanor, could it be that the City Lord and the young man shared an extraordinary connection? As these thoughts raced through Lin Shutian's mind, his expression shifted repeatedly. Lin Shutian quickly shifted from his previous gloomy expression to a broad smile, as if his son's broken finger was no big deal. Lin Shutian said, I didn't expect the City Lord to be here as well. I also hold shares in this inn. You could have just given me a heads up when you came over for a meal. Huang Feipeng glanced at Lin Shutian before replying, just dropping by for a simple meal. And no need for Director Lin to trouble himself. Though his words were polite, he clearly held Lin Shutian in no regard. Only then did he turn his gaze to Lin Shutian and ask, were you just about to lay a hand on our top scholar? Hearing Huang Feipeng's words, Lin Shutian instantly understood. How could such an old fox not know? This young man must be the champion. This City Lord, there must be some misunderstanding. At that moment, Lin Yi interjected, Dad, it was this guy who snapped my arm clean off. Hearing this, Lin Shutian ignored the blood still streaming from his own hand. He strode forward and delivered a sharp slap across the face before demanding, apologize to this young man. Lin Yi was stunned into silence by the blow. Then Lin Shutian struck Lin Yi again, this time knocking out an entire row of teeth. Stunned into silence, Lin Yi stood frozen in place. Only then did Lin Shutian demand, apologize to this young man immediately. Only then did Lin Yi realize he'd crossed someone he shouldn't have. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he reluctantly muttered to Su Jingyang, I'm sorry. Su Jingyang replied, I can't hear you. I'm sorry. That's more like it. Don't go showing off like that again. Lin Yi's face had gone completely pale. Seeing Lin Yi apologize, Huang Feipeng finally said, alright. Young Master Lin has lost quite a bit of blood. We should get him to the hospital quickly. Upon hearing the City Lord's words, Lin Shutian forced a smile and addressed Huang Feipeng, my son is immature. I apologize for the disturbance, City Lord. Only then did Lin Shutian lead Lin Yi away. After the entire group had departed, Huang Feiping finally asked, what exactly happened? After hearing the entire account, Huang Feiping nodded thoughtfully before remarking, I've heard plenty about this young master of the Lin family. It's probably good for him to learn a lesson. Chapter 99, Lin Qingwan has vanished? Alright, let's head back. Once the entire group had departed, Huang Feiping, Su Jingyang, and Yi Qingwan finally left, heading back to their private room. Back in the private room, Chief Examiner Lu Changchun and the other examiners, unaware of what had transpired, addressed Su Jingyang, did a little alcohol go to your head? Su Jingyang smiled and replied, yeah, I'm not much of a drinker. The banquet concluded around 10 o'clock. Apart from that minor incident earlier, nothing else of note occurred. After drinking their fill, Su Jingyang and Yi Qingwan excused themselves from City Lord Huang Feiping and Lu Changchun first. Be careful on your way back. Huang Feiping said to Su Jingyang. Alright, don't worry. You be careful too. This was naturally out of fear of retaliation from the Lin family, though such a possibility was low. Daring to touch Su Jingyang would mean provoking Huang Feiping outright. The influence of a city lord was something an entrepreneur could never hope to match. After bidding farewell, he and Yi Qingwan got into the car and headed straight home. Su Jingyang and Yi Qingwan sat on the sofa, having shared a few drinks. By now, both were slightly tipsy, gazing at each other. Yi Qingwan felt herself blushing under Su Jingyang's gaze. Yi Qingwan's face was already flushed, her cheeks bright red as she gazed at Su Jingyang. Su Jingyang, slightly tipsy, found her expression rather amusing. He leaned in and kissed her directly. Yi Qingwan, having never encountered such a situation in her life, felt her mind go completely blank. Once she recognized Su Jingyang's scent, she finally leaned in slightly. The two of them kissed. A full half-hour passed before they finally pulled apart. Yet the look in each other's eyes seemed to devour the other whole. But Su Jingyang knew some things didn't need rushing, let nature take its course. Besides, the best things were often saved for last. Good night. After exchanging one last glance, they each returned to their own beds. Good night. Yi Qingwan was still savoring the lingering sensation of their earlier passionate kiss. Then she drifted off into dreams. Meanwhile, at the hospital, Lin Yi had just finished reattaching his finger. Lin Shutian waited outside as Lin Yi emerged from the operating room. Lin Shutian cherished the son dearly. Only now did he speak up, Doctor, is my son's hand all right now? The doctor removed his mask and replied, with modern technology, reattaching a finger poses no significant issues. Rest assured, Chairman Lin. Lin Shutian nodded upon hearing this and replied, thank you for your efforts, Doctor. At that moment, Lin Yi opened his eyes and looked at his father before saying, Dad. Lin Shutian nodded. Enough said. The city lord isn't someone we can afford to provoke. Besides, this young man isn't ordinary, he's the top scorer in the National College entrance exam. His future is limitless. We'd be wise not to cross him. Lin Yi felt reluctant, but ultimately shook his head. Alright, he conceded. Lin Yi had no choice. Merchants couldn't compete with officials, especially when those officials held sway over the very regions where their business operations were directly managed. Many procedures simply had to be followed. Currently, numerous procedures for the Lin family were being blocked by the city lord. If they offended Huang Feiping, the consequences down the line would be troublesome. It wouldn't be as simple as just procedures getting blocked. Lin Shutian sighed before saying, you need to rein in that arrogant and domineering attitude of yours. Lin Ye's eyes flashed red before he nodded. Understood, Dad. Lin Shutian then turned his gaze to the security guards and erupted in a torrent of curses, you useless pieces of trash. What the hell did we pay you for? Useless as hell. So many of you, and you can't even take down one person. At that moment, the bodyguards dared not utter a word. They all kept their mouths shut. After Lin Shutian had vented his frustration, he shook his head and said, let's go home. We'll discuss this when we get back. That night, Su Jingyang slept soundly, dreaming many sweet dreams. Even after waking up, he was still savoring them. It was then that he suddenly realized the entire house was silent, devoid of any other movement. He glanced over at Yi Qingwan's bed only to find it completely empty. Yi Qingwan. He called out, but there was no response. He searched the house afterward and found that there was no one there at all. It was as if Yi Qingwan had never been there at all. What was going on? Could it be that Yi Qingwan had already returned to her own world? But she still needed to return to ascend the throne. She needed to go back to become empress. At this thought, he nodded to himself. It made sense, it was highly probable she had indeed returned. His heart felt hollow, as if it had been completely emptied. Sigh, this feeling really sucks. But she'll probably come back eventually. It's not such a big deal. Su Jingyang nodded, and his heart felt a little better. Now that Yi Qingwan had returned, she must have become the empress by now. The thought brought a smile to his lips. This was certainly a cause for celebration for her. Su Jingyang smiled. After brushing his teeth, he opened his phone to check. He realized that he and Yi Qingwan were now truly alive. Videos of the two of them during the exam were everywhere. This guy is an absolute genius. Is this Su Jingyang? He's so handsome. Hey, girl up there, don't get carried away. Wonder which school Su Jingyang and Yi Qingwan will choose? Lots of schools are probably already courting them, right? That's for sure. He casually scrolled through over 10 videos, all praising the two of them. He chuckled before saying, maybe that's what genius looks like. Though the outside world paired him with Yi Qingwan, he knew the gap between them was still vast. If Yi Qingwan were to take it seriously, he wouldn't last more than a few rounds. A battle-hardened female general, an empress, she wasn't someone a young upstart like him could compare to. The future remained uncertain. But for now, at least, this was the reality. Chapter 100, The Top Scholar's True Strength. When Yi Qingwan awoke, she opened her eyes to find herself back in her own world. The maidservant beside her and the guards outside were all familiar faces. Looking down, she saw she was dressed in brocade and silk. Only then did the maid speak, Your Majesty, it is time to prepare for the coronation. The hour is nearly upon us. Yi Qingwan nodded upon hearing this, replying softly, Understood. Noticing Su Jingyang's absence, she felt a pang of longing. This feeling made her uncomfortable, but she understood that this separation was merely for a better reunion. So she pushed the thought aside. The coronation, the coronation. If only he could see me ascending the throne. She thought to herself before rising and undressing. To don the emperor's attire. Meanwhile, Su Jingyang turned off his phone. Without dwelling on it, he went through a quick wash and headed to a gym. This gym was one Su Jingyang occasionally visited, and he was quite familiar with the owner. After a brief greeting, he resumed his workout. He wanted to see how his current strength and speed measured up. He approached the strength testing machine, only to find it occupied by a young man with bulging muscles and an impressive physique, clearly a recent national college entrance exam graduate. He slammed his fist into the machine. Instantly, immense force erupted, sending the machine's readings skyrocketing. The display shot straight to 100,000 gene. The young man nodded with satisfaction before saying, Not bad. That's an increase of 20,000 gene compared to a year ago. He murmured softly, his stride brimming with confidence. The others all nodded in agreement before one remarked, 100,000 gene. I wonder how his speed is. With this level of physical fitness, getting into a good school should be no problem at all. He remarked. Soon, it was Su Jingyang's turn. After waiting in line for ages, he couldn't hold back any longer. Su Jingyang stepped forward, adjusted his stance slightly, and then delivered a powerful punch upward. Instantly, the readings surged dramatically. Boom! The entire testing machine began to tremble violently. The numbers kept soaring. They'd already surpassed 100,000 gene at the start, and they kept climbing wildly. 200,000 gene, 300,000 gene, 500,000 gene, 550,000 gene. Finally, the reading stabilized at 580,000 gene. At that moment, the sheer explosive force of that single punch generated a terrifying roar, instantly drawing the attention of countless onlookers. By now, they were utterly astonished. Holy crap, that's insane. 5,800 pounds? Is this guy a genius? Some people's jaws dropped wide open. The young man who had just boasted about his 100,000 gene achievement was now frozen in place, trembling uncontrollably after witnessing Su Jingyang's staggering 580,000 gene display. Holy crap! This is absolutely terrifying. The crowd was now trembling uncontrollably. 580,000 gene. Inside the gym, several people stared at Su Jingyang, feeling a sense of familiarity. Wait, you wouldn't happen to be Su Jingyang, the top scorer in this year's National College Entrance exam, would you? It really is you. You look so much like him, no wonder I thought you were identical. So it really is you. Su Jingyang. Holy crap, the top scorer. It's the top scorer. In an instant, the crowd swarmed around him, demanding autographs. Once this moment passed, getting back to the shop would be nearly impossible. They knew that all too well. Su Jingyang felt a bit helpless. He'd been recognized. Seems he really had made it big. But it was only natural. With the caliber of a national top scholar, attracting widespread attention was inevitable. It was perfectly normal. As the crowd lined up for autographs, he could only move from person to person, signing each request. Once he finished signing for everyone, Su Jingyang finally said, Alright, I'm all signed up now. I need to focus on training soon. He said. The others nodded reassuringly. Don't worry about it. We'll just hang around and watch, haha. Right, we won't hold you back at all. You can count on us. Su Jingyang nodded. Seeing that his punch had generated 580,000 gene of force, he estimated that if he went all out, he could reach around 700,000 gene. He had only exerted 80 to 90% of his strength just now. But he had already gauged the range of his strength, so he didn't bother retesting. He then shifted his focus to speed. He made his way to a 100-meter track. Then crouched slightly, before instantly springing into a standing start. Boom! With blinding speed, he charged forward like this, moving incredibly fast. To the onlookers, it was like seeing a mere afterimage. His speed was simply too fast, too fast. So fast that he hadn't even registered it before he'd already reached the finish line. At that moment, everyone was utterly dumbfounded. What the hell? Speed like that? Is this the true power of the top scholar? That must be a 5-second kilometer, right? Terrifying. What incredible speed. I can only run 100 meters in 7 seconds. Some couldn't help but marvel at how incredibly fast Su Jingyang truly was. But they didn't know exactly how fast. When the machine's calculations finally came out, they were utterly stunned once again. Holy crap! 3.8 seconds for the 100 meters? Not even 4 seconds? Holy crap, that speed! Isn't that a bit too terrifying? By now, everyone was swallowing hard, utterly speechless. Their eyes fixed on the speed calculated by the computer, they were all swallowing hard, at a loss for words. A moment of silence fell. Finally, applause erupted from everyone. The top scholar truly lives up to his name. He's amazing. Truly worthy of the top scholar title. 3.8 seconds? That's terrifying. The crowd swallowed hard, their eyes wide with disbelief. Even the gym owner rushed over to see the spectacle, utterly speechless. He's a true prodigy. I heard the other girl is even more incredible. Yeah, that's what I heard. Su Jingyang glanced at the speed displayed on the computer screen, nodded to himself, and then remarked, 3.8 seconds. Not bad, I suppose. He thought to himself, this speed was indeed a significant improvement over his pre-exam performance. This national exam had been quite effective, allowing his latent potential to advance once more. He nodded, thoroughly satisfied. Next, he prepared to test his reaction speed. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he shifted his gaze to the adjacent reaction speed testing room. He stepped inside. This room was sealed off, so others couldn't see inside. He was thoroughly satisfied. Reaction speed is different from strength and speed. Reaction speed requires a quiet place free from disturbances. After closing the door, outside, everyone had already become lively. They were all discussing. What do you think his reaction speed test results will be this time? I'm incredibly curious. As the national top scholar, I'm fascinated to see just how fast his reactions will be. Who knows? But it's bound to be much faster than ours. A genius like that is simply beyond comparison. Genius truly is genius. That kind of strength and speed are traits only the most exceptional talents possess. Exactly. I've observed many prodigies, and they all demonstrate extraordinary abilities at a young age. Isn't Su Jingyang no exception? After watching him enter the testing room, everyone outside began discussing it heatedly. Even the gym owner kept peering in, utterly fascinated by what was happening inside. Truly worthy of the top scholar title, he's drawn such a crowd in an instant. Chapter 101, Breaking the World Record. After Su Jingyang entered the room, he activated the reaction speed testing machine. Instantly, the entire room was bathed in blue light. Countless red beams then shot toward Su Jingyang. This was the reaction speed test. The more red beams you dodged within a set time limit, the faster your reaction speed, and the difficulty was adjustable. 10,000 beams per minute. 20,000 beams per minute, and so on. The longer one could endure, the faster their reaction speed. The longest record was set by a formidable individual, dodging 120,000 beams per minute while enduring the test for over 3 hours. That means dodging 120,000 red lines per minute while enduring for over 3 hours. Su Jingyang's current adjustment speed is 30,000 red lines per minute. Those red lines are moving so fast. Though Su Jingyang uttered these words, his own speed showed no sign of slowing. In fact, he appeared quite relaxed. He flashed, dodging several infrared beams. He twisted his head to the left, dodging yet another barrage of infrared shots. This speed is still a bit too slow. Then, with a swift movement, he activated a device emitting 50,000 infrared beams per minute. Boom! In an instant, the room was filled with an ever-increasing number of infrared beams. The speed of the beams had increased significantly compared to before. Su Jingyang grew increasingly excited, accelerating his movements. He dodged wave after wave of infrared fire. Not enough! Not enough! After enduring another half hour, he darted forward once more, reached the machine, and pressed the number 8. 80,000 infrared beams per minute. The infrared beams grew faster and faster, filling the entire room. At this moment, Su Jingyang finally felt a hint of strain. Is this the intensity of dodging 80,000 infrared beams per minute? In that instant, he was astonished by his own potential. He was barely managing to endure this incredibly rapid pace. After all, the faster the speed, the greater the force one must endure. At certain speeds, if the physical body isn't strong enough, things can easily go wrong. Yet now, it seemed to pose no problem at all. This was precisely because his speed was truly incredibly fast, and simultaneously, his physical body was fully capable of withstanding the impact of such velocity. Thus, he continued the rapid acceleration for a full 2 hours. As he grew increasingly accustomed to it, he prepared to push for even greater speed. He set the timer for 120,000 steps per minute. In that instant, infrared rays erupted violently, countless beams blazing directly toward his body. This time, he finally experienced the tearing of flesh and the ripping of muscles. Is this the reaction speed of the world's fastest powerhouse? Gritting his teeth, his entire body trembled. Just then, a beam of infrared light seemed poised to strike him. He narrowly avoided it. If it had, the entire room would have fallen silent. He would have been finished. He felt utterly miserable all over. But he could still hold on a little longer. In that instant, he thought he saw someone. Yi Qingwan, of course. She seemed to have ascended the throne. If she could ascend to the throne, how could he let this minor setback drag him down? In that instant, he regained his resolve. Boom! His speed surged to unprecedented heights, as if breaking through yet another barrier after reaching the absolute limit. His physical form underwent yet another ascension. His reaction speed is getting faster and faster. Moreover, he could anticipate the trajectory of the red beams. Thus, enduring 120,000 infrared pulses per minute, he persevered for over an hour. In other words, disregarding all previous attempts, he directly endured over 4 hours at this reaction speed under 120,000 infrared pulses per minute. He had shattered the record held by the strongest. While his strength and speed might lag far behind other powerhouses, his reaction speed was absolutely world-class. At the final moment, his body was finally touched by the infrared beam. In an instant, the entire room plunged into darkness. The machine now displayed his record-breaking achievement. 120,000 infrared beams in 1 minute he endured for over 4 hours. So this speed truly represents the limit of human capability? At least it's reached his limit. It would be extremely difficult to surpass this. At least in the short term, he simply couldn't push further. Sweat poured from his body, dripping incessantly. The floor was covered in it. He pushed open the door, already gasping for breath. He had pushed himself from morning until night. Opening the door, he found it already surrounded by a crowd. Dense and packed, there were easily hundreds of them. How'd it go? The gym owner asked Su Jingyang. Su Jingyang waved his hand and gestured toward the back room, signaling for him to go take a look. He was too exhausted to speak. The crowd held their breath, then turned their gaze toward the room in unison. When they saw the numbers on the machine inside, they all froze in utter shock. What? Broke the national record? It lasted over 4 hours under 120,000 infrared beams per minute? Everyone swallowed hard, utterly speechless. At that moment, countless people were already swallowing hard, quickly snapping photos with their phones. Someone posted on their social feed, "Holy crap! This year's national champion has broken the world record for reaction speed. He's barely in his teens, not even 20 yet, and he endured over 4 hours under 12,000 infrared pulses per minute. What does that even mean?" Soon, many people shared the entire story with friends and family, while others posted it directly online. It instantly sparked a frenzy online. What? Is this real? It withstood over 4 hours under 120,000 infrared rays per minute? Doesn't that mean it broke the national record? Everyone was so stunned at that moment they couldn't utter a word. Su Jingyang, exhausted beyond words, finally began to recover slightly after downing some energy drinks. This was far more draining than the national college entrance exams. Once his energy was replenished, he left the gym while they were still engaged in heated discussion. I accidentally broke the national record. He smiled, a faint grin playing on his lips. Wonder how she's doing over there. Chapter 102, fine, let's take care of both at once. Upon returning home, Su Jingyang opened the game and saw that Yi Qingwan had indeed returned to her world. The screen displayed the very moment of her coronation. So she really did go back. Well, it's fine. Returning to ascend the throne first is actually good, at least she won't keep dwelling on it. Su Jingyang chuckled. Seeing her clad in the imperial dragon robe, she truly exuded the aura of an emperor. From her beginnings as a female general, through the palace upheaval, to Yi Qingwan now ascending the throne as an empress. He couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. He wondered if she would be able to return by the time school started again. Su Jingyang truly had no idea how she had endured all this, nor how she would manage to return. It seemed best to let things unfold naturally. After closing the game, he noticed his phone kept buzzing with incoming messages. This one was from Lon Linglin. Did your reaction speed break the national record? Su Jingyang was taken aback. He hadn't expected word to spread so quickly. Su Jingyang nodded before replying, "Yeah, I accidentally broke the national record. You know I'm pretty fast." On the other end of the line, witnessing the man she loved surpass her expectations once again stirred a unique feeling within her. Then again, he was exceptionally talented to begin with. Congratulations. Which school are you planning to attend? Has any school approached you for training yet? Su Jingyang shook his head before replying, "Not yet. I haven't decided, and no schools have made a move. Probably because the cutoff scores haven't been released yet." After finishing her chat with Lang Linglin, Tang Yao sent a message. "Stinky fish, your response speed just broke the record? Holy crap." Su Jingyang chuckled and replied with a hee 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 emoji. You're something else. Having a beauty by your side really makes a difference, huh? Su Jingyang stared at the message Tang Yao had sent. He couldn't shake the feeling something was off. This question seemed tinged with jealousy. Su Jingyang replied. Then his best friend's message came through, along with some from old classmates, all sending emojis and comments like, "How did you pull this off?" Even his homeroom teacher sent him a message. Then, he turned his attention to the internet. Sure enough, the internet was already flooded with news. Everywhere, people were talking about Su Jingyang, the national college entrance exam champion, breaking reaction speed records. What a terrifying guy. I'm getting more and more curious, where will he end up? Unbelievable. This guy. It's hard to imagine someone so young possessing such formidable strength. His future is truly unimaginable. Which university will he end up attending? Su Jingyang scanned the flood of comments, occasionally responding under a fake account. After all, no one knew what his alternate account ID was. Huang Feiping was currently in his city lord's office. Upon hearing the news, Huang Feiping was utterly stunned. That's the terrifying thing about this guy. Constantly pushing his own limits. After the national college entrance exams, it seems his abilities across the board have undergone yet another comprehensive leap forward. Huang Feiping chuckled. The two most prestigious institutions, Huacheng and Debeihai, must be offering incredibly generous rewards to secure Su Jingyang and Yi Qingwan. He chuckled, calculating the timing. They should be contacting him soon, right? Those two institutions. Huang Feiping toyed with his phone, knowing he hadn't misplaced his investment this time. Building a relationship with Su Jingyang was absolutely the right move. But one thing piqued his curiosity. Where exactly did this Yi Qingwan girl come from? Her abilities were significantly stronger than Su Jingyang's. Did she even look like she was just a teenager? Otherwise, possessing such formidable power at such a young age would be downright terrifying. Little did he know that Yi Qingwan wasn't from this world. He then made a phone call, instructing someone to secretly protect Su Jingyang. Though his own strength was formidable, it was still necessary to prevent others from resorting to underhanded tactics. Therefore, covert protection remained essential. In this world, anything could happen. Meanwhile, at the Lin family group, Lin Shutian listened to his subordinate's report. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. He touched his forehead before saying, "Thankfully we didn't push further. This guy's power will become incredibly formidable in the future." He breathed a sigh of relief. He was also relieved that his son had heeded his advice and refrained from seeking trouble with Su Jingyang. "Go. Tell the young master to come down. I have something to discuss with Lin Yi." "Yes, sir." The bodyguard quickly departed. A moment later, the bodyguard came rushing back down. He then reported urgently, "Sir, the young master is missing. He was just here a moment ago, but now he's not in his room." Lin Shutian froze upon hearing the bodyguard's words. He immediately struck out with a slap. Only then did he roar in fury, "You can't even protect the young master properly. I told you to keep watch, yet you failed. What good are you lot anyway?" "No. He must have sent Uncle Chen to cause trouble for Su Jingyang. Stop him. Go find him." Lin Shutian knew that if Uncle Chen harmed Su Jingyang, the wrath unleashed by the state and the city lord would be far beyond what the Lin family alone could withstand. "You good for nothing son." He plopped down onto the ground. He sighed. He hoped they could find him. Su Jingyang was absolutely untouchable. The top scorer in the national college entrance exam, breaking reaction speed records at such a young age. But even he probably couldn't stand up to Uncle Chen. After all, Uncle Chen was an elder from his wife's family, a man of formidable strength. The thought of Su Jingyang getting hurt was too terrifying to contemplate. Yes. In that instant, the numerous bodyguards had already departed. Hope it's not too late. Su Jingyang's residence. Su Jingyang was replying to messages from concerned friends one by one. Numerous friends and classmates were inquiring. "Ha? A killing intent." At that very moment, Su Jingyang turned his gaze toward the door. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Su Jingyang could distinctly sense the old man's aura. "Looks like he's here for me. How interesting. The Lin family is truly fascinating. Very well, then let's settle this once and for all." He narrowed his eyes, then opened the door directly. Sure enough, two figures stood outside the door. Naturally, it was the old man and a young man. That was Lin Yi. Chapter 103, a 7th rank old man? Still needs to keep a low profile. At that moment, Lin Ye's eyes held nothing but resentment. He said to Su Jingyang, "Didn't expect me to come back for more, did you? You broke my hand, but you really thought that would be the end of it? My Uncle Chen is a 7th tier expert. Today, you're the one who's going down." Hatred clouded every inch of Lin Ye's vision. He'd been pampered his entire life. How could he ever have been treated like this? To be humiliated in front of so many people if he didn't reclaim his pride, how could he ever hold his head high among the rich kid circle? And that girl? "If you send her over to keep me company for a week, I'll let this slide." Had ha. The thought of that icy beauty stirred a strange anticipation within him. The beauty he referred to was none other than Empress Yi Qingwan, who had already returned to the game to ascend the throne. The old man beside him remained silent, his eyes clouded, staring straight at Su Jingyang. Who knew what thoughts were swirling in his mind? Su Jingyang glanced at Lin Yi before speaking in a flat tone. Seems breaking just one of your fingers wasn't nearly enough. His face darkened. He had assumed that after the city lord intervened, this rich kid wouldn't bother him anymore. It seemed he had seriously overestimated the other's intelligence. His gaze then shifted to the old man. He was well aware of the old man's strength, but now, he himself was far more powerful than before. He truly had no fear of him. Though the old man was indeed formidable, possessing full 7th tier strength. His reaction speed was now undoubtedly among the absolute elite in the country. Therefore, he remained highly confident. At this moment, Su Jingyang was already seething with rage. He could tolerate insults directed at himself, but he absolutely refused to allow anyone to insult Yi Qingwan. In an instant, his rage surged relentlessly upward. He snorted coldly, both of you are staying here today. At that moment, the old man's voice rang out coldly, youngster, learn to keep a low profile. I'm not dead yet. He stood there, radiating a chilling aura. Just then, the old man struck. His speed was astonishing, his hand shot out like talons, clawing toward Su Jingyang with fierce ferocity. But to Su Jingyang now, that speed was nothing. After all, his reaction time was such that he could dodge 120,000 infrared beams per minute and still endure for a full 4 hours. Compared to infrared beams, this speed was nothing. Thus, he effortlessly evaded the attack. The old man was stunned. This young man appeared to be only a 5th tier cultivator, yet his reaction speed was astonishingly fast. This reaction speed absolutely didn't belong to a 5th tier cultivator. It felt more like 9th tier, or even 10th tier. Now he understood he'd met his match. The old man struck decisively, yet failed to land a single blow on Su Jingyang. Even the nearby forestry worker found this hard to fathom. How is this possible? He exclaimed in astonishment. This is absolutely impossible. In his memory, Uncle Chen had never failed in a fight. After all, Uncle Chen was a formidable master in his prime, the guardian of his mother's family, possessing extraordinary strength. Lin Yi narrowed his eyes. There was no way this ordinary national top scholar could possibly defeat Uncle Chen. He murmured under his breath. He then took a few steps back, suspecting that Uncle Chen might be holding back for his sake. Su Jingyang, having witnessed the opponent's speed, understood immediately that their reaction time was vastly inferior to his own. Still, as a 7th tier expert, the opponent's strength was undoubtedly formidable. As a 5th tier practitioner, Su Jingyang's strength peaked at 580,000 Jin, already the upper limit for his tier. But the 7th tier opponent's strength could easily surpass 900,000 Jin. Even 1 million Jin was entirely possible. Therefore, in his view, he couldn't afford to be harmed by the opponent. Otherwise, he would likely suffer severe injuries. He nodded. He had weighed the pros and cons. He already knew exactly how to fight. Sure enough, after the forestry worker stepped back, the old man immediately stripped off his clothes. At that moment, a dull thud echoed as something crashed to the ground. He was carrying a weight. Lin Yi sneered coldly, that was just your lucky break. Now that Uncle Chen has broken the seal, let's see how you fight. Lin Yi narrowed his eyes, his smile icy. Su Jingyang shook his head, speaking indifferently, it's nothing but futile struggle. You can't possibly touch me. Anyone capable of touching me now would need at least 9th tier strength. The old man snorted coldly, arrogant. The old man was furious. In all his years, no one had ever dared speak to him like this. Those who dared speak to him this way had already been sent to hell. The old man struck again. 2 figures flickered continuously, their speed significantly increased. They were now twice as fast as before. Su Jingyang was taken aback. Just how much weight was this old man carrying? How could his speed have increased so dramatically? He was genuinely astonished. But it still couldn't quite reach him. Just then, a fist slammed straight toward him. While Su Jingyang was momentarily distracted, it struck his right arm directly. Bang! It instantly dislocated his bones. He frowned. It seemed he couldn't underestimate anyone. Especially since this man's cultivation level was already above his own. He certainly couldn't afford to underestimate him. He narrowed his eyes, his speed increasing even further. A fist slammed directly into the old man's face. The old man's reaction speed, after all, couldn't match Su Jingyang's. The old man was sent flying backward. He slammed heavily into the outer wall. At that moment, the forestry workers were stunned. They watched as Uncle Chen was sent flying, their faces filled with utter disbelief. Su Jingyang paid no heed to his thoughts. He struck again, his speed reaching an extreme once more. In a flash, he appeared before Lin Yi. His fingers moved like a scalpel, slicing through. In an instant, Lin Yi's arms snapped clean off. Before his brain could register what was happening, Su Jingyang struck again, severing Lin Yi's legs as well. Both legs and feet were severed from his body. Lin Yi screamed in agony. Ah! But it was too late. This time, he wasn't going to let his opponent off. He pinched and stomped. Legs shattered. Both arms were crushed to dust. Reduced to dust, the immense force rendered these limbs utterly beyond repair. Chen Bo, witnessing Su Jingyang's brutal cruelty, charged straight from the wall and unleashed another punch toward Su Jingyang. Each punch traveled at supersonic speed, but it was useless. Su Jingyang's speed was simply too fast, he dodged them effortlessly. Seizing the opening, Su Jingyang struck again. In one swift motion, he snapped the old man's wrist. Both wrists snapped clean off. Chen Bo snorted coldly. Su Jingyang, now is the time to strike while the iron is hot. He struck decisively once more. He dislocated both of his legs. This time, the old man couldn't hold back and let out a piercing scream. Then, just as he had done to Lin Yi, he proceeded to crush both his legs and arms. His power was utterly overwhelming. This was Su Jingyang's true power. The two men now stared at him as if he were a demon. At that very moment, dozens of bodyguards burst in from outside. Upon seeing the gruesome state of Uncle Chen and Lin Yi, the bodyguards froze in shock. They knew full well the caliber of Uncle Chen's power. A full 7th tier expert. And now he'd been crippled so easily? And young master had been crippled as well? Everyone swallowed hard. Su Jingyang surveyed the dense crowd of dozens. He said indifferently, "Tell your chairman this, I spared their lives only out of respect for the city lord. If this happens again, I'll slaughter your entire family." At these words, everyone swallowed hard. Who dared linger any longer? A dozen men immediately carried the two men away. Su Jingyang then twisted his arm. The dislocated joint snapped back into place instantly. He seemed perfectly fine as he remarked casually, "That old man really packs a punch." It must be said, 7th tier strength was indeed formidable. He had just physically withstood a force equivalent to 1,000,000 Jin. He remarked with a hint of resignation. Chapter 104, World Collapse. After taking a deep breath to steady himself, he began cleaning up the bloodstains covering the floor. The crimson liquid spread across the floor, as if narrating the horrific tragedy that had just unfolded. Yet, just as he was still immersed in the bloody scene, a shocking piece of news struck like a bolt from the blue. Lin Shutian had somehow already learned of the situation here. When Lin Shutian heard this from his bodyguard, he was struck dumb, utterly stunned as if struck by lightning. His eyes widened in disbelief as he muttered, "What? Uncle Chen and my son both had their arms and legs severed? How is that even possible? 2 arms and 2 legs completely severed. What kind of monster is responsible for this?" Fear and shock filled Lin Shutian's voice. He couldn't fathom how the killer had managed such a feat. Uncle Chen was his capable assistant, a man of extraordinary skill, yet he wasn't even a match for this creature. At this moment, Lin Shutian, this seasoned chairman who had seen it all, was utterly dumbfounded by the reality before him. He never imagined all this could be the work of a college-bound student. But upon reflection, it made sense. After all, this was the National College Entrance Exam champion, whose reaction speed had broken the world record, or rather, the domestic record. Upon hearing that both his son and Uncle Chen had been disarmed, their legs and arms rendered useless, he shook his head helplessly. He had repeatedly warned his son not to provoke this man, yet here he was, having done just that. As for Huang Feipeng, when he heard the news, he was utterly stunned. What? He actually took down that 7th rank expert? Huang Feipeng's voice dripped with disbelief, as if hearing an Arabian Nights tale. As the city lord, he possessed a profound understanding of the power of 7th tier masters. 7th tier, that was a terrifying realm, representing absolute power and dominance. Yet, such a formidable being had been disposed of with apparent ease. This left Huang Feipeng feeling a shock unlike any he had ever experienced. He couldn't help but question his own abilities. Compared to this mysterious figure, did he truly still stand a chance in battle? Deep down, Huang Feipeng knew that while he was a formidable force in his own right, he still seemed to fall just short when measured against this prodigy. Perhaps this was the gap between geniuses. Some were born with extraordinary talent and power, their growth rate astonishing. Huang Feipeng, while undeniably gifted himself, still fell slightly short when measured against this individual. After merely 2 days apart, his power had grown so terrifying that he not only defeated a 7-star expert, but had even shattered the record. Huang Feipeng couldn't help but marvel inwardly. The potential of this mysterious figure was truly unfathomable. The future may well become a terrifying adversary. Back at Su Jingyang's residence, the room fell silent after he had ruthlessly disposed of the 2 individuals. He took a deep breath, as if expelling the tension and unease from moments before, then walked to his desk and skillfully powered on the home computer. As the screen lit up, Su Jingyang's mood gradually relaxed. He clicked the mouse, launching his favorite game, ready to immerse himself once more in that virtual world and forget all his troubles. Meanwhile, in another location, Yi Qingwan was completely absorbed in her own game. Her virtual crown shimmered brightly as she crushed the 12th jade token with her precise movements. In that instant, the mechanical pencil lead snapped cleanly in half with a sharp crack. The scattered graphite particles on her math exam paper seemed driven by some mysterious force, rapidly moving and gathering together. They gradually formed tiny characters on a miniature memorial, as if conveying some vital message. Your Majesty, an anomaly has been detected in the northern frontier. A figure suddenly knelt before the holographic screen, reporting urgently. In reality, this figure turned out to be an old-fashioned printer. The ink on the alert document it spewed out smudged and spread, forming a strange pattern. It was precisely the force analysis diagram Su Jingyang had drawn while teaching Yi Qingwan to solve problems the night before. In the game world, gales howled as Yi Qingwan's dragon-embroidered robes billowed, their wide sleeves whipping up a binary storm. Her left hand clutched the corrupt official from the game's Imperial Household Department. While in the real-world projection, that corrupt official was none other than the now empty bag of tomato-flavored potato chips. The moment the data guillotine fell, every identical snack package on the internet cafe snack bar shelf magically split open with eerie slashes, as if echoing the in-game scene. Crimson system alerts seep from the jade earring dangling from her earlobe. Only then did she notice that in reality, Yi Qingwan was using her left pinky finger to hold her bubble tea straw. That finger, wrapped in a band-aid, was now transforming into a jade tablet in the virtual realm, deflecting the hail of data arrows. Su Jingyang, how do I draw the auxiliary line for question 7? Her sudden real-world question echoed through the game, her voice distorted by a voice changer into thunderous roars. He frantically sketched a dotted line on her geometry problem, and the corresponding light pattern array instantly materialized in the holographic screen's moat. He replied, "This is naturally not difficult. This game keeps getting more and more fun," he murmured softly. He simply watched it all unfold. Was it because Su Qingwan had spent so much time in the real world that their game had changed in certain ways? But it definitely made the game more interesting. He nodded and resumed his actions. Just then, Su Qingwan seemed to sense she was controlling the game and pulled the entire gold ingot out of it. Suddenly, a gold ingot appeared in his hand. He was utterly stunned. The character here was Su Qing. He now knew he was controlling her. And I've even taken the gold out. The gold in his hand felt heavy and substantial, weighing a full 3 gene. Seeing such a massive gold ingot left him dumbstruck. An ingot this size was worth at least several million yuan. Suddenly, he understood the other person's meaning. He wanted to come back to the real world next time, not to stay in his tiny room, but to have his own apartment. Instantly, he realized this apartment was far too small. If I use this money to buy a house, it seems like a pretty good choice. In that case, he decided to proceed with purchasing a house. Chapter 105, Admissions directors from 2 prestigious universities pay a personal visit. Time slipped away unnoticed as night gradually fell, yet Su Jingyang remained immersed in the game world, utterly oblivious to the passage of time. Finally, deep into the quiet night, he slowly closed the game, as if being pulled back to reality from a fantasy world. Yet despite his physically exhausted state, Su Jingyang's thoughts raced like a wild horse unleashed, galloping freely through his mind. His eyelids grew heavier and heavier, yet his consciousness remained restless and unfocused. Finally, enveloped by overwhelming drowsiness, Su Jingyang slowly closed his eyes and drifted into the realm of dreams. In his dream, he found himself in a mysterious and wondrous world. Suddenly, Yi Qingwan's figure appeared before his eyes. Dressed in a magnificent dragon robe, she sat quietly on the edge of his bed like an immortal descended to earth, gazing at him tenderly. Her eyes seemed to hold 1,000 unspoken words. Su Jingyang tried to speak but found his throat blocked as if by something solid, unable to utter a single sound. He could only silently gaze at Yi Qingwan, feeling her presence, a surge of indescribable emotion welling up within him. Yet beautiful dreams are always fleeting. When the first rays of dawn filtered through the window and touched his face, he slowly opened his eyes. Everything from the dream vanished like a bubble bursting. Su Jingyang looked around and found the bedside empty. A wave of disappointment washed over him. Just as he began to feel a bit downcast, a series of urgent knocks suddenly shattered the morning's tranquility. He furrowed his brow in puzzlement, wondering who could be coming so early. Who could it be this early? Su Jingyang muttered as he reluctantly climbed out of bed, shuffling toward the door in his slippers. When he opened the door, the sight before him took him aback. 4 people stood outside, watching him as if waiting for something. Then, with a smile, he said, "You must be Su Jingyang. I've been waiting for you. I'm the director of admissions at Huaqing University. It's a pleasure to meet you." Su Jingyang was taken aback when the man introduced himself as the director of admissions at Huaqing University. He had assumed they were just ordinary visitors, but never expected such an important figure to pay him a personal visit. Just then, a woman beside him stepped forward briskly, introducing herself with a broad smile. "Hello, Su Jingyang. I'm the director of admissions at Capital University. We've come specifically to invite you to join our university." Immediately after, 2 more individuals approached. One introduced himself. "Hello, Su Jingyang, I'm the director of admissions at Magic City University." The other followed suit. "Hello, I'm the director of admissions at Zhejiang University." This flurry of introductions left Su Jingyang feeling overwhelmed. He stared in astonishment at the admissions directors from these prestigious universities, a wave of flattery and surprise washing over him. He never imagined he could attract the attention of so many prestigious universities, let alone have their admissions directors personally come to recruit him. This development was quite unexpected. Hello, please come in and have a seat. Deep down, Su Jingyang already had some thoughts and considerations, but he still decided to personally see what kind of conditions the university he had long admired would offer. After all, this decision would shape his future studies and development. He didn't want to make it lightly. If the offer proved mediocre or failed to meet his expectations, he would likely reconsider other options. After all, with his outstanding grades and abilities, he was fully qualified to choose a school that better suited him. Once everyone had settled onto the sofa, the other party finally spoke up. Hello, student. We've thoroughly reviewed your academic record. You're the national top scorer in the college entrance exam. Not only do you lead by a wide margin in realm, speed, and strength, but your reaction time has shattered domestic records. Hearing this, Su Jingyang felt a stir within. He knew his abilities were formidable, but he hadn't expected such high praise. The speaker continued, precisely for this reason, I've come here today on behalf of Huaqing University to extend an invitation for you to join us. As you surely know, Huaqing University ranks among the nation's most prestigious institutions. Notably, the previous record holder for reaction speed also graduated from our university. Su Jingyang nodded slightly, acknowledging his familiarity with Huaqing University. However, he didn't immediately accept. Instead, he calmly inquired, so, what kind of favorable conditions would your university offer? Huaqing University remained composed before responding. In previous years, we have offered the National College Entrance Exam top scorers a full tuition waiver for 4 years, a meal card with a 50,000 yuan credit limit, single occupancy housing, and upon graduation, direct entry into our university's martial arts club. Our martial arts club offers annual salaries exceeding 10 million yuan. After the admissions director finished, he quietly observed Su Jingyang, his confidence evident. At that moment, the admissions director from Capital University interjected, those offers seem more like empty promises. She smiled before continuing, Su Jingyang, here's the thing. We came here specifically to create a personalized plan just for you. For someone of your caliber, we can confidently say we've offered the absolute best conditions possible. First, your tuition, accommodation, and meals will be fully covered. Second, upon enrollment and signing the contract, we will provide you with a residence in Beijing for permanent occupancy. It cannot be sold. Third, you may join our Jingcheng Martial Arts Club as early as your freshman year. If you pass the assessment, your minimum annual salary will be 15 million yuan. These terms from Capital University left the representatives from the other 4 institutions present stunned and astonished. Unexpectedly, even a top-tier institution like Huaqing University hadn't anticipated Beijing University could be so outstanding. The strength and potential this university displayed far exceeded everyone's expectations. Meanwhile, the other 2 universities, witnessing the generous terms offered by Huaqing University and Capital University, realized they could not compete and voluntarily withdrew from the contest. Although these 2 universities possessed considerable strength and reputation themselves, the gap between them and Huaqing University and Jingcheng University was simply too vast. Thus, their presence was merely symbolic. Upon hearing the terms offered by Jingcheng University, the director of Huaqing University's admissions office grew solemn. Su, he said, please wait a moment. I need to make a call. He then stepped outside. From inside, one could faintly hear him negotiating improved terms with the university representative. But the representative from Capital University wasn't about to sit idly by. She smiled and said, Mr. Su, Capital University is undoubtedly one of the nation's most prestigious institutions. Moreover, the opportunity to join the martial arts club and earn income starting in freshman year, coupled with the provision of permanent housing effectively eliminating any future concerns about accommodation in the capital, clearly demonstrates the exceptional value of our university's offer. Su Jingyang smiled before replying, yes, I can see that Beijing University has offered very generous terms. I am seriously considering your school at this moment. However, out of courtesy, I should wait until the admissions director from Huaqing University returns before making a final decision. The woman nodded upon hearing this, her expression betraying a hint of impatience. A talent like this once missed, it's gone forever. This is absolutely a genius destined to become one of the world's most outstanding. Their university couldn't afford to let him slip away. At such a young age, his reaction speed already surpassed that of 7th, 8th, and 9th tier practitioners nationwide. Moreover, he's already at the 5th tier in cultivation, with both strength and speed at the pinnacle. With such talent, it was truly impossible to predict how far he might go in the future. That's why the university worked through the night to devise the most comprehensive recruitment plan possible. It's safe to say this is the first time in its history that the university has placed such extraordinary emphasis on a single individual. Before long, the director of Huaqing University's admissions office rushed back, his face beaming with a radiant smile, as if he'd stumbled upon a precious treasure. He strode up to Su Jingyang and exclaimed excitedly, Su, after urgent discussions with the university, the president has personally approved the highest possible treatment for you. On top of the conditions offered by Beijing University just moments ago, we will provide you with an additional 3 million yuan in annual subsidies. The director's words felt like a warm spring breeze, making Su Jingyang's heart flutter. He silently calculated, 15 million yuan in bonuses plus this 3 million yuan subsidy, plus a house. This truly was an exceptionally generous reward. Yet deep down, Su Jingyang had already made up his mind. Despite Huaqing University's tempting offer, he shook his head firmly and replied with a smile, "Thank you very much for Huaqing University's kind offer, and thank you for your warm hospitality. However, after careful consideration, I have decided to attend Capital University." His tone was gentle, yet it conveyed an unwavering resolve. After all, a university that offered such generous treatment from the very beginning would surely not disappoint once he enrolled. Upon hearing this, the director of Jingcheng University's admissions office was overjoyed and immediately produced the contract. "Here, student, let's sign the contract first." Chapter 106, accepted by Jingcheng University. Time flew by. While Huaqing University's admissions office was still filled with envy toward Su Jingyang, Capital University had swiftly completed the contract signing with him. Only after Su Jingyang signed his name in his elegant handwriting did he hand the contract to the director of the admissions office at Capital University. The director took the contract, carefully examined Su Jingyang's signature, and after confirming everything was in order, a delighted smile spread across her face. "Young man, you've made an exceptionally wise choice," she exclaimed cheerfully, as if she had accomplished a crucial mission. In truth, she had indeed fulfilled the task entrusted to her by the university. Moreover, the university had specifically instructed her that no matter what conditions Su Jingyang demanded, she must secure his signature. This meant that even if Su Jingyang demanded more favorable terms, Capital University would agree without hesitation. Surprisingly, however, Su Jingyang made no additional demands. Despite Huaqing University offering exceptionally generous terms including an extra 3 million yuan bonus, he chose Capital University without hesitation and signed the contract on the spot. The admissions director of Huaqing University could only watch helplessly as this unfolded. After a moment, he slowly spoke up, "Congratulations. Beijing University is indeed an excellent institution." The admissions director of Jingcheng University beamed with a warm smile and said enthusiastically, "Mr. Su, once you arrive in Beijing, feel free to visit our campus first to familiarize yourself with the environment. The university will arrange your flight to Beijing. Upon arrival, just give me a call, and I'll personally take you to see the permanent housing the university has provided for you." Hearing this, Su Jingyang couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. He nodded quickly in agreement. "All right, thank you, director." He thought to himself, just yesterday he'd been fretting over not having a place to live, even considering selling the several pounds of gold ingots Yi Qingwan had given him to buy a house. Little did he expect that today the school would directly provide him with a permanent residence. This was truly unexpected. With this, he no longer needed to worry about buying a house at all. After seeing off the admissions director and others from Capital University, Su Jingyang finally breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that once he entered the university, especially after joining the martial arts club, he would embark on a completely different journey in life. He nodded and murmured softly. In truth, it was exactly as he said. The martial arts club had quite high entry requirements. Ordinary people couldn't get in, but once accepted, one's social status and wealth would soar. Not to mention, this was the martial arts club at Capital University, a top-tier institution. The conditions and social standing would be even higher and better. Yi Qingwan would likely be overjoyed when she arrived. He smiled to himself. 2 more days passed. The National College Entrance Exam cutoff scores had been released. He glanced at his own results. No surprises, a perfect score. Strength, speed, reaction time, all perfect scores. This was precisely why so many schools were scrambling to recruit him, especially since his reaction speed had even broken the record. Not bad, not bad. Not long after, Su Jingyang's phone suddenly vibrated. He picked it up to find a message from his best friend. "Which school are you going to?" A faint smile touched Su Jingyang's lips as he replied leisurely, "I've already signed with Beijing University." After sending the message, his buddy quickly replied with a surprised emoji, followed by a 60-second voice note. Su Jingyang tapped the voice message and heard his buddy shouting excitedly on the other end, "Holy crap, you're amazing! Getting accepted to Capital University and signing a contract right away? That's seriously awesome." Su Jingyang burst out laughing at his friend's enthusiastic reaction, finding him utterly hilarious. After laughing it off, he casually posted a WeChat moment, "Beijing University, here I come." No sooner had the post gone live than a flood of comments poured in. "You're something else, man. Never thought you'd get straight into Capital University. Your skills are seriously impressive. What score did you pull off to get in?" Seeing this comment, Su Jingyang's smile widened. He quickly replied, "Perfect score." The commenter was clearly stunned by this answer, firing off multiple question marks. "Congrats! Full marks? Beijing University must have offered you some seriously sweet terms." Another person commented. Su Jingyang thought for a moment before replying, "Yeah, the offer is pretty good. Better than what Huaqing University gave me." This time, not only the previous commenter but everyone else who saw the reply fired off a barrage of question marks, expressing envy and astonishment toward Su Jingyang. "Wow, I'm so jealous of you," someone exclaimed. Just then, the classroom erupted like a boiling pot, filled with waves of gasps and shouts. Messages flooded in, all asking what kind of offer could possibly lure Su Jingyang away. But Su Jingyang wasn't a fool. He wasn't about to reveal the generous terms offered by Capital University to these people. After thoroughly enjoying his moment of bragging, the sense of satisfaction in his heart was absolutely overwhelming. Not long after, Tang Yao sent a message, "Stinky fish, how's it going over there? I heard you've already signed a contract with a Beijing university, and the terms are apparently really good." From Tang Yao's words, Su Jingyang could clearly sense her envy. A faint smile touched Su Jingyang's lips as he replied lightly, "Yeah, I might even take a trip to Beijing sometime soon." Seeing Su Jingyang's reply, Tang Yao felt a surge of anticipation. She quickly typed back, "Then let's go together." Su Jingyang was a bit surprised by Tang Yao's suggestion. Curious, he asked, "You got into a school in the capital too?" After all, Tang Yao had always been an excellent student, and there were plenty of top-tier schools in the capital for her to choose from. Tang Yao's reply was concise and clear, "Yes." Su Jingyang felt a surge of quiet joy. This meant they'd have more chances to meet up. He continued, "What about Ice Cube? How's she doing?" Tang Yao's answer caught Su Jingyang off guard, "She's going to the capital too." Su Jingyang nodded. It seemed everyone harbored aspirations for the capital. As the saying goes, people strive for higher ground, just as water flows downward. As the nation's capital, Beijing offered abundant resources and vast opportunities for growth, naturally drawing countless students. After putting away his phone, Su Jingyang decided to visit a local gold pawnshop to sell his gold ingot. Carrying the ingot, he strode briskly into the shop. The clerk warmly greeted Su Jingyang and appraised the gold ingots in his hands. Due to the recent sharp rise in gold prices, the 5 gene of gold fetched a staggering 4 million yuan. Su Jingyang was extremely satisfied with the price. Without hesitation, he completed the transaction and pocketed this windfall. Only when the 400 appeared in his account did he finally feel like he had a decent sum in his bank, a sensation that felt incredibly satisfying. Upon returning home, he resumed his training. Lately, he'd noticed his reaction speed had skyrocketed, and simultaneously, his psychic abilities seemed to be steadily increasing. It was a strange sensation, as if he could effortlessly lift many objects around him through the air. It was a truly wondrous sensation. Yet, he couldn't actually lift objects with his mind just yet. However, he could distinctly feel small items like toothpicks and cups tremble slightly when he focused his mental energy on them. It seemed he had reached a new level. He nodded and said to himself, "If this mental power reaches a certain level, it will be incredibly useful. It could allow me to strike these monsters from a distance, absolutely invaluable for future combat on the battlefield." He resolved to continue cultivating this psychic power, striving to elevate it to a higher level, one capable of lifting at least a knife or sword. Thus, for the following period, he devoted himself entirely to cultivating his psychic power. Sure enough, within just 3 days, he could already manipulate objects within a 3-meter range. However, the items he could move were only small objects like toothpicks or scissors. This is pure madness. It feels like wielding magic, utterly different. He adored this sensation, feeling his power grow exponentially through this mental force. Before heading off to college, he planned to venture into the damp caverns once more to slay even more monsters. Chapter 107, Choosing Weapons. This psychic power truly made him feel as if he possessed magic. Its power was undeniably formidable. Moreover, this sensation was quite extraordinary, like being enveloped by a colossal force, simultaneously thrilling and somewhat terrifying. However, this power came at a cost. Its greatest drawback was that after using it, he would feel his body grow abnormally weak. This exhaustion was not merely physical but also mental, as if his entire being had been hollowed out, accompanied by a dull ache in his head. This mental energy is still beyond my current strength. If I use it too often, I might easily lose my mind or even develop mental illness. It seems I must reserve its use for the right moment. Su Jingyang murmured softly, his thoughts turning inward. He then attempted it several more times, gradually becoming familiar with and mastering the application of this mental energy. Once he felt he had fully grasped it, he stopped experimenting. Sitting quietly on the sofa with his eyes closed, he savored the sensation he had experienced while wielding the mental force. After a long while, Su Jingyang slowly opened his eyes and stood up. He took a deep breath, feeling the newly awakened power within him, then nodded with satisfaction. With everything prepared, Su Jingyang finally headed out, carrying his bank card loaded with several million. His destination was a weapons shop, where he intended to purchase some suitable weapons. However, since Beijing University had already provided him with housing, he didn't need to worry about accommodation. Even more astonishing was the opportunity to join the Martial Artists Alliance during his freshman year. Once accepted, the annual salary would be a staggering 15 million yuan. This enormous income would ensure he never had to worry about money for the rest of his life. With this in mind, he made up his mind without hesitation to head out immediately, carrying that crucial bank card with him. At this very moment, he held 4 or 5 million in cash, undeniably making him a bona fide minor fortune. Of course, this minor fortune was relative to the average person. After all, for most people, possessing 5 million in cash was already a considerable fortune. However, compared to the wealth of top martial artists, his fortune seemed insignificant. Consider that some elite martial artists receive annual payments from the Alliance alone amounting to hundreds of millions. And that's just the portion from the Alliance. They likely have other income streams as well. When undertaking missions, they command substantial sums, and slaying rare and valuable beasts can net them hundreds of millions. Su Jingyang pondered this silently, growing increasingly excited as he imagined the vast wealth beckoning to him. Without hesitation, he resolved to head straight for the city's largest weaponry specialist. There, he was certain to find all manner of formidable weapons that would make him even more formidable during missions. Su Jingyang arrived at the weapon shop. The moment he stepped inside, a crisp, pleasant welcome greeted him. He looked up to see a beautiful young woman smiling warmly at him. Not only was she stunningly beautiful, but her voice was gentle and melodious, like a warm spring breeze. She wore a black dress paired with black stockings, her long, slender legs standing straight as she wore delicate high heels that accentuated her tall, elegant figure. Her long, wavy hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall, and she wore a pair of black-rimmed glasses that added an air of intellectual charm. Su Jingyang couldn't help but take a few extra glances at this stunning beauty, but he quickly snapped back to reality. After all, he was often surrounded by top-tier beauties like Yi Qingwan, having developed a certain immunity to ordinary beauties. He nodded politely in response to the young lady's greeting. "Yes, I'm here to buy weapons. Please show me around," Su Jingyang said with a calm expression. The curvy beauty's lips curved upward into a professional smile as she replied softly, "Certainly, sir. What is your budget?" Su Jingyang answered expressionlessly, "Over 1 million. His tone was as calm as still water, as if this were the most ordinary figure in the world. Yet, this simple statement instantly lit up the woman's eyes. She had assumed this young man, who looked like nothing more than a student, would be lucky to spend over 50,000 on weapons. After all, someone so young typically wouldn't have substantial funds to spend on expensive weapons. But now, Su Jingyang had stated over 1 million without hesitation. This undoubtedly signaled he was a bona fide rich kid, generous and unstinting in his spending. The curly-haired beauty marveled inwardly, her smile growing ever brighter. She promptly replied, "Certainly, sir. Please follow me." With that, she turned gracefully and led Su Jingyang down a long corridor, eventually arriving at a lavishly decorated private room. Upon entering, the woman with the big waves gently pushed open the door and introduced with a smile, "Sir, this is our mid-tier weapon display area, with prices ranging from 1 million to 10 million. The woman with the big waves gave him a detailed introduction. Su Jingyang gave a slight nod, indicating he understood. Then, his gaze slowly swept over the hundreds of weapons displayed in the room, all prepared for the impending battle against the alien beasts. Each weapon gleamed with a cold, menacing sheen. Su Jingyang understood that selecting a suitable and comfortable weapon was crucial for this battle. After all, once he entered the beast's domain, the slightest misstep could cost him his life. While he could afford to spend more money, he understood all too well that life was irreplaceable. Therefore, he had to carefully select a weapon that truly suited him. Before long, Su Jingyang's gaze was drawn to a peculiar weapon, a small box. The box appeared unremarkable, but when he lifted the lid, he discovered 6 flying swords neatly arranged inside. Each blade glinted with a cold, metallic sheen, clearly forged from exceptionally precious materials. Moreover, these flying swords were clearly designed specifically for those capable of mastering spiritual energy. Only such individuals could unleash their true power. His gaze darted like lightning, instantly drawn to one particular flying sword. He narrowed his eyes slightly, scrutinizing the blade intently. Then, in a casually indifferent tone, he addressed the voluptuous beauty, "How much for this flying sword?" His expression appeared casual, as if he weren't particularly interested in the blade. However, this was merely a tactic. He knew that appearing too eager would put him at a disadvantage during the upcoming bargaining. The woman with the big waves smiled and replied, "Sir, you have excellent taste. This flying sword is one of our finest pieces. It comes with 6 flying swords. If you possess psychic abilities, you may purchase it. The 6 flying swords, along with an exquisite box, come to a total of 3 million. This price is already quite reasonable. If you're truly interested, I can offer you a 5% discount today." Su Jingyang's lips curved upward slightly, revealing an almost imperceptible smile. His eyes darted quickly as he silently weighed his options. While he did have some interest in this flying sword, he didn't want to reveal it immediately. Instead, Su Jingyang feigned nonchalance and casually remarked, "Oh, I see. I was just asking out of curiosity." His gaze then shifted abruptly to another blade. Pointing at it, he inquired curiously, "And how much for this sword? It looks quite heavy." "Sir, you have excellent discernment. This blade is the cream of the crop among our ultimate weapons. It's even more valuable than the previous 6 flying swords, just 7 million. This flying sword is truly extraordinary. It's crafted from meteorite metal." After that, Su Jingyang casually inquired about several more weapons. Most were priced between 3 and 5 million, though a few reached 8 or 9 million. After going through the entire selection, he refocused his attention on the set of 6 flying swords. Could you offer a discount on these 6 flying swords? If the price is right, I could place an order today, he remarked casually. The curly-haired beauty pondered for a moment before her lips curved upward into a radiant smile. She replied softly. Certainly, sir. Let me use my manager's discretion. I can offer you a maximum 15% discount. That's the absolute lowest I can go. Su Jingyang looked at the woman with the big waves, his gaze firm as he replied, how about 20% off? The woman with the big waves clearly hadn't expected him to be so insistent. A look of difficulty flashed across her face, but she quickly regained her smile and explained. Sir, this truly is the lowest discount we can offer. If I go any lower, I might get scolded by the boss. However, Su Jingyang didn't give up easily. He continued. I'm the top scorer in this year's National College Entrance Exam. You could leverage that reputation, just say the national exam champion buys weapons here. That'll definitely draw a lot of attention. At these words, the curly-haired beauty's smile froze instantly, replaced by utter astonishment. Her eyes widened as she scrutinized his features. After a moment, the woman with the big waves suddenly seemed to remember something and exclaimed in surprise, ah. So it really is you. I thought you looked familiar the moment I saw you. Turns out you're the national top scorer in the college entrance exam everyone's been buzzing about online lately. And I hear you even broke the reaction time record. You're practically a child prodigy. Su Jingyang smiled modestly. You flatter me. But since you know who I am, could you give me a 20% discount? The curly-haired beauty hesitated briefly before nodding and agreeing readily. Alright, since you're the national college entrance exam top scorer, I'll give you a 20% discount. Hope to see you again soon. The woman with the big waves said with a smile. Chapter 108, Effortless Control, Boosting Proficiency. Without hesitation, Su Jingyang pocketed all 6 flying swords, paying a mere 2.4 million yuan. It must be said that this 20% discount was indeed substantial, saving him a full 600,000 yuan in one go. That was no small sum. Su Jingyang's gaze then swept over the other items, quickly settling on a set of armor. He thought to himself that relying solely on weapons without armor would be far too dangerous when facing the beasts. After all, the attack power of these beasts was no joke. If struck without any protective measures, injury would be almost inevitable. This thought only reinforced Su Jingyang's conviction that the armor's importance was self-evident. His eyes darted around, and then he smiled at the curly-haired beauty. How much for this armor? Seeing this, the curly-haired beauty couldn't help but feel a surge of delight. It seemed this rich kid intended to make another purchase. Business was coming her way, and naturally, she was all ears. She promptly began enthusiastically describing the armor to Su Jingyang. Sir, you have excellent taste. This armor can protect against many physical attacks, and it's equipped with medical measures inside. If you get scratched or something, the armor will administer emergency medication. The total price for this set is 2 million. Su Jingyang listened and found himself genuinely intrigued. 2 million is fine. But could you sell this armor to me for 1.9 million? I won't beat around the bush. Just sell it to me for 1.9 million. I already made an exception earlier. And he's already gotten a full 600,000 off in this shop. Asking him to drop much more now would be unfair. It wouldn't be right. So a 100,000 discount is all he can manage. It was clear he valued this armor greatly. After all, even masters feared kitchen knives in the beast world, where injury could strike at any moment. With this armor, not only could he avoid or significantly reduce physical attacks and impact, but if he did sustain serious injuries, the armor's medical system would aid his recovery. In the midst of a beast frenzy, surrounded by so many creatures, such situations were all too common. This armor was crucial. When he purchased this armor, he valued it even more than buying a flying sword. The voluptuous beauty, upon hearing that a mere 100,000 yuan discount would make it affordable at 1.9 million, responded with an immediate, cheerful voice, no problem. I'll pack it up for you right now. She then swiped Su Jingyang's bank card again, deducting another 1.9 million. She then wrapped both items and handed them to Su Jingyang. Su Jingyang nodded and prepared to leave. Sir, here's my number. Fancy grabbing drinks tonight? The curvy beauty slipped a small note into his hand. Su Jingyang smiled. I have cultivation practice tonight and might not have time. Next time for sure. The woman with the big waves looked visibly disappointed, but quickly regained her smile. After all, she'd already made money off this prodigious young man, and at least this month's sales targets wouldn't be too much of a worry. So even if these 2 weapons didn't yield huge profits, it was more than enough for her personally. Plus, forging a good connection with this prodigy, which might prove beneficial in the future. A prodigy like him would likely require many more weapons. After leaving the weapon shop, he headed straight back. He tossed the little note the curvy beauty had given him straight into the trash. It wasn't that he wasn't attracted to her beauty. But after seeing so many beauties of that caliber like Lang Linglin, Tang Yao, and Yi Qinwan, he no longer harbored much desire for them. After tossing the note into the trash, he opened the 6 small flying swords and the armor. The armor fit him perfectly, adjusting to his physique as he donned it. The outer layer was made of a material that felt soft to the touch when gently squeezed. Yet when subjected to heavy force, it transformed into an incredibly rigid material. It was undoubtedly an excellent protective tool. Moreover, if struck with great force, the force would be gradually dissipated within it, minimizing the damage to the hands that touched the body. Then, wanting to test the healing properties within the armor, he gently picked up the flying knife and made a small cut on his own skin to see if the armor would activate its healing properties. Sure enough, blood flowed from the cut in his skin. Yet, once the armor was donned, its healing properties quickly manifested. Medicinal substances began to permeate his body, and the healing effects gradually took hold. After just 10 minutes, he removed the armor to find the wound completely healed. Worth every penny of 1.9 million, he murmured with a satisfied smile. Su Jingyang then activated all 6 flying swords. Using his mental energy, he made them float directly in the air. However, due to his limited mental energy, the swords merely drifted slowly, circling the room in perfect unison, moving with remarkable precision and rhythm. These 6 flying swords had now entered Su Jingyang's mind, meaning he could remotely control them at any time. After a full 3 hours of this cultivation, he finally returned the 6 small flying swords to their box. He was slightly out of breath. This had been exceedingly taxing for him. His mental energy had only emerged today, and he hadn't expected to be able to cultivate it to this level already. When he awoke again, 2 days had passed. Yes, prolonged use of this mental power had caused him to fall into a deep sleep. His brain had been pushed to its limits, resulting in this state. After sleeping for 2 full days and nights, he awoke feeling refreshed and invigorated. Continue cultivating the mental force. Thus, the 6 flying swords soared once more, this time moving at least 10 times faster than before if not more. Now, these 6 flying swords were finally capable of inflicting damage on both humans and beasts. Over the next 10 days, he mastered these 6 swords to an extraordinary degree, breaking through the barrier of 100 meters per second. It was fair to say they were far faster than his own running speed. He knew they could go even faster, even supersonic speeds were within reach. His reaction speed had long since surpassed the 110 meters per second threshold. Once these 6 flying swords attained supersonic speeds, they would become truly formidable weapons. He planned to make a killing before school started by hunting more beasts during the beast surge and selling them. Thus, he was now training his flying swords with frenzied intensity. Thus, he stepped out of his home and onto the upstairs balcony. The room was simply too cramped to maneuver effectively. Upon reaching the rooftop, he opened the box. In an instant, his mental energy surged into the 6 flying swords, propelling them skyward. Simultaneously, their speed accelerated dramatically, and they were no longer mere palm-sized blades. Each now stretched to the length of an arm. The flying swords raced through the sky, and many people on the ground who saw them were utterly astonished. What are those things? They're moving so fast, like fighter jets. No, it doesn't look like a fighter jet. More like a drone. Can drones really go that fast? This is truly terrifying. Several young people watched as the 6 flying swords continuously circled the sky, their movements unpredictable and ever-changing. One of them quickly snapped a photo with his phone. After slowing down the footage, they realized it was actually 6 flying swords. Holy crap, they're 6 flying swords. Look how smoothly their maneuvering must be controlled by psychic power. Who's the top genius behind this? Which powerhouse could do this? The crowd swallowed hard. Then they noticed a figure on the balcony, eyes closed, seemingly directing the 6 swords. Sharp-eyed observers recognized him immediately. None other than the National College Entrance Exam champion, the Prodigy, who'd set the internet ablaze, shattering China's reaction speed record. Holy crap, it's him! Look, everyone, this is the Prodigy. Besides this National College Entrance Exam champion, who else could it be? Unbelievable. I barely scraped into a bachelor's program this year and am on the verge of being cut. Yet he's already mastering flying swords with such fluidity. The sheer power of his psychic focus is beyond comprehension. Several young people quickly uploaded the video online. After shattering the national reaction speed record, the top National College Entrance Exam scorer is now using mental energy to control flying swords. It's truly terrifying. We rarely see such prodigies. The gap between us is just too vast. The news spread like wildfire, leaving everyone utterly stunned. After watching the videos, countless people flooded the comments section with reactions. Holy crap, what kind of genius is this? Has a universe-level prodigy just emerged in our country? It's terrifying. I can't even fathom how high his ceiling might be. It's truly terrifying. I never imagined someone so young could possess such immense potential. And he's so handsome. Absolutely stunning. The more I look at him, the more I like him. He's seriously gorgeous. For those who haven't seen him in person, has anyone from his school described what he actually looks like? At this point, some of his classmates started speaking up. It's a very unique kind of handsome. To be honest, he's in my class. I've always liked him. Good thing he doesn't know who I am, or I'd be so embarrassed. He's the school's heartthrob, incredibly talented. He's my senior, and I adore him, but I've never dared to tell him. This is the kind of talent only a genius possesses. To master flying swords at such a young age is truly terrifying. Just imagine how powerful his psychic abilities must be. Many 7th tier masters, even 8th tier masters, might not possess psychic powers. People were filled with awe, envy, and resentment, yet they could do nothing about it. This was his true strength. After enduring the national college entrance exams, Su Jingyang's power had clearly surged to new heights. Moreover, this enhancement came after he nearly fainted, resulting in an exceptionally comprehensive strengthening. The sensation was truly extraordinary. He was well aware that someone was secretly filming him, but it didn't matter. As the nation's top-ranked college entrance exam scholar, possessing immense power, he would likely enjoy celebrity-level exposure and amass numerous fans. He would simply have to adapt to such things. With that thought, he returned the 6 flying swords to their case and opened his eyes once more. Chapter 109, Sword Formation. Beast Tide. This must be the true power of the 6 flying swords. Su Jingyang murmured, his gaze resting on the box in his hand. It felt as though it contained not merely 6 flying swords, but an indescribable sensation. After uttering these words, Su Jingyang slowly turned to leave the place. His steps seemed light, as if completely oblivious to the stares of those around him. Yet the young men who had been watching the entire time were already stunned into silence. They were all young men themselves, yet the gap between them and Su Jingyang was vast. Not only had Su Jingyang achieved the top national score in the college entrance exam, but now he was displaying terrifying talent. To master psychic powers, that was no ordinary feat. This left them sighing in awe. Sometimes the gap between people truly felt wider than that between humans and dogs. Wherever Su Jingyang went now, he became the center of attention. Su Jingyang himself was well aware of this. He knows that as a young prodigy, his brilliance cannot be obscured. Whether in real life or the online world, his name was on everyone's lips. "Look, the National College Entrance Exam champion is leaving," one of the young people suddenly exclaimed, a hint of regret in his voice. "Ah, what a pity. I didn't get a chance to ask for his autograph. Yeah, wouldn't it be great to get his signature?" Yet Su Jingyang heard none of these murmurs as his figure grew smaller and smaller. Eventually, he vanished from sight. What a shame, the red-haired young man couldn't help but sigh, his gaze fixed on the receding figure in the distance. And he's so incredibly handsome. Honestly, there aren't many men who can outshine me in looks, and he just happens to be one of them. The red-haired youth spoke while stroking his own face with self-admiration. However, the other young men standing beside him snorted in disdain at his words. They looked at him with utter contempt, until one finally couldn't hold back. "Su Jingyang is handsome, of course. But you? You're just shameless." The redhead's expression flickered slightly at this, but he quickly regained his composure. "Where's the shamelessness in that? I'm just telling the truth. Give me a break." "That's just narcissism," another young man retorted bluntly. "But seriously, getting his autograph would be amazing." The red-haired young man suddenly changed his tone, revealing a hint of admiration for Su Jingyang. "Too bad he's about to leave. But no worries, there'll be another chance. He's definitely in this building." The redhead seemed unwilling to let this chance to connect with Su Jingyang slip away, convinced he would see him again. Just then, Su Jingyang's ears twitched slightly. He had actually overheard the conversation between the red-haired youth and his companions. A faint smile touched his lips as he descended the stairs at a leisurely pace. After descending from the balcony, Su Jingyang headed straight back to his own home. Stepping into his room, he gazed at the pile of parts he'd spent millions acquiring and the 2 meticulously crafted sets of armor, his heart brimming with anticipation. This gear was all prepared for the beast rampage outside the city before the new semester began. In that perilous and challenging place, only those with sufficient strength could survive. Therefore, he naturally needed to prepare thoroughly during this period, not only mastering the use of this gear but also continuously elevating his cultivation level. Simultaneously, he aimed to elevate his mental psychic power to a higher level. This would allow him to wield the 6 small flying swords with greater swiftness, speed, and force. For the next month, he seemed cut off from the world, immersing himself entirely in cultivation. His psychic energy surged like raging waves, flowing endlessly forth and growing at an astonishing rate. Meanwhile, the online world was already abuzz with awe over his achievements. People were buzzing across forums and social media about the astonishing performance of the National College Entrance Exam champion. What? This National College Entrance Exam champion just broke through reaction speed to become the country's top performer, and now he can control psychic energy and even wield flying swords? "This is the gap between humans, it's wider than the gap between humans and dogs," exclaimed a netizen with the ID Primordial Lord. "Oh my god. Not only can he control psychic energy, but his flying sword now reaches speeds of around 100 meters per second. That's terrifying. When I was 18 or 19, I was still playing with clay," another netizen with the ID Great Sage Equal to Heaven couldn't help but exclaim. "Scares the hell out of me. Someone like this is truly terrifying. In just a few days, his abilities have broken through. This is practically the male lead template. Could he be a time traveler? I'm so jealous. The gap between his life and mine is staggering." Over the next month, Su Jingyang devoted himself entirely to cultivating his psychic powers. After a month of relentless practice, it must be said his abilities had grown immensely stronger. His psychic powers were now. He had also used these 6 small flying swords to open up quite a few arrays. Moreover, he used these 6 small flying swords to pioneer numerous new formations. Sword formations. It's time to put these skills to the test. Su Jingyang murmured softly. Finally, Su Jingyang donned his armor, box in hand, and stepped directly out the door. His destination, naturally, was the strange beasts beyond the city walls. Though both monstrous beasts and ferocious beasts referred to corrupted creatures, they were vastly different. Ferocious beasts were corrupted by the demon's lair and the abyss. Abnormal beasts, however, had undergone contamination from nuclear radiation and radioactive waste, causing their bodies to mutate and develop technological enhancements. After 2 hours of rapid travel, Su Jingyang had already reached the city's outskirts. He had reached the 3rd defense zone. The city's periphery was divided into 4 defense zones: east, west, north, and south. They were designated as defense zones 1, 2, 3, and 4. He then donned his goggles and communication gear. Outside, numerous combatants were already engaged in battle. Su Jingyang stood atop a shattered magnetic storm coil in the 3rd defense zone, his black iron sword sheath radiating a blue aura. Piles of thunderclaw wolf corpses beneath his feet were undergoing quantum decomposition, yet more crimson points of light flickered like stars within the sandstorm churning on the distant horizon. Chapter 110, The Beast Tide continues to surge. Warning, 7th wave of beasts expected to make contact in 120 seconds. Data streams flashed across his combat visor. Charge. 6 icy blue streaks of light shot from their cases, weaving around Su Jingyang into a ring of swords linking end to end the spiritual weapon hex sword, forged from meteorite iron unearthed at the Dunhuang ruins. In an instant, the 6 flying swords shot out of the small box. A weapon that cost 2.4 million. At that moment, the first to break through the sand curtain was the Shadowblade Panther, a phasing-capable beast that materialized directly 10 meters above the ground. Su Jingyang's pupils contracted as his twin flying swords crossed in an X-shaped slash, blood splattering onto his armor and rising in wisps of blue smoke. More black shadows flickered within the sandstorm. The 6 Harmonies sword, trailing a tail of psychic energy, carved deadly geometry across the twilight sky. As the kill count reached 173, the earth suddenly convulsed violently. A 6-story-tall rock-armored earth dragon burst from the ground, its crystalline clusters on its back firing dense laser beams. Su Jingyang flipped upward, forming a triangular barrier with 3 flying swords to block the beams. His armor's temperature alarm instantly spiked red. The other 3 blades seized the moment to pierce the dragon's crystalline eye cores. The beast's agonized roar shattered bulletproof glass within a 100-meter radius. Watch your heads! A shriek from the observation station crackled through the communicator. Su Jingyang looked up to see a sky-darkening flock of crimson-winged vultures, flying creatures capable of releasing electromagnetic pulses diving toward them. He decisively crushed the mental stimulant hidden between his molars. The 6 Harmonies sword instantly split into 12 phantom blades. As the sword formation heavenly net unfolded, countless feathers poured down like a torrential rain. Su Jingyang danced through the metallic storm, each whirling blade leaving a trail of blood mist. A talon from one vulture grazed his left rib. His armor automatically secreted a hemostatic foam, but the searing pain still blurred his vision momentarily. As his kill count surpassed 500, spiderweb-like cracks began appearing on the surface of the Liuha sword. Su Jingyang leaned heavily against an alloy bunker, gasping for breath. Suddenly, he noticed the crystal at the core of the sword case flickering with overload, a sign that the mental link was about to collapse. The beast tide offered no respite. 5 phantom sound foxes, their bodies entirely crystallized in purple, closed in from 3 directions. Their infrasound waves pierced straight through his armor. Blood seeped from Su Jingyang's ear canals as his control over the flying sword noticeably lagged. Just as one phantom fox's quantum claw was about to crush his skull, the Liuha sword suddenly self-assembled into a drill form, piercing through the beast and the entire horde within 30 meters behind it. Old buddy, you really do have a mind of your own. Su Jingyang wiped the blood from the corner of his eye and noticed ancient inscriptions he had never seen before appearing inside the sword case. As his hand touched them, colossal spiritual energy surged through his body like a tidal wave. The final bugle call sounded in the twilight. Su Jingyang tore open the scorched lining of his armor, revealing the military-grade reactor embedded in his chest. The hex sword absorbed the blue energy, coalescing into a 100-meter-long blade of light in midair. Leaping from a slope piled with beast carcasses, he swept the blade across the quantum beasts, mowing them down like waves of wheat. When the system notification reached 999 kills, the surviving beasts suddenly froze in unison. Their shattered bodies began to fuse, coalescing into a 100-meter-tall chaotic amalgamation. Su Jingyang stared at the now broken 6 Harmonies sword, suddenly recalling the verse inscribed on the parchment at the bottom of its scabbard: when the 6 Harmonies are exhausted, the 7 stars shall appear. Without hesitation, he pushed the reactor's power to critical mass. The remaining 5 swords, along with the scabbard itself, transformed into a meteor streaking toward the core of the conglomerate. Amidst blinding light, Su Jingyang glimpsed 6 sword shadows reassembling into the Big Dipper formation at the explosion's epicenter, briefly projecting an ancient celestial map across the sky. As the smoke cleared, deafening cheers erupted from the direction of the city walls. Su Jingyang knelt on one knee in the center of the crater-like scorched pit, clutching the last half of the sword hilt. His tactical goggles suddenly sounded an alarm. Deep within the shattered beast core, a pulsating mass of dark gold substance stirred. At that moment, the visor displayed an exotic beast tidal wave approaches. Su Jingyang was taken aback. He hadn't expected another alien beast surge to arrive so soon. He drew a deep breath, inwardly marveling that even with his current strength, combined with his mastery of his armor and 6 flying swords, repelling this alien beast surge would be no easy feat. At that moment, the others around him collectively exhaled in relief. After all, this wave of beast attacks had finally been held back. Their gazes then instinctively fell upon the young figure of Su Jingyang. Many were puzzled, how could someone so young already be out here fighting enemies? Moreover, this youth seemed strangely familiar. Amidst the murmurs of discussion, someone with keen eyes finally recognized him. Good heavens! Isn't that Su Jingyang? What's he doing here? Yeah, he looked familiar to me too, it really is him. I heard he was the top scorer in the college entrance exams. Who knew he wasn't just academically gifted, but also this skilled in combat? I also heard he can control psychic powers. Those 6 flying swords must be manipulated by his psychic abilities. In an instant, whispers about Su Jingyang filled the air, astonishment and curiosity permeating the entire scene. This is just insane. The middle-aged martial artist muttered in disbelief, his face frozen in shock, as if the man's figure flickered in and out of view before his eyes. His thoughts were instantly pulled back to the past, the image of that world-shocking young man growing ever clearer in his mind. Yes, it brings back memories, another martial artist echoed, his eyes reflecting nostalgia for days gone by. I once stood alongside him in this 3rd defense zone. Even then, he was already showing remarkable promise. But now, his power has reached its zenith utterly beyond compare. The middle-aged martial artist sighed, his tone brimming with admiration for the man. Just then, someone noticed Su Jingyang. This young martial artist seemed to radiate a distinct aura. But in this young man, I do sense something truly extraordinary, remarked the middle-aged man wearing goggles, his voice thoughtful. As the discussion swirled, many swiftly pulled out nutrient solutions and downed them without hesitation, replenishing their body's energy reserves. After all, they would soon face an even more overwhelming wave of beasts, and ample stamina was crucial. Amidst the bustle, someone suddenly noticed Su Jingyang hadn't brought any nutrient solution. Without hesitation, someone tossed a bottle from several hundred meters away, calling out, "Young man, nutrition fluid." Thanks, Su Jingyang murmured softly before catching the bottle without hesitation. He swiftly unscrewed the cap and tipped the bottle back, downing the entire contents in one gulp. The moment the liquid touched his tongue, a cool sensation flowed down his throat like long-awaited rain after a drought. This refreshing current swiftly permeated every corner of his body. The physical strength he had just lost seemed to be magically restored at an astonishing speed. This was his first time experiencing a beast tide, and it held far more surprises than he could have imagined. Su Jingyang had believed he was thoroughly prepared, but reality had dealt him a harsh lesson. Yet, after consuming just 1 bottle of nutrient solution, his body felt as though it had been infused with a powerful surge of energy, instantly boosting his overall vitality. Not only that, but his adrenaline surged relentlessly, filling him with an unprecedented sense of excitement and vitality. His mental energy, which had begun to wane, rapidly recovered under this surge of vitality, becoming even more robust than before. Su Jingyang couldn't help but marvel this nutrient solution, priced at a staggering 100,000 yuan, truly lived up to its reputation. Money really does have its uses after all. Chapter 111, You Know Why They Call Me Xin? After a brief rest, Su Jingyang began tallying the 1,000 beasts he had just slain. He carefully examined each one, setting aside 2 beasts worth over 4 million yuan. These 2 monsters were undoubtedly the highlights of his haul. As for the others, worth only a few thousand each, though numerous, they held relatively little value. Still, every little bit helped. He carefully stored each corpse in his storage ring, preparing to bring them back to camp for processing. Warning! Warning! Danger approaching again! The red alert flashing on his goggles made Su Jingyang realize. The second wave of strange beasts was about to arrive. Sure enough, within mere minutes, tens of thousands of beasts surged forward. Though thousands of martial artists were present, the sheer number of beasts was utterly terrifying. The feeling was utterly despairing. But Su Jingyang, after all, possessed armor and 6 flying swords, so he felt a little more confident. Of course, this confidence was solely his own. 6 decent flying swords, while other. For martial artists who had fought long battles, their arsenal would be far more extensive. He even spotted weapons among them. Weapons selling for 100 million, 200 million. It was only natural that such items were in their hands. After all, sometimes a single wave of monster hunts could net them 10 billion. If they managed to slay some truly top-tier beasts, a single kill could net them 10 billion. Of course, such beasts were immensely powerful themselves, making them extremely difficult to defeat. Hope surged into his hands as Su Jingyang went on a killing spree. Hundreds more fell under his blade in a single wave. Electromagnetic storms roared over the scorched earth as Su Jingyang's tactical goggles flashed red triangles. At the heart of the second wave of beasts, a 15-meter-tall abyssal colossus was reassembling the battlefield's metallic wreckage. Each swing of its mechanical arm sent shockwaves rippling through the air. This is an A-class beast. One that could fetch 100 million. Kid, its cooldown cycle has 2 minutes and 17 seconds left. A hoarse voice came from the right. A middle-aged martial artist named Xian tore open his damaged combat suit, revealing a chest covered in crystallized scars. The tungsten steel Mo Dao in his hand absorbed stray electrons from the air. Su Jingyang manipulated his 3 remaining 6 harmonies swords to stab at the demon statue's joints. Sparks flew as the flying blades collided with the vibranium armor, illuminating the night sky. Uncle, I need 30 seconds to prepare. Then I'll give you 60 seconds. Xian suddenly thrust his broadsword into the ground. Azure meridian patterns emerged beneath his bronze-hued skin. When he drew the blade again, it was wrapped in visible rings of lightning. The 7th-tier warrior's Thunderstrike domain instantly unfolded, transforming the surrounding 100 meters into a thunder pool. This was terrifying, even surprising Su Jingyang. This blade must be worth 100 million, right? The demon statue's quantum retroactive shield materialized under the high-voltage current, leaving only a blur of Xian's figure. Each step he took left molten footprints on the ground, while the shockwave from his battle axe colliding with the mechanical arm sent over a dozen low-tier beasts tumbling. Su Jingyang watched as the 7th-tier powerhouse braced the golem's 10,000-ton punch with his bare flesh. Now! Xian roared suddenly, driving his Mo Dao blade into the gears of the golem's elbow. Su Jingyang bit his tongue to stay alert as the remaining 5 flying swords linked end to end, piercing the same target point. As the 6th blade pierced through the armor's crack, his hands formed the demon subduing seal depicted in Dunhuang murals. 6 harmonies returned to 1. The drill formed by the flying swords shattered 15 layers of composite armor, only to be enveloped in liquid metal moments before reaching the core. A dark red beam shot from the demon statue's vertical pupils, shattering Su Jingyang's goggles. At the critical moment, Xian's Mo Dao, carrying a thunder dragon-like plasma, struck the beam's path. The vacuum created by the collision of energies hurled both men backward. Su Jingyang slammed into a concrete bunker, his mouth filling with the metallic taste of rust. Struggling to lift his head, he saw Xian's combat boots plow a 100-meter trench into the ground. The middle-aged warrior's arms were charred, yet he still braced against the energy blast. You bastard! Xian suddenly grinned, his charred skin flaking away. You know why they call me Xian? A crimson martial pattern bloomed on his forehead, and the shadowy form of the 8-armed Wisdom King materialized behind him. Because I always keep my word. Walk the walk. The Mo Dao erupted with star-like brilliance, forcing the crimson beam back. Su Jingyang seized this fleeting opening, channeling every ounce of his mental energy into the flying sword. The 6 harmonies sword absorbed stray metal particles from the air, transforming into 6 rainbow beams that pierced the vertical pupils. The demon statue emitted a shrill metallic wail. The collapse triggered by its antimatter core overload illuminated the surrounding kilometer like broad daylight. When Su Jingyang recovered from the EMP-induced ringing in his ears, he saw Xian Zhang approaching, his Mo Dao spear speared through a deep blue crystal core. On the warrior's charred arm, flesh was regenerating at a visible pace. Kid, your swordplay's impressive. Xian tossed the crystal core over. Su Jingyang hurriedly caught it with his nanotech armor. But the residual energy in this thing is enough to drive the hive mad 30 kilometers away. His tactical goggles suddenly rebooted automatically. Su Jingyang stared at the encrypted communication window that abruptly appeared on his retina. It was the City Defense Command Center's order for a full retreat issued 5 minutes ago. Yet their communication channel still displayed full signal strength. Let's go even crazier. Uncle Xian, take this beast back to the city and wait for me. I'm going back to fight again. Clearly, Su Jingyang wasn't done yet. He could feel his state rapidly escalating. What had come before was merely a warm-up for him. Every fiber of his being now experienced an amplified surge of power. Adrenaline surged relentlessly through his veins. The sensation was terrifying. Everyone else is retreating. Are you seriously going to take on tens of thousands of beasts alone? Xian was utterly astonished. In this young man, he seemed to truly see the shadow of a peerless powerhouse. He was already a 10th-tier expert. And he could already glimpse the shadow of a top-tier expert on the verge of breaking through to another realm. Su Jingyang nodded. Alright, I'll wait for you in the city. We'll sell the beasts together. Su Jingyang, thanks. Take these nutrient solutions. He took the 3 bottles of nutrient solution. Then, with a flash, he plunged straight into the frenzy. Chapter 112, Ghost Market. Rat Boss. Meanwhile, all the other martial artists had already departed. Su Jingyang was left alone to slaughter tens of thousands of beasts. He was killing like a madman. The 6 flying swords darted swiftly through the surging tide of beasts. In an instant, Su Jingyan's psychic power underwent a greater ascension, accelerating to supersonic speeds. Boom! Boom! In a single instant. In just 1 second, the 6 flying swords struck out in 6 directions, instantly slaying 3,000 beasts. Upon reaching supersonic speeds, the flying swords' destructive power surged dramatically. They pierced through the bodies of the beasts without any hesitation. Moreover, they could trigger a small explosion within the slender bodies. Each time they pierced a beast's body, a tremendous energy explosion erupted from within. Boom! Xin, the middle-aged man who had already retreated to a safe zone. Watching Su Jingyang's flying sword reach such speeds astonished him to the extreme. His blade had actually achieved supersonic velocity. That sword, already showing signs of wear, probably won't hold out much longer, right? But it should be fine, as long as it lasts through today. Then buying a better quality flying sword later won't be a problem. After all, a sword costing millions like this is still rather subpar. Xion's eyes widened as he observed the supersonic flying sword, utterly astonished. He never imagined the young man's psychic power had reached such a level. Truly terrifying, utterly terrifying. The other middle-aged men felt the same way. Wearing sunglasses, they watched the spectacle unfold. They were genuinely astonished, and many had already pulled out their phones to start filming. His latent potential has been unleashed. His psychic power, strength, and speed have all reached their absolute peak at this moment. Everyone stood there with their mouths agape, utterly speechless. On the battlefield, Su Jingyang relentlessly slaughtered the monstrous beasts. It must be said that these tens of thousands of beasts were truly astonishing and terrifying. As the 6 flying swords continued their relentless assault, the lower-tier beasts fell directly to their blades. Only 3 hours had passed. He had already slain 30,000 ordinary grade beasts beneath his feet. If sold individually, these tens of thousands of beasts could fetch a considerable sum. Of course, since they were indeed not very valuable and far too troublesome to handle, Su Jingyang couldn't possibly carry away so many beasts by himself. Naturally, they were wasted. Moreover, the transportation costs would be even higher. Therefore, for most people, the standard approach would be to replenish supplies and hunt stronger beasts to avoid losses. Otherwise, a single bottle of nutrient solution costs 100,000 credits, not to mention the upkeep for weapon wear and tear. For weapons costing hundreds of millions, maintenance alone would run into the tens of millions. A single operation could easily cost tens of millions, making it essential to hunt higher-tier beasts to break even. As time passed, a day passed. Su Jingyang pushed further and further forward in the hunt. Dealing with tens of thousands of beasts was indeed no easy feat. Many middle-aged individuals had already departed, so these martial artists naturally had to hurry to sell their goods. Xin too departed at this moment. Young man, I hope to see you again. Another 2 days passed. The middle-aged man, Xin, felt a pang of disappointment that the young man hadn't returned. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Finally! This young man was none other than Su Jingyang, tall, well-built, and handsome. Upon seeing Su Jingyang return, Xion's eyes lit up instantly before he spoke. You're finally back. I thought you weren't coming back. Then, his eyes widened upon noticing the 2 exotic beasts strapped to Su Jingyang's back. Are those 2 A-grade exotic beasts? There were countless types of beasts. But Xin recognized them. A human-faced cat and a star skeleton main beast. Surprise flashed across his face. He hadn't expected this guy to manage to capture both A-grade beasts. I never imagined you could survive alone amidst tens of thousands of beasts. I truly underestimated you. He truly hadn't expected that this youth, barely 18 or 19 years old, could be this formidable. After all, to him, this was truly terrifying. Was this the caliber of a top-scoring student in the college entrance exams? This seemed even more terrifying than the top scorers of previous years. He recalled how powerful those 6 flying swords had been during their earlier battle together, and he understood. Let's go, Uncle Xin. You know the area better. Sell these beasts off, shall we? Su Jingyang trusted Uncle Xin implicitly. Let's go. I'll take you there. The two headed straight for the black market. They had earned quite a few nicknames in the 3rd Defense Zone, though the main reasons were undoubtedly Su Jingyang's status as the top college entrance exam scholar and the sheer shock of their recent battle. Holographic neon twisted within the subspace rift to form the character's 4 Ghost Market. Su Jingyang glided through the particle storm on his magnetic levitation board, a specially designed refrigerated container trailing behind him, constantly seeping purple ice mist. Su Jingyang scanned his surroundings. This was his first time here. This is the black market? Xian Zhang was rolling the core of the Abyssal Eye Demon statue between his fingers like a walnut, dark matter radiation scorching his palm until white bone was visible. Gentlemen, fresh stock on display starting at 30% off. The mechanical octopus vendor waved its tentacles, its 8 electronic eyes simultaneously scanning their refrigerated container. Xian suddenly swung his battle axe, severing a bionic tentacle attempting to wrap around Su Jingyang. Dark green oil splattered across the bulletproof glass floor. As the elevator descended 300 meters underground, the temperature plummeted to -50 degrees Celsius. Su Jingyang's exhaled breath crystallized into ice in the air. His visor displayed radiation levels 700 times the safe threshold beyond the gate ahead. As the heavy lead door lifted, Rat Boss, clad in a mink cape, was trimming his nails with a laser engraving knife. Well, if it isn't the Mad Dog duo who stirred up the mother nest, Boss Rat's mechanical prosthetic eye rotated to adjust focus. Let's get this straight, no live specimens today. Xin thrust his Modao into the titanium alloy counter, the 13A grade beast fangs dangling from its hilt clinking loudly. Su Jingyang pressed the quantum lock on the refrigerated case. 3 beast cores, restrained by force fields, floated upward. The wails of the cat-faced beast instantly filled the entire space. 50 million, 70 million, 130 million. Rat Boss's tongue flicked over his gold tooth. 200 million for the whole lot, that's for an old customer. The humanoid cat's crystal core retains residual memories. Su Jingyang abruptly activated a holographic projection. The image revealed footage of Rat Boss smuggling military arms last week. Heard the inspectorate is investigating cross-border logistics? Rat Boss's tail bristled violently. The particle guns of his 4/8 tier bodyguards behind him cocked simultaneously. Xin coldly tore open his shirt, revealing battle tattoos glowing crimson across his chest, the blood rage mark earned from slaying an S-rank beast. 230 million, plus 3 doses of gene repair agents. Su Jingyang twirled the poison gland container of the star skeleton main beast. Otherwise, tomorrow's black market headline will read, Merchant found hoarding antimatter core. Chapter 113, 210 million credits transferred. The moment the account notification flashed, Rat Boss's tail suddenly pierced the void and lunged. Su Jingyang sidestepped as expected, but the severed tail stripped away the corrosion layer from the surface of the abyssalite demon statue's core, revealing a half-activated nuclear bomb tracking chip hidden within. Knew you were hiding something valuable. Boss Rat's severed tail extended mechanical tentacles. Add another 50 million, and I'll cover up the chip for you with the Thunder Legion. Xin suddenly lunged forward, his Modao slashing a vacuum blade that shattered the bulletproof glass behind Rat Boss into shards. The particle guns of 4 bodyguards froze solid the moment they were drawn, Su Jingyang's 6 harmonies sword hovering 3 inches from the back of their necks. Add another 20 million for emotional distress. Su Jingyang toyed with Boss Mouse's mechanical heart, which had somehow ended up in his possession. Or shall I crush your backup power source right now? When the elevator returned to the ground floor, Xion's account balance displayed 250 million. That's more like it. Let's go. After leaving, he transferred 210 million of that to Su Jingyang's account. After all, Su Jingyang possessed 2.5 A grade beasts. Su Jingyang nodded and bid farewell. He returned to his own home. He couldn't help but sigh. He had to admit that this trip to battle the beasts had truly drained an enormous amount of his spiritual energy. The last person alone had slain a staggering 40,000 beasts. That number was truly staggering. Seeing the 210 million in his card, he was instantly overjoyed. He had never seen such a large sum of money with so many digits after the decimal point. Perhaps this was the perk of being a powerhouse. Su Jingyang remarked. Then he opened the game and began watching. Sure enough, Yi Qingwan had already ascended to become the greatest female emperor in history. After ascending the throne, she managed state affairs with remarkable efficiency and order. Gazing at the Empress's exquisite features, a smile graced her own face. Perhaps the next time she visited, she could stay in a grand villa. Indeed, with over 200 million in assets now, purchasing a villa worth tens of millions would pose no problem. As for the housing provided by the school, that could certainly be kept. Its proximity to campus would make it convenient for future stays. With these thoughts in mind, he opened the real estate purchasing app. He began browsing through the listings of these small villas one by one. It must be said, these villas were quite impressive, boasting lovely scenery. The cheapest ones were still over 20 million yuan after all, this was the capital. And those priced at over 20 million were already in the suburbs. Anything closer to the city center would cost around 40 to 50 million. City center villas commanded hundreds of millions. Even 200 million wouldn't buy a standalone villa these days. Of course, 200 million could still get you a townhouse in Beijing's city center. This property is quite nice, 40 million. It's relatively close to the city center. While the villa itself isn't huge, overall it's still quite decent. He said this with narrowed eyes. Without much hesitation, he immediately logged into the app. Then he began making calls. Once the details were confirmed, he could simply send the card over. In this world, real estate resources were highly reliable. No one dared to scam anyone. Otherwise, the Federal Association would never let them off the hook, no matter how big the company was. After confirming the exact location and details with the real estate agent, he transferred 45 million yuan directly. Adding 3 million yuan in taxes and fees, he spent a total of 48 million yuan. At that moment, the villa was already his. Soon after, Huang Feiping received the news. He naturally learned that Su Jingyang had been admitted to Capital University. He also discovered that Su had ventured into the Chaos Zone, successfully slaying several A-grade beasts. You're something else, kid. How did you manage to shock me yet again? Huang Feipeng called Su Jingyang directly to ask. Su Jingyang laughed and replied, all of this is thanks to your blessings, City Lord. This remark actually made Huang Feipeng laugh out loud. He rarely heard this guy address him that way and knew he was teasing him. At the same time, he could sense the other man was in an exceptionally good mood. Holding his head, Huang Feipeng couldn't help but admit he never imagined this guy could slay so many A-grade beasts. And tens of thousands at that. During the beast tide, this guy seemed to have unlocked some hidden potential. Huang Feipeng spoke these words while already watching Su Jingyang's footage. Wait, where did you get that flying sword? And you've actually cultivated psychic power too? That's an advanced mental ability. Huang Feipeng was utterly astonished. Su Jingyang replied calmly, City Lord Huang, to be honest, I don't know how it happened either. It just suddenly felt like a surge of psychic energy erupted from my body. After some practice, I unexpectedly gained control over it like magic. Huang Feipeng's face fell completely upon hearing this. Damn it, you really don't hold back with a single word. This is advanced psychic ability. You casually say you stumbled upon it? If too many people hear this, they'll likely come looking for trouble. You know, many people spend hundreds of millions of huaxia currency to buy and study this. You casually say you learned it by accident? They'd probably spit blood if they heard that. Lord Huan was at a loss for words. Su Jingyang explained helplessly, but that's the truth. I really did learn it by accident. I definitely didn't study it intentionally. I just felt a bit dizzy at the time, for no apparent reason. Huang Feipeng was suddenly at a loss for words. Then Tang Yao messaged him, you little punk. You actually went into the tidal wave and slaughtered that many beasts? It's blowing up online. You killed tens of thousands of beasts? That's insane. What are you made of? Are you even human? Footage of Su Jingyang's frenzied slaughter during the monster tide had been recorded and uploaded online. It caused a huge stir. Everyone was utterly astonished, unable to help but marvel. This National College Entrance Exam champion was indeed more terrifying than any previous champions. A genius of this caliber was truly a rare sight. Tang Yao spoke to Su Jingyang while watching the video. Su Jingyang chuckled, want to learn? $200 and I'll teach you. Oof. You've slain so many A-grade beasts that you've amassed hundreds of millions of huaxia currency. What's a measly sum like that to you? What good is 200 yuan to you? You've already got hundreds of millions in your pocket, haven't you? But don't forget, in my eyes, you'll always be nothing but a lowly minnow. Though Tang Yao spoke like this, deep down she was genuinely happy for Su Jingyang. Not bad, but just average. The two of them chatted and laughed together. Not long after, Long Linglin called as well. How twisted are you? Have you really grown to this extent already? What's the deal with those 6 flying swords? Have you actually mastered psychic powers? Though Lang Linglin refused to admit it, she understood all too well that the gap between her and this stinky fish was now as vast as the difference between earth and sky. The distance between them only grew wider. Chapter 114, New Game. Life Simulation Game. Capital City. Lin Mei stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows of Capital University, her fingers unconsciously tracing the gilded school crest on the sandalwood box. From the 99th floor, the entire city lay sprawled beneath her feet, yet her thoughts were consumed by the youth she met in that small southwestern town. I hope we can recruit him, she murmured to her reflection in the glass. Suddenly, the scent of ambergris wafted from behind her. The Chancellor. It seems our director Lin has achieved another great feat. The aged voice startled her into turning around. Seated on the rosewood chair, as if he had been there all along, was an elderly man with snow-white hair and a youthful complexion. Principal Zhou Tiandian wore a jet-black tang suit, the 9-clawed dragon pattern embroidered in gold thread on his cuffs shimmering faintly in the morning light. Principal, you used the cloud dragon step again. Lin Mei sighed helplessly as she opened the rosewood box. A holographic projection materialized in the air, weaving together Su Jingyang's dossier, perfect score of 750 on the written exam. 5th tier martial artist. The first double champion in the Southwest Division in 30 years. And a national top scholar. Zhou Tian's fingertip traced the projection, suddenly pausing at one image, the side profile of a youth on the arena stage. He wore an examiner's robe. Sunlight filtered through his sweat-dampened bangs, casting a faint golden trail at the corners of his eyes. He looks so much like him. The old man drew a crimson dragon medal from his robe. At its center, the gilded statue of the founding headmaster sat with eyes closed in deep contemplation. That one 30 years ago was the same age. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, dark clouds churned violently. Lin Mei caught glimpses of lightning darting through the clouds like writhing serpents. She recalled last week's confidential report. The newly appointed Holy Son of the European Knights Templar had just broken through to the 6th tier. Next month's international exchange tournament. Zhou Tiandian pressed the medal onto the file. Suddenly, the crimson dragon's eyes glowed red. Let this child take the founder's token into the competition. Just as Lin Mei opened her mouth to speak, the entire tower of heaven trembled violently. The metal floated upward, and the image of the youth in the file overlapped with the statue of the founding principal. She instinctively channeled the cold jade technique, only to find the principal's broad palm pressed against her back. His profound true chi surged like a tidal wave, suppressing her chaotic breath. It was the same when I took office, Zhou Tiandian murmured softly, gazing at the dispersing dark clouds beyond the window. The Crimson Dragon's recognition of its master is far more accurate than us old men picking successors. This headmaster was a 9th rank master. Of course, he was now advanced in years and could no longer sustain intense combat. After all, he had lived for over 200 years. Understood, headmaster. Lin Mei nodded. He knew the upcoming international exchange next month was clearly an opportunity for Su Jingyang to participate on the global stage. Such opportunities were rare. And Su Jingyang remained completely unaware of all this. After finishing his session with Yi Qingwan, he shut down the game. Just then, a new game notification popped up on his phone, Life Simulation Game. Ha? A new game? Recalling how Virtual Girlfriend had granted him immense power, Su Jingyang couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement, tempted to open the game. Could the female lead from this life simulation game come looking for him again? With that thought, Su Jingyang clicked on it. After the rain, the entire forest felt unusually damp. Behind a thick cluster of trees, a cave lay hidden, its entrance obscured by vines and shrouded in gloom. Inside the cave, sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting patterns on the rock walls. Water dripped steadily, its crisp sound echoing throughout the cavern. A small snake coiled its body, gazing toward the cave entrance as it basked in the sunlight. This time, I become a snake? Interesting. Host, Su Jingyang. Game, Life Simulation Game. Level, 0. Species, Snake. Path of Cultivation, Evolution. Simulations this week, 5. Evolution points, 0. The moment Su Jingyang heard the game's cold, mechanical voice, his entire little snake stiffened instantly. The cultivation path is evolution? It seemed the world he had crossed into was no ordinary realm, a cultivation world. He'd have to be extra cautious. What if he encountered a cultivator who could instantly see the embedded game within him? What if they sliced him up for research, or used him in alchemy? If some pervert soaked him in liquor, that would be unbearable. The thought barely crossed his mind before Su Jingyang refocused on the evolution points. Only by evolving properly could he escape the fate of being soaked in liquor. There's a note above. Evolution points, breathing, exercise, food, and cultivation all yield evolution points. After simulations, the lottery draws and rewards obtained also yield evolution points. Su Jingyang finally understood and continued reading. Each week, 5 simulations were granted, each allowing him to choose a path suited to himself. A 1 in a billion chance. It seemed this simulated path of evolution wouldn't be easy to navigate. Life Simulation Game. Ding. You may begin the simulation now. Proceed? Yes, no. Yes. Simulation loading. Simulation loaded. Automatically extracting innate talents for the host. Talents are categorized as genius, average talent, or useless talent. Extraction complete. First stage, useless talent. Su Jingyang was utterly baffled. What era is this, still going with the useless talent route? That's a plot device from 20 years ago. But it's okay. This is probably just a transitional phase. Since it's only the first stage, talents will likely be re-extracted later. This thought brought him some slight relief. Simulation begins. You start with a game. Though it's just a loser game, you feel like the chosen one and get a bit cocky. Wriggling your tiny serpentine body, you wandered through the forest, eager to see what this cultivation world truly looked like. But before long, you spotted a strikingly beautiful snake. Your snake hormones surged, and upon seeing this stunning creature, you lost all control, following it back to another cave entrance. Su Jingyang stared at the simulation's projection, utterly shocked and bewildered. He never imagined he'd be seduced by a snake. It was utterly humiliating for a transmigrator. When you followed the beautiful snake back to the cave entrance, you realized the snake far larger than you had no intention of sharing a romantic moment with you. Instead, it intended to devour you. Terrified, you vanished in an instant, using your small size to dart away. You thought to yourself, this is no paradise of beauties. Mom was right, pretty women are deceitful, and so are pretty snakes. Su Jingyang watched the simulation and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he hadn't died on his first simulation run. After escaping, you didn't change your ways. You recuperated in your cave for a month. As your body grew considerably larger, you ventured out once more. This time, brimming with confidence, you ventured out again. But after traveling only a few miles, you were captured by an incredibly stunning young healer. The young healer appeared to be only 16 or 17, breathtakingly beautiful. Dressed in a white gown, her delicate hands gripped Su Jingyang's body. The little snake was utterly helpless in her grasp. The young healer stroked your tiny snake head and murmured softly, "Lucky you met me. If someone else had caught you, you'd be soaked in wine for medicinal purposes." She then placed the little snake back on the ground and prepared to leave. Su Jingyang stared at the view beneath her long dress, unable to tear his gaze away for a long time. Mesmerized by the little healer's exceptionally beautiful face, he followed silently behind her. When the little healer noticed, she remarked in surprise, "Why are you following me, little snake? Could it be that snakes possess a spirit? Therefore, little medicine fairy kept you at home, often playing with you. Living with the little medicine fairy, you soon forgot all about your games and cultivation. A year later, your snake body had grown larger, yet your cultivation remained at 0. 3 years later, your bond with little healer deepened." She sighed wistfully, "If only you were human." 10 years later, you had long since reached adulthood, measuring 5 meters in length, a veritable giant serpent. Yet your cultivation remained indistinguishable from that of a young snake. 20 years later, Su Jingyang began to show signs of aging, losing some of his agility. Xiaoxian, though in her 30s, showed not a trace of aging. Only then did you realize that the Xiaoxian who had been by your side all these years was no ordinary person. 25 years later, you died. Like ordinary snakes, your lifespan hadn't increased and your cultivation remained at 0. First simulation concluded. Su Jingyang sighed. Humans and snakes cannot walk the same path. He concluded, the first simulation failed because of lust. Never again would he let lust cloud his judgment. But this little medicine fairy turns out she's a cultivator. Truly unexpected. Simulation concluded. Select one reward from the following options. 1. Gain Su Xian and Bai Suzhen's human snake romance experience. 2. Acquire the little healer's experience tasting hundreds of herbs like Shinnon, enabling identification of precious spiritual herbs beneficial for cultivation. 3. Extend hibernation duration to reduce heat loss during winter. Chapter 115, Immortal Seed Constitution. Su Jingyang fixed his gaze upon the 3 options. Sure enough, rewards followed the simulation exactly as he'd anticipated. Though these rewards seemed rather abstract? He glanced at the first reward, Human Serpent Romance Experience? No. Humans and snakes cannot walk the same path. The little medicine fairy was indeed beautiful and clearly no ordinary mortal, likely a cultivator herself. But he was merely a snake now. How could a human and a snake be together? Then his gaze shifted to the third reward. This extended hibernation seemed rather pointless, of little use. Therefore, Su Jingyang fixed his gaze on the second reward. Gain Xiaoxian's experience tasting hundreds of herbs, enabling identification of precious spiritual herbs beneficial for cultivation? The ability to identify precious spiritual herbs would be immensely useful in the cultivation world, especially for his snake form, which required him to spend years in the wilderness. Without hesitation, he selected the second reward. Ding! Shinnon's 100 herbs tasting experience acquired. Subsequently, a new skill appeared in the skills section of the backend interface. For simulation attempts remain this week. Proceed with simulation? Simulation was a must, but after drawing that useless talent in the first phase, he couldn't afford to repeat the same mistake in subsequent simulations. He intended to evolve with honor. At the very least, he must shed his lecherous nature from the first stage. If he must indulge in lust, it had to wait until after his transformation, otherwise. At this thought, Su Jingyang silently vowed, in the second simulation, he wouldn't be so easily seduced. Moreover, he felt a growing curiosity about Xiaoxian's family background and her true identity, whether she was indeed a cultivator. He also began to wonder about his own mother. Could his mother be the white snake? Gazing at his own snow-white serpent form, his mind couldn't help but wonder. Second simulation begins. You have repented your past ways, realizing that lust can be deadly in the cultivation world. You also grasp that in the cultivation world, only strength matters. Therefore, after leaving the cave, you headed straight for Little Medicine Fairy's home. Little Medicine Fairy's appearance hadn't changed at all over decades. She was undoubtedly a cultivator. However, in the previous simulation, you hadn't seen her cultivate at all over those decades, so this time you resolved to observe her from the shadows. Arriving at Little Medicine Fairy's dwelling, you dug a small snake hole. With one pair of eyes, you stared intently in her direction. Little Medicine Fairy remained unaware of your presence. She frequently ventured out to gather medicinal herbs and tended to the villagers' ailments. At times, knowing no one else was within 10 miles, she would boil a cauldron of medicinal broth outside and bathe in it, all of which you observed without fail. You continued this observation for another year. During that time, you alternated between watching the little healer and venturing out to forage. You also scanned the vast forest, searching for other cultivators or spirit-possessed beasts. Throughout that year, you found nothing. The second year, you continued observing the little healer for another 100 years, all while searching for your mother. Like a tadpole seeking its mother, you looked for one with a white serpent's body, but still found nothing. The third year passed without any breakthroughs, though you did discover that little healer adored taking baths. By the fourth year, you grew increasingly certain of the conclusion drawn in the third year. Could it be that the reason Xiaoxian's appearance hadn't changed at all over the years was because of these medicinal herb baths? Thus, driven by suspicion, each time the little healer finished her bath and left, you would immerse your own body in the large wooden tub all without her noticing. After all, since the start of the second simulation, you had never once interacted with little healer. Another decade passed, and you reached a conclusion: this herbal bath is useless. Yet over those 10 years, just as in the first simulation, little healer's appearance remained utterly unchanged. By the 20th year, you'd grown somewhat complacent. Doubts crept in: was little medicine fairy truly a cultivator? You'd never witnessed her practice cultivation, yet her appearance remained unchanged for decades while you aged visibly. So you redoubled your efforts to seek the truth outside. But then you encountered a snake catcher. One blow to the vital point, and you were dead in an instant. It happened so fast, you began to suspect the snake catcher was the true cultivator. Second simulation of the week concluded. Second simulation settlement, reward of 100 evolution points. Additionally, choose one reward from the following options. 1. Gain 1/10 of Xiao Yixian's Immortal Seed physique. 2. Snake catching techniques for rewarded snake catchers. Upon seeing these two rewards, Su Jingyang chose the first one without hesitation. No wonder little medicine fairy hadn't aged a day in all these years. Despite never being seen practicing cultivation, she possessed the Immortal Seed physique. The name itself suggested extending lifespan. Though this reward offered only 1/10 of the Immortal Seed physique, it remained uncertain how much it would actually prolong his serpent form's life. But at the very least, it would extend his lifespan. Moreover, he now knew Xiao Yixian's constitution. She was an Immortal Seed. Su Jingyang naturally chose this reward. As for the second reward, it held absolutely no use for him. Being a snake himself, the snake catcher's skills were utterly useless. He was, however, somewhat curious about the other reward. What exactly is the purpose of these evolution points? Food, exercise, and other activities could all increase evolution points. But he genuinely had no idea what this specific evolution point was for. Host, Su Jingyang. Game, Life Simulation Game. Level, 1. Species, Snake. Path of Cultivation, Evolution. Simulations this week, 3-5. Evolution points, 100-1000. He discovered that his level had changed from 0 to 1. His evolution points had also changed from 0 to 100-1000. Could it be that once the evolution points reached 1000, a transformation would occur? His curiosity grew stronger. After 2 simulations, he had gained quite a bit. Most crucially, he learned that little healer was an Immortal Seed. He himself had acquired 1/10 of an Immortal Seed. It seemed certain that digging into little healer's family background would yield useful information. As for his own origins, there were still no clues at present. Chapter 116, Xiao Yixian's family. Thus, Su Jingyang chose the first option without hesitation, the Immortal Seed. After all, for his serpent form, which originally possessed only 2 or 3 decades of lifespan, even possessing just 1/10 of the Immortal Seed physique would be an absolute advantage. It must be understood that each extension of simulated lifespan meant gaining more information within the limited number of weekly simulations. And this information would undoubtedly be of immense help to his growth and development. Therefore, extending his lifespan was undoubtedly a positive outcome from every perspective. The instant Su Jingyang made his choice, the system emitted a crisp notification sound: ding, Immortal Species Physique acquired. Yet Su Jingyang couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. He had expected noticeable physical changes after acquiring the Immortal Seed constitution, such as a sudden fever or similar sensations. Yet now, he felt absolutely no abnormalities whatsoever. Or perhaps, he didn't feel any grime shedding from his body. Or shedding skin. Not much had changed compared to before. Perhaps the Immortal Seed was simply a rather unique entity? Still, as long as it extended his lifespan, it was a good thing. He couldn't help but fall into deep thought, recalling the events of the second simulation. In that simulation, he ultimately met his end at the hands of the snake catcher. The snake catcher's speed was lightning fast, leaving afterimages that were jaw-dropping. Even more terrifying was how the opponent struck the snake's vital point directly, causing its life to vanish in an instant. This thought sent a chill through Su Jingyang's heart. He realized this snake catcher was likely a formidable expert. If he could engage such a formidable opponent and test their true capabilities, he might gain invaluable experience and techniques. After deep contemplation, a plan gradually formed in Su Jingyang's mind. He thought that perhaps during the next simulation, he could focus part of his energy on tracking this snake catcher. By observing his movements and combat style, he might uncover weaknesses and devise countermeasures. Additionally, Su Jingyang thought of Little Medicine Fairy. Little Medicine Fairy possessed the Immortal Seed physique, an extremely rare constitution. If she possessed such a constitution, might other members of her family also share this unique trait? If so, his gains from the second simulation would be substantial indeed. This thought filled Su Jingyang with anticipation for the third simulation. His confidence surged like a tidal wave, and his goals for the third simulation became clearer and more defined. He believed that with meticulous planning and full commitment, he would undoubtedly achieve even greater results in the third simulation. Su Jingyang gazed at a ray of sunlight streaming through the window and murmured, "This world truly is more extraordinary than I ever imagined." Remaining simulations for this week, 3-4. Continue simulation? Yes, no. Yes. After the previous 2 simulations, you discovered that Little Medicine Fairy possesses the Immortal Seed. Perhaps her family also has members with the Immortal Seed physique. This must be intricately connected to cultivators. Moreover, you observed that the snake catcher possesses extraordinary skills, likely also connected to cultivators in some way. Therefore, you decided to seek out the snake catcher first. Indeed, persistence pays off. After 3 months of searching, you finally spotted the snake catcher. However, since the snake catcher possesses deep knowledge of serpent behavior, you could only observe from afar. One night, you witnessed the snake catcher rising in the dead of night to practice swordplay instead of sleeping. This piqued your interest. This fellow is truly extraordinary. His swordsmanship is no simple feat. You were delighted, and so you stayed there for several years. But you noticed something peculiar. Every day, he practiced only 3 sword techniques. After completing them, he would return to his room to sleep. Could it be he was merely practicing for fun? Why else would he practice only 3 moves each day? Yet if it were just for fun, why come out every single night without fail? You fell deep in thought, and so you stayed here another 10 years. You observed that this snake catcher, day in and day out for a decade, practiced only 3 moves. Over those 10 years, you grew into a massive serpent. Yet this snake catcher still practiced only 3 moves daily. You never saw him use any other techniques, nor did he ever clash with anyone. Beyond catching snakes, he practiced only those 3 moves. You witnessed him capture snakes of any size, truly a mysterious feat. By the 20th year, you grew weary of observing him here. This fellow truly had only those 3 moves. You gave up. Does this guy even know how to wield a sword? It's the same 3 moves every single day. Su Jingyang felt rather helpless. His initial excitement upon discovering the snake catcher could wield a sword had long since faded into daily frustration over those 3 repetitive moves. You think you've misjudged him? Forget it. I'll go see Little Medicine Fairy. He realized that even with only 1/10 of the Immortal Seed physique, while it extended his lifespan somewhat, he couldn't afford to waste any more time here. You set out to find Little Medicine Fairy, arriving at her home with ease. She looked exactly as before, still in her 40s, still as beautiful as ever. But this time, something was different. Little Medicine Fairy had packed quite a few things, as if preparing for a long journey. You followed closely behind. After walking hundreds of miles with Little Healer, you arrived at Xinjiang, a city of considerable size. The city was teeming with people. Your body was too large to enter openly without risking discovery. You had no choice but to wait until nightfall before sneaking in. Once night fell, you climbed inside and, following the scent, finally located Xiao Yixian's home. You saw the massive gate plaque inscribed with Lin Manor. You slithered up the back wall, hissing like a snake, and entered the Lin residence. In the rear courtyard, you discovered the Little Medicine Fairy conversing with another girl. Just then, the Little Healer called out to the other girl-like figure, "Mother, I hear my elder brother earned military honors and has been appointed a general." You were stunned. Could the girl who looked only 15 or 16 actually be the mother of the 35 or 36-year-old Little Healer? Could it be that her mother also possessed the Immortal Seed? Just as you were reeling from the shock, the serpent's body brushed against the grass, rustling softly. Before the Little Healer's mother could turn her head, she shouted, "Someone's here." Then, 3 darts flew directly from her hand, each piercing your snake head, body, and tail. You died on the spot. He was 20 years old. When you finally came to your senses, only 3 thoughts filled your mind. That dart was incredibly fast. Another thought struck you: how could this Little Medicine Fairy's mother look even younger than her daughter? The third thought was, with just 1/10 of the Immortal Seed, I wonder how long she could have lived. Unexpectedly, she was done for at 20, quite embarrassing. Still, overall, this simulation yielded remarkable insights. Little Healer, she truly lived up to my expectations. Her family is no ordinary clan. The Lin family, the Lin family. Looks like next time, we'll need to be even more discreet. It'd be best to stay within the Lin Manor while she's still a little snake. We're bound to uncover plenty of secrets. Plus, Little Healer's brother earned considerable military merit on the battlefield. He might be able to obtain even more information. Third simulation concluded. Earn 200 evolution points. Third simulation rewards. Reward 1, master the snake catcher's 3 sword techniques. At peak cultivation, a single strike can shatter a boulder. Reward 2, master 10-fold dart technique. Darts can be controlled by thought alone, with a range of 10 zhang. Su Jingyang stared dumbfounded at these 2 rewards. The snake catcher's 3-move sword technique? At its peak, it could actually cleave a boulder? The techniques cultivated by this snake catcher were truly extraordinary. No wonder he'd practiced these 3 sword techniques relentlessly for 10 years. He truly coveted these 3 sword techniques. While undeniably formidable, but he had no sword skills whatsoever, and certainly no hands to wield a sword. In that case, dart throwing seemed far more suited to him. Controlling darts with the mind, this reward is perfect. Isn't it exactly what I specialize in? Su Jingyang felt a surge of excitement. He shut down the game, only to discover that after mastering darts, his mental powers in the real world had broken through once more. This game hadn't been a waste of time. Chapter 117, The Little Healer Arrives. Su Jingyang stared wide-eyed, unable to believe his trembling hands. Joy surged through him like a tidal wave. These hands seemed to possess an indescribable power, causing his entire body to tremble slightly. Yet, just as he prepared to rise with eager anticipation to explore this mysterious ability, a sudden, strange sensation washed over him. His brows furrowed tightly as an ominous foreboding enveloped him. He looked around in astonishment to discover the surrounding space was beginning to warp and distort. The familiar surroundings became strange and eerie, as if everything had been carelessly kneaded by an invisible giant hand, losing its original shape and position. Su Jingyang gaped in shock, a low gasp escaping his throat. What on earth is happening? His voice echoed hollowly within the warped space, as if swallowed whole. Thoughts raced through his mind, desperately seeking an explanation for this unfathomable phenomenon. Could it be that my abilities have grown so powerful they can now warp space itself? Su Jingyang murmured to himself, his shock intensifying. This thought swirled relentlessly in his mind, filling him with profound dread and awe toward his own abilities. Or could it be that overusing this psychic force has made it increasingly uncontrollable? Just as he was engrossed in thought, a figure materialized silently, like a ghost. Yes, absolutely. The sudden apparition was none other than the female protagonist from the second game, the life simulation game Xiaoixin. She wore a gown as pure as snow, its sleeves billowing like a fairy descended from the heavens. Her figure was graceful, her face exquisite, her features as delicate as a painting. Especially those beautiful almond-shaped eyes, sparkling like stars in the night sky. At this moment, she blinked her eyes, revealing a look of astonishment and surprise. She stared at the handsome youth before her, her heart filled with disbelief. Who was this youth? How had he appeared here? Countless questions flashed through little medicine fairy's mind. Wasn't I with my parents? How did I end up here? Xiaoixin murmured to herself, her face etched with bewilderment. Her gaze slowly swept around the surroundings, finally settling on Su Jingyang. For some reason, the moment their eyes met, an inexplicable sense of familiarity surged through her. Yet she was certain she had never seen this young man before. Who are you? Xiaoixin finally snapped back to her senses and asked, her voice clear and melodious, like heavenly music. How did I end up here? She followed up with another question, clearly bewildered by her surroundings. Su Jingyang was utterly dumbfounded. He never imagined the second woman from the game would suddenly appear in reality. However, having previously experienced Yi Qingwan's situation, his ability to accept the unexpected was stronger than most, allowing him to recover quickly. So a woman from the second game escaped into reality. What's the big deal? Su Jingyang muttered to himself. With this first experience under my belt, encountering something like this again should be much easier to handle. Just then, an important memory surfaced. He asked, do you remember ever keeping a little snake? He wasn't entirely sure if she'd retain the memory, given that each simulation lasted a different amount of time. Perhaps she'd forgotten all about it. However, the moment she heard the word snake, Little Healer's entire demeanor shifted. Her expression instantly turned astonished, as if she'd heard something utterly unbelievable. Simultaneously, her mind seemed to race through memories. Could it be, you are that little snake? Her reaction stirred a surge of anticipation within him, making him eager to know the answer. I've heard tales of foxes repaying kindness, but never of a little snake doing so. If it's true, that would be quite interesting. Little Healer murmured to herself, a spark of curiosity igniting within her heart. Yet despite her words, Little Healer's attention wasn't entirely focused on the tale. Her gaze darted around the surroundings, filled with curiosity and confusion about this unfamiliar place. The furniture style here was completely different from what she was familiar with, and the room layout seemed rather peculiar. A look of astonishment spread across Little Healer's face. She couldn't help but wonder where this place was and why it had such an unusual arrangement. Just then, her gaze was drawn to a computer screen ahead. The screen flickered with various images, presenting a completely new visual experience for Little Healer. Her eyes fixed on the screen, as if drawn by the flickering light. Not only that, but Xiaoixin also noticed a phone nearby, its screensaver flashing intermittently. These novel objects filled her with both excitement and a touch of bewilderment. Just as Little Healer was immersed in observing these new wonders, Su Jingyang's voice suddenly broke through. Actually, that snake, it's me, but it's not me. The word struck her like lightning, snapping her back to reality. She whipped her head around, fixing her gaze on Su Jingyang once more, her eyes brimming with confusion and bewilderment. This handsome young man made her unable to resist taking a second look. Moreover, his clothes and appearance were somewhat different. A snake, yet not a snake? Xiaoixin looked at him and asked again, I'm afraid I don't quite understand what you mean. Su Jingyang took a deep breath before explaining slowly, here's the thing, both you and that little snake inside are just characters in a game I'm playing. And the world you're in? It's essentially a game world itself. Now, you've broken free from that game world. He paused, observing Xiao Yixian's reaction, then asked, "Does that explanation make sense to you?" Su Jingyang's gaze settled on Xiao Yixian, studying her features intently. Her features were exquisitely carved, like the masterpiece of a sculptor, every line perfectly placed. Her figure was slender yet curvaceous, full and rounded where it should be, a stark contrast to Yi Qingwan's delicate, willowy type. Yet there was no doubt about it, little healer was undeniably a breathtaking beauty. Chapter 118, A Loving Father and Devoted Son. Su Jingyang's words struck like a bolt from the blue, leaving little healer momentarily stunned. Ever since arriving in this place, everything she had experienced had been so utterly baffling that she could scarcely keep up. But what shocked her most was what Su Jingyang had just said. She stood frozen in place, as if time itself had halted in that moment, utterly numb. After a long while, she finally regained her composure and asked, "Are you saying that everything around me, every blade of grass, every tree, every person, myself, my parents, my house, the medicine, the patients, and so on is all just a figment of your imagination?" By the time she spoke, she was already swallowing hard. The impact on her was undeniably immense. Su Jingyang nodded. Only then did he say, "You could put it that way. But now that you've emerged, you can experience the true reality. Of course, when you return to your own world, even though it's an illusory existence, it feels utterly real to you. There, you can think as you would in the real world, move freely, savor all manner of delicacies to your heart's content, and indulge in whatever you desire." He continued, "So there's no need to dwell on sadness or worry." Little Medicine Fairy furrowed her brow slightly, listening to his words thoughtfully. The novelty she experienced today far surpassed all the fresh wonders she had encountered over the past decades. This entirely new sensation was something she had never experienced before. Perhaps it was precisely because she had found the little snake she had always kept today that such thoughts had come to her mind. As this thought crossed her mind, the doubts in little healer Fairy's heart gradually faded away. She began to believe that all of this was real. After all, that little snake shared a special bond with her, and its appearance seemed to foretell some kind of wondrous fate. Moreover, everything she was seeing now was undeniably a completely different world from the one she had previously inhabited. She had no choice but to believe. Gurgle. A rumbling sound emanated from her stomach. Brush. Instantly, her face flushed as if painted with pink ink. Little Medicine Fairy explained, "I was just about to serve dinner when we unexpectedly arrived in this world." Su Jingyang gave her a look that said, "No need to explain, I understand everything." Only then did little healer speak up, "So do you have any here? I want something to eat." Su Jingyang smiled before saying, "Wait here. I'll make you some instant noodles." Though Xiao Yixian didn't quite grasp what he meant by instant noodles, she instinctively nodded in agreement. Su Jingyang turned on the faucet, pressed the blue ring switch, and began boiling water. Next, he pulled out a packet of instant noodles and placed it on an exquisitely crafted ceramic plate. Xiao Yixian stared at the exquisitely crafted ceramic bowl, adorned with a dragon design, her face once again filled with astonishment. Wasn't he afraid of being exterminated along with his entire clan? Just as she was about to speak, she noticed that many of the pots, bowls, and utensils here were indeed adorned with dragon designs. After a moment, she finally spotted something familiar. An egg. She cracked one into an iron skillet and began frying it. Soon after, she had the instant noodles ready. It's ready to eat. Dig in. The aroma of instant noodles swept over her. It tickled her nostrils. By now, she was absolutely starving. That aroma. It's a spice I've never smelled before. She began to eat. Instantly, her eyes lit up. This noodle-like substance was surprisingly delicate. And the aroma was incredibly rich. It was absolutely more delicious than anything she'd ever tasted. Before she could even utter delicious, she began devouring it with astonishing speed. By now, she was utterly astonished and amazed. Her face wore a look of astonishment as she devoured it in one go. She even drank every last drop of the broth. Only then did she declare with satisfaction, "This is so delicious. Is this what you call instant noodles? The noodles are incredibly smooth, and the broth is absolutely amazing." Little Medicine Fairy couldn't stop thinking about the instant noodles she'd just eaten. The flavor lingered endlessly. At that moment, it seemed this culinary delight had sparked an even deeper fascination within her for this world. Su Jingyang smiled at her expression, fully understanding that with ancient productivity and technology, it was only natural she'd never tasted anything this delicious before. Even ordinary instant noodles contained considerable technological sophistication. The variety of seasonings, the quality of the noodles themselves, the frying process, and the broth packets, all these elements were utterly unimaginable in ancient times. Thinking of this, he said, "Don't worry. This world has plenty of things tastier than instant noodles. You can have them anytime you want." His bank card held a cold 9-digit sum. Getting whatever he wanted to eat was still quite simple. Even after spending tens of millions on a small villa in the capital, his bank account still held over 100 million. Not to mention, after school started, he could join the Capital Martial Arts Alliance. That would bring in a salary of 15 million a year and access to even better resources. And if he ever ran out of money, he could always head to the beast tide to hunt beasts. It's perfectly fair to say that, at this point, he wouldn't be fazed by a mere 100 million or two. Of course. But to acquire better gear, this amount of money was still far from enough. He understood this point very well. Listening to stories, those top-tier powerhouses beyond the 10th tier, some of their gear costs hundreds of millions to acquire. The beasts they face are far beyond mere Class A monsters. This thought only intensified his craving for wealth. Perhaps that was the nature of human desire. When the little healer heard this man say he'd take her to eat more delicious food, her eyes lit up instantly. In ancient times, Shinnon tasted hundreds of herbs, but I shall taste hundreds of delicacies. She was an absolute foodie. Su Jingyang found her expression rather endearing. Back in the game, he hadn't noticed it before. She was always treating patients or gathering herbs. So over the decades he spent with Little Medicine Fairy, knowing her appearance would never change, the thing that struck him most was her kind heart. As this thought crossed his mind, he suddenly remembered something he'd long wanted to ask: why her appearance never aged, and why her mother also maintained the looks of an 18-year-old. Now was the perfect time to ask. Su Jingyang spoke up. I have a question I'd like to ask you. The Little Medicine Fairy wore a smile on her face. The delicious food brought her great joy, and her guard against Su Jingyang had lowered considerably. Su Jingyang then asked, in the game world, I accompanied you as Little Snake for decades. Why haven't you aged at all? Upon hearing this, Little Medicine Fairy finally understood Su Jingyang's lingering doubt. Because my family crafts elixirs that extend lifespan, Xiaoxian explained. As she spoke, Little Healer retrieved a small blue pill from her sleeve and held it out. Look at this. This is the elixir that extends life. It is extremely precious. I returned home specifically to retrieve it. A single pill can extend one's lifespan by 50 years. Upon hearing this, Su Jingyang stared at the blue pill before asking, one pill extends life by 50 years? So taking two would mean living 100 years? The little healer nodded. Yes, but the maximum lifespan it can extend is around 1,000 years. This astonished Su Jingyang. No wonder Little Healer, who seemed incapable of martial arts, had remained so diligent for decades. The little healer placed the small blue pill into his hand before saying, take it. Once I return to my world, I'll ask my father for more. A father's kindness, a child's filial piety. Su Jingyang looked at Little Medicine Fairy before speaking. So should I take it? You won't mind, right? The little healer giggled before replying, though the pills are precious, my family certainly isn't short of them. This naturally made him swallow hard. He was now at the 5th tier, with his lifespan extended by 20 years. Reaching 6th tier would extend it by another 40 years. Reaching the 7th tier would extend it by 80 years. But right now, he didn't have to do anything. Just by taking this single pill, he could instantly extend his lifespan by decades. Who wouldn't be tempted by that? Chapter 119, Breaking Through to 6th Tier. Su Jingyang nodded, then popped the pill straight into his mouth. In an instant, he felt. Well, truth be told, he felt absolutely nothing. No warmth spreading through his body or anything like that. It just tasted bitter, that kind of herbal bitterness. Only then did Little Medicine Fairy speak. Consider this payment for bringing me to this world and treating me to its delicacies. Su Jingyang almost wanted to whip up another feast for her right away. But considering how slender this beauty appeared, he figured her appetite probably wasn't that big either, so he naturally gave up on the idea. Next, to help her understand the world she now inhabited, he opened a video app and played her introductory videos about this world's setting and culture. While she was marveling at everything, he continued cultivating his psychic powers. He couldn't help but marvel once more at how acquiring this game had led to the emergence of a second one, significantly boosting his psychic powers again. He could now perceive every object within the room, every minute detail escaping none of his grasp, even those within his own mind. Even the smallest details were rendered with remarkable precision. He was utterly astonished. This sensation was truly incredible. This was the enhancement brought by psychic power. This psychic power allowed him to enhance his mental strength and his ability to control things. It must be said that since Little Medicine Fairy arrived, not only had she granted him an additional 50 years of life, but she had also greatly enhanced his psychic abilities. At this moment, the little healer was being constantly assaulted by the worldview within the short videos, her mind reeling. Her mouth grew wider and wider, filled with utter disbelief and shock. This world was utterly different from the one she had previously inhabited. Her peripheral vision kept drifting towards Su Jingyang. This handsome young man could actually manipulate objects from a distance. It was truly beyond belief. She swallowed hard. Was this what martial artists were like in this world? She had already learned from videos that this world possessed martial artists. Su Jingyang could distinctly feel the gaze fixed upon him, but he paid it no mind. He knew it was Little Medicine Fairy watching him, so he remained fully focused on cultivating his mental energy. After a full hour, he could distinctly sense his psychic power had strengthened by at least 30%. Previously, it had taken him 2 full days of cultivation amidst the beast tide, slaying tens of thousands of beasts, to achieve such a significant breakthrough. Yet now, merely by playing a new game, he had already received such a substantial reward. Perhaps this was the kind of reward games offered. At that moment, he retrieved the 6 flying swords once more. Within the small room, the 6 tiny flying swords darted about. They kept flying about. Upon witnessing this scene, the woman was utterly terrified. Though such things might exist in her world, martial artists existed in her world, she had never witnessed such a sight before, even as a member of the Changsheng clan. Flying swords? The 6 small swords in Su Jingyang's hands appeared remarkably agile and compact, darting freely through the air. Before long, Little Medicine Fairy's astonishment turned to delight, then finally to curiosity. Could it be that everyone in this world was a martial artist? A question mark formed in her mind. While Su Song cultivated, Little Healer sat quietly on the sofa, her eyes fixed on the television screen. As if the entire world had shrunk to just her and the continuously playing video. She watched every detail of the video with intense focus, striving to comprehend everything about this unfamiliar world. From the bustling urban chaos to the tranquil rural peace, from the rapid technological advancements to the diverse and inclusive culture, Xiaoxian took it all in. After the initial shock wore off, Xiaoxian gradually began to grasp this world. Her mouth, which had been wide open in shock, slowly closed a little. Yet she still found herself gaping in astonishment at certain scenes in the video. This world is worlds apart from my own. Xiaoxian couldn't help but exclaim. While Xiaoxian was immersed in exploring the wonders of this new world, Su Jingyang sat in another room, concentrating intensely to control his powerful psychic abilities. Suddenly, he felt a powerful force surge within him, like a torrent breaking through a dam. In that instant, his power underwent a qualitative leap, shattering his previous limitations. Sweat poured from his entire body as shock and astonishment overwhelmed him. I've gone straight from 5th tier strength to 6th tier. Is this what 6th tier power feels like? Su Jingyang's entire body trembled uncontrollably. He truly never imagined that 6th tier power could reach such heights. His entire body was filled with primordial power. Xiaoxian could clearly sense the white smoke rising from Su Jingyang's body, his entire frame trembling and convulsing. What's going on? He seemed to have become even more powerful? The little healer was utterly astonished, her pupils contracting rapidly. Su Jingyang stared at his own fist, his expression utterly incredulous. This power coursing through my body is undeniable. This sensation is truly extraordinary. Su Jingyang naturally relished this sensation immensely. Wait. But that's not all. His psychic powers, which had just been enhanced, seemed to have received another boost. He swallowed hard. This sensation felt incredible. He could even sense that these 6 flying swords no longer suited him. Yes, perhaps he was now ready for something even greater. Excellent. With over 100 million credits left, it was time to select new weapons. Su Jingyang then said to Little Medicine Fairy, keep scrolling through short videos in the room. Don't touch anything else, especially anything with plugs, it could be dangerous. After giving these simple instructions, he promptly left the place. Soon, he hailed a cab and arrived at the place where he had previously selected weapons. The woman from before looked surprised to see him. After all, it had been less than 10 days since he'd last visited to purchase 6 small flying swords. He'd also bought armor. Now he was back again? The woman hurried over, her face lit with a smile. Sir, you're back? Welcome, welcome. What might you be looking to purchase today? Her welcoming smile revealed 8 teeth. It must be said, she presented herself quite well dressed in professional attire, high heels, and black stockings. Very pretty. But for Su Jingyang, who had already met several stunning beauties, she evoked absolutely no other feelings in him now. Besides, he hadn't come here to flirt with women in the first place. Naturally, he was here to purchase weapons. He said casually, what's the highest price for a flying sword around here? The beautiful woman's eyes darted around restlessly. She thought to herself, he just bought 6 small flying swords last time, and now he wants to buy more. And he was planning to buy even better ones. Could it be that his psychic powers had reached an even more terrifying level? Otherwise, why would he be so eager to acquire superior flying swords? Chapter 120, The Xianyang Mother and Child Swords. The woman's gaze swept over him before she hurriedly said, Sir, this way please. She then led Su Jingyang to the VIP private room. Sir, please take a seat here while I fetch it. About 10 minutes later, the woman pushed a cart over. The cart was loaded with exquisitely packaged boxes. There were 3 tiers of boxes, each tier containing 1 box. Only then did she smile and explain, Sir, these represent our shop's 3 tiers of flying swords. Please take a look. This flying sword is made entirely of metal and is priced at 30 million. If you are genuinely interested, I can negotiate a price of 28 million for you. The woman opened the box, revealing a gleaming silver-white flying sword. Su Jingyang picked it up with his right hand and weighed it in his palm. It was indeed an exceptional sword, its weight and texture were flawless. The blade was exceptionally sharp. 28 million yuan was certainly not a bad deal. He nodded in approval before remarking, it truly is a fine flying sword. He then manipulated it with his psychic powers. It was quite good, but he could certainly acquire better ones. Hearing this, the beauty naturally smiled. Let's look at the others. We need a better one. Su Jingyang instructed. The saleswoman nodded and opened another box. Soon, a black flying sword appeared, looking quite extraordinary. Its overall shape was slightly curved, somewhat resembling a Nepalese curved blade. The design was flawless, and the texture was exceptionally fine. The beauty finally spoke up. This curved blade is truly extraordinary. Valued at 80 million, it's forged from thousands of metal alloys and infused with numerous meteorites. The beauty continued her introduction. Su Jingyang's eyes lit up as he listened. Such an exquisitely crafted blade naturally filled him with delight. Su Jingyang integrated it into his psychic energy. He had to admit that this black flying sword felt even better than the previous one. You definitely get what you pay for. This flying sword is indeed far more powerful. Su Jingyang nodded before adding, as for the other flying sword, if this one weren't available, I'd take that one instead. Though he spoke thus, he could still sense it deep down. The other flying sword would be the superior one. He narrowed his eyes. Hearing Su Jingyang's words, the woman's heart was already bursting with joy. An 80 million yuan deal. The commission alone would be substantial. But outwardly, she remained composed, softly continuing her introduction. As you mentioned, the other flying sword is indeed far more powerful. The other two flying swords are our shop's prized treasures. Take a look. As she spoke, the woman opened the display case. When the woman mentioned the other two flying swords, Su Jingyang couldn't help but feel puzzled, his mind racing with questions. There was clearly only one box, how could it hold two flying swords? It was truly perplexing. Just as he was lost in confusion, the woman, without hesitation, opened another box as she spoke. In an instant, a dazzling light erupted from the box, as if a long-sealed treasure had finally seen the light of day. Su Jingyang stared intently and saw two exquisitely crafted flying swords lying quietly within. Both swords glowed a fiery crimson, like burning flames, emanating an aura that sent shivers down the spine. At the center of each blade, a deep, chasm-like groove ran through it, evoking an endless sense of mystery. He stared at the flying swords, inwardly marveling. These were clearly no ordinary blades. Their craftsmanship was exquisite, and the materials used were rare beyond his wildest imagination. Moreover, judging by that groove, these swords seemed to hold some special purpose or symbolic meaning. These swords are no ordinary blades. Su Jingyang couldn't help but speak, his voice brimming with keen interest and high regard for the blades. The beauty smiled faintly, seemingly anticipating his reaction, and continued. These are our shop's prized treasures, known as the Xianyang mother and child swords. One large sword, one small sword. Their combined value is 100 million yuan and no discounts available. Upon hearing the price, Su Jingyang showed no sign of surprise, remaining remarkably composed. He nodded in understanding and asked, "May I try them?" The woman readily agreed, gesturing for him to proceed. He took a deep breath, focused his mind, slowly channeling his powerful psychic energy into them. Instantly, he felt a powerful force surge into his body like a torrent. As if he had formed some wondrous resonance with the two flying swords. His spirit stirred, and his entire being became intensely excited. It was as if he had fused with the mother and child swords. This sensation felt like reuniting with a long-lost brother. Such perfect harmony, such natural affinity. Compared to the previous pair of flying swords, it was like night and day. Though the pair appeared somewhat peculiar, one large, one small, it did nothing to diminish Su Jingyang's affection for them. In that instant, his mind was made up he would buy this pair of mother and child swords. Though priced at a staggering 100 million, they were indeed costly. He knew deep down that if he made the right purchase, it would be worth every penny. After all, in this world, some things simply cannot be measured by money. With that thought, he addressed the beautiful woman before him without hesitation. "Alright, I'll take this pair of mother and child swords." Hearing this, the joy on her face became impossible to contain. She nodded repeatedly, her smile as radiant as spring blossoms, then said softly, "Thank you so much for your interest. I'll go ahead and wrap up this pair of mother and child swords for you." At that moment, Su Jingyang remarked, "Since you're not willing to lower the price, surely you can throw in a little something extra? 100 million isn't exactly cheap." The saleswoman hesitated slightly upon hearing Su Jingyang's words. She knew full well that persuading someone to willingly part with such a large sum was no easy feat. After all, it was a full 100 million. After a moment's thought, the woman finally spoke up, "Sir, how about this? I can arrange for you to receive a helmet. What do you think? The original price of this helmet is 5 million. A helmet?" Su Jingyang nodded at the suggestion. It was indeed a rather good option. He mused inwardly that with his current armor and flying sword, a helmet would indeed complete his gear set. Su Jingyang nodded again in agreement and said, "Alright, let's go with that. Let's settle the bill." Before long, the saleswoman brought over the helmet. The helmet looked truly impressive. It was a vibrant hot pink color, the kind that screamed attention-grabbing, giving off an incredibly cute vibe. Su Jingyang stared at the helmet, inwardly marveling at what an absolutely bold color choice it was. He dared not imagine how excited the beasts would be when they spotted his pink helmet amidst the monster onslaught. Su Jingyang nodded before saying, "Alright, swipe the card." He handed the entire card directly to the woman. Money exchanged, goods delivered. Ding! 100 million yuan deposited into your wealth treasure account. Sir, take your time, she said with a smile after handing the mother and child swords and the pink helmet to Su Jingyang. The more Su Jingyang examined the mother and child swords, the more he grew fond of them. After receiving the items, he lingered no longer and departed swiftly. When Su Jingyang reappeared, he was already standing atop the rooftop of his home. He opened the box containing the mother and child swords, then unleashed his psychic energy once more, channeling it directly into the blades. Chapter 121, Mother and Child Supersonic City-Wide Dash. The astonishing mother and child swords soared into the sky like agile birds, their speed utterly beyond imagination. In the blink of an eye, the swords streaked away like lightning, racing against time itself. Its velocity rivaled a supersonic rocket, instantly piercing through layer upon layer of clouds and soaring into the heavens. That speed is simply astonishing, the onlookers couldn't help but exclaim. The flying sword's speed was beyond comprehension, far exceeding anything people had ever imagined. Like shooting stars, the twin blades streaked across the sky, piercing through towering skyscrapers at supersonic speeds. Their speed was lightning fast, covering nearly 500 meters in a single second. Compared to the 6 smaller flying swords before, the difference was like night and day. Yet this was merely the initial speed of the mother-child swords, they hadn't even begun to accelerate. Just as the crowd gasped in awe, the mother-child swords suddenly began to accelerate. In an instant, its speed surged like a wild horse breaking free, abruptly doubling to twice the speed of sound. This astonishing velocity propelled the mother-child sword over 800 meters in a single second. This is absolutely not its limit. Su Jingyang concentrated all his mental energy throughout his body. Next, he accelerated even faster, channeling every ounce of energy in his body directly into the mother and child swords. Moments later, it swiftly surpassed 3 times the speed of sound. 3 Mach. Over 1,000 meters per second. What was even more terrifying was that this wasn't the limit of its speed. This was the most terrifying part. Su Jingyang didn't even know where the limits of his mental power in the mother and child swords truly lay. Before long, the entire flying sword had already circled the entire city once. As Su Jingyang focused his entire being, the speed of the mother and child swords surged like a rocket, reaching 4 times the speed of sound in the blink of an eye. The speed was dizzyingly fast, so much so that he couldn't even discern the exact trajectory of the mother and child swords. This must be the limit for now, Su Jingyang murmured to himself, his heart racing with both excitement and tension. It really is much faster than before. Yet, mere seconds later, the mother and child swords traveling at 4 times the speed of sound were suddenly pulled back into his hands as if by an invisible force. Su Jingyang's body jerked violently, as if struck by a tremendous force. He gasped for breath, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as utter exhaustion washed over him. He never imagined he could feel this drained, as if every ounce of strength had been sucked out of him in an instant. By now, many onlookers had grown increasingly curious about the commotion. They watched as something resembling a fighter jet streaked across the sky. And they were flying at an extremely low altitude. Look, those look like fighter jets. They're moving way too fast. What's weaving between those skyscrapers? A young man gasped in astonishment, his entire body trembling. Naturally an aviation enthusiast, he observed the speed. Though he wondered if they seemed slightly slower than usual fighters, he dismissed it as normal for low-altitude flight. Holy crap! That's not a fighter jet, it's a flying sword. Whose flying sword is this fast? I knew fighter jets couldn't possibly be this slow. In truth, a beautiful girl's eyes were exceptionally sharp, and she immediately spotted the clue. Beside her stood 2 other boys. What? It's actually a flying sword. That flying sword's actually reached 4 times the speed of sound? That's terrifying. All we can see is a long blur. The young man speaking possessed considerable strength himself, a solid 6th-tier cultivator. Yet even he could barely keep up with the flying sword's speed. Even with his exceptional eyesight, he found it difficult to keep up with such blinding speed. His mind was already reeling with astonishment. This speed was truly terrifying. What? That thing traveling at 4 times the speed of sound is actually a flying sword? The other tall boy watched it all, his mouth watering. He'd already found it unreasonable for a fighter jet to fly this low. Now, hearing this revelation only deepened his dread. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, people had just caught sight of the flying sword. It kept circling the city sky, and some people had already pulled out their phones to film it from afar, catching a glimpse of a very long arc. What is that thing? It looks like a flying sword. A middle-aged man was practicing Tai Chi in the park at that moment. When he saw the flying sword streaking across the sky at an incredible speed, his mind was utterly baffled. To him, it was truly terrifying. Who could possibly control a flying sword at such speeds? Their psychic power must be incredibly powerful. No one ever imagined anyone could cultivate mental energy to such an extreme. This must rank among the strongest in mental energy cultivation, right? Could it be that legendary master? Soon, the video was uploaded online and instantly went viral. What? A flying sword moving that fast? It really was a flying sword. I saw one in the city too, just a flash of light at the time. Then I saw a long, distant shadow stretching far across the sky. I thought it was a fighter jet at first, wondering why it was flying so low, weaving between these skyscrapers. Who could have imagined it was actually a flying sword? Who could possibly master flying swords to this level? I can't even fathom their mental power. And more importantly, what material is this flying sword made of? How could it withstand such incredible speeds? Look, it seems 2 swords flew in, one large and one small. This must be a mother and child sword set. I think I've seen these 2 swords before. They are indeed a mother and child sword set. Their value is 100 million yuan. I've inquired about it before, and that's the price without any discount. A netizen named Primordial Lord commented thus. My goodness, this is truly terrifying. Flying swords moving at such speeds, this must be the work of a top-tier master. I wonder whose hands they came from. Incredible. That spirit is fierce. Anyone who can wield such a treasure must have seen battle. They must have made a fortune during the monster rampage. Otherwise, there's no way they could afford this. Of course, it could also be a rich second-generation heir. In a 100 million yuan VIP room, many big shots could afford it. But his mental power reaching this level. There are only a handful like that left in China today. Wonder which big shot it is, said a user named Monkey King. Holy crap. When will I ever get that strong? Terrifying. You're right, I'm jealous. This is what a true big shot looks like. Soon, the repost count skyrocketed to millions, with likes surpassing 10 million. Speculation ran rampant. It's safe to say this video shot straight to the trending topics. Many were searching for clues. Who could possibly afford this flying sword while also possessing such formidable psychic power? At this point, many pointed the finger at one person. That person was none other than Su Jingyang, the recent National College Entrance Exam top scorer. Come to think of it, that national top scorer recently visited the Art Frenzy event. I heard his 6 flying swords were slightly damaged. Maybe he just bought a new sword and tested it out. That's entirely possible, and the timing would align perfectly. He made a killing during the Chaos Beast event too. An analyst with the ID Master Detective offered his take. You know what? That's actually a possibility. Who knows if it's him? This guy keeps surprising us lately. If this flying sword incident is his doing again, I can't even imagine how wildly popular he'll become. Truly terrifying. Chapter 122, Taking Little Medicine Fairy Out to Dinner. At that moment, Su Jingyang remained unaware. News has already spread like wildfire online about the flying sword incident that's been darting through the city. Many suspect him, but there's no evidence. And he wouldn't come forward to admit it, so this remains a matter of pure speculation. However, many of Su Jingyang's friends have been reaching out to him. One of his close friends, Tang Yao, had called earlier. Tang Yao said, "Hey, you jerk. I just saw online that 2 flying swords are darting around the city. Did you do this? You know what? This flying sword incident has shot straight to the top of the trending list. If it was you, doesn't that mean your psychic abilities have reached terrifying levels? And when did you buy this flying sword? I heard it costs 100 million. Before he could respond, Tang Yao unleashed a barrage of questions. Su Jingyang was at a loss for words. So you ended up getting caught on camera after all? Fine, I admitted it was me. After he finished speaking, the line fell silent on the other end. Tang Yao seemed to be questioning the meaning of life. They were all good friends, so why was the gap between them growing wider and wider? You bastard, how did you get so powerful? To this extent? I never imagined you could wield a flying sword at this speed. I heard it's capable of reaching 4 times the speed of sound. Su Jingyang could only chuckle. Yeah, I accidentally got even stronger. Get lost. A little while later, Long Linglin called too. I heard from Tang Yao that you've admitted it, that flying sword darting through the city was you, right? Her voice trembled slightly too. She too was utterly shocked. It could be said without a doubt. This man truly gave her a little surprise every day. No, this was a huge surprise. Could it be the man she liked? Su Jingyang nodded before responding. Yes, that was me. Alright, he admitted it. After hanging up, the city lord and his close associates quickly called to confirm the news. Su Jingyang understood perfectly well that their attention toward him now surpassed anyone else's. To be precise, he was currently the most watched figure in all of China. He walked back while discussing the news. He replied to his friends' messages one by one. They were all seeking confirmation one by one. There was no choice, he had to admit it. Though he couldn't acknowledge it online, there was no need to hide it from these close friends. Clearly, upon learning that this person was indeed Su Jingyang, they all took a deep breath. Then, without any prior arrangement, they all uttered the same phrase. Holy crap, this is unbelievable. What the hell is up with this Su Jingyang guy? Are we even living on the same planet? They all swallowed hard, speechless with astonishment. Meanwhile, online, Su Jingyang's story continued to gain momentum for quite some time. The attention it garnered skyrocketed from tens of millions of likes to the highest number ever recorded across the entire internet, directly surpassing the previous record of 100 million likes and now reaching a staggering 200 million. Shares had also reached a staggering 40 million. It was safe to say. Everyone was stunned, even the military launched an investigation into the matter. But military investigators quickly uncovered the mastermind behind it all. The top scorer of the National College entrance exam. For them, if it was this top-scoring student, then everything else became irrelevant. Thus, the military began to downplay the incident, minimizing its significance. They began suppressing the growing attention. After all, many understood just how formidable this individual was. The military sought to redirect their focus away from the national top scorer. They were cultivating this top-scoring student as a future soldier. After finishing his cultivation session, Su Jingyang returned home, and it was already nighttime. Little Healer was overjoyed to see him, fluttering about like a cheerful little bird. The moment he entered, he noticed the hopeful gleam in Little Healer's eyes as she stared intently at him before finally saying, "You're finally back." Her stomach had been growling with hunger for ages. Already naturally slender, she now looked even more frail. Rubbing her stomach with one hand, she looked at Su Jingyang with a pitiful expression. Only then did Su Jingyang realize, "I completely forgot you're still here. Are you hungry?" Xiaoxian nodded frantically like a chick pecking at grain, then eagerly grabbed Su Jingyang's hand and pulled him toward the door. Su Jingyang gave a helpless smile before saying, "Then you'll have to wear this outfit out." Xiaoxian looked down at her outfit and remarked, "From what I saw in the videos, your clothes here seem quite different from mine." Su Jingyang explained, "It's fine. Ancient style outfits are quite common nowadays." The Little Healer nodded thoughtfully before replying, "Alright, I'll listen to you." Her curiosity about the outside world was immense, and after watching countless videos, that curiosity only grew stronger. Su Jingyang then led Little Healer out the door. The Little Healer was thrilled, practically skipping out the door and into the elevator. Her eyes widened as she curiously scanned her surroundings, like a newborn baby finding every single thing in the world utterly unfamiliar. The sensation of the elevator descending made her body tremble slightly. She gripped the handrail tightly, her face filled with astonishment as she murmured to herself, "Is this an elevator? It actually moves on its own." Su Jingyang smiled and said, "Yes, this is an elevator." He then led Little Healer directly to a newly opened hot pot restaurant. As Xiaoxian took in the scene, a flicker of anticipation stirred within her. She thought to herself, "This hot pot restaurant looks so lively. I wonder how the hot pot tastes here. The ambience here is really nice." Xiaoxian murmured softly, her gaze sweeping over the interior decor as she silently nodded in approval. "It's quite crowded too." She observed the surrounding crowd, feeling a bit nervous. After all, dressed in ancient attire, she inevitably drew attention. And Xiaoxian was exceptionally beautiful. Combined with her ancient attire, she instantly drew the gaze of many. She glanced at Su Jingyang with a touch of embarrassment, puzzled. Why are they all looking at me? Even the women are staring. Is there something on my face? Su Jingyang glanced around and explained with a smile, "Nothing's wrong. They just think you're quite beautiful, so they're taking a second look. Don't worry about it too much." Hearing this, Xiaoxian felt a wave of relief wash over her, though she still lowered her head shyly. She thought to herself, "So that's why, because I'm pretty?" After quickly ordering some dishes and meats, they swiftly prepared the hot pot. Xiaoxian watched the bubbling broth in the pot, her heart filled with anticipation. She imagined the rich flavors and couldn't help but swallow. When the cooked beef was placed in her bowl, she inhaled the garlic aroma wafting from it, her curiosity piqued. Still puzzled, she popped the entire piece of beef into her mouth. Instantly, a rich, savory aroma spread across her palate. It was absolutely delicious. Little Healer's eyes lit up with delight. She began eating rapidly, seemingly oblivious to everything around her. Before long, she had devoured the entire plate of beef. Only then did she come to her senses, unable to help but marvel inwardly, "This is way too delicious. It's so much better than instant noodles." With a mouthful of meat still stuffed inside, she mumbled adorably as she spoke. She silently resolved to visit this hot pot restaurant often in the future to savor its delicious offerings. The Little Healer's words reached the ears of those nearby, who then shot contemptuous glances at Su Jingyang. They thought to themselves, "Why must we suffer hardship just because we follow this guy?" Chapter 123, Trust in the Letter. Finally, someone recognized Su Jingyang. It's actually that National College entrance exam top scorer who's been all over the internet lately. The man frowned slightly, silently wondering, does this ancient-style beauty happen to have a taste for instant noodles? After all, Su Jingyang wasn't short on cash. His recent trip to the Beast Tide had earned him a fortune. During the meal, someone sent him a message. Su Jingyang stared silently at his phone screen, his fingers gliding lightly across it as he opened the message. His gaze was focused and determined, as if contemplating something of great importance. "Tomorrow, I plan to head to the Beast Tide. Are you going?" The message was concise and to the point. Su Jingyang replied indifferently, "Tomorrow? Fine. I spent 100 million on the mother-child swords, so my funds are low now, only a few tens of millions left. It's definitely time to make some money. His voice was calm and steady, tinged with resolve. He thought to himself softly before replying, "Alright, see you tomorrow." His fingers tapped swiftly across the phone screen. After replying, he set the device aside. The sender of the message was none other than Xin. Su Jingyang placed considerable trust in this middle-aged man. Xiao Yixian's gaze was completely captivated by the hot pot. Her eyes sparkled brightly, gleaming with excitement. She eagerly reached for her chopsticks, picked up a piece of beef tripe, and chewed it in her mouth. Her expression of pure satisfaction seemed to savor the most delicious food in the world. She kept eating, her mouth stuffed full, cheeks puffed out like an adorable little squirrel. As she ate, she murmured contentedly, "This flavor, it's absolutely delicious." She swiftly picked up a beef meatball, placed it in her mouth, and took a gentle bite. The savory broth instantly spread throughout her mouth. She closed her eyes, savoring the exquisite flavor, her face glowing with rapture. Meanwhile, Su Jingyang was already silently calculating in his mind how many great beasts he would hunt tomorrow. And a great beast was worth tens of millions. If it were an S-class beast, the price would be much higher, right? He nodded to himself. This meal lasted over an hour, and at this moment, little medicine fairy's eyes were truly fixed only on the hot pot. She skipped the vegetables, devouring only the meat. Shrimp paste, crab sticks, beef balls, beef tendon, tender meat, everything vanished into her mouth like a whirlwind. Her previously flat stomach now bulged like an inflated balloon. Burp! A belch escaped her lips. Only then did Su Jingyang snap back to reality. "Full?" he asked. Little Healer nodded contentedly before replying, "Thank you so much. I've never tasted anything this delicious before." She said this. It must be said, Little Healer was genuinely fascinated by the culinary delights of this world. After settling the bill, Su Jingyang led her on a leisurely stroll around the neighborhood. Like a curious child, Little Healer touched things here and there, exploring with eager hands. Her gaze was drawn to a sugar figurine vendor by the roadside, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She hurried to the stall, scrutinizing the lifelike sugar sculptures with delight, a delighted smile spreading across her face. Su Jingyang couldn't help but smile at her innocent and adorable expression. Afterward, Su Jingyang took her to the mall to pick out a few outfits. Xiao Yixian stood before the dressing room mirror, shyly adjusting her bodycon skirt, a hint of unease in her eyes. She tugged lightly at the hem, as if trying to cover more skin. Su Jingyang stood beside her, watching quietly, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He noticed her hands trembling slightly, as if she felt uncomfortable in such revealing attire. When Little Healer saw her reflection in the mirror, her eyes suddenly lit up. She stared at her reflection in astonishment, an expression of disbelief spreading across her face. She turned slowly, admiring her beauty, her initial shyness gradually replaced by delight. Seeing her happy expression, Su Jingyang felt a wave of warmth wash over him. He stepped forward, gently patting Xiao Yixian's shoulder and said, "You truly are beautiful." A faint blush spread across Little Healer's cheeks. She shyly lowered her head and murmured softly, "Thank you." After purchasing 4 or 5 outfits and some daily necessities, Su Jingyang led Xiao Yixian out of the mall. Xiao Yixian carried the newly purchased clothes, her face radiant with happiness. She kept glancing back at the mall, seemingly still immersed in the joy of the moment. Only then did she speak up, "These clothes are absolutely gorgeous." Su Jingyang smiled and nodded, a hint of admiration in his eyes. Xiao Yixian lowered her head slightly, her fingers gently caressing the fabric of the clothes as if savoring its texture. Her gaze kept drifting toward Su Jingyang, her eyes flickering with a hint of shyness. Back home, Su Jingyang finished showering early, quickly slipped into his pajamas, and climbed into bed. He stretched lazily and yawned, as if all his fatigue had been released in that moment. In the bed next to him, Little Healer seemed somewhat uneasy. She clutched the quill tightly, her body trembling slightly, her eyes filled with fear and shyness. She kept stealing glances at Su Jingyang, wondering if he might do something. Just as her mind was racing with wild thoughts, she suddenly heard the faint sound of Su Jingyang snoring. To her surprise, Su Jingyang had already drifted off into a deep, peaceful sleep. Determined to be well rested for tomorrow's Beast Tide event, Su Jingyang naturally intended to get a good night's sleep. He rolled over, adjusting his position to lie more comfortably on the pillow. The night passed without incident. When he woke up the next morning, Su Jingyang quickly dressed, his movements swift and agile. He straightened his collar, then walked to the window, pulling back the curtains to let sunlight flood the room. He then picked up his phone and arranged for a delivery person to bring meals on time for the next few days. Little Healer looked utterly reluctant to part, her gaze fixed intently on Su Jingyang's figure as if she wanted to etch every detail of him into her heart. She murmured softly, "I'll wait for you to come back." Su Jingyang turned to look at Little Healer, a flicker of emotion passing through his eyes. He nodded, then turned and left the room. Chapter 124, Beyond the 10th Tier War Saint Level. Once all preparations were complete, Su Jingyang raced like the wind with Xin to the agreed-upon location. Upon seeing the 2 swords strapped to Su Jingyang's back, Xin was struck with sudden clarity. He immediately recognized them as the very swords that had caused an uproar online yesterday. Only then did he snap out of his daze and blurt out, "Could it be, the Xin Yang mother-son swords you mentioned are the very same swords that blew everyone's minds online yesterday?" Seeing the swords now, Xian's heart surged with doubt as vast as the ocean. After all, to him, they were terrifying as a mountain crushing an egg. These were flying swords capable of 4 times the speed of sound, and there were 2 of them. Upon hearing his words, Su Jingyang smiled warmly and replied, "You're absolutely right. These are indeed those very swords." Xian was struck dumb with disbelief, stammering, "I never imagined this could be real." He stood frozen in shock, as if carved from stone. "It's actually real." His mind erupted like a volcano. Xian stared fixedly at Su Jingyang for a long while before murmuring in a daze, "You bastard, you actually bought those mother and child swords? I spotted them ages ago. The reason I didn't buy them wasn't the price, it was because my psychic power is as insignificant as a firefly's glow. I simply couldn't master such a flying sword. To fail to unleash its true power would be a waste, like squandering a heavenly treasure." He shook his head and added, "But seeing how you've managed to harness the speed of these mother and child swords to this extent, it proves one thing: your strength has already far surpassed it." Xian swallowed hard before speaking. "You've grown considerably stronger since I last saw you." Seeing Xian's astonished expression, Su Jingyang finally revealed, "You're not mistaken, Uncle Xian. I've now reached the 6th tier. As for this mental power, it should rank among the top few in the country, right?" Xian stared at the guy in utter disbelief after hearing those words. He thought to himself, how could he have grown this powerful in just a few days? With that thought, he nodded and said, "Truly worthy of being the top student in the National College Entrance Exam. This level of progress far exceeds my imagination. Once you reach the 10th tier, I can't even begin to imagine how much stronger you'll be compared to ordinary 10th tier experts. In fact, you might even reach the level of a war saint." The words war saint level sent a wave of astonishment through Su Jingyang's heart. After all, he had never heard this term before. "Ha? War saint level," he murmured to himself, staring at the letter with a skeptical look, clearly unfamiliar with this new term. "What exactly does that mean?" Su Jingyang pressed the letter, hoping for a more detailed explanation. Seeing this, Xian smiled faintly and explained, "The path of martial cultivation originally only had 10 distinct tiers. However, just a few years ago, several peerless powerhouses worldwide managed to break through this barrier, reaching an entirely new realm, the war saint tier." Su Jingyang's eyes widened, his face etched with disbelief. He couldn't fathom that anyone in this world could transcend the traditional 10 tiers of martial cultivation to reach such an extraordinary level. As for why you've never heard of it, and why even many martial artists remain unaware, there's a reason for that. Xian continued, because within our nation, no one has yet managed to break through to this realm. Even that individual hailed by all as a prodigy still falls just short of the war saint tier. Su Jingyang's astonishment deepened upon hearing this. He had assumed martial artists in his homeland were already exceptionally formidable, yet it seemed they still fell short when compared to the world's absolute elite. He couldn't help but fall into deep thought, his mind filled with endless imaginings about the war saint realm. What exactly did this mysterious realm signify? What kind of power and abilities did those who had broken through to the war saint level possess? Su Jingyang's thoughts raced like a wild horse breaking free from its reins. He began contemplating his own path of cultivation. Could he too one day reach that seemingly unattainable war saint realm? His fist clenched tightly. In his heart, he vowed, soon, he would break through to this very realm. As he pondered, Uncle Xian's supermagnetic electric vehicle had already arrived at the 4th sector. "Ha? Uncle Xian, why are we in the 4th district this time?" he asked in confusion. Uncle Xian explained in detail, "Your cultivation level and psychic power have both increased tremendously. I believe we are now fully capable of challenging an S-rank beast." He paused briefly before continuing, "You must understand, S-rank beasts aren't as easy to deal with as lower tier ones. Their power is immense, and each one is worth at least 100 million. Xian looked at his companion, a flicker of confidence in his eyes, and continued, "However, with your current strength, you're far superior to me. So I've decided to support you. When the time comes, you take 70% of the rewards, and I'll take 30%. Xian made this offer because witnessing the opponent's flying sword capable of exceeding 4 times the speed of sound had filled him with confidence in this mission. He was certain they could successfully take down an S-rank beast. It was well known that S-rank beasts were extremely rare in the 3rd zone, which was precisely why he had deliberately come to the 4th zone in search of an opportunity. Upon hearing Xian's proposal, Su Jingyang nodded in agreement before replying, "Sounds good. Let's give it a shot." A hint of anticipation colored his voice, revealing his own fascination with the S-rank beast's power and his desire to experience it firsthand. After reaching an agreement, the two got out of the vehicle together. The moment they stepped out, they immediately sensed that the martial artists in the 4th zone were collectively stronger than those in the 3rd zone. Numerous 6th and 7th tier experts were visible. The moment they stepped out, they noticed many eyes turning toward them. That National College Entrance Exam top scorer? He's here too? This actor's in for a show. I'm curious to see just what kind of strength this national top scorer possesses." he remarked indifferently. This young man was none other than Lien, the national top scorer from the college entrance exam 3 years prior. His strength was formidable, having already reached the 8th tier. He was already charging toward the 9th tier. Chapter 125, Instant Kill. A class beast. Lien's heart brimmed with resentment and bitterness toward the man who now basked in boundless glory. Due to that person's sudden emergence, the attention of the entire nation was now drawn to him, as if he were the very center of the world. How could Lien possibly tolerate this? After all, his own strength was far from ordinary. Even if he hadn't yet reached the 9th tier, he was already a master approaching that level. Within the city alone, he could easily rank among the top 5. Nationally, he could easily rank among the top 100. It was easy to imagine that once he broke through to the 9th tier, he would become one of the nation's top 20 elite masters. Should he advance further to the 10th tier, his national ranking would soar to 6th place. Keep in mind, there are currently only 5 peerless masters at the 10th tier in the entire country. At this very moment, he had just fought his way through that terrifying beast frenzy, dragging a 10-ton dreambird monster in his hands, a terrifying S-rank beast. He had originally planned to leave, but now, he changed his mind. This Su fellow had made Lien decide to stay and witness firsthand just how formidable this man truly was. At this moment, Su Jingyang could naturally sense a distinctly hostile gaze fixed upon him. But he paid it no mind. He glanced over and recognized an 8th tier expert truly more powerful than he was at present. After all, he was only at the 6th tier. But his psychic powers and reaction speed? One ranked among the nation's top few, the other held the undisputed national title. Therefore, he did not consider himself significantly weaker. Xian also seemed to sense something. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. There's no need to pay him any mind. This man was the top scorer in the national college entrance exam 3 years ago. His strength is truly astonishing. At your current level, there's still a noticeable gap between you and him. Su Jingyang nodded slightly in agreement. However, he didn't dwell on it. He swiftly donned the 5 million yuan helmet and drew the mother and child swords from his back. Just then, the two stepped out toward the city gates, drawing the attention of many passers-by. All eyes instinctively fell upon the pair of letter swords, prompting whispers of speculation. Could these be the letter swords that sparked heated online discussions yesterday? No way, those are the legendary flying swords rumored to reach over 4 times the speed of sound, someone questioned. Probably not. That's way too exaggerated, another chimed in. Facing the murmurs, Su Jingyang merely smiled faintly, offering no reply. His stride remained steady and composed, as if the outside world's chatter held no sway over him. Soon, Su Jingyang and Xian had arrived outside the city walls. In an instant, they witnessed the battlefield erupting into fierce combat. A full 4 rank beasts were wreaking havoc right in the thick of the fighting. Numerous 6th and 7th tier powerhouses had already sustained heavy injuries. Upon seeing these 4 beasts, Xian felt his entire body go cold. This is the 4th zone for you. This is downright terrifying. All 4 of them are golden tigers. You must know that among rank beasts, they rank among the top 3. The crowd stared in stunned silence at the 4 colossal beasts before them, their hearts filled with awe and dread. These 4 diamond tigers are incredibly powerful, someone gasped. And they're attacking together, another person cried out in terror. Facing these sudden, formidable foes, Xian's brow furrowed deeply. He knew full well the terrifying might of these 4 diamond tigers. Just then, another 7th tier expert was instantly slain under the diamond tiger's ferocious assault. A deathly silence fell over the scene as everyone was stunned by the bloody spectacle. Yet, Su Jingyang moved at that very moment. His figure darted toward the golden tigers like a ghostly apparition. His weapon flashed with a cold gleam, each swing generating a sharp gust of wind. Uncle Xian, prepare to harvest their beast cores. Su Jingyang's voice echoed through the air, calm and confident. This time, I won't drag these beasts away. This time, I'll slaughter them all, not a single one will be spared. His words carried a resolute and ruthless edge. Xian's heart skipped a beat at Su Jingyang's words. He had never seen Su Jingyang so utterly resolute before. Clearly, this battle would be exceptionally brutal. In an instant, Su Jingyang unleashed his formidable psychic energy without hesitation. Like surging waves, it poured ceaselessly into the Xianyan mother and child swords. In that instant, the mother and child swords seemed to come alive, trembling slightly before shooting from Su Jingyang's hands like arrows released from a bowstring. They raced toward the largest Vajra tiger at astonishing speed. This Vajra tiger was colossal, resembling a moving mountain. Its entire body was encased in an unknown metal, a dark gray alloy that appeared incredibly hard, seemingly capable of withstanding any assault. At this moment, the golden tiger stood tens of meters tall, its metallic shell giving off an overwhelmingly heavy presence estimated to weigh at least 200 or 300 tons. Yet, facing this colossal beast, the speed of the mother and child swords did not waver in the slightest. In midair, they swiftly merged into one, streaking across the night sky like a bolt of lightning. With lightning-fast speed, they plunged straight toward the diamond tiger's body. The speed was so immense it defied the naked eye, only a blurred flash of light could be glimpsed. The mother and child swords struck straight toward the diamond tiger's incredibly hard metal skull. Crack! The entire head of the diamond tiger split cleanly in two, like a watermelon being sliced open. As the skull split open, blood gushed forth like a fountain, spraying everywhere like a bloody curtain of rain. A single strike had disposed of one diamond tiger, yet 3 more of these ferocious beasts remained on the battlefield. The mother and child swords spun back into Su Jingyang's grasp. He calmly wiped the blood from the blade, his expression unchanged. It seemed as though everything unfolded precisely as he intended. Xin was utterly stunned by the scene before him. His mouth hung open, eyes wide as saucers, his entire being in a state of utter bewilderment, unable to believe what he was witnessing. What? That was a top-tier A-rank Vajra tiger. You just took it down that easily? Xian's voice brimmed with disbelief and shock. At that moment, several other 6th and 7th tier experts on the battlefield were also drawn to this astonishing spectacle. Unconsciously, their gazes converged on Su Jingyang. Stunned expressions spread across their faces as their throats involuntarily rolled, struggling to swallow their saliva. As they watched Su Jingyang, their bodies began to tremble uncontrollably. As if he were a demon from hell, sending chills down their spines. What kind of sword is that? Its speed is beyond belief. Good heavens, this is too incredible. Who on earth is this man? The crowd murmured in astonishment, stunned by this sudden spectacle. Suddenly, someone seemed to remember something and shouted, "Wait! I think I recognize him. This guy is Su Jingyang, the top scorer in the college entrance exam." His voice drew the attention of those around him, and everyone began recalling various stories about Su Jingyang. Yes, it's him. His psychic power is unbelievably strong, it's crazy. That was the biggest golden tiger we couldn't take down after fighting it for ages. Who'd have thought he could dispatch it so easily in just a few seconds? Everyone was stunned by Su Jingyang's power. Someone remarked, has his strength reached such terrifying levels now? This is too frightening. He's so much stronger than he was during the national college entrance exams. Yeah, I saw his videos back then too. He was already incredibly strong, but the gap compared to now is just staggering. The crowd was utterly astonished. At that moment, who could have imagined? This guy is terrifying. His psychic power must be among the top in the country. And this is only his 6th tier level. When he reaches the 8th, 9th, or even 10th tier, I can't even fathom how powerful he'll become. Chapter 126, 300 million in hand. Aiming for 2 billion. Amidst their astonishment, Su Jingyang struck again. After the alphabet sword took down the largest golden tiger, it split apart. He silently mused that the remaining 3 diamond tigers didn't seem as formidable as the previous one. Perhaps he wouldn't need to merge his power to deal with them this time. To eliminate them more swiftly, he resolved to harness his formidable psychic power. Directing the remaining pair of mother-child swords, he sent them hurtling toward the remaining beasts. The twin swords streaked through the air like lightning, reaching their targets in an instant. The larger of the 2 swords charged straight toward a male golden tiger. Having already been defeated by these flying blades, the remaining 3 golden tigers were clearly wary of them. Spotting the larger sword streaking toward it like a meteor, the male Kong tiger instantly raised its sharp claw, attempting to intercept the flying blade. Yet, all this proved futile. Despite the Kong tiger's remarkably swift reflexes, under Su Jingyang's powerful mental control, the flying sword's speed and agility were beyond imagination. It effortlessly evaded the tiger's claws, streaking past like lightning to strike the beast's body with pinpoint accuracy. The tiger tried to twist away, but the mother-son sword struck again without mercy, severing its head clean off. The Vajra tiger collapsed instantly. Boom! In an instant, it was down for the count. How terrifying. It's already finished? This is simply unbelievable. The young man stood there, his face frozen in shock. He was already a prodigy among prodigies, a true genius. Yet compared to this man, he felt utterly inadequate. What the hell is going on? This guy. The other young man gaped in disbelief. After all, he had once been top student in the school, yet the gap between him and this national college entrance exam champion was vast. Of course, it was inevitable after all, he hadn't failed. Good heavens, if only I had that kind of power, money would pour in like rain. His psychic abilities are practically a money-making machine. That flying sword, moving at several times the speed of sound, took him out instantly. Everyone present was utterly speechless, their astonishment reaching its peak. Such power was truly terrifying. Truly terrifying, utterly terrifying. When would I ever possess such power? One middle-aged man thought to himself. Xin, too, was utterly astonished. That was a flying sword traveling at 4 times the speed of sound? No wonder his reflexes and psychic power rank among the nation's elite. Even at just 6th tier. Amidst their astonishment, the smaller of the twin swords swiftly dispatched a female golden tiger. Simultaneously, the other blade finished off the last remaining golden tiger. Everyone was stunned. They'd been fighting hard for ages. This guy stepped in and took down 4 A-rank beasts in under a minute? Is this the caliber of the National College Entrance Exam champion? Well, I suppose so. He is essentially the top student after all. The top scorer every single year. That's no small feat. This kind of power reminds me of that man from years ago. Over a decade ago, he was already the top in the country. I heard he's about to break through the 10th tier and reach the War Saint level. Yeah, people like that are truly rare. Maybe one in decades. One man, already in his 50s, stroked his beard as he casually dispatched a beast, then remarked with a sigh. There's nothing to be done about it. The gap between people is just that vast. Truthfully, they were all utterly astonished. Compared to this man, their own abilities paled in comparison. Even though he was only at the 6th tier, some of them were at the 7th tier and still couldn't match Su Jingyang. At that moment, Su Jingyang finally addressed Xian, Uncle Xian, snap out of it. Hurry and retrieve the golden tiger's beast core. The most valuable part of a beast was its core. Its physical body was worth only about 10% of its total value. Therefore, his plan this time was to secure as many beast cores as possible. After all, a colossal beast like the diamond tiger was entirely metallic on the outside, weighing hundreds of tons, far too heavy to move. Just then, over 100 F-rank and E-rank minor beasts charged forward. Su Jingyang's 6 small flying swords instantly slaughtered them. He then commanded the flying swords to extract their beast cores. These beast cores weren't valuable, fetching only tens of thousands each. But over 100 of them still amounted to 10 million. The higher the beast's grade, the more valuable its core. Xian's face was already beaming with joy. This golden tiger, these 4 beast cores are worth 300 million. His smile was pure delight. The others were green with envy. Unbelievable, he's actually pulled it off. Billions just like that? This is truly monstrous. Su Jingyang smiled and said, Uncle Xian, don't worry. This time, I'll definitely bring back at least 20 billion. Instantly, Xian's eyes lit up. Excellent. After stowing away the 4 beast core pills, Xian now unleashed a killing spree. He then dealt with over 100 B-class beasts. And over 1,000 C-rank beasts. The 2 of them were absolutely on a killing spree. The demon cores they filled up instantly. You really hit the jackpot this time, kid. Uncle Xian was overjoyed. Last time he'd only made a few tens of millions, a bit too little. After all, the lion's share had gone to that brat. But this time, even if they only took their share from them all, it would be more than enough. The profits this time would be enormous. Moreover, Su Jingyang had explicitly stated they aimed for 2 billion yuan this time. Even if he only distributed it across 3 tiers, that would still amount to a solid 600 million yuan. After this mission, they could take a solid year or 2 off. 600 million would let him splurge for a long time. He could even throw money on the streets and not care. Uncle Xian mused to himself. Chapter 127, Women are just as capable as men. That was an understatement. When these men saw Su Jingyang and Xian, murderous intent erupted from their hearts like a volcano. Without hesitation, they swung their weapons wildly, unleashing a frenzied slaughter upon everything around them. The bloody scene sent chills down the spine, profoundly affecting even their own emotions. No, a 60-year-old man gritted his teeth. I only planned to make 3 million and call it quits, but now, I absolutely must reach 5 million. My daughter is about to marry, and I need to earn more for her dowry. With that, he fixed his gaze on the monstrous beast before him and drew a massive sword from his back without hesitation. The blade glinted coldly in the sunlight. The old man took a deep breath, then violently drew the entire blade from its sheath, producing a crisp metallic scraping sound. Like a raging lion, he roared and charged into the horde of beasts. His sword sliced through the air in fierce arcs, each strike carrying a deadly threat. His attacks were swift and precise, and the beasts fell one after another beneath his blade, splattering crimson blood everywhere. Meanwhile, the other young man was also affected by Su Jingyang's actions. He thought to himself, that riverside apartment costs 50 million. I have to kill more beasts to scrape together that kind of money. At this thought, his eyes grew fiercer and his weapon swung with even greater ferocity. However, the beast-tide battlefield was not a place for the faint of heart. In truth, many martial artists only visited it a handful of times in their entire lives. It was filled with endless dangers and unknowns, where the slightest misstep could cost one their life. Therefore, many would earn as much as possible within the beast-tide, purchase essential items, and then leave it behind. Given the truly extreme peril, no one could guarantee with certainty whether this surging wave of beasts would be the last. The slightest misstep could cost one their life in this life and death struggle. At that moment, the young man once again demonstrated astonishing prowess, successfully taking down 3 more B-rank beasts. The reason he could so effortlessly slay these formidable beasts was largely due to Su Jingyang's presence. With Su Jingyang present, the large beasts in the 4th zone became his targets. And the letter-inscribed sword in his hand spared none. Because of this, many chose to follow behind him, focusing solely on hunting the lower-level beasts. Although the monster pills produced by these lower-level beasts were relatively inexpensive, fetching only tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of yuan. If the quantity was substantial enough, one could earn millions or even tens of millions in a single day. For those pursuing a comfortable life and prioritizing health preservation, such income was more than sufficient to meet their needs. However, not everyone shares this mindset. Some harbor ambitions identical to Su Jingyang's. They crave amassing greater fortunes, billions or more. These individuals not only seek to purchase higher-tier weapons but also crave superior gear to enhance their strength and competitiveness. Therefore, whether driven by the desire to earn money or the pursuit of superior gear, their mindset falls within the realm of normalcy. At that very moment, a startling sight appeared before everyone's eyes. A colossal spider was slowly advancing from 10 kilometers away. Even at such a distance, its colossal form was clearly visible, instantly putting everyone on high alert. What? That's a venomous 1,000-legged spider. It's an S-rank beast. Good heavens! This S-rank beast has reappeared. More gasps erupted, voices thick with fear and unease. The spider's form was monstrously large, towering dozens of meters high, its countless long legs numbering in the thousands, sending shivers down spines. Many martial artists who witnessed this scene instantly grew solemn, their brows furrowing deeply. What? It's actually an S-rank beast. Another person cried out in shock, their voice betraying unmasked terror as they involuntarily took several steps back. This beast must be carrying massive amounts of venom. Another voice chimed in anxiously, his face turning pale as his hands clenched tightly together, seemingly struggling to suppress his inner dread. It's deadly. The words struck like thunderclaps, reverberating in everyone's ears as their bodies trembled involuntarily. Every single person's eyes widened, their mouths gaping wide enough to swallow an egg, their faces frozen in utter disbelief. It's actually this creature. Thank goodness we have a big shot with us this time. One person murmured, a hint of relief in their voice. That's true, but even so, this S-rank beast is extremely deadly. Another frowned, his voice heavy with worry. Terrifying, the crowd echoed in unison, their voices thick with fear and despair. Just then, a stunningly beautiful woman wielding a long spear and clad in exquisitely crafted armor appeared before them like a bolt of lightning. Her movements were agile and swift, each step carrying an invisible aura of authority. Possessing the formidable strength of a 7th-tier cultivator, she radiated an overwhelming aura, as if she were the very ruler of this realm. Her gaze was unwavering and piercing, radiating unparalleled confidence. The spear in her hand glinted coldly in the sunlight, as if it could effortlessly tear through any foe. Her stride was light yet steady, each step seeming to tread upon the hearts of the crowd, causing their pulses to quicken involuntarily. Adorned in luxurious armor, many had entrusted their fate to this woman. Their eyes fixed on her, filled with anticipation and hope. It's the redhead. I saw her slay 2A-rank beasts. This woman is incredibly powerful. One man exclaimed excitedly, his voice tinged with awe. Damn, with her here, we can finally relax. Another sighed in relief, his face breaking into a look of profound relief. She's terrifying. What's her deal? How could she charge in alone like that? Wow. She's every bit as brave as any man. The woman dashed off like a whirlwind, her speed as swift as lightning. Chapter 128, S-Class Spider King. At this moment, everyone was utterly astonished. Wow, I have no idea what this person did to become so powerful. That speed is incredible. I wonder if she can even stand a chance against that S-Class spider. Su Jingyang, too, had spotted the woman. He shook his head, seemingly already foreseeing her fate. Xin, however, remained unfazed. This woman ranks among the top 3 experts in the neighboring city. Her strength is formidable. But this is an S-Class beast after all. Like an arrow, the woman charged toward the S-rank beast, her speed lightning fast. Her hands gripped the spear tightly, her gaze focused and resolute, as if determined to pierce the colossal beast. In an instant, her form leapt upward, graceful and elegant like a butterfly in flight. Her spear traced a dazzling arc through the air, its fierce momentum severing several thick spider legs cleanly. Yet the giant spider's legs rained down like a torrent, countless in number. They lunged at the woman with astonishing speed, like a pack of ferocious beasts. Her reflexes were lightning fast. She sidestepped one leg while simultaneously blocking another with her spear. But the sheer number of spider legs proved overwhelming, and she couldn't evade them all. A venomous stinger streaked toward her like a meteor. She tried to dodge sideways, but it still grazed her arm. Instantly, excruciating pain surged through her. Her face drained of color, and her body began to tremble uncontrollably. Despite this, the woman gritted her teeth and persevered. With her last ounce of strength, she swung the spear like a spinning windmill, attempting to fend off the spider legs' attacks. Yet the spider legs' assault grew fiercer, and the woman's strength gradually failed her. Finally, one of the spider legs struck her body. She flew backward like a crashing heavily to the ground. With a thunderous crash, her entire body hit the ground. Bang! Then, her body was instantly pierced by numerous spider legs. It's truly terrifying. The crowd was utterly stunned. What? A 7th-tier expert taken down so quickly? Is this the terror of an S-rank giant spider? So many spider legs, utterly terrifying. Oh my god. What are we supposed to do now? At that moment, many eyes in the crowd had already turned towards Su Jingyang. They all understood clearly that all hope now seemed pinned on this man who had just finished his college entrance exams. Incredulous expressions spread across their faces. They never imagined that the formidable woman would die so easily. Su Jingyang couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. He had actually planned to make his move first, but he hadn't expected this woman to strike suddenly. Well then, since that's the case, let her test the waters first. Xin, standing nearby, also looked helpless as he remarked, this S-rank giant spider is indeed much tougher than other S-rank beasts. After all, it has over 1,000 spider legs. Su Jingyang nodded thoughtfully in agreement with Xin's assessment. Then, Su Jingyang turned to look at Xin and asked, Uncle Xin, how much is this giant spider worth? Xin hesitated slightly before answering, 300 million. Su Jingyang's eyes widened in astonishment at the figure. He never imagined this seemingly unremarkable little spider could be worth so much. A faint, cold smile touched his lips. Then, he channeled a massive surge of psychic energy directly into it. In an instant, a pair of mother and child swords shot from his hands, hurtling toward the giant spider at an extreme speed starting at 4 times the speed of sound. The two flying swords instantly merged into one, stabbing toward the spider's body. They severed hundreds of its spider legs in one blow, causing the creature to spew venom wildly in agony. Terrifying. Su Jingyang has made his move. Over 100 spider legs, and he severed them all so effortlessly? A gasp erupted from the crowd, as if they couldn't believe their eyes. All eyes were drawn to the scene, faces frozen in shock, mouths gaping wide open. Terrifying, someone murmured, their voice thick with dread and disbelief. Is this Su Jingyang's true power? Another person asked tremulously, as if already suspecting the answer yet still hoping for denial. So its true psychic power is the ultimate weapon. Someone exclaimed in sudden realization, as if grasping some profound truth. Long-range attacks? How is that even possible? Someone exclaimed in astonishment, utterly stunned by the abilities Su Jingyang had displayed. Truth lies within range? Another murmured thoughtfully, pondering the deeper meaning behind the words. So freaking awesome. Finally, a wave of admiration erupted from the crowd, showering Su Jingyang's performance with high praise. The onlookers were now utterly speechless, transfixed by the spectacle before them. They stared blankly at Su Jingyang, their hearts filled with awe and admiration. Su Jingyang's flying sword truly moved with lightning speed, so fast it blurred the eyes, creating the illusion that it might not even exist. The giant spider clearly noticed Su Jingyang's presence. It let out a furious roar and charged straight at him without hesitation, moving with the speed of a runaway truck. Despite having over 1,000 legs, even after hundreds were severed, the giant spider still possessed several hundred remaining limbs, allowing it to maintain its blistering speed. It reached a speed of 100 meters per second. Numerous martial artists were crushed to death upon impact, their bodies pierced by its venomous fangs. In the giant spider's eyes, only he existed. Chapter 129, an S-class beast? Nothing special. Like an out-of-control tank, the giant spider charged straight at him with overwhelming force. Yet, faced with such a ferocious attack, how could Su Jingyang simply sit and wait for death? His expression remained unflinching, a faint, confident smile even curling the corners of his mouth. Without hesitation, he unleashed his formidable psychic power. Like a surging torrent, it poured ceaselessly into the mysterious mother and child swords. In an instant, the mother and child swords seemed to come alive, blazing with intense light and humming with a powerful resonance. The next moment, a jaw-dropping spectacle unfolded under Su Jingyang's command. The mother and child swords split apart like lightning into two separate blades. Like two deadly scythes, the twin swords traced sharp arcs through the air, striking the giant spider with lightning speed. Clearly caught off guard by this sudden turn of events, the giant spider was struck without warning by the dual blades. A series of sharp snaps echoed as countless green droplets spattered from its body the severed spider legs. In the blink of an eye, dozens, even hundreds more legs fell like puppets whose strings had snapped. Yet the mother and child swords showed no sign of stopping. They darted through the air with ghostly agility, leaving a trail of spider legs raining down wherever they passed. These twin swords seemed born solely to sever the giant spider's legs. Each swing was precise beyond measure, wasting not a single stroke. In mere seconds, hundreds of the giant spider's densely packed legs had been severed. The spectacle was so staggering that everyone present stood frozen in disbelief, breathless. Their minds felt like 10,000 wild horses galloping through them, jaws nearly dropping at the unfathomable spectacle before their eyes. Holy, someone gasped, their face frozen in disbelief. How can this thing be so damn powerful? The crowd stared in disbelief, their eyes glued to the unfolding spectacle, as if time itself had frozen in that moment. The giant spider's legs, once densely packed, snapped off in an instant as if by magic, at least 1,000 of them. The scene was utterly shocking, almost too much to comprehend. This is just too unbelievable, someone murmured, their voice thick with shock and confusion. Throats rolled as they swallowed hard, only to realize their mouths were parched with tension. Words failed them. Terrifying. Someone finally snapped back to reality, their voice trembling slightly. That giant spider, it doesn't stand a chance against him, another echoed, fear growing in their eyes. Good heavens! Is this what happens when psychic power reaches such heights? Someone marveled, their face lit with longing. When will I ever possess such formidable psychic abilities? The group murmured among themselves, their shock surging like a raging tide. Faced with such overwhelming power, they felt utterly insignificant and powerless, as if the entire world had been turned upside down in that instant. Xin watched from the side. Though the spider still scurried rapidly, its speed had slowed considerably. It screeched incessantly, its 1,000+ legs hacked down to mere stumps by Su Jingyang's mother and child swords. They were utterly stunned, utterly speechless. Terrifying. Utterly terrifying. Perhaps this is what it means to transcend all others. No wonder he topped the national college entrance exams. The crowd marveled, their eyes fixed on him like torches, as if he held endless secrets waiting to be uncovered. Just then, the mysterious mother and child swords once again demonstrated their astonishing power. It darted through the air with blinding speed, each swing unleashing a fierce sword chi as swift and deadly as lightning. Within mere seconds, the colossal spider seemed enchanted, its thick legs vanished entirely in the blink of an eye. The scene evoked the image of a chef deftly slicing vegetables in the kitchen, except here, the vegetables were the terrifying giant spider, and the knife was the dread-inspiring mother and child sword. Strike after strike, wave after wave, spider legs rained down like hailstones. Deprived of its support, the colossal spider crashed to the ground with a dull thud. Thud. Boom. The earth seemed to tremble slightly with the thunderous roar. However, it wasn't over yet. Without hesitation, Su Jingyang struck again. The 6 small flying swords in his hand streaked across the sky like shooting stars, hurtling toward the giant spider at astonishing speed. Thwack! A crisp sound rang out as the 6 flying swords pierced the giant spider's body like 6 sharp arrows, encountering no resistance. They darted back and forth within the spider's body with lightning speed, severing its internal organs instantly wherever they passed, causing blood to spatter everywhere. This S-rank giant spider was thus defeated by Su Jingyang's relentless assault, utterly powerless to retaliate. Game over. Su Jingyang then controlled the 6 flying swords to extract its demon core. Stowed away. Only then did a smile spread across his face. 300 million in the bag. Xin swallowed hard, his hands trembling as he turned to stare at Su Jingyang. Slowly, he managed, "You little. An S-rank giant spider, and you just chopped it down like that. You've improved so much since last time." Su Jingyang's face broke into a smile, as if he'd merely slain a minor beast. It barely stirred any emotion within him. Only then did he say, "This S-rank beast? Nothing special." At that moment, everyone present was utterly stunned. Some who witnessed the scene dropped to their knees. It's truly unbelievable. When will I ever be this powerful? This is the terrifying power of psychic energy manipulating flying swords, even controlling matter itself. To him, nothing is beyond his grasp. He's practically a grand mage, remarked a young man. His mind was already reeling from the shock. Such a formidable being, yet in his eyes, he was utterly insignificant. "I almost thought I'd die here. Almost thought I'd never see my daughter again." An old man gazed at Su Jingyang, as if seeing that man from years past. The nation's foremost master. Chapter 130, The Showdown Between the New and Old Champions. After slaying the colossal spider, Su Jingyang wasted no time, swiftly continuing his slaughter of these monstrous beasts. The sheer number of beasts here was overwhelming, wave after wave, with no end in sight. His urgency to return stemmed from the fact that little medicine fairy was still waiting at home. Xin, meanwhile, was also going on a killing spree, relentlessly slaughtering B rank, C rank, and even D rank beasts. Another day passed. They had already cut down 50,000 beasts. Combined with their previous kills, they had taken down 80,000 beasts in just 2 days. Su Jingyang did the math. That should be around 18 billion now. "Uncle Xin, let's head back." Xin's body was already drenched in blood. Su Jingyang, however, was the opposite. Though he had slain more, not a single drop of blood stained his clothes. He looked exactly as he had when they arrived. His clothes remained immaculate, as if freshly laundered. "You're terrifying," Xin exclaimed. "You've slaughtered tens of thousands of beasts, yet you're spotless. You're nothing short of a monster." Over the past 2 days, Su Jingyang's performance had left Xin utterly astonished and shocked. His strength and abilities far exceeded Xin's expectations, compelling others to view him with newfound respect. Su Jingyang didn't respond much to Xin's teasing. He knew deep down that the heavy use of psychic energy had caused significant damage to his mind. Though these mental wounds wouldn't manifest immediately, their long-term accumulation could lead to unimaginable consequences. After a brief rest, the two set out together. Their figures grew distant, eventually vanishing from everyone's sight. All eyes now followed the direction of their departure, and murmurs began to spread among the crowd. "Su Jingyang's gone. There's no big shot left to hold down the fort here. Yeah, it's safer to get out of here quickly." Those who had been hesitant saw Su Jingyang's departure and resolved to follow the crowd out. Even some 7th-tier powerhouses, seeing Su Jingyang depart, felt a surge of fear. They too concluded this place was no longer safe and hurriedly made their escape. "Let's get out of here. This place is too dangerous. Without Su Jingyang, we can't handle this." The feeling of having a big shot clearing out the tough stuff up front while they took care of the minor threats from behind was quite pleasant. "That's exactly right," he mused thoughtfully. "Then let's go," another replied. "Those two really hit the jackpot this time. Must be close to 2 billion, right?" one of them marveled. Should be about that. That money was way too easy to make. I only got a measly 80 million, the other said with a hint of envy. Hope we run into him again next time. That guy's too good. Plus, teaming up with him keeps us safer. Exactly. Wonder if anyone's lying in wait here? If you spot him, text me, I'll be right over, heh. Su Jingyang overheard their conversation but paid it little mind. For him, making money was the only thing that mattered. Everything else was irrelevant. Before long, the two entered the city. Meanwhile, Lien, the very man they were discussing, had been observing everything from a distance long before. Just then, Su Jingyang managed to slay an S-rank poisonous thousand-legged spider. Witnessing this, Lien couldn't help but stare in astonishment. It was important to note that while both were S-rank demon beasts, the gap in their strength was enormous. When word spread throughout the city that Su Jingyang had not only taken down 4 A-rank golden tigers but also slain an S-rank giant spider, many were so shocked their jaws nearly dropped. Holy crap! Is this guy even human? A single person took on 4 A-rank beasts and an S-rank beast? For a moment, everyone was too stunned to speak, drawing in sharp breaths as if utterly speechless with astonishment. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. This must be what they call a genius. Lien clenched his fists tightly, inwardly marveling, this guy, he's no ordinary man. His envy was palpable, his heart consumed by a powerful emotion. He felt both envy and disbelief towards Su Jingyang's achievement. This guy, despite his extraordinary talent, how could he possibly slaughter an S-rank beast like it was nothing at just the 6th rank? It was beyond his wildest imagination. Filled with confusion and resentment, Lien strode unhesitatingly toward Su Jingyang. His eyes widened as he stared intently at Su Jingyang, the jealousy in his gaze burning like flames. You bastard, you've got some real skills. Lien's voice was as cold as ice, seemingly capable of freezing the very air around them. His finger pointed straight at Su Jingyang, his hostility unmasked. Yet beneath this surface coldness, Lien was inwardly smirking. In his view, although Su Jingyang had successfully slain an S-class beast, there remained a vast chasm between them. After all, Lien had now reached the remarkable 8th-tier realm, undoubtedly establishing himself as a true master. Moreover, he had once been the top scorer in the National College entrance exam. Therefore, in his mind, there was absolutely no way he could lose to this guy. Su Jingyang said coldly, take your hand off me, or you'll end up just like this spider. In my eyes, you're no different from it. Su Jingyang's words sent shockwaves through him. He was utterly incredulous. After all, he had lived a pampered life since childhood. Not only that, but throughout his entire life, he had been a prodigy among prodigies, a terrifyingly gifted genius. After all, the National College entrance exam champion, there's only one per year. He has lived up to expectations, achieving the rank of an 8th-stage master at such a young age. It's safe to say his strength is truly formidable. As he pondered, those words Su Jingyang had spoken to him came back to him. Good, good, good. Has anyone ever dared say that to me before, from childhood to now? You really are the first. He sneered coldly, a flash of ruthlessness darting through his eyes. He clenched his fist violently, the muscles in his arm tensing like steel. Then, with thunderous force, he unleashed a punch like a cannonball hurtling toward Su Jingyang. The punch was blindingly fast, traveling hundreds of meters per second. It sliced through the air in a sharp arc, as if tearing the very atmosphere apart. But Su Jingyang managed to dodge it entirely. The crowd froze in shock. What? An 8th-tier expert couldn't even touch him? And he's only at the 6th stage now. Is this the 6th tier who can slay S-rank beasts? He doesn't seem like your average 6th tier at all. The national top scorer from a few years ago versus this year's national top scorer, this is getting more and more interesting. Many spectators were reveling in the spectacle, relishing the drama. Besides, the spectacle was undeniably sensational. Some martial artists had already begun filming from a distance. This is fascinating. If it hits the internet, it'll definitely stir up quite a storm. A clash between the old guard and the new, this topic is off the charts. Lien stared at the figure before him, his eyes filled with utter disbelief. He never imagined this guy would be so much stronger than he'd anticipated. His punch was dodged with ease. Su Jingyang flickered like a ghostly apparition, effortlessly evading Lien's strike. His movements were swift and agile, as if dancing through the air. Lien's fist struck empty air, leaving only a gust of wind that ruffled his hair. A faint smile touched Su Jingyang's lips, his eyes gleaming with confidence. He leapt lightly, his feet leaving the ground as his body spun once in midair before landing steadily. His movements flowed with effortless grace, not a hint of hesitation, as if he had rehearsed this sequence countless times. Lien stared wide-eyed at Su Jingyang, his mind filled with shock. He couldn't believe that a 6th-tier martial artist could evade his attack with such effortless ease. A wave of intense frustration surged within him, accompanied by a deep sense of apprehension toward Su Jingyang's prowess. Well, I wasn't giving it my all, Lien mused inwardly, fully aware that he hadn't unleashed his full potential just now. Plus, he's no pushover. He silently acknowledged in his mind that the opponent's strength was not to be underestimated. With this realization, Lien understood. He withdrew his hand, a surge of confidence and pride welling up within him. He would challenge the opponent and reveal his true strength. Chapter 131, Did Little Healer return to the game world? Lien fixed his gaze firmly on the other, his voice tinged with arrogance as he declared, 3 days from now, at the sports center. Dare you accept the challenge? The stakes? The S-rank beast pill belonging to our respective S-rank beasts. His voice carried an air of determination and confidence, as if victory were already assured. As he spoke, Lien dug forcefully into the ground, pulling the beast pill from beneath his feet. Clutching it tightly, he felt the immense power within and secretly gloated. Su Jingyang gazed at the beast pill in his opponent's hand, his heart surging with delight. He had been worried about falling short of 20 billion, but with this addition, he could finally reach the target. A sly gleam flashed in Lien's eyes as he seemed to be plotting something. His challenge letter instantly sent the anticipation levels of everyone present through the roof. Whispers spread through the crowd, filled with anticipation for the upcoming showdown. This is going to be interesting. The 2 national college entrance exam champions are about to face off. And the stakes are still S-grade beast pills. This is going to be a real spectacle. I wonder if Su Jingyang will accept. Given his temperament, he probably will, right? Sure enough, Su Jingyang replied casually, if someone's willing to give me a few $100 million, why would I refuse? His tone was calm, as if this duel were nothing more than a minor matter to him. See you in 3 days. Su Jingyang declared coolly. With that, he turned and walked away, leaving only a solitary, proud silhouette behind. Lien watched Su Jingyang's departing figure, a flicker of surprise rising in his heart. He had always considered himself arrogant enough, yet Su Jingyang surpassed him in that regard. He silently vowed to himself that he would defeat Su Jingyang in the showdown 3 days hence, proving his own prowess. He was so furious he couldn't even find words. Gritting his teeth, he spat, is he the one at the 8th rank, or am I? Lien was utterly furious. He was going back to train intensely, determined to crush this guy under his feet. But Su Jingyang had already left by then. Xin remarked to Su Jingyang, you seem pretty confident facing off against this Lien. He had clearly seen how effortlessly Su Jingyang dodged the opponent's punch. So he found it somewhat unbelievable. Su Jingyang nodded before replying, even though he's at the 8th tier now, I'm not afraid of him. My reflexes and psychic abilities are formidable. Of course, his strength and speed are far superior to mine. But if he breaks through to the 9th tier, then I truly won't be able to defeat him. He stated this matter-of-factly. The two headed to the black market. Aside from the demon core of the S-rank giant spider, which they kept as a wager, they sold everything else. Reaping 15 billion credits. They split the proceeds 30-70. Su Jingyang took about 10 billion. Now, a cold 11 billion sat in his account. Xin was naturally delighted. Since teaming up with you, my income has skyrocketed. With Su Jingyang's backing, even a 30-70 split yielded far more than he could have earned on his own. Su Jingyang smiled. In 3 days, we'll win back that guy's stuff too. He was utterly confident it would be no problem. After bidding farewell to Xin, Su Jingyang's phone rang. It was Director Lin from Capital University. Director Lin. Su Jingyang greeted politely. Lin Shui smiled and said, Jingyang, in a month, the university plans to offer you a major perk. Are you interested? Su Jingyang replied, oh? What kind of opportunity? Lin Shui then explained, here's the thing. In a month, there will be an exchange event with a globally renowned university. Elite students from around the world will gather for an exchange program. The university wants you to participate. Are you interested? Hearing it involved elite martial artists from around the world, Su Jingyang was naturally quite interested. He slowly replied, of course I'm interested. In a month, right? No problem. A weight lifted from Lin Shui's heart. She patted her chest lightly, having feared Su Jingyang might refuse. She hadn't expected him to agree so readily. Great, it's settled then. After hanging up, he quickly stood up, tucked his phone into his pocket, and strode purposefully toward home. When he returned home, he pushed open the door and scanned the room, only to find it completely empty. All that remained was a half-eaten lunchbox, with chopsticks lying on the floor. He hurried over to the box, bent down to pick up the chopsticks, then touched the container, feeling its lingering warmth. Looks like Little Healer has returned to the game world? His brow furrowed slightly, a hint of curiosity flickering in his eyes. To confirm her safety, he opened the life simulation game without hesitation, his fingers swiping swiftly across the screen. Sure enough, she was already logged into the game. A relieved smile spread across Su Jingyang's face as his tense nerves relaxed. He then opened Virtual Girlfriend, still secretly relieved about the earlier incident. However, when he saw Yi Qingwan presiding over court, a complex wave of emotion surged within him. He stared at the Empress on the screen, dressed in imperial robes and seated majestically in the courtroom, marveling at how she had changed. The Yi Qingwan of the past had been so gentle and adorable, yet now she had become so dignified and solemn. He pondered silently. Watching the Empress preside over court, Su Jingyang couldn't help but feel a tinge of awe. Her gaze was firm and sharp, as if she could see through everything. He couldn't help but wonder where this nation would head under her rule. At the same time, a spark of curiosity ignited within him. He wondered how the Empress would handle the various challenges and issues that arose in the court. He looked forward to witnessing her wisdom and talent as she guided the nation toward technological advancement. He wondered when she would arrive. Just then, the space twisted once more. She, who had been in the imperial court wearing the dragon robe with majestic authority, froze upon seeing Su Jingyang. Then, she blushed shyly, looking like a little girl. Brother. Chapter 132, Yi Qingwan returns. Su Jingyang had not anticipated Yi Qingwan appearing before him so swiftly. He smiled, watching her with keen interest. After a moment, he spoke slowly. How unexpected. You departed so swiftly, only to return with such lightning speed. Yi Qingwan glanced down at the dragon robe draped over her shoulders, a blush of embarrassment spreading across her cheeks. She replied softly, I hadn't anticipated it myself. My departure was so abrupt, and my arrival here is just as sudden. When Yi Qingwan's gaze met Su Jingyang's, the stern expression she always wore in court vanished without a trace. In its place was a smile as gentle as flowing water. Her eyes danced with 1,000 unspoken words, yet she held back, silently conveying an indescribable emotion to Su Jingyang. Finally, she murmured softly, but seeing you, brother, fills my heart with joy. He. With that, her face blossomed into a radiant smile, like a flower in full bloom. Su Jingyang looked at her with equal tenderness before saying, by the way, Beijing University sent an email. It should be your acceptance letter. You might want to take a look. Yi Qingwan nodded lightly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. She rose lightly, walked to the computer, and sat down gracefully. Her slender fingers danced across the keyboard as she swiftly logged into her email. When she spotted the email from the capital, a flicker of delight crossed her eyes. She eagerly opened the email, reading every word carefully, as if savoring a precious gift. Then, Su Jingyang murmured softly, so we'll be attending the same university. Hearing this, Yi Qingwan felt joy surge through her like a tidal wave. Her eyes curved into crescent moons, and a blissful smile lifted the corners of her mouth. Only then did Yi Qingwan realize she was feeling a bit hungry. She stood up, stretched lazily, and moved her body. Then, with light steps, she headed toward the kitchen, tied on an apron, and began preparing dinner. At Su Jingyang's place, Yi Qingwan shed all traces of her imperial majesty, instead resembling a sweet, charming girl next door. Su Jingyang finally spoke up, alright, there are still some ingredients in the fridge. I'll go get them and cook something. It'll be a good chance for you to try my cooking. Yi Qingwan's face lit up with delight at the prospect of seeing Su Jingyang's culinary skills. Yay! You're so kind, brother. Su Jingyang then retrieved some ingredients from the refrigerator and began preparing the meal. The fridge wasn't well stocked, just some pork and a fish. I'll make braised pork belly. Su Jingyang murmured softly. He was quite confident in this dish, it was his specialty. With practiced ease, he cut the pork into chunks and swiftly tossed them into the pot to blanch. After blanching, he scooped the pork out and immediately tossed it back into the pot, stir-frying it with practiced ease. He let the pork render its fat in the pot before carefully scooping it out. Next, he added some rock sugar, slowly caramelizing it before returning the pork to the wok to continue stir-frying. He then added light soy sauce and dark soy sauce, coating the pork evenly. Once the pork was glazed, he added an appropriate amount of water, oyster sauce, chicken bouillon, and scallions and ginger to the wok. Then, he stood quietly by the wok, carefully observing the changes within, waiting for time to pass. Yi Qingwan stood nearby, her face radiant with happiness, constantly cheering Su Jingyang on. I never knew my brother was such a skilled cook. Her gaze remained fixed on Su Jingyang, her eyes brimming with admiration and affection. Her eyes followed his every movement, as if watching a captivating performance. Meanwhile, Su Jingyang retrieved another fish, his movements smooth and graceful. First, he slit open the belly with his knife, the blade gliding lightly over the fish's body. After removing the innards, he meticulously cleaned the fish, gently rubbing it with his fingers to ensure every part was spotless. Next, he made several precise cuts along the fish's body, each stroke perfectly measured, as if carving intricate patterns into its flesh. Sprinkling salt and cooking wine over it, he gently turned the fish to allow the seasonings to permeate evenly into every slice of flesh. Steaming was undoubtedly the best way to prepare these sea fish, preserving their freshness to the fullest. So he began preparing it. After a brief initial handling, he carefully placed the fish into a marinade made with cooking wine, salt, light soy sauce, scallions, and ginger. He gently swirled the pot, allowing the fish to fully absorb the flavors of the marinade. Finally, he placed the fish in another pot for steaming, covering it with a lid as if creating a cozy nest for the fish. After a long while, 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable were served. The two sat facing each other. The braised pork was truly a feast for the senses, aromatic with a hint of sweetness, rich yet not greasy, perfectly delicious. Yi Qingwan's eyes lit up instantly before she exclaimed, "This braised pork is absolutely amazing. Even the imperial kitchen chefs can't make it as delicious as yours." She eagerly picked up a piece, placed it in her mouth, and chewed slowly, her face lighting up with satisfaction. Watching her eat, Su Jingyang felt a surge of joy. He smiled, a hint of shyness flickering in his eyes. He thought to himself, how could this braised pork not be delicious? He'd gone out of his way to learn how to make it. Only then did Su Jingyang speak. In 3 days, I will compete against the National College Entrance Exam champion from 3 years ago. His voice was calm and resolute. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingwan froze before responding. That guy must be out of his mind. He's no match for you. In Yi Qingwan's eyes, no one could match Su Jingyang. Not to mention, his own prowess was already peerless like a tiger descending the mountain. His might reverberated far and wide. Su Jingyang gave a slight nod before his voice turned grave. His strength is indeed formidable. But if he dares to provoke me, he's courting death. His gaze was as cold as ice, seemingly capable of freezing the entire world. Excellent. Before competing against foreign elites, sparring with this man first would be most delightful. With this thought, Su Jingyang leisurely picked up a piece of fish and placed it in his mouth. After finishing his meal, he wasted no time resuming his cultivation of psychic energy. Since his last breakthrough, this psychic power had lain dormant like a sealed beast, struggling to break free from its shackles. Yet he was determined to defy the heavens, attempting to shatter these chains once more within these few short days. He closed his eyes tightly, meditating with the stillness of an old monk in deep contemplation. The 6 small flying swords and the pair of mother and child swords, like awakened spirits, began to tremble violently in sync with his meditation. Their tremors grew as fierce as a sudden storm, their speed as swift as lightning. In an instant, he felt his power erupt like a volcano, surging forth with unprecedented intensity. Chapter 133, Breaking Through to the 7th Tier. Su Jingyang was utterly astonished, his body trembling slightly as his eyes widened in disbelief. He never imagined he would break through again so quickly. He had leaped directly from the 6th tier to the 7th. At that moment, Yi Qingwan, who had been playing a 4399 minigame, turned her head to look at Su Jingyang. Only then did she utter in disbelief, "Brother, you've broken through. Your strength is expanding so rapidly." Her voice carried a hint of astonishment as her hands clenched unconsciously, her eyes sparkling with disbelief. "You're growing stronger and stronger." Her face was frozen in disbelief, her mouth slightly agape. She seemed to want to say something, but the scene before her left her speechless. Her eyes darted around as if processing something, though she was already utterly astonished. She swallowed hard, her throat making a soft gulp sound. Su Jingyang opened his eyes, his gaze flashing with confidence. He drew a deep breath before speaking slowly. "Yes, I've broken through again. Is this the power of the 7th tier? One punch could shatter the heavens and destroy the earth." His fist clenched involuntarily as a powerful force surged within him, ready to erupt at any moment. Originally, he had only been 60% certain of defeating this Li. Now, he was brimming with confidence, certain he had a solid 80% chance. Taking him down? 7th tier was more than enough. His reaction speed was lightning fast. He reacted in an instant, his psychic powers overwhelmingly potent, as if able to see through everything. He nodded, then adjusted his mental energy. Su Jingyang noticed that this time, his psychic power felt much smoother. With a slight twitch of his fingers, the surrounding air seemed to warp under the influence of his psychic force. This is the comprehensive enhancement after breaking through to the 7th tier. Su Jingyang thought to himself. Then, he channeled a massive surge of psychic energy into a pair of mother and child swords. In an instant, he felt as though he and the swords had become one. This feeling is absolutely incredible. He drew a deep breath, the shock within him growing so intense it threatened to burst from his chest. Su Jingyang's eyes widened as he stared intently at the pair of swords, his gaze flickering with disbelief. "They're incredibly powerful," he murmured, his voice trembling slightly. Then, with a sudden, furious swing of his arm, as if summoning every ounce of strength within him, he hurled the pile of letter swords violently out the window. In an instant, the letters shot out like arrows released from a bowstring, their speed dizzying to behold. Su Jingyang's body leaned forward involuntarily, craving a closer glimpse of that astonishing velocity. His eyes remained fixed, unblinking, as he stared intently at the streaking letters, trying to catch every detail. Yet everything blurred into indistinctness, as if time itself had frozen in that moment. His heartbeat accelerated wildly, as if it might leap from his throat. "This seems even faster than I imagined." Su Jingyang marveled silently, his face etched with astonishment. His hands clenched into fists, his fingernails digging deep into his palms without him even noticing. His breathing grew ragged, struggling to keep pace with the relentless rhythm. Too fast. Extremely fast. This was an unprecedented speed. Could it possibly be faster? Su Jingyang wondered silently, gripping the flying sword in his hand even tighter. His fingers pressed down slightly, as if forging a deeper connection with the blade. Then, he drew a deep breath and channeled a steady stream of spiritual energy into the sword. As if sensing his intent, the flying sword emitted a buzzing hum, its speed suddenly accelerating. Its speed surged directly to 7 times the speed of sound. Su Jingyang's body was buffeted by powerful air currents, his hair flying wildly, his robes flapping in the wind. His legs clamped tightly around the sword as he struggled to maintain his balance. His gaze was unwavering and focused, fixed intently ahead as if locked in fierce combat with the boundless void. soaring directly through the sky at such blinding speed that his own eyes blurred. Yet within his mind, he could distinctly sense the flying sword's velocity and trajectory. His consciousness merged with the flying sword, allowing him to perceive every subtle movement with crystal clarity. Though his eyes struggled to see, his mind perceived everything perfectly. Previously, when breaking through to the 6th tier, the speed had already felt strained at the 4th tier. Now it had surged directly to 7 times the speed of sound. Moreover, he sensed that pushing further shouldn't pose too much of a problem. A surge of ambition welled up within Su Jingyang. He believed his true potential remained largely untapped. He continued channeling his spiritual energy, driving the flying sword's speed ever higher as he advanced toward greater realms. At that moment, Yi Qingwan glided lightly to the window. Tilting her head slightly, she watched the flying sword darting back and forth outside, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Her fingers unconsciously brushed the windowsill, as if seeking to feel the wind left by the sword's swift passage. Su Jingyang gave a slight nod before speaking with steady composure. It is fast indeed. And I estimate it could reach 8 times the speed of sound. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he unhesitatingly accelerated the sword to 8 times the speed of sound. His hands swiftly formed seals as he chanted incantations. The flying swords, as if receiving some command, shot forward like lightning in an instant. The pair of letter swords streaked across the sky like a meteor, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. Indeed, the speed was breathtaking. I knew it. Brother's flying sword has grown even faster. Yi Qingwan gaped in astonishment, her eyes wide with disbelief. She never imagined a flying sword could be this fast, so swift it seemed like a dream. Her body leaned forward slightly, as if she wanted to observe the flying sword's speed up close. Su Jingyang then gave a light flick of his wrist, and the flying sword, like an obedient child, swiftly returned to his hand. His breathing was slightly labored, and beads of sweat had formed on his forehead. Clearly, the acceleration had taken a considerable toll on him. It seems 8 times the speed of sound is truly the limit for now. Su Jingyang said wearily, a hint of resignation in his voice. You're already amazing, brother. Yi Qingwan hurriedly offered comfort, her eyes brimming with admiration and praise. Chapter 134, Yi Qingwan's Attempt. At that moment, Su Jingyang slowly sheathed the sword with graceful, fluid movements, as if the blade were an extension of his own body. Yi Qingwan had been watching his every move. When she saw him sheath the sword, she could no longer contain her curiosity and asked, "Brother, where did you get that sword? I've never seen you use it before." Su Jingyang smiled gently, meeting her inquisitive gaze with patience as he explained, "This sword, you see, is actually a pair of mother and child swords." Yi Qingwan's eyes lit up at this. She examined the sword closely and indeed discovered 2 letters engraved on the hilt. Seeing her reaction, Su Jingyang nodded and continued, "You're right. I bought this sword just a few days after you left." He paused briefly before adding, "This sword is no ordinary weapon. It can be controlled through mental force. In other words, as long as you focus your mind, you can command its movements at will." Yi Qingwan gasped in awe. "Wow, that's incredible. No wonder I sensed something extraordinary about this sword." Her gaze fell once more upon the pair of swords, a hint of longing flickering in her eyes as she cautiously inquired, "Brother, may I try controlling this sword with my mental energy?" Su Jingyang gave a slight nod of consent. At that moment, Yi Qingwan gathered her mental energy, attempting to control the pair of swords. However, she soon shook her head helplessly and sighed, "This psychic power is incredibly strong." She continued, "I can barely manage it. As expected, my psychic power is still too weak." Hearing Yi Qingwan's words, a weight lifted from Su Jingyang's heart. Previously, he had been defeated by Yi Qingwan, but now he realized he held the advantage in psychic power. Clearly, this mental force was a realm unfamiliar to Yi Qingwan. If one's mental power isn't strong enough, they naturally won't be able to wield this pair of mother and child swords worth 100 million. With that thought, Su Jingyang casually drew the 6 small flying swords from his robe and smiled at Yi Qingwan. "In that case, why not try these 6 small flying swords? The mental energy required to control them won't be too much," Yi Qingwan murmured softly, as if speaking to herself. Then, she drew a deep breath and slowly released her mental energy like a trickling stream. This force enveloped the 6 flying swords like a layer of sheer gauze. Guided by her intent, the flying swords trembled slightly before rising into the air as if imbued with life. Seeing this, Yi Qingwan's heart leapt with joy. She concentrated further, attempting to guide the flying swords forward. However, despite exerting every ounce of her strength, their speed remained astonishingly slow, barely advancing 100 meters per second. Compared to Su Jingyang's current 8 times supersonic speed, it was like night and day. Reflecting on this, Su Jingyang couldn't help but remark, "It seems mental projection isn't your forte. Your strength and speed are what truly inspire awe." Yi Qingwan smiled faintly and replied, "Perhaps it's because I've been through countless life and death trials on the battlefield, forging such formidable strength and speed." Indeed, as a former female general, the battles and hardships she endured were unimaginable to ordinary people. These experiences not only forged her indomitable character but also endowed her with extraordinary gifts in strength and speed. Thinking of this, Su Jingyang felt a new wave of admiration for Yi Qingwan. He nodded with a smile, then stored the pair of mother and child swords and the 6 small flying swords into his storage space. And at that very moment, Su Jingyang's act of flying the mother and child swords within the city was quickly captured on video again. Netizen ID, what's going on? Look, that pair of mother and child swords is flying again. And this time, it's even faster than before. What on earth is going on? It was this sword before, and it's this sword now. And its speed is even faster, exceeding 4 times the speed of sound. His mind was filled with shock and confusion. The sword's speed far exceeded anything he could have imagined. He couldn't help but wonder who the owner of this sword could be, possessing such terrifying power. Netizen ID, Dapingfi, holy crap, it really is that pair of mother-son swords again? This is insane. Could it be that ninja guy? Whenever I hear about flying swords now, I can only think of him. His psychic power is just too terrifying. He was utterly astonished. At that moment, everyone was swallowing hard, utterly speechless. They scrutinized the footage, having analyzed it hundreds of times over. Their hearts were filled with awe and wonder. The sword's speed and power were beyond belief. They began pondering how such power could be cultivated, wondering if they themselves had any chance of reaching such heights. I estimate that speed must be 8 or 9 times the speed of sound. Yeah, it's faster than before. Some silently marveled, while others felt a twinge of inadequacy about their own abilities. Holy crap! At neighbor Wang, check this out, that sword's lightning fast. Another netizen was utterly captivated by the sword's velocity, his heart brimming with envy and longing for such a formidable weapon of his own. Just what kind of monster is wielding this pair of mother and child swords? By now, this netizen was practically drooling at the screen, speechless. His mind was filled with curiosity and confusion, his imagination running wild with speculation about this mysterious wielder. Yeah, I'm super curious too. Nothing this incredible existed before. A young woman watched the video, lost in thought. Her heart brimmed with longing and anticipation, wishing she could become that controller herself, possessing such formidable power. Is this level of power already achievable now? When will I ever become this strong? Some vowed silently to train relentlessly, enhance their abilities, and strive to reach such heights one day. Someone uploaded the video online, leaving everyone utterly stunned. Comments poured in from countless viewers. Chapter 135, Contact with an Old Friend. Powerful, absolutely incredible, someone exclaimed in awe while slurping instant noodles. Yeah, I never imagined anyone could be this good, another chimed in. Wait a minute. I think I saw that pair of mother and child swords in the 4th sector battlefield. Could it be that national college entrance exam top scorer, Su Jingyang's? Suddenly, another person spoke up, as if remembering something. At this revelation, the group froze, their faces frozen in disbelief. What? Someone gasped. You mean these belong to that guy? Another asked, eyes wide. The national college entrance exam top scorer again, someone else murmured. Someone hurried over to investigate. Sure enough, the owner of this pair of mother and child swords was none other than that man Su Jingyang. Look, this is the footage I saw from the 4th sector battlefield. The man in this video is exactly like that, someone declared, pointing at the screen. It's definitely his pair of mother and child swords, another confirmed. They're identical to the pair of mother and child swords we just saw in the city. Everyone immediately began searching. And soon enough, they found him. It was Su Jingyang. The news exploded online once more. Holy crap! It didn't seem to happen this fast before. In just a day or two. Could it really happen this fast? After seeing the online buzz, everyone grew even more curious about this man. Soon after, Tang Yao saw the online buzz and immediately called him. You little fish, your business is blowing up online again. Be honest, are you training your flying sword in the city? They say your flying sword can now reach 8 times the speed of sound. Is that true? Tang Yao asked him directly. When Su Jingyang heard her call, he couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Well, I guess I can't hide anything from these netizens. Alright, I admit it. It was me. I never imagined I could push the speed to this level so quickly in such a short time. Tang Yao nearly choked on her own blood listening to his lament. You jerk, you're being so pretentious. Su Jingyang replied with a mix of laughter and exasperation. Isn't this worth bragging about? Tang Yao was utterly speechless. Seems like you've got the credentials to brag. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, Tang Yao pressed on. Your flying sword speed has improved so rapidly. Is there any hidden risk? Don't let it backfire later. Su Jingyang smiled confidently. Don't worry, I've got it under control. The flying sword and my mental energy are becoming more and more in sync, so the speed naturally increases. Tang Yao remained skeptical. I hope so. Don't get so caught up in boosting speed that you neglect other aspects. By the way, with so many people watching online, what are your plans? Su Jingyang pondered for a moment before replying. Let things take their natural course. I don't want to deliberately hide anything either. This might even attract like-minded people. Tang Yao shook her head helplessly. Fine, do as you see fit. But if you really stir up trouble, don't expect me to clean up your mess. Su Jingyang chuckled playfully. I know, Tang the heroine is so loyal. You'd never abandon me in a pinch. They chatted idly for a few more moments before hanging up. Su Jingyang looked outside. Wonder how Lang Linglin is doing? It had been quite a while since he'd seen his good friend. Just then, Lang Linglin's call came through. The voice on the other end, much like her name, carried a hint of chill. Even though she had initiated the call, her voice held not a shred of warmth, still as icy as ever. After a moment, she finally spoke slowly. I heard you made the news again? Her pace was neither hurried nor slow, as if each word had been carefully weighed. This unhurried manner of speaking was clearly a habit cultivated since childhood. True to her upbringing in a prominent family, every gesture radiated an air of grace and composure. The moment Lang Linglin finished speaking, Su Jingyang's voice came through the phone. Sure enough, you found out. I really did want to be more careful. But I wanted to test just how far my psychic powers could take me, so I couldn't resist zipping around the city at high speed. Su Jingyang murmured with a faint smile, I really don't want to draw too much attention online, but sometimes I have no choice. After all, I need to understand just how fast my psychic power can propel this flying sword, so testing it was unavoidable. He paused briefly before adding, otherwise, there really was no other way to test it. Just then, Su Jingyang seemed to recall something. He nodded slightly and asked, you didn't call just for this, did you? She fell silent for a moment on the other end, seemingly pondering her response. After a moment, her voice came through again. I knew I couldn't hide it from you. I already know about your match against the National College Entrance Exam champion from 3 years ago in 3 days. Aren't you planning to bring us along to watch? Su Jingyang was taken aback by her words. He never imagined word would reach her ears so quickly. Su Jingyang was momentarily speechless, inwardly marveling. The resources at her family's disposal were indeed far more formidable and terrifying than he had imagined. Otherwise, there was no way she could have known about his duel with that guy Lien. He hadn't intended for his old friends to find out, but since it had come to this, it didn't matter anymore. He replied indifferently. Fine. Since that's the case, let them all come over. I'll give that arrogant bastard a proper lesson. How did you find out? Su Jingyang's mind was filled with confusion, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. Only then did he slowly ask. Could it be that you and Lien are related? He speculated inwardly, searching for an answer. Lang Linglin couldn't help but laugh bitterly. She shook her head before saying, my family has some connections in this city, after all. A match between the national top scorer from 3 years ago and this year's top scorer. How could my family not know about it? A hint of pride welled up inside her, a quiet satisfaction at her family's well-connected network. Su Jingyang nodded in agreement before saying, very well. A hint of resignation flickered in his eyes, yet anticipation for the upcoming contest burned brightly within him. Since you know. Just tell them to watch me tear him apart when the time comes, okay? Su Jingyang's tone carried confidence. He firmly believed in his own strength and was brimming with assurance about the upcoming contest. Only then did Lang Linglin speak up, are you truly confident? His cultivation is already at the 8th tier, and rumors say he'll break through to the 9th tier soon. She couldn't help but worry for Su Jingyang. After all, an 8th tier cultivator was exceptionally powerful, and though Su Jingyang had made rapid progress, he was still only at the 7th tier. She couldn't help but worry about this man. After all, she deeply hoped this man wouldn't get hurt. Concern and worry flickered in her eyes. Only then did Su Jingyang speak calmly, I've already broken through to the 7th tier. To me, the 8th tier is formidable, but it's nothing special. His heart brimmed with unwavering resolve and self-assurance, possessing a clear understanding of his own capabilities. Chapter 136, Lien breaks through to the 9th tier? The moment those words left his mouth, Lang Linglin was utterly stunned. She genuinely hadn't expected that this guy, who had only broken through to the 6th tier a few days ago, had now already reached the 7th tier? A surge of admiration welled up within her, mingled with genuine joy for Su Jingyang's remarkable progress. Lang Linglin took a deep breath before saying, you're advancing way too fast, you know? You're going to leave the rest of us far behind. A pang of disappointment flashed through her, but she silently resolved to push herself harder to catch up with Su Jingyang's pace. Su Jingyang remained silent. He understood that his progress came from relentless effort and struggle. He wouldn't let it breed arrogance or complacency. He knew that more challenges lay ahead. After hanging up the phone, the city lord called as well. Huang Feiping said, you youngster, did you just break through again, only days after your last breakthrough? Su Jingyang felt a surge of joy. He knew his efforts had been recognized, and he was filled with anticipation for the future. The city lord's words caught Su Jingyang off guard. After a moment, he replied. The city lord's power is truly formidable to have guessed it so instantly. He said this. Huang Feiping chuckled at this remark, your flying sword speed has increased so dramatically it'd be hard not to notice. His voice rang with genuine amusement. After all, the stronger Su Jingyang became, the more advantageous it would be for him. He silently resolved to rapidly advance his official rank in the coming years. And if Su Jingyang could break through to the 10th tier soon, he would feel even more confident. Only then did Su Jingyang explain, as you said, my current cultivation level has already reached the 7th tier. His heart brimmed with confidence, having advanced a full tier beyond the 6th stage he'd reached just days prior. He silently rejoiced that his efforts had not been in vain, while also looking forward to the future with anticipation. His definitive statement sent shockwaves through the crowd. He truly hadn't expected that it was merely his own conjecture. But now, his prediction had proven accurate. A wave of admiration welled up within him, mingled with a hint of pride over his own conjecture. He took a deep breath before speaking. It really is you after all. Truly worthy of being the top scorer in the National College Entrance Exam. By the way, you and that guy Lien, did you arrange to face off in 3 days? Su Jingyang nodded slowly. That's right. That guy's too arrogant. He doesn't take me seriously. It's time to show him what I'm made of. A determined gleam flashed in his eyes as he silently vowed to make Lien understand his true strength. He knew his reflexes and psychic abilities far surpassed Lien's. Even against an 8th tier opponent, he was utterly confident in victory. Su Jingyang's words left the other person speechless. Lord City Master, why aren't you speaking? After a long pause, Huang Feiping's voice finally reached him, tinged with surprise and concern. Then he continued, just received word that guy, the National College Entrance Exam top scorer from 3 years ago, has now directly broken through to the 9th tier. Upon hearing this, Su Jingyang's brows furrowed deeply. His hands unconsciously clenched into fists, his eyes flickering with a hint of worry. This is bad. He murmured to himself, his voice tinged with resignation. This is going to be incredibly difficult. Huang Feiping's voice was equally heavy with worry. I heard he ingested some new biotech stuff. Huang Feiping continued, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes. Someone must be sponsoring him. Su Jingyang felt a surge of anger welling up inside him, his fists clenching tighter. He knew that 9th tier strength meant the opponent's power, speed, and reaction time would be vastly enhanced. This would make the upcoming battle far more challenging. Su Jingyang took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He understood that against such a formidable opponent, retreat was not an option. He needed to train harder and elevate his own strength to stand any chance of defeating him. Silently, he turned and strode toward the training room, his steps firm and resolute. A plan had already formed in his mind. Though the odds of victory seemed slim, surrender was not in his nature. Su Jingyang said calmly, Lord City Master, rest assured. My psychic power is my ultimate technique. When I'm in control of the flying sword, defeating me while I wield it would be incredibly difficult. Even in a confined space, with the flying sword moving at 8 times the speed of sound, he'd struggle to win even at the 9th stage. Su Jingyang's words gave Huang Feiping a slight sense of reassurance. What you're saying isn't entirely without merit. Overcoming your psychic powers and flying swords is indeed a formidable challenge. If I were to face you now, I'd likely be defeated quickly. Huang Feiping's words were indeed true. As the city lord, he simply didn't have the time or energy to cultivate. And even if he did cultivate, the gap between him and a freak like Su Jingyang was simply too vast. There was simply no way around it. Because that was the reality. After hanging up the phone, Su Jingyang also fell into deep thought. He mused inwardly, that guy actually broke through to the 9th stage using technology? It was truly astonishing. Su Jingyang couldn't help but feel a pang of defeat. All his relentless efforts seemed to have been surpassed by the other's shortcut. Soon after, as if pulled by some unseen force, the showdown between the top National College Entrance Exam scorers from 3 years ago and this year quickly dispersed. Online, everyone was utterly stunned. What? 2 National College Entrance Exam champions? They're going to have a duel? Now this is getting really interesting. Things just got a whole lot more interesting. Su Jingyang's heart stirred at the buzz of discussion. He realized this contest would cause a huge stir. He began contemplating his role in this contest and how to navigate the potential challenges ahead. Simultaneously, a flicker of doubt crept into his mind. Could he truly stand toe-to-toe with his opponent? However, he quickly adjusted his mindset, telling himself not to be swayed by outside voices and to trust his own abilities. Su Jingyang was indeed exceptionally talented, but he was only at the 6th tier. But Lien is already at the 8th tier. Wait, I think I saw other streamers leak that Lien might be at stage 9. And he also deduced that Su Jingyang must have broken through stage 7. These two were terrifying geniuses. Their breakthroughs seem as effortless as drinking water. Yet unbelievably, there's a full 2 major tiers between them. That gap is simply too vast. It's like comparing heaven and earth. Especially Lien, he's a genius among geniuses. He's already reached the 9th stage. The 10th stage is practically within his grasp. Chapter 137, Dedicated Training, Pre-Competition Preparation. In the online world, this news caused a huge stir, with nearly everyone passionately discussing it. Wow, this is absolutely fascinating. A senior teaching a junior, it's classic drama, haha. I'm getting more and more excited. In just 2 days, we'll get to witness this spectacular match. I'll definitely be live streaming it for everyone to see. Yeah, I'm planning to live stream it too. After all, events like this don't come around often, and I'm genuinely fascinated by this whole thing. As for everyone else, well, who knows? Hope everyone can come show their support then. Absolutely. I'll definitely tip you then. This is going to be one of the year's biggest highlights. And that Su Jingyang is way too cocky. All we see online is his news. Now that a senior is coming to show him his place, it's so satisfying. Exactly. I think he's a genius among geniuses. After all, he was the national top scorer on the college entrance exam 3 years ago. That's an incredible achievement. And now he's become one of the country's top martial artists, a 9th-tier martial artist at that. He's a super genius. Exactly. This whole thing just keeps getting more interesting. Soon we'll get to see Su Jingyang get thoroughly beaten. That guy's tall, handsome, and the national college entrance exam top scorer. He must be incredibly arrogant. Getting thoroughly beaten now will teach him a lesson. In an instant, the internet erupted with heated discussions, a cacophony of opinions and voices filling the air. Meanwhile, at Li Xian's home, Li Xian stared at his fist. That fist, brimming with power, made him feel utterly inflated. The smirk on his face rivaled that of a war god. A faint, cold smile touched his lips, as if Su Jingyang's very existence held no significance to him. A hint of contempt tinged his voice as he spoke slowly. Now that my strength has reached the 9th tier, what capital do you have to challenge me? At this moment, his confidence was sky high, and he held his opponent in utter contempt. He believed he stood atop the pinnacle, unmatched by any. Unbelievable. This high-tech product is truly remarkable. He couldn't help but exclaim, I was stuck at the 8th tier for a full year and a half, unable to break through. Yet, after just using this high-tech product, I advanced to the 9th tier as smoothly as flowing clouds in water. His excitement grew as he spoke, his mind already racing with visions of the future. In another 2 years, if I still haven't broken through to the 10th tier, using this high-tech product again will surely guarantee success. By then, I'll undoubtedly rank among the top 10 strongest in the country. After all, the 10th tier represented the absolute pinnacle in the country, a realm attained by only a handful of individuals. As for him now, though he hadn't yet reached that height, his strength was already terrifyingly formidable. He already ranks among the foremost in the national rankings. But his goal is the 10th tier. In fact, he aims to break through the 10th tier. For while no one within the country has surpassed the 10th tier yet, such figures already exist abroad. He seeks to transcend his own limits and become the foremost practitioner within the nation. As for Su Jingyang, in his eyes, he was nothing more than a commonplace, ordinary existence. While the other did possess some skill, the gap between them was vast compared to his current level. He then opened the internet and found everyone already discussing the events of 2 days hence. Perfect. This is just what I need to show the entire internet my true strength. A surge of confidence filled his heart, as if he could already see himself dazzling everyone in the competition 2 days later, leaving them all in awe. As for Su Jingyang, he was leisurely cooking at home at that very moment. His mood was unusually light. He knew Yi Qingwan was hungry again, and he could prepare a delicious meal for her, bringing her satisfaction. After they both finished eating, Yi Qingwan pulled a pill from her black dragon robe. A hint of anticipation flickered in her eyes, as if she hoped this pill could benefit Su Jingyang. Then she said, "Brother, this is a strength enhancement pill. After taking it, it can instantly triple your strength, speed, and reaction time." Her voice carried genuine concern. She understood how significant this contest was for Su Jingyang and hoped this pill would give him an edge. "I saw online that someone wants to challenge you, right? In case of an emergency, you can take this. Its effects last only a short while, just 15 minutes, so you must act quickly after taking it." Yi Qingwan felt a twinge of anxiety. She feared Su Jingyang might face danger during the match, and this pill might offer him some extra protection. Su Jingyang examined the pill. It was black, exuding the scent of herbs. A wave of gratitude washed over him. He knew Yi Qingwan meant well, and this pill must have been hard for her to obtain. Only then did he speak, "All right, I'll take it." His voice held resolve. He was determined to make good use of this pill and not disappoint Yi Qingwan's kind intentions. "I'm so glad you accepted it, brother." Yi Qingwan's face lit up with a delighted smile. Seeing Su Jingyang accept the pill, a heavy weight lifted from her heart. She believed Su Jingyang would surely excel in the competition, and she vowed to support him all the way. Over the next 2 days, Su Jingyang devoted himself entirely to cultivation. Within his room, he relentlessly honed his mental powers. It was fair to say his mental power had advanced further than yesterday. More accurately, it had stabilized after breaking through to the 7th tier. His strength had surged dramatically, but it still required a period of transition. This transitional period represented an accelerated growth phase. Seizing this moment firmly would propel his psychic power to another extreme. And clearly, he had mastered this technique. After breaking through to the 7th tier, he rapidly concentrated time within this psychic force. Is this the power of my psychic energy after reaching the 7th tier? It's truly terrifying. He could even sense that his psychic power now ranked among the top 3 in the country. Yes, this was absolutely beyond his wildest expectations. To be precise, it surpassed everyone's expectations. Despite being only at the 7th tier, his power surpassed that of many 9th and 10th tier mental law practitioners. Perhaps this was a unique function of his cultivation. Even Yi Qingwan's mental power was quite ordinary. This was only natural. Everyone excelled at different things, and he clearly excelled at mental power. This aspect was exceptionally powerful. To be precise, both his mental power and reaction speed were exceptionally formidable. These two attributes far surpassed what was expected at his cultivation level. If one were to compare them to the reaction speed and mental discipline of a 10th tier practitioner, they would hold up perfectly well. Yi Qingwan remarked at this moment, "Brother, your mental force manipulation is becoming smoother and smoother. It's truly amazing." Her eyes sparkled with admiration as she clapped softly, applauding his progress. Su Jingyang nodded in agreement. "That's true. But we can't underestimate the opponent either. After all, they're currently 2 tiers stronger than me. We must remain extremely cautious, for its power and speed undoubtedly far surpass mine." His brow furrowed slightly, his gaze betraying a hint of caution. Yi Qingwan shook her head repeatedly. "Brother, you've been so kind to me. What's one pill compared to that?" Her hand waved lightly, as if to downplay the pill's significance. Su Jingyang said nothing more. He walked silently to the bedside, sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began his cultivation. His breathing grew steady and deep, as if merging with the world around him. For 3 days, neither he nor Yi Qingwan left the room. They sat motionless in their respective spots, still as 2 statues. Only occasional subtle movements adjusting their posture or circulating their cultivation techniques revealed their relentless efforts to refine their skills and enhance their strength. Chapter 138, The Feverish Scene. Meanwhile, online, the buzz surrounding this event had already reached a fever pitch. Everyone was passionately discussing the upcoming duel between the two. Tomorrow is their match. Which of these 2 national college entrance exam champions will emerge victorious? Who will be the ultimate winner? This is getting more and more exciting. I'll definitely be streaming tomorrow. Everyone, please tune in. Gifts would be appreciated. After all, traveling there costs a pretty penny. After all, the city is surrounded by beasts. Things are very different between cities. One blogger named Lan Zhunfei remarked. This blogger was primarily a travel content creator, yet he remained keenly interested in such trending topics. It felt like a battlefield report. "Don't worry, we'll definitely be there to support you. Just focus on your livestream. We're really looking forward to tomorrow." One netizen commented. "Yeah, who could have imagined this? My popcorn's already ready. Tomorrow we'll see how these 2 go at it. Will it be a dead heat? Or a one-sided slaughter?" One netizen remarked. "I'm so nervous I couldn't sleep all night. I'm just waiting for tomorrow's match to see which of these 2 geniuses will come out on top. Of course, Lien definitely has a higher chance of winning. After all, his cultivation level is a full 2 minor realms higher," another netizen chimed in. "Well, not really. Sure, Su Jingyang has some skills, but that's about it. His opponent is his senior, after all also a national college entrance exam champion." The next morning, Su Jingyang. He rose early and was now meditating. His mind was intensely focused. By 8 o'clock in the morning, the city lord's car had already arrived. He received a call. "Come down. I'm here to pick you up," Wang Feiping said calmly. At that very moment, bloggers began arriving at the scene in waves, like an unstoppable tide. Some came in small groups, others alone, each brimming with curiosity and anticipation. Among them were some well-known bloggers whose follower counts were truly staggering. One blogger boasted 2 million followers, whose every post garnered thousands of likes and comments. Others boasted 4 million followers, their influence extending far beyond that of ordinary internet celebrities. And even more remarkably, a blogger with 6 million followers whose every word and action drew intense scrutiny. But the most eye-catching figure was undoubtedly the super blogger with over 20 million followers. His arrival undoubtedly added more excitement and buzz to the scene. Without hesitation, these influencers headed straight for the sports center. This sports center was massive, its spacious grounds capable of accommodating over 100,000 people. Yet unexpectedly, at this very moment, it was already packed to the rafters, every seat taken. One blogger exclaimed in astonishment, "What on earth is going on? How did so many people show up all at once?" His voice betrayed utter disbelief. The scene before them left every blogger stunned and bewildered. Such a massive gathering in one place was extremely rare in the past. The sports center was teeming with people, the clamor rising and falling as if the entire city had converged here. "Holy crap, this is insane. This stunt is seriously huge," someone exclaimed. "You bet," another agreed. "I finally get it, this is absolutely insane," yet another person declared. In an instant, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of chatter. They all understood perfectly well the weight of these 2 top-scoring college entrance exam students was immense. One was Su Jingyang, the hottest star of the moment, while the other was Lien, who had already reached the 9th tier realm. The mere presence of these 2 at this moment sent shockwaves through the entire crowd. Finally, it's happening. Their showdown is going to be absolutely thrilling, someone shouted excitedly. You bet. It'll be absolutely spectacular, another chimed in. Amidst the buzzing discussions, Su Jingyang and Yi Qingwan had already settled into Huang Feiping's luxury car, ready to head to their destination. Only then did Huang Feiping speak up. You've been advancing at an incredible pace lately, haven't you? A faint smile touched the corners of Huang Feiping's lips, as if the astonishment within him was being concealed by that smile. Yet his voice betrayed a threat of disbelief. This is simply unbelievable. His gaze fixed intently on the person before him, his heart filled with silent awe. He had never imagined this guy could be so powerful. Not long ago, the other had merely possessed 5th tier strength. Yet in the span of a mere month, he had surged to 7th tier. Such a rapid ascent was utterly jaw-dropping. Huang Feiping couldn't help but feel a chill of dread, while also harboring deep reverence for the opponent's strength. He couldn't help but recall his previous duel with Su Jingyang, when he had still been able to defeat him. But now, facing such a formidable opponent, he realized the gap between them had grown impossibly wide. It wasn't merely a gap in strength, it was an unbridgeable chasm. Huang Feiping couldn't help but marvel at the immense power of time. A mere month was enough to bring about earth-shattering changes. He swallowed hard, a distinct gulp echoing in his throat as if he'd forced something down. After a long moment, he seemed to snap back to reality, speaking slowly. This is truly astonishing. His voice trembled slightly, as if he hadn't fully recovered from the shock. Then, he turned his gaze to Yi Qingwan and asked, Yi Qingwan, how has your cultivation been progressing lately? And are you also heading to the capital university with Su Jingyang? Yi Qingwan smiled faintly and nodded lightly in affirmation. Seeing this, Su Jingyang quickly explained, actually, it's largely due to the beast tide. It provided us with a lot of practical combat experience, so our progress naturally accelerated. Huang Feiping shook his head thoughtfully. That was merely an opportunity. What truly matters is the strength you cultivate within yourself. His words carried an emphasis on the importance of strength and a confidence in one's own abilities. Finally, Huang Feiping couldn't help but exclaim, it's true. When opportunity strikes, progress is as swift as a rocket. As they chatted idly, time slipped by like a white horse passing through a crack. Before they knew it, the driver had smoothly pulled up to the entrance of the sports center. The moment the vehicle came to a stop, Huang Feiping, Su Jingyang, and Yi Qingwan eagerly jumped out. Meanwhile, Tang Yao and Lang Linglin had been waiting at the entrance for quite some time. Chapter 139, The Awkward Lien. Hey, stinky fish. Tang Yao exclaimed excitedly the moment she spotted Su Jingyang. You guy. Just a short while apart, and you've become so impressive. Lang Linglin laughed along, her eyes brimming with admiration for Su Jingyang. Tang Yao spoke in a loud, clear voice, her words carrying as if the entire space could hear her. However, when her gaze shifted toward Yi Qingwan, her words abruptly halted, replaced by an expression of astonishment and admiration. Tang Yao stared at Yi Qingwan, a hint of awe in her eyes. She couldn't help but exclaim, Yi Qingwan, how have you become more and more beautiful? And your aura is just extraordinary. Tang Yao's words brimmed with sincerity and envy. She was clearly astonished by Yi Qingwan's transformation. Yi Qingwan smiled faintly, gave a slight nod, and replied calmly, perhaps some things have happened. Of course, Tang Yao had no way of knowing that during this time, Yi Qingwan had actually returned to the game world and ascended to become its empress. This experience had undoubtedly transformed her profoundly, not only enhancing her outward beauty but also imbuing her with a unique aura. When one ascends to imperial power, the authority and confidence that come with ruling the realm naturally permeate one's very being. Having weathered countless trials and hardships in the game world, Yi Qingwan was no longer the ordinary woman she once was. Lang Linglin observed all this quietly from the sidelines, her gaze shifting between Su Jingyang and Yi Qingwan. Finally, she murmured softly, City Lord, Jingyang, let's go inside first. There are too many people here. Huang Feiping chimed in with a smile, don't worry, we're using the VIP entrance. It won't be crowded. Only then did the others nod in agreement before saying, alright, let's head in first. With that, the group departed immediately. Once inside the VIP entrance, Su Jingyang's gaze was suddenly drawn to a figure. He focused his eyes and realized the man standing there was none other than Lien. Tall and well-dressed, Lien wore an expression of arrogance and disdain. When he spotted Su Jingyang, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a haughty smile. Well, if it isn't Su Jingyang. I thought you'd be here ages ago. Lien's voice carried a hint of mockery, seemingly displeased with Su Jingyang's tardiness. Yet Su Jingyang remained utterly unmoved by Li's provocation. He stared at Lien expressionlessly, as if he hadn't heard a word. Seeing this, Lien couldn't help but feel irritated. He had expected Su Jingyang to fawn over him like everyone else, but instead, the man remained utterly cold and indifferent. Just as Lien was about to speak again, his gaze suddenly fell upon the city lord standing not far away. Huang Feiping stood there, conversing with several others. Li instantly switched his demeanor, approaching with a broad smile and saying to Huang Feiping, Lord Huang, you're here too. What a coincidence. Huang Feiping heard Li's voice and nodded impassively. He didn't even glance at Lien, clearly showing no favor toward him. Seeing this, Lien felt a pang of unease, as if he had been ignored. He had hoped to exchange greetings with Huang Feiping and build rapport, but the other man's coldness left him feeling awkward and embarrassed. Yet despite his discomfort, Li dared not show Huang Feiping the slightest disrespect. After all, Huang Feiping was the city's lord, a figure of immense prestige. Moreover, he was an official with powerful backing. More importantly, Lien had heard rumors that Huang Feiping was preparing for a promotion soon, which meant his status would rise even further. Under these circumstances, Li naturally dared not provoke Huang Feiping lightly, lest it bring him unnecessary trouble. So, despite his inner resentment, Lien suppressed his emotions and silently entered the room without uttering another word. Time flew by like a white horse passing through a crack. When Su Jingyang's group and Li's group arrived at the sports center, the atmosphere instantly ignited, as if the entire space had caught fire. The stadium, which had held over 100,000 people, had seemed somewhat quiet moments before. Yet in that instant, it erupted into an extraordinary cacophony of noise and excitement. Cheers and murmurs intertwined, forming a chaotic sea of sound. Everyone chattered excitedly, brimming with anticipation and curiosity for the upcoming contest. Some waved flags, others held up banners, some embraced each other, while others jumped and cheered, each expressing their inner excitement through different actions. Good heavens! Someone exclaimed in awe, eyes wide and mouth gaping wide enough to fit an egg. This is getting more and more interesting. Another person chimed in, excitedly slapping the shoulder of the person next to him as he spoke. You can say that again. Another shouted, his voice piercing the noisy crowd as if it could split the sky. These two seem to be getting more and more entertaining. Another commented, gesturing with his hands as he spoke, seemingly imagining Su Jingyang and Lien's spectacular showdown. Su Jingyang and Lien who will ultimately emerge victorious? The question echoed through the crowd, everyone eager for an answer. Their eyes were glued to the stage, as if they could see through the void and glimpse the outcome of the match. The entire sports center was now immersed in discussions about these two individuals. Everyone yearned to witness the outcome of this showdown firsthand, to see who would emerge victorious in this fierce competition. The atmosphere among live streaming bloggers and content creators was electric. Hello, viewers across the nation. As you can see, these two competitors have finally made their appearance. The host exclaimed excitedly. This matchup is highly anticipated. One of them is Su Jingyang, this year's National College Entrance Exam top scorer. Look, he's that tall, handsome guy standing over 180 centimeters tall. From what we can tell, his cultivation level has reached the 7th tier, the host explained in detail. The other is the national top scorer from 3 years ago. Not only is he a member of the Martial Arts Alliance, but he has now reached the astonishing 9th tier. The announcer's voice grew increasingly passionate. Both are top-tier masters. Who will emerge victorious? Let's wait and see. The host exclaimed excitedly. This livestream typically drew only a few hundred viewers. But due to this being the hottest national spectacle, the audience count skyrocketed instantly, breaking through the 100,000 mark. Moreover, viewers flooded the chat with GIFs, causing special effects to flash across the screen non-stop. The scene was incredibly intense. Chapter 140, guess whether you're the winner or the loser. The bullet comments were already incredibly heated. Things are getting more and more interesting. I'm rooting for Lien no matter what. This Su Jingyang has been way too hyped lately, I can't stand him. Exactly. Same here. This guy is starting to make me sick. Every time I go online, it's all about him. A 7th tier versus a 9th tier? This matchup seems to be losing all suspense. People were whispering among themselves, some with furrowed brows, others shaking their heads in exasperation, and still others with eager anticipation. And because Huang Feiping was present as the city lord, he intended to preside over this contest. Standing atop the elevated platform, his posture was erect, hands clasped behind his back. His gaze swept over the crowd below with an air of authority. Holding the microphone, Huang Feiping's voice resonated with profound inner strength, booming like a great bell through the air. His voice carried an invisible weight that instantly silenced the crowd. Then, Huang Feiping declared, since all participants are the nation's elite, this contest must be fought without lethal force. Moreover, both of you are national top scorers in the college entrance exams. We'll need your skills when facing the beasts in the future. So friendship comes first, victory second. As soon as Huang Feiping finished speaking, Su Jingyang and Lien, standing on either side of him, nodded in agreement. Su Jingyang shook his head slightly, his gaze unwavering as he spoke softly, I have no objections. Let everything proceed according to the rules. Though his voice was soft, it carried an unquestionable resolve. Lien gave a slight nod in response, his expression impassive as he replied in a flat tone, I have no objections. His movements seemed stiff, as if he were struggling to contain his emotions. Very well. No objections is what we need. With that, he waved his hand, signaling the two to step onto the stage. Slowly, they both stepped onto the platform. The stage measured 10 meters by 10 meters, 100 square meters, spacious and solemn. Standing on the platform, they locked eyes. Tang Yao clenched her fists tightly, her gaze fixed on Su Jingyang. Silently praying for him, she murmured softly. Hope that stinky fish wins, though that guy's already at the 9th tier now. That's terrifying. Lang Linglin gave a slight nod, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes before she replied, that guy really is quite formidable. Yi Qingwan clasped her fists before her chest, radiating confidence as she shouted, I believe he can win. Her voice echoed through the air, as if granting Su Jingyang boundless strength. That's true. Su Jingyang has never lost before. That stinky fish is seriously strong. Tang Yao nodded in agreement. Lang Linglin nodded in agreement before adding, that's true, but Su Jingyang still has his own strength. The crowd at the venue erupted into murmurs once more. It's about to start. This is getting interesting. Anyone want to place a bet on who'll win? I'm betting on Lien to win. $100. I'm betting $50 on Su Jingyang to win. I'm betting $300 that Su Jingyang loses. Many people were placing their bets at this moment. There's still a pretty big gap in their apparent skill levels. But who'll come out on top? That's anyone's guess. There's no definitive conclusion to this sort of thing. No one could have predicted it beforehand. Anything is possible in this world. Plus, who knows if this guy has a secret weapon up his sleeve? I'm not betting on either side. I'd rather spend that money on a nice meal. Either way, the outcome is perfectly normal after all. These two are both national college entrance exam champions. Su Jingyang and Lien, both of them were now standing on the stage. Lien stared at Su Jingyang and sneered coldly, you're 2 whole tiers below me. How do you expect to beat me? Su Jingyang remained utterly composed. Only then did he speak, forget 2 tiers above me, even 20 tiers, 200 tiers, wouldn't make you capable of defeating me. Lien sneered, you're just talking big. At this moment, he didn't hold the current national college entrance exam top scorer in any regard. After all, in his eyes, he was now at the 9th tier. He was only at the 7th tier. How could he possibly compare? A swift resolution would suffice. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, it felt as though the entire world had fallen silent. All eyes were fixed on those two figures as a breathtaking battle was about to unfold. Su Jingyang's face remained expressionless, his voice calm and detached. Today, there can only be one victor and one loser. Guess which one you'll be. Lien's lips curled into a cold smile. Clearly unimpressed by Su Jingyang's words, he simply replied, enough talk. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Lien shot forward like a bolt of lightning. His speed was as swift as the wind, dazzling to the eye. In the blink of an eye, he was already before Su Jingyang, his hands like the sharp talons of an eagle, thrusting straight toward Su Jingyang. The strike was as swift as a thunderbolt, leaving Su Jingyang no time to react. Yet, at the critical moment, Su Jingyang's body instinctively shifted sideways, narrowly evading Li's attack. Seeing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Li's eyes, but his movements didn't falter. He swiftly adjusted his stance and launched another attack. This time, his speed was even greater, his force more ferocious, as if determined to crush Su Jingyang in one fell swoop. Su Jingyang was inwardly startled. He hadn't expected Lien's speed to be this fast. It exceeded his expectations. Was this the true power of a 9th-tier expert? Yet Su Jingyang's reaction speed was beyond imagination. Though Lien's speed was already extreme, to Su Jingyang's eyes, it still seemed slightly sluggish. In the blink of an eye, Su Jingyang sidestepped like lightning, effortlessly evading the strike. Lien watched in stunned disbelief. His eyes widened in disbelief as he muttered, how is this possible? After all, he was a powerhouse with 9th-tier strength, possessing speed that bordered on the extreme. Yet Su Jingyang had dodged his attack with such apparent ease. Lien took a deep breath, trying to calm the shock within him. Meanwhile, the surrounding crowd was equally stunned by the scene. Good heavens! What on earth is going on? Su Jingyang dodged that strike with such ease. A middle-aged martial artist exclaimed in disbelief, utterly unprepared for such an outcome. After all, there was a full 2 tiers of power separating the two combatants. Yet in Su Jingyang's hands, the seemingly unavoidable strike had been deflected with such effortless ease. Could this be the source of his strength? Come to think of it, Su Jingyang's reaction speed broke the national record. Then it makes perfect sense. The middle-aged man remarked with such admiration. Huang Feiping, witnessing this scene, remained remarkably composed. This guy holds the national record for reaction speed, and his psychic abilities rank among the top in the country. How could he possibly lose so quickly to anyone here? He remarked. He had always trusted Su Jingyang implicitly. And now, his trust was stronger than ever. Huang Feiping narrowed his eyes, hands tucked into his pockets. He watched the two combatants silently. Chapter 141, I'm a 7th tier, going head-to-head with a 9th tier. The other spectators were equally stunned. Lien unleashed a powerful punch. How could it be dodged so easily? This seems almost unbelievable. It's not that simple. Su Jingyang is this year's National College Entrance Exam top scorer, someone exclaimed. Exactly. To be the top scorer, he must have something extraordinary about him, another agreed. Let's keep watching. I feel like there's more to this than meets the eye. Maybe there's a major twist coming. Another voice chimed in. For a moment, the crowd buzzed with discussion, filled with anticipation for the showdown. Tang Yao kept her eyes fixed on Su Jingyang in the ring. When she saw him successfully dodge his opponent's strike, she nodded in admiration. That's Su Jingyang for you. His reflexes are lightning fast. Yet she still couldn't bring herself to watch, fearing Su Jingyang might get beaten badly soon. After all, in her eyes, the opponent was a formidable 9th-tier powerhouse. Unlike Tang Yao, Yi Qingwan appeared remarkably relaxed. She had complete faith in Su Jingyang, confident he could handle this challenge. Just then, after dodging the opponent's lethal strike, Su Jingyang suddenly shifted like a ghostly apparition, spinning around with fluid, seamless movements. In an instant, he reacted, swinging his leg backward and delivering a direct kick toward Lien. Lien was, after all, a 9th-tier powerhouse. His strength was formidable. He dodged it effortlessly. Frowning, he thought, this guy's reaction speed seems shockingly fast. That's what Lien thought. Su Jingyang chuckled before saying, looks like your 9th-tier power isn't all that impressive after all. The moment those words left his mouth, Lien's entire expression changed abruptly. He absolutely refused to let anyone speak of him that way. That was his pride and joy, his 9th tier. This was the realm he had cultivated through countless hardships and immense expenditure of time and energy. He had expected to showcase his prowess before everyone, yet never imagined such an outcome. The gap was so immense it surpassed everyone's wildest expectations. The crowd was utterly stunned by the scene before them. Eyes wide, mouths agape, their faces wore expressions of utter disbelief. Su Jingyang actually said 9th tier is nothing special. Could it be he's already gauged the opponent's true strength? Someone murmured, seemingly unable to believe what they were witnessing. This is just too unbelievable, another echoed, their voice thick with confusion and shock. What on earth is this guy's background? Another couldn't help but exclaim, filled with curiosity and awe at Su Jingyang's strength. The crowd continued to buzz with whispers, a constant stream of speculation and gasps filling the air, transforming the entire scene into an extraordinary commotion. The same frenzy unfolded in the livestream chat. Viewers were equally stunned by the outcome of the battle, with comments flooding in like snowflakes. Holy crap, a 9th tier fighter taking on a 7th tier one, and it's still neck and neck? Holy crap, is this really Su Jingyang's strength? The user with the ID whale was so astonished his jaw nearly dropped, his face contorted with an expression of utter disbelief. Holy crap, exclaimed user ID Swimmer, clearly stunned by the unexpected outcome. They're actually trading blows, remarked a user named Salted Fish, his tone laced with both doubt and awe at Su Jingyang's prowess. Everyone stared at him in stunned silence, as if frozen by an invisible force. His prowess struck like lightning across the night sky, robbing them of speech and thought in an instant. Terrifying. Is this really Su Jingyang? He truly lives up to his reputation. Their expressions were frozen in shock and disbelief, mouths agape, yet not a sound escaped them. Some even doubted their own senses, convinced they were hallucinating. The scene before them was simply too unbelievable. Holy crap, how is this even possible? Someone finally snapped back to reality, letting out a gasp. Su Jingyang actually fighting toe-to-toe with a 9th tier expert? This is nothing short of a legend, another chimed in. I used to think he was nothing special, but who knew he was hiding such depth? He's truly made us look at him with new eyes, another sighed. At that moment, Su Jingyang's name shone like the brightest star in the night sky, etched into everyone's hearts. His strength had completely overturned everyone's perception of him, forcing all to see him in a new light. In the livestream chat, the audience's reactions were even more intense. Comments snowed down like flurries, filling the screen with a deluge of astonished praise. Holy crap, this is insane. Su Jingyang is nothing short of a god. I used to think he was just a bookworm, but who knew he could fight like this? The audience's excitement reached a fever pitch. They cheered wildly for Su Jingyang's spectacular performance, and some even began showering him with gifts to express their admiration and support. Su Jingyang, after landing one punch, somehow managed to throw several more. Though Lien dodged them all, the barrage left him looking thoroughly flustered. You bastard! Lien frowned, thoroughly enraged by Su Jingyang. He counterattacked instantly, every muscle in his body tensing to its peak. His speed was terrifyingly fast. The sheer force of his entire body erupted in a single punch. The air seemed to freeze, the power unimaginable. This punch alone must have carried millions of pounds of force. It was an absolutely earth-shattering force. Su Jingyang recognized the sheer power behind that punch. He knew he couldn't possibly block it head-on. As a 9th tier practitioner, Lien's strength was far beyond what Su Jingyang could match. Resistance was utterly futile. He understood this principle well, focusing every ounce of his reflexes into a single moment. As the fist neared his nose, in a fraction of a second, he sidestepped and vanished from its path. The moment appeared breathtakingly perilous, as if life and death hung in the balance. Yet to his eyes, every detail unfolded with perfect precision. Lien suddenly executed a variation. The ferocious punch, like a bolt of lightning, charged toward him at astonishing speed. Yet Su Jingyang, as if anticipating it, deftly sidestepped, skillfully evading the lethal blow. Without hesitation, he followed through, driving his elbow with brutal force toward the direction Lien had dodged. His movements flowed as naturally as clouds drifting across the sky, utterly seamless and without the slightest hesitation. The strike was as swift as a sudden storm, leaving no time for reaction. Even with Lien's extraordinary reflexes, he had no chance to evade such a ferocious assault. At that critical moment, his psychic energy surged like a raging torrent, instantly channeling into his mother and child swords. In that instant, the mother and child swords seemed to come alive, materializing in his hands. The mysterious mother and child swords glowed with a faint light, as if containing boundless power. With lightning speed, they blocked Lien's full force strike with pinpoint accuracy. Chapter 142, Sweating? Just my warm-up. For a split second, time seemed to freeze. Everyone stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them, their throats involuntarily making swallowing sounds. This is terrifying, someone murmured. What? That's impossible, another person cried out in shock. Su Jingyang actually dodged that? And summoned his flying sword in such a short time to block Lien's strike? What kind of freak is Su Jingyang? More voices joined the murmurs, filled with shock and dread at Su Jingyang's power. This is truly terrifying. Finally, a collective gasp erupted from the crowd, as if the entire world had been shaken by this astonishing spectacle. He deflected it again? The crowd, now fully engrossed in the contest, had long since been swept up in its intensity. Everyone was now buzzing with discussion, engaged in heated debate. Huang Feiping frowned. Just moments ago, he'd been wiping sweat from Su Jingyang's brow, thinking he might be underestimating him. Yet here he was, defusing another crisis. Su Jingyang remarked, his speed was indeed swift, but alas, my reaction was faster. Hovering above Su Jingyang's head were two small flying swords, his signature mother and child swords. Lien felt a momentary daze. He silently pondered, how could this guy be so formidable? My attack was deflected so effortlessly. A flash of astonishment and reluctance flickered in his eyes, accompanied by a newfound recognition of Su Jingyang's strength. Very good. I have to admit, you've got some real skill, you bastard. Lien silently praised him inwardly, while a fierce fighting spirit surged within him. He knew this contest had only just begun, he couldn't concede defeat so easily. He would give it his all, revealing his true strength. Lien stared at the two flying swords hovering above Su Jingyang's head. Now he understood, it seemed Su Jingyang was finally ready to show his true colors. Lien let out a cold laugh before speaking. My warm-up is over. You've brought out your mother and child swords. It's time to settle this once and for all. Lien no longer carried the arrogance he had at the start. He finally understood. This man before him, though only a 7th-tier cultivator, possessed such unique qualities that his true strength was vastly underestimated. His reaction speed and psychic abilities completely surpassed those of a 7th-tier being. Lien understood this well, but earlier, he had been so smug about his own 9th-tier strength that he had ignored it. Now, a wave of regret washed over him. How could he have been so arrogant as to underestimate his opponent? But now, he had no choice but to admit it. Su Jingyang turned his head slightly before speaking. This 9th tier doesn't seem all that impressive. The word struck Lien like a dagger, piercing his heart and shattering his defenses in an instant. His eyes widened in disbelief, rage surging like a tidal wave within him. After several rounds, he had finally begun to accept this opponent, only to be met with such utter contempt. His brows knitted tightly as his fists clenched involuntarily, nails digging deep into his palms. He vowed silently to make the other pay for those words. Tang Yao took a deep breath at that moment. The clash between those two had been utterly breathtaking. She had never witnessed a contest of this caliber before. Her gaze locked onto the two fighters, her heart filled with awe and admiration. But now they were saying the warm-up had only just ended? Tang Yao watched them, wondering, they're all geniuses, yet how could the gap between geniuses be so vast? She couldn't help but question her own abilities, yet she also felt a surge of anticipation for the challenges ahead. She could certainly count herself among the geniuses, but the gap between them far exceeded her wildest imagination. Lang Linglin watched it all unfold, then frowned. Is this what a 9th rank battle looks like? Lang Linglin felt utterly stunned inside. And indeed, it was. Su Jingyang might only be at the 7th tier, but that was merely the surface. Even 7th tier, or even 8th tier opponents, were no match for him. As for this 9th tier opponent, well, that was another story. At this realization, Lang Linglin couldn't help but marvel. It seemed everything had far surpassed her expectations. Not long ago, she herself had been regarded as a prodigy by everyone. Yet now, in such a short span, Su Jingyang had pulled so far ahead? She drew a deep breath, her chest rising and falling as if striving to calm the turmoil within. Her gaze remained fixed on the arena, her eyes flickering with anticipation and tension. Everyone present had long been rendered speechless by the exchange between these two. What? This breathtaking, life or death duel is merely a warm-up exercise? Some gaped in astonishment, their mouths agape. My goodness, for heaven's sake, what kind of monsters are these two? Another clutched his head in disbelief. I bet on Su Jingyang to lose just now. I'm going to be kicking myself. Someone slapped their thigh in regret, a look of frustration etched on their face. They stared at Su Jingyang, their eyes filled with awe and astonishment. There he stood, steady as a rock on the stage, his posture as straight as a pine tree. His gaze was resolute and confident, as if declaring his strength to all. His fists were clenched slightly, knuckles turning white with tension, as if preparing for his next strike. "This guy is incredible," someone murmured in admiration. "Yeah, he's way beyond what we expected," another agreed, eyes brimming with admiration. "Looks like we all underestimated him," yet another remarked, a hint of regret in their voice. "Wonder how much more he hasn't shown yet," the crowd speculated, their anticipation for Su Jingyang growing ever stronger. Their murmurs rose and fell in waves, while Xian stood quietly to the side, observing it all. A faint, cold smile touched the corners of his lips. "None of you truly understand Su Jingyang's real strength," Xian's voice was cold and dismissive. "Oh? Seems like you know him quite well," someone asked curiously. Xian nodded, a flicker of confidence in his eyes. "I've gone through the beast tide with him twice. I know just how much potential he has." The others listened, their expressions turning surprised. "So you think he can become even stronger?" Xian smiled. "Of course. He hasn't even begun to unleash his full power yet. When his mother-son swords truly unleash their power, you'll understand what real strength truly means." Xian's words plunged the crowd into deep thought as they began reassessing Su Jingyang's capabilities. Su Jingyang stood atop the stage, feeling the gazes of the crowd upon him, a surge of heroic resolve welling up within his heart. "I'll show you all my true strength," Su Jingyang silently vowed. Xian took a sip of his drink, ready to continue watching the spectacle unfold. Meanwhile, the viewers in the livestream. Their excitement flared up once more. "Holy crap, Su Jingyang is actually this good? A 7th tier and a 9th tier, actually trading blows back and forth? What kind of freak is this?" The crowd was utterly astonished. "And this is nearly a warm-up? I'm so jealous." Chapter 143, Total Domination. Without exaggeration, every single person who witnessed this contest was left utterly speechless and wide-eyed. Amidst the murmurs of astonishment, Su Jingyang could no longer contain himself and struck with ruthless force. With calm composure, he leisurely channeled his psychic energy, manipulating the mother and child swords as if they were an extension of his own limbs. What blazing speed! In the blink of an eye, the mother and child swords streaked toward him like lightning, hurtling at a staggering speed 8 times the speed of sound, as swift as a meteor chasing the moon. This sudden turn of events caught him completely off guard, leaving him frozen in shock. What on earth is happening? How could it be this fast? Lien gaped in disbelief, his eyes wide as copper bells, his face frozen in utter astonishment. His body seemed to lose all control, involuntarily stumbling backward as if the lightning-like swordlight would swallow him whole. His hands clenched into fists, nails digging deep into his palms until they nearly drew blood, as if this physical pain could ease the terror and shock within. This speed was simply too fast, blindingly fast. Several thousand meters per second, it was like a whirlwind. 8 times the speed of sound. This far exceeded the limits of human comprehension. Yet, being a 9th-tier powerhouse, his body reacted instinctively in this critical moment. Like a bolt of lightning, he sidestepped. At an impossibly awkward angle, he narrowly evaded the deadly strike. Crash! He'd actually been twisted completely around. He was utterly astonished. Thankfully, he dodged the blow. Had he not dodged, forget about who won or lost this contest, he might have lost his life right here. But Su Jingyang wasn't the type to let him off so easily. He summoned his psychic power once more. In an instant, the twin mother and child swords shot toward him like bolts of lightning. The mother and child swords, moving at 8 times the speed of sound, charged toward him like 2 ferocious dragons, clawing and striking from both sides. Their speed was truly astonishing. Pushed to the absolute limit, they roared like fighter jets in constant, deafening thunder. Lien was already struggling to defend himself. His body began to tremble slightly, and a thin layer of sweat broke out on his forehead. He frantically swung his weapon, desperately trying to block the 2 ruthless swords. This speed left everyone present utterly astonished. What? Su Jingyang's mother and child swords are actually overwhelming Lien, a 9th-tier super strong fighter? Wow, that's terrifying. How could such power not inspire fear? He drew a deep breath. Their hearts were already trembling with shock. Huang Feiping watched it all unfold, a thin sheen of sweat forming on his forehead. His heart raced wildly, as if it might leap from his throat. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the scene before him, thinking to himself, this psychic power is downright insane. How could Lien, a 9th-rank cultivator, be so thoroughly defeated? Who exactly is this Su Jingyang? His power is terrifying. Huang Feiping was utterly astonished. Images of Su Jingyang and Lien's battle flashed repeatedly through his mind, filling him with awe and dread. He realized the chasm between himself and Su Jingyang was as vast as the heavens, a gap that left him feeling powerless and hopeless. Huang Feiping shook his head. After a long moment, he murmured, this must be the true measure of Su Jingyang's prowess. His voice trembled slightly, as if struggling to suppress the turmoil within. His gaze locked onto Su Jingyang, searching desperately for any sign of weakness, only to find his efforts futile. Huang Feiping thought to himself. Seeing Lien's current state, a wave of pity welled up within him. Lien's once imposing figure now appeared utterly defeated, like a weakened loser. Huang Feiping silently marveled, faced with such formidable psychic power, a 9th-tier master might truly be no different from a 3rd-tier martial artist. He could see it now. Li Xian's defeat was imminent. Huang Feiping's mood grew increasingly heavy. He knew that against such an opponent, he had almost no chance of victory. He began to question whether he truly deserved to stand on this battlefield, whether he should continue pursuing the pinnacle of power. Yet deep within, he yearned to transcend his limits and become a formidable warrior like Su Jingyang. This conflicting mindset plunged him into profound anguish. Yi Qingwan watched it all unfold with calm composure. Because she was unconditionally supporting Su Jingyang. When Su Jingyang wielded the mother and child swords, the outcome seemed decided. Go, brother! Tang Yao, watching from the sidelines, saw Su Jingyang brimming with energy as he overpowered Li Xian. She danced with delight, a faint smile on her face, waving her hands incessantly as if cheering Su Jingyang on. This guy, he's still the same as ever. His strength is truly formidable. She murmured to herself, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Truly a genius among geniuses. She couldn't help but praise, leaning forward slightly as if wanting to observe this thrilling duel up close. Though she had expected Su Jingyang to emerge victorious, she hadn't anticipated such a swift triumph when he drew the mother and child swords. Her eyes widened, her mouth fell open involuntarily, and her face was etched with utter astonishment. This guy, hasn't he become way too powerful lately? As Lan Linglin watched Li Xian, a 9th-tier opponent, being completely overwhelmed by Su Jingyang, her hands trembled uncontrollably. She clenched her fists so tightly her nails dug into her palms, her body trembling slightly from the tension. On the other side of the platform, the Beijing University team was also taking notes. His pen danced swiftly across the page, capturing every thrilling moment. Su Jingyang employs psychic force to manipulate the mother-daughter swords, completely overwhelming Li Xian. His gaze was focused and serious, as if afraid of missing any detail. Looks like I'll be able to clock out soon. He pushed his glasses up before speaking in a calm tone. His voice was calm and steady, as if the outcome of this match had long been within his expectations. At that moment, everyone present held their breath in tense anticipation. Their eyes were glued to the playing field, afraid to miss any crucial moment. Some unconsciously bit their lips, palms drenched in sweat. Oh no, oh no. I bet 300 on Li Xian to win. Now I'm probably going to lose my shirt. Someone muttered under their breath, their face etched with regret and frustration. Chapter 144, The Top Scholar Has Gone Mad. Another shook his head helplessly, inwardly sighing, a week's worth of cigarette money just vanished like that. He never imagined Su Jingyang's skill would far exceed his expectations. Another spectator watched Su Jingyang completely dominate his opponent, utterly stunned. His eyes widened in awe as he thought to himself, is this what a true powerhouse looks like? After a long moment, he snapped back to reality, his voice trembling with excitement. Yes. 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 Well fought. This time I'm going to make a killing. Ha ha. He gloated inwardly, relieved he'd backed the right horse. This is terrifying. This psychic power is practically a cheat code. A pang of envy welled up within him. How does this guy get to be so damn powerful? A 7th tier beating a 9th tier? His mind was filled with disbelief. It's unimaginable. He really is too powerful. Admiration for Su Jingyang welled up within him. At this moment, the crowd was buzzing with discussion, utterly speechless. Meanwhile, everyone watching the livestream was utterly astonished by the spectacle. Terrifying. Is this the caliber of this year's National College Entrance Exam top scorer? Someone exclaimed. Wow, who could have imagined this guy would be so terrifying? He promptly tipped a sports car without hesitation, thinking to himself, this level of skill deserves my full support. Holy crap, Su Jingyang is so handsome. Ah! Su Jingyang, I love you. Female fans screamed excitedly, their eyes sparkling with adoration. Looks like with this in his hands, Su Jingyang probably won't lose. Some secretly rejoiced for Su Jingyang, growing even more fond of him. So awesome. Another wave of fans followed suit, continuing to shower him with gifts. Meanwhile, on the stage, the battle raged on. Su Jingyang's psychic energy kept manipulating the flying sword. He was attempting to break through to 9 times the speed of sound. Yet even at 8 times the speed of sound, the mother and child swords were already overwhelming for Li Xian to withstand. In an instant, a whistling sound filled the air as the mother and child swords streaked toward him like lightning. In the blink of an eye, the sword light sliced through Li Xian's hand with lightning speed, instantly leaving a deep gash. Ah! Li Xian let out a pained roar, his voice echoing through the air. Yet, at this critical moment, the unexpected occurred. The pair of swords accelerated once more. Another whoosh. Their speed was lightning fast, seemingly transcending the limits of time. The swords, already beyond Li Xian's ability to parry, now accelerated even further. It was utterly astonishing. Li Xian's eyes widened in disbelief, utterly stunned by this sudden turn of events. Amidst his utter bewilderment, Huang Feiping bellowed, enough! The match is over. His voice rang out sharply in the tense atmosphere, like a thunderclap splitting the sky. A pair of mother and child swords had come to a halt, one on each side of Li Xian's head. If not for Huang Feiping's call, Li Xian's head might have split open. Witnessing this scene, we're utterly astonished. Li Xian lost? Holy crap, did you guys see that? His speed just got even faster. I felt it too. Too fast, way too fast. On the stage, the atmosphere was incredibly tense. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the two figures in the ring. Li Xian and Su Jingyang, these two names were constantly on everyone's lips. Their showdown had become the center of attention for the entire arena. Yet, just as everyone anticipated Li Xian showcasing his formidable strength, an unexpected outcome suddenly unfolded. Su Jingyang flickered like a ghostly apparition, evading Li Xian's attack with blinding speed. Instantly shifting momentum, he delivered a lethal strike that sent Li Xian crashing to the ground. The entire arena fell silent. Everyone was stunned by this sudden turn of events. Holy crap, did Li Xian just lose to Su Jingyang? Someone muttered in disbelief. Holy crap. This is unbelievable, another person exclaimed, jaw dropped in shock. The crowd's emotions were beyond words, utterly stunned to the core. Who could have imagined that Li Xian, such a formidable competitor, would fall so easily? This outcome was entirely beyond their expectations, making it utterly impossible for them to accept. Li Xian, a 9th-tier player, had actually lost. How terrifying was that for them? Holy crap, I just lost several $100? I'm speechless. Li Xian, at the 9th tier, can't even beat a 7th-tier opponent? Seriously, I'm speechless. Who says otherwise? This guy's all show and no substance, ID Banana grumbled indignantly. Meanwhile, another netizen named the In-Law was intently watching the livestream. After witnessing everything, he helplessly posted an emoji and chimed in. Just as I expected. If Su Jingyang didn't use his psychic powers, he might have had a chance. But now, he has absolutely no chance of winning. I agree. Once Su Jingyang unleashes his psychic powers, he becomes practically invincible. No one can stand against him, someone chimed in. Absolutely. His power is simply staggering, truly breathtaking, another spectator marveled. The crowd nodded in unison, acknowledging Su Jingyang's formidable prowess. In the livestream chat, viewers passionately debated the showdown between Su Jingyang and Li Xian, their diverse opinions intertwining in a lively exchange. This Li Xian? From what we've seen so far, he's no match for Su Jingyang. No wonder he's this year's National College Entrance Exam top scorer. His prowess is simply overwhelming. The crowd marveled, gaining a deeper appreciation for Su Jingyang's prowess. On stage, Li Xian's emotions were intensely complex. He had been brimming with confidence in his own abilities, even bordering on arrogance. Yet witnessing Su Jingyang's performance firsthand made him realize just how vast the gap between them truly was. That's incredible. The surrounding crowd erupted in admiration, only deepening Li Xian's sense of resentment. He couldn't accept this outcome, and a wave of frustration washed over him. Li Xian's eyes widened as he roared in defiance. Why? Why him? His skills are actually far beyond mine. His voice echoed through the crowd, tinged with despair and rage. Li Xian had always held himself in high regard, convinced he was already exceptional and powerful enough. Yet this experience dealt him a crushing blow. He had believed he had broken through to the 9th tier, reaching a remarkably high level of power. Yet who could have imagined he would be so thoroughly outclassed by a mere 7th tier opponent like Su Jingyang? A 9th tier fighter unable to defeat a 7th tier opponent. This was nothing short of a humiliating disgrace for Li Xian, becoming a massive demon gnawing at his soul. This demon gnawed relentlessly at his pride, plunging him into profound anguish and confusion. Bloodshot eyes glowed fiercely in Li Xian's face, his body trembling slightly with rage. His eyes blazed red, as if he had lost all reason. Only one thought consumed him: defeat Su Jingyang. To prove his strength. Then he charged forward. As if he'd lost his mind. Su Jingyang never expected this guy to go completely mad? With a single kick, he sent him flying, hurling him violently off the stage. Suddenly, the entire venue fell into a deathly silence. Not a single sound could be heard, as if time itself had frozen in that moment. Yet this silence didn't last long. After a long pause, the sports center erupted as if a powerful force had shattered its restraints, unleashing a deafening roar. Yes. Su Jingyang is truly remarkable. Su Jingyang is amazing. This is Su Jingyang. Chapter 145, Breaking News. Cheers, applause, and praise rose in waves, intertwining like a surging tide that swept through the entire sports center. People rose to their feet in excitement, their faces radiating awe and admiration. In that moment, every single person in the stadium, over 100,000 souls, rose as one, offering Su Jingyang a thunderous standing ovation. At that moment, every single one of them was utterly astonished. Unbelievable. This completely surpasses my imagination. Who wouldn't agree? It's terrifying. That mental power is beyond belief. To win the match so effortlessly, that's truly incredible. Wow, that's just incredible. The entire venue was drowned in gasps of awe and thunderous applause. People clapped non-stop, some even slapping their palms until they turned red from sheer excitement. Wang Feiping stood nearby, witnessing the scene, and couldn't help but nod repeatedly. He thought to himself, this guy, could he really have the potential to surpass the 10th tier? He had been anticipating this day for so long. After all, within the country, no one had yet managed to break through the limitations of the 10th tier. Now, Su Jingyang's performance gave him hope. Huang Feiping fixed his gaze on Su Jingyang, his eyes reflecting a hint of excitement and anticipation. He thought to himself, this day has finally arrived. If Su Jingyang could successfully surpass the 10th tier, it would be a truly monumental moment. After declaring Su Jingyang the winner, Huang Feiping smiled with satisfaction before turning and leaving the venue. Wasn't Lang Linglin feeling the same way at that moment? Watching it all unfold, her heart was already bursting with joy. Only now did she remark coolly, this fellow truly has some skill. To defeat a 9th tier genius so effortlessly truly remarkable. She thought to herself, Su Jingyang truly lives up to being the man I've set my heart on. His extraordinary strength is truly admirable. Women are naturally drawn to strength, and the more this man displayed his exceptional talent, the deeper her admiration for him grew. She couldn't help but nod her head in acknowledgement, signaling her recognition of Su Jingyang's prowess. At the same time, Tang Yao nodded in agreement, exclaiming, that stinking trash really is formidable. I can scarcely believe a 9th tier powerhouse could be so utterly crushed. He couldn't even last a few rounds against him. This guy is downright terrifying. Tang Yao was utterly stunned, her eyes wide with disbelief. Yet in stark contrast to Tang Yao's astonishment, Yi Qingwan remained unwaveringly confident in Su Jingyang. A faint, elegant smile touched her lips as she murmured softly, it really does come down to Big Brother after all. Just then, Su Jingyang launched a flying kick, sending Lien crashing backward. He clapped his hands, looking utterly unfazed as he declared, nothing special. Nothing at all. This forced him to put on a show. He stepped down from the stage and approached the group of women. Tang Yao, Lang Linglin, and Yi Qingwan all gazed at him with varying degrees of admiration. Tang Yao slapped Su Jingyang's shoulder and laughed, stinky fish, you're the one we were counting on. A 9th tier genius, and he wasn't even a match for you. Su Jingyang hadn't anticipated that Lien, hailed by all as a 9th tier prodigy, a genius among geniuses, would prove so utterly defeated. This outcome had completely surpassed his imagination. Meanwhile, the internet had already exploded. Holy crap! This is beyond belief. Lien actually lost to Su Jingyang and got utterly crushed? It's terrifying. What the hell did this guy grow up on to get so ridiculously strong, commented a user named E-Tiger, who then tipped another sports car. At that very moment, Su Jingyang himself was stunned speechless, his mind in utter chaos, utterly unable to describe his current emotions. He never imagined winning so effortlessly. His plans for low-key discretion were now utterly impossible. Just then, an editor from a magazine was glued to the live stream, preparing to break this astonishing news immediately. After the initial shock, his mind gradually began to accept the reality. Then he swiftly began drafting the article. This story must be published immediately. We have to be the first to cover it. His voice betrayed a hint of urgency and excitement. He knew exactly what he was doing. Once he cranked out this story, he'd be riding the first wave of traffic. In such matters, speed was paramount, there was simply no alternative. Before he could finish speaking, he swiftly grabbed his pen. Within mere minutes, the article flowed effortlessly onto the paper. Without a moment's hesitation, he uploaded the piece immediately, as if racing against time itself. Before long, a headline-grabbing post quietly appeared online. The National College Entrance Exam top scorer from 3 years ago has been surpassed by this year's top scorer. The headline exploded like a bombshell, instantly setting off a massive uproar across the internet. Those who had previously been unaware of the matter were now drawn in, their curiosity completely ignited. When they clicked on the post and saw the detailed contents, everyone was stunned speechless. What? The 7th tier National College Entrance Exam top scorer this year actually defeated the genius Lien from 3 years ago? This is unbelievable. I heard he was already at level 8 long ago, and now he's even reached level 9. And he lost to this guy? A chorus of astonished gasps and skeptical murmurs filled the air as people struggled to believe the outcome. After all, the genius Lien from 3 years ago was a widely recognized academic prodigy whose abilities and achievements had always been the focus of attention. Yet now, he'd been defeated by a 7th tier freshman utterly unforeseeable. At this moment, astonishment had completely overwhelmed the crowd. They couldn't comprehend how such an outcome had come to pass. Another person chimed in, it's just too unbelievable, right? He's my idol. And he just got defeated like that? How despicable is this Su Jingyang? Chapter 146, The Martial Alliance. The Martial Artists Alliance. This was a place brimming with passion and fervor, gathering countless top-tier martial artists. Within this alliance stood a martial arts academy master who commanded great attention. His name was Chen Xin, now 50 years old. His hair had long since turned silver, yet it did nothing to diminish his dashing appearance. He always wore a crisp, well-tailored suit, exuding an air of refined elegance. Chen Xin's prowess is formidable indeed, having reached the remarkable 10th rank. This is an exceptionally high rank within the Martial Arts Alliance. Not only that, but he also serves as the headmaster of Lien's Martial Arts Academy. Chen Xin knew Lien, the martial artist, quite well. He knew Lien possessed extraordinary talent. With Lien's abilities, he has a very high probability of reaching the 10th tier himself. Moreover, Chen Xian had heard that Lien was scheduled to face off against this year's National College Entrance Exam top scorer in a match today. Originally, he had more pressing matters to attend to, so he hadn't paid much attention to this match. After all, as the national top scorer from 3 years ago, Lien had already broken through to the 9th tier. Chen Xian assumed he wouldn't have any trouble. However, when Chen Xian saw that post, he was completely stunned. Could it be that Su Jingyang had cheated? Otherwise, how could someone at the 7th tier possibly defeat someone at the 9th tier? He was utterly astonished. He certainly hadn't anticipated the opponent being this formidable. He took a deep breath before finally saying, "This guy is unbelievable. How could a 9th tier fighter lose like that?" He immediately opened Mohai's short video. Someone had already edited it. He glanced at it, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. Then he clamped his phone shut tightly, as if trying to shut out that shocking information. Frowning, he thought to himself, so it was true. This guy's psychic powers had reached such an astonishing level. He narrowed his eyes, seemingly struggling to process this reality. He thought to himself, if this guy hadn't already been recruited by Capital University, I'd seriously consider inviting him to join the Martial Arts Alliance. Chen Xian shook his head helplessly, feeling little emotion over Lien's defeat. The victor takes all defeat is defeat, nothing more to say. As for Lin Shui, seeing that Su Jingyang had thoroughly defeated Lien, she nodded with satisfaction. This little guy's progress is a bit exaggerated. She murmured softly, her eyes sparkling with delight. She was delighted, for with this development, their chances of victory in the upcoming competition against foreign elites in half a month's time had significantly improved. After all, Beijing University had only sent Su Jingyang this year. Meanwhile, some foreign nations had already mastered powers exceeding the 10th tier. She couldn't just sit idly by. She silently resolved to go out and see for herself. Lin Shui rose to her feet, her movements graceful and confident. With light steps, she prepared to leave this place and embrace the challenges ahead. Back at the venue, when Huang Feiping announced Su Jingyang's victory once more, the crowd erupted in thunderous applause and cheers. Su Jingyang stood on the stage, his face radiant with a victorious smile, his eyes brimming with confidence and resolve. Only then did the audience begin to trickle out. Whispers filled the air, this fight wasn't worth the wait. It ended so quickly I thought it would be a long battle. Her companion replied, well, what can you do? We thought Lien would dominate Su Jingyang, with Su struggling to hold on. Who could have imagined Lien getting knocked out instantly by Su Jingyang? Her partner nodded in agreement, adding, that's exactly right. It's like the heavens have turned upside down. Others hurried along, murmuring, what can you do? Su Jingyang is just too formidable. This guy is terrifying, absolutely terrifying. Never seen a monster like this before. Who could have imagined such psychic power? A college-aged man finally spoke up after a long pause, if I were Su Jingyang, I'd be flaunting it everywhere. This guy's way too low-key. I agree. He's far too low-key. He silently pondered to himself, seemingly unfazed by his own performance, as if everything had been under his control all along. Many spectators who had come to watch murmured among themselves before departing. Their eyes brimmed with shock and confusion, seemingly unable to comprehend Su Jingyang's extraordinary strength. Su Jingyang and his group, however, took the VIP exit and departed shortly after. Their emotions were complex. Awe at Su Jingyang's power mingled with anxiety about their own futures. Only then did Tang Yao speak up. Su Jingyang, that was terrifying. Who could have imagined you'd take him down so quickly? Her voice trembled slightly, clearly still reeling from the shock of what she'd witnessed. She swallowed hard, searching for words for a long moment, unable to find anything to say. At that moment, everyone stared at Su Jingyang in utter astonishment. Their minds were filled with questions and speculation. How had Su Jingyang managed this? Just how powerful was he? Huang Feiping smiled and remarked, Su Jingyang's abilities truly surpass my expectations, but upon reflection, it makes perfect sense. Think about it. His eyes sparkled with contemplation. His psychic power, controlling the mother and child swords. At that speed, only a 10th tier practitioner could possibly block it. Only then did the others nod in agreement, for it was indeed true. A wave of dread surged through their hearts as they gained a deeper understanding of Su Jingyang's power. You're absolutely right. Lang Linglin nodded in agreement with her assessment. A hint of admiration flashed in her eyes as she silently vowed to train harder and strengthen herself, determined to stand shoulder to shoulder with Su Jingyang. As for Lang Yekingwan, unlike the others' excitement, she remained remarkably composed. It's only natural that brother is so formidable, she said with a smile. Su Jingyang chuckled. Of course. After all, Yi Qingwan lived and breathed alongside him daily. She understood his capabilities all too well. Therefore, she felt no surprise whatsoever. He did think the victory had come a bit too easily. If he'd known, he would have put up a tougher fight to avoid appearing so dominant. But there was nothing he could do now. The match was over and Lien, hailed as a prodigy, had been thoroughly crushed by him. He couldn't help but feel frustrated. It seemed that winning too easily wasn't always a good thing. Next time he faced someone in a challenge match, he'd definitely have to hold back a little. Otherwise, if the media blew it out of proportion, he'd become a household name. And being too high profile wasn't a good thing. Su Jingyang nodded, then thought to himself. Soon, Wang Feiping drove Su Jingyang and Yi Qingwan home. Chapter 147, Other Applications of Mental Power. Upon returning home, Yi Qingwan rushed into the living room, fluttering toward Su Jingyang like a joyful little bird. She clung tightly to Su Jingyang, as if to share all her joy with him. "Brother, you're absolutely amazing!" Yi Qingwan exclaimed excitedly, her voice brimming with admiration and awe. "Your strength is truly extraordinary." Su Jingyang was momentarily flustered by Yi Qingwan's sudden, passionate embrace. Yet deep inside, he felt warmed and fulfilled, as if a gentle spring breeze had swept over him. He smiled and gently patted Yi Qingwan's back, saying, "It wasn't that difficult, really. This Li Xian seems quite powerful. But compared to my psychic powers, there's definitely a significant gap." Yi Qingwan released her embrace, gazing at Su Jingyang with admiration sparkling in her eyes. She nodded vigorously, fully agreeing with Su Jingyang's assessment. "That guy really is all show and no substance," Yi Qingwan affirmed. "But I've always believed my brother could defeat him. Because my brother's true strength isn't just what meets the eye. More importantly, brother's psychic power far surpasses his opponent's. That leaves him with absolutely no chance." Hearing Yi Qingwan's praise, Su Jingyang felt a surge of confidence and pride welling up inside him. He smiled and nodded again, grateful for Yi Qingwan's trust. For him, his psychic power combined with his mastery of the Mother-Sun swords was nothing short of a devastatingly powerful weapon. That's a crucial point. Just then, a brilliant thought flashed through his mind like lightning. Given his immense power, could he possibly use his psychic energy to cook exquisite meals? The idea thrilled him. After all, psychic energy allowed precise control over minute movements, and cooking demanded precisely such meticulous skill. If he could successfully use psychic energy to cook, wouldn't that be an entirely new experience? The more he pondered it, the more appealing the idea became, and a satisfied smile spread across his face. He nodded decisively, murmuring to himself, "Having defeated my opponent today, this is the perfect chance to try controlling cooking with psychic power." Yi Qingwan, standing nearby, heard his words and her face flashed with surprise, clearly taken aback by his idea. However, she quickly regained her composure and smiled, replying, "Sounds great. That sounds really interesting." She added, "It really is a brilliant idea. Cooking with psychic energy might just create some uniquely delicious dishes." Yi Qingwan said this. Her eyes twinkled as she mused, "You're truly amazing, brother. Using psychic powers to control cooking techniques? That's absolutely incredible. The food made this way must be incredibly delicious, right?" she thought to herself. She nodded, looking at Su Jingyang with sincere eyes. Su Jingyang, however, had other plans at this moment. Naturally, it was to utilize his psychic powers to cook. At the same time, he wanted to see if he could take his psychic power cultivation to the next level. If he could use psychic energy to accomplish more intricate tasks, it would undoubtedly be an excellent choice. Su Jingyang gave a slight nod of agreement before speaking slowly. "In that case, we could use psychic energy to dress ourselves, do laundry, or even operate remote controls in the future." Yi Qingwan was taken aback by this revelation. She had never imagined such wondrous applications existed. "Wow, I never knew it could be used like that," she exclaimed. Su Jingyang smiled faintly, his expression radiating confidence, as if everything was already within his grasp. Watching her brother before her, Yi Qingwan felt her admiration for him deepen. "You're truly amazing, brother Su Jingyang," she praised sincerely. As time passed, Yi Qingwan came to realize more and more profoundly just how powerful and extraordinary the brother before her truly was. Cultivating through mental energy? It was simply unheard of. Her admiration for Su Jingyang surged within her like an unstoppable river. After Su Jingyang and Yi Qingwan departed, a brief silence fell over the room. Wang Feiping gazed thoughtfully in the direction they had departed, pressing the lighter in his hand lightly. The flame leapt up, lighting the cigarette in his hand. He took a deep drag, exhaled a cloud of smoke, and spoke slowly. "That kid Su Jingyang, his growth rate is absolutely astonishing. I'm starting to find him hard to figure out." His gaze shifted to the two beauties beside him as he continued, "What do you think? How did he suddenly become so formidable? Could it be because of that woman?" The woman he referred to was none other than Yi Qingwan. Wang Feiping knew full well that this seemingly ordinary woman harbored extraordinary depths. During the National College entrance exams, Yi Qingwan had only displayed first-tier strength on the surface. In reality, her power and speed far surpassed Su Jingyang's at the time, reaching a staggering 10th tier level. Tang Yao and Lang Linglin exchanged glances. They were well aware of Yi Qingwan's true capabilities. After all, as Su Jingyang's close friends, they had some insight into his affairs. Tang Yao shook her head gently, then looked at Lang Linglin and Huang Feipeng. A faint smile touched her lips as she remarked, "Who could have known? Perhaps Su Jingyang suddenly had an epiphany himself. Or maybe it really was because of that woman." But regardless, he's undeniably formidable now, that's the truth. Her expression remained calm and composed, but inside, she was utterly astonished. This guy has made such rapid breakthroughs lately. It's highly likely that woman is secretly aiding him behind the scenes, right? The speaker wore a look of suspicion, seeming quite certain of this conjecture. Lang Linglin, standing nearby, heard this and slowly shook her head. She then noncommittally agreed, maybe. It's hard to say for sure about something like this. The two exchanged glances, each seeing the same confusion and bewilderment in the other's eyes. In the end, they could only shake their heads helplessly together, indicating they knew nothing about the matter. Meanwhile, Huang Feiping extinguished his cigarette with an exceptionally graceful gesture. His movements flowed like water, as if this were not merely extinguishing a cigarette but a meticulously choreographed performance. Only after the smoke had fully dissipated did Huang Feiping speak, his tone measured and deliberate. In my view, it seems another storm is brewing within the country. His voice was deep and magnetic, betraying a worldly calm born of insight. Yet starkly contrasting his outward composure was the wild excitement surging within him. He thought to himself, this guy really is a handful. Indeed, as Huang Feiping had predicted, the domestic landscape was quietly shifting. And at the very heart of it all was a man named Su Jingyang. His name had now spread among the elite martial artists across the nation, becoming the focal point of everyone's attention. Chapter 148, exploding across the web, sweeping the top 3. Su Jingyang had initially expected Lien to possess some skill, capable of exchanging blows with him. Yet he never imagined the man would prove so utterly. Before Su Jingyang had even unleashed his full power, the opponent had already collapsed, beaten into a dazed state, snarling at him like a crazed beast. Su Jingyang couldn't help but feel surprised. Was it because the power of the mother-child swords, controlled by his psychic energy, was simply too overwhelming? He shook his head helplessly, thinking it wasn't his fault after all. The mother-child swords were simply that formidable. As Su Jingyang manipulated his psychic energy to cook while casually picking up his phone, he mused to himself. I wonder how much of a stir this will cause. He had confidence in his abilities, but what kind of reaction would this spark online? Eagerly, he unlocked his phone screen, ready to check the related information and see just how much of a stir his performance had caused. Without hesitation, he opened a certain short video platform, silently praying everything would unfold as he expected. Sure enough, no surprises. He stared in disbelief. The top 3 spots on the trending list were all his. It was nothing short of a jaw-dropping miracle. The top trending topic read, Su Jingyang, this year's National College Entrance Exam champion, defeats 3-time national champion Lien with astonishing scores. This news was undoubtedly earth-shattering, sparking heated discussions and admiration among countless netizens. Next, the second trending topic was, even among geniuses, there are differences. This phrase ignited netizens' curiosity like a spark, with everyone speculating about the exact gap between Su Jingyang and Lien. Finally, the third trending topic was nothing short of astonishing. Su Jingyang, ranked 7th, had defeated Lien, ranked 9th. He emerged as this year's biggest dark horse. This news exploded like a bombshell across the internet, sending shockwaves through the online community as everyone began to take Su Jingyang's abilities seriously. These 3 trending topics, like 3 blazing torches, propelled the already sky-high buzz to its peak, igniting a nationwide frenzy. Amidst the frenzy, an anonymous netizen named Analyst Chunshio suddenly chimed in, wow, this matchup is generating epic levels of buzz. Someone exclaimed in disbelief. But this content is absolute garbage. A 9th tier Lee getting instantly killed by a 7th tier Su Jingyang? That's ridiculous. I paid a fortune for this ticket. This is a total waste of my money. The user eating pears and cucumbers chimed in, exactly. I was so hyped for this epic showdown. No matter who won, I figured it'd last at least a few hours, right? Who could have guessed he'd get taken out so effortlessly? This is shocking. Is it that Lee is too weak? Or Su Jingyang is just too strong? All I can say is I got totally ripped off this time. Another person lamented. I bet my friend Lee would win. And logically, he should have won easily. Instead, he got taken out in seconds. My few $100 just went down the drain. This is truly shocking. Absolutely unbelievable. Everyone exclaimed in unison. All I can say is, Su Jingyang's reflexes are unmatched in the country, and his psychic abilities rank among the very best. So with that mental power and the ability to control flying swords, he's practically unbeatable. He's probably unbeatable below the 10th tier, right? Good heavens. He's only at the 17th tier. Just imagine when he reaches the 8th, 9th, or 10th tier. Just how terrifying and formidable will he become then? The crowd paused to analyze the situation. Many then remarked, I've heard from friends abroad that several countries already have experts surpassing the 10th tier, but our country still has none. We once thought Lee had a real shot, but now it seems his hopes are dashed. Hope now rests with the top-ranked 10th tier expert. At the same time, Su Jingyang also has a strong chance? The crowd buzzed with discussion, while online forums were already exploding with excitement. Meanwhile, Lin Shui, the admissions director at Capital University, felt immense joy and pride, for it was she who had recruited Su Jingyang, this outstanding student, to their university. Now, as Su Jingyang was about to face off against foreign masters, Lin Shui was filled with anticipation for him. Excellent, absolutely excellent. Lin Shui couldn't help but praise him repeatedly, her face beaming with satisfaction. This is the Su Jingyang I know, she thought to herself, deeply gratified by his performance. You did exceptionally well. Lin Shui praised again, her voice brimming with admiration and affirmation. Seeing Su Jingyang, despite being only a 7th tier practitioner, instantly defeat the 9th tier Li Shi, Lin Shui felt a wave of reassurance wash over her. Now I can finally relax, she murmured to herself, her previously anxious heart finally settling. At the very least, this competition wouldn't bring shame to the school, it might even secure a top-ranked victory. The more Lin Shui thought about it, the more excited she became. She could already envision Su Jingyang shining brightly on the competition stage, making those foreign elites take notice. Our domestic talents are truly formidable, Lin Shui thought to herself, feeling immense pride in Su Jingyang and in her own ability to recruit such a student. Lin Shui then composed a text message for the principal, reporting Su Jingyang's outstanding performance. After sending the message, she lay down with a sigh of relief. For her, the task was now perfectly accomplished. Once the message was sent, she switched off her phone, boarded the plane, and promptly fell into a deep sleep. Her dreams were filled with Su Jingyang battling elite opponents from abroad. On the plane, the buzz of conversation never seemed to die down. A man in an impeccable suit, a financial elite, drew everyone's attention. His voice betrayed a keen interest in the topic. Have you heard? His words cut through the cabin's clamor like a bolt of lightning. Su Jingyang? He just crushed the genius Li with a 2-tier advantage. And this is Li, who's already broken through to the 9th tier. His words spread like ripples across a lake, drawing the surrounding passengers closer as they strained to hear. Unbelievably powerful, someone exclaimed. Su Jingyang is nothing short of a monster. With his strength, I reckon he'll break through to the 10th tier soon. Another chimed in. Who knows? He might even have a shot at surpassing the 10th tier altogether. That's absolutely true. The crowd nodded in agreement. Talent and strength like this are truly rare. For a moment, the cabin was filled with admiration and anticipation for Su Jingyang, as if he had already become a legendary figure in their eyes. Lin Shui heard it all but remained silent, closing her eyes and smiling to herself. This genius was someone she had personally recruited. Chapter 149, Miracle Cure? Breaking through the 10th tier? In Li Xian's hospital room, a profound stillness hung in the air, broken only by the faint glow of a dim light illuminating the pale, sterile space. Li Xian lay motionless on the hospital bed, his eyes wide open, yet his gaze was filled with despair and helplessness. He never imagined he would face such a fate, as if the entire world had collapsed in that moment. He, a formidable 9th tier expert, had been beaten into this state, nearly losing his sanity and becoming a madman. This was utterly shocking and unbelievable to him. Just then, the ward door creaked open as a man entered, dressed in a crisp suit. His face was dark and gloomy, as if shrouded in a thick haze. His steps seemed heavy, as if his mind was filled with confusion and bewilderment. He too had not anticipated that after administering the special medication to Li Xian would still lose to Su Jingyang. Originally, he had intended to use this match as an opportunity to promote his special medicine, showcasing its miraculous effects. However, reality dealt him a heavy blow, shattering his plans completely. What the hell is going on? The man's voice echoed through the silent hospital room, tinged with irritation and reluctance. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the scene before him, unable to fathom what he was witnessing. He couldn't even beat his 7th tier opponent. His voice grew louder, his frustration palpable. He clenched his teeth, a wave of resentment surging through him. The middle-aged man standing beside him looked at Li Xian, his eyes betraying a hint of disappointment and dissatisfaction. He shook his head and sighed. Ah, truly disappointing. Li Xian stared expressionlessly at this pharmaceutical agent, whose strength was only at the 5th tier. His opinion of the man instantly dropped several notches. He thought the man was utterly overstepping his bounds, daring to lecture him. However, Li Xian said nothing more. After all, with his 9th tier strength, he certainly didn't need a 5th tier man to manage him. He merely gave the middle-aged man a fleeting glance before shifting his gaze away, ignoring him completely. This action clearly left the middle-aged man feeling awkward. He sensed the powerful aura emanating from Li Xian, especially that faint yet palpable killing intent, which filled him with dread. He immediately shut his mouth, daring not to speak another word. After a long silence, the atmosphere in the hospital room grew thick with tension, heavy enough to hear only the sound of their breathing. Finally, the middle-aged man seemed to gather his courage and spoke slowly. Now, we've developed an even more powerful drug. His voice trembled slightly, suggesting he himself lacked full confidence in this new drug. Taking a deep breath, he continued. Once you've recovered fully from this period of rest, try using this special medication. I estimate it could help you break through your current bottleneck directly. At the word special drug, a flicker of surprise suddenly crossed Lien's previously calm face. His eyes narrowed slightly as he stared intently at the middle-aged man, seemingly trying to glean more information from his expression. Only then did he speak. What kind of special medicine is it? Could it really have such a powerful effect? His eyes lit up instantly. For him, this was truly extraordinary. You'll see for yourself. Once you reach the 10th tier, do you think Su Jingyan's psychic powers will still be a match for you? These words instantly reignited the fighting spirit he had lost. This blow had been far too crushing for him. His face darkened before he declared, very well. Once I break through to the 10th tier, I won't be confined to 9th tier strength anymore. No matter how formidable he is, he won't stand a chance against a 10th tier opponent. Below the 10th tier, all are but ants. And indeed, that was the truth. The 10th tier represented an existence of overwhelming power in every aspect. Su Jingyan's greatest weapons were his psychic powers and his ability to control flying swords. But once one reached the 10th tier, such attacks would hold little effect against him. Indeed, that is precisely the case. Once he breaks through to the 10th tier, his physical body itself would become extraordinarily powerful. At that point, this psychic power would no longer affect Lien. And this man was preparing to achieve a comprehensive breakthrough for Lien. In that case, his biotech products will sell like hotcakes. All hopes now rest on Lien. Meanwhile, overseas, news from numerous short videos had already spread overseas. A certain man, upon witnessing Su Jingyan use psychic energy to break through from 7th to 9th tier against Lien, was utterly astonished and deeply shaken. What the hell is going on? This man's cultivation is only 7th tier, yet his psychic power far surpasses that level? He was stunned in an instant. He never imagined such a day would come. To him, it was terrifying. Who at the 7th tier possessed such power? Another young man approached. Noticing Su Jingyan watching the short video, after a moment of contemplation, he spoke slowly. One must admit, this individual's prowess is truly extraordinary, utterly astonishing. I wonder if we'll unexpectedly cross paths with this elite during our trip to China? If we truly face him as an opponent, we'll likely encounter a formidable challenge. Someone chimed in. Exactly. Su Jingyan's strength is absolutely not to be underestimated. I once had the privilege of witnessing his footage. The scene was utterly jaw-dropping. Another added. From what I understand, he single-handedly slaughtered tens of thousands of beasts during a beast tide. Such feats are nothing short of godlike. Seems he really is an utterly insane individual. The crowd murmured in unison. Just as the murmurs filled the air, a figure suddenly stepped out from the crowd. Tall and imposing, his presence instantly captured everyone's attention. He was none other than the peerless genius among them. Not only had he reached the peak of the 9th tier in strength, but he was also a senior undergraduate student and concurrently served as the president of the student council, truly a young prodigy of extraordinary talent and power. His strength, speed, reaction time, and every other aspect of his abilities placed him among the elite under 30 nationwide. Oh, so this is China's Lien? That defeated foe of mine, he lost to me years ago. A cold smile curled the man's lips as he spoke with disdain. He was Jack. Jack strode purposefully toward the group discussing the short video. Lien is already a 9th tier expert? Unbelievable. Though he was indeed formidable back then, he nearly defeated me. Wait, who is this guy? He muttered to himself, his gaze fixed on the figure, his mind filled with confusion and shock. He appears to possess only 7th tier strength, yet his psychic power far exceeds that level? His eyes widened in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. Such a situation was exceedingly rare. A 7th tier individual possessing such formidable psychic power was simply beyond imagination. Jack couldn't help but take a deep breath, then drew sharply on his cigarette, trying to calm himself. The smoke swirled before his eyes, blurring his vision, yet his thoughts grew increasingly sharp. Who the hell is this guy? His voice trembled slightly, clearly still reeling from the shock. It's Su Jingyan. Joke suddenly interjected, a hint of surprise in his tone. At the name, Jack's brow furrowed deeply. He narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Su Jingyan as if trying to see beyond his surface. This guy. Interesting, Jack murmured, the corners of his mouth lifting in an almost imperceptible smile. He actually managed to leapfrog 2 tiers and defeat Lien. A complex mix of emotions surged within him. Awe at Su Jingyan's strength mingled with self-doubt. After all, he himself was a 9th tier powerhouse, yet he'd just been defeated by a 7th tier opponent, a feeling that left him deeply unsettled. Su Jingyan? He murmured the name, sensing it held a peculiar magnetism. Interesting. He'll be our greatest adversary. We must uncover everything about him. Without hesitation, Jack began an in-depth investigation into this Chinese man named Su Jingyang. He needed to uncover his background, abilities, and any other factors that might influence the outcome of the competition. Yet the more he uncovered, the more formidable this man appeared. This man had single-handedly slaughtered tens of thousands of beasts within the beast-ravaged wilderness. It was truly terrifying. This guy is beyond belief. The speed of his flying sword approaches that of a fighter jet. In fact, it's faster than the fighter jets of many nations. They were all stunned. That speed was truly too fast. His psychic power is terrifying. If a flying sword like that hit us, we wouldn't survive a single strike. They all nodded in agreement. It was undeniably true. If the flying sword controlled by psychic power became too terrifying, they'd be utterly helpless. That's why they needed to study it. Chapter 150, The Elite Tournament We Cannot Lose. As Jack gained deeper insight into Su Jingyang, it finally clicked. So that's it. Su Jingyang's greatest strength lies in his psychic power. Without exaggeration, his psychic power far surpasses that of many 9th tier, even 10th tier masters. Not only that, but his flying swords are exceptionally powerful. This is undoubtedly the key area we need to study in depth. The other men nodded in agreement with Jack's assessment. Exactly. We have 3 days before our flight to China. In this short time, we must keep a close watch on this man and not overlook a single detail. During this China Elite Exchange, we absolutely cannot be outdone by those so-called geniuses from China. Jack, as the team leader, spoke with unwavering resolve. He was well aware of the heavy responsibility he bore to lead the team to victory, and naturally possessed the authority to make such decisions. In the days that followed, they threw themselves wholeheartedly into their training, determined to showcase their true strength when facing China's prodigies. Meanwhile, overseas, the atmosphere was even more electrifying. Su Jingyang's name remained firmly entrenched at the top of the trending charts, its heat showing no signs of waning. News stories and videos about him kept surfacing, drawing the attention of countless people. Simultaneously, numerous advertisers sensed the business opportunity, developing a keen interest in Su Jingyang. They were eager to find Su Jingyang, hoping to secure an endorsement deal with him. We're in the clothing business, who can help us connect with Su Jingyang? We're willing to pay 80 million yuan for him to endorse our products for a year, with the endorsement fee increasing by 10% annually. A clothing brand executive anxiously inquired online. I'm from XX Shoes. We've already decided to have Su Jingyang endorse our products. His speed is incredible. This kind of capability is exactly what we need. Another shoe brand owner exclaimed excitedly. Our company wants Su Jingyang. We're willing to pay 200 million yuan in endorsement fees for 1 year. The head of another major corporation boldly offered an even higher price. In an instant, numerous advertisers scrambled to find ways to contact Su Jingyang, hoping to secure the hot ticket star. Yet, just as everyone was scrambling to court Su Jingyang, a voice in the comments section poured cold water on the frenzy. Don't be so naive. Getting Su Jingyang to endorse your brand won't be that easy. Did you know? He can easily rake in over $1 billion just by participating in one beast-tied event. I doubt he'd even glance at your measly 100 million yuan endorsement fee. He probably rakes in hundreds of billions every other day just by logging into Monster Rush. Netizen Egg Pancake remarked with undisguised disdain. Who says otherwise? I agree, it's a long shot. He's clearly not short on cash. Last time he made over 10 billion in a single session, right? Another person chimed in. I heard he bought a villa in Beijing, but he hasn't bought a car yet. Maybe some car companies could gift him one? That would boost your exposure, right? This comment struck a chord with the others, who nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, some immediately recognized it as an excellent strategy. After all, Su Jingyang's fame and influence were immense. Establishing a connection with him through a car gift could not only boost product visibility but potentially unlock unexpected business opportunities. Online, numerous advertisers were racking their brains and trying every possible method to contact Su Jingyang. They scoured every channel for his contact information, even splurging on professional PR teams to assist. Yet, while everyone else was struggling to figure out how to reach Su Jingyang, he was relaxing in his room, completely oblivious to the commotion outside. Su Jingyang was fully absorbed in manipulating his psychic powers. His hands moved like agile dancers, flitting swiftly around the kitchen. In no time, 5 dishes and a soup appeared on the table as if by magic, their enticing aromas filling the air and making one's mouth water. Faced with this lavish spread, the two dug in without hesitation. Su Jingyang gazed at the visually appealing, aromatic, and delicious dishes before him and couldn't help but marvel. Such exquisite delicacies, and they came from my own hands. He could scarcely believe that these seemingly ordinary ingredients could be transformed into such an enticing feast through his cooking. Yi Qingwan was equally captivated by the feast. She swiftly picked up a piece of braised pork and placed it in her mouth, chewing it slowly. In an instant, the rich aroma of the meat filled her mouth. The intense flavor and velvety texture left her utterly intoxicated. "Brother, your cooking is absolutely delicious," Yi Qingwan exclaimed, her chopsticks reaching repeatedly for the braised pork. She picked up another piece of spare rib and savored it slowly. The ribs were tender and juicy, cooked to perfection, each bite leaving an unforgettable aftertaste. Yi Qingwan grew more excited with each bite, devouring several ribs in quick succession. The delicious food vanished quickly into her stomach, leaving her feeling utterly satisfied. "Brother, these ribs are absolutely amazing too," Yi Qingwan exclaimed with pure delight. Su Jingyang smiled and nodded, continuing to savor the delicious meal. The flavor was superb under this mental force control, but one peculiar thing was that frying the eggs wasn't as straightforward as it seemed. It wasn't that the mental energy control was inadequate, but rather that the method was incorrect. Still, overall, it was absolutely perfect. He nodded and went back to eating, recalling the sensation of cooking with psychic energy just now. Su Jingyang felt a quiet thrill of satisfaction. Such intricate work undoubtedly offered tremendous benefits for honing his mental energy. He understood this well, knowing that only by constantly pushing his limits could he reach new heights. Then, he focused intently on his cultivation once more, using his psychic energy to control the spoon. He carefully sensed each movement, seeking the optimal way to apply force. He discovered that the force required for the spoon, chopsticks, and spatula differed, much like the paths of life, each offering its own unique scenery and challenges. So that's how it is, Su Jingyang realized with a sudden clarity. At that moment, Yi Qingwan asked with concern, "What's wrong, brother? Why aren't you eating?" Su Jingyang snapped back to reality and explained, "Well, I'm trying to grasp this mental force. I've reached a bottleneck. At this stage, understanding can only come through deep contemplation." His tone was calm, as if describing the most ordinary matter, yet his heart brimmed with unwavering resolve. He knew breaking through this barrier wouldn't be easy, but he believed in himself. Yi Qingwan nodded in understanding before speaking. Once Su Jingyang had fully comprehended this mental charm, he immediately sensed a certain improvement in his mental energy. However, the distance to a breakthrough remained considerable. A significant gap remained before true breakthrough. So this was the sensation, truly remarkable. Su Jingyang gazed at his hands, sensing that this profound spiritual insight had indeed been quite beneficial. "Brother, your mental power seems much stronger than before." Yi Qingwan gazed at her brother with a smile, her admiration growing ever deeper. Su Jingyang understood. "In 3 days, I'll be heading to the capital for a written exchange with these foreign elites. If I can't make a breakthrough by then, I'll likely lose to them." His expression grew increasingly grim, his pupils contracting repeatedly. Losing to someone within the country was one thing, but losing to foreigners would be a massive embarrassment. He remembered how, years ago, Lien, the national top scorer in the college entrance exam and a prodigy, had lost to Jack, another national top scorer from abroad. This year, he was here. He absolutely would not allow such a thing to happen. He frowned as he thought this, for patriotism was deeply important to him. He could not lose to foreigners. It seemed he needed to train intensely. With 3 days remaining, it was the perfect time for secluded practice. For the next 3 days, he remained in his small room, training relentlessly. His pair of mother and child swords constantly flew through the small room, while his psychic powers simultaneously manipulated multiple objects, cooking meals, turning on the TV, and more. Chapter 151, The Grand Finale. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Su Jingyang's seclusion chamber door finally creaked open. A sharp gleam shone in his eyes, and his psychic energy flickered around him, as if ready to unleash astonishing power at any moment. Yi Qingwan stood guard at the door. Seeing her brother emerge, a delighted smile spread across her face. "Brother, did you break through?" Su Jingyang gave a slight nod, a confident curve forming at the corners of his mouth. "Though not fully achieved yet, I'm infinitely close. I have confidence in this exchange." Meanwhile, the exchange venue in the capital had long been arranged with solemn grandeur. Elites from around the world arrived one after another, with Jack's team drawing the most attention. Jack stood outside the venue, his gaze sweeping the surroundings, his eyes brimming with defiance. He silently resolved to show China's so-called geniuses the true power of Western masters during this exchange. Su Jingyang and Yi Qingwan also arrived at the venue on time. The moment they stepped inside, they felt eyes from all directions. Some gazes held curiosity, others disdain, but most were filled with wariness. Su Jingyang paid no heed, striding directly to his seat. The written exam commenced, covering topics ranging from psychic theory and combat strategy to flying sword manipulation techniques. The questions were extremely difficult, causing even the elite representatives from various nations to furrow their brows and fall deep in thought. Su Jingyang, however, remained composed. His mental energy raced through his mind as his pen swiftly glided across the paper. Before long, he had completed every question. The moment he set down his pen, the entire examination hall fell silent. Seeing his effortless demeanor, unease stirred in the hearts of the others. Jack's brow furrowed deeply. He hadn't anticipated Su Jingyang completing the exam so swiftly, and with such apparent confidence. After the written exam concluded, the results were announced swiftly. Su Jingyang topped the list with a perfect score, while Jack's team also performed exceptionally well. Their results paled in comparison to Su Jingyang's. This outcome sent shockwaves through the room and left Jack's face grim. However, the written test was merely the beginning. The true contest lay ahead in the practical phase. The practical arena was a simulated alternate dimension teeming with powerful beasts and intricate terrain. Each contestant had to defeat as many beasts as possible within the allotted time to earn points. Upon entering the arena, Su Jingyang's gaze instantly sharpened. Manipulating the mother and child swords, his psychic energy spread like a tidal wave, sensing every movement around him. Before long, a pack of level 3 beasts lunged toward him. A faint smile touched Su Jingyang's lips. With a light flick of his wrists, the mother and child swords shot forward like streaks of light, plunging into the swarm of beasts. Amidst the flashing sword light, the beasts fell one after another. Su Jingyang's psychic energy not only guided the flying blades but also allowed him to predict the beasts' movements with precision, ensuring each strike was lethal. Under his assault, the horde was swiftly wiped out. Meanwhile, Jack engaged in combat in another sector. His strength was equally formidable. Relying on his powerful psychic abilities and unique combat techniques, he too defeated numerous beasts. Yet when he witnessed Su Jingyang's battle footage, shock still gripped his heart. Su Jingyang's combat style was too bizarre. His mastery of psychic energy utterly transcendent, far surpassing anything Jack had imagined. As time passed, the competition reached a fever pitch. Su Jingyang encountered a formidable level 9 beast, the blazing demon wolf. This demon wolf radiated scorching flames from its entire body, its roar shaking the heavens. Its mere appearance caused the surrounding temperature to soar dramatically. The flame demon wolf launched the first attack. It leapt into the air, spewing a massive pillar of flame from its jaws that swept toward Su Jingyang. Su Jingyang's eyes narrowed sharply. His psychic energy instantly coalesced, manipulating the mother and child swords into a sword formation that blocked his path. The pillar of flame collided with the sword array, erupting in blinding light and a tremendous shockwave. Su Jingyang was knocked back by the force of the flames, but he quickly regained his footing. He knew well that against this formidable beast, brute force was futile, only cunning would prevail. Closing his eyes, his psychic energy spread like a vast net, enveloping every movement of the flame demon wolf within his perception. Suddenly, he noticed that after launching an attack, the inferno demon wolf paused for a split second. Seizing this opening, Su Jingyang channeled his psychic energy to its peak. The mother and child swords shot forth like two bolts of lightning, striking directly at the flame demon wolf's eyes. Caught off guard, the flame demon wolf couldn't dodge in time. Both eyes pierced, it let out an agonized howl. Deprived of sight, the beast grew even more frenzied, wildly lashing out with its claws that tore the surrounding ground to shreds. Su Jingyang gave it no respite. His psychic energy coalesced once more, the mother and child swords tracing dazzling arcs through the air before merging into a single, colossal beam of light that pierced toward the flame demon wolf's heart. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed as the flame demon wolf's massive body collapsed to the ground, its life completely extinguished. Su Jingyang, drained from the immense exertion, looked pale, yet his eyes burned with unwavering resolve and pride. The competition concluded, with Su Jingyang securing first place by an overwhelming margin. As the host announced the results, thunderous applause erupted throughout the arena. Standing on the podium, Su Jingyang gazed out at the crowd below, his heart filled with profound emotion. He had proven himself through sheer strength and brought honor to China. Jack stepped forward, extending his hand with a respectful smile. Su, you're formidable. I concede defeat wholeheartedly. Su Jingyang grasped his hand and replied with a smile. Jack, your skills are equally impressive. I hope we have the chance to spar again someday. After this exchange match, Su Jingyang's name resonated throughout the entire world. He became an idol in the hearts of countless people, inspiring countless young individuals to dedicate themselves to cultivation. Yet Su Jingyang remained humble and unassuming. He understood this was merely the beginning, with even greater challenges awaiting him in the future. Returning home, Su Jingyang gazed out the window at the sky, his heart brimming with anticipation. He understood that his cultivation journey was still long. Only through relentless effort and constant breakthroughs could he protect those he wished to safeguard and carve out his own path to glory in this world full of challenges.